The man, an ordinary Behu University student, came from a poor rural family. In order to go to college, his parents spent almost all their hard-earned savings on the man's tuition. If everything went according to plan, his future would be a common script: graduate, find a job, pay off the mortgage, and then live an ordinary life. However, fate played a joke on him. In his freshman year, a mysterious, unbranded cell phone quietly appeared in his pocket. This phone is outrageous. Not only is the internet speed extremely fast, but every time I turn it on, all kinds of weird videos pop up automatically. The man subconsciously clicked on one of the videos and was immediately stunned. The video showed the lottery winning numbers 3 years later, the municipal relocation plan, and even the personnel changes in the company's senior management. Everything was right in front of him, as if he could predict the future. Oh my God, can I know the lottery numbers 3 years from now in advance? Isn't this a golden finger? The man almost wanted to jump up and laugh, but then the smile froze on his face. Although he knew these future events, he couldn't change them immediately. The winning numbers can only be bought after 3 years, and the appreciation of real estate also requires 3 years. It is like a hungry man looking at the menu of a full banquet, but being told that the meal can only be served after 3 years. This system is too deceptive. Others can make a lot of money right from the start, but men can only stare blankly at the future wealth that they will have to wait 3 years to enjoy. The man was so angry that he wanted to smash the broken phone, but no matter how he smashed it, he couldn't change the current situation. He could only record all the information about the future in a notebook and silently endure this heartbreaking wait. Looking at these wealth codes that were so close yet so far away, the man almost collapsed. However, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and hold on to this mountain of gold, waiting for the arrival of 3 years. 3 years have passed in a flash. The news that I saw in the video 3 years ago is now beginning to happen in reality. Today, Chun Feng walked into a lottery shop. He took out 30 yuan, pointed at the lottery ticket, and said to the boss, "Boss, buy double color ball, red ball number 02, 05, 13, 17, 23, 28, blue ball number 07, 1 bet no, 15 bets." He couldn't suppress his excitement. At around 9 o'clock tonight, the 20,231st issue of the double color ball will be announced. In the past 3 years, since I bought the land, no video message has popped up on my phone. Chin Feng guessed that maybe it was because he participated in the content of the video, and new content would not appear again until the events of the video were not completed. This round of lottery is related to Chun Feng's first pot of gold in his life. According to the prediction in the video 3 years ago, the total prize pool for the 20,231st double color ball will reach 1.3 billion, with the highest first prize being 6 million, and there will be a total of 15 first prizes. If I buy a few hundred more tickets, maybe I can make 1 billion. Chin Feng was very excited. Tens of billions, just thinking about it makes people excited. However, Chun Feng finally shook his head. Chin Feng didn't dare to take the risk. What if the winning number changes by then? Wouldn't it be a big loss? The boss looked at Chin Feng and couldn't help but smile. There are many people like Chun Feng who buy multiple bets on the same set of numbers, but most people don't win. Do you really think you can predict the future? The boss couldn't help but remind him, "Young man, your chances of winning with this set of numbers are not high. Why don't you buy a few sets of other numbers? The chances will be higher." "No need." Chun Feng smiled slightly and thought to himself, "I have a plug-in. What is there to be afraid of?" After buying the lottery ticket, Chun Feng hurried back to school. Behu University is a second-tier university, but it ranks high among the second-tier universities, and its faculty is also quite strong. There's also a feature, that is, there are many beautiful women. Chun Feng is now a senior student. Usually, he starts his internship in the second semester, but some people are able to find a job early and start their internship when school just starts. In the dormitory, the 3 roommates had not returned yet. Chun Feng sat on the bed, turned on the computer, and waited until 9:15. His heartbeat became more and more intense. In the past 3 years, Chun Feng has almost concluded that the content of the videos that pop up on his phone is true. For example, the city center gradually expands to the suburbs, and the value of land number 1 continues to rise. For example, the promotion of Tianbao Group's general manager Gao was basically confirmed, and the inspection team was also secretly inspecting the performance of several vice presidents. However, none of these could compare to the prize draw tonight to make people excited. Hello, everyone. The following is the lottery draw for the 20,231st issue of the double color ball. Here it comes, here it comes. Both the lines for the lottery draw and the host are exactly the same as in the video 3 years ago. The first red ball of this issue is number 02. That's right. The second red ball of this issue is number 05. That's right again. The third red ball of this issue is number 13. That's right. Chun Feng was concentrating at the moment, staring at the computer screen with bated breath, his heart beating as if it was about to jump out. This was Chun Feng's first time buying a lottery ticket, and also his first time experiencing a lottery draw. The fourth red ball of this period is number 17. That's right. The fifth red ball of this period is number 23. That's right. He was getting more nervous. Even though Chun Feng knew that the number he bought would win, he still couldn't suppress his inner nervousness. The sixth red ball of this period, number 28. WTF. WTF. It was right. Even if the last blue ball didn't hit, Chun Feng could easily win millions. Chun Feng could finally experience the feeling of becoming rich overnight. We had just finished the drawing of the red balls, and will proceed to the drawing of the blue balls. Listening to the host still chattering, Chun Feng could hardly wait any longer. Stop talking nonsense and shake it. This issue's blue ball, number 07. Damn it. Chun Feng looked at the lottery ticket in his hand, then at the winning numbers on the screen, and was so shocked that he could hardly breathe. Chun Feng suddenly jumped up from the bed and was so excited that he almost forgot the space around him. The bed in the dormitory was on the upper berth, and the space was narrow. When he stood up, he immediately bumped into the bed frame above his head. Ouch! Chun Feng was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out. However, Chun Feng's heart was still full of joy, and he was in pain and happy. First prize. Each ticket is 6 million. Chun Feng bought 15 tickets in total, and the calculation is 6 million times 15, which equals 90 million. Chun Feng's brain buzzed, and he almost fainted with excitement. As a child from the countryside, he had never seen so much money in his life. Multi-millionaire. Chun Feng never thought that he could become a multi-millionaire overnight. Oh, right, plot number 1. Chun Feng's first reaction was to quickly claim the prize, then return the borrowed money to Tianbao Group and get back the land certificate for plot number 1. In this way, the land would truly belong to him. At this moment, an unusual message suddenly popped up on his system phone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing this video mission. The reward is a novice gift package of 100 million yuan. Ding! Reward host system points plus 10. Host current remaining system points, 10. What the hell? Chun Feng was stunned. Listening to the mechanical prompt sound of the system, he was confused. Could this be the system reward in the novel? Shit. Chun Feng almost cried. 3 years. 3 fucking years. Chun Feng always thought he had a useless system that was useless. Unexpectedly, 3 years later, the system finally got it right. Chun Feng took out another mobile phone and indeed received a text message from a bank. Your account 2337. Income 1,000,000,000.00 yuan. Balance after transaction 1,000,000, 2135.58 yuan. He now has 2 mobile phones, one for his daily use and the other for the system. It's 100 million indeed. Looking at the balance in his bank account, Chun Feng felt at ease. After receiving the award tomorrow, Chun Feng's bank balance will reach 190 million, close to 200 million. In the past, Chun Feng's dream was to become an outstanding scientist. Now, he just wants to become a trillionaire. However, the 2 messages that popped up on the system made him a little confused. System point? What on earth is this? Who cares? System products must be top-notch. I'm sure it will be useful in the future. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the current system prediction time has changed. The current prediction time is 2022 to 2023. Chun Feng was stunned. What does that mean? There's a lot of information hidden behind this message. It is now 2020, and the system could only predict events up to 2023 before, but now, the timeline has been extended. Time has been pushed back 1 year, and the system can now predict any event between 2022 and 2023. Chun Feng suddenly had a bold idea. As he continued to complete tasks, the timeline would continue to move forward or backward. Doesn't this mean that he can not only predict any future events, but can even understand what happened in the past? Holy crap. Holy crap. This is too awesome. Whether it is peeking into the past or predicting the future, for Chun Feng, it can bring countless wealth and information. Thinking of this, Chun Feng laughed excitedly. At this moment, a shout suddenly came from outside. "Old third, come out quickly." Chun Feng knew that it was his roommates who had returned. The dormitory was a four-person room, and the other three people came from ordinary families. They did not go out to find internships in their senior year and remained in school. Chun Feng is the third child in the dormitory, and everyone calls him Old Third. "Here we go." He slowly got up from the bed and walked outside. He saw three roommates drooling and staring at a building opposite. That was the girls' dormitory. Although it was already 9:30 in the evening, the lights outside were still bright, and the open space downstairs was clearly visible. At this time, every day, many girls would return to the dormitory from the study room, and some girls who were on dates would also return to the dormitory at this time. Therefore, this time is the time to see the most beauties. The corridor of the boys' dormitory is open, and now almost everyone in the building is leaning on the railing, looking at the girls' dormitory. That scene was extremely spectacular. There's so many beauties in our school. I saw 5 of them just now. It's a pity that I'm about to graduate and I haven't even found a girlfriend. That's right. We're not bad looking. So why can't we find a partner? Look at those dating couples below. Each girlfriend is prettier than the other. I don't understand why I can't find a partner. Come on, second brother. Do you see that sexy beauty down there? Shang Yin, one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus, is still single. If you're capable, go get her. Forget about her. I can't handle her. The second Yang Chi pursed his lips and pointed at the couple below. Did you see that couple? Girls like this, I'm not bragging. I can get them just by chatting with them. It's just that they are too easy, so I'm not interested in pursuing them, but others got there first. Anyway, if you meet this kind of girl in the future, remember to find me. Come on, you still don't want to do it? I think you are a coward. The boss Dai Feng said speechlessly. I always thought you were a serious person, but what you said just now makes me despise you a little bit. Dai Feng paused, then came closer, hooked his shoulder, and said with a smile, but I want to tell you that if you encounter such an opportunity in the future, you must take me with you. I'm single too. Fuck. Chun Feng's eyes widened as he listened to the conversation. What a master. Even though they spoke in a serious manner, they were all so wretched. At this time, the fourth brother Zhang Deong was anxious. That's enough. People like you are not good people. By the way, if it's convenient, can you take me with you? Puff. Chun Feng almost spit out saliva. This dormitory is really not good at anything but the best at bragging. Chun Feng shook his head and said with a smile, That's enough. Everyone could talk nonsense. Go after him if you can. Third brother. That's not very nice of you to say. The eldest brother, Dai Feng, came over. You have a girlfriend, and a full man doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. By the way, I heard that your girlfriend, Shun Xin, found an internship and invited her roommates to dinner tonight. Why didn't you go? Chun Feng did have a girlfriend when he was a freshman, but he has been busy recently, and she hasn't contacted him. She didn't tell me. Chun Feng originally planned to wait until tomorrow to receive the award before looking for Shun Xin to give her a surprise. Thinking about this, Chun Feng couldn't help but call Shun Xin, but no one answered. Several roommates continued to brag for a while before returning to the dormitory one after another. But they will never know that the third brother, Chun Feng, who boasted to them, is now a wealthy man with a deposit of 100 million. Chapter 4. You are not worthy of being my girlfriend. The next day, Chun Feng got up early in the morning and prepared to go to the welfare lottery center to redeem his prize. After all, the amount of money was not small, so Chun Feng had to be careful. In order to avoid trouble, he specially put on a baseball cap to conceal his identity. He was received by a beautiful lady. Chun Feng handed over his ID card and lottery ticket. When the lady saw the amount of the prize, her expression of surprise was so big that a duck egg could be stuffed into it. The whole process was a bit cumbersome, but fortunately, the lady was enthusiastic and not only accompanied Chun Feng to complete the formalities, but also got closer from time to time. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by the 90 million bonus in front of them? She thought that if she could get closer to Chun Feng, she would be able to live a stable life in the future. In addition, Chun Feng looked pretty good, so he shouldn't be bad either. After completing the formalities, Chun Feng finally received the prize money. After deducting taxes, he had 72 million in his hands. He checked his bank card and found that the balance in his account was as high as 172 million. If he could win the jackpot every week, wouldn't he be the richest man without any effort? Thinking about this, Chun Feng was a little excited, looking forward to the system popping up a video message again. Chun Feng decided to buy a car first. And by the way, planned to go back to his hometown at the end of the month to buy something for his parents so that they can enjoy the good life. When he arrived at the nearby BMW 4S store and was about to go in, he suddenly saw two people walking over, and his eyes froze for a moment. One of the people walking over was very familiar to Chun Feng, and that was Chun Feng's girlfriend, Shen Qin. Shen Qin was dressed up beautifully today, wearing a pair of high heels and holding her left hand with a man in a suit. Shen Qin said to him tenderly, "Brother Hai, is there really no problem with my internship?" Wang Hai pulled his arm out and put his arm around her waist. "Don't worry, when you graduate, come directly to work in our company." After Shen Qin heard this, she immediately smiled and stood on tiptoe to kiss Wang Hai on the face. "Brother Hai, you are so nice." However, Shen Qin had just walked a few steps forward when she suddenly saw Chen Feng's figure. Her face changed, and she looked a little flustered. "Chen Feng, why are you here?" Shen Qin managed to squeeze out a sentence, but she felt a little uneasy. Chen Feng's heart was boiling with anger. He actually ran into his girlfriend and another man here. 3 years of relationship turned out to be like this. Chen Feng never thought that Shen Qin would actually betray him and cheat on him in front of him. Shen Qin didn't want to hide it and said coldly, "Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to follow me. If you don't believe me, there is no need for us to be together anymore. Let's break up. You said I was following you?" Chen Feng was so angry that he almost laughed out loud. He once thought Shen Qin was his ideal type, but now Chen Feng finally saw her true face, vain, narcissistic, and only thinking about money. Shen Qin didn't feel much guilt and responded coldly, "What else did you tell me? In the past 3 years, what have you bought for me? Brand name bags, brand name lipsticks? Any one of my lipsticks now costs more than 1,000, and a bag costs 20,000. Can you afford it?" 3 years ago, Shen Qin approached Shen Feng because she heard that he had borrowed 1 million yuan. She thought that if she could get some benefits from this poor boy, her college life would be comfortable. However, 3 years have passed, and Chen Feng has not given her anything substantial except what he promised her. Chen Feng's heart was filled with disappointment. After 3 years of relationship, he was abandoned so easily by Shen Qin. Shen Qin started to laugh again. "You know what? Brother Hai can buy me everything you can't afford. He earns 400,000 yuan a year, so he can easily buy a 20,000 yuan bag and drive a 500,000 yuan car. He has hundreds of millions of bosses around him and is exposed to high-end places. How can you compare to him?" After Shen Qin finished speaking, she looked at Wang Hai with a sneer on her face. Wang Hai seemed satisfied. After all, he was the manager of the company, and the college student in front of him was not worth mentioning at all. "Don't worry, we will have nothing to do with each other in the future." Chen Feng sneered and responded, "With my current status, you are indeed not worthy of being my girlfriend. Let's break up." Shen Qin looked confused, obviously not believing Chen Feng's change of heart. "Chen Feng, stop pretending. Any car costs 300,000 yuan. You can't even afford a wheel. How can you buy a car?" Chen Feng didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked straight into the 4S store. Shen Qin wanted to pull Wang Hai in to see what he was doing. The space in the store is very large. There's also a showroom next to the BMW 4S store, which displays luxury cars of other brands. The person who received Chen Feng was a young lady wearing a small suit and a ponytail. She had a curvaceous figure and looked very professional. The young lady asked politely, "Sir, are you here to buy a car?" Chen Feng nodded. "Yes, introduce it to me first." The young lady walked to a 3 Series sport car with a smile and began to introduce it. This car is suitable for young people and has a high cost performance. The landing price is 350,000. Chen Feng frowned. "Too cheap. How much is your most expensive car? Don't bring out anything below 10 million. The young lady was stunned and looked at the young man in front of her in surprise. She had never seen anyone directly ask for the most expensive car. Although there were rich second generations, Chen Feng did not look like one of them. "Why don't you have any?" Chen Feng's eyes were full of criticism. The young lady responded, Yes, come with me." So, the young lady took Chen Feng to another exhibition hall where more luxury cars were on display and the prices were also quite high. At this time, Shen Qin and Wang Hai also followed over to see what was going on. Chapter 5. This is what rich people should say. The most expensive car in our showroom right now is a Pagani, priced at over 45 million. The young lady's tone was full of pride as she introduced it. This car is limited to 30 units worldwide and was originally reserved. Later, the boss changed his mind and put on display in the showroom. The young lady glanced at Chen Feng and said tentatively, If you are really interested, we can cancel the tens of thousands of yuan. Chun Feng waved his hand without hesitation. No, I don't mind the difference of this little money. Then he took out his bank card and said, swipe the card and complete the formalities quickly. I want to drive away now. The sales lady was stunned. It was just a routine introduction, but she didn't expect Chun Feng to actually buy it and paid in full. He didn't even ask for a discount. This was the real generosity, the confidence of not lacking money. This was the first time she had seen it. At this time, Shun Qin and Wang Hai, who had just walked in, also heard what Chun Feng said, and they almost vomited blood. This scene was too embarrassing. They originally thought that Chun Feng was just being stubborn, but he actually swiped his card to buy a car. Qiner, who was this guy? Wang Hai was puzzled. He had been in Behu City for so long and knew many rich people, but he had never heard of Chun Feng's name. Shen Qin also looked disdainful. Him? A poor student? How much money can he have at his card? He's probably just pretending. As soon as she finished speaking, the card machine made a beep sound. The transaction was successful. Shen Qin's face turned pale instantly. She could never have imagined that this bank card, which she never paid much attention to, could actually be used to swipe out 45 million. Shen Qin was completely dumbfounded. It turned out that the pauper Shun Qin had always thought of was actually a top tycoon who was hiding his true self. At this moment, the sales lady was so excited that she almost jumped up. After swiping this order, her commission would be at least 1 million. Mr. Chun, here are the car keys. You can take a test drive first, and we will handle the formalities right away. The sales lady's attitude became unusually respectful, and she handed over the keys carefully. Chun Feng took the key, glanced at Shun Qin, smiled faintly, and said, I really can't afford a lipstick worth more than 1,000, nor a bag worth 20,000. But I can afford a sport car worth 45 million. Do you think this is funny? This is not a question, but more like a show-off, a direct slap in the face of vanity. When you look down on Chun Feng had already bought things that you dared not even dream of. Beep! The sound of the car door opening rang out, and Chun Feng got into the Pagani. Feeling the high-end and luxurious configuration inside the car, Chun Feng couldn't help but feel excited. After all, this was the first sports car Chun Feng had ever owned in his life, and it was a supercar of this sky-high price. However, he quickly calmed himself down. At present, there was still more than 100 million yuan in the bank card, and he would spend more and more in the future. He had to adapt to the pace of the rich as soon as possible. Suddenly, his phone's screen lit up. Ding, new apps detected. System is upgrading. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment, only to see the system interface go black with the words upgrading written on it. After waiting for 2 minutes, the screen did not change. Chun Feng's heart suddenly tightened. This phone was his biggest reliance for turning things around. If something went wrong, it would be troublesome. But then he thought, how could something like a system fail so easily? However, this also reminded Chun Feng of a reality. He had to speed up the pace of making money and build his own business empire as soon as possible. He couldn't always rely on the system for charity. If the system completely collapsed one day, there would be nothing he could do to save it. At this moment, Chun Feng's eyes accidentally swept over Shen Qin, who was looking at Pagani with envy and longing in her eyes. Which woman wouldn't want to sit in such a luxury car? Not to mention a sports car worth tens of millions. Wang Hai's face was not looking good either. Originally, he came here to pretend to be a rich man, buy a 500,000 yuan car to show Shen Qin his strength, and by the way, win her. But now, Chun Feng bought a Pagani worth 45 million at once, which instantly made Wang Hai look like a clown. 500,000 of 45 million. The difference is more than an order of magnitude. Wang Hai quickly made amends. Qiner, our company is currently negotiating a piece of land, and I happen to be in charge of this project. As long as the deal is successful, I can get a commission of several million. At that time, you can choose any luxury car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Just consider it a gift from me to you. Shen Qin's eyes suddenly brightened up. Although she had missed Chun Feng, as long as Wang Hai could hold his ground, she would not lose out. At this time, the sales lady came over with the completed documents and said, Mr. Chun, the insurance and temporary license have been processed. The official license will be mailed to you within a week. Chun Feng nodded and put the documents away. Ding, upgrade failed. This is the first time the system is upgraded. We need to randomly select one person on site and spend no less than 2 million for him before the application panel can be activated. Chun Feng almost exploded when he saw this system prompt. What the hell? Didn't I just buy such an expensive sports car? Isn't it enough? Do I have to spend money for others to count? Chun Feng turned his head to look at Shun Qin and Wang Hai, sneered in his heart, and rejected this idea without even thinking. Spend money on them? Dream on. At this time, Chun Feng noticed a young woman looking at a car on the other side of the exhibition hall. Chun Feng immediately asked, "How much is that car?" The sales lady replied, "That is the latest model of Porsche, and the landing price is about 2.4 million. Swipe the card." Chun Feng gritted his teeth and handed over the bank card again. Although Chun Feng felt a little painful, he had to get the system upgrade function. He had to endure the temporary heartache and win the future. In order to avoid others thinking too much, he made up an excuse. "I'm in a good mood today. I like her, so I'm going to give her a car. I have no choice but to spend too much money." The sales lady was almost dumbfounded when she heard this. In this day and age, you can give away a 2.4 million yuan luxury car just because you like someone? The world of the rich is too casual. The sales lady almost blurted out, "Do you like me or not?" But she held back and didn't say it. After all, this customer was a big spender. Shin Qin, who was standing by, had mixed feelings. Wang Hai had just said he would give her a car worth hundreds of thousands, but Chun Feng turned around and gave someone else a car worth 2.4 million. And the other party was a strange woman, which was clearly an embarrassment to her. What shocked Shun Qin even more was that the woman turned out to be one of the 4 campus beauties of Beihou University, Shang Yinyan. Wang Hai couldn't help but look over. Shang Yinyan's appearance was much better than Shin Qin's. She was sexy and elegant, and it was hard to take your eyes off her. Shang Yinyan was also confused at this time. She had just come in to look at cars and had no intention of buying one, but suddenly she was given a luxury car along with the documents and keys. When Shang Yinyan learned that it was a gift from Chun Feng, she was a little amused and murmured to herself, "Chun Feng, this name seems a little familiar." Chapter 6. Being chased by a goddess? "Miss, can you give me his phone number?" After Shang Yinyan received the car keys, she still couldn't get over it. No matter what the reason was for Chun Feng to give her the car, she would not accept it for nothing. Although Shang Yinyan is beautiful, has a good figure and temperament, she never relies on her beauty to exchange for gifts from others, let alone a man she is not familiar with. The sales lady hesitated for a moment. Disclosing customer information was not something she should do. But in the current situation, she thought Chin Feng must have a crush on this beautiful woman and gave her the car. So she whispered, "Write it down. His number is..." "Thank you." Shang Yinyan nodded and smiled, "But I won't drive this car away for now." The sales lady quickly advised, "Miss Shang, you should drive it away. This car is too expensive. If you leave it in our store, we're afraid something might happen." Shang Yinyan frowned, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Okay, then I'll drive away first, and I'll return the money to him." Shang Yinyan's family is originally engaged in business. Although more than 2 million is not a small amount, Shang Yinyan can afford it. Since this matter is too big of a misunderstanding, it is better to just end it and find a chance to repay it later. On the other side, Chun Feng drove his Pagani slowly on the city streets. He had just obtained his driver's license, and this was the first time in his life that he actually drove on the road. But the feeling of driving a sports car is really different. The body is low, the center of gravity is stable, and the control is very sensitive. When you gently step on the accelerator, the engine immediately roars like a beast, and the whole car rushes out in an instant like a cheetah that has broken free from its reins. You really get what you pay for. Chun Feng muttered to himself and couldn't help laughing. No wonder so many people would rather cry in a luxury car than laugh in an electric car. It feels so good. Many pedestrians on the street turn their heads. Fuck, that's a Pagani. Pagani can actually be seen in Beihou City. You think it's worth several million? I've seen that car in a 4S store. It starts at over 45 million and is limited to a global market. Who is it? There are no more than 5 people in Beihou who own this car, right? Why haven't I heard of this person? Passers-by were talking about it, taking photos and posting them on social media, speculating on the identity of this young rich man. But the wealthy circle in Beihou City has long been open and transparent, and everyone was getting more and more confused. No one knew who Chun Feng was. Chun Feng felt the gazes of those around him, so he had to speed up and leave the crowd behind. It seems that I'm too high profile. Just as Chun Feng was thinking that keeping a low profile was the right path, a familiar system prompt suddenly sounded in his ears. Ding! System upgrade completed. Chun Feng quickly pulled over and took out his system phone to check. In addition to the original video app, a new skills interface was added to the interface. Not only that, the system prompt sound can now be heard directly in the mind. It is detected that the host lacks driving skills. Do you want to redeem it immediately? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment, then realized that the system thought he was a bad driver. Is the system disliked by me? Chen Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Exchange it. Chen Feng gritted his teeth and made a decision. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Master Level 10-year driving skill. 10 system points are deducted. The current remaining points are 0. The skill instantly entered the backpack, and Chen Feng clicked to activate it. He felt a strange energy rushing into his body, and a lot of driving knowledge and skills emerged in his mind. Chen Feng subconsciously stepped on the accelerator. Boom! The Pagani sped away, and the car body was as agile as flowing clouds and water, without any sense of awkwardness. At this moment, Chen Feng was like an experienced driver, operating with one hand without any pressure. The clumsy feeling just now disappeared instantly, and it was all the instinctive memory of the muscles. However, just as Chen Feng was immersed in the pleasure of this new skill, a Porsche suddenly cut in from the front and blocked his way. Chen Feng stepped on the brakes, and the Pagani stopped quickly and steadily without any setbacks. A beautiful woman got out of the car, wearing a short skirt, long hair, delicate features, and a cool temperament. Chen Feng recognized her at a glance. Shang Yanyan. Before Chen Feng could recover from the experience just now, the other party unceremoniously opened the door of the co-pilot and sat directly in. Chen Feng was stunned. Shang Yanyan is one of the 4 campus beauties of Beihou University. Although they have been in the same school for 4 years, they have never met or even spoken to each other. Chen Feng really didn't expect that she would take the initiative to get in his car. Out of joking, Chen Feng asked with a bit of joking, "Do you want to go to your house or my house?" Chen Feng has seen too many movies and TV dramas. The combination of luxury cars and beautiful women. Usually this sentence can open the door to a new world. However, Shang Yinyan's face suddenly changed, and her voice was cold. "What do you mean?" Shang Yinyan's eyes swept over like a sharp blade. "Give me the card number, and I will transfer the money for the Porsche to you. Although I can't afford your Pagani, I can still pay more than 2 million. I, Shang Yinyan, will not sell myself out for a car, nor will I let anyone trample on my dignity." Every word Shang Yinyan spoke was so cold that it made people shudder. Chen Feng was completely stunned. He looked back at the Porsche and instantly understood. It turned out that Shang Yinyan came to pay back the car money, not because she was tempted by the luxury car, but out of responsibility. Just now at the 4S store, Chen Feng didn't see the person clearly at all and misunderstood the other person's identity based on his back. "That's not what I meant." Chen Feng explained quickly with a sincere look. "I was just dumped by my girlfriend. I was in a bad mood, so I gave away the Porsche to piss her off. I really didn't know that person was you." Chen Feng's tone was a little regretful. Shang Yinyan frowned, and her tone softened. "Are you heartbroken?" She glanced at Chen Feng and finally calmed down a little. Some people do some outrageous things after a breakup. Thinking of this, she didn't want to pursue it any further, but just sighed silently. Chapter 7. Word Canon. Chen Feng said in a gentle tone, "We are alumni of the same school after all. You are a well-known good person in Beihou University. Sexy and beautiful is one thing, but more importantly, you are kind, helpful, independent, and cheerful." Chen Feng's series of praises poured out like a machine gun, without pause. Even if Shang Yinyan was angry, she was still a little dizzy after hearing Chen Feng's compliments. Shang Yinyan bit her lip and snorted. "If it weren't for the fact that you just broke up, I would never forgive you for what you just said." Shang Yinyan also began to feel confused. No wonder she felt that Chen Feng looked familiar. It turned out that they were schoolmates. Yes, I was wrong." Chen Feng waved his hands quickly. "I knew you were not that kind of person. It was just a slip of the tongue. I really didn't mean to humiliate you. It's better to resolve a feud than to create one. There's no deep hatred between us." Shang Yinyan spread her hands with an innocent look. "There's nothing that can't be overcome, right?" Shang Yinyan was silent for a moment and shook her head gently. "That's fine." Chen Feng continued to smile. "It was really a misunderstanding just now. I sincerely apologize to you. The Porsche is a gift of compensation." Shang Yinyan herself didn't know whether the car sent by the system could be taken back. If she was punished, it would be a big loss. Shang Yinyan was speechless for a moment. If it were usual, whoever dared to flirt with Shang Yinyan so blatantly, no matter how handsome or rich the other person was, Shang Yinyan would definitely turn around and leave. But now, Chen Feng was first dumped and then apologized with great reason. making Shang Yinyan feel a little embarrassed to be angry again. Huh? Why do I feel like I'm a stingy one? Shang Yinyan wondered secretly. Shang Yinyan said with a stern face, "Give me the car number. I bought this car." Chun Feng shook his head as if to say, "You are still angry. Go ahead and drive. I can't back out anyway." As Chun Feng was talking, a sports car stopped next to the Pagani. The window rolled down, and a young man wearing sunglasses whistled and stared at Shang Yinyan. "Brother, do you want to compete? If you lose, give me your woman." The young man challenged with a playful smile. Shang Yinyan's face suddenly darkened. "What do you mean by give me to you? Am I an object?" Chun Feng didn't intend to pay attention to it, but he was a little itchy in his heart, so he just wanted to try out the master-level driving skills he just bought. But before he spoke, he thought rationally. Even if he knew Shang Yinyan well, he couldn't use her as a bet. It was inappropriate. But the young man immediately said, "You win. My woman is yours." The girl with heavy makeup on the co-pilot's seat threw a coquettish glance at Chun Feng and smiled very confidently. Chun Feng looked over with disdain. "How can this be compared with Shang Yinyan? You think too highly of yourself." Seeing this, the young man gritted his teeth and said, "If you win, I'll give you 3 million. I'm not afraid to tell you that my car is modified and has plenty of power." Just as Chin Feng was about to refuse, Shang Yinyan suddenly asked, "Can you win?" Chun Feng paused. "You don't really want to use yourself as a bet, do you? I'm asking you, can we win?" Shang Yinyan repeated. Chun Feng said, "It should be no problem." Shang Yinyan said, "Okay, then I have only one request. If I win, I will smash his car." Chun Feng shuddered, thinking that once a woman gets angry, it will be more dangerous than racing. Seeing that Shang Yinyan had fastened her seatbelt and had a look on her face that said, "I want to see him make a fool of himself," Chun Feng said nothing more and stepped on the accelerator. In an instant, the Pagani turned into an arrow from a bow and headed straight for the suburbs. Soon, Chun Feng and his team came to a deserted road section that was often used for racing. The road was wide, but had many bends, which was a great test of the driver's skills. At the moment of starting, Pagani opened up a gap of at least 30 meters from his opponent. Shang Yinyan glanced at the dashboard and saw that the car's speed had exceeded 100 an instant. Her expression suddenly changed. The next second, Chun Feng stepped on the accelerator again, and the speed soared to 180 miles per hour. The surrounding scenery had blurred into streaks of light and shadow. Shang Yinyan's heart was pounding, and she held the roof rails tightly with both hands, but she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. This was Shang Yinyan's first time riding in a racing car, and she was nervous and a little bit drunk. In the modified car behind, Sun Xiao said disdainfully while driving, "It's useless now. When the curve comes, Chun Feng will have to slow down. I have driven this road hundreds of times." Before Sun Xiao finished speaking, a sharp turn appeared in front of him. But Chun Feng not only did not slow down, but accelerated and rushed in. "Psycho!" Sun Xiao's face changed wildly. The Pagani swung its tail like a dragon and completed a 90-degree turn cleanly. The tires made a harsh sound of friction, but there was no slipping. Chun Feng did not brake at every turn that followed. Accelerate, turn, accelerate. Perfect edge, every operation is extreme and stable. The car hardly shakes at all, like a sharp sword wandering on the road. Inertia threw Shang Yinyan's body towards Chun Feng, but luckily Shang Yinyan reacted quickly and grabbed the handrail tightly to avoid falling over. But Shang Yinyan bent her upper body, and her perfect curves were instantly exposed to Chun Feng. Chun Feng's hand on the steering wheel trembled, thinking, "Beauty is really a disaster." He almost missed the turn. 5 minutes later, Pagani arrived at the finish line first. Chun Feng stopped the car steadily and breathed a sigh of relief. Shang Yinyan next to him was staring at him, with anger and complex emotions flashing in her eyes. Shang Yinyan was a little scared, but also a little impressed. A few minutes later, Sun Xiao finally arrived. He looked at Chun Feng in shock, and his expression changed completely. "Brother, you are awesome. Your cornering skills. I've been driving for 5 years, and I've never seen one so steady. If an average person turns like that, they'd be lucky not to flip over, but you actually speed up to turn, and you succeed every time." Chun Feng smiled and was satisfied with the master skill he had exchanged for 10 system points. Chun Feng's original intention was not to show off his skills, but just to try out the system function. After being dumped by Shin Qin, Chun Feng no longer had any expectations for love and just let everything take its course. However, this Sun Ji gang seemed to be quite enthusiastic. "Brother, Your skills are amazing. Sun Xiao praised sincerely, and his expression became very sincere. Sun Xiao thought, in this competition, Chun Feng is a real master. The car Chun Feng drives is worth 45 million, and the beauty next to him is not simple either, and her skills are so amazing. I must make friends with her. Chun Feng was speechless for a while, but also a little proud. At least the system did not trick him this time, and his skills were completely online. Chapter 8, I'm really not your brother-in-law. Chun Feng looked at the man opposite helplessly and said in a teasing tone, don't try to get close to me. You lost the game, and according to the rules, you have to give me 3 million. But I don't want the money, and I'll keep the car. When Sun Jigang heard this, his expression froze instantly. Chun Feng raised his hand and pointed at Shang Yanyan, who was standing beside him. She said she didn't like your car and wanted to smash it. You should have no objection, right? Sun Jigang's mouth twitched, and he wailed inwardly. Although his car was not a top luxury car, it was worth more than 2 million yuan, and he modified it himself, investing a lot of effort. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a loud clang. Shang Yanyan had picked up a big rock from the roadside and smashed it directly at the windshield. Even the strongest car couldn't withstand such a blow, and the glass cracked instantly. And Shang Yanyan didn't intend to stop, and smashed even harder. Sun Jigang was furious and was about to rush over to stop him. Chun Feng thought that a fight might break out. But surprisingly, Sun Jigang immediately backed off after approaching. Sun Jigang said with a smile, cousin, I was just joking, don't really smash it. Chun Feng was stunned. Shang Yanyan was actually Sun Jigang's cousin? What was going on? No wonder Sun Jigang was not worried about losing at all during the competition just now. It turns out they're family. Shang Yanyan looked confident and said, I'm not angry, I just don't like your car and want to smash it for fun. What's wrong? Sun Jigang immediately nodded and said, okay, as long as you are happy. Shang Yanyan was spoiled by her whole family since she was a child. Even Sun Jigang's parents didn't dare to provoke her. If she really pissed her off, her mother would peel off Sun Jigang's skin. Seeing that Shang Yanyan's anger had almost subsided, Sun Jigang spoke carefully. Actually, you can't blame me. I just saw you sitting in this kid's car. I thought you had a new boyfriend. I just wanted to help you test him, but I didn't expect he is so awesome. Not only is he a good driver, he also drives a Pagani. Before Sun Jigang finished speaking, Shang Yanyan's face changed. Shang Yanyan said, if you talk nonsense again, I will smash your garage. Sun Jigang shut up immediately. There were 4 sports cars parked in his garage. If they were smashed, it would be no joke. Sun Jigang ran to Chun Feng with a wry smile, as if he had changed into a different person, and said with a smile, brother-in-law, it was a misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding just now. Your skills are amazing. I will ask for your advice some other day. He also put his arm around Chun Feng's shoulders, acting like a close brother. Chun Feng's face was full of black lines, and he complained in his heart, when did I become your brother-in-law? Chun Feng explained, you are wrong. She and I are just classmates. Sun Jigang said, don't pretend. I know my sister's character best. She never gets into other people's cars. It's not something that ordinary friends can do to get her to get in. Chun Feng smiled bitterly and could only continue to clarify. It's nothing. I just gave her a Porsche and she came to me. Sun Jigang said, oh, you are so generous. You even gave my sister a Porsche just to pursue her. Chun Feng was completely speechless. This Sun Jigang must have a brain made of iron. The more he explained, the more ridiculous it became. However, these two brothers, one dares to smash and the other dares to spoil, they are really a perfect match. Seeing that Sun Jigang wanted to continue speaking, Shang Yanyan glanced over and said, brother, come here. She looked unhappy and was obviously about to lose her temper. Sun Jigang was so scared that he immediately hid behind Chun Feng. Brother-in-law, you have to help me. My sister has a very bad temper. Chun Feng's face was full of black lines, and he was speechless. Shang Yanyan stamped her feet, opened the car door angrily, and drove away Sun Jigang's car with 1 foot on the accelerator. Although the car glass was a little broken, it was still able to drive on the road. Brother, add me on WeChat. Sun Jigang raised his phone and smiled like he deserved a beating. Sun Jigang actually had some calculations in his mind. If someone could suppress his cousin, it would be much easier in the future. Besides, it would be a pity not to make friends with a buddy who drives a Pagani. Chun Feng saw that he had no ill intentions, so he didn't think much about it, and took out his phone to scan the QR code. After the two added each other as friends, Sun Jigang asked curiously, when did you two meet? Chun Feng said today. Sun Ji Gang said, what? I just met you today, and you caught up with me? Brother, you are awesome. Sun Ji Gang opened his mouth in shock. He knew his cousin's character too well. Her behavior today did not seem like a big deal. Chun Feng's head hurt after hearing this, so he simply stopped explaining and got in the car and left. This guy is simply here to cause trouble. Just as I was about to go back to school, a message popped up on the system phone in my pocket. Ding, congratulations to the host for completing the video mission. System points plus 10. Current remaining system points, 10. Due to completion of the task, the predicted time has been updated. The current predicted time is 2021 to 2023. The timeline has been extended again. Chun Feng frowned. I completed the task yesterday because I won the lottery, but what happened today? However, the wider the prediction time, the stronger the system function, which is definitely a good thing for Chun Feng. Before I could figure it out, another phone rang. The caller was the vice president of Tianbao Group, David Jiang. I had met him 3 years ago, but we had basically no contact since then. He must have something to do when he suddenly called today. David Jiang said, Xiao Chun, come to the group and have a cup of tea when you have time. Okay. Chun Feng agreed calmly. David Jiang said politely, I'll ask the driver to pick you up. Chun Feng replied, No, I'll go there myself. Chun Feng hung up the phone. He had a car anyway, so it was convenient to make the trip. He also went to get the land certificate for the land. The market value of the land numbered 1 has already exceeded 100 million yuan, which has increased by more than 100 times. If this trend continues, it will rise again in the future. Soon, Chun Feng arrived at the headquarters of Tianbao Group. The entire building was owned by Tianbao Group, and the offices of the executives were located on the 18th floor. David Jiang had already greeted them, and a receptionist was waiting downstairs early in the morning. The company's employees had a deep impression of Chun Feng. He had come once 3 years ago, and he had a lively conversation with the vice president at that time, which left a deep impression on them. This time, when they saw Chun Feng, whether it was the front desk or the employees passing by, they all greeted him with a smile. Looking at his treatment, those who didn't know him would really think he was the son of Chairman's family. After all, although Chun Feng was dressed in a low-key manner, there were only a few people in Behu City who could afford the 45 million pagani. It was even more luxurious than the car of the company's general manager. Chapter 9. I'm here to show off. Soon, Chun Feng and the receptionist arrived at the 18th floor. When Chun Feng stood in front of the general manager's office, he was stunned. Didn't they say that Vice President David Jiang was looking for me? The lady at the front desk couldn't help but laugh. David Jiang was just promoted today and is now the general manager. The document was just issued by the headquarters this morning, and the former general manager has been transferred to the provincial capital. After hearing this, Chun Feng understood it immediately. He immediately thought of the task prompt that popped up in the system just now. It turned out that the so-called complete the video task was referring to David Chang's promotion. Walking into the office, a luxurious decoration style hits you in the face, and the whole space is full of style. David Chang stands up with a smile on his face and personally makes a cup of tea for him. Authentic to Hong Pao, have a sip. Chun Feng took a sip, and although he couldn't tell what the drink was, he nodded, giving him enough face. Congratulations, Mr. Jiang. You're going to be very successful now. Chun Feng said jokingly. David Jiang waved his hand, but his expression was very humble. Although his position was promoted, his salary doubled, and his status soared, he knew in his heart that the young man in front of him was a real tough guy. David Jiang said, Xiao Chun. No, I should call you Mr. Chun now. David Jiang did not act like a general manager at all, but was very polite. Recently, news about you has been circulating everywhere. Me? Chun Feng smiled innocently. Are you talking about the 90 million lottery ticket I won yesterday? Or the fact that my piece of land has appreciated by several hundred million? Or the 45 million pagani I just bought? David Jiang was speechless for a moment and almost choked. Is this guy here to show off? But you can't blame him for being proud. The number 1 plot he bought for only 1 million 3 years ago has now increased by hundreds of times. Although David Jiang himself was promoted, even without counting the shares, his annual salary was only over 10 million. In comparison, Chun Feng simply completed the class leap with a magic operation. David Jiang suppressed the urge to beat him up and quickly changed the subject. You were right to buy that piece of land. Now that the city center is constantly expanding outward, many developers who originally bought land in the suburbs have made a fortune. More importantly, Behu City is planning to build a second commercial center. And your plot of land number 1 is right in the core of the planned area. Just think about it. In the future, transportation, hospitals, and commercial facilities will all be needed. That piece of land will be worth a lot of money. David Jiang couldn't help but admire Chun Feng's vision as he spoke. David Jiang thought that this guy relied on luck at first, but now it seems that he was just spotting the right spot. But the strange thing is that David Jiang checked Chun Feng's information and found that his family background was ordinary, and his parents were both from the countryside. Where did he get such business talent? Could it be that even his identity information was fake? The more David Jiang thought about it, the more frightened he became. Just as David Jiang was lost in thought, Chun Feng smiled and said, "So I came here this time to get the land back. Send me the card number, and I'll transfer the 1 million to you right away." "You're welcome, Xiao Chun." David Jiang waved his hand quickly. "If it weren't for you, how could I have been promoted? That money is no longer important. Actually, the reason I asked you to come here is because a lot of real estate bosses have been eyeing your land recently. Although the land certificate is temporarily with me, it ultimately belongs to you, and you have the final say." After saying that, David Jiang tore up the old contract on the spot and returned the land certificate to Chun Feng. Chun Feng agreed without thinking. "Sure, help me contact the buyer." When he bought the land, he originally planned to make some money by speculating on it. David Jiang immediately made a phone call. "Old Chien, I am the owner of Lot 1. If you want to buy it, now is the best time." The person on the other end of the phone was anxious. "My manager is near your company. I asked him to rush over immediately and wait for me." After hanging up the phone, David Jiang said with a smile, "His people will be here soon. Why don't you just walk around?" Chun Feng nodded, stood up, and walked around the company. 10 minutes later, a familiar figure came in through the gate. Wang Hai. He was the guy who was showing off in the 4S store, and the new lover of Chun Feng's ex-girlfriend Chin. As soon as he saw Chun Feng, Wang Hai was stunned. "Why are you here?" Wang Hai had not yet recovered from the embarrassment last time, and today he met this nemesis again. Chun Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Wang Hai and casually replied, "I can't come. Tianbao Group is not yours. Maybe I can even enter the general manager's office on the 18th floor." Wang Hai sneered. "Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Do you think you are such a big shot as a poor student? Don't think you can get into the upper class just because you have made a little money. That Pagani was probably bought with a loan. You were so in debt, yet you are still pretending." After the 4S store incident, Wang Hai had inquired about Chun Feng's background. He knew that Chun Feng had borrowed 1 million yuan that year and probably made some money by investing in a project. But no matter how much money he made, he couldn't afford a 45 million yuan car. Wang Hai said, "You still want to enter the general manager's office? Do you know what this place is? Those who can come in are all worth over 100 million yuan. Like me, I came here to discuss a large project worth over 100 million yuan." Wang Hai looked very proud, with his chest puffed out, and the words "successful person" were almost written on his face. Wang Hai said, "If I can make the deal, the annual salary will start at 1 million, and you will never live this kind of life again." Hearing this, Chun Feng's expression became more and more interesting. Chun Feng smiled faintly. "You're not talking about the project of land number 1, are you?" Wang Hai's smile froze when he heard it. "How do you know?" Chun Feng smiled even more brightly. "Because that piece of land is mine." "You still want to make millions from this piece of land? Dream on. Get out of here, I won't sell it to someone like you." "Stop bragging." Wang Hai didn't believe it at all, thinking Chun Feng was just acting. Wang Hai shouted at the security guard, "Look, you guys, this kind of person is allowed to join Tianbao Group. This person is cheating everywhere, seriously affecting the image of your company. Why don't you kick him out?" Chapter 10. A slap in the face, right? The two security guards at the door heard the noise and were shocked. If a customer made a scene in the company and they were complained about, they would lose their jobs. The security guards hurried over, but when they saw Chun Feng, they breathed a sigh of relief. What a joke. Chun Feng was a VIP that General Manager Jiang had personally warned about. Who dared to touch him? Ask them to chase him away? That's just asking for too much. The security guards stood still immediately, with a look of respect on their faces. Wang Hai was so angry that his face turned green. It was fine if he was confronted by Chun Feng, but now even the security guards didn't give him face. Wang Hai said, "What are you doing? Don't you understand what I say? If you don't care, I will file a complaint against you. I'll see how you explain yourself then." As soon as he finished speaking, the office door opened and David Chang walked out. Seeing this scene, David Jiang frowned and asked, "What's going on?" Wang Hai's eyes lit up and he immediately went over to him. grabbing a life-saving straw. Boss Jiang, I'm Wang Hai from the marketing department of BUN Real Estate. Didn't our boss, Boss Qian, make an appointment with you to discuss land number 1? This person just now pretended to be the owner of the land. I think this has seriously affected the image of your company. I suggest calling the police. And your security guards ignored my request. This is a serious dereliction of duty. After listening to this, David Zhang's expression gradually turned cold, and he stared at him as if he was a fool. David Zhang said coldly, "Are you teaching me how to do things? Who do you think you are?" The general manager's pressure was fully activated, and the air seemed to be suppressed a little. Wang Hai was stunned. He had no idea why the situation suddenly changed. David Zhang snorted. Brother Chun is the owner of Lot 1. Your boss has to be polite to him. What qualifications do you have to make irresponsible comments? What? Wang Hai was stunned as if he was struck by lightning. Impossible. This piece of land is worth hundreds of millions of yuan. Wang Hai said, Mr. Jiang, you are not mistaken, are you? He's a senior student. I heard that his monthly living expenses are less than 2,000. How can he own this level of land? David Zhang's face darkened, and he suddenly shouted, Bullshit. It's clearly written on a land certificate. It's his name. If you don't believe it, get out right now and take a look. Wang Hai was completely dumbfounded, his face paler than paper. At this time, Mr. Qian for BUN Real Estate rushed over. For the sake of land number 1, Mr. Qian canceled all the arrangements for the day. Just as he was about to say hello, David Jiang interrupted him directly. Old Qian, you have a good employee. I finally invited Brother Chan to discuss business, but he came up and falsely accused him of being a liar. Mr. Qian's face darkened, and he turned his head sharply, staring at Wang Hai fiercely. You bastard! Do you think you can offend Mr. Chun? Wang Hai opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word. Mr. Qian immediately put on an extremely respectful expression and walked towards Chun Feng. Mr. Chun, I'm really sorry. It's my fault for not disciplining you strictly. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us. Chun Feng responded coldly. No need. I won't sell land number 1 to you. Chun Feng has never been a person who would suffer a loss, and Wang Hai's expression made him completely lose his patience. Mr. Qian was stunned and regretful. If he had known this would happen, Mr. Qian would never let Wang Hai come forward. Mr. Qian said, Mr. Chun, don't worry. I will ask Wang Hai to apologize to you immediately. You can ask for any conditions. I will definitely satisfy you. Chun Feng sneered. Is an apology useful? Not only did this guy steal my girlfriend, he also repeatedly boasted in front of me that he earns millions a year. Do you think I will sell the land to you and let him take millions of commissions from it? When Mr. Qian heard this, his heart skipped a beat and his back went cold. So these two people have a grudge against each other? The grudge for stealing a woman is deeper than business competition. Mr. Qian turned around and slapped Wang Hai in the face in anger. You blind idiot. What else can you do except make trouble? Get out. Don't let me see you again. Seeing that the land that was about to be in his hands was gone, Mr. Qian was so angry that he almost had a cerebral hemorrhage. Wang Hai said, Boss Qian, I am a contributor to the company. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard over the years. This piece of land is messed up. I can help you find another one. Do you know what land number 1 is? Mr. Qian was so angry that he slammed the table. If the commercial center is built there, I can make a net profit of 3 billion yuan by building a building. Do you know what you have ruined? Are you fucking crazy? 3 billion. Wang Hai was stunned, as if he had been hit on the head with a stick. His legs went limp, and he collapsed to the ground, completely unable to speak. Mr. Qian said, Get out of here right now. I won't give you any salary or bonus this month. What? Wang Hai panicked and knelt down to beg. Mr. Qian, I was wrong. I really can't be fired. I still have a bonus of 600,000 this month. Mr. Qian didn't even look at him and just waved his hand. David Jiang couldn't stand it anymore and ordered coldly, Security, throw him out. 2 security guards held Wang Hai up on the left and right and threw him out of the Tianbao Group gate like trash. After all, Tianbao Group is also a place that values face. So how could it allow such a person to run wild? At this time, David Jiang sighed and said to Chun Feng, Xiao Chun, I really didn't expect this kind of thing to happen this time. Since you don't want to sell it to Lao Qian, why don't you sell it to us, Tianbao Group? We have always been interested in that piece of land. Qian Zong, who was standing by, regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. A good business was ruined by Wang Hai. Chun Feng himself didn't particularly want to get involved in the real estate industry. After all, it would take a lot of manpower and resources. In the short term, the payback period was too long, so he might as well save enough money and then plan for the bigger picture. Chun Feng thought about it, nodded and agreed. Okay, Mr. Jiang, since we are old friends, just give me a price. Chapter 11, 1 billion received. System doubles reward. 1 billion. David Jiang said without hesitation. The current value of this land is 200 million, but this is only the current price. If it is held until next year or even the year after, the value could reach as high as 1 billion yuan. This is already the highest price. What do you think? As soon as these words came out, everyone around was in an uproar. Their conversation was not concealed at all, and almost all the employees around Tianbao Group heard it. There was deep shock in the look he gave Chun Feng. 1 billion. A piece of land was sold for 1 billion yuan, and it was still liquid capital. Even a newly appointed general manager, David Chang. You don't have that much money, do you? They had always thought that Chun Feng was the prince. But now I find out. The other party is not a prince at all. He is simply the god of wealth. At such a young age, you can have 1 billion in funds. Don't talk about this life. I don't have to struggle in my next life. Some female colleagues had their eyes sparkling, and their sights could not leave Chun Feng's body. Do you think Mr. Chun has a girlfriend? What are you thinking about? Young Master Chun is so rich. How could he be in need of a girlfriend? That's right. I heard that Master Chun drives a Pagani. Usually, when he drives a luxury car like this, beautiful women will throw themselves at him one after another. What a pity. If I were a few years younger. A group of female colleagues were talking there. Some even wanted to go up and ask Chun Feng for his contact information. But when he saw General Manager Jiang next to him, he immediately gave up the idea. 1 billion. At this time, Chun Feng was also very surprised. Oh my god, the previous video predicted only 200 million. Now, it has increased 5 times. Get rich. It seems that in order to have a good relationship with me, David Chang gave me part of the surplus profits. But even so, if this land is managed well, you can still make a lot of money. No problem. I still have great faith in Mr. Zhang's character. Chun Feng nodded. Come on, let's go have some tea first, and the people below will take care of the formalities. David Chang was also in a good mood. He had just taken on the position of general manager and needed some results to demonstrate his abilities. Plot number 1 came in handy. Seeing Mr. Qian next to him with a sad face, he smiled and said, Old Qian, don't be sad either. Let's do business together. Maybe I can use you in the future. After all, your company specializes in real estate business. Real? Mr. Qian's mood suddenly improved. Why, you still don't believe me? I believe it, of course I do. Mr. Qian laughed, then looked at Chun Feng. Mr. Chun, I hope you don't take today's incident to heart. How about this? I'll find a time to treat you to a meal as an apology. He also wanted to win over Chun Feng. From David Jiang. He heard that Chun Feng bought plot number 1 3 years ago. It seemed that at that time, the other party already knew that the value of this land would increase sharply. Such vision and foresight. There are really not many people who can do it. I don't need to apologize. I was targeting Wang Hai just now, and I have no problem with Mr. Qian. I am a very easygoing person. Chun Feng said with a smile. Although he is now worth more than 1 billion yuan, he is still a rookie after all. Compared with these business giants, whether it's connections or experience, there's still a big gap. There may be room for cooperation in the future. That's good. That's good. Qian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But in my heart, I was thinking him MP. Easy to get along with? I don't believe you. About half an hour later, the transfer contract and various procedures were completed. Tianbao Group's finance department was very quick and transferred the money directly. Your account is 2337, with an income of 10,000,000,000.00 yuan and a balance of 11,2460, 2135.58 yuan after the transaction. The total balance is more than 1.1246 billion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for doubling your participation in completing the video task. Double the reward system points plus 50. Host current remaining system points, 60. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 2020 to 2023. Oh shit! Oh shit! Chun Feng almost shouted out in excitement. Because plot number 1 was sold for 1 billion yuan, it was 5 times more than the system predicted. The reward system points were directly increased 5 times. At this moment, a message popped up on the system phone again. Ding! The host doubles his participation in completing the video task. The predicted time continues to change. and the current predicted time is 2010 to 2023. Change again? The timeline has been expanded back another 10 years and can now predict any event between 2010 and 2023. I don't know how the system calculates it though, but so cool. This year is 2020. From today on, I can not only predict the future, but also peek into the past. Isn't that awesome? What surprised Chinfeng even more was, in the past, system phones were only used to view video messages and could not be used as normal phones at all. Now it totally works. He quickly imported all the contacts and information in his phone into the system phone. For Chinfeng, today was a very fruitful day. After leaving Tianbao Group, he went straight back to school. In the dormitory, the second brother, Yang Qi, seemed to be in a bad mood. Seeing Chinfeng coming back, he hesitated and said, "Old third, I. Are you holding your pee?" Chinfeng was speechless. The second child usually speaks openly. When did he become so timid? Like a woman, just say whatever you want to say. What's our relationship? Why are you hesitating like this? Then I'll just say it straight. Yang Qi smiled and said a little embarrassedly, "Can you lend me 1,000 yuan? I need it urgently recently, but don't worry, I will pay you back as soon as I have money." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a transfer on WeChat. 10,000 yuan. It was Chinfeng who just turned around. He wiped his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong. Read it once. Watched it again. Holy crap. Holy crap. It really is 10,000. Old 3, did you press an extra 0? No, it's just 10,000 yuan. You can use it first. It doesn't matter whether you pay it back or not. If it's not enough, tell me, and I'll transfer it to you. Chinfeng was pretending to be cool invisibly. Have you made a fortune? Yang Qi was completely confused. In his impression, Chinfeng's monthly living expenses are only more than 1,000 yuan, and he even spends 1,000 yuan on his girlfriend every month. I wish I could break $1 into two. Now, every time he makes a move, he gets 10,000. Does it matter if you don't pay it back? If it's not enough, tell me again. Look at what this said. This is simply a way for rich people to show off. I did make a little fortune. Chinfeng did not deny it, nor did he reveal too much information. When I was poor before, I also borrowed money from you, and you even gave me your living expenses. I eat instant noodles every day, but I will always remember this kindness. Take the money first. Don't be polite to me. Chapter 12. The whole building was shocked. Third brother, I won't say any more. I will definitely pay you back in the future. Yang Qi is not pretentious either. Now is the time when he needs money. But he was also very clear. Chinfeng gave me this money, but I absolutely cannot take it for granted. Received it. This love is gone. Are you having any trouble? If you need help, just ask. Chinfeng always felt that the other party had something on his mind. The second son, Yang Qi, has an ordinary family, but the other party rarely lends money. I'm afraid he won't ask me to borrow money this time unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Qi waved his hand. It's nothing serious. It's just that something happened to my dad at home. We are a little short of money. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. He was still very touched by Chinfeng's help. For years of college, the relationship between brothers is indeed deeper than that between many people. They skipped classes together and picked up girls together, play games together. At this time, the eldest and the fourth also returned to the dormitory. They looked at Chinfeng with strange eyes, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Finally, the eldest brother died. Feng couldn't help but ask, "Third brother, did you and Xinxin have any conflicts? You all know this?" Chinfeng was a little surprised. It had only been half a day since the two broke up, but unexpectedly, the news reached the roommate's ears. It is true that good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. After you left school in the morning, we saw Xinxin with a man. Two people holding hands, it's so intimate. Yes, we were surprised at that time. Isn't Xinxin your girlfriend? Why is she with someone else? Seeing everyone's puzzled eyes, Chinfeng sighed. She and I broken up. She betrayed me. What? The eldest brother, Daifeng, cursed and said, I really didn't expect that the third brother, who was so good to her before, would actually do such a thing. What's so unexpected about this? I've always felt that she is not a good person. Yang Qi was also angry. Third brother, there are always better women out there, so let's just break up. I don't think Xinxin is any good anyway. There are many beautiful girls in our school. You could just find another one. That's right. The fourth child, Zhang Dayong, also said, I think the most important thing now is to make money first. Did you see the Pagani in the school today? As long as I have money, I could buy a luxury car like that. What kind of girlfriend wouldn't be easy to find by then? Not to mention the beauties. Even Shang Yinyan, one of the four most beautiful girls on campus, would probably beg to be your girlfriend. Just when they came back. I happened to see the Pagani in the parking lot, but I don't know which rich second-generation car it belongs to. Anyway, a bunch of beautiful women were surrounding the car and taking pictures. Chen Feng touched his nose. Pagani, it's really mine. As for whether Shang Yinyan begs to be my girlfriend, I don't know. Anyway, his cousin has decided that I am his brother-in-law. He is still hesitating. Do you want to admit that you're the owner of the Pagani? Admit it. I'm also afraid that there will be all kinds of troubles in the future. Don't worry, it's just Shinchin, it won't make me sad. My status is different now. Even if Shang Yinyan, one of the four most beautiful girls in the school, stood in front of me, I might not be interested in her. Chen Feng just laughed. Just blow it. Third brother, you are still addicted to bragging. You don't look like someone who has been heartbroken. The roommates originally wanted to liven up the atmosphere and help Chen Feng get over his heartbreak. Finally, this guy blew it up. Who is Shang Yinyan? Not only is she sexy and beautiful, it is said that her family is in business and has assets worth tens of millions. She is the dream goddess in the hearts of otakus. You still don't like her? If I really stood in front of you, I'm afraid you would lick me directly. Forget it. Since you just broken up, I won't expose you. Third brother, stop bragging and talk about something serious. Many people are starting to think about finding a job now. What are your plans after graduation? Let's wait and see. I should be able to do something on my own. Chen Feng did not lie. Working is impossible. It is impossible to work for a lifetime. Now that you have a system, are you still worried about not making money? With his current worth, it would be enough even if he did nothing. What are your plans? I follow my family's arrangements, and they found me a job. I heard the salary is not bad. 6,000 yuan a month. Boss Dai Feng smiled faintly. For a fresh graduate, this income is quite good. The second brother Yang Shi was surprised. You are awesome. There's still 1 year left before graduation and you have already found a job? I'm different from you. I can't find a job, so I can only consider continuing my postgraduate studies. What's the point of studying for a master's degree? It's better to start working early. Nothing is more practical than making some money. Several roommates were talking about it. There are 40 people in their class, 10 of whom have already gone out for internships. The rest either prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination or wait until you get your diploma before looking for a job. These days, for ordinary families, it is indeed difficult to find a job. At this time, Chen Feng's cell phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello, who is this? Chen Feng, you should give me your bank card number quickly. I said I would pay you back. Shang Yinyan's voice came from the other end of the phone. Chen Feng's face was full of black lines. The other party is really persistent. Shang Yinyan, you really don't need to pay it back. I don't care. I'm downstairs in your dormitory right now. If you don't tell me your bank card number, I'll come right in. Oh my God. Chen Feng was immediately confused. He hurried to the corridor outside and saw Shang Yinyan in the open space downstairs. Her eyes were fixed on her dormitory. After all, Shang Yinyan is one of the four campus beauties. Standing so openly downstairs of the boys' dormitory like this immediately caused everyone passing by to exclaim in surprise. What's going on? Isn't Shang Yinyan single? Why is she downstairs of the boys' dormitory? Who is she waiting for? It's over, it's over. The goddess was taken away by that pig. This moment, everyone was shocked. The news continued to spread, causing a sensation. In the dormitory, Yang Qi and others suddenly stopped talking and looked towards Chen Feng. There was a look of disbelief on his face. Old three, who are you talking to on the phone? Just now, they vaguely heard Shang Yinyan's name, and the voice coming from the microphone was also a female voice. This guy just broke up and a girl called him? Shang Yinyan. Chen Feng's expression seemed very calm. What's wrong with you? It's just Shang Yinyan calling me. What's there to be surprised about? Yes, she is downstairs in the dormitory. Don't you want to see her? Now you can see her. Chapter 13 Shinshin learns the truth. Oh shit. Oh shit. My roommates are going crazy. Isn't it just Shang Yinyan who called me? Look at what this says. Is it infuriating? Who is Shang Yinyan? She's a celebrity in the school and one of the four most beautiful girls on campus. This kind of goddess-level figure. Although they could see each other normally, no one could get Shang Yinyan's phone number. Not to mention that the other party took the initiative to call. The fourth brother Zhang Daong ran outside and saw Shang Yinyan as expected. Not only that, the other person's gaze was directed towards the dormitory. There was even a hint of resentment and pity in his eyes. Fuck, third brother, what did you do to her? It's over, it's over. Shang Yinyin is looking at our dormitory now. Not only her, now all the boys probably guessed that the person she was looking for was in our dormitory. Fuck, third brother. How did you hook up with Shang Yinyin? Previously, they heard Shin Feng say that they might not be interested in Shang Yinyin even if she offered him money. I didn't believe it at first. Now I really believe it. Take a look. The girls chased him all the way to the dormitory building. This moment, the whole building was shaken. In the past 4 years, countless people have wanted to pursue Shang Yinyin, and nearly 100 people have even confessed their love to her. Among these people, there are rich second generations and also handsome academic masters. But Shang Yinyin was too lazy to even take a look. Now, actually, Chun Feng did not expect that a simple action from the other party could cause such a big commotion. He didn't bother to care whether the system would allow him to withdraw the money or not, and quickly sent his bank card number. If Shang Yinyin gets angry, she might really run into the boys' dormitory. When the time comes, humph, I'm afraid I will become the public enemy of all boys. Downstairs in the dormitory, Shang Yinyin saw the bank card number sent by Chun Feng. Only then did he smile with satisfaction. This simple action, once again, made all the boys who paid attention to her scream. Oh shit, the goddess actually smiled. Shang Yinyin seemed to realize that her actions had attracted too many people's attention. Her face flushed slightly, quickly fled the place. Although this incident was just a small episode, there is no such thing as a wall that is impenetrable. Soon someone found out something. The person Shang Yinyin was waiting for downstairs was Chun Feng. Who is Chun Feng? Chun Feng from room 408, building 5. Fuck, what's up with that guy? Why did Shang Yinyin take a fancy to him? This moment, everyone was talking about Chun Feng. And at this time, Shen Qin, who had just returned from shopping with her roommates, was stunned when she heard these discussions. Chun Feng, Shang Yinyin? Okay, these two people are having an affair, although she and Chun Feng have broken up. But most people have this idea and can't stand others living better than themselves, especially the ex. You can find a partner after breaking up, but you must never find someone prettier than you. This is how Shen Qin feels. Qiner, your ex-boyfriend is so poor, and Shang Yinyin is one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. How could she fall for him? Roommate Wang Yaoyao also looked puzzled. The reason why the two went shopping was to celebrate Shen Qin finding a new boyfriend. Wang Hai is a senior executive of the company. Not only can he help Shen Qin find a job, but her annual salary plus bonuses and commissions is nearly 1 million. Much better than Chen Feng. How would I know what she was thinking? Shen Qin just felt very confused. She should have been very happy after getting rid of Chun Feng, but now she couldn't be happy at all. Is it because of the Pagani worth more than 45 million? Or maybe because the other party gave Shang Yinyin a Porsche worth 2.4 million? Wang Yaoyao noticed that something was wrong with her mood. He also tactfully changed the subject. Qiner, you are now the best in our dormitory. Not only have you found a place to do internship, I also found a new boyfriend who earns $1 million a year. I don't have to worry about anything anymore. I can only rely on buying lottery tickets to see if I can win the first prize. Yao Yao, you should just find a place to do an internship. It's not that easy to win the lottery. Shen Qin shook her head. This roommate thinks about getting rich all day long. How can it be that easy? It's better to catch a rich husband. Wang Yaoyao was a little unconvinced. You know what? Someone won the first prize yesterday. The prize money is exactly 90 million. What does 90 million mean? I can't spend it all in my lifetime. Speaking of, she took out her phone and opened a piece of news. See, it's this guy. Although he was wearing a baseball cap, his face couldn't be seen clearly. But you can roughly see that this person is very young. Wang Yaoyao suddenly discovered another problem. Qiner, look at this person's figure. Does it look like Chen Feng? If I didn't know you're Chen Feng. No, it's your ex-boyfriend Chen Feng. If I didn't know what kind of person he is. I almost thought he was the one who won the first prize just now. Just him. Shen Qin smiled and shook her head. In her impression, Chen Feng seldom buys lottery tickets. Even if you bought it, you wouldn't be so lucky to win the prize. Qiner, take a look. I didn't say it was Chen Feng. It's just that this person looks a bit like Chen Feng. Okay, I guess that's fine. Shen Qin took the phone helplessly and saw the photo on the news. His whole body trembled violently. The phone almost fell to the ground. As Chun Feng's ex-girlfriend, she was very clear about Chun Feng's physical characteristics. The photo in front of you. She only took a glance to confirm that this person was indeed Chun Feng. Oh my god, he actually won 90 million. No wonder he bought a Pagani worth 45 million in one go when he was at the 4S store. No wonder he gave away a Porsche worth 2.4 million in one go in order to pursue Shang Yinyan. Shin at this time. I felt extremely uncomfortable, as if my heart was filled with mixed feelings. Sheener, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? It's okay, I just want to walk alone. Shin returned the phone to Wang Yao and walked aimlessly on the campus alone. She is now questioning her decision. Did I do something wrong? Thinking back to the past, Chen Feng didn't seem that bad after all. He is handsome and loyal in love, mature and stable. Shin suddenly felt that she still had feelings for Chen Feng. At this time, the phone rang. It's Wang Hai calling. Brother Hai, is there something wrong? Shin, do you really want to kill me? You told me that Chen Feng has no background? You told me that Chen Feng is dirt poor? What's the result? That guy not only knows the general manager of Tianbao Group. The number one plot of land in his hands was sold for a full 1 billion yuan. I was really hurt by you. Wang Hai was really angry. If Shin hadn't caused him to make a wrong judgment, the current situation wouldn't have happened. Brother Hai, but don't joke with me. Shin was struck by lightning. Fuck you, who is kidding you? Not only have I lost my salary, I've also lost my job. It's all your fault. Don't bother me anymore in the future. By the way, you've lost your job too. After saying, he hung up the phone angrily. Shin's face turned pale. The continuous blows almost made her collapse to the ground. Chen Feng has 1 billion? Chapter 14, the prediction video, popped up again. Although she didn't dare to believe it, she had to believe Wang Hai's words. What is the concept of 1 billion? Even if she spends 100,000 yuan a day, it will take her 27 years to spend it all. The entire Beihu is home to the top bosses. Who else can come up with so much money? Now, Shin was extremely shocked. Over the years, she had never thought that Chen Feng would become a billionaire one day. She regretted it. Regret breaking up with Chen Feng. If Wang Hai hadn't seduced me, how could I have dumped Chen Feng? Right? It's all Wang Hai's fault. Shin quickly took out her cell phone and wanted to call Chen Feng. She believes it. Chen Feng still has feelings for me. It's easy for a girl to win over a boy. I don't believe Shang Yinyan can beat me. The moment she dialed the number, she was stunned, because the phone number was blocked by Chen Feng. Shin couldn't believe it at all. Chen Feng, who used to respond to my requests, actually blocked me. Chen Feng, you can't escape. I must make peace with you. She suddenly had an idea, and finally a smile appeared on her face. In the dormitory, Chen Feng had a hard time calming his roommates down. His acquaintance with Shang Yinyan was indeed just an accident. Third brother, now I finally understand why you were not sad at all after the breakup. The second oldest, Yang Qi, had a look of deep envy on his face, but you have to be careful. Zhao Donglai from the finance department has always been Shang Yinyan's suitor. Fortunately, he is not in school during this period. Otherwise, given his personality, he will definitely cause trouble for you. Zhao Donglai. Chen Feng had heard of this person. It is said that his family is very wealthy, and he is a second-generation rich. I seldom come to school normally, and I go to college just to gill myself. Just get a diploma. Although Shang Yinyan and I have nothing to do with each other, if he really wants to cause trouble for me, I will not tolerate it. Chen Feng believed it. There is nothing in this world that money can't solve. His roommates obviously didn't believe what he said. It doesn't matter? Then why would someone wait for you downstairs in the dormitory at all costs? I believed in your ghost. The next time, everyone is busy with their own things. At this time, Chen Feng received a text message from the bank saying that Shang Yinyan had transferred 2.4 million to his bank card. There doesn't seem to be any punishment in the system. It seems that the money spent on upgrading the system can be recovered. So wonderful. Immediately following, he has a friend reminder on WeChat, and his nickname is Yin. You can tell it's Shang Yinyan's WeChat at first glance. Chen Feng didn't want to pass it at first, but after what happened today, he also knew that the other party was very persistent. After thinking about it, I passed it directly. The two did not chat. Perhaps they just added a contact method. After he quit WeChat, a video suddenly popped up on the system phone. Oh shit. Chen Feng suddenly became excited. Nowadays, mobile phones can predict the time from 2010 to 2023 with a high degree of randomness. I don't know what the message will be this time. A landslide occurred in Fengwang Mountain, Beihu City, killing 3 people and injuring 4 people. Chen Feng looked at the images on the video. The video above shows the scene after a landslide, which is a natural disaster. At the end of the video, you can vaguely see that someone was injured. 120 and medical staff also rushed to the scene and continued to treat the injured. Phoenix Mountain, Phoenix Mountain, Chun Feng suddenly exclaimed. No wonder he felt that this mountain looked familiar. After some time, he found out that it was the mountain in his rural hometown. It's just that the villagers call it differently. Actually, Phoenix Mountain is also considered a semi-tourist attraction. Especially in summer, some people go to the mountains to cool off and vacation. He checked the time. This video appears to have taken place on August 10th, 2020. That is tomorrow. Hey, this person seems to be movie star Su Qingchang. In the video, Su Qingchang was in a coma, and it was unknown whether she was dead or not. Chun Feng quickly took out his cell phone and called his mother. The call was connected soon. Fengzi, do you have no living expenses? When Chun Feng heard his mother's voice, he felt a pang in his heart. In the past, every time I called home, it was basically because I had no living expenses. He felt deeply guilty when he thought about how he had used his parents' hard-earned money to support Chin for 3 years. No, Mom, I still have money. Chun Feng smiled and said, you don't have to work too hard at home. I've made some money now and can help you lighten the burden. Who wants you to make money? You should study hard in school, and if you have time, find me a daughter-in-law. You're not young anymore. You're 21 years old now. Look at the kid next door, Xiaohu. When he was your age, he could already play with soy sauce. Listening to my mother scolding me. Chun Feng was also a little speechless and quickly changed the subject. Mom, I'll be back tomorrow for the holiday. Really? We'll probably be home in the morning. By the way, don't go up the mountain behind the village these days. I heard there was a landslide recently. If you see someone going into the mountains, please warn others. Originally, Chun Feng was planning to buy a house in the city first. Then I will go back home at the end of the month and bring my parents over to enjoy their lives. But after watching the video just now, I decided to go back in advance. He also wanted to remind Su Qingcheng. But after all, I don't know the other person and I don't know their contact information, so they may not believe me even if I tell them. The only way is to ask my mother to remind me. I know. My mother was also very happy to hear that her son was coming back. The other side. After Shang, Yin Yin returned to the dormitory. The roommates quickly gathered around and said, Yin Yin, I heard that you're dating a guy named Chun Feng. Now everyone is talking about it. Is it true? What? Shang Yin Yin was also speechless. I regretted my previous actions and quickly explained, don't talk nonsense. I just met him for the first time today. The reason I went to find him was when I was at the 4S store before. He helped me buy a car, and I paid him back. No way. He still has money to buy you a car? My roommate looked very strange. Shang Yin Yin was stunned. Yes, the total price is 2.4 million. Why, do you know him? I've heard his name before. It's said that he has a girlfriend named Shin, who often complains to her friends. She said her boyfriend was so poor that he couldn't even afford a bag. Anyway, many girls know him, but I don't quite believe how rich he is. Yin Yin, are you sure you didn't lie to me? My roommate looked incredulous. After all, she had heard of almost all the rich young men in school. Since Chun Feng can come up with 2.4 million, he should be considered a wealthy person. But this is somewhat inconsistent with the rumors, and it is a world of difference. Shang Yin Yin frowned and said, I haven't heard of the previous rumors, and I don't know what kind of person he is. However, he can indeed come up with 2.4 million. Not only that, the cars he drives now are all Pagani's worth 45 million. Chapter 15, you are not allowed to chase me. What? The roommate stood up from the chair with a bang. Full of surprise. There was suddenly a Pagani in the school today. Everyone was guessing who the owner of the car was. They originally thought it was the rich second-generation Zhao Donglai. I didn't expect it was Chun Feng's. What a surprise. I saw him drive the Pagani out of the 4S store, so there's no mistake about it. Moreover, he broke up with Shun Qin today. Shang Yin Yin really couldn't understand. Chun Feng also looks pretty good. He is one of the best in school in terms of both character and appearance. That girl named Shun Qin doesn't know how to cherish. At this time, she suddenly paid more attention to Chun Feng. Oops, the roommate suddenly exclaimed. Yin Yin, you are so stupid. He just broke up with Shun Qin today. He just gave you a luxury car. Obviously, he wants to seduce you. Shang Yin Yin was stunned for a moment. She didn't think about it at all. The reason Chun Feng gave previously was that he gave himself a Porsche just to make his ex-girlfriend angry. I really believed it. But now my roommate has reminded me. I found out that things are not that simple. You don't really want to hook up with me, do you? Her heart was in turmoil and her face was red. If it was placed in the past, if someone wanted to pursue her, she would definitely be annoyed. She didn't like being entangled by too many people. But now, I don't know why, but I don't feel angry at all. You stop talking nonsense. What do you mean he gave me a luxury car? I paid for that car myself. Shang Yinyan lightly touched her roommate's forehead with her finger. I know. Our Yinyan is a famous school beauty. Not everyone can get her. My roommate stuck out his tongue. But I was thinking in my heart, if Chun Feng can't pursue Yinyan, do I have a chance? Shang Yinyan thought about it. He opened WeChat and sent a message to Chun Feng. Chun Feng, you're not allowed to chase me. Do you hear me? As soon as she sent the message, she regretted it. What if it was a misunderstanding? Maybe the other person really bought the Porsche just to piss off his ex-girlfriend. Think of this. Shang Yinyan quickly withdrew the message. The other side, Chun Feng saw the news of the withdrawal. I couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? He was too lazy to pay attention to the other party, so he put his phone in his pocket, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. The next day, it happened to be Saturday, and Chun Feng didn't get up until 9 o'clock. My roommates are still sleeping. Generally, during holidays, roommates would sleep until noon. After he finished washing up, he went straight to the school parking lot. At this time, a group of people were taking pictures around Pagani. Who do you think this car belongs to? I've been waiting here for a whole day, and I haven't seen the owner. It must be some rich second-generation kid using it to pick up girls. I just checked, and this car is worth $45 million. That's awesome. I didn't expect there are such rich people in our school. While a group of people were discussing, he kept posing next to the Pagani. Such a good opportunity. I have to take a few more photos so I can show them off. Among them, girls took the most photos. Chun Feng seemed to see an acquaintance among these people. Shenqin's roommate Wang Yaoyao. He waited for 20 minutes, and these people kept taking pictures and seemed to have no intention of leaving. Chun Feng couldn't help but frown. I have to go back to my hometown today, so I don't have time to waste here. Make way, make way. He pushed everyone aside and walked towards Pagani. Wang Yaoyao was about to sit on the hood and strike a very cool pose. Seeing Chun Feng coming over, he was also very annoyed. Why are you giving way? This is not your car. Stop pretending. Chun Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense. He simply pushed her aside, opened the car door, and got into the Pagani. How dare you touch me? Before Wang Yaoyao could finish her sentence, she saw Chun Feng suddenly step on the accelerator. Pagani jumped out directly, leaving a face full of exhaust. Wang Yaoyao was confused. The car is his? How is that possible? This is Chun Feng, Shenqin's ex-boyfriend. How can one afford a Pagani worth tens of millions? Her brain seemed to short-circuit, and she didn't react at all. Oh my, this guy is so funny. Not only did he use someone else's car to take photos, he also wanted to drive the owner away. That's right, you didn't see it just now. She even wanted to sit on the hood. That's a Pagani. Can anyone just sit in it? That's right. If it breaks, I won't be able to afford the compensation even if I sell it. I saw people around me laughing at me. Wang Yaoyao's face also turned red. She covered her face and quickly left the parking lot. So embarrassing. She walked to the corner, took out her cell phone, and called Shenqin. Chiner, where are you now? I'm in the country. Shenqin spoke hesitantly. Wang Yaoyao didn't care about this detail and quickly said, let me tell you something. I just saw Chun Feng driving a Pagani. Oh my God, I heard that car cost more than $45 million. Is this really his car? It's his. Shenqin did not deny it. I saw him buy it with my own eyes yesterday, and he paid in full. What the hell? Wang Yaoyao was stunned, and a thought suddenly flashed through her mind. Chiner, didn't you break up with him? Can't I? Don't even think about it. Shenqin's voice suddenly sank. Who said I broke up with him? You're not allowed to hit on him. He is mine. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm very busy now. Seeing the other party hung up the phone, Wang Yaoyao couldn't help but pout. Chun Feng didn't know about the conversation between the two. He drove his Pagani to a brand store and bought a set of clothes. Not expensive. A complete set of clothes only costs a few $1,000s. Now that his identity is different, he must change into a set of decent clothes. But there's no need to buy something too expensive. Ding, the host has physical defects detected. Do you want to exchange for a perfect body? Oh shit, what's going on? Chun Feng always thought that he had a good figure. Although he is not the most handsome boy in school, he is still very handsome. How did it get to the system? Is it a defect? He found that he had always been disliked by the system. I don't know how many system points it will cost. What makes Chun Feng depressed is that every time he exchanges something, the system is not transparent. Exchange. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the perfect body skill. Deducting system points -5. Host's current remaining system points, 55. The perfect body skill is in the backpack and can be used at any time. Only 5 system points were deducted. Chen Feng could still accept it. When he selected the perfect body skill option, a subtle change occurred in his body. Originally, he was a little nearsighted. Discover now. It's completely recovered, and all the extra fat on my body disappeared. He quickly looked in the mirror. His mouth suddenly opened wide. The face shape has also changed a little, with more distinct contours. This is a typical handsome guy. Perfect model figure. With this new outfit, she looks more elegant. I got a free facelift for 5 system points. It's definitely worth it. Chen Feng just felt refreshed. Chapter 16. The nurse wants to flirt with me? When he walked out of the fitting room, the waitress' eyes lit up and she was a little dazed for a moment. Oh my God, how come he changed his clothes and became a different person? She met many customers, but no one has ever been able to make clothes worth a few $1,000s look like they cost hundreds of thousands. Sir, can you please leave me your contact information? You can contact me anytime if you have any questions about the clothes. The waitress was a little thoughtful. Want to keep Chen Feng's phone number? No. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Just drove away. His hometown is in a village under Shichiao town. If you drive, it only takes 40 minutes to get home from the city. It's not too far. It's just that the roads in the countryside are not good and the Pagani's chassis is too low. The speed could never be increased. Luxury cars like Pagani are rare in Behu City, and it is even rarer to see one in the town. As soon as he appeared, he was surrounded by many people. Some took out their mobile phones and took pictures from a distance. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly received a call. My mom called. Hey, Fengzi, where have you been? We're in town now. We'll be home in 10 minutes. Well, don't go home yet. Your father and I are at Watson Hospital in town. Come over. What? Before Chen Feng had the chance to ask, the other party hung up the phone. What's going on? He thought of the prediction video from yesterday, which showed a landslide on Phoenix Mountain in the village. Are my parents injured? But I clearly reminded them yesterday. Chen Feng was extremely anxious. Hurry up and rush to Watson Hospital. About 5 minutes. He came to the hospital. Compared with hospitals in the city, the hospital here is obviously much smaller. Some equipment and facilities are also very old. Nurse, may I ask which ward Qinguolin is in? Let me check. The nurse was checking the room number in the record book. As soon as she looked up, she saw Chen Feng's handsome face. Her face turned slightly red. Well, I'll take you there. Okay. Led by the nurse, Chen Feng came to the ward. At this time, my father was sitting on the bed with gauze wrapped around his leg. He must have been injured, but judging from his complexion, his injuries were not serious. Mom was sitting in the chair, intact. Only then did Chen Feng breathe a sigh of relief. The nurse explained, Don't worry. Uncle only has a skin injury. He will be fine after 2 days of rest, and he doesn't need to be hospitalized. I'm leaving now. Call me if you need anything. Thank you, thank you. Chen Feng quickly thanked him. The nurse giggled and said, If you really want to thank me, you can treat me to a meal some other day. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Are all young ladies nowadays so proactive? I'm just kidding, let's go. As soon as the nurse left, my mother's face turned stern. She said unhappily, You little bastard, I asked you to find a daughter-in-law, not a bunch of them. What happened to that nurse just now? What's going on? Chen Feng was also confused. I didn't do anything. My mother said angrily. Do you think I'm blind? The nurse girl just now was obviously interested in you. You already have a girlfriend. Why are you still flirting with others? Don't delay them. Chen Feng was speechless. I didn't do anything. It's mainly because I'm your son and I'm handsome. People want to talk to me. What else can I do? Only then did the mother realize that her son seemed different from before. Seems to have really become more handsome. That's not right. Chen Feng suddenly realized. When did I say I have a girlfriend? When he was dating Shinqin, he never told his family. It just so happens that the two of them broke up now. Just pretend we never talked about it. What my mother just said contained a lot of information. At this time, the old man on the hospital bed frowned and said, Didn't you say yesterday that there might be a landslide on the mountain in the village? Your mother and I have also kept this matter in mind. Whenever someone enters the mountain, we will explain it clearly to them. In the morning, there was indeed a problem with the mountain on the south side. Fortunately, we notified the climbers in advance. It wasn't a big problem. A few people got hurt and got stuck. Speaking of this, Dad took a sip of water and continued. At that time, I asked a few villagers to rescue people. That's when my leg got injured, just a little scrape. My mother was a little unhappy and started to scold me. What do you mean by just a scratch? You're just lucky. If I'm unlucky, I might lose my leg. And what happened next? Chun Feng couldn't wait to ask. But I felt relieved. It seems that the star Su Qingsheng is not seriously injured, probably just slightly. My mother took over and said, the injured people were sent to this hospital for treatment. Your father only had skin injuries and was not planning to come to the hospital. Then a girl popped up from nowhere and said she was your girlfriend. I dragged your dad to the hospital. Mom, do you believe everything others say? Chen Feng didn't know what to say. Fortunately, the other party just wanted my dad to come to the hospital if he really was trying to scam me. Maybe he could sell these two old guys and help others count the money. How can I not believe it? My mother said angrily. They even took out a photo, and it was a photo of the two of you. You said that you found a girlfriend without telling your family, and let a girl come here alone. As soon as she finished speaking, a figure flashed in from the door. A smile suddenly appeared on my mother's face. Xiaoqing, come here and sit down. Aunt. Xin fetched a kettle of boiling water and walked over quickly. When she saw Chun Feng, she subconsciously avoided his gaze. It seems that they dare not look at each other. Chun Feng's face looked a little ugly. If he hadn't considered his parents' feelings, he would have wanted to just kick them out. How shameless. The other party obviously saw that he was now rich, but could not get his forgiveness. Just please your parents first. He really is good at making plans. He actually sneaked in here. If I don't come back, I can indeed win people's hearts. What a pity. I was caught by myself. Uncle, Aunt, since Xin Feng is back, I will leave first. Xin still felt a little guilty and didn't dare to face Xin Feng. My mother was not willing to let him go. Why don't we go home together to have a meal before leaving? It's not easy to come all the way here. This is not good. She subconsciously looked at Xin Feng. The meaning is self-evident. Xin Feng would never let her do what she wanted. Mom, I still have to go back to school. Don't delay my studies. It's too late, and you won't be able to get on the bus. I see. My mother couldn't persuade him to stay any longer. Fengzi, please send Xiaoqing off. At the request of his parents, Chun Feng had to send Shun Qin to the hospital. Chapter 17, Shun Qin Regrets. In front of the hospital, Chun Feng said coldly, don't bother my parents anymore, and don't tell anyone that we are boyfriend and girlfriend. We have broken up. Don't let me look down on you. Chun Feng, let's make peace. Shun Qin grabbed his arm and pleaded, I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have broken up with you. It's all Wang Hai's fault. If he hadn't seduced me, I would never have broken up with you. Let's make peace with each other, and I will treat you well in the future. We'll get married after we graduate. Ever since Wang Hai lost his job, she has had no way out. The only hope now, she could only strive for Chun Feng's forgiveness so that she could live the life she wanted. Reconcile. Chun Feng pushed her away and sneered. Do you think I don't know that if I don't have money, if the car I drive is not this Pagani, you will make peace with me with a smug face? No, it's not like that. Xin Qin shook her head vigorously. Do you think I'm stupid? Chun Feng became more and more indifferent to her. How did I treat you before? Almost all of my monthly living expenses are spent on you. Your cell phone, your clothes, which one wasn't bought for you by me? You were so nice. You thought you had found a rich man, and you're going to dump me. Do you still want to reconcile now? You are dreaming. From now on, I, Chun Feng, will never be someone you can reach. Xin Qin was speechless. She had no idea how to refute it. Yes, he now has 1 billion in savings and is handsome, and drives a luxury car. What do I have? Looking at Chun Feng's leaving back, Xin Qin collapsed to the ground. One wrong step, all wrong. Back to the ward. Chun Feng told his parents what happened between them. My mother was also surprised. You mean Xiaoqing broke up with you in order to be with a corporate executive? Why should she reconcile with you now? Because of your son. I am rich now. Chun Feng sat down on a chair. Mom and Dad, I have something else to discuss with you when I come back this time. I won 90 million in a lottery 2 days ago. You guys should stop farming in the countryside. Come with me to the city. I will buy a house for you to live in. You don't have to do anything in the future. Just wait and enjoy yourself. What? My parents were stunned for a moment. Obviously, there are some doubts about the truth of this statement. My mother's face turned even darker. She pointed at Chun Feng's head and said, You are daydreaming. Do you really think it's so easy to win the lottery? Also, your father and I live in the countryside, so at least we can earn some money by farming. If I go to the city with you, what will I eat and drink? I'm really rich now. Chun Feng knew that no matter what he said, they would not believe it. After all, most people don't have the chance to win tens of millions of dollars. He quickly took out his phone and logged into his bank account. Look for yourself. This is the money I have in my card now. Not only did I win 90 million, moreover, he borrowed money to buy a piece of land 3 years ago and is now reselling it. I made 1 billion in one go. Let me see. My mother took the phone and carefully counted the numbers in the account. The most money they have ever seen in their lives is only a few $100,000. I have never seen assets worth hundreds of millions. She counted for a long time, but seemed unable to count clearly. He handed the phone to his dad again and said, "Count them. There are too many numbers on it. They can't be fake." "It's not fake. This is an official bank account." Dad took the phone. I counted it 10 times in a row before I finally determined the amount. The total amount is 1.127 billion. His hands were shaking and his expression became very heavy. "Fengzi, where did you get this money?" "Don't worry," Chen Feng said confidently. "These can all be checked. Your son is a college student after all. How could he do something illegal? That's a lot of money." My mother took a breath. The money was just a number in her mind, and she had no accurate concept of it at all. A lot anyway. They can't earn that much, even if they farm for their entire lifetime. It took my father a long time to come back to his senses. Although he looked calm on the surface, he was extremely excited inside. "Yes, my son is so rich now. Why is he still farming?" He climbed down from the bed suddenly, not caring about the wound on his leg. My mother glared at me. "Where are you going?" "Go home and chat with old Chun in the village." As the dad was putting on his shoes, he said, "Damn it, that old Chun brags about how successful his son is every day. Buy a car today, buy a house tomorrow, and get married the day after tomorrow." I was so angry at him that I almost got internal injuries. Now that my son has become successful, I can't help but feel disgusted with him. All right, there's nothing to brag about." Mom rolled her eyes. Then he looked at Chen Feng and said, "Your father and I will not go to the city. We're used to living in the countryside all our lives. I'm used to the life here. If I go to the city, I won't even know anyone. Still not used to it." All right. Chen Feng was also very helpless. Since his parents didn't want to go, he couldn't force them. After all, they have lived in the countryside for decades and have become accustomed to the neighbors around them. It is difficult to adapt to a new environment. Let's not talk about this for now. Dad should be able to be discharged from the hospital. I'll go pay the money and we'll go home soon. Chun Feng came to the payment counter of the hospital. My dad only had minor injuries, and the total medical bill was only $500. When passing by the information desk in the lobby, I happened to see the nurse, whose name on her name tag was Cheng Shuang. He thought for a while, then walked over calmly. "Miss Cheng, can I ask you something?" "Sure." Cheng Shuang was still in a very happy mood. But when she heard this name, she pursed her lips again and said softly, "You should just call me Shuang. My colleagues all call me that." Shuang, among the injured in the landslide this morning. Is there a celebrity named Su Qingsheng? How is her condition? Chen Feng was a little curious. Obviously, I participated in this matter. Why has there been no reward from the system so far? Could it be that indirect participation does not count? After all, this matter was passed on by my parents. If we really don't count it, then we would be at a huge loss. Hush. Cheng Shuang covered his mouth with her hand. He quickly looked around and found that no one was paying attention to their conversation. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. She lowered her voice and said, "You, keep your voice down. If others find out, you'll be finished." "What's wrong?" Chen Feng was slightly stunned. "What's the matter?" Cheng Shuang said unhappily, "Su Qingsheng is a celebrity. The old men and women over at Phoenix Mountain don't know her. But there's still a lot of young people in the hospital. If Su Qingsheng's whereabouts were revealed, those fans will definitely crowd the hospital." This, Chen Feng looked ashamed. In fact, when the other person was sent in this morning, many medical staff saw him. Seeing Cheng Shuang looking nervous, he also smiled faintly and said nothing more. Chapter 18, let me try. Cheng Shuang tried to lower her voice, but her face was very excited. "You care about her so much, you must be a fan of Su Qingsheng, right? I'm also her fan like you." "You're right." Chun Feng said this, but he was complaining in his heart. "You're a true fan. I just want to brush up on the system points. You don't know, the landslide on Phoenix Mountain this morning was so dangerous. Luckily, Su Qingsheng was only on the outskirts. I suffered some minor injuries, and my leg was slightly broken. Now our director is personally treating her. There shouldn't be any big problem." Cheng Shuang patted his chest and felt a little scared when he recalled the situation at that time. Actually, on the one hand, this is because the scale of the landslide is relatively small. On the other hand, Chan Feng's parents also warned the people who went up the mountain, which saved them from disaster. I'm glad you're okay. Chen Feng nodded. Regardless of whether or not I got any rewards from the system this time, it is gratifying to be able to save a few lives. Thank you very much. I'm leaving now. Ah, a look of disappointment suddenly flashed across Cheng Shuang's face. Looking at the other person's handsome face, she really wanted to muster up the courage to ask Chen Feng for his contact information. But I can't say it. Just at this moment, a nurse rushed over. Shuang, is the dean back? Not yet. Didn't the dean go to the city for a meeting? Seeing the other party's anxious face, Cheng Shuang thought that something important must have happened. I couldn't help but ask, "Don't worry, what happened?" "Oh, it's over." The nurse paced back and forth. "It's Su Qingsheng. Something happened to her." Chen Feng, who was about to leave, suddenly stopped, listening to the conversation between the two people silently. Cheng Shuang was also stunned for a moment. Isn't Su Qingsheng only slightly injured? Nothing should happen, right? What happened? Her injuries are indeed fine, and Deputy Director Peng has taken care of them. The nurse said anxiously, "The key is that she had an acute appendicitis attack 10 minutes ago. We gave her an 4 drip, but it didn't work, so she had to have surgery right away." "Then hurry up and have a surgery." Even though Cheng Shuang is a nurse, she knows that this kind of thing cannot be delayed. Although the hospital in the town is not large, the medical conditions and equipment facilities are not very good. But appendectomy surgery is, after all, just a minor operation. Not to mention anyone else, even Deputy Director Peng can do it. But the nurse shook her head and said, "Although the medical facilities in this town are a bit poor, our hospital can perform common appendicitis surgeries without any problems." But Su Qingsheng is different. She is a star if the wound is not handled properly. Leaving a scar on her lower abdomen has a huge impact on her. It's true, Cheng Shuang suddenly understood. Based on Deputy Director Peng's clinical experience, it is difficult to minimize the surgical wound. After all, the hospital usually treats ordinary people. For ordinary people, who doesn't have a few scars on their body? The nurse continued, "Deputy Director Peng has contacted the dean and said that the dean has found an expert from the city. On the way back. But I don't know when it will arrive." "What should we do then?" Cheng Shuang was also anxious at this moment. She stamped her feet and quickly made a phone call. "Master Wang, how long will it take for the dean to arrive?" Another half hour." Hearing the reply from the other side, Cheng Shuang became extremely anxious. "Too long. I can't wait that long. Wouldn't Su Qingsheng be in so much pain that she would die?" There is really no other choice but to let Deputy Director Peng perform the surgery. This moment, they couldn't help but feel sorry for Su Qingsheng. The wounds caused by the surgeries performed by Deputy Director Peng are usually very large, although the scars can be made lighter through care in the later stages. But the effect was not as good as expected. The best way, during the operation, we use sophisticated technology to keep the wound to the smallest possible size. There's a lot of competition in the entertainment industry today. If Su Qingsheng left a conspicuous scar on her lower abdomen, this visual flaw will cause her to lose a lot of fans. It may even gradually affect her future development. After all, today's entertainment industry is not just an era that relies on acting skills. This is also an era that relies on appearance and figure. "Okay, I'll tell Deputy Director Peng right away and have him do the surgery right away." The nurse also sighed. Just as he was about to leave, Chen Feng, who was not far away, suddenly frowned. This time the system's reward never appeared. Could it be that because I had no contact with Su Qingsheng, it meant that I was not involved in this matter? According to the nature of the system, if I perform the surgery myself, I should be able to exchange it for a medical license and medical skills, right? He hesitated and said, "How about, let me try it." "What?" Cheng Shuang and the other man looked over at the same time. "Are you a doctor?" Chen Feng didn't know how to answer. "Although I'm not a doctor. But this operation should be no problem. After all, there is a system to exchange skills. Su Qingsheng is a movie star. Her surgery is no joke." Cheng Shuang's expression became extremely solemn, and she reminded him, "If you are not a doctor, it's best not to intervene. If something goes wrong, it will be troublesome." She didn't take Chen Feng's words to heart. After all, not just anyone can get on the operating table. Let's not talk about the fact that Chen Feng is not a doctor. Even if it is a doctor, it does not have the consent and approval of the hospital. Who dares to use it? I'll have my medical license soon. Take me to see your director first. Chun Feng pulled her to the operating room without saying anything. Hey, don't mess around. Chung Shuang was a little at a loss. She didn't know whether she should believe what the other person said, even though this guy was handsome. But it seems a little unreliable. Soon, several people came outside the operating room. Deputy Director Peng is a man in his 30s, and his surgical experience is probably the best in this hospital. I saw Chung Shuang and the nurse coming over. I quickly asked, "How is it going? When will the dean and the others arrive?" Half an hour left. Chung Shuang lowered her head, and it took her a long time to muster up the courage. Then he said, "Deputy Director Peng, the dean probably can't wait any longer. Mr. Chen just said he can perform the surgery." Peng Wenchao turned his head. He looked at Chun Feng, who was standing aside. "Who are you? Which hospital are you on duty at? Do you have any surgical experience?" The first thing I asked was 3 questions about quality. No way. It's just that Chun Feng looks too young. He doesn't look like a doctor who has performed surgery at all. Even Chung Shuang, who was standing next to her, had a red face and her head almost stuck into her collar. She secretly turned her head and saw that Chun Feng was calm and collected. A calm face. I don't work at any hospital, but that's not the point. The important thing is I have a medical license, so I can also perform Su Qingqing's surgery. Hear Chun Feng's answer. Peng Wenchao didn't react for a long time. Not working in a hospital? Just a medical license? Chung Shuang's face changed drastically. It's over. Really? The next moment, Peng Wenchao flew into a rage. What a joke. Can you perform surgery with a medical license? Do you have any clinical experience? What do you think this is? This is a hospital. Chapter 19, Panic. I know this is a hospital, and I also know the patient is a big star. Chun Feng was speechless. If it weren't for the system rewards, I don't really want to get involved in this. He sorted out his words and said, "Deputy Director Peng, I also want to ask you a few questions. Are you confident about this operation? I'm talking about how to deal with the scar." Peng Wenchao was speechless. If I were sure, I wouldn't be so anxious. After all, the town is a small place and the doctor's skills are limited. The equipment and medical environment are also relatively poor. Chun Feng smiled and asked again, "Since you're not sure about minimizing the wound caused by the operation, and there was no way for the dean to get back in time. So here comes the question. If your surgery leaves an ugly scar on Su Qingqing, do you think her fans will cause you trouble?" Oh shit. Peng Wenchao's mouth twitched. Although Su Qingqing is not a top traffic star, but she still has a lot of fans. If it was really as Chun Feng said, I would probably be torn to pieces by those fans, right? Chun Feng continued. In this case, why not let me give it a try? You are not a doctor in our hospital. Why? Chun Feng sighed and said, if there's a patient in critical condition right now, none of you can save him, but I can. Just because I'm not a doctor in your hospital, should I just watch the patient die? Rules are dead. People are alive. His words made Peng Wenchao excited. Chun Feng said, if you're still worried, you can follow me into the operating room. If you find out that I don't know how to perform the surgery, you can stop it in time. You won't lose anything anyway, right? No. Peng Wenchao refused to agree no matter what. He didn't even know the other party's background. How could he let him into the operating room? Chun Feng felt helpless. Damn, after saying so much, the system should start redeeming. Why haven't you come out yet? Just as he was about to give up, a voice suddenly rang out. Ding! It was detected that the host lacked a medical license, and the medical license had been automatically exchanged. System points were deducted -5. Chun Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Whenever you lack something, the system will automatically exchange it for you. But why haven't the medical skills come out yet? I can't care about so much at this moment. He quickly took out his medical license from his backpack. Deputy Director Peng, why don't you take a look at my medical license first? Although I have never seen patients in your hospital, this does not affect my ability. This is not a violation. You can take a photo of your medical license. If anything happens, I will take responsibility. Peng Wenchao was hesitant. He checked and found that the medical license in the other party's hand was indeed real. After a long while, he finally gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll watch beside you. If anything goes wrong, I'll take over at any time. There's not much time to waste now. Surgery must be performed immediately. Chun Feng pointed at Chung Shuang next to him and said with a smile, Deputy Director Peng won't help me, so let Chung Shuang come along. Chung Shuang looked stunned. How come it has something to do with me again? But I was very happy in my heart. Not every nurse is qualified to enter the operating room. For nurses, a lot can be learned in the operating room. Peng Wenchao didn't say anything either. He directly arranged for someone to send a set of surgical gown to Chen Feng. He didn't want others to see Chun Feng's face. The more low-key this kind of thing is, the better. 5 minutes later, several people came to the operating room. At this time, Su Qingsheng was already lying inside. I have to say, celebrities are different from ordinary people. Even though Su Qingsheng was wearing casual clothes and had no excessive makeup on her face, but still very beautiful. She has long eyelashes, skin as white as jade, and hair draped over her shoulders, giving her a delicate and refined look. Only, she frowned at this moment. It seems like my body is in pain. Next to Su Qingsheng, the female assistant said anxiously, "Doctor, can Qingsheng have this surgery?" "Don't worry. We are all professionals. You go out first." Peng Wenchao comforted. "Then please, doctor." When all irrelevant personnel have left, Peng Wenchao glanced at Su Qingsheng and gestured, "Miss Su, the appendix is located in the lower abdomen. Please." "I see." Su Qingsheng's voice is very sweet. She took the initiative to tie her shirt into a knot, revealing her smooth belly. Then he lay quietly on the operating table. The anesthesiologist also gave the anesthesia. Chen Feng knew. Now it's his turn to perform. Even Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuangshuang subconsciously made way for them. As soon as I got close, Chen Feng smelled a woman's fragrance. It made him hold his breath. This was his first time to have close contact with a female star, and he was very excited. But his next move made Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuangshuang instantly confused. What is this doing? Chen Feng looked like a curious baby. He looked at the tools on the operating table again and again, as if he didn't recognize them. This guy. Peng Wenchao suppressed his anger. "Are you sure you will have the surgery?" Cheng Shuangshuang also opened her mouth wide, and her whole body was in complete disarray. Oh my God! He didn't even recognize the surgical tools. What he said outside just now made so much sense that Cheng Shuangshuang almost believed that the other party would really perform the operation. This is a total scam. She secretly tugged at the corner of Chun Feng's clothes and whispered, "Dr. Chun, these are tweezers. Can we start?" Haha, I know it's tweezers." Chen Feng looked indifferent on the surface. But I was very panicked. Why start? I don't know anything. Based on previous experience, Chen Feng originally thought that in certain situations, the system would automatically allow him to learn the corresponding skills. Just like when you first buy a sports car, the system allowed him to exchange for master-level driving skills. When buying new clothes, you can also exchange for the skill of a perfect body. So, this time he dared to guarantee that he could perform the operation. It's over, it's screwed. Chen Feng cursed in his heart for a long time. This system is also a scam. I just exchanged for a medical license, but I haven't exchanged for surgical skills. No, I have to pretend. Even if you don't know how, you have to pretend. He carefully examined the surgical tools as if he was really preparing for it. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded again. "Ding, it is detected that the host lacks surgical skills. Do you want to exchange?" "Here it comes." Chen Feng was so excited. "If you don't come soon, I'm going to die." Exchange. Congratulations to the host for exchanging for the perfect surgical skill. Deducting system points -10. Host current remaining system points, 45. The perfect surgical skill is in the backpack and can be used at any time. Only then did Chen Feng breathe a sigh of relief. Perfect level surgical skills are the highest level among all types of surgeries, and basically all surgeries can be performed. Think about it. If complicated surgeries are no longer stressful, then simple surgeries should be easy to perform, right? While everyone was not paying attention, he quickly clicked, "Backpack." Perfect level surgical skills are learned instantly. That's not all. This time the system also provides various basic skills related to surgery. Every basic skill is at perfect level. At this time, Su Qingsheng, who was lying on the operating table, frowned slightly. 5 minutes have passed. Why haven't you started yet? I couldn't help but ask, "Doctor, when will it start?" As soon as the words fell, suddenly a finger pressed on her lower abdomen. Peng Wenchao couldn't bear it any longer. Just when he was about to kick Chen Feng out and take over the operation himself, he suddenly stopped. Because of the position where Chen Feng pressed his finger. This is exactly where the surgery will be performed. The anesthetic has been administered in advance. Make an incision at this location and then find the appendix. Cut and suture. There aren't many steps. After all, it's just a minor operation and can be completed in half an hour. Although I don't know how good his skills are, he should know something. Peng Wenchao thought so in his heart. But next, Chen Feng did not cut at this position, but moved it directly down half an inch. It makes people confused instantly. What on earth does this guy want to do? Chapter 20. Show off your skills. List. Just as Peng Wenchao was about to give a warning, the other party had already stabbed him. It's over. If this thing is cut in the wrong place, wouldn't that mean he would have to take another cut? Who knows how big the wound would be after 2 cuts? Peng Wenchao slapped his forehead. Thunder is rolling. Before the operation, this guy swore how awesome he was. Are you kidding me? With this skill, I might as well do the surgery myself. I was so angry. He glared fiercely at Cheng Shuang beside him. If it weren't for this girl, the situation wouldn't have turned out like this. The incision position is too far off and the size is too small. You won't be able to find the appendix this way. Peng Wenchao reminded in a low voice with a gloomy face. If he wasn't afraid of affecting Su Qingqing's mood, he would have wanted to kick Chen Feng out of the operating room right now. Make another cut along this line and find the appendix along this route. Peng Wenchao had to give instructions personally. Seeing Chen Feng didn't move, he shook his head again. Forget it, get out of the way. I'll do it myself. Now he regrets it. The correct approach is to roughly determine a location first. 1 cut, then slowly find the exact location of the appendix. Now it's okay, I need 2 knives. Is this going to be a cross? Chen Feng looked at him strangely. Deputy Director Peng, you have such a dark heart. It can be done with just 1 cut, but you insist on using 2. If someone doesn't know, they would think you have a grudge against Su Qingqing. No need, I've found the spot. Chen Feng found the appendix directly at the place where he made the cut. Cut it off with 1 knife. Peng Wenchao was immediately confused. The human body structure is generally the same. However, it is not that easy to find the appendix inside the body at once. The hospital in the town does not have high-end precision equipment, only rely on experience. But just now, Chen Feng seemed to have perspective and found the exact location immediately. Moreover, the wound he inflicted was half the size of usual. The smaller the wound, the easier it is to recover. This stuff, Peng Wenchao was extremely shocked. I'm afraid no one in the entire hospital can do this. That knife edge, not a penny more, not a penny less. Cheng Shuang handed over the surgical tools while looking at Chen Feng infatuatedly. She had seen Deputy Director Peng perform surgery, and she had also seen other doctors perform surgery. But no one can be as precise as Chen Feng. The wound is then sutured. Chen Feng also showed off his skills. Although it seems simple to suture a wound, it is still very difficult to avoid leaving scars. Every stitch Chen Feng made look perfect. It seems that this effect cannot be achieved by inserting the needle in any other position. It was clearly a suture operation, but in his hands it turned into an art exhibition. 5 minutes later, the wound has been sutured. Deputy Director Peng has become numb. He had to admit that Chen Feng had strong surgical experience. Throughout the entire process, every step was done perfectly and there was nothing to complain about, especially wound sutures. If you don't look closely, it's really hard to imagine that surgery has been performed here. It's absolutely perfect. As long as you take good care of it later, the scars can be completely eliminated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the landslide video mission. Reward system points +5. Host current remaining system points, 50. Hearing this voice, Chen Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that you must come into contact with the people or events in the predicted video to trigger the reward. Although 5 system points are not many. Mosquito meat is also meat. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 2005 to 2023. The timeline changes again. Chen Feng suddenly felt that this system extended time into the past. Are you trying to cause trouble? If the predicted time is extended to the period of Qin Shi Huang, wouldn't it be possible to get a glimpse of where Qin Shi Huang's treasures were hidden? He shook his head. I'm too lazy to think about these things. He took another look at Su Qingqing on the operating table and left the operating room silently. Soon, we arrived at my parents' ward. Fengzi, have you completed all the formalities? It's done, let's go home. Chen Feng smiled faintly. After packing up my parents' things, I pointed to the car in front of the hospital and said, Mom and Dad, my car only has 2 seats. Why don't I take 2 trips? Who will go back with me first? Dad looked at the cool car body and smacked his lips and said, Your car is not cheap, right? It's not bad, just tens of millions. Dad's mouth twitched. The word just is used well. Without saying anything, he sat on it and said, Let's go. I'll go back first, son. I heard that this kind of car can open the convertible, right? When we get to the village later, drive slowly. Then open the convertible. I'm going to discuss Lao Chun. Okay. Chun Feng chuckled. Just showing off. Who doesn't know that? The mother standing by also rolled her eyes. The father and son are really of the same character. The other side, when Peng Wenchao and Cheng Shuang left the operating room, Chin Feng was no longer there. Cheng Shuang searched for a long time, but still couldn't find it. At this time, the dean and experts from the city also rushed to the hospital. When he heard that the operation was completed, his face changed suddenly. Come on, take me to see Miss Su. Several people quickly came to the ward. Peng Wenchao was helping Su Qingxing deal with the subsequent procedures. Seeing the dean coming back, he quickly said, Dean, the operation has been completed. It was very successful. Very successful? The dean couldn't help but say MMP in his heart. What fucking technology do you have that I don't know? The surgery for ordinary people might be considered quite successful. But the person being treated now is Su Qingxing. Can that be considered a success? He glared at Peng Wenchao fiercely, then looked at Su Qingxing on the bed and said softly, Miss Su, can you take a look at your wound? No problem. Su Qingxing replied politely. She is now staying in the VIP ward, which contains only her female assistant and a few doctors. There's nothing to be pretentious about. She lifted her clothes, revealing her flat belly. A wound suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The dean had already prepared for the worst. But when he saw the wound, his mouth opened wide in disbelief. The expert Wang Yu behind him was also surprised. It's perfect. As an expert in this field, Wang Yu knew very well that he wanted to restore the wound to its best condition. How difficult it is. It could be seen that this operation was indeed very successful, both in terms of the incision technique and the wound suturing. They're all perfect. Even I can't reach this level. Wang Yu calmed down his emotions and said to the dean with a smile, Dean, your hospital has a master hidden in it. With such talent, why would I need to take action? The dean didn't react for a moment. Could it be Deputy Director Peng? Although the opponent was excellent, he had also seen Peng Wenchao's skills over the years. I haven't heard it so powerful. Xiao Peng, are you the lead surgeon for this operation? Chapter 21, Can't Keep It Secret Anymore? Ah, yes, I'm a surgeon. The panic in Peng Wenchao's eyes flashed away. It's mainly because you came back too late, Dean, and Miss Su's condition can't be delayed any longer. That's why I took the initiative to have this surgery. Well done. The dean laughed and said, I didn't expect your skills are so good now. The hospital has been lacking a director. Try hard, you still have a chance. Thank you, Dean. Peng Wenchao was delighted. Unexpectedly, by chance I got myself an opportunity. Dean, I shouldn't have any scars on my body in the future, right? Su Qingcheng blinked her big eyes and couldn't help asking. What she's most worried about now is the scarring that will occur in the future. The dean vowed, Don't worry, Miss Su. I can't guarantee anything else, but the wound on your body will definitely not leave scars. We will help you take care of it in the next few days, and the wound will gradually heal in 3 months. Speaking of this, he pointed at Peng Wenchao and smiled. The operation went so smoothly. You have to thank Deputy Director Peng. Thank you for your hard work, Deputy Director Peng. Qingcheng would like to thank you here. Su Qingcheng smiled faintly, but I was very confused. Earlier in the operating room, although the doctors were wearing surgical gowns, their faces could not be seen clearly. But the doctor performing the surgery wasn't that fat, right? Miss Su, you're welcome. This is what I should do. Peng Wenchao felt secretly delighted. After all, the other party is a big star. If he could take this opportunity to establish a relationship with Su Qingcheng, there are still many benefits. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, they left the ward. Since Su Qingcheng is a public figure, her whereabouts are known only to medical staff. No one else knows. In the following time, a piece of news gradually spread in the hospital. Due to the success of Peng Wenchao's operation and his superb skills, the dean valued him very much and decided to promote him to director. Although I haven't received a promotion yet, my colleagues have already started congratulating me. And it is said that Su Qingcheng is even prepared to give out 5 million to express his gratitude. When hearing this, Cheng Shuang was very angry, because she knows. The operation went so smoothly, mainly thanks to Chin Feng. Now the credit has been taken by Peng Wenchao. She ran to Peng Wenchao's office angrily, pushed open the door, and said, Deputy Director Peng, this operation was obviously performed by Chin Feng. Why do you? Xiao Cheng. Peng Wenchao's face changed. He closed the door and said earnestly, "This matter is not as simple as you think. Think about it. Chen Feng only has a medical license. Is he a doctor? Is he qualified to perform surgery? If you say that he performed the operation, that would be causing trouble for him. But Cheng Shuang is no longer a young girl who just graduated. You can see it naturally. What Peng Wenchao said was just an excuse. But you can't take all the credit for him. For Su Qingcheng, the person she should thank is Chen Feng. Cheng Shuang. Peng Wenchao was a little angry. His expression turned very ugly. Don't forget, I am your leader. Don't you want to do this anymore? If you don't want to get into trouble, shut up. Cheng Shuang's heart skipped a beat. Yes, his job still depends on Peng Wenchao's mood. If people are unhappy, they have plenty of ways to make you lose your job. But I just feel very unhappy. I'm not going to do this anymore. I'm going to tell the dean about this. You go. Peng Wenchao obviously didn't care at all. He sneered. Do you think the dean will believe you? After all, I am the deputy director, both in terms of professional ability and surgical experience. Isn't it more trustworthy than your words? Cheng Shuang was stunned by what he said. The only witnesses of the operation at that time were myself and Peng Wenchao. Even Su Qingcheng probably doesn't know who performed the surgery. Who would believe what I say? Looking at Peng Wenchao's arrogant attitude, Cheng Shuang shook her head helplessly and walked out of the office silently. No way. I can't really lose my job just to help Chen Feng. Humph, a little nurse wants to fight me. You are overestimating yourself. Peng Wenchao was very proud. This operation brought him fame and fortune. So how could he give it up? Watson Hospital is just a privately contracted hospital, and their salaries are based on performance commissions. I don't make much money in a normal year. But this time, Su Qingqing would give him 5 million as a reward. For Peng Wenchao, this is definitely a huge sum of money that he would never be able to earn in his entire lifetime. It's exciting just to think about it. At this time, the dean called. Let him go over there. Peng Wenchao's heart skipped a beat. Did that girl, Cheng Shuang, really go to the dean to complain? It's impossible not to worry. After all, I still feel a little guilty. When I arrive at the dean's office, expert Wang Yu was also there. Dean, what do you want from me? Xiao Peng. The dean said with a smile. Sit down. There are no outsiders here. Don't be so reserved. Peng Wenchao sat down on the sofa opposite. I felt relieved. The other party's attitude was very easygoing, and it seemed that it was not something I was worried about. A few people chatted for a while. It's pretty much just routine work, which, to put it bluntly, is just some nonsense. At this time, the dean suddenly said, Xiao Peng, we discussed it and decided to hold an exchange meeting this afternoon. The main purpose is to exchange some surgical experiences. You are also very successful in this area, so this time you will take the lead. Especially the operation in the morning was very representative. Just share your methods and experiences with everyone. Peng Wenchao stood up from his chair with a bang. Share? I'm sharing shit. What's wrong? The dean was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Don't be nervous. They're all colleagues in the hospital. Everyone is here to do their job well. This time you share the method with them, and they will learn it. In the future, not only will the reputation of our Watson Hospital be greatly enhanced, but your reputation will also be greatly enhanced. Wang Yu, an expert standing by, said with a smile. Director Peng's fame has spread throughout the circle. It's true that the new generation pushes the old generation forward. Let's not talk about anything else, just what happens on the operating table. I feel inferior to others. I also notified my expert friends in the city, and they also wanted to meet Director Peng. The dean shouldn't mind them joining the exchange meeting this afternoon, right? Of course I don't mind. The dean was delighted. These are all experts in the medical field, and they are willing to come to our small place. I'm so happy, old man. That's good. Wang Yu was also extremely excited and said politely, if Director Peng doesn't mind, there will be another patient coming this afternoon. Even though they are undergoing surgery, patients have higher requirements for the wound. I was originally supposed to be the lead surgeon, but now Director Peng is more suitable. It was just in time for the exchange meeting. Let everyone witness Director Peng's skills in person. Hearing this, Peng Wenchao's face turned pale. Chapter 22 overturned. What a joke. With just this little ability of yours, you're still communicating in front of experts in the city? Maybe as soon as he opens his mouth, people will know their own weight now. It must be exposed. It's over. Peng Wenchao was extremely anxious and wanted to find an excuse to cancel the exchange meeting. Once it starts, not only will you be exposed, but you will also be embarrassed in front of everyone. By then, everyone in the circle will know about this, and you might even lose your job. Dean, I have something to do this afternoon, so it's not convenient. What's up? The dean looked at the time and frowned, saying, the city's experts will be here soon, so forget about the exchange meeting. But the surgery has to be done, and you'll be the lead surgeon. It's the same for us to visit and learn from the sidelines. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Yu also nodded repeatedly. How could he bear to miss such a good opportunity for communication? My friends will be here in half an hour, and the patient will be here too, so why don't we meet in the operating room? Exchange meetings and the like are just superficial. Just go for the surgery. We will just watch from the sidelines. This will better show Director Peng's strength. That's fine. The dean stood up quickly and said, Director Peng, get ready quickly. We'll start the surgery as soon as the patient arrives. Peng Wenchao is having a hard time speaking out about his suffering now. Things have come to this point. How can he refuse? What's wrong? Seeing that he didn't move, the dean became a little annoyed. What's going on? It was just a successful operation, and I received a few words of praise. Are you starting to act cool now? Dean, I can't do this. Why can't I do it? The dean's face darkened, and he was really a little angry. It's just a minor operation. It won't take up much of your time. Xiao Peng, you should be restrained and not go too far. Peng Wenchao was about to cry. I was very panicked. How could he dare to hide it? And quickly said, Dean, that operation was not performed by me. I really don't know how to do it. Even if you put a knife to my neck, I can't perform such an operation. What's going on? Tell me clearly. It's like this. Before you guys came back, there was a guy named Shunfeng. Hear Peng Wenchao tell what happened before. The dean became more and more annoyed as he listened. With a snap, a slap landed directly on his face. Peng Wenchao, I never thought you would do such a thing. We are doctors. He is a doctor who saves lives. Don't you know what you can and can't do? Dean, don't call me Dean. The dean said angrily. If I hadn't asked you, how long would you have kept it a secret? Dean, this is just a small matter. Peng Wenchao lowered his head and said cautiously, at worst, I don't want the position of director anymore. Let the experts in the city go back. Bullshit. I can't afford to lose face. The dean was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Do you think this is just a small matter? If this matter gets out, our hospital will be discredited. Also, Miss Su gave out 5 million to thank Shunfeng. If you really accept it, it would be a scam. You're going to jail, do you know that? The dean almost shouted the last sentence. Peng Wenchao's whole body trembled violently. He really didn't expect things to be so serious. You don't need surgery today. Suspend it immediately. As for how to deal with you, we will discuss it later. After leaving a word, the dean and Wang Yu left angrily. Quick, go find Shunfeng. Now I want to save the hospital's reputation. Only by finding Shunfeng. He quickly came to the ward. Shunfeng's father had been in the ward to treat his injuries before, so he should be able to find the address and phone number. The other side, Shunfeng made 2 trips and finally brought his parents back home. When passing through the village, it did cause a stir, and many people gathered around. Especially when they saw my dad sitting on it. They were so surprised that they could fit a duck egg in their mouths. But my dad was very proud of it. Return home. A little white dog ran over happily and wagged its tail vigorously at Shunfeng. New. Shunfeng picked it up with a smile. This is a mixed breed dog we raise at home. It is quite small in size. In the past, people in rural areas like to raise larger local dogs, which are basically used to guard the house. But in recent years, every Chinese New Year, some thieves would use various means to steal dogs. Later on, there was no choice but to raise smaller ones. The target is small. Others don't bother to steal. Seeing Shunfeng playing with the dog, his mother smiled and said, Fengzi, take a break first. Your father and I will kill a chicken and make you a delicious meal. Half an hour later, a sumptuous lunch was finally ready. There are only 3 dishes though. But for Shunfeng, this was the most delicious lunch he had ever had. Then, he took out another bank card and said, Mom, since you don't want to go to the city with me, you can keep this card. There is 10 million in it, and you can withdraw it directly from it for daily expenses. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. Enough is enough. My mother quickly put the card away and said, Your father and I don't use it much on a daily basis. I will save the money in the card for you to use when you get married. You don't have to be so frugal. Your son lacks everything now, except money. Shunfeng just laughed. He didn't give much money to his parents. After all, people of their age are easily deceived. Give me 10 million to use first. It's just right. In the afternoon, he walked around the village alone. I originally thought of selling the house in my hometown and building a villa, but the roads in the village are so bad that it is inconvenient to transport many materials in. We need to build a road. Chun Feng thought about it and came to the village committee. Hey, isn't this Fengzi? Director Zhang was very familiar with Chun Feng. After all, they were from the same village. It is said that this guy was studying at a university in the city, and no one knows what brought him back. Chun Feng didn't bother to be polite with him. He sat down on the chair carelessly and said, Director Zhang, the roads in our village are unpassable. As soon as it rains, they turn into mud. Have you ever thought about building a cement road? It's really easy to talk while standing without back pain. Director Zhang rolled his eyes and said, building roads doesn't cost money. It would cost at least 3 million to build all 4 main roads in our village. The economy is tight right now, and there is no money being allocated from above. Not to mention 3 million. Even 300,000 can't be approved. Where did the money come from? Are you going to give it to me? I'll give it to you. Give me a fart. Director Zhang just finished speaking when he suddenly froze. You just said that you want to pay for the road construction in the village? Don't fool me. I heard that your parents wanted to send you to college. The family savings were almost emptied. How much can you offer? 3,000 or 300? As he spoke, he began to chase people away. You, go home right now and stop making fun of me. Chapter 23, I'm here to give you money. Chun Feng was speechless. I really am here to give you money. Hey, don't chase me away, Director Zhang. Didn't you hear that when I came back today, I drove a luxury car? I am really rich. Director Zhang was suddenly stunned. He had also heard the rumors in the morning and originally thought that everyone was joking. Could it be true? But he still waved his hand and said, I heard that your car has a small space and only 2 seats. It's not worth much, right? Did you buy it for 50,000 yuan? Chun Feng's face was full of black lines. Director Zhang, if you don't believe me, give me the village card number and I can transfer the money for the road construction right away. Okay, I want to see how far you can turn. Director Zhang no longer stopped him. He took out a piece of paper and wrote down the card number. Chun Feng logged into the mobile banking app directly. Since he deposited more than 1 billion yuan into his bank card, there is no limit on the daily transfer amount, equivalent to VIP privileges. In less than a minute, the transfer was completed. Lao Zhang, the money has been transferred. Please check it. You little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. Director Zhang didn't care about the other party's address and quickly checked the balance in the card. There was a computer in the village office, and he logged into his account. The next moment, there was a cry of surprise immediately. Oh my God, 5 million. He seemed unable to believe it and counted over and over again in front of the computer screen. Then, he turned around suddenly and looked at Chun Feng as if he were a monster. His face was full of disbelief. Chun Feng's family's financial situation was very clear. They were an ordinary rural family. The other party took out 5 million at once. Did he get rich? Thinking of this, Director Zhang hurried over. He said excitedly, Fengzi, are you rich? I made some investments and earned a little money. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Director Zhang, I came from the village. Since I have made money, I naturally want to get back to my hometown. It should be okay to use all the 5 million to build roads, right? No problem, no problem. Director Zhang was so excited that he was a little incoherent. 5 million is definitely a huge sum of money for the village. Look at this. This is what rich people look like. You said building a road would only cost 3 million, but they paid 5 million. Fengzi, please sit down for a moment. I will report to the higher-ups right away and have the leader come and talk to you. If you have any needs, you can talk to the leader directly. Don't bother with that. I trust Director Zhang to do his job. Chun Feng said calmly. I only have one request. The roads in the village must be strictly implemented according to the standards. The quality must be guaranteed. As for the width, we must build 6 lanes. If you don't have enough money, tell me again. 6 lanes. Director Zhang was shocked. In general, even if cement roads are built in rural areas, they only have 2 lanes. Even in towns, there are only 4 lanes, and 6 lanes are rare. Chun Feng thought about it. He transferred another sum of money. I transferred another 3 million, a total of 8 million for road construction. This is the initial cost, and I will prepare another 20 million later. I'll transfer it when the money runs out. Oh shit. Director Zhang looked completely confused. Look at others. Each investment starts at several million or tens of millions. It's so inhumane. But the next moment, his expression turned serious. Fengzi, don't worry. I will definitely invest all this money into building roads in the village. The village will set up a bulletin board at that time, publish all the prices, and let the villagers supervise together. Chen Feng nodded. This is what he wanted. Director Zhang, I heard that the rainy season will begin next month. We should try to start construction in a week. Don't worry, there will be absolutely no problem. Director Zhang politely sent him away. Afterwards, he quickly reported the matter to his superiors, who also attached great importance to it and started work immediately. After all, there's also a tourist attraction in the village, Phoenix Mountain. Once the road is repaired, it will be convenient for vehicles to travel back and forth. By then, the entire Phoenix Mountain will definitely be very popular. It immediately became an internet celebrity attraction. Maybe the economy of the entire village will be boosted, which will definitely be a great achievement. When Chen Feng returned home, there were several cars parked in the yard, and it seemed that some guest had arrived. What puzzled him was, although some of my relatives have bought cars, they definitely don't have this many. As soon as he walked into the yard, he saw a familiar figure. Cheng Shuang Shuang. Shuang Shuang, why are you here? Chen Feng. Cheng Shuang Shuang ran over with a smile on her face. She put her hands behind her back, stood on tiptoe, and whispered in Chen Feng's ear, The dean and the others are here. They heard that you performed the operation, and they came to visit you. Earlier in the hospital, the dean quickly found Chen Feng's home address. And I also heard that Cheng Shuang Shuang was close to the other party, so I brought Cheng Shuang Shuang over. Visiting me? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. The other party must be asking for something. Otherwise, why would a dean come running home so eagerly? At this time, the dean and expert Wang Yu also walked out quickly. Mr. Chen is indeed a skilled doctor. The operation was so perfect that we old guys can't compare to him. The dean and others were filled with emotion. It was just a simple operation, though, but they saw too much in it. A young man in his early 20s. He is actually more capable than those of them who have been working in the medical industry for decades. Wang Yu, an expert standing by, couldn't help but ask, who did Mr. Chen learn his medical skills from? Who is his teacher? Can you tell me? A student is so amazing. The teacher must be the leading figure in the medical field. Chen Feng looked at them strangely and said, You misunderstood. I don't have a teacher, and today's operation was also my first operation. Puff. The dean, Wang Yu, and others almost vomited blood. No teacher? First surgery? They all know these words. But put together, what's the meaning? Mr. Chunyu, are you kidding? I'm not kidding. I'm still a senior student at Behu University, and this is indeed my first time performing surgery. I know it was very abrupt, but the situation was urgent at the time. I hope the dean will forgive me. Seeing Chen Feng's sincerity, the dean didn't care. After all, the other party really helped the hospital solve its difficulties. But I'm still deeply shocked. The way the other party handled the operation didn't look like a novice at all. It doesn't look like someone who is having surgery for the first time. Mr. Chen, we are here today to ask you for a favor. What's the matter? Can you help us perform another operation? Mainly, some doctors want to learn from your experience. Of course, this is paid. You can name your own price. In addition, if Mr. Chen is willing to come to our Watson Hospital for consultation, I can make the decision and leave the position of hospital director to you. In terms of salary, the annual salary is 500,000. Such treatment. It's definitely awesome in a town. What's more, the other party is a student. Chapter 24. The Inhumane Boss 1. Chen Feng shook his head and said, I'm not interested in seeing patients, but I think we can talk about another thing first. Mr. Chen, please speak. The dean was also very curious. What on earth made the other party care so much that he didn't even care about the annual salary of 500,000? Chen Feng smiled and said, Watson Hospital. For sale. Everyone was stunned. This was probably the first time they heard that someone wanted to buy the entire hospital. Even Cheng Shuang Shuang, who was standing by, opened her mouth wide. A look of disbelief. What's going on? Let me get this straight. I want to buy Watson Hospital. Chen Feng said calmly, I know this hospital is privately invested. Dean, can you ask your boss if he is interested in selling it to me? The dean came to his senses only then. He looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression and reminded him, Mr. Chen, although Watson Hospital is not large, if you want to buy it as a whole, the funds. Did the dean see the Pagani outside? Chen Feng smiled faintly. He pointed at himself with a proud look on his face. Mine, 45 million, full payment. Oh shit. The dean shut up immediately. Just now he was still curious about who such a luxury car belonged to. No wonder people look down on an annual salary of 500,000. Damn, this guy is really rich. Please wait a moment. I'll call the boss right away. The dean quickly took out his cell phone and called his boss on the spot. He also felt some emotion in his heart. I wanted to be your leader, but ended up becoming your employee. The world is unpredictable. Soon, the dean responded, Mr. Chun, our boss is very interested in selling Watson Hospital. He is coming from the city now and will be here in about half an hour. No problem. Chun Feng nodded. As long as the other party has this intention, it will be easy. He invited another group of people into the house, and my parents poured another cup of tea for the dean and others. While everyone isn't paying attention, the mother pulled Chun Feng aside and said with a look of reproach, Why did you buy a hospital for no reason? We can't spend money like that. It's money well spent. Chun Feng said seriously, Since you and Dad are going to live in the countryside, you will inevitably get sick in the future. I will buy the hospital directly, so it will be convenient for you to see a doctor in the future. Just for the convenience of seeing a doctor, I spend so much money. My mother kept shaking her head. Although I know my son has good intentions, it is a huge expense after all. Chun Feng smiled and said, There's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Today I went to Director Zhang and donated 8 million yuan to build a road. By then, a spacious 6-lane road will be built in the village. It will be more convenient for people to go to the hospital for medical treatment in the future. Besides, this is also an investment. Hospitals need to make money by treating patients, and they can earn at least several million per year. I see. My mother doesn't know much about investing. I agree with donating money to build roads, but it's only 8 million. Forget it. It's your own business. I don't really understand it. Half an hour later, the owner of Watson Hospital rushed over. When he heard that someone was going to buy Watson Hospital, he was still very excited. See the other party coming. The dean and others quickly stood up and introduced, Boss Jiang, this is Mr. Chun. Mr. Chun is indeed a young and promising man. The other party didn't finish his sentence when the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Oh shit, why is it this kid Chun Feng? Chun Feng was also confused. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect that Watson Hospital was invested by you. We are really destined to meet. The other party was David Chang, the general manager of Tianbao Group. Yesterday, Chun Feng sold plot number 1 to Tianbao Group for 1 billion yuan. David Chang was not polite to him either. He sat down on the chair and said speechlessly, I was wondering whose Pagani outside belonged to, and after all this time it turned out to be yours, Xiao Chun. I was originally worried about the funding issue. Now, you have plenty of money. Don't default on your debt to me. The dean and others looked at them strangely. From the tone of their voices, it can be seen that they have known each other for a long time. What is the other party's background? You actually know the boss? Chun Feng smiled and said, Boss Jiang, aren't you the general manager of Tianbao Group? When did you invest in Watson Hospital? It was a few years ago. David Jiang waved his hand and said, Tianbao Group is too busy with a lot of things right now, and we don't have time to take care of the hospital here. We are old acquaintances too. A total of more than 30 million yuan has been invested in this hospital. If you're interested, take the 30 million. In addition, the land for the hospital was purchased together that year. It's not worth much. I'll just give it to you. The price is actually quite fair, and there is even a discount. Chun Feng waved his hand and said, Lao Jiang, our business is business, and our friendship is friendship. I can't always let you suffer. How about this? I'll give you 40 million. I'm not short of money anyway. David Chang, look at what this says. I have plenty of money. He is indeed very wealthy. The dean and others standing by also opened their mouths wide. This was obviously the first time I saw someone bargaining like this. The price gets lower and higher. Okay, 40 million is 40 million. David Jiang rolled his eyes, feeling that this guy was deliberately trying to piss him off. Chun Feng transferred the money without saying a word. It will take 1 or 2 days to complete the formalities. There's no rush anyway. At this time, the dean and others were a little confused. It took less than 5 minutes from the time David Chang showed up to the completion of the transaction. 40 million investment, completed in just one go? Is that a bit hasty? But what made them even more curious was, how much money can Chun Feng get out of the card in his hand? Next, let them broaden their horizons. David Jiang formally introduced himself to everyone. Dean, since you are all here, let me make an announcement first. From now on, Watson Hospital belongs to Mr. Chun Feng. From now on, you'll be your only boss. Clear? The dean nodded. Chun Feng looked at the dean and others and smiled. Don't be nervous. Although the boss has changed, the hospital still has to operate. The personnel structure of Watson Hospital remains unchanged and is still led by you, the dean. All employee salaries will increase by 50. Hearing this, the dean was overjoyed. That is to say, in addition to changing the boss, the hospital also increased salaries by half. Everything else remains unchanged. Even Chung Shuang was ecstatic. The salary has increased. Her original salary was only 4,000, but now it has increased to 6,000. More than 70,000 a year. If there are many patients and I work overtime, I can earn about 80,000 to 90,000 yuan a year. Even some white-collar workers in the city would find it difficult to earn such a high income, right? Not only that, Chen Feng's next words made them even more stunned. Chapter 25. The Inhumane Boss 2. Now that I've taken over Watson Hospital, some aspects still need to be adjusted. Chen Feng frowned and said, "First of all, the hospital's environment is too poor. This hospital has been built for at least 10 years. Needs to be redecorated. From the hospital's exterior to the outpatient department, and then to the wards, it is decorated according to the standards of a Class 3 hospital. Dean, please estimate how much it will cost." "It will cost about 15 million for renovation." The dean took a deep breath. He could feel that this boss was going to do something big. For doctors, everyone wants to be treated in a good environment. For patients, a good environment means cleanliness and hygiene, and the experience is also different. He thought that was the end of it. No, Chun Feng continued. "Do the math again and replace all the medical equipment in Watson Hospital. I need the latest, most precise, and accurate instrument. How much does this piece cost?" Hiss. Everyone gasped. Medical equipment is not cheap. In particular, some equipment is imported, and the price of any one of them is several million. Are they trying to make the hospital the best hospital in the entire Beihou? "Boss, I need to check this first." The dean did not dare to be careless and quickly called to inquire about relevant information. More than 10 minutes later, he calmed down his excitement and said, "The equipment will cost about 45 million plus the renovation costs, a total of 60 million. If you include the cost of buying a hospital, it will cost 100 million in total." Everyone looked over there in unison. Chen Feng looked indifferent and said calmly, "Go back and apply for a new hospital account and tell me when you're done. I'll transfer 100 million and the rest will be used as daily expenses." 100 million. Holy crap. Holy crap. This guy is really a billionaire. David Cheng, who was standing by, was no longer surprised by such inhumane behavior. I couldn't help but think MMP in my heart. This kid, it cost 100 million yuan to rebuild the hospital. Is there something weird? He seemed to regret selling the hospital, but he still shook his head and said, "Xiao Chun, you guys go ahead and do your work. I have to rush back to the city. I'll go to Tianbao Group for tea when I have time." "No problem." Chen Feng smiled faintly. Once the Phoenix Mountain tourist attraction becomes popular, it will boost the entire surrounding economy. By then, the value of Watson Hospital, located in the town center, will increase exponentially. You will never lose money by investing now. And with the comprehensive upgrade of the hospital, the services of all doctors and nurses will be carried out according to high standards. They have contributed a lot, so they deserve a salary increase. After Chen Feng explained these things, the dean hesitated and said, "Boss, how do we deal with Deputy Director Peng Wenchao?" Chen Feng also heard that Peng Wenchao had taken away his credit before. Chen Feng sneered and said, "Let him get out. Watson Hospital will only have one standard for recruiting people in the future. That means your character must be qualified. The hospital is a place to save lives and heal the wounded. If the doctor has bad character, then my hospital will have to close down. Don't worry, boss. We will strictly screen people for character." If any other young person became a boss, the dean would not accept it. But Chen Feng is different. The other party can not only get the recognition of David Chang, and he also possesses superb medical skills. I have to admit it. Cheng Shuang also looked at Chen Feng with stars in her eyes. This boss is handsome and generous. I don't know if I need a girlfriend. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly remembered something. "Don't you have another operation to perform? Go back and prepare. I'll be there soon. This time I will share my experience with you." "Boss, the hospital is ready and can perform the surgery at any time." The dean was delighted. Wang Yu, an expert standing by, was also extremely excited. He had finally called his friends over just to learn about Chen Feng's surgical experience, and he could finally give them an explanation. About 10 minutes later, a group of people rushed to Watson Hospital. In the operating room, Chun Feng performed the operation seriously. There were 7 or 8 doctors surrounding him, some of whom were surgeons at Watson Hospital. Others came from the city. Some of these people are in their 50s, and they are basically people with a lot of experience in the industry. But like a student, he would exclaim from time to time. Some even took notes and recorded something seriously. Chun Feng demonstrated not only his surgical experience, but also some daily diagnosis and analysis. Some of the views even gave them a sudden enlightenment. There are things that I couldn't figure out on weekdays, but now I suddenly understand them. After about 40 minutes, the operation was finally completed. When Chun Feng came out of the operating room, Su Qingqing's female assistant came over. "Mr. Chun, can you spare a moment? Our Miss Su wants to see you for something." The news that Chun Feng is the new boss of Watson Hospital has spread privately, including the previous surgery on Su Qingqing. Everyone also knew that Chun Feng was the surgeon, and Su Qingqing was looking for him now to thank her savior. "No problem." Chun Feng smiled faintly. When he walked into the VIP ward, a fragrance wafted over again. Su Qingqing's complexion had improved a lot, and she had tied her hair, which had been let down, into a ponytail at the back of her head. "Appears very capable." "Thank you, Dr. Chun." Su Qingqing's voice is very sweet and makes people feel comfortable listening to it. She took out a bank card from her bosom and said softly, "This is a little gift from me. There is 10 million in it. I hope Dr. Chun will not despise it. If it weren't for your superb skills, I would be too embarrassed to see anyone in the future." At first, she prepared 5 million. But after knowing Chun Feng's identity, he felt that the amount was too small, so he increased it to 10 million. "It's just a small favor." Chun Feng smiled and said, "I really can't accept this money. It's just a minor operation. Besides, I'm not a doctor. It's good enough that you don't sue me for practicing medicine illegally. How dare I ask for money?" "Geese, geese, geese." Su Qingqiang giggled. "If you don't accept it, I will stay at your house every day." When she said this, her face suddenly turned red. He glanced secretly at Chun Feng again. Only then did I realize it. The person in front of me is surprisingly so handsome. With a well-defined face and a standard model figure, he is even more handsome than some male movie and TV stars. I couldn't help but be stunned. Noticing Chun Feng's strange look, she quickly changed the subject. "In fact, this money is not just a thank you for the operation. If someone hadn't told me to be careful during the landslide this morning, I would not have been able to escape it. Later I asked someone, and that person was your parents. This 10 million is also a thank you to them." Su Qingqiang smiled faintly. "Using 10 million to exchange for my life, I think it's still a good deal. Okay, I'll keep it first." Having said that, Chun Feng had no choice but to accept it. Su Qingqiang suddenly stretched out her hand again. "Let me introduce myself again. My name is Su Qingqiang, a film and television actor." Chapter 26. Net worth skyrocketed, invisible rich man. Chun Feng, a senior student at Beihou University. Chun Feng held a soft, boneless hand, feeling deeply moved. In the past, he could only watch these stars on TV. Now we can not only get close to each other, you can even touch the little hands. This treatment. System, oh system, you really did a good thing. A senior. Su Qingqiang was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the new boss of Watson Hospital was still a student. Interesting. She suddenly became interested in Chun Feng. "Mr. Chun, I have met many college students, but none of them has your courage and ability. I wonder what college student can buy a hospital worth tens of millions in one go." Su Qingqiang was also very shocked. In fact, there's a kind of person who can do it. Rich second generation. However, she had met Chun Feng's parents, both of whom were from ordinary peasant families. So, Chun Feng's current financial resources and abilities are all due to himself. "I was just lucky and made a little fortune." Chun Feng laughed. Can we take a photo together?" Hearing Chun Feng's request, Su Qingqiang giggled. "No problem. I'm not wearing any makeup today. You can't dislike it." No. Chun Feng took a lot of photos. The two chatted for a while and exchanged contact information. Only then did Chun Feng leave. He casually posted a circle of friends with only one sentence. "A plain and boring day." The accompanying picture is a photo with Su Qingqiang. The next moment, his circle of friends exploded instantly. There are countless likes and comments under that post. There are nearly 100 unread messages in the class group. Holy shit, this is breaking news. Chun Feng actually knows Su Qingqiang and even has a photo with her. There are pictures and evidence. Come on, Su Qingqiang is a famous star. How could she possibly know Chun Feng? That's right. We can only see those kinds of stars on TV. And taking photos with them? Who are you kidding? The next moment, a photo was directly posted in the group. The whole group exploded instantly. Fuck, it really is Su Qingsheng. Yes, yes. Even though she's not wearing makeup. I'm still her fan after all. I won't make a mistake. Feng, what's going on? Come out quickly. Feng, stop lurking and tell us what your relationship with Su Qingsheng is. This kid is really good at pretending. And he's so simple and unpretentious all day. If I knew Su Qingsheng, I would be so excited. The entire group was tagging Feng. Feng just chuckled. You only know that I have group photos. If you saw me even touching hands, you would vomit blood and die. At this moment, a video suddenly popped up on the system phone. On July 15, 2005, Wenyu Investment Company Limited encountered an economic crisis and will sell 55 of its shares worth $60 million. Finish watching this video. Feng was suddenly stunned. The information that popped up on the phone before were things that had not happened yet, which is equivalent to predicting the future in advance. And this time, but it's a thing of the past. July 2005. It has been 15 years since then. How to participate in this? Could it be possible that I could travel back to the past? Obviously, this is impossible. At this time, Feng found a buy option below the video. Oh shit, he suddenly reacted. Click buy directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 55 of the shares of Wenyu Investment Company Limited, and the share contract is being issued. The next moment, a contract suddenly appeared in Feng's hand. It was the contract for the shares just purchased. At the same time, $60 million was deducted from his bank card. Is this a success? Feng was confused. He originally just wanted to give it a try, but he didn't expect to succeed so quickly. Looking at the share contract in his hand, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. It's been 15 years, and I don't know if this company is still around. If it goes bankrupt, I will suffer a huge loss. Oh shit. Feng quickly took out his mobile phone and looked up the company's information. Soon, breathed a sigh of relief. Wenyu Investment Company Limited is now a listed company with investments in many industries. After more than 10 years, the total assets increased to tens of billions. Feng is now the major shareholder. If distributed, he can get at least more than 15 billion. Awesome. The excitement in my heart. Made more than 10 billion with 60 million. Although more than 10 billion yuan is the company's assets, it can be converted into cash if it is sold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward system points plus 20. Host current remaining system points, 70. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 2000 to 2023. The timeline has changed again. Feng is no longer surprised. As the timeline changes, the system's functions have become more and more. He discovered that system points could do more than just purchase skills. You can also buy some other things. For example, in the purchase interface of Wenyu Investment Company Limited, as long as there are enough system points, you can also pay with system points. Is it possible to get something for nothing? Feng was so excited. Just participate in more video tasks and accumulate more system points. In this way, he doesn't have to spend money to get anything he wants. Just at this moment, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Feng? The voice on the phone was very sweet. It must be a very beautiful woman. Feng was a little confused. He didn't know the other person at all, and the number was unfamiliar. It's me, who are you? Mr. Chun, I am the secretary of the president of Entertainment Investment Company Limited. Can you provide me with your bank account number? The company's first half dividends to shareholders will be distributed soon. Please check later. The other party's tone was very respectful. Shareholder dividends? Feng almost blurted out, fuck. This is really cash falling from the sky. I quickly reported my bank card number. Please remember, my account number is 2337. Okay, please check it later. In addition, Mr. Chun is the company's largest shareholder. If you have time, please come to the company sometime. Other shareholders want to meet you. No problem. Feng hung up the phone excitedly. Almost at the same time, I received a text message from the bank informing me of the arrival of the money. 2 billion. The dividends for half a year are 2 billion. Excluding the investment in Watson Hospital, he now has 2.9019 billion in his bank card. It seems like the more money I spend, the more I spend. Feng was also speechless. At this time, The dean had already opened a bank account for the hospital, and he quickly transferred 100 million yuan. The next time, the hospital began preparations for a comprehensive renovation. The entire process will take about 3 months to replace all the decoration and medical equipment. But these matters have been handed over to the dean for full handling, and Chen Feng just wants to be a hands-off boss. Chapter 27. Sensation in Classroom. Stayed at home for 2 days. On Monday, Chen Feng rushed to school early in the morning. He has already arranged all the household affairs. As for the house where his parents live, he can only make a new plan after the road in the village is repaired. David Jiang of Tianbao Group should have a construction team. At that time, we can ask the other party to quote a price and package the entire project for David Chang. There's no need to build expensive houses in rural areas. 2 million is almost there. At about 8 o'clock, Chen Feng arrived at school. For senior students, if they find an internship, they can submit an application to the counselor and they don't need to attend classes anymore. Take the exam directly upon graduation. But no one found an internship. You must attend class. Otherwise, credits will be deducted. And if you fail, you won't even get a diploma. At this time, my roommate Yang Chi called me anxiously. Old third, why the hell haven't you come yet? Class is almost starting. Why are you so anxious? I've never seen you guys so anxious to pick up girls before. Chen Feng was speechless. He remembered that there were open classes in the morning, which were usually taken with students from other departments. There are quite a lot of people. Anyway, the teacher doesn't know who is who, so generally no one takes it seriously. Yang Chi was surprised and said, "Don't you know yet? This open class is held together with the Economics and Management Department. I notified you in the class group last week. The Department of Economics and Management is full of beauties. Shang Yinyan is from the Department of Economics and Management." Fuck. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. No wonder they're so anxious. They're just trying to pick up girls. Come on, help me grab a seat. After parking the car, he walked towards the classroom. What surprised Chen Feng was, as soon as he walked into the classroom, he attracted a group of people's attention. Because the photo he took with Su Qingqing yesterday caused a sensation in the class group, making everyone curious about the relationship between them. On the other hand, Shang Yinyan, one of the 4 campus beauties, had some scandalous news with Chen Feng 2 days ago. They were also very surprised. At this time, some people began to talk. I didn't realize that Chen Feng from our class is so attractive. Not only is he able to hook up with celebrities, but even Shang Yinyan has fallen for him. That's not right. Aren't he and Xin from our class boyfriend and girlfriend? That's all old news. You don't know. I heard that Xin dumped him 2 days ago. The onlookers were talking about it, especially some gossipy girls in the class. They had already dug out the inside story. Huh. A girl looked at Chen Feng who walked in. Puzzled. Do you think Chen Feng had plastic surgery? He seems to have become a different person, and he seems to have become more handsome. After she reminded me, the people around him also reacted instantly. Really? He wouldn't really go for plastic surgery. I noticed the girls' fiery gazes. Chen Feng quickly walked to the seat that his roommate had grabbed and sat down. Third brother, where did you get this face done? Did you do some minor tweaks? You're much more handsome than before. The boss Dai Feng couldn't help but pinch his face. There was a gleam in his eyes. Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Oh shit, I must never bathe in the same bathhouse with this guy. If the soap falls on the ground, wouldn't it be? It's too dangerous. All right, stop pinching me. I've always been this handsome. Do I need plastic surgery? Stop bragging. Dai Feng rolled his eyes, looked around, and said, "Just a reminder, your love rival has appeared." What rival? Chen Feng was a little confused. He doesn't even have a girlfriend now, so where would he find a love rival? Yang Chi frowned and said, "Third brother, didn't you notice that Shang Yinyan didn't come to class? She would never skip an open class like this before. He hasn't shown up yet today, so he probably won't come." Apart from the last contact, Chen Feng never paid any attention to Shang Yinyan. On appearance, Shang Yinyan is indeed very beautiful, knows how to dress up, and looks very sexy in her clothes. Apart from having a rather willful personality, there's nothing bad about it. If he had the chance to meet a school beauty like this in the past, he would definitely try every means to pursue her. But ever since breaking up with Chen Feng's state of mind also changed, and he let everything take its course. Anyway, if I don't take the initiative, the girls will come to me. Right? That's the logic. Yang Chi continued. Shang Yinyan's suitor Zhao Donglai showed up, and that rich second generation has been pestering Shang Yinyan these past few days. I heard that I'm going to find an opportunity to confess my love to Shang Yin Yin today. Speaking of this, he looked at Chun Feng anxiously. Why aren't you anxious at all? Isn't Shang Yin Yin your woman? Don't talk nonsense. Chun Feng's face was full of black lines. I am me, she is she. What do you mean she is my woman? Last time, wasn't she looking for you downstairs in the boys' dormitory? What's wrong with looking for me? You didn't confess to me. After hearing this, the roommates had an urge to beat Chin Feng up. You didn't confess to me? Listen to this. Is this what a human being would say? She's the school belle. You're lucky enough to have the chance to pursue her. Still thinking about girls confessing to you? This one is more pretentious. Okay, I was thinking that if you could get Shang Yin Yin, it would make our dormitory famous. Now it seems that you have no chance. Zhao Donglai has invested a lot of money this time. Yang Qi shook his head. Only this guy doesn't take the school belle seriously. If it were any one of them, they would never miss any opportunity to pursue her. Third brother, let's not talk about Shang Yin Yin for now. Since you know the star, Su Qingsheng, can you help me get an autograph photo of her? I want one too. Su Qingsheng is my idol. I must get one for me too. I saw my roommates looking anxious. Chun Feng waved his hand domineeringly. Wait, next time I see her, I'll ask for one for you. The third one is awesome. Everyone chuckled. Public classes are boring. Chun Feng had no idea what the specific content was, but he would mark the key points during the exam. Several people were bragging. The teacher at the podium was a 50-year-old man. His lectures were very lively, but suddenly he became unfluent. The mouth is also a little crooked. The next moment he fell to the ground. Teacher, what's wrong with you? The quiet classroom suddenly exploded. Everyone ran up and looked at the teacher lying on the ground with concern. Quick, send to the infirmary. Some students reacted immediately and shouted to send the person to the infirmary. Although the school's infirmary's medical facilities are not as good as those of large hospitals, it can still provide some emergency measures. Just as everyone was about to carry the teacher out, a voice suddenly rang out. Don't move. Chapter 28. Sweet and salty Xiaomingqi. Can't move? Everyone turned around in confusion. Only then did I see a girl walking towards me in the corner of the classroom. At this moment, all the boys held their breath. His eyes almost popped out. Xiaomingqi from the humanities department. The other party, like Shang Yin Yin, is also one of the 4 school beauties. The looks are amazing. There are many beauties in the classroom, but compared with Xiaomingqi, they all pale in comparison and are not worth mentioning. She was wearing a white t-shirt and a pair of denim shorts. It was a simple outfit, but it gave people a pure and refined feeling. Compared with Shang Yin Yin's sexiness, Xiaomingqi looks more delicate and cool. She is the type of girl who gets more attractive the more you look at her, the more beautiful she becomes. Her eyebrows are as beautiful as a painting. She exudes a fresh and natural scent, especially those long legs, which make people unable to help but imagine. It's Xiaomingqi. Why is she here for an open class? Oh, why didn't I notice her just now? She was hiding in the corner. A group of boys regretted it very much. If I had known that this school beauty was coming, I should have sat next to her, even without a chance to speak. It's also nice to be able to smell the other person's fragrance. Xiaomingqi simply ignored the discussions of the crowd. She walked over quickly and said softly, Teacher Chun has high blood pressure. It should be a stroke caused by high blood pressure. You can't move him around in this situation. Keep him lying on his side. She has a relative who is a doctor, and she has studied Chinese medicine since she was a child. I also know a little about common diseases and first aid measures. Mengqi, I'll leave Teacher Chen to you. I've already notified the infirmary, and they'll be here soon. A student union cadre said quickly. Mengqi, if you need any help, just ask. Yes, we may not be able to do anything else, but we still have strength. A group of boys were showing their courtesy. I want to gain Xiaomingqi's favor. No, thank you. Xiaomingqi politely refused. She slowly squatted down and gently moved Teacher Chen's body, trying to make him lie on his side. At the same time, he took out a few books and used them to prop up the other person's head. The entire first aid measure is relatively standardized. At this moment, all the boys' impression of Xiaomingqi was elevated to a new level. Have a look. She is not only beautiful, but also gentle and virtuous. And no simple first aid measures. Can be sweet or salty. Mengqi, can you add me on WeChat? If I feel unwell in the future, can you help me take care of me? A boy said cheekily. Anyway, don't worry about whether you can succeed or not. When it comes to picking up girls, the timid ones will starve to death, while the bold ones will die of gluttony. Xiaomingqi frowned slightly. I'm sorry. I only know simple first aid measures. If you feel unwell, It's better to go to the hospital. As expected. As expected, I was rejected. In the crowd. Chun Feng also wanted to step forward to help. But when he saw Xiao Mingqi take action, he stopped. At present, he can only do some simple first aid measures like Xiao Mingqi, and later treatment needs to be carried out in the hospital. At this moment, he suddenly cursed inwardly. Ding! The host has been detected to have a strong desire to show off. The system will automatically redeem the divine doctor skill and give away the traditional Chinese medicine saint's book. Ding! The miracle doctor skill exchange is successful. Deduct system points -10. Ding! A pair of silver needles for free. Host current remaining system points, 60. Chun Feng felt like crying, but had no tears. What does it mean to have a strong desire to show off? I didn't say I wanted to redeem it, so the system just deducted the money? Is there such an operation? System, why don't you just die? The host's current request cannot be met. Oh shit, will you talk back? It was the first time that Chun Feng discovered that the system actually responded to him. Damn, sooner or later you'll be pissed off. He quickly clicked on the backpack option on his phone and received the miracle doctor skills and silver needles. He previously learned Western medicine skills. Now I have also learned Chinese medicine. Kill both Chinese and Western. Seeing Chun Feng walk over, his roommate Yang Qi asked in confusion, Old third, where are you going? Go show off. Yang Qi was speechless. It's already this time, and you're still in the mood to joke. Ahead, before Xiao Mengqi waited for someone from the infirmary to come over, she saw a boy leaning toward her. Her brows furrowed again. Don't get too close. Please keep the air flowing. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Even if the infirmary staff arrives, we still have to send him to the hospital. Teacher Chen's stroke hasn't been long. If you use traditional Chinese medicine, not only will you recover quickly, but it will also be harmless to your body. Xiao Mingqi looked at him in surprise. Just now in the classroom, she also heard her classmates talking about Chun Feng. I'm still very curious about this guy. After all, Shang Yinyan is one of the 4 campus beauties and is as famous as herself. The vision shouldn't be too bad. Is it possible that besides his good looks, this Chun Feng has other outstanding qualities? She said calmly, how to treat is for the doctor to consider. You should step aside and give space to Teacher Chun. Some of the boys around were also indignant. Chun Feng, you don't know any medical skills. Why are you making a fuss? That's right. Xiao Mingqi knows a little bit about Chinese medicine, but she doesn't know more than you do. Fuck, is this guy trying to strike up a conversation on purpose? Some boys suddenly reacted. Under normal circumstances, I would greet Xiao Mingqi like this. People will definitely ignore you. It's different now. I'm talking to Xiao Mengqi under the guise of doing good for Teacher Chun. No matter what, they have to respond, right? This guy is such a thief. If he wasn't a cunning guy, how could he be associated with Shang Yinyan? I think he used this trick. This moment, everyone's impression of Chun Feng changed greatly. Even his roommate looked surprised. Oh shit, the third brother's tricks are so deep. They began to reflect seriously. It turned out that the reason why the third brother was able to get along well with the school belle was that he had one more trick than us. Chun Feng's face was full of black lines. He said speechlessly, it will take at least 10 minutes to get from the school to the hospital. I know a little bit about medicine. How about letting me try first? Speaking of, he raised the silver needle in his hand. Xiao Mingqi then looked up at him with a look of doubt on her face. Do you really know medicine? She herself also knows a little about Chinese medicine. I also knew that stroke could be cured with silver needles, but I had never tried it myself. There are many acupuncture points in the human body. The accuracy and technique of acupuncture points are very strict. If you do it wrong, it will damage your meridians. The others also looked at Chun Feng with curiosity. They had never heard that the other party knew any medical skills. Could it be that he said it on purpose to attract the attention of the school beauty? Chun Feng, don't mess around. If something really happens, can you bear the responsibility? Yes, Teacher Chin was fine originally. If you had stabbed her randomly, it might have been more serious. Everyone tried to dissuade him. Chapter 29, Is there any hope? Don't push me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take responsibility. Chun Feng was too lazy to talk to them. He looked directly at Teacher Chun lying on the ground and took out a silver needle. Twist the needle tail and insert it into the Tsuchi point. Ah, Chun Feng, what are you doing? A girl suddenly exclaimed. It was the first time they witnessed the use of silver needles to treat illnesses. How painful it must be to have such a long needle pierced into the skin. Xiao Mingqi was just about to stop him. When he saw Chun Feng's method, he was suddenly stunned again. This method, she had seen some old Chinese doctors treating people, and their techniques were similar to what Chen Feng was showing now. To be precise, Chen Feng is more skilled. Both the acupuncture points and the needle insertion are very precise. This is definitely not superficial work. Soon, Chen Feng has already inserted 10 silver needles. Tianjing point, Baoyi point, kneading point. At first he twisted it slowly, then lifted it up and thrust it in again and again. Then the techniques became faster and faster. Teacher Chen's face and fingers were all covered with silver needles, which made people's scalp tingle. In the crowd, seeing this, Yang Qi couldn't help but smack his lips. When did the third brother learn medical skills? Why didn't I know? Yes, we are together every day, and I have never heard that he has medical skills before. The eldest brother Dai Feng was also confused. At this time, the people from the infirmary finally arrived. A classmate quickly said, "Dr. Xia, please take a look. This guy is insisting on giving teacher Chen an injection. Will there be any harm?" Acupuncture. Dr. Xia is a 40-year-old man. When he heard this, his expression suddenly changed. "Nonsense. How can you students do this?" He walked over quickly. When I saw the patient's body was covered with silver needles, I was so scared that I almost burst into cursing. "You really did a great job." Everyone was suddenly stunned. "Why are you praising me?" I'm afraid Dr. Xia is so angry that he's confused. It's over. Chen Feng is in big trouble. In order to show off in front of the school beauty, he might have hurt teacher Chen. Xiaomiqi was also puzzled. She could see that Chen Feng must have some knowledge of Chinese medicine, and his acupuncture points were relatively accurate. Could it be that the method was wrong? She asked softly, "Dr. Xia, teacher Chen, is there still hope? Is there any hope?" This sentence shocked everyone. Is it that serious? Dr. Xia took a deep breath. His eyes were fixed on the hand that Chen Feng was using the silver needle, and his heart was filled with turmoil. This method, if he wasn't afraid of disturbing the acupuncture, he would probably scream out loud now. A long time, Dr. Xia suppressed his emotions and said with a complicated look, "Teacher Chen, you don't have to go to the hospital." What? Everyone's emotions exploded. He looked at Chen Feng with anger. It's all this guy's fault. He gave teacher Chen so many injections. Now, teacher Chen might lose his life. He doesn't even need rescue. Teacher Chen, your death was so unjust. Chen Feng, why don't you stop? A classmate spoke out angrily. Seeing that everyone was about to pull out the silver needle, Dr. Xia quickly stopped them. He exclaimed, "Don't be silly. What I mean is that teacher Chen will wake up soon. There's no need to go to the hospital. This classmate really knows Chinese medicine. Moreover, the acupuncture techniques he used were very advanced. Even some old Chinese doctors in China couldn't do it." What? Everyone was stunned. When did Chen Feng become so awesome that he actually knows medical skills? And according to Dr. Xia, his medical skills seem to have reached a very high level. A master of traditional Chinese medicine, they all looked towards Chen Feng. And at this time, Chen Feng had finished his acupuncture technique and gently pulled out the silver needle. Red lines emerged from the location of the silver needle. Teacher Chen, who was lying on the ground, gradually recovered his crooked mouth and soon woke up. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Everyone was dumbfounded. "Wake up already." The whole air fell silent, and they opened their mouths wide, unable to believe what they saw. Really woke up. Xiaomiqi's face was filled with deep surprise. At first she was skeptical about Chen Feng, but now she truly believes that he possesses superb medical skills. Chen Feng smiled faintly. "Teacher Chen, you should pay more attention to your emotions and don't get too excited. The stroke is no longer a big deal. If you have time, you should go to the hospital and have a comprehensive checkup." "Hey, thank you, classmate." Teacher Chen was stunned for a moment before he reacted. "I didn't expect that. There's such an amazing student in the class. Keep it normal times. If you go to the hospital, you'll definitely have to get injections and take medicine, and it may even take several months to be cured. Now it's cured with just a needle. That's awesome." He dusted himself off and hurriedly left the classroom under the guidance of Dr. Xia. Dr. Xia originally had many questions he wanted to ask Chen Feng, but now there were too many people around, so he couldn't ask them all and had to leave in a hurry. Chen Feng, I misunderstood you just now. I'm sorry." Xiaomiqi's face was filled with guilt. Fortunately, she did not stop the other person from rescuing people. Otherwise, if anything happened to teacher Chen, she would be held responsible. "Fine." Chen Feng waved his hand and suddenly said, "If it's convenient, add me on WeChat. I see you're quite interested in Chinese medicine. You can ask me if you have any questions." He just simply want to get to know the other person. Um, that's it. After all, Xiao Mingqi is one of the four campus beauties. Before Chen Feng started dating Shinqin, he had also fantasized about pursuing such a goddess. It was just an illusion back then. I didn't expect that 4 years later, I would have the opportunity to talk to Xiao Mengqi face to face like this. But I wasn't too excited. After all, now that I have a system phone, with his current status and position, many things that were previously unimaginable can now be easily obtained. Sure, scan me. Xiao Mingqi didn't think much about it, and just took out her cell phone and let the other party scan it. This scene. The boys around were stunned. This routine. Does it look familiar? Oh shit. This guy's original purpose was to add Xiao Mingqi's WeChat. Previously, a classmate wanted to add Xiao Mingqi on WeChat, but was rejected outright. However, now he was directly added by Chen Feng. The goal that they tried every possible way to achieve, but could not be achieved, was achieved easily by Chen Feng. Sour or not, the crowd in the classroom. Shinqin's expression was very complicated. She had been silently paying attention to Chen Feng from the beginning. When Chen Feng just entered the classroom, she even wanted to sit next to him. But I am afraid of causing resentment from the other party. Ever since the breakup, she increasingly found that Chen Feng was very outstanding, especially now that she saw other girls expressing their affection for Chen Feng, which made her feel very uncomfortable. It feels like someone else has taken away your things. She has been in a bad mood since she came back from Watson Hospital the day before yesterday. No, we must get Chen Feng back. Chapter 30 Confession. As Shinqin walked towards Chen Feng, she was pushed out by a group of girls. These girls screamed and surrounded Chen Feng like crazy. Chen Feng, do you want to add me on WeChat? I also have some knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine that I want to ask you. Chen Feng, I've been suffering from insomnia recently. Would you like to take my pulse? Hey, add me. Add me. My chest is 90, waist is 55, hips are 92. I have a great figure. I can be sweet or savory. Oh, Chen Feng, I suddenly feel chest tightness and shortness of breath. I'm afraid I'm sick. Please help me. A group of girls almost threw Chen Feng to the ground. The other person is not only handsome. Moreover, his medical skills are excellent. Even Dr. Xia from the infirmary praised him highly. The most important thing, someone who is even followed by school beauties like Shang Yinyan and Xiao Mengqi must be very outstanding. We must snatch Chen Feng away before they do. This scene, Chen Feng's mouth twitched suddenly. Oh shit, he ran away. I'm afraid I can't stay in school today. I have to give these girls some time off. Seeing that Chen Feng was scared away, the group of girls were a little disappointed. After all, they're beauties from the School of Economics and Management. Although their looks are not as good as school beauties like Xiao Mengqi and Shang Yinyan, they are still very beautiful. There are many boys pursuing them. Now that it was delivered to his doorstep, Chen Feng actually refused to accept it. Why are you running? A group of people stood in the classroom angrily. At this time, a girl suddenly said excitedly, "Haha, I got Chen Feng's phone." Just now, she took advantage of the chaos and reached out to touch the other person's cell phone. Oh really? Add us on WeChat now. The people around him suddenly felt excited again from their lost mood. They quickly gathered around. Hey, what kind of phone is this? I've never seen this brand before. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. I opened WeChat. Wow, the internet speed is so fast. A group of people were playing with Chen Feng's mobile phone excitedly. Xiao Mengqi tilted her head to look at it, then shook her head helplessly. Never mind. Too lazy to mind other people's business. While some boys were still not reacting, he quickly left the classroom. These women. Shinqin put her hands on her hips, her face puffed up with anger. If these women really added Chen Feng on WeChat, he would have nearly 100 more competitors. After all, in terms of appearance, I am still a little lacking. She originally wanted to rush over and snatch Chen Feng's phone, but after taking a look at the number of people on the other side, she gave up the idea. I can't beat him. Ding, the phone has been detected to be touched by an outsider, and the lock screen anti-theft mode has been automatically turned on. Ding, the phone is detected to be more than 100 meters away from the host. Do you want to retrieve it? When Chen Feng thought of this news in his mind, he was stunned. He quickly felt his pocket. Oh my god, when was my cell phone stolen? Retrieve. The next moment, the system phone instantly appeared in his hand. Chen Feng checked the phone again and found no damage. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. I was careless. This cell phone is more important than my life. These women are such a hassle. But he was fortunate. Even if the system phone is lost, it will automatically remind you and you can get it back at any time. Awesome. He He put his phone in his pocket with a smile and drove away from the school. I bought Watson Hospital from David Chang yesterday. The contract procedures should have been completed by now. I'll go over and get it back first. When arriving at the school gate, it seemed like something happened outside. A group of people gathered outside, and even the road was blocked. What's going on? Chun Feng frowned, got out of the car, and walked over. At the school gate, a group of people seemed to be watching something exciting. In the crowd, 10 sports cars formed a semicircle. These sport cars were all worth about 2 million yuan. It makes roaring sounds, which is very cool. There are Ferrari, Porsche, and so on. Various. It immediately attracted the attention of people around. In the center of the sports car stood a boy in his 20s with 999 roses in front of him. This person is Zhao Donglai. The other party seemed to be confessing his feelings to Shang Yinyan. Shang Yinyan was also dressed very beautifully today, wearing an off-shoulder top with a hip skirt and a pair of red high heels. This combination is a beautiful sight wherever you go, but her expression looked a little ugly at this moment. Zhao Donglai, I will not be your girlfriend. Don't waste your energy. I don't like you at all. Shang Yinyan was also speechless. The other party has been harassing me for the past 2 days, and today he even blocked me at the school gate. Don't like me? Zhao Donglai looked at the figure in front of him. He has liked Shang Yinyan for a long time. When he saw her for the first time, he secretly vowed to pursue this sexy beauty. But I have liked her for 4 years and pursued her for 4 years. I haven't caught up with it yet. He had lost his patience over the past 4 years, until he heard some gossip the day before yesterday, which suddenly made his anger swell up. If you don't like me, do you like that loser named Qin Feng? Zhao Donglai gnashed his teeth and said, What's so good about Qin Feng? He has nothing. Look at me. I have a sports car, flowers, and a ring. I can give you whatever you want. Shang Yinyan, I'm determined to have you for the rest of my life. You can't run away. You are unreasonable. Shang Yinyan's pretty face turned cold in an instant. Even though her face was cold, it still couldn't conceal her beautiful face, but instead added a bit of coolness. Qin Feng in the crowd saw this scene. I couldn't help but touch my nose. I am so. Who did you offend? Does it have anything to do with me? Now the main gate is blocked, and the car can't drive out, so it seems we can only go through the side door. At this time, Zhao Donglai took out a ring from his pocket. Shang Yinyan, as long as you're single, I can pursue you. If you have the ability, find a boyfriend now. I don't want to bother with you. Shang Yinyan didn't want to get entangled with him at all. Just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly saw Qin Feng behind the crowd. His eyes rolled. She walked over quickly, took Qin Feng's arm, and smiled. Who said I'm single? From now on, he is my boyfriend. What? Qin Feng, who was about to leave, suddenly froze. When the other person holds your arm, it is not right to pull it away, and it is not right not to pull it away. What kind of plane is this? That's not all. Zhao Donglai on the opposite side was also confused. Who was this guy? Only then did I know from others that the other person was Qin Feng. He seldom came to school for classes, so even though he had heard about the scandal between Qin Feng and Shang Yinyan, he had never seen this person. I finally met him today. Chapter 31. Digging a hole for yourself. Zhao Donglai looked up and said arrogantly, Shang Yinyan, don't think I'm a fool. You said he's your boyfriend. Then he's your boyfriend. Although this kid looks like that. But can being handsome be enough to make a living? Can he be richer than me? I don't believe that you, Shang Yinyan, are willing to find a gigolo. Qin Feng on the side also nodded. Yes, I'm not as handsome as you, nor as rich as you. Shang Yinyan will never like me. I have nothing to do with her, don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong. After hearing those words, Zhao Donglai was very angry. Even though you say it has nothing to do with you, why don't you two get so close to each other? At first, he didn't believe the rumors. After all, rumors are usually exaggerated and may not be true. But now, I really believe in their relationship. Shang Yinyan also glared at Qin Feng angrily. She thought Qin Feng would help her, but she didn't expect that this guy had no sympathy for women at all. Seeing that Qin Feng looked like he was about to leave, Shang Yinyan looked at him with resentment, straightened her chest, and whispered, You are not allowed to leave. Wow. Feeling the softness on his arm, Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. He felt that the people around him were looking at him with obvious hostility. Zhao Donglai's eyes widened when he saw the little movements of the two. This chest. Oh shit. Where the hell are you putting your hands? Where did you put it? Zhao Donglai took a deep breath. He didn't know how the other party had tricked Shang Yinyan into getting her. But so what? Nowadays, let alone having a boyfriend, even women with a husband can get divorced. In today's society, Face is not what matters. It's about connections, status, and the money in your bank card. Zhao Donglai is a rich second generation. His family owns a company. In terms of connections and status, how is he not better than Chen Feng? Chen Feng, right? I don't know how you trick Shang Yin into getting her. I just want to remind you. All the clothes she has are worth at least 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Can you afford them? Can you afford to support her? You can't really be a gigolo and wait for her to support you, right? Speaking of this, he pointed to the row of sports cars behind him. I'm different. My family is rich. Look at the sport cars behind me. Every one of them is worth over 1 million. Look at the watches I wear. Any one of them costs more than 1 million. I can give her a good material life, and I can also give her happiness. What about you? You can't give anything. Let go. It's not your fault that you're poor. Knowing that he has no money, he still pursues a school beauty like Shang Yinyan. Zhao Donglai felt that he had acted very well today. Look at this. Flowers on the ground and a luxury car behind. And the watch I wear. Which one is not a symbol of money? Even if Shang Yinyan doesn't agree to me now, as long as I drive away all the men around her, she will agree in the future. Zhao Donglai, stop embarrassing yourself here. Shang Yinyan was speechless. She knew Chan Feng's identity. He bought a Pagani worth more than 45 million in one go. Your 10 cars combined are not as expensive as one of theirs. What is there to brag about? Haha, Shang Yinyan, you're anxious. Zhao Donglai was so happy in his heart that his method was indeed effective. He said to Chen Feng again, I'll give you 10,000 yuan. You leave Shang Yinyan now. You can find any girl with this money. It's enough for you to be free and easy for a while. Then, he took out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. Chen Feng shook his head. If my current worth is considered a poor person, then you are probably just a beggar. As for those cars behind you, I don't have any. Because they're all garbage, I really don't like them. The other party repeatedly belittles himself. Even clay figures have tempers. Immediately following, he looked at the banknotes in Zhao Donglai's hand again. I'm sorry, you should keep this 10,000 yuan for yourself. I really don't lack it. I may not have anything else, but the thing I have the most is money. I'm not bragging. It's best not to compete with me in terms of money. Everyone here is rubbish. Oh shit. This moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhao Donglai was even more stunned. He had seen crazy people, but he had never seen anyone as crazy as this. Are you all garbage? Shang Yinyan looked at Chen Feng with a smile on her face. This guy really did not disappoint her. Talk about the skill of talking nonsense. No one can compare to Chen Feng. Stop pretending to be nice to me. Zhao Donglai was a little annoyed, especially when Shang Yinyan looked at Chen Feng in a delicate manner, which made him feel even more uncomfortable. He just didn't understand. Why does Shang Yinyan like this guy? Is it because he's good at bragging? Just at this moment, Chen Feng's phone rang. It's David Chang calling. Chen Feng turned on the speakerphone and asked casually, Lao Jiang, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Chun, the contract and formalities for Watson Hospital have been completed. I have asked my assistant to send them to you. In school, right? Yes, I'm at the school gate. Well, the assistant should be here soon. You're really generous. You spent 40 million to buy a hospital and another one. Hundreds of millions of investment. This amount of money is enough to build a hospital in the city. I really don't understand you. What? When Zhao Donglai heard the content of the phone call, he was stunned. Chen Feng is just a college student. Where did the money come from to buy a hospital and invest 100 million yuan? He is indeed a liar. Chen Feng, you are really good at pretending. It would be a pity if you don't use your acting skills to act. Tell me, how much did you spend on this actor? How much? What actor? Chen Feng looked at him as if he were a fool. Zhao Donglai laughed. You call me just to show us how to do this. Do you really think you are the rich man? It's still Lao Jiang. Lao Wang next door is almost the same. At this time, David Chang on the other end of the phone also heard the conversation. He immediately flew into a rage. Who are you, little bastard? I'm David Jiang, the general manager of Tianbao Group. Tell me your name if you dare. Tianbao Group? The sneer on Zhao Donglai's lips became more and more intense. He knew this company, which was said to be a listed company, and his father had business dealings with the company. The general manager's name is indeed David Chang. But Mr. Jiang is a very famous person. How could he possibly know Chen Feng? It must be fake. Your grandpa's name is Zhao Donglai. Grandson, don't pretend to be David Jiang or not David Jiang in front of me. Do you really think I have never seen the world? If you're David Jiang, I am David Jiang's father. Zhao Donglai, right? Just wait for me. David Chang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He didn't expect that after hanging around Beihu for decades, he would be scolded by a young boy. He hung up the phone angrily. Chen Feng on the side looked at Zhao Donglai with a strange expression. This guy had offended David Jiang and was bound to be in trouble. Chapter 32. Reap what you sow. Really? Before Zhao Donglai could jump up, his phone rang. Hello, Dad. Don't call me Dad. I don't have a son as stupid as you. Did you get your head stuck in a door or kicked by a donkey? What kind of person is Mr. Jiang from Tianbao Group? Even I can't afford to offend him, and you dare to scold him. The person on the other end of the phone started to curse at me. What? Zhao Donglai's brain bust. Like being struck by lightning. Especially when he saw Chun Feng smirk, he reacted instantly. Oh shit. The person just now was really David Jiang from Tianbao Group. I actually scolded Mr. Jiang? Dad, I really didn't know that person was Mr. Jiang. Zhao Donglai was about to cry. His father had to be polite in front of David Jiang. His attitude just now was really outrageous. You don't know? How dare you call someone your grandson if you don't know? I'm telling you, now all the business in our family is fucking ruined. Go and apologize to Mr. Jiang right now. If you don't get his forgiveness, don't come back. I will just pretend that I don't have a son like you bastard. Hey, Dad. Zhao Donglai suddenly panicked. He had never seen his father so angry before and could imagine the seriousness of the matter. 70% of the family's business comes from cooperation with Tianbao Group. Once the other party cancels the cooperation, the family business is about to go bankrupt. At this moment, he didn't care about the people around him who were watching the fun. I quickly found the number my father sent me and called David Jiang. Boss Jiang, I'm Zhao Donglai. Don't hang up. It was my fault just now. I'm nothing. Please don't take it to heart. Zhao Donglai acted like a grandson and was just about to cry, make a scene, or even hang himself. If I knew that person just now was you, even if I had 1,000 guts, I wouldn't dare to say such a thing. Mr. Jiang, I'm just a student. Please don't bother with me, and don't take your anger out on my dad because of me. You're teaching me how to do things? David Chang's tone was also very unfriendly. No. Zhao Donglai suddenly remembered something and said quickly, Mr. Jiang, I want to tell you something. Chun Feng is from our school, and he is a liar. Don't believe him. He doesn't have the money to buy your hospital. He's a boaster. I never thought he could deceive you, Mr. Jiang. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, I will never let you, Mr. Jiang, be fooled. He originally thought that by exposing Chun Feng's true identity, he would gain some favor from David Chang. Unexpectedly, the voice on the other end of the phone was even more annoyed. Fuck you, David Jiang said angrily. Zhao Fu is so unlucky to have a son like you. You are such a piece of shit. Don't call me anymore. Go back and tell your father that Tianbao Group will no longer cooperate with your family's business from now on. Mr. Jiang, Zhao Donglai wanted to say something, but there was a busy tone on the other end of the phone. He was completely stunned. I clearly had good intentions. So how could I have angered the other party? Damn, it's all because of this guy Chun Feng. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have offended David Chang, and I wouldn't have embarrassed myself in front of so many people. Just at this moment, a business car stopped at the school gate. A woman in a business suit got out of the car, walked quickly to Chun Feng, and said softly, Mr. Chun, Mr. Jiang asked me to bring the contract over. This is the hospital's transfer contract, and this is the hospital's land certificate. Please check it. Okowo. Chun Feng flipped through the contract casually. He didn't really read the specific content. Anyway, David Jiang wouldn't lie to him. There's nothing wrong with the contract. Thank David Jiang for me. Okay, I'll go first then. The woman smiled faintly and walked quickly towards the business car. A simple scene. But Zhao Donglai, who was standing beside him, opened his mouth wide. This person is David Chang's assistant. They have even prepared the transfer contract. Doesn't that mean? He gritted his teeth, ran up and asked, Auntie, you weren't fooled by Chun Feng, were you? He likes to brag and act like a rich man. Are you sure you received the money? Who are you calling Annie? The woman looked at Zhao Donglai angrily. Don't I know who Mr. Chun is? Do I need you to remind me? He has already transferred 40 million yuan to Mr. Jiang yesterday. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you will ruin your reputation. Believe it or not, I will sue you. After saying this, he walked into the business car angrily. Zhao Donglai had a dazed look on his face. The next moment, he looked at Chun Feng suddenly, with a look of disbelief on his face. Oh my God, this guy actually spent 40 million to buy the hospital invested by David Chang. No wonder Mr. Jiang was angry just now. Not only did he scold David Jiang, he also repeatedly slandered Chun Feng. How could others not be angry? 40 million. Even if my family is in business, I can't come up with so much money at once. Don't think that I have made such a big fuss today just to pursue Shang Yinyan. 999 roses only cost 10,000 yuan. The watch on my hand is indeed worth more than 1 million. But the 10 luxury cars behind him were almost all borrowed for showing off. There are only 2 that belong to me. And at this time, Shang Yinyan also looked at Chun Feng with a strange expression. It's really surprising. Why haven't I heard that there is a billionaire in our school before? What's wrong? There's a flower on my face. Chun Feng touched his face and felt that the people around him were looking at him strangely. He shook his head helplessly. He said to Zhao Dong, "Since you were so unlucky today, I won't bother with you. Move your broken car quickly and don't block my car." "You still have a car?" Zhao Donglai was slightly stunned. Chun Feng was too lazy to answer him and turned around and walked to where the Pagani was parked. Shang Yinyan hesitated for a moment. She had finally gotten rid of Zhao Donglai's entanglement, so naturally she didn't want to give him another chance to entangle her. He quickly followed and sat directly in the passenger seat of the Pagani. Chun Feng glanced at her and said nothing. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the school gate. Pagani. Zhao Donglai's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. That's a Pagani worth more than 45 million. The 10 sports cars behind me aren't that expensive combined. He remembered what Chun Feng had said before. Compared with the Pagani worth more than 45 million, my sports cars are indeed rubbish. Now, the only trace of anger Zhao Donglai had towards Chun Feng also disappeared. Let's not talk about the fact that David Chang's issue has not been resolved yet. Even Chun Feng's identity made him very wary. The wealth he casually showed off was already over 100 million. The background of such a person should never be underestimated. Quick, get out of the way. He waved at the sports car behind him and drove away from the school gate in shame. I also feel very regretful. If I had known I would be so unlucky today, I should have checked the almanac before going out. It's okay now. If you can't pick up a woman, you can't go home even if you have one. Chapter 33, Knowing the Crisis in Advance. In the sports car, Chun Feng glanced at Shang Yinyan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Perhaps because wearing high heels was too tiring, Shang Yinyan took off her shoes and walked barefoot on the mat. She is really dressed beautifully today. The exposed shoulders exude a fresh fragrance. Her pair of beautiful legs is also very eye-catching, slender and snow-white. Maybe because the skirt is a bit short, it is almost exposed when she sits down, which makes people swallow their saliva. Chun Feng looked away awkwardly, suddenly asked, "Shang Yinyan, I guess you must like white very much, right?" Shang Yinyan was stunned for a moment. I have no idea why the other party would suddenly ask such a strange question. Chun Feng swallowed and said seriously, "Well, I also like white." Noticing his strange look, Shang Yinyan reacted instantly and quickly turned her body to the side to cover her white leggings. He glared at Chun Feng with anger on his face. This guy, is this how you remind others to be exposed? She originally had some good feelings towards Chun Feng, but now it's all gone. She turned her face away angrily, not wanting to talk to the other person. Chun Feng was speechless. All right, I shouldn't have reminded you of this. I should have read it more. A long time. Shang Yinyan seemed to feel that she was wrong, bit her lip lightly, and took the initiative to say, "Thank you for today. Zhao Donglai pester me every day. I had no choice but to pretend that you're my boyfriend. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't say I'm taking advantage of you." Anyway, Chun Feng didn't take it to heart. As for offending Zhao Donglai, just offend him. But after you said this today, if I can't find a girlfriend in the future, will you compensate me with one? You wish. Shang Yinyan didn't believe what he said. Let's not talk about Chun Feng's assets for now. It's this Pagani he drives. As long as he puts it in front of the girls, there are countless beauties rushing to him. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Are you free now? I'll treat you to a meal. Come on, how dare I let the beauty from Shangda spend money?" Chun Feng suddenly made a sharp turn and drove the Pagani into a snack street. "Let me treat you. I know there's a snack street nearby. The food is pretty good." 5 minutes later, the two arrived at their destination. The snack street was quite narrow, and Chun Feng couldn't find a place to park after searching for a long time. In desperation, he had no choice but to drive the car to a nearby shopping mall and park it in the underground garage. Then he walked over with Shang Yinyan. Shang Yinyan was wearing a pair of high heels, which made it a little inconvenient for her to walk. She frowned. He glanced at Chun Feng beside him and seemed to be hesitant to speak. After walking for about 10 minutes, I finally arrived at a stall. Shang Yinyan's brows furrowed even tighter. Is the food here edible? She grew up in a good family environment and had almost never been to roadside stalls like this one. The places we go in and out are all relatively formal restaurants. Of course you can eat it. Chun Fong found a seat and sat down, grinning. The food here is cheap and delicious, and the taste is no worse than those high-end restaurants. Then he called to the boss. Boss, give me 2 servings of stinky tofu, 2 servings of 3 fresh noodles, 20 skewers of grilled squid, 10 servings of chicken wings, and a pancake. Is it so edible? Shang Yinyan's eyes widened. Seeing that she was standing all the time, Chun Fong couldn't help but wonder, why are you standing when you sit down? Shang Yinyan looked at the oil stains on the stool and couldn't help but frowned. Then he took out a tissue and wiped it, then sat down. Can you finish all that? I can finish it. Chun Fong originally thought that a school beauty like Shang Yinyan would refuse to come to a place like the snack street. Unexpectedly, not only did the other party not refuse, but also tried to integrate into such an environment. Soon, the boss brought out the stinky tofu and 3 fresh noodles. Shang Yinyan tried it and found that the stinky tofu tasted really good. She finished 2 servings in one go. Chun Fong was also speechless. It turns out that this school beauty likes to eat smelly things. At this moment, a video message suddenly popped up on the phone. On the evening of August 28th, 2020, several men in black broke into a villa and committed murder while the owner of the villa was asleep. In the picture, 3 people wearing black clothes and masks secretly climbed over the wall of the villa, then pried open the window and jumped directly in through the window. Their movements were very skillful, and the scene followed their movements all the way to the bedroom. This feeling, it's like watching a movie. It was as if there was a camera recording the scene. The owner of the bedroom had been sleeping soundly. 3 men in black quietly walked to the bed, took out a dagger, and stabbed him directly. The video ends here. But at that moment just now, Chun Fong vaguely saw the face of the bedroom owner. Oh shit. He stood up from the chair. There was a look of deep horror on his face. The owner in the video turned out to be myself. Since he got this phone, a total of more than a dozen videos have popped up, and each video is related to someone else. But today, all this is related to myself. The time is half a month later. Chun Fong frowned. This video was indeed beyond his expectations. Who is it? He has kept a low profile over the years and has not offended anyone. Even now, there are system phones. His work style is much more high profile than before, and even if he offends someone, they're only small people. It won't be a disaster that will lead to your own death, right? Chun Fong thought about it carefully. Currently, there are only 3 people who have a grudge against me. The first one is Wang Hai. This guy stole my ex-girlfriend and finally lost his job because he offended me. The second is Peng Wen-Chao, deputy director of Watson Hospital. The third one is Zhao Donglai. Who is it? Chun Fong shook his head. He still couldn't guess who the suspect was. Never mind. Pay more attention during this period. Be prepared in advance. He quickly opened the video app on his phone, wanting to see if there were any skills in the skill interface that could improve his physical fitness. What's wrong with you? Seeing him suddenly stand up, Shang Yinyan was puzzled. It's okay, just keep eating. Chun Fong sat down calmly. Continue browsing the skill interface. In fact, the entire interface is very easy to identify. Except for the skill icons that he had redeemed before, the rest of the icons are gray. Need to be unlocked. He searched for a long time and finally found a skill that strengthened the body. Unlock the body strengthening skill. Ding! The host can unlock 1 skill for free every day, and the remaining skills will require a deduction of -5 system points. Do you want to unlock and redeem? Chun Fong had thought of it a long time ago. Given the nature of this deceptive system points will definitely be deducted. Originally, he could have waited until tomorrow when it was free to unlock it, but for safety reasons he decided to improve his abilities first. Unlock. Chapter 34. Physical Strengthening, Combat Power Source. Body Strengthening skill has been unlocked. Deduct system points -5. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the Body Strengthening skill, deducting -10 system points, and giving away advanced combat skills. Host current remaining system points, 45. When Chun Fong selected the option of Body Strengthening skill from his backpack, he could clearly feel some changes taking place in his body. The host's strength is enhanced by 200, while a normal person's strength is 100. The host's speed is enhanced by 150, while a normal person's speed is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 200, while a normal person's ability is 100. At the same time, Countless battle scenes merged into Chun Feng's mind. These fighting techniques have been extracted and screened, and each move is perfect. No flaws. He could clearly feel a strong, explosive force in his muscles. The whole person's aura also changed drastically, giving people a vague sense of oppression. Shang Yinyan looked up at him in confusion. He didn't seem to notice anything wrong and lowered his head to eat the skewers. Good. Chun Feng clenched his fists. Feel the power of your body. With his current skills, 8 or 9 people cannot get close to him. Moreover, the system can continue to strengthen the body's strength, but it can only be strengthened once a day. He also discovered the current system can only pop up one video message every day. If you want to continue to get videos, you still need to spend system points to unlock it. At this time, Shang Yinyan suddenly tilted her head and asked, Chun Feng, are you rich? Well, Chun Feng also didn't know what kind of people were considered rich, in her opinion. There are deposits of 20 to 30 billion in bank cards. Adding the 10 to 20 billion shares in Entertainment Investment Company Limited, his net worth is 10 billion. So he should be considered a rich man. Shang Yinyan's eyes lit up. Putting down the chopsticks in her hand, she looked at him straight in the eye. We have a villa that we bought at the beginning of this year, but have never lived in. Do you want it? What the hell? Chun Feng was confused. Are you going to give it to me as a gift or sell it to me? Oops. Shang Yinyan stamped her feet anxiously and said with a red face, Our family is short of money recently. If you need a villa, we can sell that one to you. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss in terms of price. Chun Feng finally understood. Something must have happened at Shang Yinyan's home, and they need to cash out the villa. Can you tell me what's going on with that villa first? Anyway, he hasn't bought a house in the city yet. I'll buy it sooner or later. My father bought that villa and planned to give it to me when I graduated. The original price was 30 million yuan, and it has a total area of 1,200 square meters, including an open-air balcony and a swimming pool. The villa is up to 3 floors high. The renovation cost 5 million at that time. If you want, the price can be negotiated, and moving in with your luggage is not a problem. Beihu City's geographical location is not as good as the provincial capital in Kyoto. Here, a villa worth more than 30 million is considered very high-end. It is a single-family villa, and most people can definitely not afford it. Chun Feng was a little curious. What kind of difficulties could make Shang Yinyan want to sell even her villa? 1,200 square meters. It's big enough, but I don't need it by myself. Are you buying a villa for your girlfriend? I'll give you a big head ghost. Shang Yinyan couldn't help but rolled her eyes at him. Forget it if you don't need it. I'll ask someone else. Chun Feng smiled and said, Can you make the decision? If you can, take me to see it now. No problem. Let's go to my house first. Shang Yinyan was delighted. Then he took another look at the unfinished skewers and said, This. Pack it up. Chun Feng took 2 bites at random. Seeing the other party's anxious look, the boss packed up the remaining skewers. The other side, Beihu First People's Hospital is very busy today because 2 leading figures in the medical field came to the hospital and they were giving a lecture here. One of them is Professor Hui Dao, a leader in Western medicine. He is very skilled in surgery and diagnosis. The other person is Professor Xia Hua, president of the Chinese Medicine Association. One of them studies Chinese medicine and the other studies Western medicine, and they're also very good friends. We often discuss some difficult medical problems and apply the combination of Chinese and Western medicine in practice. This lecture also aims to share some experiences. In the office, in addition to the 2 professors, there is also a doctor, Wang Yu. At this time, Wang Yu took out a recorded video and placed it in front of the 2 professors. He said slowly, Professor Hu, this operation was performed by Mr. Chun himself at Watson Hospital yesterday. Although Mr. Chun is very young, but this medical skill is really amazing. I feel inferior to him. His attitude was very respectful. Although Wang Yu is one of the best doctors in the First People's Hospital, he can barely be called an expert. But in front of Professor Hu, he is just a younger brother. Hui Dao watched the video carefully, then rewound and watched it several times, fearing that he might have missed any details. At first his face was calm, but next, the expression on his face became more and more surprised, even to the point of shock. Hui Dao took a deep breath and said solemnly, I have been a doctor for more than 30 years and have performed nearly 3,000 operations. Although I can achieve the same effect as him, but it also requires the use of sophisticated high-end instruments. Professor Xia Hua at the side said with a smile, Old Hu, You have been saying that you can't find a successor. I think this young Mr. Chen is good. If he is trained, he will become a famous doctor in the future. Wang Yu said calmly. Professors, given Mr. Chen's personality, I'm afraid he is not willing to do so. Professor Xiaohua was a little surprised and couldn't help but say, Old, who is a leading figure in the medical field. Many people want to become his disciple, but don't have the chance. Putting aside other things, as long as the medical skills reach a certain level. Isn't it easy to make money? Look at Lao Hu. Some big bosses ask him to treat their illnesses, and the remuneration starts at tens of millions. He is right. Hu Yidao is proficient in surgical operations and diagnosis. Generally, only serious illnesses require surgery. For some big bosses, exchanging tens of millions for a life is still a good deal. For example, previously at Watson Hospital, in order to thank Shen Feng, Su Qingsheng actually gave him 10 million as a reward. Professor Xia, if this happened to someone else, it might work, but Mr. Chen, Wang Yu said with a strange look on his face. Mr. Chen spent 40 million yesterday to buy Watson Hospital and invested another 100 million to renovate and replace medical equipment. And the car he drives is a Pagani worth more than 45 million. So, he should not be short of money. As soon as these words came out, Xiaohua's mouth twitched involuntarily. He looked at the man in the video again. He was so young and already worth over 100 million. At this time, Professor Hu Yidao suddenly said, Let's not talk about whether Mr. Chen is short of money or not. Even if he wants to be my disciple, I dare not accept him. Chapter 35, Yin Yang Nine Needles. Old Hu, don't be so modest, Xiaohua said unhappily. Although you are not as good as me in Chinese medicine, but in terms of surgery, no one in the whole of China should be better than you. Hu Yidao shook his head and said, Look carefully. Mr. Chen's knife skills are so precise, it's like he's using a ruler to measure his movements. As you know, there are errors in surgery. Even the precision instruments used have a certain margin of error. But he has controlled the error within a very small range. And didn't you notice that he simplified the operation process? Although Xiaohua is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, but through communicating with Hu Yidao every day, I also learned a little about surgical procedures. As soon as he saw it, his mouth opened wide. Oh shit, just like the previous appendectomy surgery. Generally, an incision is made first, and then the appendix is found along the cecum. But what about others? The cut was made directly at the location of the appendix. It's like having X-ray vision, which simply simplifies the process. And this kid's suturing skills are also very strong. If the position of the suture between the skin is 1 point more or 1 point less, the best effect cannot be achieved. But every time he inserted the needle, he controlled the position just right. This is not something that can be achieved with just 1 or 2 surgeries. Hu Yidao performed thousands of surgeries, and only with the help of high-end instruments could he barely reach this level. But what about that kid? He is only in his early 20s this year, and I heard he is still a college student. Where does this surgical experience come from? Could it be that he started learning medicine in his mother's womb? All along, Hu Yidao always had a sense of superiority and thought his medical skills were amazing. But now he suffered a blow from the depths of his soul. He has achieved such accomplishments at the age of 20, and without using any instruments. One can imagine the future achievements. The other party has top-notch surgical skills, so how could he be bad at diagnosing the disease? At this time, Wang Yu took out another test report. Professor Xia, since you're in the hospital, please help me take a look at this test report. This is the test report of a teacher from Beihou University. 2 hours ago, this teacher had a stroke and fainted in the classroom. Later, I heard that he was revived by someone. Stroke. Only then did Hu Yidao come back to his senses from what had just happened. He said calmly, a stroke is not a serious illness. If the condition is good, you can recover in 2 or 3 months. At this point, he was suddenly stunned again. Dr. Wang, you're probably framing me, although some indicators in this test report are abnormal. But judging from the condition of platelets and blood clots, this patient has been treating stroke for 2 or 3 months and is almost recovered. In a later stage, only some simple adjustments are needed. Then he looked at other data and said, it's probably caused by high blood pressure. Judging from his blood pressure, it's relatively stable. Generally speaking, there is no problem. Under normal circumstances, his blood pressure will not cause a stroke. It may be because of my age and excessive mood swings. Hu Yidao was still very satisfied with his diagnosis. Conditions like this occur every day. There is almost no room for error. Even Xia Hua nodded. Huh, Dr. Wang, your little trick can't mislead us. Take the report first, and let's set the time for the lecture. However, Wang Yu stood there without moving. His expression became even more strange. Professor Xia. This teacher Chun did have a stroke today, and he also came to the hospital for a checkup last week. A normal person's blood pressure is between 90 and 140, but his blood pressure reached as high as 190 at that time. But he didn't show any signs of a stroke at that time. What? Hui Dao and Xiahua both exclaimed in surprise. Generally speaking, a minor stroke may take 2 to 3 months to fully heal, while a severe one may even take 1 to 2 years. According to Mr. Chen's test report, the other party's condition really shows signs of having been treated for more than 2 months, and he is almost fully recovered. If I really had a stroke today, doesn't that mean that the other person cured the stroke in an instant? How is that possible? Quick, take us to see the patient. Led by Wang Yu, several people found Teacher Chun, who was waiting for the test results in the corridor. Although Chan Feng helped him control his condition in the classroom before, he still went to the hospital for a checkup to prevent a recurrence. After all, the other party is just a student. No one can guarantee whether there will be no secondary damage to the body during the acupuncture process. Seeing 3 or 4 doctors surrounding him, Teacher Chen's heart skipped a beat. Dr. Wang, is my illness serious? Don't worry. The condition is very stable and will be cured after some treatment later. Wang Yu comforted the other person. I quickly asked again, Teacher Chun, can you tell me how your stroke was treated? He was a student, and he seemed very capable. Anyway, I didn't understand anything. I just knew he was using a pair of silver needles. Silver needle? Xiahua on the side frowned suddenly. He is the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. Chinese medicine can indeed treat stroke, and proper treatment can completely eliminate the root cause of the disease. But no one can achieve such an effect. The effect is immediate. Teacher Chen nodded and said, Indeed, only 1 pair of silver needles was used. Someone was taking photos nearby. I'll try to find it. Soon, he got a video from a student. It was taken by a student. When seeing the video, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his gaze was fixed on the hand where Chun Feng was performing the silver needle. The whole person seemed to be struck by electricity and froze in place. What the hell? This is the Yin-Yang 9 needles. This is an ancient acupuncture method that has long been lost, although some people in the traditional Chinese medicine community know its name. But no one will use it, even Xia Hua himself. I have only seen it in some literature. It is said that this acupuncture method is very unique. Although the acupuncture seems simple, it actually contains many complex techniques. It is difficult for ordinary people to learn, but if you learn it, it can almost bring the dead back to life. Of course, it might sound a bit exaggerated to say that he came back to life, but it's really awesome. No wonder it has such an effect. It turns out to be the Yin-Yang 9 needles. Xia Hua was extremely excited, as if he had discovered a new world. 9 yin and yang needles. I'm afraid he is the only person in the whole of China who can use it. Hu Dao, who was standing by, also exclaimed, Fuck, why is it that young Mr. Chun again? Mr. Chun. Xiaohua didn't notice the other person's appearance just now. At this moment, at a glance. Even a simple fuck is not enough to calm my emotions. Damn it, surgery is already excellent, and now even Chinese medicine is so awesome. What kind of freak is this kid? Chapter 36 Time Management Master. Everyone knows, studying Chinese medicine is very time-consuming. Even Professor Xia Hua himself. It took me 10 years of study before I dared to give acupuncture and treat patients on my own. It took more than 30 years for me to become the president of the Chinese Medicine Association. And when Chun Feng performed the Yin-Yang 9 needles, his technique is very skillful. He is definitely not a novice. They just couldn't figure it out. The other party is only in his early 20s. How did he manage his time properly to learn both surgery and Chinese medicine at the same time? This time management. It's so fucking amazing. Old Hu, let's go to Behu University. We must find Mr. Chun. I never thought that I could see the Yin-Yang 9 needles in my lifetime. Xiaohua pulled Hui Dao beside him and walked out. Hui Dao also looked excited. I must meet this junior. Soon, the two came to Behu University. They searched for Chun Feng in the school for a long time and asked many students but still couldn't find him. Professor Xiaohua looked at the time and frowned. Old Hu, I have an appointment with an old friend when I come to Behu this time, so I have to rush over now. Look for him first. If you find Mr. Chun, remember to call me. Don't worry, you go ahead and get busy. Hu Dao nodded. The other side, Chen Feng drove to Shang Yinyan's house. After all, Shang Yinyan's family is in business, and the house they live in is also a villa. It's about 800 square meters. Just got off the bus. Shang Yinyan pulled him to the living room and said, "The information about the villa is with my dad. He shouldn't object to me selling the villa." Chen Feng touched his nose. Why does it feel like meeting the parents? The two walked across the courtyard. As soon as I walked into the living room, I saw a middle-aged man who gave me an invisible sense of majesty. "Dad!" Shang Yinyan walked over with a smile. Shang Jun couldn't help but frowned. "Yinyan, who is this?" "He is my classmate, Chen Feng." "Hello, Uncle Shang." Chen Feng greeted politely. "You're welcome. Take a seat." Although the Shang army appeared to be stable on the surface, their hearts were already in turmoil. "My daughter has never brought anyone of the opposite sex home. What is happening today? Boyfriend?" He looked at Chen Feng carefully. Although he was quite handsome, he was only slightly inferior to himself. But I don't know what his family background is like. "Dad, don't let your mind wander." Shang Yinyan pursed her lips. As soon as she saw her father's expression, she knew what he was thinking. He quickly said, "The villa we bought has never been occupied. I thought it would be a waste to leave it there anyway. It just so happens that Chen Feng wants to buy a villa. Why not sell that one to him?" "Nonsense." Shang Yun's face darkened. He knew what his daughter was thinking. He is having financial problems now, and the company is in urgent need of cash flow. Selling the villa can indeed sustain the company for a month. But that was his gift to his daughter. And even if you want to sell a villa, you have to find a big boss. What are you looking for your classmates for? "Xiao Chun, Yinyan was just joking with you. Don't take it seriously." "Uncle Shang, if you really want to sell the villa, I can buy it. The price is agreed, and the money will be deposited immediately." Chen Feng didn't think too much. It doesn't matter where you buy it, so you might as well help Shang Yinyan. At this time, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Come on, Uncle Shang's villa costs at least 30 or 40 million. Can you afford it?" A man in a suit walked in from outside. He glanced at Chen Feng with a smile, and then greeted Shang Jun. "Lu Mingliang meets Uncle Shang." "Xiao Lu, we haven't seen each other for several years." Shang Yun left. The other party is the son of a friend who had been studying abroad and had just returned to China. It's been 5 years indeed. Lu Mingliang looked at Shang Yinyan next to him, and the surprise in his eyes flashed away. Yinyan is getting more and more beautiful. There must be a lot of people pursuing her now, right? Snort. Shang Yinyan was too lazy to pay attention to him. The two have known each other since childhood, but for some reason, neither of them has had a good impression of him. Lu Mingliang didn't take Shang Yinyan's attitude to heart. "It seems like I've gotten used to it." He extended his hand to Chen Feng again. "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Lu Mingliang. I just came back from studying abroad, and I graduated from Massachusetts Institute of Technology with 2 master's degrees. I used to be an executive at a listed company abroad, and my annual salary was only tens of millions. I am currently preparing to return to China to start a business." Just a few simple sentences reveal a pretentious atmosphere. Chen Feng was just about to introduce himself. The other party just turned around again, not giving me a chance to introduce myself. He frowned immediately. "Chen Feng, ignore him." Shang Yinyan angrily pulled Chen Feng to sit aside. Lu Mingliang's expression froze. It seemed like Shang Yinyan had never held his hand before. This wave of dog food. On the sofa next to it. Shang Yinyan's face was still a little angry. That guy's always been so annoying. If I had known he was coming today, I wouldn't have come back. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Although the other party is sometimes willful, he is still quite protective of his children. "That villa, sell it. My dad is just trying to save face and suffer." Shang Yinyan whispered. "After Lu Mingliang leaves, I will talk to my dad. If there is no more cash flow, his Haitian Intelligence Company Limited will collapse." Haitian Intelligence? Chen Feng suddenly felt that he had heard of this name somewhere. The next moment, he slapped his forehead. "Quickly take out your phone and browse the video app." He remembered that there was a video about Haitian intelligence, but the video had not been unlocked and could not be viewed yet. Unlock. Chen Feng was too lazy to care too much. It took 5 system points to unlock the video. Video pops up. On July 10th, 2023, Haitian Intelligence declared bankruptcy. Chairman Shang Jun could not bear the pressure from all sides and jumped off the building at 10 a.m. In the video, Shang Jun was standing on the roof of the company building in a suit. There were many people surrounding him below, and an ambulance was arranging rescue measures. Chun Feng finished watching the video quickly, as there was a lot of content in it. There was a sudden storm in my heart. Video 3 years later. In other words, Shang Yinyan's family's company will go bankrupt in 3 years, and her father will commit suicide by jumping off a building. He glanced at Shang Yinyan without leaving a trace and said softly, "Your father is studying artificial intelligence. I heard that for this kind of company. Core data is the most important. Once the core data is leaked and used by others, it is very likely to cause the company to go bankrupt." So serious? Shang Yinyan was stunned. She never paid attention to the company's affairs. Chun Feng hesitated for a moment and said, "Ahem, I just calculated with my fingers, and your father will have a bloody disaster on July 10th, 3 years from now. No matter where your father goes, you must follow him closely." Chapter 37, Major Shareholders. Shang Yinyan blinked. It sounded a little confusing, but when he saw Chun Feng's serious expression, he nodded subconsciously. As for whether he really takes it to heart, I don't know. This is the best Chun Feng can do to help with this matter. You can't say that in 3 years your father's company will go bankrupt and he will jump off the building. Who would believe that? Seeing the two people whispering there, Lu Mingliang felt very unhappy and could only force a smile on his face. "Uncle Shang, I actually came here this time because I have good news to tell you. It's related to your company." "Oh." Shang Jun was a little surprised. Lu Mingliang pointed at Shang Yinyan, who was not far away, and smiled. "Uncle Shang, Yinyan will graduate this year, right? She should know about the company's affairs. Why don't you call her over to listen together?" "All right." The Shang army did not object either. He only has this one daughter, so he will have to hand over the company to Shang Yinyan in the future. "Yan Yan, come closer." "Oh." Shang Yinyan sat down reluctantly and pulled Chun Feng over with her. Shang Jun took a look. "No objection." Lu Mingliang then said, "I also heard that Uncle Shang's company has recently encountered financial difficulties, and I just heard you talking about selling the villa. I think you don't need to sell the villa. I have found the funds for you." "Mingliang, you didn't lie to me, did you?" Shang Jun obviously didn't believe what the other party said. He also approached many people during this period, but no one was willing to provide financial assistance. After all, the money he needs is not millions, but it is measured in billions. The research and development of artificial intelligence is extremely costly, and millions of dollars may be burned through in a month. "Uncle Shang, I did find the funds," Lu Mingliang said confidently. "You know, when you investment company, limited, the total assets are tens of billions. As long as they are willing to invest in your company, all problems can be solved." Shang Jun sighed. "Do you think I haven't contacted them? Although the research and development of artificial intelligence seems to have a good prospect, it is too expensive. I also approached them last month and was rejected." Lu Mingliang smiled and said, "You are looking for the current president Yinting, right? According to the information I have received, the largest shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company Limited is not her, but it is someone else, the major shareholder who holds 55 of the shares. Have absolute say. As long as you can get the approval of that major shareholder, your company will be saved. Is the news reliable?" Shang Jun suddenly raised his head and looked at him with burning eyes. He had been at his wit's end, but now he suddenly had a glimmer of hope. Absolutely reliable. Lu Mingliang glanced at Shang Yinyan next to him, as if wanting to take credit. "According to the information I found, the major shareholder bought the shares of Entertainment Investment Company Limited 15 years ago. A total of 60 million was spent at that time. It is said that in 2015, the company underwent major changes. Its performance continued to decline, and it was almost on the verge of bankruptcy. Other shareholders have transferred their shares one after another. Only the major shareholder has been holding on to it. Later, the company overcame the crisis and its performance got better and better, and now its assets have reached tens of billions. That major shareholder instantly became a billionaire." For this insider information, Shang Jun didn't deliberately inquire about it, but he was still somewhat impressed after hearing it. The other party is indeed patient. Chun Feng on the side had a strange look on his face. "It's not that mysterious. I just became a major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company Limited yesterday. You didn't expect that. Why, Brother Chun, do you think what I said is wrong?" Lu Mingliang raised his eyebrows. "As a student, you probably have never heard of such high-level things." Chun Feng smiled and said, "It's okay, just continue." Lu Mingliang then said, "In the past 10 years, the other party has never revealed his identity and has never interfered with the company's affairs. It wasn't until yesterday that the identity of the major shareholder was finally revealed. I also got the other party's phone number through various channels. As soon as these words came out, the Shang army became excited instantly. My dear nephew Mingliang, this phone call. Uncle Shang, don't worry. I will definitely help you get the investment. Just leave this to me. Lu Mingliang patted his chest and said, but I have a request. I hope Uncle Shang can agree to it. As long as you can help me get investment, you'll be a great contributor to Haitian Intelligent Company, Limited. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Hearing Shang Jun's words, Lu Mingliang was also very excited. Uncle Shang, let me be frank. I am also studying artificial intelligence technology. I want to join the company's R&D department. Besides, you know that I have always liked Yin Yin, if it is possible. Lu Mingliang, don't go too far. Shang Yin Yin interrupted him directly. His face looked very angry. This guy's really too much. He even wants to tie the company's interests to himself. Now, the more she looked at Lu Mingliang, the more unhappy she felt. Shang Jun also frowned, a little unhappy, but then he relaxed and said, Mingliang, I can't interfere with the affairs of you young people, and I don't want to interfere. However, if you can get this investment, you can join the R&D department. I know you're interested in artificial intelligence. Our company has also made great breakthroughs in this area and can let you be in charge of a project. Lu Mingliang shook his head. Shang Jun frowned again. Yin Yan's affairs are up to her, Mingliang. I hope you can understand. Uncle Shang misunderstood. Seeing Shang Yin Yan about to get angry, Lu Mingliang smiled and said, what I mean is that I not only want to join the R&D department to be in charge of the project, I also want 5 of the shares of Haitian Intelligent Company, Limited. Of course, I can buy this share with money. He kept silent about Shang Yin Yan. It's like borrowing money between friends. Originally, I wanted to borrow 1 million from you, but you thought it was too much. Then I reduced it to 500,000, and you immediately agreed. This is a psychological tactic. Shang Jun was silent for a while. A long time. Finally, he sighed and said, if you can get an investment of 500 million, I will agree to all these conditions. Make a deal. Lu Mingliang was delighted. As long as he can successfully enter Haitian Intelligent Company, Limited, he will have many opportunities to meet Shang Yin Yan in the future. More contact then. Then, after a long time, they fell in love and couldn't help themselves. Didn't she accept herself? Chun Feng on the side muttered quietly, I'm not stupid, I invested in you. Let you get shares and pick up girls, and you took all the benefits? Brother Chun, what are you talking about? Lu Mingliang looked at him proudly. The reason why I didn't avoid talking to the other party about the company's affairs just now was to show my superiority in front of him. Look at this. Also in their 20s. You are still a giant baby in the cradle of school, and you have to ask your family for living expenses every month. And me? The people I meet now are big bosses with assets worth hundreds of millions. Vision, worth, and knowledge. Not on the same level at all. Chapter 38. Surprised? Unexpected? Oh, nothing. Chun Feng said with a smile. I just said that the major shareholder is a good person, handsome, good-tempered, and knows how to respect his elders and be filial to his parents. Although he is worth billions, he never brags about it. Such an excellent and kind person like him. Brother Lu, if you ask him for investment, he will definitely agree. Lu Mingliang looked at him strangely. What's wrong with this guy? The major shareholder is not here, so there is no point in licking him like that. Shang Yin Yin, who was standing by, was also stunned. A little angry. She didn't want Lu Mingliang to join her father's company. If she really wanted to raise investment, she would rather Chun Feng invest money in her father. Yes. Does Chun Feng have that much money? Shang Yin Yin tilted her head, not knowing what she was thinking. I don't need to ask the major shareholder for help. I just need to list the prospects and advantages of Uncle Shang's company. With the vision of that major shareholder, he will definitely take the initiative to invest. He is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to hold on to the shares of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited 15 years ago. This kind of vision is not something that ordinary people can have. Lu Mingliang snorted coldly. Shang Jun nodded in appreciation. Although the other party was a little impatient, his idea was correct and might really help him convince the major shareholder. He couldn't help but look at Chun Feng again. This college student is different from others. Ordinary college students usually appear very reserved when they meet me. After all, he is the boss of the company. Shang Jun thought that he still had some aura, and it was difficult for people who had not seen the world to ignore this aura. But this Chun Feng has been here since now. They behave very casually. Apart from some necessary etiquette, the way he looked around really looked like he was strolling around his own vegetable garden. It's hard to see through. At this time, Chun Feng smiled and said, "That major shareholder is indeed very insightful. I knew before I even met him that he must be an excellent person. My admiration for him is like a torrent of water." I don't know what this is about. Lu Mingliang was too lazy to listen to his crazy talk. He took out his cell phone and waved it towards Shang Jun. "Uncle Shang, I'll call the other party now. Do you have anything to add?" "No. You know the general situation of the company." Shang Jun took a deep breath. He appeared calm on the surface, but he was extremely nervous inside. "Okay, I'll fight now." Lu Mingliang coughed a few times and adjusted his voice. "Try to make your voice sound gentler." Then, the phone number was dialed. He spent a lot of effort to get this number, so when Shang Jun asked him for the number earlier, he directly refused. Just at this moment, Chun Feng's phone rang. Lu Mingliang frowned. He was going to call the major shareholder, and this call involved an investment of several hundred million yuan. It is very important to both himself and the Shang army. "How can I be disturbed?" "Brother Chun, since you have a call coming in, you should answer it first." Speaking of, Lu Mingliang hung up the phone, but the moment he hung up, Chun Feng's phone also fell silent. What a coincidence. Lu Mingliang didn't think too much about it. Make the call again. But this time, Chun Feng's phone rang again. This made Lu Mingliang very angry. "Chun Feng, hang up the phone first. Don't let you mess up my investment of several hundred million." "Okay, you are more important." Chun Feng shrugged. "Hang up the phone." Hey, the other end hung up. Lu Mingliang felt even more puzzled. The phone was hung up. It would be understandable if the other party didn't answer the call, but what about hanging up directly? And it was when Chun Feng hung up the phone. That moment, he looked at Chun Feng suddenly and dialed the number of the major shareholder again. At the same time, Chun Feng's phone rang again. The whole living room became quiet in an instant. Everyone was stunned. A dull face. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Seeing that everyone was staring at him, Chun Feng was too embarrassed to hang up the phone. Just press the connect button. The call went through. Are you surprised? Surprising? Looking at the connected call, Lu Mingliang's face looked as ugly as if he had eaten shit. "Can anyone tell me? What's going on?" Chun Feng laughed. "Hey, I didn't expect Brother Lu to pay so much attention to me. Today is just the first day we met, and you even got my phone number. You have some improper thoughts about me, don't you? I never thought that I'd treat you as a brother, but you want to sleep with me. Ugh, how could you do that?" Lu Mingliang almost vomited blood. He really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. Could it be that Chun Feng is the major shareholder? Impossible. There's no way he's fucking going to happen. Lu Mingliang directly denied this conjecture. The only possibility was that he remembered the phone number wrong. "Mingliang, your number." Shang Jun's gaze kept moving between Chun Feng and Lu Mingliang. "I'm also confused and puzzled." Lu Mingliang's confident face finally showed a hint of panic. I quickly explained, "Uncle Shang, my friend must have made a mistake. I will ask him to confirm it." "Why can't it be me?" Chun Feng smiled meaningfully. Lu Mingliang gritted his teeth and said, "It's definitely not you. First of all, the age is wrong. The major shareholder bought the shares of Wenyu Investment Company, Limited 15 years ago. How old were you 15 years ago? Second, the temperament and identity are wrong. Do you know how much 60 million was worth 15 years ago? With your background, you can't afford it. So where would you get the money to buy shares?" Chun Feng smiled, but said nothing. According to normal logic, it couldn't be him. But is he normal? Lu Mingliang was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Speaking of, he ran to the side and made a phone call. Shang Yinyan looked at Chun Feng with a strange expression. "What's going on?" "I don't know what's going on." Chun Feng shrugged helplessly. "Maybe I am really the mysterious major shareholder. Look at my temperament. It is exactly the same as what Brother Lu said." Shang Yinyan rolled her eyes. "I don't believe you." Although she didn't want Lu Mingliang to join her father's company, she still hoped that the company could attract investment. I was also very nervous at this moment. Soon, Lu Mingliang finished the call, but he seemed to be in a very low mood and no longer had the confidence he had at the beginning. "Uncle Shang, my friend is checking the phone. Don't worry, even if there is no support from the major shareholder. I can also ask my dad to figure it out. Even if we have to pay for it ourselves, we will gather your funds." "That's not necessary." How clever the Shang army is. The other party's words already made it clear that there was no hope of getting the phone number. It seems that we have to think of another way. Chapter 39, Powerful Skills. Lu Mingliang didn't seem to want to give up. "Uncle Shang, don't worry about this matter. I will go to Win Investment Company, limited in person tomorrow, and I will definitely get this done. Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, with a smile on his face. You'd better not go. Maybe Uncle Shang can get it done if he goes. If you go, you will definitely mess things up. You farted. Lu Mingliang immediately became annoyed. I have tolerated you for a long time. Okay. Mr. Chun, don't gloat over my misfortune. If I can't do it, how can you do it? Who do you think you are? It seemed that the two were about to quarrel. Shang Jun frowned. Okay, everyone, peace brings wealth, so stop arguing. Chun Feng said calmly. Uncle Shang, I heard that the focus of artificial intelligence is core data. You should have a new breakthrough in technology recently. That's why a large amount of capital inflow is needed. If my guess is correct, your new product will be successfully launched in 3 years. At the same time, the company will be officially listed. Shang Jun was shocked. These are company secrets, and only the company's top management knows them. Where did Chun Feng get the news? Chun Feng continued. I also know that your expected listing date is July 10th, 2023, but have you ever thought about one thing? If your core data is leaked, your competitors develop the same product as yours ahead of time and release it ahead of time. I'm afraid the date you scheduled for the listing will become the anniversary of the company's bankruptcy. The Shang army was once again in turmoil. This is the time to market. This is a plan that was just formulated by several senior executives this morning. You actually know that? What worried him even more was, if core secrets are leaked, the company's competitors do have many ways to bankrupt it. This is what he has been guarding against. Chun Feng continued. Aren't you curious why Brother Lu came over here with such a shameless face just when you made a breakthrough in technology? And I must join your company. Not only that, you also have to be responsible for research and development projects. He will not be interested in your technology. He didn't finish his words, but his meaning was clear. In a video that popped up earlier, it only said that Shang Jun's company went bankrupt due to a series of problems caused by the leakage of core secrets. Chen Feng was just guessing. Does all this have anything to do with Lu Mingliang? You are slandering me. Lu Mingliang was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. Uncle Shang, don't listen to his nonsense. I joined Haitian intelligence because I am very optimistic about your prospects. This kid Chen Feng must be jealous of me, so he deliberately framed me. And he knows more than I do, so I'm afraid he is the most suspicious. Okay, I got it. Shang Jun looked very calm. For him at this moment, neither Chen Feng nor Lu Mingliang could believe it. They're all suspects. Yin Yin, take Xiao Chun and Ming Liang out for a walk. I have something to do, and we'll be right back soon. Oh, Shang Yin Yin pursed her lips. She heard the conversation between the two of them just now clearly, and it was obvious that she still trusted Chun Feng very much. As for Lu Mingliang, even though I don't like it very much, it shouldn't be a problem, right? Lu Mingliang leaned forward and said viciously, Yin Yin, this guy actually framed me. If it weren't for you, I would have beaten this guy up a long time ago. I have practiced abroad in the past few years, and 3 or 5 people are no match for me. He glanced at Chun Feng provocatively and said, You were lucky today. If we were in another place, I will definitely beat you to a pulp. Lu Mingliang. Shang Yin Yin looked at him angrily. If you dare to touch him, I will never let you go. Yin Yin, you can't protect him like this. Lu Mingliang gnashed his teeth in anger. He could only say those words just now. He would never dare to do anything in front of Shang Yin Yin. I'm just protecting him. Why do you care? Shang Yin Yin snorted softly. She seemed to realize that she had gone too far, and her face turned slightly red. Chen Feng didn't take the other party's threats seriously. After all, his body has been strengthened by the system, and Lu Mingliang is not enough to fill his teeth. Just when Shang Yin Yin was about to take the two of them to the courtyard, a crash suddenly came from the direction of the bedroom. Immediately following, Shang Jun ran out of the bedroom, holding his stomach, and shouted in panic, Quick, stop him! Follow his gaze. A black shadow in tights just jumped out of the bedroom. He was so fast that he went straight to the living room. This is exactly the direction where Shang Yin Yin and others are. Just walk through the living room, and the other party can escape. This made Shang Jun even more shocked. Quickly stop him. He stole the company's USB drive. Now I finally know what's going on. I'm afraid that Haitian intelligence's core data is stored in this USB flash drive. Finally, it was stolen. Damn it. How dare you steal things so blatantly in broad daylight? Lu Mingliang rushed forward, stood in front of the black shadow, and kicked it. What a pity. Kicked in the air. The black shadow directly knocked him away. The huge force caused Lu Mingliang to fall to the ground in pain, and he couldn't get up for a long time. It's over. Without the blockage, the USB flash drive can never be recovered. Seeing that the other party was about to escape from the villa, next to Shang Yin, Chun Feng's body was ejected like a cannonball. Immediately following, Chun Feng stepped on the ground hard, leaving a hole on the ground. A leg swept out. Bang! Hit the shadow instantly. The black shadow flew backwards 5 meters and hit the wall hard. The entire wall was cracked. With a thud, he fell to the ground. Hiss! He endured the pain in his body, looked at Chun Feng in horror, then rolled over and escaped over the wall. It all happened in a flash. It took only 3 seconds from the time Chun Feng made his move to the time he hit the black shadow. Lu Mingliang opened his mouth wide. His face was full of disbelief. So strong. If that kick had hit me, I would probably have broken at least a few bones. Oh shit. Fortunately, I didn't fight with Chun Feng before. Otherwise, I would be lying in a hospital bed now. This guy is so perverted. At this time, Shang Jun also ran over breathlessly, looking annoyed. It's over. It's over. I thought it would be safer to leave the company's USB drive at home. Who knew someone would dare to come to my house and steal? Uncle Shang, the things are not lost. Chun Feng walked to the corner and picked up a small square box from the grass. It was left by the black shadow, just now. When Shang Jun saw the small box, he was immediately delighted and quickly opened the box. Yes, this is it. I was scared to death. Luckily, it's not lost. Xiao Chun, I'm so glad you were here, just now. Chapter 40. Hey, where's my cigarette? He looked Chun Feng up and down, left and right. This guy looks ordinary, but I didn't expect his skills to be so awesome. He has seen many bodyguards who retired from the army, although they're all very strong. But in terms of speed and strength, he is definitely not as strong as Chun Feng showed. Not just a little bit bad. It didn't help much. Chun Feng looked at the USB flash drive in his hand and said, Uncle Shang, you still have to take security measures. Such an important thing must be kept well. Shang Jun shook his head and said, I didn't expect that the other party could even open the safe. I was careless. Dad, are you okay? Shang Yin also came over, her face full of worry. It's okay, I just bumped into him. Shang Jun did not delay any longer and went back to the room to put the USB drive away. Then he reported the case to the police. This behavior is already considered burglary, and regardless of whether the identity of the other party can be found out or not, the process still has to be gone through. Soon, 2 police officers arrived. We took notes and conducted on-site investigation. In fact, under normal circumstances, cases like this are difficult to solve. After all, the other party is also prepared and will not leave any clues. One of them looked at the wall in the yard and frowned. Are you sure the cracks on it were kicked out by a leg, not hit with a hammer? Forehead. Chun Feng's face was filled with embarrassment. It seems that the body, strengthened by the system, is still in good condition. The kick just now had a force of at least 400 or 500 kilograms. After the second strengthening tomorrow, my body will be even stronger. The man immediately took a breath of cold air. How much force does this require? Even some of the special forces they had seen could only unleash power like this. After a brief questioning, the 2 police officers quickly left. After this incident, the Shang army no longer dared to be careless. I kept calling the company, asking them to be more vigilant and keep the company's confidential documents safe. At the same time, security measures were reviewed again. At the same time, in a car heading from the provincial capital to Beihu, there was a woman sitting in the back seat. She was wearing a professional suit, and her impressive 32D size showed off her perfect figure to the fullest. This person is Yun Ting, president of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited. At this time, Yun Ting's face was cold, even a little angry. I just went to the provincial capital, and I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in the company. I really don't know how you do things. Next to her, an assistant whispered, Mr. Chin's contact information was leaked by Minister Wang. I looked into it. Someone offered him $5 million to buy his contact information. At this point, the assistant looked at Yun Ting cautiously and said, CEO, it's all my fault. The leakage of Mr. Chin's information is my dereliction of duty. You punish me. Yun Ting frowned slightly. Forget it. Just take this as a lesson, but you must remember it. Shareholder information is company confidential. If we can't even guarantee these basic privacy, what qualifications do we have to stay in the company? After you go back, you will authorize all the information. From now on, if you want to view some confidential documents of the company, you must get my permission. Clear. The assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Then he asked, then, how will Minister Wang deal with it? Dismiss him immediately. Yun Ting's expression was extremely cold. This time he was able to sell out the information of the major shareholder for money, and next time he can also leak the company's secrets for money. This kind of person must be fired. In addition, don't pay him this month's salary and bonus. Clear. The assistant nodded. At first she thought the president was making a big deal out of nothing. After all, it was just a contact number. I just found out now. What the president wants is an attitude. A rule. Company secrets are secrets, no matter how big or small the matter is. If you do that, you are violating the regulations. If there is no punishment this time, the company's system will be in chaos. Yun Ting checked the time and suddenly asked, have you found out the location of the major shareholder? I found it. The assistant quickly replied. He was a guest at boss Shang Junshang's house an hour ago, and he should still be there now. Shang Jun. Yun Ting didn't have a deep impression of this person. To be precise, probably no impression. Yes, it's the boss of Haitian intelligence who approached our company to invest last time, but we rejected him at that time. Haitian intelligence? Yun Ting straightened her proud curves and stretched her body. Let's go visit boss Shang. The company told them not to wait for me. Okay. The assistant quickly called the company. I was also a little suspicious. Visiting a business owner? I'm afraid he's going to find a major shareholder. In the living room, Shang Yinyan glanced at Chen Feng and said, my dad will probably be busy for a while, but he has just told you to stay for dinner tonight. Anyway, you have helped my dad a lot. Now, she became more and more curious about Chen Feng's identity. The other party is not only worth hundreds of millions, but also has amazing skills. 10 minutes ago, I heard from my classmates that he was proficient in magical medical skills, and even the medical professor was looking for him everywhere. Such a person. Wherever you go, you'll shine like gold. Why 4 years of college? I have never heard of a person like Chen Feng before. Isn't it too low-key? That must be it. Shang Yinyan has seen many wealthy second generations, most of whom are either arrogant or domineering. Or arrogant. Anyway, each one is more deceptive than the other, just like Zhao Donglai before. It's rare to find someone as low-key and good-natured as Chen Feng. Invisible. Her favorability towards Chen Feng increased a little bit. Chen Feng shook his head. Don't bother. I have to go back to school later. He originally came here to buy a villa, but now it seems that boss Shang will not sell that villa. Shang Yinyan pursed her lips. Then, I'll go back to school with you too. Yinyan, what should I do if you leave? I have nothing to do tonight, so you can stay for dinner. Lu Mingliang came over with a smile. Shang Yinyan snorted. Isn't my dad at home? You can eat with him. Lu Mingliang's mouth twitched. Then he took out a Ferrari key from his pocket and put it heavily on the table. If you want to go back to school, I'll take you there. Why are you following Brother Chen? He doesn't have a car. As soon as the words fell, Chen Feng slowly took out a Pagani car, key from his pocket. Then he took out a folded contract. The cover had the words Watson Hospital Transfer Contract written on it in large letters. That's not all. He reached into his pocket again, mumbling, Hey, where's my cigarette? I clearly remembered to put it in my pocket. Lu Mingliang's mouth twitched. Are you looking for cigarettes? Fart. You were showing off. Not to mention how much the contract is worth. Even the Pagani is more expensive than his Ferrari worth 6 or 7 million. Damn, so embarrassing. He originally thought that Chen Feng was just an ordinary college student. Now it seems that the family may actually have some money. No wonder he dared to buy Uncle Shang's villa. At this moment, he suddenly received a message and became excited. Yin Yin, hurry up, call Uncle Shang over. Good news. Chapter 41. How are you? In the living room, Shang Jun has put down what he was doing. He forcibly suppressed the emotions in his heart. Mingliang, you just said that the president of Entertainment Investment Company Limited is coming to our house. That's right. Lu Mingliang laughed. He regained his previous confidence and said, Uncle Shang, President Yin Ting is on the way here. This is the news from my friend. You can never go wrong. And I guess her purpose of coming here is to invest. This, Shang Jun felt even more puzzled. He had previously visited the Entertainment Investment Company Limited in person, but the other party senior management was obviously not very interested in his company. Why did you suddenly change your mind now? Lu Mingliang patted his chest and said, Just now I asked my friend to verify the phone number of the major shareholder. He must have called directly for me. Now that President Yun Ting has rushed over, it might be the instruction from the major shareholder. Uncle Shang, your company is saved. President Yun Ting came here in person. Wasn't it just to invest in you? No wonder. Shang Jun was full of energy. Now, this is the only explanation that makes sense. Mingliang, I have to thank you again this time. Don't worry, I will give you everything I owe you when the time comes. Thank you, Uncle Shang. Lu Mingliang glanced arrogantly at Chen Feng beside him. I've been holding my breath since I entered the villa. The call failed. The show of force failed. You've been the center of attention, so now it's time for me to show off my skills, right? The next time, the Shang army prepared to welcome the enemy's arrival. At the same time, the company's information documents should be prepared. Once the other party is willing to invest, various agreements and contracts should be signed. 20 minutes later, a business car stopped at the door of the villa. The first thing that stepped out of the car was a pair of long white legs. Immediately following, Yin Ting, wearing a professional suit, appeared in front of everyone, and her proud curves impacted everyone's vision. Yunting, not only is she the youngest, beautiful president of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd., he is also the company's second largest shareholder, 20 stake. It is said that she has been smart since she was a child and has a strong sense of business. Originally, the company's shares belonged to her father. When Yunting was 20 years old, her father transferred the shares directly to her name. After graduating from college, Yunting directly took the position of president. At that time, many people in the company were dissatisfied, but Yunting used thundering means to suppress these negative voices. Then, through a series of operations, the company's performance doubled within a year. Since then, no one is against her anymore, although she is a woman. But his way of doing things is quite resourceful. At this time, the Shang army hurried forward to greet them. Boss Yun, if you knew you were coming, why didn't you tell me so I could pick you up in advance? Boss Shang, you're welcome. I came here so abruptly because I have something to ask. Yunting smiled. Her voice is very gentle, giving people a feeling of a spring breeze. Shang Jun was delighted. The other party was talking about something. Wasn't it about investment? It turns out that my nephew Ming Liang is still reliable. Boss Yin, the information is ready. Please come in. Material? Yin Ting was stunned for a moment. What information? She really didn't understand what the other party meant. However, he did not raise the questions in his mind at this time and walked slowly inside. Hello, Mr. Yin. I'm Lu Mingliang. Lu Mingliang walked forward quickly, wanting to make himself familiar. If you can establish a relationship with the other party, it will bring you many benefits. Hello. Yunting nodded lightly. His eyes only glanced forward and then moved to the front, where there was a familiar yet unfamiliar figure. It's Chen Feng. She was familiar with him because she had seen Chen Feng's information and photos before. The reason why they felt strange was that this was the first time they met each other. Originally, Yunting was preparing to say hello, but seeing Chen Feng standing there motionless with a smile on his face, I subconsciously resisted the urge to say hello. Several people came to the living room. Shang Jun took out the Dahong Pao that he had treasured for a long time, brewed a pot of tea, and handed it over. Without leaving any trace, he asked, Mr. Yin came this time. Boss Shang visited our company last month and introduced Haitian intelligence. We didn't adopt his proposal in the end. I'm really sorry. Yunting responded politely. He had rejected someone before, but now he is running to someone else's house. I really have to apologize first. I came here this time for the major shareholder. She hadn't finished her sentence yet. Lu Mingliang on the side took over and said, Boss Yin, we already know that it was the major shareholder who asked you to come here. This was also something I had not considered carefully. I didn't expect that when I made that call, the major shareholder would directly ask Mr. Yin to come over in person. Yin Ting was even more confused. She glanced at Chen Feng opposite her. What is going on? Lu Mingliang was frantically trying to make his presence felt at this time. Boss Yin, I asked someone to call the major shareholder and introduce the situation of Uncle Shang's company. The major shareholder must be interested in Uncle Shang's company and is looking for you to invest, right? Hey, that's what I said. How can I ask you to come here in person for something like this? Uncle Shang, and I should go directly to the company to find you. He spoke a lot in a rapid succession. Yunting's expression was very calm, without any change in expression. Shang Jun on the side felt that something was wrong. He kept winking at Lu Mingliang. The latter seemed not to notice and continued to babble. Uncle Shang, please bring the company's information here and let President Yin take a look. The Shang army did not move, but my heart skipped a beat. The situation is not good. Judging from the other party's words and actions, Yin Ting definitely did not come here to invest in her own company. The excitement just now turned into disappointment. Shang Jun couldn't help but look at Lu Mingliang. From the time this guy appeared until now, He has brought him news one after another. His mood was like a roller coaster, from excitement to disappointment. Excited, disappointed. I'm almost going crazy. Chun Feng smiled and said, Brother Liu, why don't you confirm the purpose of Ms. Yun's visit? What if she is not here to invest? Shut up. Lu Mingliang wanted to kick him out. Every time this guy opens his mouth, something bad happens. He said with certainty, Boss Yun is not here to invest. So what else could he be here for? Could it be that he is here to see you? Chun Feng smiled, but said nothing. Laugh, laugh, laugh. What are you laughing at? Lu Mingliang suddenly shut his mouth before he could finish a sentence, looking to the side with surprise. Yin Ting sighed helplessly, slowly stood up and walked to Chun Feng. He whispered, I am indeed not here to invest this time, but to find the major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company Limited. Mr. Chen, how are you? Chapter 42, Showdown. I am the major shareholder. I'm not here to invest. Mr. Chun, major shareholder. Everyone was stunned. His face was dull. Their eyes kept moving between Yin Ting and Chun Feng, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. In their imagination, the mysterious major shareholder not only has a net worth of more than 10 billion, he also has a keen insight and unique vision for business. How could it be Chun Feng? Even Shang Yinyan, who had just walked over, opened her mouth wide. Everyone was stunned. She always thought that Chun Feng was just a billionaire, but she didn't expect that he was a billionaire. Lu Mingliang still couldn't believe it. Boss Yun, did you recognize the wrong person? The major shareholder bought the shares 15 years ago. How old was Chun Feng 15 years ago? How could he be a major shareholder? Shang Jun also frowned. Xiao Chun is now a student at Behu University. Is Mr. Yun's information accurate? No matter Mr. Chen's age or status. Yin Ting slowly walked to Chun Feng's side and smiled faintly. He is now the major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company Limited. Even I don't understand this. I'm afraid no one in the entire company knows the answer. In addition, as long as Mr. Chun is willing, he can replace the position of president of Entertainment Investment Company Limited at any time. Hiss. Just a few simple words. The scene fell into deathly silence once again. When you investment company Limited has assets worth tens of billions, and the company's market value soars exponentially every year. I'm afraid that within 3 years, the assets will reach 100 billion. A company of this scale can be considered a leading enterprise in Behu. Chun Feng is the major shareholder. The status and position are naturally not low. But what they never expected was Yin Ting actually gave up the position of president willingly. From this point, it can be seen that she values Chun Feng very much. It even reached a point of groveling. Shang Jun stood up from his chair. The look he showed towards Chun Feng had become extremely respectful. Mr. Chun, I apologize for my previous disrespect. I hope you don't take it to heart. Now, he could no longer treat Chun Feng as a junior. He is a wealthy man worth tens of billions. Regardless of whether the other party's assets are earned by himself or given by his family, they're enough to represent his identity and status in society. Uncle Shang, you're too polite. Chun Feng waved his hand, motioning him to sit down. There are no outsiders here now. Uncle Shang, just call me Xiao Chun. Okay. Shang Jun nodded quickly. But my heart is filled with emotion. The major shareholder he had been trying so hard to find turned out to be right under his nose. It seems now, Lu Mingliang's so-called phone call must have been fake. When he turned around, he saw Lu Mingliang lowering his head in embarrassment. I wish I could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. How embarrassing. At this time, Chun Feng looked at Yin Ting. Boss Yin, what do you think of Haitian intelligence? The company's projects are pretty good. Yin Ting straightened her proud figure and said softly, I have always believed that artificial intelligence has a very good future, but the initial investment is huge. It's because the payback period is too long. So last time, other shareholders disagreed with the investment. She also indirectly explained the reason for her refusal at the time. However, Mr. Chen owns 55 of the shares and has absolute say. You don't need to ask other shareholders for your opinion. Chun Feng nodded. Suddenly he said, Uncle Shang, how much money does your company need? Shang Jun sighed and said, currently this project has just made some breakthroughs, and it will take some time to achieve further success. I roughly estimated that the total investment cannot be less than 500 million yuan. This kind of investment is already a big project. And the 500 million yuan of funds must be in place at one time, which is why it is difficult for him to raise it. He glanced at Chun Feng. Now all hopes probably rest on this junior. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Uncle Shang, I will invest 2 billion yuan in you, and I will invest 2 billion yuan every year. If your project has a high return rate, this investment can be increased, so you don't have to worry about the funds at all. As soon as these words came out, Shang Jun was completely dumbfounded. He stood there in a daze, not reacting for a long time. Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun, how much did you say to invest? 2 billion, 2 billion every year, no more, no less. Chun Feng doesn't have to worry about the opinions of other shareholders at all, even if he paid for it himself. The money in the bank card is more than enough. The system's ability to make money is still very impressive. In just 3 short days, he went from a poor boy to a billionaire. 2 billion. Shang Jun took a breath of cold air. He looked at Yun Ting beside him excitedly and nervously, only to see the latter nodded. Look at this. This is the confidence of rich people. I want 500 million, but you give me 2 billion and 2 billion every year. This is liquid capital. He didn't expect that Chun Feng not only supported his project, but also made a big investment. Shang Jun hesitated. Suddenly, he said, Mr. Chun, are you investing on your own or in the name of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited? He believed that with Chun Feng's ability, he could definitely come up with the 2 billion. Chun Feng waved his hand and said, let's do it in the name of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited. I'm too lazy and just want to be a hands-off boss. Anyway, no matter whose name is used to invest the money, I am the major shareholder. Actually, for Chun Feng, he was used to the system's way of making money quickly. Although Shang Jun's Haitian intelligence has a good prospect, it is still relatively slow in making money. On the other hand, Chun Feng even wanted to set up his own company and own all the shares. But this plan needs to be put on hold. Okay. Shang Jun was so excited that his speech was almost incoherent. Mr. Chun, Mr. Yun, based on the estimated funds, When You Investment Company Limited should be able to get 70 of the shares. I wonder if you have any opinions on this. No problem. After all, Yunting is professional in company management. She said softly, we will not interfere in the daily management of Haitian intelligence, but we will do so in terms of core technology management. I hope the Chamber of Commerce can come up with an effective plan. Of course, Shang Jun also attaches great importance to this matter. Business secrets must not be disclosed. At the same time, he also glanced at Lu Mingliang next to him. Now that When You Investment Company Limited has gotten involved, Lu Mingliang may not be able to get any shares anymore. Mingliang, the 5 stake you mentioned before. No. Lu Mingliang quickly waved his hand. Uncle Shang, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to deal with. You guys are busy. I'll leave first. After saying this, leave in a hurry. Joke. Now don't talk about that 5 stake. Even if he wants to enter Haitian Intelligence's RD department, it might be difficult. Chapter 43. My stinky brother scared me to death. The next time, Shang Jun quickly made a phone call and asked the company's assistant to bring the contract and information documents over. Both parties signed a contract. Everything went smoothly. Shang Jun didn't expect that the problem that had troubled him for so long would be solved today. He asked Shang Yinyan to take out the key to the villa. Mr. Chun, you have helped me so much. This villa is a little gift for me. Please accept it. Chun Feng originally wanted to decline. However, seeing the other party's persistent attitude, I accepted it without thinking too much. Uncle Shang, now that the matter has been resolved, I won't bother you anymore. Chun Feng did not stay any longer. He took Yunting and left the villa. And at this time, Shang Jun's face was still filled with an excited smile. He said meaningfully to Shang Yinyan next to him, Yinyan, your classmate is not simple. Does he have a girlfriend now? How should I know? Shang Yinyan couldn't help but stamp her feet. Her pretty face also blushed slightly. Yinyan, I have to remind you of something. Shang Jun naturally understood his daughter's thoughts, and he sighed and said, Mr. Chun is definitely not an ordinary person, and his future achievements will not be comparable to those of ordinary people. The women around him are better than each other. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's just talk about Yun Ting, who appeared today. Her beauty, temperament, and business acumen are almost unmatched. If you really want to be with him, take action now. Shang Yinyan's mood was complicated. She understood what her father meant. He was afraid of getting hurt. Let everything take its course. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Double the reward system points plus 90. Host's current remaining system points, 130. Ding! Due to the host's participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 2000 to 2024. When Shin Feng heard this voice, he was stunned. Oh shit, is this mission accomplished? Think about it carefully. He reacted instantly. The fate of Shangju and Company changed due to the participation of Wenyu Investment Company, Ltd. After all, there is continuous capital injection behind it. The Shang army can't go bankrupt again. It is even more impossible to jump off the building. This can be considered to have completely changed the other party's fate. According to the inertia of the system, there should be another double reward. Really? Ding. The host doubles his participation in completing the video task. The predicted time continues to change, and the current predicted time is 2000 to 2054. The timeline has been expanded forward 30 years based on the previous one. Now there are more events than can be predicted. And the technological level 30 years from now, that is, in 2050, should be greatly improved. If you can master it in advance. Isn't that awesome? What will technology be like in 30 years? Looking forward to it. But now, what Shin Feng was even more excited about was the addition of 90 system points. To get more system points, he had to complete more video tasks. Only in this way could he achieve a counterattack in his life. Shin Feng parked the Pagani on the side of the road. At this time, Yin Ting, who was following behind, also came over. He whispered, "Mr. Chun, have you ever considered transferring your shares? I can offer you double the price." Transfer. Shin Feng shook his head. The current market situation of Wenyu Investment Company, Limited, is very good. At least 4 billion yuan in dividends are received every year, and no less than that. Only a fool would sell it. Boss Yin, you're probably worried that I'll really take your position as CEO. Don't worry, I won't get involved in the company's affairs, and I'm not interested in the position of CEO. Speaking of this, he looked again at Yin Ting, who was standing gracefully. He smiled and said, "Since you supported me so much just now, I will stand by your side in any decision the company makes in the future, and I will never break my promise." What? Yin Ting finally breathed a sigh of relief. What she needs is absolute say in the company. In the past, she basically had the final say in the Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, but this time, Chun Feng appeared. It almost threw her off balance. "Brother, you scare me to death." She couldn't help but pat her chest. Forehead. Chun Feng quickly looked away. "It's an eyesore." Yin Ting giggled. "Although you are the majority shareholder of the company, according to our age, I should call you my stinky little brother. Let me tell you about my purpose. The first reason I came to see you this time is that I wanted to get to know you formally. On the other hand, I also want you to find some time to visit the company. Meet the other shareholders. Is this considered a formal team?" Chun Feng said meaningfully. "Other shareholders should also be looking for me. I own 55 of the shares. Anyone who connects with me will have a say in the company. You being too smart is not a good thing." Yanning was a little curious. Where did this boy, who is a few years younger than me, learn all these tricks? She subconsciously straightened her chest and said with a smile, "You never showed up before, and your appearance this time also made other shareholders panic. The main thing is to give them reassurance. Although Wenyu Investment Company, Limited has many shareholders, there's not that much competition." "Understood. I'll go sometime." Shin Feng nodded. The two exchanged some more words. Yenting introduced to him the company's situation in recent years. Although she is a cold and aloof president in front of outsiders, she now appears to be very easygoing. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly noticed a familiar figure not far away. Yin Ting raised her eyebrows. "Do you know him?" "No." He walked past without leaving a trace. At this time, outside a nearby shopping mall, people come and go. There's a figure standing there, looking a little nervous. Seems like he's waiting for someone. It's Lu Mingyang. Chun Feng was a little surprised. Why did this guy come here after leaving Shang Yinyan's house? About 5 minutes passed. A man came over, and the two quickly hid in a hidden corner. "Master Lu, you almost killed me this time. You didn't tell me before that there was a tough guy in Boss Shang's family. I broke at least 2 ribs just now." The man's face was filled with anger. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been doomed. Lu Mingyang cursed and said, "Brother Dao, this is not my fault. Who knew that Shin Feng was so skilled? Then I don't care." Brother Dao said coldly, "I'm injured and need money to see a doctor. It won't work without $1 million. Give me the money. We agreed that you get the USB drive, and I'll pay you." Lu Mingyang was also very annoyed. "It's not that I don't have moral principles, but if you don't complete your mission, you won't get a penny of the money. Brother Dao's eyes are as sharp as a knife. It was obvious that he was extremely angry. "Lu Mingyang, Let me be frank with you. If you don't give me the money, I will report this to Shangjun. Don't even think about having an easy time then. Lu Mingliang didn't take the other party's threats seriously. Go ahead, you don't have any evidence anyway. Who would know that I was planning to steal the USB drive? At this moment, a discordant voice suddenly came. I know. Chapter 44, nicknamed Bull Demon King. Who is it? Lu Mingliang turned his head in panic. Only then did he realize that Chen Feng had appeared behind him at some point, and President Yinting was beside him. Ew, why are you here? This moment, he was a little panicked. Luckily I'm here, otherwise I would have missed a good show. Chen Feng smacked his lips. I never thought that you, Brother Lu, are such a good actor. On the surface, you want to help Uncle Shang attract investment, but secretly you want to steal his core data. I don't. Lu Mingliang refused to admit it. This matter has nothing to do with me. Please stop slandering me. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you don't admit it. Chen Feng shrugged and said calmly, whether it was you who did it or not, I just want to tell you now. From now on, Uncle Shang's project belongs to Winyu Investment Company, Ltd. As a major shareholder of the company, if someone does something that shouldn't be done, I think it's more than just 2 broken ribs. Lu Mingliang frowned. What do you mean? I'm a person who bears grudges. If anyone covets my things, I will definitely make him remember this lesson. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, pointed to Brother Dao next to him. He said, just like this brother, he had more than 2 broken ribs. Maybe I'll break 2 ribs later. If you don't learn your lesson, you might break 2 ribs again tomorrow. You tell me, how many ribs does this person have? How many times can he break it? Lu Mingliang's mouth twitched. Brother Dao on the side was furious. Boy, what did you just say? I made it very clear. Chun Feng's face exuded a cold light. None of us are fools. It was you who stole the USB flash drive from Ba Shang's house an hour ago. Don't think I won't recognize you if you take off your clothes. Snort. Brother Dao snorted coldly. Anyway, Chen Feng had already heard the conversation between him and Lu Mingliang just now. I'm too lazy to hide it. He said angrily, you are so arrogant. You hurt me before. I will give you 2 choices. Either you give me 5 million to treat my illness, or I'll break 2 of your ribs. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving today. Just you. Chen Feng just found it a little funny. You were no match for me before. Can you still beat me now that you are injured? You think I'm that stupid? Brother Dao sneered. He just whistled. A figure came over again and blocked Chen Feng's way. The man was about 1.80 meters tall and very strong. All the muscles are tied up. Brother Dao laughed. My brother has no other skills except brute force. He once killed a cow with 1 punch, so he was nicknamed the Bull Demon King. This was originally prepared for Lu Mingliang. But you are unlucky now that I am here. Brother Dao. Lu Mingliang was shocked. He didn't expect that the other party had a backup plan. Fortunately, the 2 parties didn't really break up just now. Otherwise, I would be in trouble. Brother Dao sneered and said, Mr. Lu, our eldest brother doesn't talk about the second brother. If you're willing to pay me, I won't find someone to deal with you. Who's he do it? Damn, the fight can finally begin. Hozi grined. He pushed the ground with his legs and rushed directly towards Chen Feng. Boom, boom. He's not very fast, but the huge force made the ground buzz. It's like a mountain pressing down, full of momentum. Behind Chen Feng, Yinting's face suddenly changed. This guy is like a human cannonball. If I were hit like this, I would also be implicated. I also feel a little annoyed. If I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have followed. There's no way to hide now. It's over. It's over. However, when she looked at Chen Feng, the latter had a calm expression. It seemed that he was not frightened at all by Hu Zi's momentum. Pretend. Hu Zi was annoyed, thinking that he was still trying to show off at this time. He punched him directly, but at this moment, Chen Feng suddenly raised his head. That moment, a substantial chill solidified the air, and the tremendous pressure made Hu Zi's breathing stagnate. Not good. He suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Chen Feng suddenly moved. Kick it out. Bang. No signs at all. Hu Zi flew directly into the air. A strange arc flashed across Chen Feng's mouth. When the opponent's body was about to hit the ground, another series of critical hits came. Bang. The body flew 2 meters high again. Oh shit. Brother Dao, who was standing by, was so frightened that his mouth twitched and his face turned extremely pale. Hu Zi is tall and strong, weighing at least 200 kilograms. At this moment, Chen Feng easily kicked him 2 or 3 meters away, and he had no power to fight back. Damn it. He was so scared that he ran away. And at this time, Chun Feng bent his legs and bounced. With a whip kick, Hu Zi, who was falling, crashed directly into Brother Dao with a bang. Following right on, the two bodies slammed into the wall. It fell down with a loud bang. The roadside sign was even knocked away, causing uproar. The battle is over. It started quickly and ended even faster. This, Lu Mingliang next to him took a breath of cold air. His face was full of horror. Chun Feng clapped his hands and looked at the two people lying on the ground, not knowing whether they were dead or alive. A calm face. I told you that you'd have to break 2 more ribs today. I told you to stop pretending, but you didn't listen. Then he looked at Lu Mingliang and smiled coldly. For Shang Yinyan's sake, I will let you go this time. Lu Mingliang, I don't care if you snooped into Haitian intelligence's core data. Or is there someone behind you who wants the core data? See you next time. You will suffer the consequences at your own risk. Lu Mingliang's heart trembled. Without waiting for his response, Chun Feng had already left with Yun Ting, who had a dazed look on her face. At this time, the people around finally gathered around. The noise just now was really too loud. They had already noticed the situation when the two men were fighting. Only, the two men moved so quickly that it was over just as they surrounded him. Oh my God, were they filming a movie just now? What kind of movie are you shooting? Look around and see if there are any filming equipment. It's obviously a fight. Fuck, that guy is so awesome. He kicked someone away with just one kick. This is really awesome. It's much better than some of those crappy masters out there. This is real kung fu. Everyone was talking about it. There were many little fans in the crowd, taking photos of Chun Feng's figure not far away. At this time, suddenly someone exclaimed, "Look, these two people are injured. Do you want to send them to the hospital?" Why send him to a hospital? Look who this guy is, the famous Brother Dao, and the big guy next to him, nicknamed the Bull Demon King. These two guys only know how to bully others and do all kinds of sneaky things every day. So it's them. Go away. They deserve to be beaten. The crowd arrived quickly. It goes quickly. It was as if he didn't see the two injured people. But there were still people in the crowd who took pictures of the fight that just happened. Although the distance was far, they could still see it clearly. They posted the video on social networks. It became popular all of a sudden. Many people liked and forwarded the post, and it soon became a trending topic. However, Chun Feng was unaware of all this. Chapter 45, All We Need is a Housekeeper. After Chun Feng and Yun Ting separated, they went directly to the villa that Shang Jun had given them. The villa is located in Yulong Bay, the most expensive location in Beihu. Those who could buy villas here are basically wealthy bosses. Although Chun Feng did not check in. But when a security guard at the door saw that he was driving a Pagani worth tens of millions, he didn't dare to stop him and directly open the access barrier. They dare not offend anyone who can afford such a luxury car. The 1,200 square meter single-family villa is indeed an eye-opener. Open the courtyard door. The first thing that comes into view is the front yard, which is planted with a lot of green vegetation. The whole villa has 3 floors in total. The first floor is an extra-large living room with floor-to-ceiling windows that provide a very wide view. The sofas, furniture, and lamps inside were all selected and decorated by Shang Yinyan herself, and they are very expensive. The entire supporting facilities are fully intelligent. It can be fully controlled by voice. Next to the living room is the dining room and open kitchen. What surprised Chun Feng was, one wall in the restaurant was converted into a wine cabinet, which is filled with expensive red wines. There are probably more than 100 bottles. The price of any bottle starts at 100,000. There are 4 bedrooms and a study on the second floor. Each bedroom has an independent bathroom, which should be a guest room. There is only 1 room on the 3rd floor. Master bedroom. The oversized master bedroom comes with a walk-in closet and an outdoor balcony. Chun Feng fell in love with this villa at once. Especially in the backyard of the villa, there is also an extra-large swimming pool. The only thing that made him dissatisfied was, the villa is so big that it is difficult to keep it clean, but he could just hire a housekeeper. The housekeeper will do the work. Nothing to do. Cough, cough. Hey, how could I have such an idea? I'll stay here tonight. Chun Feng toured the villa and went straight to the bedroom. The whole villa is well decorated, with complete furniture and daily necessities, so you can move in directly. At this time, he suddenly felt that the villa looked familiar. The next moment, react instantly. In today's prediction video, 3 men in black broke into a villa and committed crimes while the owner was sleeping. The villa in the picture is exactly the same as this one. It's true. Everything is developing as predicted. I have to strengthen my body again tomorrow, and then find time to improve the security measures of the villa. Chun Feng was thinking this in his mind. Although this incident will not happen for another half a month, he has to take it seriously. At night, maybe because he was used his bed, Chun Feng couldn't fall asleep. In desperation, I took out my cell phone and opened a novel, originally intending to kill time. Unexpectedly, he became more and more excited the more he read. The content of the novel was so exciting that he read until 3 o'clock in the morning before he finished reading all the contents. He looked at the title of the book, which was called The Trillionaire Starts from Predicting the Future. The author is Man. Isn't this protagonist's life just like mine? Chun Feng was inspired, gave a 5-star rating directly. Then, turn off the phone and go to sleep. The next day, Chun Feng got up early in the morning. He opened the video app and found the body strengthening skill option on the skill interface. He had already redeemed this skill once before and could use it continuously. But it can only be strengthened once a day. Strengthen. The host's strength is enhanced by 400, while a normal person's strength is 100. The host's speed is enhanced by 300, while a normal person's speed is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 400, while a normal person's is 100. At this time, Chun Feng discovered that his body's strength had increased several times compared to before, and the power of a single punch might have reached 1,000 kilograms. It was just a simple punch. If you add skills and punches, it will be even more terrifying. He even looked forward to that day. I don't know if those 3 men in black can withstand my punch. At this time, Director Zhang from his hometown village called him. He donated 8 million yuan to build the road. The leaders above also attached great importance to this matter and made a plan overnight. Construction has already begun. According to the progress, it will be completed in about a month. That's already fast. I am afraid this is also the first rural area to have 6 lanes. Chun Feng called David Jiang of Tianbao Group again. The task of building a villa in my hometown was handed over to the other party. After all, Tianbao Group also has construction projects. Leave professional matters to a professional team. And he is more confident in what David Chang does. On the other hand, Watson Hospital also stopped operations and began preparations for renovation and the purchase of new medical equipment. The hospital's affairs are complicated, and it will take at least 3 months to open. Chun Feng was too lazy to worry about it and just handed it over to the dean. Latest financial news. U.S. type of coffee futures suddenly plummeted, and capitalists cashed out $8 billion. A video suddenly popped up. Here we go again. A free forecast video every day. Chun Feng quickly opened the video. It turned out to be about futures, although he didn't understand finance. But you can probably understand the meaning of this video. The price of U.S. type A coffee futures has been relatively stable before, and the fluctuation range is not very large. This time, the price suddenly fell precipitously, dropping by 1/3 in an instant. Some investors saw an opportunity. They have invested a lot of money. Futures are different from stocks. Stocks can only be bought when they rise. Futures can be bought not only for rising prices, but also for falling prices. Buying on the dip means shorting. When everyone was shorting, the price of Type A coffee suddenly turned around and went up. Not only did it return to the starting point, it also increased by 2/3 more than before. All investors lost money. It turned out that some capitalists behind the scenes controlled the price trend of Type A coffee, which was originally a trap. Most people lost so much that they didn't even have enough to wear underwear. The capitalists behind the scenes are making a fortune. Immediately following, a price curve appears in the video, which is exactly the price curve fluctuation of Type A coffee. Oh shit. Chun Feng suddenly became excited. That's today's price. As long as he buys high or low according to the above fluctuations, it is definitely a business that is sure to make money. Others suffer losses because they don't know the market conditions. But it's like an open book exam for me. He looked at the time. The current price is still relatively stable, but in half an hour there will be a crazy roller coaster-like scene. I wanted to keep a low profile, but my strength doesn't allow it. Chun Feng chuckled, although he is now worth tens of billions. But after all, those 10 billion yuan are shares of entertainment investment company, limited, and they will definitely not be sold at this moment. The liquid funds on hand are only about 2.9 billion. It's time to make money. Although Chun Feng didn't know how to operate and only knew a little about futures. But I have money. Why not just find a financial company and let them help you with the operation? These days, you could do anything if you have money. After Chun Feng finished washing up, he tidied up casually, drove Pagani away from the villa. Chapter 46. The first move is a big move. 10 minutes later, Chun Feng came to Future Securities. Future Securities is the largest securities company in Beihou. It is said to have its headquarters in Kyoto, and its business scope and scale are relatively large. As soon as you enter the lobby, you can see a huge screen. A lot of stock and financial information is published on it. On the left side of the hall is the office area. Dozens of office workers are working attentively. On the right is the VIP reception area. When Chun Feng walked in, he suddenly saw a familiar figure. The mother of ex-girlfriend, Xin Qin. Wang Fanchao. She is a salesperson at Future Securities. At the beginning of her daughter's senior year, Wang Fanchao met Chun Feng once when she was sending her daughter to school, and she knew that he was her daughter's boyfriend. At this time, see Chun Feng appear. She frowned slightly and quickly pulled Chun Feng aside, saying in a somewhat unhappy tone, "Xiao Chun, how did you find yourself here?" "I'm here for something." Chun Feng looked indifferent. After all, the other party is an elder, even though he and Xin Qin have broken up. But since we met here, I still have to say hello. Wang Fanchao was a little unconvinced. "Xiao Chun, I know you and Qin broke up and you feel unwilling, but I can't interfere in your affairs. Even if you come here to beg me today, I can't help you. Besides, Qin's current boyfriend earns $1 million a year. You are still a senior executive of the company. Listen to my aunt's advice and let it go." Chun Feng gave her a strange look. "A new boyfriend? Are you talking about Wang Hai? This is so long ago. You are not using 2G to surf the internet, are you?" He shook his head. "I'm not here to look for you, nor for Xin Qin's matter. I'm here to open an account." "Open an account?" Wang Fanchao sneered. When she first learned that Chun Feng was her daughter's boyfriend, she had already investigated his background. A rural family, parents farm the land. Such people will never get rich in their lifetime. How? Want to make a comeback by stock trading now? Wang Fanchao looked around and whispered, Okay. Even if you are here to open an account, don't tell others that you know me later." Seeing the other person's face full of disgust, Chun Feng chuckled. "I advise you to call Xin Qin." After saying that, he walked straight forward. "Make a phone call?" Wang Fanchao was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the other party meant. Then he muttered and walked towards the office area next door. At this time, a colleague came over. "Sister Wang, I seem to see you chatting with that person just now. Do you know each other?" "How would I know him? He just came to open an account." Wang Fanchao quickly distanced herself from the matter. The other side, Chun Feng came to the reception area of the lobby. "I asked the staff, can you open an account here? Can you open an account for me to play futures?" The receptionist was a young lady in professional attire. "Okay." The receptionist smiled and said, "Generally speaking, users can open an account online by themselves, and we can also open an account offline. Sir, you're a newbie. Do you need us to introduce an analyst to you? Our company's analyst forecasts are still very accurate. The accuracy rate can reach 80%. In addition, we can also help you operate. The handling fee is 0.3. Open an account first, and you won't need an analyst." Chun Feng now has his prediction videos, and no analyst is better than him. He said calmly, "Help me find someone who can operate it and do it according to my requirements." "Okay, wait a moment." The receptionist quickly took the information to open an account. About 15 minutes passed. The account is opened. Chun Feng casually transferred 2.5 billion to the account. The next moment, the receptionist was completely stunned. Stunned? What's going on? She carefully checked the other party's account and counted it over and over again. It is indeed 2.5 billion. Oh my God. Although the young man in front of her was handsome, she had never thought that he was so rich. I originally thought that a novice like this would just put in a small amount of money to practice. Unexpectedly, the first move was actually a big move. "Mr. Chun, this way please." The receptionist quickly invited Chun Feng to the VIP reception area and personally made him a cup of coffee. Then he said, "Mr. Chun, please have a cup of coffee and wait for a while. Our manager, no, our general manager will be here soon. This is a big customer. We must maintain good relationships." After arranging everything for Chun Feng, she left in a hurry. At this time, Wang Fanchao in the office area was full of confusion. She was secretly paying attention to what was happening in the hall. Normally speaking, with Chun Feng's status, he would not have the opportunity to enter the VIP lounge. Why now? But the next scene made her even more confused. I saw Chiao Mu, the general manager of Future Securities, hurried over under the guidance of the receptionist. I even almost fell to the ground because I walked too fast. The other party completely disregarded his image and quickened his pace. Wang Fanchao opened her mouth wide. What's going on? In their impression, Mr. Chiao pays the most attention to his image and has always been a relatively stable person. Who or what could make him lose his composure like this? A colleague at the side suddenly widened his eyes. Sister Wang, look, isn't that the guy who just opened the account? President Xiao is actually shaking hands with him. Oh my God, who is that guy? He is. Wang Fanchao still hadn't come back to her senses. She even wondered if she had recognized the wrong person. That person isn't Chen Feng, right? And at this time, in a VIP living room, Xiao Mu was also very confused when he saw how young Chen Feng was. Hello, Mr. Chen. I am Xiao Mu, the general manager of Future Securities. I wonder where Mr. Chen made his fortune. I'm still studying at North Lake University. Chen Feng smiled faintly. College student? Xiao Mu was really shocked this time. Just a college student, but he spent 2.5 billion in one go. Future Securities liquid funds in Beihou area are only 1 billion yuan. This was the first time he had seen such a large amount of funds and clients. Not simple. He suppressed his shock and asked, if Mr. Chen wants to play futures, I can help you do it myself, but there is an upper limit for general users. I wonder how much Mr. Chen is going to invest. How much to invest? Chen Feng was speechless. I directly transferred 2.5 billion, so of course I invested it all. Mr. Chiao, I've recently taken a fancy to US type a coffee futures. If I use all 2.5 billion to trade, will the quota be enough? This, Xiao Mu's mouth twitched suddenly. At present, neither the stock market nor futures prices fluctuate much, and almost no one invests a large amount of money at this time. Why is this person doing the opposite? And, no matter how he looked at it, he felt that 2.5 billion was just like 25 yuan in the eyes of the other party. Too casual. Mr. Chen, currently the quota for ordinary users is only tens of millions, and you're going to do international futures, so I need to apply to the headquarters for the quota. Please wait a moment. I will try my best to help you apply for the maximum amount. Chapter 47, the show begins. About 10 minutes passed. Shimu just came back. With a hint of apology on his face, he said, Mr. Chen, you can use the 2.5 billion in your account at will. There is no upper limit, but speaking of this, he looked even more apologetic. Because you are a new user, we were not able to apply for a leverage quota from the headquarters. But we can reduce the handling fee and commission from 0.3 to 0.2. Fine. Chen Feng waved his hand indifferently. He just did a brief search of the relevant knowledge. The leverage amount is virtual funds and cannot be withdrawn. It can only be used for buying and selling transactions. Use it to gain profit. The general amount is 5 times, 10 times, etc. For example, if you apply for a 5-fold leverage amount, Chen Feng currently has 2.5 billion, so he can use 5 times the amount, which is 12.5 billion, for trading. The amount has increased 5-fold, and the income has also increased 5-fold. But once there is a loss, financial companies will also suffer corresponding losses. So even if Chen Feng is a big customer, before knowing the other party's capabilities, the headquarters of Future Securities dare not give leverage quotas casually. Boss Xiao, shall we start now? Chen Feng looked at the time. There are less than 5 minutes left in the video prediction. Anyway, he makes money very quickly, so it doesn't matter whether he has a leverage quota or not. Okay, let's get started. Xiao Mu nodded quickly. He quickly asked someone to bring the computer to the living room. Open the software and log into your account. Everything is ready. He couldn't help but remind him again. Mr. Chen, the current fluctuations in crude oil and gold are relatively large, but they are generally traded at night. As for American A-type coffee, although there are fluctuations, it is difficult to make big money. That's not necessarily true. Chen Feng smiled mysteriously. Then he stretched out a finger and a voice suddenly came out. 1, 2, 3. The next moment, as soon as Chimu opened the page of Type A coffee, he saw the curve chart plummeting like diarrhea. Ahem. Although the description is not very appropriate. But that's what I mean. The price of Type A coffee has always been maintained at $120 per pound, but now it has dropped directly to $118.75, 117.23, 116.17, coming with great force. Oh shit. Xiao Mu was completely stunned. He has been in this industry for decades and has never seen such a situation. Wrong. We have seen such fierce declines before, but it's rare. What made him even more confused was Chen Feng seemed to have known that the price of Type A coffee would fall at this time. Even Buffett, who has the title of God of stocks, is not so awesome, right? Almost at the same time, a large number of investors also discovered the abnormality of Type A coffee and invested a lot of money. As long as you buy and short at this time, you can make money. When Xiaomu was preparing to operate, Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute, do as I say." Wait a moment. Xiaomu was extremely anxious. Every minute you wait is money wasted. It has been falling now. Just short sell, and you can make a lot of profit from the price difference. Seeing that the price of Type A coffee had dropped to 112.51, Chen Feng said, "Boss Xiao, help me buy higher and use all 2.5 billion." He didn't know how many lots of Type A coffee he could buy with this money or how many pounds a lot of Type A coffee weighed. There's no need to know anyway. Just have trees to operate it. No way. Be rich and be willful. All 2.5 billion used up. Chimu almost vomited blood. Even though he was the general manager of Future Securities Behu region, he had never handled such a large amount of money. In particular, currently, Type A coffee is still falling and it is worth buying. Wouldn't that mean losing money? Only a fool would do this. Mr. Chun, everyone is shorting now. Are you sure you want to buy higher? If the price doesn't go up next, you may lose money. Not just him. Even the receptionist behind him looked surprised. Anyone who knows a little about futures can see it. This is simply giving money to others. It's okay, just buy it according to my request. Chen Feng's expression was very serious. The meaning is also very clear. Do whatever I say. Clear. Xiaomu thought for a while and said, "The transaction here is in US dollars. If converted, Mr. Chen's funds are 360 million US dollars. Chen Feng nodded. He originally thought that 2.5 billion was a lot, but it seems that it is not much when converted. Xiaomu didn't say anything else. Act now, while the price hasn't changed. The amount of 360 million US dollars is enough to buy 83 lots of Type A coffee, each lot of which is 37,500 pounds. At the moment he completed the transaction, the price of Type A coffee suddenly stopped falling. Immediately following, the curve chart goes straight up and the price starts to rebound. It's going up. There was a hint of disbelief on Xiao Mu's face. The downward trend of Type A coffee was very sharp just now, and even he thought it would continue to fall for a while. Who knows? The price rebounded as soon as I finished the operation. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? He looked at Chen Feng in confusion, only to see that the latter had a nonchalant expression, as if everything is taken for granted. Xiao Mu suppressed his curiosity and surprise and focused his attention on the computer again. That's $360 million in funding. We must keep a close eye on it. In the following period, the price slowly recovered. After about 20 minutes, the price had risen back to $120.26 per pound. If you buy now, you can make $24,121,875. Oh shit, it took less than half an hour. He has already earned more than 20 million US dollars, which is nearly 170 million. Xiaomu took a breath. The whole person was stunned. Is this a money grab? Wrong. Even if you rob, you can't make that much money. He stared at Chen Feng blankly and subconsciously asked, Mr. Chen, do you want to make a move now? You can make more than 20 million US dollars now. No hurry. Wait a little longer. Chen Feng's answers were always so calm, always so indifferent. It's as if he doesn't care about this little bit of money at all. Wait a little longer. Xiaomu took a deep breath. Although he was just helping Chen Feng with the operation, he now felt like he was making money himself. He also hopes to help the other party make a lot of money. I'll meet colleagues later. It can also be said that I can make hundreds of millions with just one order. Just ask if it's awesome or not. Just asking if you're afraid. At this time, the atmosphere of the entire VIP reception room was extremely tense, and no one dared to even breathe. I was afraid that it would affect Chen Feng's judgment. Chen Feng smiled. He raised a coffee in his hand and said, Miss, can you pour me a cup of coffee? Okay. The receptionist stepped forward quickly. He took Chen Feng's cup and hurriedly made coffee for him. This guy is really rich. We must leave a good impression on him. Chapter 48, He is my son-in-law. The pantry of Future Securities. The receptionist changed the cup and made a new cup of coffee. Just when I was about to bring it in, Wang Fanchao and a colleague came over and asked curiously, Xiaolan, who is that person in the VIP lounge? Are you talking about Mr. Chen? Xiaolan's eyes were full of admiration. Mr. Chen said before that he was studying at Behu University, but I didn't believe it. With Mr. Chen's identity, how could he be a college student? Wang Wang Fangxiao was a little confused. Xiaolan, is the person you're talking about called Chun Feng? Yes. The receptionist Xiaolan asked in confusion. Sister Wang, do you know him? This Mr. Chun is very impressive and is a big customer of our company. Even General Manager Chiao came to receive us personally. You don't know that Mr. Chun just picked a futures contract and could make more than 20 million US dollars in half an hour. Hiss. Wang Fangxiao and others took a deep breath. This is US dollars. Converted into Chinese currency, it is 170 million. She has worked hard all her life, but she probably can't even earn a fraction of what others earn. She couldn't help but look at the VIP reception room not far away. It was indeed Chin Feng. But I have never heard my daughter say that the other party is so powerful before. It seems that I need to find some time to talk to my daughter and find out what is going on with this Chin Feng. Xiaolan became more and more excited as she spoke. Guess, did Mr. Chin take action? Hey Xiaolan, stop keeping us in suspense. Another colleague hurriedly urged. Wang Fangxiao's heart was pounding. That's right. Tell us the result quickly. Okay, look how anxious you are. Xiaolan giggled. That Mr. Chun doesn't even think highly of such a small amount of money and is not in a hurry to spend it. When I came out just now, I saw that this futures contract was still rising. Although the rise was slow, it did not stop. At this rate, I can earn at least 30 million US dollars now. Oh shit. Wang Fangxiao's mouth twitched. 30 million US dollars is equivalent to at least 200 million Chinese yuan. Does this make you a billionaire? She felt like she was dreaming. She had always cared about Chun Feng's family background. I didn't expect that the person I disliked would turn things around all of a sudden. The next moment, Wang Fangxiao reacted suddenly. Xiaolan, aren't you going to deliver coffee? Come on, I'll help you deliver it. I happen to know Mr. Chun. Speaking of, he just took the coffee from Xiaolan's hand. Walked quickly towards the VIP living room. Hey you, there was a hint of anger on Xiaolan's face. Everyone could see that Wang Fangxiao was trying to curry favor with Mr. Chun. She stamped her feet in anger. Hurry up and follow him. The colleague next to him was confused when he saw Wang Fangxiao's back. Didn't the other party say before that he didn't know Mr. Chun? How can we know each other again now? In a VIP living room, Wang Fangxiao walked in with a smile on her face. In order to show her presence, she deliberately raised her voice a few notes. Xiao Chun, Annie made you a cup of coffee. Do you want to try it and see if it suits your taste? Xiao Mu on the side frowned. He was somewhat dissatisfied with the employee who suddenly broke in. However, for Chun Feng's sake, he suppressed his dissatisfaction and asked Chin Feng, Mr. Chun, do you know each other? I don't know him. Chin Feng didn't even bother to take a look. Xiao Mu was immediately annoyed. Who the hell are you? We'll let you in. Get out now. Mr. Chiao is my son-in-law. What's son-in-law? What is Mr. Chin's status? Don't try to make connections here for me. Xiaolan, get her out of here. If Chiomu wasn't staring at the computer screen now, maybe he would just take action. What the hell? Mr. Chiao, I'm sorry. Xiaolan, who had just rushed in, quickly apologized and pushed Wang Fangxiao out of the VIP living room without saying a word. I also hate the other person in my heart. I almost lost my job. Wang Fangxiao, who was kicked out, also felt a little uncomfortable. He muttered quietly, What's so great about that? It's an honor for you to have me as your son-in-law, and you're pretending not to know me. She didn't dare to blame General Manager Chiao, so she could only vent her anger on Chin Feng. At this time, colleagues also gathered around, wanting to hear the gossip. Sister Wang, what happened to you? Why were you kicked out? That's right. Don't you know Mr. Chun? I think Mr. Chiao seems very angry. Sister Wang, you're not lying to us, are you? Hearing everyone's discussion, Wang Fangxiao immediately became anxious. Who said I was lying to you? I really know that Mr. Chun, he is my son-in-law. What? Everyone laughed. Mr. Chun is a billionaire. How could he be your son-in-law? That's right, Sister Wang, please stop teasing us. Yesterday you said that your daughter's boyfriend is a senior executive of a company with an annual salary of 1 million. How come you have suddenly become a billionaire? Wang Fangxiao didn't argue with them. He sent a message directly to his daughter Xinqin, asking her to send him the old photos of the two of them. Soon, Xinqin sent a photo of herself and Chun Feng. She could find some old photos. Wang Fangxiao raised his chin and handed the photo to everyone. He said arrogantly, See, this Chin Feng is my daughter's boyfriend. They are getting married soon. Is he my son-in-law? When everyone looked, they found that it was indeed Mr. Chun. Oh my God, Sister Wang is so lucky. It turns out that raising a daughter is better than anything else. If you find a good partner, You won't have to struggle for the rest of your life, and even your mother-in-law will enjoy the blessing with you. Sister Wang, you have found a good son-in-law. Don't forget us when you become rich. That's right. Given the relationship between Mr. Chun and Mr. Chiao, they'll definitely get you a manager position. In the future, maybe you will be our leader. Looking at everyone's envious expressions, Wang Fanxiao enjoys this process very much. She seemed to have forgotten that her daughter had broken up with Chun Feng. In a VIP living room, no one cared about the little episode. Just now, Chiomu was still staring at the graph on the computer screen. Now Type A coffee is still rising slowly. The current price has reached $123.74 per pound. Based on his experience, it is already very good that the price has recovered to the current level. It's time to take action. Xiaomu took a deep breath and asked excitedly, Mr. Chun, we can't wait any longer. If we sell now, we can earn a total of $34,953,375. If you have no objection, I will take action now. Joke. One order is worth more than 30 million US dollars, which is equivalent to 240 million yuan. No matter who it happens to you, you will be secretly happy. Who else would have an opinion? Chapter 49, Miraculous Abilities. However, what's surprising is, Chun Feng remained calm and asked an irrelevant question. What time is it now? What time is it? Xiao Mu was stunned. Xiaolan behind him was also stunned. What they're looking at now is the price fluctuations of Type A coffee. What does it have to do with time? Holding hundreds of millions of US dollars in his hands, Xiaomu felt a little nervous. He doesn't understand. Why can Chun Feng always remain so calm? Too patient. Seeing the two of them looking confused, Chun Feng smiled and said, Don't be so nervous, relax. Anyway, even if you lose, you won't have to pay for it. It's only 9:30 now, so wait and see, don't rush to make a move. Still waiting? Xiao Mu was almost losing his patience. Seeing Chun Feng lowering his head to play with his mobile phone and not taking the investment matter seriously at all, he couldn't help but move his head closer. Want to see? What on earth made the other party so serious? As soon as I saw it, I was speechless. The other person is reading a novel. What's the name of that? The Trillionaire starts from predicting the future. In particular, his fingers kept tapping at the bottom of the screen as if he was giving rewards all the time. Chun Feng raised his head again and smiled. Please forgive me for making fun of you, Mr. Chiao. The author hasn't updated the work today, and I can't wait any longer. I'll give him a few million in reward to urge him to update. Then, exit the app. I turn on the Acne sound again. When he saw a young lady live streaming, he started watching the carnival without saying a word. A carnival full of screen. Puff. Chimu almost vomited blood. Is this the life of rich people? Do you want to give gifts whenever you want? As for investment, you don't care at all? All along, Xiao Mu felt that he was considered a wealthy man, with an annual salary of tens of millions. If his performance was good, plus year-end bonuses, he could barely earn over 100 million. But now, compared with Chun Feng, I'm just a younger brother. Look at them. Just play with 360 million US dollars. If you lose it, it's a loss. Don't take it to heart at all. Whenever you have time, give tips to the author and give gifts to the female anchor. Millions, or even tens of millions are spent at a time. What about yourself? I definitely can't be that carefree, and I definitely don't have that much money to squander. Xiaolan standing by was also full of envy and looked at her own figure. How nice it would be if Mr. Chun could take a fancy to me. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly raised his head and said, Get ready. Xiao Mu instantly perked up and focused his attention on the computer screen. The price of Type A coffee has now risen to $127.36, and it's still rising. 128.11, 129.57. He was also very confused. There's something strange. After all, Xiao Mu has been in the financial industry for decades and has a certain level of judgment in both stocks and futures. But today, all judgments are invalid. He thought the price was going up when he thought it was going down. Just like now, the price of Type A coffee has risen to 130.02. Chun Feng looked at his phone again and shouted, Everyone attack. Xiao Mu was shocked. Without further ado, all were sold at the price of $130.02. Profit per pound is $17.51. The total profit is 17.51 times 83 times 37,500, which is $5 for 49, 9875.00. Oh shit, more than 50 million US dollars. Xiao Mu seemed to be dreaming. What shocked him even more was that the price of Type A coffee fell again the moment the transaction was completed. 129.74, 128.33. This, Xiao Mu seemed to have seen a ghost. The other parties seemed to not care, but every time he called a halt, it was at a turning point. Just once. But it was exactly the same both times. It's as if we already know in advance when the price will rise and when it will fall. Chun Feng didn't give him any time to think. He spoke again, including the profits from this time. The total is 410 million US dollars, all shorted. That means buying on the dip. At this time, the price of Type A coffee is 127.51. Xiao Mu doesn't waste words. 84 lots were purchased at 37,500 pounds each. 20 minutes later, the price was locked at $115.32. This time he made $38,398,500. Another 30 million US dollars. In the following time, Chun Feng attacked 3 more times. They earned 28,687,500 US dollars, 58,791,750 US dollars, and 63,325,125 US dollars respectively, plus the profits from the previous 2 times. A total of US dollar 24370, 2750.00. Hiss. Xiao Mu could no longer describe his feelings. 5 trades. The other party makes each transaction at the turning point of the price curve, and the rhythm is just right. It is impossible to obtain maximum benefit 1 second earlier or later. The accuracy rate is 100. This kind of miraculous prediction was the first time he had seen it. In less than 2 hours, $240 million was earned. Even if the Future Securities Commission is calculated at 0.2, it will be nearly 490,000 US dollars. That translates to more than 3 million. It's just a commission. Mr. Chun, you are so amazing. Xiao Mu was so excited that his whole body couldn't help but tremble. Based on your current trading record, I can definitely help you apply for a 10-fold leverage amount. No, you can apply for a leverage amount of 20 times. Why don't you wait a moment while I call headquarters? Chin Feng currently has approximately 600 million US dollars in his account. Based on a 20-fold leverage ratio, that means 12 billion US dollars can be used for trading. Profits will also increase 20 times. By then, future securities companies will also be able to strive for higher commission rates. The company can get at least 100 million yuan in commission. Definitely a good income. Chun Feng looked at the time and shook his head, saying, time is running out. I'll apply for leverage next time. I'll use the last bit of time to make one more transaction. Having said that, he smiled faintly again. Boss Xiao, how about giving your company some benefits? What benefits? Xiao Mu was stunned. I don't know what the other party means by this sentence. Chun Feng pointed to the computer screen and said, you can project the last transaction onto the screen in the hall, and your company's people can buy in. But I have a request. I can only participate in my personal capacity, not in my company account. Real. Xiao Mu suddenly became excited. This is definitely a huge benefit. Judging from the other party's previous operations, this is a sure-win deal. What made him even more excited was, you can also follow the trade yourself. Xiaolan, quickly inform everyone of this good news. Xiao Mu rubbed his hands excitedly. Also, bring the computer on my desk over here and help me operate my account. He had to help Chin Feng operate the account, so he could only ask Xiaolan for help with his own affairs. Xiaolan's eyes widened. Although she knew some of the operations, it was not her own account after all, and she was afraid of making mistakes and causing losses. Don't worry, just follow Mr. Chin's instructions, and I'm right next to you, right? At Xiao Mu's urging. Only then did Xiaolan nod. The next time, all employees of Future Securities Company learned the news. I was so excited that I was about to explode. Chapter 50, Making a Fortune. What do you think? Can I make money by following Mr. Chun and buying futures? Of course he can. Mr. Chun has made 5 trades and earned tens of millions of dollars each time. His accuracy rate is 100. Do you think he made money? Mr. Chun is such a good man. He helps us all get rich together. That's right. Why don't you prepare the money quickly? It will start in a minute. No one dared to delay and started to raise money. To trade Type A coffee futures, you must buy at least 1 lot. Each lot of Type A coffee contains 37,500 pounds, and the unit price is about 120 US dollars. So, they need to prepare at least 4.5 million US dollars. That would be more than 30 million when converted. Ordinary employees don't have so much money, so dozens of employees have to pool their money together. At this time, a colleague suddenly looked at Wang Fangchao and asked in confusion, "Sister Wang, why don't you join? This is a good opportunity to make money. If you have money, you could give a few million. If you don't have money, you can give a few 100,000. It's earned back in minutes. You guys play your games. I'll open an account for myself." Wang Fangchao smiled and said, "Some of my relatives are very poor. Now that I have the opportunity to make money, I have to help them. All the relatives' funds added together are just enough to buy one lot." My colleague frowned and said, "Sister Wang, Mr. Chun said that only company employees can participate. Isn't this not a good idea?" "Why is it not good?" Wang Fangchao's expression was somewhat ugly. "But Chun Feng is my son-in-law. How can he blame me? Besides, I didn't break any rules. I borrowed the money from my relatives. It should be okay for me to open an account and operate it myself." After saying that, he ignored the other person. I quickly called my relatives and said, "Brother, lend me 500,000 yuan. I will pay you 30,000 yuan with interest tomorrow. I need it urgently." "Brother, lend me 2,100,000 interest a day. I need it urgently." "Uncle, I heard that your family's demolition compensation of more than 3 million has arrived. Can you lend it to me for a day? I will pay you 150,000 yuan with interest tomorrow." Just when Wang Fangchao was borrowing money everywhere, Chun Feng has already started directing the operation. At this time, the price curve of American Type A coffee is very unstable and fluctuates very quickly, although you can also make money. But the price difference is too small and the operation must be done very quickly. Otherwise, you will miss the opportunity. This little money. He is too lazy to make money. Finally, after the curve turned a turning point, the price began to fall. Chun Feng looked at his phone, his eyes fixed. The price is $125.97, all short. At this time, he already had $600 million in his account. Almost 127 lots were purchased, 37,500 pounds each. After completing the operation, Chimu continued to wait for his orders. At the same time, I glanced at Xiaolan next to me and saw that she had also finished the operation. He invested 100 million US dollars himself, which was all his funds. Although the financial industry has high income, but most of the time it depends on performance and bonuses, and Chiomu's funds have been saved bit by bit over the years. Next, the price of Type A coffee fell as expected, 122.33, 121.81, because it is buying on the decline. The more you fall, the more you earn. But after falling for 10 minutes, it suddenly started to rise again. Xiao Mu suddenly panicked. "Mr. Chun, no rush," Chun Feng said while playing with his phone. "It's just a few bucks now. If Mr. Qiao is tired, you could take a break first." Xiao Mu was a little amused and helpless. "How much is it? If I take action myself, I can earn at least more than 3 million US dollars. But the other party doesn't like it. Forget it." His eyes were fixed on the computer screen, and his heart was beating fast. "There's nothing I can do." He invested all his assets into it. Although Mr. Chin's judgment ability is 100 accurate, what if the other party takes a nap and misses it? He is a rich man, so it's just a loss of $600 million. If I lose, the sky will fall. Not just him. Everyone in the hall was also panicked. They followed the instructions on the screen, and once the price rebounded to $125.97, they would lose money. Some people began to regret. They almost emptied their family savings just to wait for this opportunity to make a fortune. Result: Wang Fangchao on the side breathed a sigh of relief. She was busy borrowing money just now and had no time to operate. Fortunately, I didn't follow. This Chin Feng is really a ripoff. But then, the price of Type A coffee rose to $125.11 and then fell again. This time the decline was swift. Like a cliff, it soon fell to $100.67 and showed no signs of stopping. "Oh shit," everyone gasped. Even Wang Fangchao was stunned. My mouth opened immediately. I didn't come back to my senses for a long time. By the time she came to her senses, the price had dropped by more than $20. She quickly opened her account and started shorting. I also felt a little annoyed. What a bad decision. In a VIP living room, Xiao Mu stared blankly at the computer screen, his mind going blank. He seemed to understand. Chun Feng really didn't care about those small amounts of money, so the short selling price of $125.97 was the highest point. No matter how the price fluctuates later, it will not exceed this point. Despite the lowest price, you can maximize the benefits of each transaction. Oh my God, Xiao Mu's heart was suddenly filled with shock and chaos. I'm afraid the other party is a fortune teller? Can you know the price fluctuations in advance every time? Before he had time to think about it, the price had already fallen to $85.32, the lowest price ever. Almost at the same time, Chun Feng suddenly raised his head and said calmly, "Everyone attack." Xiao Mu didn't dare to delay and took action quickly. 5 minutes later, Xiao Mu counted the amount in the account and found that he made $1, 93.59, 56.25.00 this time. Hiss. He took a breath. This deal made nearly $200 million in profit, plus what you earned before. The total profit was US $43, 729, 8375.00, which is equivalent to $3,025,000,000. Oh shit. Xiao Mu stood up from the chair with a bang. His face was full of horror. Even after deducting the $6 million in handling fees and commissions, the other party still made a profit of $3 billion. A few hours of time, you will have money that others cannot earn in their entire life. Are you too arrogant? He couldn't imagine it. If the other party uses leverage, the amount of profit will reach a terrifying number. Xiao Mu looked at his account again. Xiaolan also traded according to the same operation. Fuck. I'm afraid even a simple fuck wouldn't be enough to calm him down. Profit of $220 million. Xiao Mu was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He stood up and said to Chun Feng, "Mr. Chun, I admire you so much. More than 200 million yuan is his income for several years." At this time, there are also bursts of uproar in the hall. It can be seen that the employees are extremely excited and they must have made a lot of money. But there was one person who was not happy at all. Chapter 51, Are You Worried About Misunderstanding Red Envelopes? In the hall, dozens of employees were excitedly distributing the profits. They pulled more than 30 million yuan to follow the transaction and made more than 10 million yuan in one go. After the allocation, those who earn more have an income of several million, while those who earn less have an income of hundreds of thousands. 33 profit. This is already amazing. It is higher than their annual salary. I didn't expect to actually make money. Mr. Chin really didn't lie to us. Isn't it? I've earned so much money in less than half an hour. It's much easier than going to work. Xiao Wu, you made more than 4 million this time. You should be the one who made the most among us, right? How is that possible? Sister Wang opened an account on her own, and she made a fortune from it. Everyone looked at Wang Fanchao. He asked excitedly, "Sister Wang, tell me quickly, how much did you earn this time?" Wang Fanchao's face was full of bitterness. She wasted a lot of time because of borrowing money, and when she started to buy it, the price of Taipei coffee had dropped a lot. It's not the highest point. When Chun Feng made his move at the lowest point, everyone followed suit. Wang Fanchao, however, still wants to wait for the price to drop. Result: the price rebounded immediately after Chun Feng made his move. Wang Fanchao was caught off guard. She was so greedy that she wanted to make more profit, but she almost lost her money. I definitely cannot pay the interest I promised my relatives. Even if we can't give it back due to our broken relationship, it's good enough to get the capital back. So that's the calculation. Deduct the handling fee and commission. She even lost 20,000 yuan. All this work in vain. Seeing everyone's expectant faces, Wang Fanchao sighed and said, "Don't make fun of me. I didn't seize the opportunity this time and lost 20,000 yuan. Sister Wang, why are you sighing? Mr. Chan made 3 billion in one go. You are all a family now, and he can just give you 100 million yuan and you won't have to struggle for the rest of your life. Why do you still care about the 20,000 yuan? Wang Fangchao laughed dryly twice. She had long since recovered from the flattery. It would be nice if Chun Feng was my son-in-law. But the reality is that my daughter and the other party had broken up long ago. She just called her daughter and heard that even the current corporate executive had broken off the talks. Misfortunes never come alone. In the VIP living room, Xiao Mu was so excited that he couldn't calm down for a long time. He immediately called the headquarters and reported what had just happened. The headquarters takes it very seriously. Tell him to maintain this important customer well. At the same time, a 20-fold leverage limit is directly open for the other party to use at any time. Xiao Mu took a deep breath and looked at Chun Feng with eyes full of admiration. "Mr. Chun, if you need anything from me in the future, just let me know. Although Mr. Qiao cannot compare with you in wealth, he still has a wide network of contacts in the entire Beihu. You helped me earn 200 million today, so I owe you a big favor." "Mr. Qiao, you're welcome." Chun Feng was very humble. That's just the kind of person he is. He will treat people who are good to him with courtesy. People who look down on themselves. I also don't take the other person seriously. I don't know much about futures. If it weren't for Mr. Chow helping me with the operation, I wouldn't have made the 3 billion. So we don't owe each other anything. Speaking of this, he glanced at Xiaolan next to him and smiled. Miss, you have worked hard today. Can you send me your bank card? I'll give you a red envelope. Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. Can't you just add WeChat to send red envelopes? What do you need a bank card for? Seeing General Manager Chiao constantly winking at her, Xiaolan quickly took out her bank card. Chen Feng smiled. I randomly clicked on my phone. Xiaolan immediately received a text message reminder from the bank. At a glance, I almost vomited blood. 1 million received. Oh shit. She originally thought that the red envelope the other party was talking about was a few hundred yuan, or at most 1 or 2,000 yuan. Unexpectedly, it's actually 1 million. Are you worried about some misunderstanding about red envelopes? Before receiving the red envelopes, Xiaolan had always envied her colleagues in the hall. They followed the investment in futures and said they made hundreds of thousands of dollars. Now she's not envious at all, because I got 1 million without doing anything. Xiaomu laughed and said, Xiaolan, from now on your job will be to connect with Mr. Chun, and I will assign other things to other colleagues. If Mr. Chun has any needs in the future, you must satisfy them. Clear. Xiaolan nodded quickly. This is considered a promotion for me. It is equivalent to a full-time financial advisor for VIP customers. But then she thought of another question. Any needs? Must be satisfied? What if the other party has that kind of need? Should I be satisfied? Thinking of this, her face turned slightly red, and she quickly shook off these distracting thoughts. Pooh, you must be overthinking it. Chen Feng didn't notice her little thoughts. At this time, Chen Feng transferred the money in his account to his bank card. Now he has 5.9 billion in liquid funds in his bank card. With the system, making money is really easy. Ding, congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward system points plus 30. Host current remaining system points, 160. Ding, due to the host participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 1995 to 2054. The timeline has been expanded backward by 5 years based on the previous one. Chen Feng was very happy to see the timeline continue to expand. This means that he can predict more and more events, getting wider and wider. And he believes that the functions of this system have not been fully developed, and he needs to continue to experiment and stimulate it. At present, just the prediction function has made him worth tens of billions. Once all features are developed, his life may change dramatically again. Ding, the system has automatically upgraded to version 3.0, and other ways to obtain system points have been added. Captured Xiaolan's thanks +1. Obtained system points +1. A series of voices rang in Chen Feng's head. It made him look confused. What's going on? He remembered that the system had been upgraded once when he bought the car. Now it's upgraded again? Oh shit. Chen Feng was completely stunned. Although the system is usually a bit tricky, it is still very powerful at critical moments. Not it. He used to complain that it was too difficult to obtain system points. Now we have improved this function directly. While participating in the task, you can obtain system points as long as someone thanks you. The system point just now, it's thank from Xiaolan. Chen Feng looked at Xiao Mu with a complicated expression and hinted wildly, Mr. Qiao, with your normal level, how long will it take you to make 200 million? Chapter 52, it's really great to be rich. Xiao Mu laughed and said, when the market is good, I can only make tens of millions a year. If the market is bad, I may even lose money. Not everyone can be like Mr. Chun and win every time. So I still have to thank you. He is right. Whether in the stock market or futures, no one can guarantee to make money every time. 200 million in profit. Maybe he can earn that much in 2 or 3 years with his salary plus bonus. But if you want to rely on investing in futures, I'm afraid it will take 10 years to make back the money. Captured thanks from Xiao Mu +2. Obtained system points +2. Chen Feng happily received 2 system points and smiled again. Boss Xiao, those colleagues outside should have made a lot of money just now. How about I say hello to them and get to know them? It's my duty. Xiao Mu understood everything immediately. He quickly gathered the employees outside, and altogether there were about 30 people. Everyone, let me introduce to you the person next to me, Mr. Chen Feng. I heard that some of you have made millions just now. Some people have even made hundreds of thousands of dollars, all thanks to Mr. Chun. Shouldn't we all thank Mr. Chun? Of course I should. I have to thank Mr. Chun. Yes. Without Mr. Chun, I wouldn't have earned these 2 million. He has completely helped me turn my life around. Although I only made 300,000, I still want to thank you. Everyone expressed their gratitude. Captured thanks from Weong +3. Obtained system points +3. Captured the use thanks +1. Obtained system points +1. Captured Xiaolan's thanks +2. Obtained system points +2. Chun Feng gained 58 system points in one go. But among the employees present, there was one person who did not gain any system points. That person was Wang Fangxiao. Chun Feng also found out. The other party missed the best time to invest and was too greedy when he finally made a move, which led to losses in the end. I'm afraid this is the reason. Wang Fangxiao did not express any gratitude to Chun Feng. Chun Feng didn't care. He once again turned his gaze towards the people in front of him, deciding to take this opportunity to gain more system points. Ahem. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. How about you thank me again? Everyone was stunned. What's going on? This request from the other party is too strange. Even Xiaomu beside him had a strange look on his face. What kind of special hobby was this? Although I thought so in my heart. But he still said, Mr. Chen has helped us make a lot of money, so let's thank him again. Maybe Mr. Chan will be in a good mood and give you a benefit next time. Everyone listened. He suddenly screamed with excitement. If they have another chance next time, they will definitely vote more. Thanks one after another. This time, Chun Feng actually gained 87 system points. Add together, he still has a total of 305 system points. Now, he was too embarrassed to ask these people for thanks again, as he might be regarded as a lunatic. After communicating with Xiao Mu, Chun Feng drove away from Future Securities Company. But as soon as his Pagani drove out of the parking lot, he was stopped by someone. It's Wang Fangxiao. It made him frown slightly. At this time, Wang Fangxiao had a flattering smile on her face. Xiao Chun, I finally see you. Auntie is waiting for you here. Chun Feng lowered the window and raised his eyelids slightly. What do you want from me? I know it was Cheener's fault to break up with you. Xiao Chun, for Aunt's sake, can you please forgive her once? She has realized her mistake and has now broken up with the company executive. She did all this just to make peace with you. Wang Fangxiao said quickly. How about this? Let's go find her now, and I'll ask her to apologize to you in person. Annie really doesn't want to see you two separate like this. Speaking of, just open the door of the Pagani and get in. But Chun Feng's car door was locked and couldn't be opened at all. He said coldly, reconciliation is impossible. If you have nothing to do, get out of the way. Something's up. I am Buse. Wang Fangxiao also knew that there was no way to reconcile them. So she quickly got down to business. Xiao Chun, I won't talk about your relationship with Cheener, but you have to help your aunt. When buying futures just now, my aunt lost 20,000 yuan. You have to help me earn this money back. What? Chun Feng smiled coldly. Wang Fangxiao's face turned a little ugly. I traded according to your instructions. Now I have lost money, so of course you have to be responsible. Why do you say that? I don't care if you don't help me make the money back. Don't even think about leaving. Chun Feng was so angry at her that he almost laughed. Trade according to my instructions? Why are others making money, but you're the only one losing money? What made you too greedy? You're blaming me for the loss. At this time, he was too lazy to argue with the other party and squinted his eyes and said, Do you know my car? It's a Pagani, priced at more than 45 million and can accelerate from 0 to 100 kilometers per hour in 2.7 seconds. Do you know what this concept is? As long as I step on the accelerator, I can crush you into pieces in an instant. Are you sure you don't want to move out of the way? Wang Fangxiao raised her head, not taking his words to heart at all. Come on, hit me if you have the guts. Do you think you can run away after you hit me? We live in a society ruled by law now. Do you think you're so great just because you are rich? Anyway, she is ready to throw the jar into the ground. Chun Feng smiled strangely. Sorry, it's really great to be rich. There are surveillance cameras everywhere here. I can tell by looking at the surveillance cameras that it was you who stopped my car. If something really goes wrong, it's just a matter of paying a little more money. Anyway, you won't be here by then, so I'll just take out 100 million. I think given the personalities of your husband and daughter, they will definitely not pursue the matter further. What a pity. By then, they will be spending their 100 million yuan happily, while you will be lying in a coffin, unable to enjoy it. After saying this, he closed the window and the Pagani roared in place. It seems like it will rush out at any time. This scene, Wang Fangxiao was so scared that the corner of her mouth twitched. Oh shit, this kid can really do it. The moment the Pagani started, she quickly dodged to the side and her movement was so big that she almost fell to the ground. At this time, Pagani does a drift. He sprayed exhaust all over her face and walked away. Wang Fancao's face was gloomy. Fortunately, she dodged quickly just now. Otherwise, if something really happened, she wouldn't be able to explain herself. Chen Feng drove at full speed. He didn't take what happened just now to heart. There are people like this everywhere. At this time, my roommate Yang Qi called. Third brother, why didn't you go back to the dormitory last night? Were you picking up girls? Damn, you're such a jerk. You actually ate alone outside. Chen Feng was speechless. Okay, what do you want from me? Yang Qi said excitedly. Third brother, you are awesome. Now your videos are everywhere. You are famous, you know that. It has even become a hot search. What? Chen Feng was confused. I haven't done anything lately. I just had a meal with the campus beauty and chatted with the beautiful CEO. It's trending now? Isn't that right? Chapter 53 Housekeepers and Senior Management Talents. I know. It's just a trending topic. It's not a big deal. Chen Feng was speechless. If they knew that I made $3 billion in a day, I would be on the hot search list every day. After he hung up the phone, in less than 5 minutes, another call came in. It's an unfamiliar number. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am the agent of Huai Media Company, Limited. Are you interested in becoming an actor? We have high-quality resources here, as long as you're willing to cooperate. We can make you a top traffic star within a year. What's going on? Even the film and television companies have come to me? Chen Feng was confused. Not interested. He hung up the phone with a beep. 10 minutes later, another call came in. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am a staff member of Douyin. Are you interested in signing a contract with our company? We can provide tens of millions of traffic support. Chen Feng snorted coldly. I can make $3 billion a day. Don't come to me for business less than $3 billion. There was no sound from the other end. He hung up again. Next, 5 or 6 more calls came in. Some are recruiting Taekwondo martial arts coaches, while others are recruiting attending physicians. What made Chen Feng even more speechless was, there are actually 5-star hotels recruiting senior management talents. What the hell? It's so diverse. Chen Feng was also a little curious. Could it be that these things were related to the trending searches? He quickly opened Weibo. I saw that the first title was related to myself. Behu City also has superheroes. When I clicked on the title, the video inside was the clip of me teaching Brother Dao and the big guy a lesson. I don't know who took the photo. Uploaded to the internet. The comments below are overwhelmingly in favor of myself. I know this Dao Ge and the big guy. They are notorious bad guys in Behu. They usually do things that bully others. Moreover, these two people know some underground bosses, so ordinary people dare not offend them. I didn't expect to be taught a lesson by that handsome guy this time. It's such a relief. That's right. This time, they will have to stay in the hospital for at least 3 to 5 months and will never come out to harm anyone again. You guys, do you think that handsome guy has practiced Kung Fu? In the video, he has his hands in his pockets and can easily kick the big guy 2 or 3 meters high. In the video, the big guy known as the Bull Demon King weighs at least 200 pounds. Generally speaking, no matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible to kick an object weighing more than 200 pounds into the air. Kicking far away can do it. But if you kick upwards, the difficulty increases at least 10 times. But the handsome guy in the video did it. The other parties seem to be doing it easily, but he actually accomplished something that no one else could do. It's like having superpowers. The video is going viral. The number of likes and reposts reached a terrifying number of over 1 million. The popularity continues to be number 1. In addition to the feedback from citizens, there are also some brokerage companies that want to take advantage of the popularity. Threatened to sign a contract with the handsome guy in the video. Second place in hot search. It's also related to Chen Feng. The yin-yang 9 needles are now available, and Chinese medicine is about to rise. Professor Xiaohua, president of the Chinese Medicine Association, had been looking for Chen Feng at Behu University, but couldn't find him after searching for a long time. In desperation, he had no choice but to bring back the news about the 9 yin-yang needles. It immediately caused a great response in the traditional Chinese medicine community. It became a hot topic in an instant. Everyone knows. Due to the development of science and technology, Western medicine has more advantages than traditional Chinese medicine in treating diseases to a certain extent. Traditional Chinese medicine is now in great decline. The main reason is that some of our ancestors' amazing medical skills have been lost. Just like these 9 yin-yang needles, it is said that it can bring the dead back to life. To a certain extent, it is more effective than Western medicine. Chen Feng continued to browse Weibo. At the bottom of the hot search list, there is another hot search related to him. Is it appropriate for a senior student to perform surgery without any surgical experience? This is an article. It describes exactly what happened when Chen Feng performed appendectomy surgery on Su Qingsheng at Watson Hospital, maliciously accusing Chen Feng of performing surgery on people without permission. This behavior will have a bad impact on society and patients. Chen Feng didn't take this hot search seriously because he had to undergo the surgery out of necessity at the time. And I also have a medical license, okay? Although it is exchanged by the system, but it's also legal. No matter how public opinion on this matter is guided, it will not have any impact on him. When Chen Feng drove the car to the school, he could vaguely see many media reporters and people from film and television companies squatting at the school gate. It seems that I can't go back to the dormitory for the time being. At this moment, he suddenly felt as if someone was staring at him from behind. When he turned around, the feeling disappeared again. There is no one behind me. Ever since his body was strengthened by the system, Chen Feng's sense of touch has become more acute than that of ordinary people. That moment just now, he did feel that there was someone behind him. There was no doubt about it. The only possibility is that the other party is a master. So much so that even I couldn't find it. Who is it? He frowned. It seems he needs to pay more attention recently. The next time, Chen Feng went to the job market. The villa in Yulong Bay needed a housekeeper to take care of it. There are indeed a lot of people looking for jobs in the talent market. But Chen Feng searched for a long time but couldn't find a suitable candidate. Or too old. Or their education level is too low. Or maybe he's too ugly. After all, it is a single-family villa worth more than 30 million yuan, so the housekeeper must be a senior management talent. He posted a job advertisement on lipin.com, then drove directly back to the villa. About an hour later, there was a knock on the door of the villa. When Chen Feng opened the door, he was stunned. Why is it you? Why can't it be me? Yenting was wearing a white suit and straightened her body proudly. I saw Chen Feng standing there in a daze. She shook her hair, walked in unceremoniously, and said with a giggle, "Stinky brother, what are you staring at? You have never seen such a beautiful sister, right?" Forehead. Chen Feng was speechless. He walked to the tea room and poured a cup of tea for the other party, then asked, "Boss Yin, how did you find me here?" Yenting didn't answer him. After walking around the villa and looking at the swimming pool at the back, he smiled and said, "Didn't you post the address on the recruitment website? I saw that the distance was not far, so I came straight over." Chen Feng was immediately confused. Recruitment website? He did post a job advertisement on the recruitment website an hour ago. "I'm just looking for a housekeeper. Could it be that?" He turned his head sharply and looked at Yin Ting. "You are not here to apply for the position of housekeeper, are you?" "No." Yin Ting turned around in front of him and tilted her head and said, "She has a good figure, good education, and is also a senior management talent." "How do you think?" Chapter 54. A beautiful girl in a golden house? Oh shit. Chen Feng was a little amused. The president of Tangdang Entertainment Investment Company Limited comes to be his own housekeeper? "Boss Yin, you are worth billions. Is it appropriate for you to be my housekeeper?" "It's appropriate." Yenting sat down on the sofa. He took off his white suit again, revealing the chiffon shirt underneath, and smiled. "The requirements in your recruitment information are very high, and the education level must be at least a bachelor's degree or above. I think it should be more than just managing this villa, right?" Chen Feng nodded and said, "Although this villa is very large, most of it is smart home, so it is relatively easy to clean. I need a butler who can do more than just manage the villa. The most important thing is to manage my property, which is equivalent to a personal secretary." Yin Ting crossed her arms and pointed at herself. "This is my specialty. In fact, I'm also curious about how many industries you have. I have rarely admired others in my life, and the only one I admire is you." Speaking of this, she twisted her body, as if trying to find a comfortable position. Then he continued, "I have investigated you. 3 years ago, you were unknown and ordinary. Your parents are from the countryside, and you don't have any family background. But just a week ago, you suddenly became a different person." As he spoke, he leaned closer, exhaling sweetly. "I really want to know what secrets you have." "What secrets can I have?" Chen Feng laughed. "I just won a double color ball. The reward was 90 million, and then I sold a piece of land and made 1 billion. Also, I bought some futures an hour ago and made more than 3 billion yuan. It's just a small amount of money. It's not a secret." Yin Ting suddenly had an urge to vomit blood. She had just said it casually, but she didn't expect the other party to reveal such explosive news. I was stunned. She stood up from the sofa with a bang. With a look of deep shock on his face, he said, "An hour ago, there was a huge turbulence in international futures. It is said that the price of U.S. Type A coffee is abnormal. Many people thought that the opportunity to make money had come and injected a large amount of capital. Later, we found out that it was a trap designed by foreign capitalists, and most people lost their fortunes because of it. But, speaking of this," Yinting looked at him with a complicated expression. "However, there's a user in China who went against the trend and made 5 transactions, and he made a lot of money every time. Billions were snatched from those capitalists. Later, someone found out the other party's information, and it was said that he had opened an account at Future Securities. However, the specific identity of the other party has not been found yet. I didn't expect that person to be you." Yinting circled around him. He looked at him up and down, left and right, over and over again. "We all have 2 eyes, 1 mouth, and 2 ears. So why is the other party's investment vision 10 or even 100 times better than mine?" Now, she wished she could strip the other person naked to see clearly. "Luck, it's all luck." Chun Feng felt a little scared by her look, so he quickly changed the subject. "Aren't you going to be my personal butler? This villa is handed over to you. In addition, apart from the shares I have in Entertainment Investment Company Limited, the only thing left is a hospital. Just take care of some daily tasks. It shouldn't take up much time. Anyway, Wenyu Investment Company Limited is doing fine right now, and I have plenty of time." Yin Ting smiled faintly. What is the difference between managing one company and managing 2 companies? For her, the most important thing is to learn Chun Feng's unique vision and judgment in investment. "Leave a room for me in the villa. You should not mind if I live here, right?" Chun Feng looked at the other person's long white legs. I looked at those proud curves again and wanted to refuse. Then he shook his head. "You don't mind? Why should I mind? Goose, 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 stinky brother." Yin Ting giggled and looked very seductive. She chose a room on the 2nd floor and then asked someone to bring her luggage over. It seems like he is planning to live here permanently. After being busy for about half an hour, she was sweating profusely, and the clothes that stuck to her body showed off her figure to the fullest. Chun Feng was drooling at the sight. This woman. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes. I always feel that the other party's sudden arrival is not that simple. At this moment, the door of the villa rang again. Chun Feng opened it and took a look. His expression suddenly became strange. "What's going on today? Why are you all here?" "Chun Feng, I just want to see if you need any daily necessities." Shang Yinyin, who was outside the door, stood on tiptoe with her hands behind her back, her face flushed. She's still dressed very sexy today. Suspender skirt, black stockings. "We don't need one for now. How about coming in and sitting down?" "Okay." Shang Yinyin smiled and walked in without any hesitation. It seemed as if he was waiting for Chun Feng to ask this question. But when she walked into the villa, she saw Yun Ting busying herself nearby, and her expression changed slightly. Oh shit, what did she see? Is this a beautiful woman hidden in a golden house? And hiding inside is Yun Ting, a beautiful female CEO worth tens of billions. Especially when I saw how the other person was dressed, with sweaty clothes clinging to his body, as if he was at home and he didn't care at all. "Boss Yin, what are you doing?" "It's Miss Shang." Yun Ting smiled faintly. "Isn't this just to serve the boss better? I just moved in here." This statement is not wrong. Chun Feng is the major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company Limited and is equivalent to her boss. I see. Shang Yinyin didn't ask any more questions and looked at the villa carefully. She was the one who hired someone to renovate the villa. She was very familiar with every corner inside. While the other party was busy, Shang Yinyin hid in the bathroom and called her roommate. "Yinyin, you haven't been back to school for a whole day. What are you doing? Are you being picked up by that kid Chun Feng?" "No way." Shang Yinyin's voice sounded a little disappointed. Chun Feng is now a big boss with a net worth of tens of billions. How can he have time to flirt with me? What? Wasn't he worth tens of millions last time? How come he's worth tens of billions now? Are you kidding me? There was a crackling sound on the other end of the phone, as if the roommate had knocked over something. No way. For ordinary people, assets worth tens of billions are too far away. Anyone who hears it will be shocked. Shang Yinyin sighed and said, "Do you know Wenyu Investment Company Limited?" Chun Feng is the major shareholder. The president Yun Ting has personally confirmed it, and it cannot be wrong. And yesterday, Chun Feng invested $2 billion in my father's company. Oh my God, my roommates were petrified. In the past, They had only seen wealthy people like this on TV. I didn't expect that he would appear next to me now, and he's an alumnus of the same school, worth tens of billions. 2 billion at one go. Oh shit, this move is too arrogant. Chapter 55, The Correct Way to Pick Up Girls. The roommate said excitedly. Yin Yin, you are stupid. Chun Feng is trying to seduce you. Why did he invest 2 billion in your father? It's because of you. Ah, Shang Yin Yin was stunned for a moment. Is it really because of yourself that you invested? Yin Yin, I really envy you. If you weren't my best friend, I would definitely snatch Chun Feng from you. You don't know, there are really not many rich people like Chun Feng. Not only is he willing to spend money on you, but he also spends it in a way that makes you feel very comfortable. Unlike some rich people who only know how to spend money and often buy cars, houses, and bags as gifts. It's so tacky. What do they think of us women? Chun Feng is different. He used his money to invest in your family's business, which not only helped your father get through the crisis, but also gave you enough dignity. This is a disguised way of giving money. Think about it. When you spend money lavishly in the future, you can say that it is earned by your own ability, not given by others. This is a completely different feeling. What do women want nowadays? Isn't it dignity? My roommate was chattering nonstop. She was really envious. After hearing the other party say this, Shang Yinyin began to believe it to some extent. But now the CEO Yun Ting is in Chun Feng's villa, and it seems that she will live here permanently in the future. What? The roommate immediately got furious. Yin Yin, you can give up bags and clothes, but you can't give up men. Just think about it. If the two of them lived in the same villa, especially in the hot summer, they would have to wear cooler clothes after taking a shower. If sparks fly, you will regret it. What shall we do? Shang Yinyin also has some good feelings toward Chun Feng. Naturally, you don't want to see the other person with another woman. You move in too. The roommate quickly offered a suggestion. I've heard of that CEO. He's also very beautiful. But Yin Yin, you're not bad either. After all, you're the campus belle of our school. Besides, you're a few years younger than her and have been in contact with Chun Feng for a longer time. You will definitely win. Don't forget, you have a party in a few days. As long as you can deal with Chun Feng and then bring him over, it will definitely make you proud. Oh, think about it again. Shang Yinyin hung up the phone with a complicated expression. Although my roommate is right. But she didn't know what reason she should have to move in. It's difficult. When she returned to the living room, Yenting had already packed up and seemed to have taken a shower. Changed clothes. She wiped her wet hair with a towel and smiled when she saw Shang Yinyin. Miss Shang, it's not very convenient for a woman like me to live here. Why don't you move in and keep me company? Shang Yinyin was still thinking about how to start the conversation. Unexpectedly, someone directly found an excuse for her. Yin Ting tilted her head and pouted at Chun Feng. Stinky brother, you don't mind, do you? Chun Feng was speechless. You have arranged everything clearly, so what other opinions can I have? He glanced at Shang Yinyin and said, there are still many empty rooms on the second floor. You can choose one if you like. If you don't want to live in school anymore, you can move in any time. Shang Yinyin nodded vigorously. A smile instantly appeared on his face. Sister Yin, you haven't had lunch yet. I'll cook for you. Shang Yinyin happily held Yin Ting's arm. Women are very strange creatures. They can be strangers 1 second and become friends with whom they can talk about anything the next. In fact, for Shang Yinyin, she and Yenting had a lot to talk about. Shang Jun's Haitian intelligence will eventually be handed over to Shang Yinyin, and he can indeed learn a lot from Yun Ting in terms of company management. Watching the two of them chatting there, Chun Feng, who was isolated, was speechless. Women. The next time, Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting went to the vegetable market to buy vegetables. Prepare a hearty lunch. 2 gorgeous beauties appeared in the vegetable market, immediately attracting countless people's attention. One is sexy and charming. The other is elegant and graceful. Some men who want to strike up a conversation are even more eager. But no one succeeded in getting their numbers. Chun Feng, who was standing by, was in high spirits and laughed. Brother, this is not the way to ask for a number. Nowadays, beautiful girls like losers. Look at me. Speaking of, she twisted her clothes awkwardly, shook her calves, and walked leisurely to Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting. He whistled, Beauty, can you add me on WeChat? The man not far away sneered. With such a loser look, he's bound to be slapped in the face. This is not the way to pick up girls. However, what shocked everyone was, Yenting chuckled and handed over the phone. Shang Yinyin, who was standing by, pursed her lips and not only handed over her cell phone, but also handed the vegetable she had just bought to Chun Feng. immediately following. The three of them continued shopping for groceries while chatting and laughing. This scene let everyone open their mouths. Oh shit, oh shit, is it already soaked? And there are two of them. Not only did they get on WeChat, but they also planned to go shopping for groceries together and take them home. Have a meal and have some wine. Next is, reach the peak of life in an instant. Everyone suddenly understood. It turns out that the reason they can't pick up goddesses is not because they are not handsome enough or because they don't have enough money. What's missing is the correct way to approach someone. Some people were eager to verify it, but what they got in return was a slap in the face. They were immediately confused. What's going on? Is this the wrong way to strike up a conversation? After returning to the villa, Shang Yinyan began to show off her cooking skills. Yanning wanted to help, but as the president, she is not very good at cooking and can only help out. Soon, crackling sounds were heard from the kitchen. Then, there were more screams. Ah, it's on fire, it's on fire. Shang Yinyan ran out screaming. She was holding a spatula in her hand, and her face looked like a big tabby cat. Look at Yunting again. He also had a panicked look on his face and seemed to be looking for something to put out the fire. Chun Feng walked into the kitchen. I realized at first glance that the fire was too high and the pot was on fire. I'll do it. He shook his head and silently covered the pot, and the fire went out immediately. You go to the living room and take a rest. I'll be done soon. Count on these two rich young ladies to cook. You will starve to death. Women, they are all liars. Can you cook? Yunting tilted her head with a look of surprise. Shang Yinyan was also puzzled. No way. A grown man like you can actually cook? Who told you that men can't cook? Chun Feng pushed them out of the kitchen. Directly exchanged for the chef skill. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the kitchen god skill. Deducting system points -10. Host current remaining system points, 295. The chef skill is in use. Chapter 56 Pagani was smashed. Chun Feng used to be able to cook, but his cooking skills were not very good. Now that he has acquired the chef skill, his cooking skills have undergone tremendous changes. His superb knife skills far surpass those of Michelin chefs. I saw his wrist shaking rapidly. The carrots on the chopping board instantly turned into shreds. The carrot shreds are very thin, and the size and thickness are very even, as if they were measured with a ruler. Next comes meat, vegetables. After cutting the vegetables, add oil to the pan. The steps for cooking are the same. The only difference is the control of the heat. Just when he was showing off his skills. In the living room, Shang Yinyan couldn't help but sniff at the fragrance coming from her. It smells so good, Sister Yin. Isn't it? I can't help but want to try it. Yunting touched her belly. There were flashes of light in her eyes, and she couldn't help but recall some things in her mind. She had only known Chun Feng for 2 days. During these 2 days, the other party demonstrated accurate judgment of investment, strong physical abilities, and superb cooking skills. Even from today's trending searches. She also knew that Chun Feng was very proficient in medical skills. It feels like I know everything. Isn't it too mysterious? Sister Yin, how about we go and see how he cooks? Shang Yinyan was almost drooling. Having been spoiled since childhood, she has been to all kinds of high-end hotels, even Michelin 5-star restaurants many times. The food there is also very fragrant and tastes delicious. But compared with the fragrance now, I always feel like something is missing. Yun Ting straightened her body proudly and said, You little greedy cat, wait a little longer, it should be almost done. Waited about 10 minutes. Chun Feng finally brought the dishes to the restaurant. 4 dishes in total. Shredded pork with fish flavor, braised fish, shredded spicy potato, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Simple home cooking. Gurgle. Shang Yinyan swallowed. Let me try it first. Yunting picked up a piece of braised fish with chopsticks and put it into her mouth elegantly. The fish is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. She savored the dish carefully, frowning slightly. Isn't it delicious? Seeing her expression, Shang Yinyan looked confused. It looks like it should be delicious. It's not that it's not delicious. But Yunting no longer has words to express herself. The mouth-watering aroma, combined with the touch on her tongue, directly stimulated her taste buds. The feeling was so wonderful. Once you eat it, you'll want to eat more and you can't stop. Well, it's really not delicious. Chun Feng also silently picked up the bowl and chopsticks and stuffed the food into his mouth in big mouthfuls. What a joke. What I possess is the skills of a cooking god. How can it not be delicious? Eat more before the other party reacts. At this time, Yunting also came back to her senses. He glanced at Shang Yinyan and said with a complicated expression, This is too unpalatable. Yinyan, why don't you order takeout? It would be a waste not to eat this dish. I'll take care of it. After saying, he stuffed it into his mouth in the same big mouthfuls. What's going on? Shang Yinyin stared at the two of them with her big eyes. They said it tasted terrible, but their expressions showed that it smelled delicious and they were enjoying it. Oh shit. The next moment, she reacted instantly. You lied to me. Shang Yinyin stomped her feet in anger and quickly put a plate of shredded pork with fish flavor in front of herself. I can't care about my image at this time. Pick up the chopsticks and put the food into your mouth. Oh my god, it's delicious. Fortunately, I'm smart. Otherwise, I would have been fooled by you. Chen Feng, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Shang Yinyin was glad that she saw through their plan. These delicacies really whetted her appetite. Half an hour later, the 4 dishes were eaten up by them. Shang Yinyin seemed to be still a little reluctant to leave. It seemed that staying in the villa was really a good choice for her. After washing the dishes, Yenting went to work. She still needs to deal with the matters of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. Before leaving, he told Chen Feng to find time to go to the company and meet with other shareholders. Shang Yinyin was in no hurry to leave. She asked someone to bring her luggage over and chose a room on the 2nd floor so that she could stay here anytime. In fact, her favorite place is the large bedroom on the 3rd floor. Looking at Chen Feng in front of him, she suddenly asked, I have a party in 3 days. Can you go with me? Sure. Chen Feng did not refuse. He still has a very good impression of Shang Yinyin. After several contacts, they even fell in love with each other, especially today's outfit. When the two looked at each other, their heartbeats quickened. Looking at the faint whiteness under her neck, he quickly shifted his gaze that seemed to have noticed his abnormality. Shang Yinyin screamed. She quickly covered the neckline of her suspender skirt, her face flushed. You filthy rascal. Chen Feng smiled awkwardly and asked, Is Lu Mingliang still in contact with you? No, I don't like him. Shang Yinyin quickly distanced herself from Lu Mingliang. After he left my house yesterday, he never came back. I don't know what he is doing. Chen Feng did not tell her that the person who stole the USB flash drive from the villa yesterday was arranged by Lu Mingliang. No need. Lu Mingliang is just a clown. What Chen Feng cares about is, half a month later, who will deal with me? Now there are 2 more women in the villa, which makes him pay more attention to it. Shang Yinyin had classes in the afternoon, so she left after packing her luggage. Chen Feng has submitted his application to the counselor. After all, he is a major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, so he can just apply for an internship and does not need to go to classes every day. Just go when you want to go. Chen Feng drove his Pagani to the mall and bought some daily necessities. Back to the underground garage, I found that the entire windshield of the Pagani was broken, as if it was smashed intentionally. Good job. Someone dares to smash a car worth more than 45 million. Come out, stop hiding. As Chen Feng finished speaking, more than a dozen men came out of the underground garage. One of them was Brother Dao, who was beaten yesterday. He was still wrapped in bandages and was being supported by 2 people. Brother Dao was a little out of breath when he walked, but his expression was very ferocious. Boy, you broke 4 of my ribs, so it's not too much for me to smash your car, right? Hey, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be Brother Dao. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Dao, if you want to smash the car, go ahead. Why are you panting? I told you to masturbate less. Look, you're already weak. You are the weak one. Brother Dao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This kid has a really vicious tongue. The smile on Chen Feng's face gradually faded, and he said calmly, I'm a very easygoing person. You can smash the cars you like, but speaking of this, a cold light flashed across his face. I bought this car for 45 million. You can't pay a penny less. Otherwise, none of you can leave. Chapter 57. Are you afraid? No one can leave. Brother Dao laughed loudly and pointed at the people around him. Who do you think you are? Ultraman or Superman? There are more than a dozen of us here. No matter how good you are at fighting, can you really take on all of us alone? To tell you the truth, our boss is the underground gangster Black Tiger. Are you afraid of him? I don't care whether you're a black tiger or a black cat. I just know that you're going to break 2 more ribs. Are you afraid? Chen Feng smiled faintly. If you smash my car, I will make you pay back with interest. Mao. The other party smile made Brother Dao feel a little uneasy. He couldn't help but touch his chest. My injuries were relatively good. At least I could get out of bed. The big guy with the most serious injuries was still lying in the hospital. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Brothers, kill him for me. Brother Dao, leave it to us. We guarantee that you will be satisfied. More than a dozen men rushed towards Chun Feng with iron bars. In their opinion, at most, Chun Feng is a rich second generation with a relatively agile body. It's okay to hit one or two. It is absolutely impossible to fight more than a dozen. Fight me. Brother Dao seemed to have seen how Chun Feng was beaten and crippled. He would definitely go up and break a few of the opponent's ribs to avenge his hatred. These dozen people were specially selected from the subordinates of the big boss Black Tiger. His skills are definitely not bad. However, the next scene left him dumbfounded. Chun Feng suddenly moved. The speed is extremely fast. He kicked out suddenly and immediately kicked the person who was rushing towards him away. The iron rod in his hand was bent directly by the kick. Such great force. Zulfust. Everyone gasped. So awesome. That's not all. A man swung an iron rod and hit Chun Feng hard on the back from behind. The force is so great. His own hands were numbed by the shock. What surprised the other party was, the iron rod was as hard as if it had hit the concrete floor, and it didn't leave any scratches at all. Instead, Chun Feng punched out. The man flew backwards, hit the wall, and create a human-shaped hole. Oh shit. Brother Dao's eyes almost popped out. He remembered that Chun Feng was definitely not so powerful yesterday. This body is too hard. Can't even hit it with an iron rod? Don't just stand there. Hurry up. Seeing that the others were standing there in a daze, Brother Dao became extremely anxious. He spent 1 million to find these helpers. However, at this time, Chun Feng's body had undergone secondary strengthening and was no longer something that could be dealt with by ordinary force. He walked towards Brother Dao step by step. With every step he took, someone fell behind him. There were constant screams and blood flowing from heads all around. Ah, ah, ah. Before anyone could make a move, they were hit by a huge force. The whole face was distorted due to the pain. Less than a minute, more than a dozen people fell to the ground, wailing. Brother Dao's face was filled with fear. He didn't see Chun Feng's movements clearly at all. Such skills were not something that an ordinary person could do. Even the underground boss Black Tiger. It would be difficult to knock down more than a dozen people in such a short time. Quiet. The entire parking lot was extremely quiet. Only Chun Feng's footsteps could be heard. Duh. Every step Chun Feng took seemed to be stepping on Brother Dao's heart. It made his heart beat wildly. You don't come over here or I'll scream. Brother Dao was so frightened that he was incoherent. He is scared. He was horrified. The other party was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. If he were given another chance, he would never be so reckless. You scream. Chun Feng smiled coldly and kicked him. I'm right, aren't I? You're going to break 2 more ribs today. Saying, he exerted force with his foot suddenly, and another scream was heard. What on earth do you want to do? Brother Dao endured the pain in his body and said through gritted teeth, My eldest brother is the famous Black Tiger. No one in the entire Behu dares to offend him. You have to think it over carefully. If you touch me, you will be going against Black Tiger. By then, there will be no place for you in the entire North Lake. Yeah. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes. Seems to be thinking about something. Brother Dao thought he was scared, and he was a little proud. Now you know you were scared. Why don't you let me go if you kowtow to me and admit your mistake? If you pay me another 10 million as compensation, I will forgive you for what happened. Chun Feng's face suddenly darkened, and he stepped harder. Who gave you the confidence? You still want to ask me for money. It seems you don't know your situation yet. As he took a step forward, Brother Dao screamed again. He thought the other party would be afraid of the Black Tiger. But I didn't expect it. People don't take it to heart at all. Now we can talk. Chun Feng squatted down, patted his face with his palm, and said coldly, I just said that this car is 45 million, and you can't leave if you pay less. Brother Dao was about to cry. I don't have any money. No money. A cold look flashed across Chun Feng's face. His eyes suddenly turned to the others. What about you guys? We don't have any money either. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. Actually, you can figure out if you think about it. These people are penniless, and maybe they could scrape together a few 100,000. It is absolutely impossible to come up with tens of millions. Why would you be a scoundrel with this much money? I would have become a rich man a long time ago. Chun Feng's eyes were as sharp as a knife. I'll give you 2 choices. Either I'll tear all your ribs apart, and the car issue could be offset. Either you call, no matter who you call, and collect 45 million, and I'll let you go. We'll find someone to raise money. Brother Dao quickly took out his phone. I dialed a number. Brother Chung, we've been detained. But he smiled coldly in his heart. When we get help, we will make you suffer. Do you really think that the people from Black Tiger are so easy to bully? Chun Feng watched his performance indifferently. There was no obstruction. In a private room in a bar, there was a man sitting in the center, his whole body emitting a murderous aura, giving people a strong aura, with a cigar in his mouth. Next to him, a woman dressed hotly was holding his arm and laughing in a low voice. This person is Black Tiger, a well-known underground boss in Behu City. He has hundreds of brothers under him, and he is good at both black and white. The number of industries under his name is countless. In the entire Behu City, there are probably few people who dare not give him face. At this time, a man walked in and whispered, "Master Tiger, something happened." Black Tiger slowly raised his head. The person in front of him is King Kong, one of the 4 heavenly kings under him. He is usually quite reliable. His brows raised slightly. What happened? Daozi borrowed a dozen of us this morning, saying he wanted to deal with a rich second generation, but now, he's done for. Chapter 58, Crisis, Everyone Gathers. Knife. Heiyu thought for a long time before he remembered this person. I've seen him once before, and I heard he's pretty good at it. King Kong nodded and said, Daozi joined us a month ago and is considered one of my brothers. This time he brought people to smash the other party's car. As a result, all 16 people were detained, and the other party asked them to pay $45 million in compensation. $45 million in compensation? Black Tiger laughed. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. Why, didn't they mention my name? I did, but it was useless. King Kong glanced at him furtively. At a glance. As expected, a flash of anger flashed across Heihu's face. Since when has my reputation become so useless in Behu? However, it is impossible for them to pay compensation. They have to deal with the trouble they caused themselves. King Kong hesitated for a moment and said, If I don't pay you, they won't let me go. Daozi has called me and asked for help. They are in the underground garage of Jinling Mall. Besides, the other brothers are watching. We can't just sit there and do nothing. Why? Are you teaching me how to do things? The aura of Heihu suddenly exploded, scaring the woman who was leaning on him so much that she quickly dodged to the side. Afraid of angering this underground boss, King Kong's expression also changed. Master Tiger, calm down. That's all. Black Tiger waved his hand. After a long while, he said, We must save the people, otherwise the brothers below will be discouraged. Let the brothers nearby bring 60 people over. I want to see who is so bold as to do this. You even dare to touch my Black Tiger people. It's obvious. He is not going to pay money to redeem the person. Clear. King Kong nodded. It seems that we have become accustomed to this practice. Heihu didn't take this little episode seriously, as similar incidents happened every day. The ending remains essentially the same. Those who offend you will, without exception, disappear silently from this world. The woman next to him also came over again, twisting her body and laughing. Master Tiger, everyone knows that you are the king of Behu Lake. No one here dares to go against you. You can rest assured, I guarantee that within 10 minutes, King Kong will get things done. That's true. Heihu touched the woman's slender waist, his eyes flickering. In the entire Behu, the only one who can really fight against me, Heihu, is Chun Tianbao. Heihu and Chun Tianbao are equally powerful. They are all underground bosses who have divided up the power of Behu. At the same time, these two people are also mortal enemies. The woman giggled. Master Tiger is really good at joking. I think Chun Tianbao is not as strong as you, and he is not as courageous as you. Sooner or later, he will be swallowed up by you. By then, you will be the one who has the final say over the entire Behu Lake. You have a really good mouth. Heihu was in a good mood. Looking at the hot woman in front of him, he pressed her under him. This immediately caused a burst of shy voice. Oh, Master Tiger, you are pressing my hair. 10 minutes later, Heihu looked at the woman beside him with satisfaction and was just about to say something. The door of the private room was pushed open again. Master Tiger, something happened. King Kong looked anxious this time. What a panic. What a panic. Heihu looked a little unhappy. He sat up straight and said, How was the matter going? Did you bring the person back? Gurgle. King Kong swallowed. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Master Tiger, I asked my brothers to take 60 people over there, but now no one has come back. I called, but no one answered. I'm afraid they are in danger. What? Heihu stood up suddenly and asked, How many people are there on the other side? King Kong recalled. From Daozi's previous phone call, I learned that the other party should be only one person. Later, I checked and found that it was indeed a college student named Chun Feng. But judging from the current situation, this person is definitely not simple. Even if the 60 people I sent cannot defeat the enemy, they should have no problem escaping. But what about now? Not a single one came back. This is too weird. Heihu's expression became extremely solemn. He has been in the underworld for decades and has seen all kinds of storms. Especially at this time, the more we need to stay calm. He tapped his fingers on the table, as if he was thinking about something. The next moment, suddenly he raised his head and said, "King Kong, you lead the group yourself." Clear. Things have come to this point and have attracted enough attention from him. King Kong left. He took more than 100 people to the underground garage of Jinling Mall. Heihu was somewhat uneasy. He walked back and forth in the private room, not knowing what he was thinking. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes passed. Still no news came back. Seeing that half an hour was almost up, Heihu finally lost his patience and called one of his men over. "Is King Kong back?" "No." "Where's the phone? Call him." "Lord Tiger." The man made several calls, but couldn't get through. No one answered the phone, and none of the other brothers answered the phone either. "Matt!" A cold sweat instantly broke out on Heihu's forehead. Who is kidding me? This moment, he felt a strong sense of crisis. He had never encountered this kind of crisis before. Even his old rival Chen Tianbao had never brought him such a crisis. Black Tiger finally panicked. "Quick, tell everyone to come back here right now." He will gather all the people together. Immediately following, the news quickly spread to every corner of Beihu. "Master Tiger is in danger. Return quickly." In the snack street, a man who was eating wontons saw the message on his phone. His face changed slightly. He quickly stood up, hailed a taxi, and rushed to the bar. In the hotel, a man was sleeping soundly when his cell phone suddenly rang. After reading the message, he got dressed and left the room without saying a word. Now, hundreds of people were rushing to the bar where Heihu was. They rushed over without hesitation just after receiving a text message. You can imagine the status and prestige of Black Tiger in their hearts. At the same time, in the underground garage of Jinling Mall, Chun Feng was sitting on the hood of the Pagani, and more than 100 people were lying on the ground in front of him. It's almost piled up into a small hill. Some of these people fainted, while others lay on the ground wailing. King Kong is also among these people. However, at this time, King Kong's face was swollen and he was lying on the ground, unable to get up. Brother Dao, who was standing by, was so terrified that he didn't even dare to breathe. Chun Feng's eyes swept over them one by one, and he sighed helplessly. "I only want 45 million yuan for the car. Why the hell did you send a bunch of heads over here? Looks like I still have to talk to your Tiger Lord." Chapter 59, You Are Surrounded by Me. In the bar. The bar had been cleared out by this time. The more than 200 people inside now are all Heihu's men. Among them are 3 of the 4 heavenly kings. Crow, Coyote, and Bear too. These people played an indispensable role in Heihu's becoming the underground boss in Beihu. "Master Tiger, please take a look at this video." Crow found a video on his phone and handed it over. It was in the morning that the video of Chun Feng kicking a big guy away appeared on the hot search list. "Master Tiger, the person in the video is Chun Feng." A gleam of light flashed in Wu Yao's eyes, and he said slowly, "Anyone who has practiced martial arts can see that Chun Feng is not an ordinary person. The power and technique of his kick were controlled very skillfully. Even I can't do it. And his eyes are filled with murderous intent." "Good." The coyote at the side also had a very solemn expression. "I have been to the battlefield before and walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Even I dare not look him in the eye. Such a person must have retired from the battlefield, and his position in the army is not low." "You mean?" Heihu frowned suddenly. He suddenly stopped talking halfway through his words. The coyote took a deep breath, nodded, and said, "I have seen the kings of soldiers on the battlefield before, and the pressure they brought to me was no more than this. This Chun Feng is not an ordinary person." Speaking of this, he looked at Heihu again and said, "Master Hu, Chun Tianbao is also eyeing us covetously. If we have a conflict with Chun Feng, if Chun Tianbao takes advantage of the situation and starts a fight, it will be more trouble than it's worth for us." "Yes, Lord Tiger." Xiong'er also dissuaded him. "Chun Feng just wants money, so we should just give it to him. It's only 45 million, which is not a lot. If Tiger thinks it's too much, we brothers can chip in." "Fart." There's a murderous look in Heihu's eyes. Chun Feng has already slapped me in the face. If I compromise with him, how can I survive in Beihu in the future? Besides, this guy suddenly appeared. Maybe he was sent by Chun Tianbao. Can I compromise? There is no compromise on this matter. I don't believe that hundreds of people cannot defeat him alone. Get the guys ready for me. Get him. Why? Everyone was unable to convince each other and could only sigh helplessly. If we really want to take action, there's no chance of winning if you fight alone, but maybe you can have a chance if you work together. That's all. That's all. Just as they were preparing their weapons and getting ready to head to the underground garage of Jinling Mall. Boom! It was a loud bang. The door of the bar was hit by a huge force, and the entire door frame flew out. Ooh! Heihu's face darkened. He was in a very bad mood to begin with. There are still people who dare to cause trouble at this time. I'm so tired of living. He walked out slowly with his men. I saw at the gate. King Kong and Brother Dao lay on the floor of the bar and wailed. Right in front of them stood a person. Chun Feng. At this time, Chun Feng patted Pagani beside him and said speechlessly, "Don't give me heads. Who is Tiger Lord? Your people smashed my car. Are you going to pay compensation or not? If you don't pay me, I'll destroy your place." What a big mouth. Today I want to see how many lives you have left to fight me. The veins on Heihu's forehead were throbbing. This is the first time in all these years that I've heard someone say he wants to destroy his own place. The atmosphere of the scene froze instantly. Everyone was on edge, not daring to even breathe. Damn, it looks like we still have to rely on our fists. Chun Feng suddenly took a step forward. He seemed to control an aura, a tangible chill that made everyone tremble. The next moment, he suddenly moved. Not good. Crow and others were shocked. He quickly stood in front of the black tiger and rushed towards Chun Feng at the same time. The three of them attacked from 3 different directions. Want to stop the other party. However, just as they were about to move, a huge foot suddenly kicked over. Bang! Before Crow could figure out what was going on, he was kicked away. With a bang, break the marble tabletop in 2. At the same time, the coyote and Xiong Air were also kicked away. When they reacted, Chun Feng had already arrived in front of Heihu and grabbed his neck. Heihu's strong body was directly lifted up. Suddenly, the whole audience was silent. Everyone gasped. He looked at Chun Feng, who was surrounded with a dull look on his face. It was as if at this moment it was not Chun Feng who was surrounded by them, but they were surrounded by Chun Feng. Everything just happened so fast. They didn't react at all. Let's not talk about the skills of Crow and others. Heihu is definitely an expert, but he was totally powerless against Chun Feng just now. He was picked up right away. Oh shit. Fortunately, they didn't do anything. Thinking of the more than 100 people who were knocked down before. Everyone's hair stood on end. This guy, it's really scary. Brother Dao and King Kong, who were lying half dead on the ground, also had their mouths twitching wildly. They originally thought that Lord Tiger could deal with this guy. I didn't expect this result. Now, can we talk properly? Chun Feng looked at the black tiger he had picked up with a half smile. At this moment, he was also very excited. His body, after the second strengthening, was much stronger than he had imagined. Heihu sighed helplessly. My heart was filled with shock. At that moment, just now, he really felt a bloodthirsty, murderous intent from the other party. It made all his hair stand on end. This moment, he was really convinced. Even if everyone attacks together, I'm afraid they are no match for the opponent. Not as strong as others. Not as fast as others. Not as good as others in aura. Losing is inevitable. 5 minutes later, Chun Feng sat carelessly on the sofa in the bar with his legs crossed, and a woman was massaging him from behind. On both sides of him, hundreds of people stood respectfully. The leader was none other than Black Tiger and his 4 heavenly kings. Mr. Chun, we were wrong before. Please don't take it to heart. I will compensate you for your car. Heihu respectfully took out a bank card and handed it to Chun Feng. There is 100 million in this bank card. I hope Mr. Chun can accept it. Speaking of, he waved behind him again. 2 men dragged Brother Dao up and said, "This guy is blind and has offended Mr. Chun. You can punish him as you wish." Mr. Chun, spare my life. Brother Dao was so scared that he peed his pants immediately. His greatest reliance is Black Tiger. But now even the underground boss Heihu is respectful to Chun Feng. He is definitely doomed. Chapter 60 inexplicably became a big brother. Mr. Chun, I don't know a great man. Just ignore me. I never intended to go against you. If you're still not satisfied, you can break a few more of my ribs. Brother Dao cried and kowtowed to admit his mistake. It's all Luming Liang's fault. If that kid hadn't asked me to steal the USB flash drive, I wouldn't have met Chen Feng, and the things that happened later wouldn't have happened. Forget it. Chen Feng waved his hand. He just wanted to vent his anger and didn't want to cause any death. He casually took the bank card from He Hu's hand and said, "Forget about this matter. If anyone dares to cause trouble to me again in the future, it won't be so easy." "Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chun. I will never dare to do it again." Brother Dao quickly thanked him. "I was so excited that I finally saved my life." Captured the thank from Brother Dao +2. Obtained system points +2. A voice sounded in Chun Feng's mind. He was stunned for a moment. Oh shit. Previously, he thought that he could only gain system points by receiving gratitude from others when participating in video tasks. Turn out to be, it's possible anytime. Don't worry, Mr. Chun. From now on, all the brothers under my Black Tiger will follow your lead. He Hu waved his hand fiercely behind him. "Give the order. From now on, Mr. Chun is my big brother, and also your Master Chun. Everyone, keep your eyes open and remember what Master Chun looks like. If anyone dares to offend Master Chun again, I will peel off your skin." Master Chun! Master Chun! Everyone bowed suddenly. The momentum frightened Chen Feng so much that the corners of his mouth twitched. "What's going on? I just came here to get compensation. How come I become your big brother all of a sudden? And the Black Tiger, you are several decades older than me. Is it appropriate for you to call me big brother?" Chen Feng was too lazy to refuse. After all, having this identity can save you a lot of trouble in the future. He pulled up another video on his phone. "Lao He, come here and take a look. Do you recognize the 3 people in this video?" It was the video of 3 men in black breaking into the villa and assassinating him. It will happen in less than half a month. You want to see? Can we use the power of Black Tiger to find those 3 people in advance? Old Black? He Hu seemed to want to say something, but stopped himself. This nickname is so fucking magical. He watched the video carefully and called everyone behind him over. "Come here and see if you recognize the man in black above." Everyone gathered around quickly. The video is clear though, but after all, the person above was wearing a mask, so most of his face couldn't be seen clearly. Is this a movie clip? I don't think I've seen this movie. I can't guess. It's really hard to guess. There's too little information on it. Yes, and it was at night. If you knew the name of the movie, you should be able to guess it. Everyone was talking about it. They all thought it was a clip from a movie. At this time, one of them suddenly frowned. "Hey, this guy looks familiar to me, especially those cross-eyed eyes. Shit, I remember now. Isn't this one of Chun Tianbao's subordinates? I had a fight with him a few days ago. I didn't expect that. This guy actually went to act in a movie, damn, he is so lucky." Chun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. "Are you sure you know this person?" "Master Chun, I really know him." The subordinate swore. "This man's nickname is Rodeer. I have fought with him 4 times this month. I will never admit my mistake." His crossed eyes and his body shape basically match. And if you look closely, he is left-handed, just like in the video. As for the other 2 people, although I didn't recognize them, they were definitely in the same group as Rodeer. Just investigate and we'll find out their identities. Good. Black Tiger nodded and said, "If Mr. Chen wants to investigate, I can arrange it. Within 3 days, we will definitely be able to find out the identities of these 3 people." "Okay," Chun Feng said calmly. "I'll leave this matter to you." He Hu asked again, "Mr. Chun, if nothing unexpected happens, these 3 people should be Chun Tianbao's men. Will they be captured directly when the time comes?" "No need to catch them. Just break a couple of their ribs every day." Chun Feng smiled faintly. "There are less than 15 days left, and 2 ribs are broken in 1 day. That should be just enough." These words made He Hu's mouth twitch, especially brother down next to him. He couldn't help but touch his ribs. Fortunately, it wasn't me. Chun Feng did not stay any longer. When he left the bar, he suddenly smiled at everyone and said, "We can say that we didn't know each other until we fought. If you have any problems in the future, I will protect you. Shouldn't you thank me?" "Thank you, Master Chun." "Thank you, Master Chun." Capture the thanks from the crow +1. Obtain the system point +1. Captured the thanks from the ball guy +2. Got system points +2. Captured thanks from the coyote +2. Gained system points +2. This time, Chun Feng actually gained 410 system points. There are currently a total of 705 system points. I wonder if there will be a reward if I collect 1,000 coins. He had never thought that earning system points would be so easy. After Chun Feng left the bar. Now, in a private room, Crow looked at the Black Tiger in front of him and said, "Master Tiger, do we really have to listen to that kid Chen Feng from now on?" Yes, Lord Tiger, you fought hard to conquer half of Beihu. Are you willing to give it up like this? Master Tiger, please think twice. Coyote and Bear 2 also tried to dissuade him. Since Chun Feng was present before, they couldn't say anything. Now I dare to express my thoughts. Next to them, King Kong remained silent. Beihu took a deep breath. A long time. Then he said, "This half of Beihu was indeed conquered by me with great effort. How can I bear to give it away? However, Mr. Chun is indeed very strong. Even if all of us put together, we would still not be his match. And over the years, the power of Chun Tianbao and I has always been equal. Now that Mr. Chun has joined us, it is even more powerful for us." Speaking of this, his expression suddenly turned serious. I wasn't kidding when I said I would follow his lead. From now on, you must be as polite to Mr. Chun as you are to me. Do you understand? Clear. Crow and others nodded quickly. The other side, Chun Feng drove the Pagani directly to the 4S store. Although the Pagani was smashed, it did not affect the road. The one who greeted him was the young lady who bought the car last time. Seeing the car damaged like that, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. His face was filled with heartache. Chun Feng smiled faintly. "Take this car over to fix it first, and tell me when it's done. Also, I'll buy another car." Chapter 61. Get the Lamborghini poison. The sales lady was completely confused. Buy another one? Fortunately, she was also a worldly wise person, and she quickly reacted, "Mr. Chun, this car can be repaired in one day." "No, I have plenty of money." Chun Feng waved his hand domineeringly. "Do you have any more expensive cars? That Pagani is still a bit cheap and not powerful enough to drive." There are 1,000 horses galloping in the salesgirl's heart. A Pagani worth more than 45 million is actually said to be too cheap? All right, he is really rich. She calmed down and said quickly, "Mr. Chun, we have a car show outside today. I'll take you there first. I think you can find a car that satisfies you." "There's a car show?" Chun Feng's eyes lit up. He really didn't pay much attention when he came over just now. "Okay, take me there first." Soon, the two came to the auto show. This auto show is basically full of luxury cars, with nearly 100 luxury cars displayed in the open-air exhibition hall. There were crowds of people surrounding it. Some of these people come to buy cars, while others come just to take photos and post them on WeChat moments to show off. "Mr. Chun, please take a look first. If you like any car, I can help you with the formalities directly." The sales lady smiled faintly. This auto show is organized by their boss, so she can sell directly and get commissions. Chun Feng nodded, started walking around. Soon he set his eyes on a car, a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million. It should be the most expensive car in the whole venue. "I want this car." Hearing what he said, the people around him looked at him in surprise. It seemed that he couldn't believe that Chun Feng could afford it. "Brother, just take a few photos and post them on your moments to show off. There's no need to act cool on the spot. We all know each other." "That's right. How many of the people who are looking at cars here are actually here to buy them? No one can afford this car. I heard that the boss specially brought this Lamborghini here to enhance the quality of the auto show." Yes, the most expensive car in the entire Beihu is probably the Pagani that was bought a few days ago. It is said that the price was over 45 million, and it was bought by a rich second-generation man. Everyone was talking about it. Obviously, he didn't take Chun Feng's words to heart. At every auto show, there are many people who try to show off. Isn't it just to attract the attention of the beauties at the scene? Just pay a deposit. Make others think that you can really afford such an expensive car. Then a large number of beauties and car models will come to your door, and after you get the beauties, you will refund the deposit. Oh shit, the perfect empty glove girl. Any man knows this trick. Brother, your trick is no longer applicable now, but no beautiful woman will be fooled. These days, if you want to have girls everywhere, you still need real money. The man pointed at the car model next to the Lamborghini Veneno and said with a smile, "See, that beautiful lady is not fooled at all. She doesn't even look at you." Everyone laughed too. Chun Feng was speechless. The car model is indeed very beautiful, but he really came here to buy a car. He was too lazy to waste time talking to these people. I handed the bank card to the sales lady and said, "You should be able to process it. Just swipe the card. As usual, no discount. Buy at the original price." Okay. The sales lady went to handle it quickly. I was also laughing at the people around me in my heart. You probably don't know how generous Mr. Chun is. Fuck, is this guy really buying it? No discount? Buy at original price? Oh, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha ha. You don't really think you can afford it? That's a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million yuan, not a domestic car worth 90,000 yuan. I don't believe his car could be used to swipe out so much money. Don't take it seriously. We're just having fun. Let's wait and see what happens. At this time, even a car model next to the Lamborghini Veneno couldn't help but look over. A look of surprise. She has met many wealthy people. Although the young man in front of me is very handsome and the clothes he wears are not bad, he doesn't look like a rich man who can spend more than 90 million. About 10 minutes passed. The sales lady has completed the formalities. Mr. Chun, your car payment of 91.2 million has been deducted, and the paperwork is all here. You can drive away anytime. As he said this, he handed over the invoice and documents in his hand. The people around were immediately confused. What's going on? They were originally prepared to watch a good show, but why is the plot different for what they imagined? Holy crap, his card can really swipe out over 90 million. Awesome. I thought he was joking. Who knew he was actually a rich guy? This guy is too low-key. Who do you think is richer, him or the owner of the Pagani? Now, those who had originally mocked Chen Feng immediately began to flatter him. After all, what they said just now were too harsh. If they retaliate, they will be in trouble. Must lick it. Chen Feng didn't bother with these people. Isn't the best way to slap someone in the face is to slap them in the face with your strength? He suddenly asked again, when can the license plate be processed? It will take about 5 days. The license plate for your Pagani worth more than 45 million has been processed, but your car needs repairs now. After the repairs are completed, we can fix both license plates for you. The sales lady understood everything immediately. This moment, everyone around was stunned. His face was dull. What did they just hear? The Pagani worth more than 45 million also belongs to the other party? Holy crap. Holy crap. This guy bought a Pagani 3 days ago, but crashed it, and then he bought a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million? Damn it. Too fucking rich, right? Just because your car is under repair and you don't have a car to drive, you want to buy one for fun? This moment, Chen Feng's random question refreshed everyone's perspectives. Arrogant. Some beautiful women watching nearby couldn't help themselves and walked over, twisting their waists. Little brother, can you please let me sit in your car? Little brother, I can do in the car too. I can do whatever I want. The other beauty blinked, although it is still sitting. But sitting and doing are different. The car model next to the Lamborghini Veneno pursed her lips and seemed to want to get closer, but gave up after thinking for a while. Sorry, I have something else to do. Please make way. Chun Feng felt helpless being surrounded by a group of vulgar people. Ever since beauties like Shang Yinyan, Yin Ting, and Xiao Mingqi appeared around him, ordinary people really looked down on them. Pull aside the crowd. He quickly walked into the Lamborghini Veneno. Just step on the accelerator and drive away. Chapter 62, being noticed by the top management. And at this time, a video has once again become a hit on the internet. It was the video of Chun Feng defeating King Kong and more than 100 others alone in the underground garage. At that time, someone passed by the underground garage and took a picture of the scene. Just one day, he was on the hot search list 4 times in a row. Compared to the previous video of kicking Dao Gu away, this video is more eye-catching. No way. No matter how good an ordinary person is at fighting, who can defeat 100 people alone? In a secret base far away in Kyoto, a man in combat fatigue scrolls through his phone. When he saw the #1 trending video, he clicked on it out of curiosity. Immediately following, his expression changed from confusion to surprise to shock. The next moment, he stood up from a chair with a thud. He exclaimed, "Fuck, this guy is so awesome. His physical fitness and skills are at least at the level of a 4-star general." This is the Chinese War Department, a troop of the highest level. They are mainly responsible for China's border security, and every member of them is selected from thousands of candidates, both in terms of skills and physical fitness. All extremely powerful. A colleague next to him smiled faintly. "Huanzi, don't be so surprised. Many things on the internet are made with special effects. If you take it seriously, you lose. Besides, all the skilled people in China are in our combat department. Those so-called crappy masters among the people are all liars, even those who are really powerful. I'm afraid he can only reach the level of a 2-star general." Speaking of this, the colleague shook his head and said, 5-star and 4-star generals may be scarce here, but 1- and 2-star generals are plentiful. Huanzi said nothing. His eyes were fixed on the phone screen. After a long time, he said with a strange look, "Do you remember that a year ago, someone in our combat department violated discipline and was kicked out? At that time, the guy had just reached the level of a 2-star general. I remember. I think his nickname was something like King Kong. The colleague looked disdainful and said, "That guy is just average in strength. I can definitely knock him down within 3 moves." 3 moves? Huanzi snorted coldly. In the video, this guy kicked him away with one kick, and he didn't even use his full strength. As he said that, he handed over the phone. Is this true or false? The colleague took the phone in confusion, watching the video silently. At a glance, he immediately took a breath of cold air. Holy crap! Holy crap! He was absolutely certain that the video above had not been manipulated with any special effects. Generally, some problems can be seen in processed videos. Huanzi, your brain is rusty. This guy's a 4-star general. The colleague took a deep breath and said in shock, his body is as strong as steel. He didn't react at all when hit by a steel pipe. This is definitely the strength of a 5-star general. Quick, go and inform the minister. This moment, he was shocked. The video is less than a minute long, so his judgment may be wrong. Moreover, the opponent's attacks were basically very easy, and he did not show all his strength at all. But at least he has reached the level of a 5-star general, even able to fight with the military leader. Military Lord, the supreme commander of the War Department, is also the most powerful being. He is a person respected and admired by everyone. After all, he is guarding the security of China. Go inform the minister. Soon, the two came to an office. The video was handed over to Minister Zhang Tianxiang. Now that the military commander has not returned from the border, the internal affairs of the War Department are handled by Zhang Tianxiang. When I saw that video, his eyes suddenly lit up. He is indeed a talent. Let's not talk about his skills. His physical strength alone is incomparable to ordinary people. In the entire War Department, perhaps only the military commander has such physical strength. Fuck, is it really that awesome? Everyone widened their eyes. In their hearts, the military lord is like a god, almost incomparable. Now they are told that the little guy in the video is the same as the military leader. Are you really not fooling us? Zhang Tianxiang nodded. This is just like the golden bell and iron cloth shirt before. As long as you train your body to a certain level, you can achieve this effect. It's not really invulnerable. If I have to explain it, then it is inexplicable. Puff. Everyone almost vomited blood. Zhang Tianxiang continued. From the video, the opponent is only in his early 20s. I'm very curious about how he trained to this level. This person must join our combat department. If you train him well, maybe he can become the next military leader. Everyone's heart trembled. This evaluation is already very high. Huanzi couldn't help but ask, Minister Zhang, isn't your evaluation a bit high? High. Zhang Tianxiang shook his head. I would like to ask the entire combat department, who among you can compare with him in physical strength? I don't know how he did it. But if his plan is promoted in the War Department, the strength of the entire War Department will be enhanced. It's of great benefit to us. There was a moment of silence. Zhang Tianxiang took a deep breath and said, Do you have any information about him? I need all his information. I'll check right away. Huanzi responded quickly. Half an hour later, finally, I found Chun Feng's information, which included all his information from birth to the present. Zhang Tianxiang looked at it carefully and did not miss any information. After a long time, he finally raised his head and said calmly, Get the helicopter ready and come with me to Behu University. Minister, are you going there in person? Huanzi was shocked. In the past, even if the War Department discovered outstanding talents, they would send them there, and the minister rarely took action himself. But this time it's different. Zhang Tianxiang nodded. I have to go there in person. Get ready, and we'll set off right away. Clear. Huanzi's expression was also very solemn. This time, when he went to Behu City, his mission was to ensure the safety of the minister. The other side, Chunfeng was driving a Lamborghini Veneno on the street. This car cost twice as much as a Pagani and was indeed more comfortable. It turns out that there's a reason why it is expensive. No surprise. The appearance of Lamborghini Veneno immediately attracted the attention of passersby. Chunfeng was no longer surprised by the reactions of passersby. At this time, he suddenly saw a person waiting for a bus on the side of the road, and it was someone he knew. Xiao Mingqi from the Humanities Department, one of the 4 campus beauties of Behu University. The two had met once in a public class a few days ago. Chunfeng stopped the car and shouted outside, Miss Xiao, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Chapter 63, sure, Xiao Qiqi. Today, Xiao Mingqi is still wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts, with her hair down. Very simple dress, but it can't conceal her elegant and refined temperament. Coupled with that pair of long legs, it is enough to attract everyone's attention. She is a beautiful campus belle in school, and she is still a beautiful goddess outside of school. During the 10 minutes she was waiting for the bus, many people came to chat with her. There were even people driving luxury cars who asked her to name a price so they could spend a night in a hotel. She was so angry that she started cursing. So, when Xiao Mingqi heard Chun Feng's voice, she subconsciously wanted to curse. When he saw the other person's face clearly, he exclaimed again, "Chen Feng, why is it you?" Although the two had only met once, she had a particularly deep impression of Chen Feng. After all, Chen Feng is quite popular in school during this period. Chen Feng smiled and said, "Get in the car. I'll give you a ride." "Is this your car?" Xiao Mingqi blinked her big eyes. She was still hesitating whether to get in the car, but she saw the fiery gazes of some men around her. Subconsciously, I took a step forward and sat on it. It was her first time to ride in a Lamborghini Veneno that cost more than 90 million yuan. Although she was not a vain person, the feeling of riding in a luxury car was really amazing. Xiao Mingqi looked around and touched like a curious baby. "How much is your car?" "It's not expensive, just over 90 million. "More than 90 million. The corner of Xiao Mingqi's mouth twitched, and she immediately sat there motionless, afraid of damaging the other person's car. She didn't expect that the other party was actually a rich second generation. Seeing her reserved look, Chun Feng smiled and said, "It's okay. Feel free to touch her. If you break anything, it's my fault." "Miss Xiao, where are you going?" "Oh." Xiao Mingqi's face turned slightly red. "Just drop me off at Jinling Shopping Mall. I'll go there for a blind date." "What?" Chen Feng seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Xiao Mingqi, one of the 4 campus beauties of Behu University, still needs to go on blind dates? With her looks. Just wave your hand, and there will be countless people lining up to come forward with smug looks on their faces. He subconsciously looked towards Xiao Mingqi. "Yeah, you. This action scared Xiao Mingqi so much that she opened her mouth wide. Pointing ahead with one hand, he pushed his face forward with the other and shouted anxiously, "Watch the road. Be careful not to bump into people." Ahem. Chen Feng's face was full of embarrassment. He had forgotten that he was still driving. "I'm sorry. It's mainly because what you said just now was too irritating. You are so beautiful. Do you still need to go on a blind date? Do you think I'm beautiful too?" Xiao Mingqi looked straight at him with her innocent face. "You are one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus. How can you not be beautiful?" Chen Feng glanced at her. Those long legs were so long that it made people dizzy. Even Shang Yinyan's legs were not as long as hers. Xiao Mingqi pursed her lips. She has been listed as one of the 4 most beautiful girls on campus since she started college. But as time goes by, no one has any idea about it anymore. Noticing Chun Feng's aggressive gaze, he glared at him angrily. Then he sighed and said, "It was mainly because of my aunt. She said that I was about to graduate and didn't even have a boyfriend, so she asked someone to find one for me. I heard that he had just returned from abroad and had 2 master's degrees. I had no choice but to agree to go on a blind date with him. After all, she was doing this for my own good. It was just a formality." "Double master's degrees?" Chun Feng was about to turn his head to look over again. "Don't look." Xiao Mingqi crossed her arms and looked at him angrily. Chun Feng smiled and raised the corner of his mouth. While driving, he said, "I also know someone who just came back from abroad. He also has a double master's degree, but I can't say much about his character. Nowadays, as long as you have a little money, you can go abroad to gild your reputation. After a few years, they come back and say they are returnees, but in fact, they are nothing." He was talking about Lu Mingliang, whom he met at Shang Yinyan's house yesterday. Xiao Mingqi nodded her head repeatedly. Yes, I don't have a good impression of overseas returnees anyway, and I don't expect to succeed this time. After all, they have grown up in different environments and have different values, so it is difficult for them to get along. And people who come back from abroad tend to be more open-minded, but I don't like that. Speaking of this, Xiao Mingqi leaned forward again. "Tell me about yourself. When you saved Teacher Chun in the classroom last time, the acupuncture method you used was called yin-yang 9 needles, right?" "That, don't deny it." Xiao Mingqi looked as if she had known this for a long time. "You know Professor Xiaohua, he is the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, and he has also seen the video of you saving people. It is definitely the long-lost yin-yang 9 needles." "Chen Feng, Chun Feng, who on earth are you? You even know such amazing medical skills." She stared straight at Chen Feng. Suddenly, I felt that this big boy exuded a charm and also gave people a sense of mystery. Chen Feng wanted to turn around and look at her, Never mind. Don't scare her. Well, I know a little bit about the yin yang nine needles. My family used to study medicine, and my grandfather's grandfather was the 41st generation descendant of Hua Tha. He began to talk nonsense in a serious manner. Real. Xiao Mengqi actually believed it. Do you have an ancient book at home? I heard that some of the prescriptions in the past have been lost now. If it can be found, it will be of great research value in medicine. Also, can you teach me the yin yang nine needles? I'll teach you when I have time. Looking at Xiao Mengqi like a little fangirl, Chun Feng suddenly felt a headache. I guess your good looks are not traded for your IQ? Are you really willing to teach me? Xiao Mengqi subconsciously grabbed his arm and suddenly remembered that the other person was driving. Only then did he quickly put down. It's just the 9 yin-yang needles. It's not a valuable thing. Chun Feng really didn't take it to heart. After all, they're all given by the system, so you can get any acupuncture method you want. It's a deal. Xiao Mengqi smiled, and now she liked him more and more. Although the other party said it lightly. But she understood. Nowadays, Chun Feng is the only one who knows this acupuncture method. It is said that the 9 yin-yang needles has the effect of bringing the dead back to life. The value is immeasurable. The other party is actually willing to teach me. Capture the thanks from Xiao Mengqi. Get system points +5. Capture the thanks from Xiao Mengqi. Get system points +3. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Chun Feng was slightly stunned. Oh shit, so I got 8 system points. He couldn't help but glance at Xiao Mengqi. Sure, Xiao Qi. Chapter 64. Listen to my argument. After about 10 minutes, we finally arrived at our destination. Chun Feng couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Because the previous conflict with Brother Dao and the others happened in this underground garage. Now the entire garage has been cleaned up and is back to normal. Thank you. Xiao Mengqi had just stepped out of the car when she suddenly turned back and said, "How about I buy you a cup of coffee? Maybe I'll have to take a ride with you later." Aren't you going on a blind date? Chun Feng was stunned for a moment. It seems that the other party is just going through the motions and doesn't take the matter seriously. Xiao Mengqi stuck out her tongue and said, "It's okay. The other party hasn't arrived yet anyway. I came half an hour earlier." All right. After Chun Feng parked the car, the two came to a coffee shop in the mall. Xiao Mengqi ordered 2 cups of American coffee and sat down in a corner. She seemed afraid that her appearance would be noticed by others, so she took out a baseball cap from her bag and put it on, covering her beautiful face. But she has a great figure. As long as others take a glance at her, they can guess that this person is definitely a great beauty. Do you come to this coffee shop often? When Chun Feng came in just now, he saw Xiao Mengqi greeting the waiter here. She was obviously a familiar regular customer. Xiao Mengqi shook her head and said, "My family had financial problems during my freshman year, so I worked part-time jobs everywhere to go to college. This coffee shop is where I used to work part-time for about half a year. Later, when my family's finances returned to normal, I stopped doing it." Chun Feng was a little surprised. Generally, there are very few girls who work part-time, especially she's a school beauty. Like you, I've also worked part-time, but I usually just handed out flyers and ran errands. Hearing Chun Feng's words, Xiao Mengqi's expression became a little strange. Don't tease me. Each of your wheels costs millions. Do you still need a part-time job? Are you driving a sports car worth tens of millions to distribute flyers? Chun Feng was a little embarrassed. I was really poor before. Just as I was about to explain, a familiar figure walked into the coffee shop. Lu Mingyang. Chun Feng was immediately happy. Oh shit, could it be that the blind date is him? Especially when he saw Xiao Mengqi lowering her head and her eyes constantly avoiding him. He became more certain of his guess. At this time, Lu Mingyang did not notice Chun Feng and Xiao Mengqi in the corner. He looked around casually, found a table, and sat down. Just as Xiao Mengqi was about to walk over, Chun Feng suddenly stopped her and whispered, "Miss Xiao, I know this person. Do you want me to help you test his character?" How do you test it?" Xiao Mengqi was also a little curious. Chun Feng smiled mysteriously. "Don't worry about this. Just sit here and drink your coffee. You will know soon." Speaking of, he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Heihu. Earlier at the bar, the two parties exchanged contact information. At this time, Lu Mingliang also ordered a cup of coffee. By the time he finished his coffee, the person he was waiting for had not arrived yet, and 10 minutes had passed since the agreed time. Women are really not punctual. Lu Mingliang sighed helplessly. After the incident of stealing the USB flash drive was exposed, he knew that his relationship with the merchants would not be so harmonious in the future. It's even more impossible to pursue Shang Yinyan. He had the opportunity to have this blind date because of someone's introduction. It is said that this girl is from the same school as Shang Yin and is also a school beauty. The photos are indeed beautiful. I just don't know what it's like in reality. He waited for another 10 minutes, but the blind date didn't show up. Instead, a strange woman came. Handsome guy, are you interested in playing in the garage? The woman sat down directly next to him. She was dressed very revealingly. There was a natural charm in her words and actions, especially the strong smell of perfume emanating from her body, which stimulated every nerve of Lu Mingliang. This woman is obviously an expert in love. Lu Mingliang felt itchy because of her teasing and looked at the time again. He smiled and said, "Okay, I'll let you know how powerful my brother is later." Speaking of, he put his arm around the other's waist and walked out of the coffee shop. Scum. Xiao Mingqi looked at the scene with disgust. She originally thought that Lu Mingliang, who was wearing a suit and tie, should be a successful person, but who knew that he had such a bad character and was easily seduced by someone. Then he tilted his head and looked at Chen Feng. "Who are you looking for?" "No, I don't even know her." Chen Feng would not admit it. Anyway, he really didn't know the other person. This person was brought by He Hu. Xiao Mingqi didn't take it to heart. She pursed her lips and said, "Thank you. I can finally report to my aunt this time. Let's go." When checking out, Chen Feng originally wanted to pay, but Xiao Mingqi insisted on treating him. The two came to the underground garage. When passing by a BMW, there was a shaking sound from inside. Xiao Mingqi thought about it, walked over, and knocked on the window. No one paid any attention. Knocked again. Suddenly, there was a burst of angry curses. F***CK. Who the hell is this? You disturbed me at the critical moment. Are you going to let me work? He rolled down the car window, cursing. Xiao Mingqi picked up her phone and started taking photos crazily. Mad you. Lu Mingliang suddenly became furious. Not only did you disturb me while I was working, but you also took pictures. I'll slap you, uncle. Just as he was about to yell at her, he suddenly stopped talking when he saw Xiao Mingqi's face. You're Miss Xiao? Oh shit. He just felt his eyes light up. I seem to have missed a great beauty. It's okay, just continue. Xiao Mingqi's expression was extremely cold. She just wanted to show this photo to her aunt to let her know that she didn't choose the person, but the person she introduced was indeed not that good. Lu Mingliang quickly put on his clothes and climbed out of the car. At this moment, he didn't care about the woman in the car. He quickly explained, Miss Xiao, please listen to my explanation. No, please listen to my explanation. It is really not what you see. Please don't misunderstand me. I didn't misunderstand. Xiao Mingqi's expression returned to normal again. You don't have to explain to me. We have nothing to do with each other. When Lu Mingliang was about to say something, Xiao Mingqi had already gotten into the Lamborghini next to him. Mel. Lu Mingliang spat fiercely. What a crap school beauty. I thought she was so decent, but she just fell in love with someone else's luxury car. When I buy a Lamborghini, you still have to sit in it obediently. At this time, the Lamborghini's windows rolled down. Chen Feng whistled at him and laughed. Xiao Lu, why are you so shabby? At least find a hotel. Don't let the girl catch a cold. I'm leaving. You guys continue. Chen Feng. Lu Mingliang almost couldn't help but go crazy. Nothing good happens every time I meet this guy. And this time he even snatched away my girl. Chapter 65, I can't afford to offend you. Are we going back to school now? Chen Feng asked Xiao Mingqi while driving. He didn't really want to ruin the blind date, but Lu Mingliang's character was really bad, and he couldn't just watch Xiao Mingqi fall into the fire pit. In particular, he asked He Hu to investigate. The reason why Lu Mingliang wanted to steal Shang Yinyan's father's USB flash drive last time was because another company gave him 20 of the shares on the condition that he could get the data in a USB flash drive. The two companies are competitors. But now there is the addition of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. In the face of absolute strength, all means are meaningless. Let's go back to school. Xiao Mingqi felt that her good mood for the whole day was ruined. She's probably never going on a blind date again. She tilted her head and suddenly asked, Recently, the school has been talking about you and Shang Yinyan. Is she really your girlfriend? The sudden question made Chen Feng not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, he said, Not yet. Indeed not. Because at present, the two people have not broken that layer of window paper. No one expressed any thoughts. Xiao Mingqi pointed at the passenger seat again and said, Your car doesn't even have a license plate. It should be a new car. I'm not the first person to sit in the passenger seat, am I? I bought this car an hour ago, and indeed, no one has ever ridden in it. Goose, goose, goose. It turns out Xiang Yinyan has never sat on it either. Xiao Menqi raised her head proudly. Both of them are famous school beauties. Although they seldom interact with each other in normal times, they also compete with each other secretly. At this time, her phone suddenly rang. It's my aunt calling. Xiao Mengqi frowned and pressed the answer button. Mengqi, what's wrong with you? Young Master Lu said you were half an hour late for the blind date and even brought an old man with you to show off. How could you do this? If you don't want to go, just refuse. How could you do such a stupid thing? Hey, how can I explain this to others? My aunt started scolding me. Xiao Mengqi was also a little annoyed. She also didn't expect that Lu Mingliang would bite back. Are the villains the first to complain? So shameless. Aunt, that's not the case. You were deceived by that person. I was not late for the blind date. I even arrived half an hour early. Huh? Then what's going on with that old man? Maya was also a little confused. How come the situation is completely different for what the other party said? The phone was ringing very loudly. When Qin Feng heard the conversation over there, his face suddenly turned black. Old man? How the hell am I old? Xiao Mengqi said angrily. What old man? He is my classmate. I took his car to go on a blind date. Fortunately, my classmate went. Otherwise, I wouldn't know that Lu Mingliang is a scumbag. You don't know, he went straight with a prostitute in the coffee shop. And doing that in the garage. Huh? I think young Master Lu is quite decent. When my aunt said this, she seemed a little lacking in confidence. Some people appear to be serious on the surface, but they are actually just beasts in human clothing. I have photos here. If you don't believe me, I'll send them to you. Xiao Mengqi couldn't help but stamp her feet and directly sent the photo she had just taken. My aunt took a look. The whole person was stunned. Oh my God, it's really Master Lu. My aunt's attitude also changed immediately. Mengqi, don't worry. I will take care of this matter for you. I never thought that Lu Mingliang would be such a person. He has wronged you, and I will help you get it back. After saying that, he hung up the phone angrily. Then, my aunt sent the photos directly to the sisters group. Sisters, please help me forward this. This guy named Lu Mingliang is a piece of shit. While he was on a blind date with someone else, he was having affairs with some questionable women. Never introduce your daughter to this kind of person again. Who knows if this guy has contracted any disease? He is such a jerk. Oh my God, isn't this the overseas returnee you mentioned yesterday? It turns out his private life is so chaotic. Look at this photo. His eyes are dull and his face is pale. It's obvious that he has some disease. We can't let him harm us women. Yes, spread it quickly and let the sisters pay attention to it. A group of middle-aged women spread the news. The power of the ants is amazing, especially their circle of friends, which includes almost all kinds of people, from the wealthy wives to the vegetable sellers. It took less than half an hour. It has already spread. At this time, Lu Mingliang went crazy in the car for another 20 minutes, venting his unhappiness. He directly threw a stack of banknotes to the woman beside him and said calmly, Okay, you can go now. Oh my, you really don't recognize me once you put on your pants. Boss, please contact me next time. The woman twisted her waist and giggled. Lu Mingliang then picked up the phone. While he was working just now, his cell phone kept ringing. Countless WeChat messages and phone calls came in. When I clicked on it, I saw that they were all sent by relatives and friends. Xiao Lu, what's wrong with you? Look at the person in this photo. Is it you? Mingliang, why were you banned? You bastard, you can't go to a hotel to find a woman. Are you afraid that others will not see you in the car? Now you are famous, and you have brought shame to our Lu family. Oh shit, what's going on? Lu Mingliang was a little confused. He quickly opened the photos sent by his aunts and uncles. At first glance, the whole person froze in place as if struck by lightning. Was I banned by the aunties? He could never have imagined that a random photo could cause such a big response. And at this time, Qin Feng also saw the messages posted by his relatives on WeChat Moments, most of which were about how bad the guy in the photo was and how girls should not get in touch with him. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. Those aunties are not to be trifled with. Soon, the two arrived at the school. As soon as Qin Feng parked the car, he saw a familiar figure standing in the parking lot. Excuse me, Senin. Qin Feng, I'm looking for you. Shin Qin walked over excitedly. Especially when he saw that the other person had changed to a new car, his eyes lit up brightly. In the morning, she heard from her mother that Qin Feng made 3 billion yuan by buying futures in just a few hours. Her mother even gave her task. I have to make peace with Qin Feng no matter what. What's up? Qin Feng glanced at her calmly. Now the two people are like strangers. At this time, Xiao Mengqi, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also got out of the car, looking between the two of them with her big eyes. It seems that he has no intention of leaving. Shin was slightly stunned. Her expression suddenly turned ugly. Xiao Mingqi, please stay away from my boyfriend from now on. Chapter 66. Two Women Fighting. Shin thinks that her appearance is quite good in the class. But compared to Xiao Mingqi in front of him, there is more than a little difference. She originally thought that as long as she drove Shang Yinyan away from Chen Feng, she could get her boyfriend back. But now it seems she was wrong. There's also a Xiao Mingqi. She found that since Chen Feng became rich, the women around him were more beautiful than each other. They're all school beauties. It's so stressful. Xiao Mingqi was also in a daze at this time. Student Shin, are you overthinking it? Chen Feng and I are just classmates. Can't I even ride in his car? Besides, he doesn't seem to be your boyfriend now, right? But I heard that you two broke up a long time ago. Even if he and I are just classmates, even if our relationship becomes more serious, it has nothing to do with you, right? Xiao Mingqi is the school beauty. He also has his own pride. She could have just given a casual explanation, but I just don't want to do that. She had heard about the matter between Shin and Chen Feng before. It was said that Shin broke up with her boyfriend because she disliked his poverty, and then she turned around and found a rich man. So she wanted to vent her anger for Chen Feng. Shin was a little annoyed and retorted, even if Chen Feng and I have broken up, so what? I will get him back sooner or later. That's for the future. At least he's not your boyfriend now. Xiao Mingqi smiled and suddenly reached out to hold Chen Feng's arm. Besides, why do you think you can get him back? You think you're more beautiful than me. Still think she's prettier than Shang Yinyan? Shin was speechless. Yes, she doesn't have Xiao Mingqi's long legs, nor does she have Shang Yinyan's sexiness. In terms of appearance, they are definitely incomparable. Is it more than feelings? Ever since they broke up, Chen Feng no longer had any feelings for her, so it was even more impossible. Let's go. Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to Shin, who was in a daze, and pulled Xiao Mingqi out of the parking lot. Neither of them spoke along the way. Xiao Mingqi subconsciously pulled her arm away, her face slightly reddened. I just wanted to help you get rid of her. You won't blame me, right? Of course not. Chen Feng said with a strange look on his face. I just think there is no need to waste time talking to her. Do you have to bite back after being bitten by a dog? Yeah, you bit it back. Xiao Mingqi laughed and then said, don't forget what you promised me. What is it? Okay, you fooled me. Xiao Mingqi put her hands on her hips and snorted angrily. You promised me before that you would teach me the yin-yang 9 needles. Why? You want to go back on your word now? No. Chen Feng then remembered what he said before and laughed dryly. I can regret other things, but how dare I regret this? Don't worry, I promise to teach you when I have time. That's more like it. Xiao Mingqi waved her cute little fist, after getting Chen Feng's promise. Then he left. Chen Feng was originally preparing to return to the dormitory, and halfway there, he happened to meet his roommate Yang Qi. Third brother, I just saw you with Xiao Mingqi from the humanities department. Be more confident. Please remove the seam. Chen Feng raised his head in a showy manner. Yang Qi exclaimed, fuck, no way. It's fine that you're entangled with Shang Yinyan, but how come you're also hooking up with the school beauty Xiao Mingqi? Third brother, you can't do that. Are you planning to pick up the 4 most beautiful girls in school at the same time? At least leave one for us. All right. Chen Feng was also a little speechless. If you really want to pick me up, hurry up. I've been having a lot of luck with women lately. Be careful, if you're late, you won't be able to pick me up. Yang Qi knew his own worth. These things were just lip service. And then he said seriously, third brother, I suddenly remembered something. Haven't you been on the hot search these 2 days? I watched that fight too. It was so cool. Why didn't I know you were so amazing before? Why don't you teach me? Get to the point. Well, it's like this. The trending search was up for less than half an hour before it was suddenly taken down. The video can't be found now. Speaking of this, Yang Qi leaned forward, put his arm around her shoulder, and smiled. Tell me the truth. Are you a hidden rich second generation? Your family must have a strong background, right? If you don't have some strength, it's impossible to remove the top trending topic in just half an hour. Chen Feng was a little confused. He really didn't know about this. Yang Qi continued, don't deny it. I heard that the Paganian school is yours. You actually kept it a secret from us for so long. I'm really not a rich second generation. Chen Feng slowly took out a set of car keys and said, also, the car I'm driving now is not a Pagani, but a Lamborghini Veneno. Fuck. The moment he saw the car keys, Yang Qi was completely stunned. Although he can't afford a car, he knows the value of it. More than 90 million. As long as you put the car keys on the table, what kind of girls can't you pick up? Now he finally understood why Chen Feng was so popular with girls. Did you rob a bank? You robbed the bank. Chen Feng said unhappily. Nothing to be surprised about. I recently bought some futures and made a little money. Made a little money? The corner of Yang Chi's mouth twitched. Are you afraid that you have some misunderstanding about money? Over the secret base in Kyoto, a helicopter slowly rose up, its destination directly heading to Beihu City. Zhang Tianxiang sat in the middle, tapping his knees with his fingers. How's the hot search going? Next to him, Huanzi said quickly, Don't worry, Minister Zhang. We have contacted the relevant departments, and now all the hot searches about Chen Feng have been removed. The video has also been removed from the shelves, and it is basically impossible to find it on the internet. From the time the trending search was removed until now, the popularity of Chen Feng has almost dropped. Well done. Zhang Tianxiang nodded. What about the media? What's the situation now? We have already notified them. After pressure from above, local media stopped reporting on the incident. Very good. After all, Chen Feng is going to join the War Department, and his information cannot be exposed to the public excessively. Continue to check the internet and find any information that is unfavorable to him in a timely manner. Clear. Huanzi nodded and said, Minister Zhang, we still have an hour to get to Beihu Lake. Do you want to take a rest first? I will call you when we get there. No. Zhang Tianxiang continued tapping his knees with his fingers. He didn't know why, but he always felt a little nervous. Chapter 67I, Mr. Zhao, will pay for the whole thing. On campus, Yang Chi sighed. You have finally turned things around. You have a car and savings. You're the most popular person in the whole school. No wonder so many girls like you. Don't envy me. I'm just a legend. Chen Feng chuckled. He also knew in his heart that these were just superficial phenomena. Many people only care about his money. Once he has no money, he's afraid these people will abandon him like Shin Qin did. This is the reality. Yang Chi rolled his eyes and said, Don't show off. Speaking of being in the limelight, there's one person who's in the limelight today. Remember Zhao Donglai, right? Remember Shang Yinyan's suitor. The last time Zhao Donglai confessed his feelings at the school gate, it was ruined by Chen Feng. He still has a deep impression of this rich second generation. Yang Chi pulled him towards the basketball court. Let's go and see Zhao Donglai showing off. It said that he's a very good basketball player, and now a group of girls are cheering for him. He can play basketball. Chen Feng couldn't help but ask, Isn't that kid usually not in school? Why is he here? It's all because of you. I heard that last time he confessed his love to Shang Yinyan, you ruined it, and then he offended a cooperative client of his father's company. This caused his father's company to encounter some difficulties. His father got angry and sent him back to school, and he was not allowed to go back until he graduated. Yang Chi couldn't help but sigh. Zhao Donglai has never suffered a loss before, but he didn't expect to fall into such trouble here. Why do I feel like you are his nemesis? Maybe I am his nemesis. Chen Feng chuckled and walked leisurely towards the basketball court. The basketball court was very lively at this time. The entire basketball court is open air and the venue is relatively large. There are nearly 100 people surrounding them, and about 80 of them are girls. On the field, 2 teams are playing. Zhao Donglai was wearing a black basketball uniform. He looked very stylish, and he often went to the gym to pick up girls. It's been a long time. I also built up some nice-looking muscles. His well-defined muscles and excellent basketball skills caused the girls at the scene to scream wildly. At this time, Zhao Donglai made a slam dunk. A perfect dunk, winning 2 points instantly. Oh my God, Senior Zhao dunked again. He's so handsome. Senior Zhao, I want to have a baby with you. Senior Zhao, stop chasing Shang Yinyan and chase me instead. I like you. The girls around were screaming wildly. In the past, they only knew that Zhao Donglai was a rich second generation and Shang Yinyan suitor. They all had a very contemptuous impression of rich second generations. But I just discovered it now. It turns out that this rich second generation has many advantages. Especially he looks very handsome when playing basketball. Crazy shout out to the girls. Zhao Donglai enjoyed this process very much, or rather, he really enjoyed being admired. He waved his hands around and shouted, Dear fellow students, I will treat you all to a barbecue after the game, and I, young Master Zhao, will pay for everything. Ah, Senior Zhao is so domineering. Come on, Senior Zhao, you're the best. I love you so much. Come on, come on. The girl shouted excitedly. At this moment, They had a better impression of Zhao Donglai, and some even wanted to throw themselves into his arms. Zhao Donglai laughed. So what if he can't pursue Shang Yinyan? Look at it now. There's so many girls around. I make about 10 a day. The quality of one is not as good as yours, but the quality of 10 or 100 together is really awesome. He even found out. Among the girls watching, some were only slightly less pretty than Shang Yinyan. She's a beauty too. At this time, Zhao Donglai suddenly saw Chun Feng in the crowd, which made him frown. That kid again. Humph, today I'm going to show you how good Zhao Donglai am. I want all the attention in the audience to be on me. Think of this. He suddenly walked to the side and said to his teammates, from now on, when you receive the ball, pass it to me. I want to perform a one-man show. Donglai, it's better to be safe. Yes, after all, this is a team competition. You can't handle it with your physical strength. Besides, you have to give us a chance to perform. That's right. There's so many schoolgirls here. You can't monopolize them all. The teammates were also very unhappy. Zhao Donglai suddenly waved his hand and said in a very domineering manner, no need to say anything. Today is my one-man show. Do you have any objections? Okay, all for you. No one wanted to have a conflict with him. Only compromise can be made. In the following time, Zhao Donglai performed even harder. The shouts and cheers of the scene became louder and louder, and all the focus was on Zhao Donglai. This boy is too showy. Yang Qi watched the performance on the basketball court and couldn't help but shook his head. Even a fool can see Zhao Donglai's purpose. Chun Feng kept complaining. This guy has never experienced the beatings of society. The higher he stands now, the more painful it will be when he falls later. What's the meaning? Yang Qi was stunned for a moment. Chun Feng chuckled and said, just wait and see. Mysterious. Yang Qi looked at the game on the field, waved his hand and said, you can watch it slowly. I won't accompany you. I'm leaving first. The next time, Chun Feng found a stool nearby and sat down. He didn't care about the result of the game on the field, but since Zhao Donglai had raised his middle finger at him before, he had to find a chance to give him a return finger. Out of boredom, he turned on the music app. I happened to see a host broadcasting live, so I just swiped a carnival. A carnival at Douyin costs about 3,000 yuan, which is equivalent to an average person's monthly salary. The young lady doing the live broadcast is called Peng Shiwu and has tens of millions of fans. Peng Shiwu was also very happy about the sudden appearance of the local tyrant. She checked the other party's ID and found that it was a new account. The other person is called Brother Feng, and he only has a few hundred fans. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the carnival. And at this time, Chun Feng watched 2 carnivals in a row, and the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Fuck, who is this Brother Feng? He has played several carnivals in a row. Congratulations, Peng Shiwu has gained another rich fan. Everyone, please join me in thanking Brother Feng. Chun Feng in front of the screen swiped a few carnivals and then exited because he had no money in his account and needed to recharge it. At this time, a voice sounded in my mind. Capture the thanks from Peng Shiwu. Get system points plus 50. Capture the thanks from my uncle. Get plus 10 system points. Capture the thanks from Agu. Get system points plus 10. Capture the thanks from me, the father you will never get, and gain plus 15 system points. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment. He was just giving out tips to kill time, but he didn't expect to get system points by accident. He calculated carefully. This time, a total of 420 system points were obtained. Ding! The host's current remaining system points are 1133. Ding! Congratulations to the host for having more than 1,000 system points. Random rewards are being distributed. Holy crap! Holy crap! There is indeed a reward. Chun Feng was so excited that he almost flew up. Chapter 68. Increase the recharge amount. Ding! The host is rewarded with a Patek Philippe watch, priced at 5.7 million US dollars. The next moment, a watch appeared in Chun Feng's hand. It is said that this watch was made in 1943 with an 18K gold case. It is definitely an antique. If converted, the price is equivalent to more than 39 million. Chun Feng took a look and found that the hands of the watch were still moving, which meant that the watch was normal. Good. He put the watch on his hand with a smile. I just need a watch now. I spent less than 10,000 yuan on gifts and got a watch worth nearly 40 million yuan as a reward, which is still very cost-effective. He looked up and saw that the basketball game was still going on. I'm afraid it will take another half an hour to finish. Chun Feng opened the Douyin app again. Now, for him, he can earn system points while getting unexpected rewards, so he is willing to do so even at the cost of giving gifts. Just when he was about to recharge, I couldn't help but frown. The maximum recharge amount on Douyin's recharge interface is only a few hundred thousand. It's too troublesome. If you want to recharge 100 million, you have to recharge hundreds of times. Forget it. Let's try another platform. Chinfeng downloaded another Shark Live app, registered as a user, and changed his username to Brother Phone. Open the recharge interface. The recharge limit is also not high, only a few hundred thousand. And it seems that there is a limit on the daily quota. He thought for a while, called customer service. Hello, how can I help you? Customer service is a man's voice. Chinfeng thought for a while and said, the amount on your recharge interface is too small. You can only recharge 500,000 at a time. Can you help me increase the amount? My account is. I casually checked the account with the customer service. It turned out to be a first-level account, and it was just registered. He immediately said in a sarcastic tone, is it enough to raise it to 200 million? If not, I will apply for another 1 billion for you. What a joke. For ordinary people, recharging a few thousand or tens of thousands is already very high. Is it not enough to give you a one-time quota of 500,000? A newly registered account. Why are you still pretending here? Amuse me? Chinfeng frowned. What do you mean? What do you mean by me? The customer service's tone was a little unhappy. Sir, how much do you want to top up? 500 or 5,000. Even if it's 5 million, 10 top-ups will be enough. You are a first-level small account, so don't harass our customer service here. We have a lot of work to do, and we don't have time to mess around with you. After saying that, he hung up the phone with a bang. At this time, the manager came over and asked, Xiao Wang, what's going on? Manager, it's nothing. There's just a guy who complains that our recharge limit is too small and wants to increase it. From the way he sounded, it seems like he wants to recharge several hundred million. But when I looked at the account, it turned out to be a small account that had just been registered. It was obvious that the person was here to cause trouble. I suspect this person must be a competitor who is deliberately causing trouble. Xiao Wang added fuel to the fire. The manager frowned and asked, what's the name of the other party's account? Find it out and let me see it. Oh, Xiao Wang reluctantly found the account and said, Manager, his name is Brother Phone. Look at the registration time. It was only registered 5 minutes ago. There must be something wrong. The manager also nodded and said nothing more. The other side, Chinfeng was still very upset after someone hung up the phone on him. Shark, you will regret it. He was too lazy to talk nonsense and call the customer service hotline of Douyin again. Hello, this is the Douyin customer service hotline. Is there anything I can help you with? On the other side was a young lady with a sweet voice. Chinfeng said calmly, I want to top up 100 million. Your current top-up limit is too low and too inconvenient. Can you increase the limit for me? There was silence on the other side for a while. Immediately following, the young lady's voice became extremely excited. Sir, how much did you say you wanted to top up? 100 million. Please wait a moment. I will do it for you right away. The customer service lady quickly reported to her superior. Soon, this matter was reported to the general manager, who came over in person. Behind him, department managers and other senior executives of the company also rushed over. 100 million in funds. This is not just a big customer. It's almost able to afford to buy the entire company. They have to take it seriously. Mr. Qian, I checked the other party's account and found that he had given me a reward. The amount was about 300,000. The customer service lady quickly reported the situation. General Manager Qian waved his hand, his expression extremely solemn. Immediately opened a separate recharge channel for Mr. Chun, the kind with no upper limit. Everyone was shocked. The technical manager at the side said, Mr. Qian, is this necessary? This will not only increase our technical difficulty, but also require real-time maintenance of the system. If too many people recharge at the same time, the system will be overwhelmed. General Manager Qian looked a little unhappy. That's your technical department's business. I must open this recharge channel immediately, understand? I don't want to lose a big client because of your mistake. Clear. The technical manager quickly organized personnel to take action. Less than 10 minutes. Chinfeng received a message from the background. Separate recharge channel. Not bad. He smiled faintly and directly recharged 100 million yuan from his bank card. One-time payment. Now, he was too lazy to pay attention to the basketball game. So, if Xiao Donglai wanted to show off, let him do it. I want to earn system points now. Turn on the Acne sound. He suddenly discovered that Shang Yinyan was also live streaming, and Shang Yinyan's account actually had more than 1 million followers. Chun Feng clicked in and took a look. There are dozens of works in it, all recording daily life. Immediately following, he started broadcasting directly in the live broadcast room. I watched 10 carnivals in a row. Oh my god, when did Goddess Yin Yin get a rich dad? 10 carnivals. Brother Feng is awesome. He makes tens of thousands of dollars at a time. It's not bad. I remember a rich man gave Goddess Yin Yin 100 carnivals last time. Everyone in the live broadcast room was talking about it. Some people clicked on Chun Feng's account, but saw that he only had a few hundred followers and immediately lost interest. It turns out he is a fake rich man. Just as everyone was thinking this, the entire live broadcast room was flooded with carnival content again. What the hell? What the hell? The live broadcast room was boiling again. The carnival lasted for 10 minutes straight, leaving everyone stunned. I finished 600 carnivals in total. Nearly 2 million. Shang Yinyin in front of the screen was also confused. Normally, she only broadcasts live when she is bored, although there are also rich people who give her rewards. But in general, she would advise others not to give tips. There's no need to spend this money. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the carnival. Everyone, please pay attention to the list. Since the other party gave her so much money as a reward, Shang Yinyin still had to express her gratitude. Then, I sent another private message to the other party. Who are you? Chapter 69, Crazy Gift Giving. I am Chen Feng. Shang Yinyin was also extremely surprised when she saw Chun Feng's reply. She didn't expect Chun Feng to come and watch her live broadcast. I couldn't help but feel secretly happy. Hey look, Goddess Yinyin is smiling foolishly over there. Could it be that she has fallen in love with Brother Feng? It's over, it's over. Mr. Feng gave her a reward of several million and won her heart. What a pity. If I had so much money, I would have brought Goddess Yinyin home a long time ago. Stop talking nonsense. Goddess Yinyin is not that kind of person. Fans were frantically leaving comments. Shang Yinyin came back to her senses and quickly explained, Don't lead the rhythm. This Brother Feng is a good friend of mine. We know each other. Everyone, come and join me in thanking Brother Feng for his reward. Oh, Brother Feng has called me. I'm so jealous. Okay, everyone, stop teasing Goddess Yinyin and come and thank Boss Feng for the reward. Thank you, Brother Feng, for protecting Goddess Yinyin. Brother Feng, do you have a lot of money? Why don't you give me some tips as well? Thank you, Mr. Feng, for giving a reward to Goddess Yinyin. Mr. Feng, are you still in need of God's son? Thank you, Mr. Feng, for the reward. Mr. Feng is so domineering. Capture the thanks from Shang Yinyin plus 20. Get system points plus 20. I got a thanks from a mosquito plus 5, and I got system points plus 5. Capture the thanks of the proud god plus 3. Gain system points plus 3. Chun Feng counted and found that he gained 1,200 system points this time. Let someone else do it. He exited Shang Yinyin's live broadcast room. If you keep thanking the same person, the number of times you thank them will become less and less. After all, only sincere thanks can earn system points. Change a person again. Let's go to 10 carnivals. This time, another 870 system points were gained. The next time, Chun Feng kept brushing down in order, and each anchor started with at least 10 carnivals. Just half an hour. I have already swiped 30 anchors. The cumulative system points obtained have reached a terrifying number of more than 30,000. But what surprised Chun Feng was that the system should have some rewards, but now there was no response at all. Is it because I swiped too fast and the system hasn't reacted yet? Chun Feng was too lazy to care about these and continued to enjoy the carnival. At the same time, the whole Acne sound was a sensation. Almost everyone knows that there is an account called Brother Feng that is giving the anchor a carnival. The accumulated amount has reached tens of millions. Some people even learned from Douyin staff that Brother Feng had 100 million yuan in his account. Everyone was stunned. Have you heard that Brother Feng is giving out gifts like crazy? If you thank him on the spot, you can get at least 10 carnivals. Yes. I also heard that Brother Feng gave Goddess Yinyin more than 2 million in one go. Fuck, this is too rich, right? That's right. Even though the most people have only spent a few million, the amount is huge. They have spent almost 100 anchors now. Then what are you guys still standing there for? Go start the show. This moment, everyone put down what they were doing and started broadcasting on the spot. From traffic bloggers to ordinary employees. Even some students have joined the live streaming craze. The popularity of the entire Douyin app was hyped up all of a sudden, and almost 80 of female users were live streaming. That's not all. Anchors from other live streaming platforms have also joined Douyin. Because this brother phone only gives rewards on Douyin, he has not registered an account on other platforms. On the basketball court, the girls who had originally cheered for Zhao Donglai also heard the news at this time. They stopped shouting, not cheering anymore. They all took out their mobile phones and started broadcasting on the spot. Joke! 10 carnivals would cost $30,000. After the platform's share of the profits, you will get at least $15,000. Isn't it great to earn $15,000 in a few minutes? Why bother working hard? When Zhao Donglai was about to dunk, he glanced around, wanting to see the girls' admiring expressions. At a glance, I found that almost half of the girls didn't watch basketball games. Instead, he stood by and played live broadcast with his mobile phone. Didn't even look at him. The voices of cheering became less and less, and it became deserted. What's going on? He staggered and almost fell to the ground. The basketball in his hand was also snatched away by his opponent. Donglai, what's going on? It's okay, a mistake. Zhao Donglai shook his head. The fun of his playing basketball was to become the focus of everyone's attention and overshadow Chen Feng. But now he suddenly lost interest. Damn, who can tell me what is going on? Who stole my limelight? At the same time, at the headquarters of Shark Live platform. Oh no, manager. All the anchors on our platform have gone to Douyin. I heard there's a rich guy there who's giving out tips like crazy. Hearing the report from his subordinates, the manager couldn't help but frowned. How many anchors have we lost now? At least 50% of the anchors have gone there. Some have signed contracts with our platform and directly use secondary accounts to broadcast there. Not only that, we are also losing a lot of users. I did some statistics and found that 30 of users were lost in just half an hour. This is already a terrifying statistic. For the platform, definitely a double whammy. The manager is also extremely anxious, and now he has to find a solution. Otherwise, the entire group will face a huge crisis. The manager hesitated for a moment and said, "Don't worry, calm down first. We have rich people on our platform, so let's organize an event and let them participate in the reward. By then, those anchors who left will naturally come back obediently." The subordinate said with a bitter face, "Manager, I heard that the rich man at Douyin has 100 million in his account, and just now, he recharged another 100 million into it." What? The manager's mouth suddenly opened wide. What kind of rich person can recharge 200 million yuan at once? This kind of person's family must have at least tens of billions of assets, right? And, as far as he knows, the recharge interface of Douyin can only recharge hundreds of thousands at a time, so this will require recharging hundreds of times. This moment, the manager suddenly thought of something and quickly asked, "What's the name of the other party's account?" "Call me Brother Feng." When I heard these words, the manager was struck by lightning. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Oh shit, isn't this the user who called earlier to increase the recharge limit? Damn, he is actually a rich man. It's over. Originally, this rich man was supposed to be on Shark's side, but due to customer service issues, he was given to Douyin. Help the opponent. This moment, the manager regretted it so much. Chapter 70, Hot Search That Cannot Be Removed. The other side, in a helicopter flying to Beihu. Huanzi quickly took the phone to Zhang Tianxiang and whispered, "Minister, Chen Feng is on the hot search again." "What's going on?" Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help rubbing his temples. In just one day, the other party was on the hot search list 5 times. Does your family have a Weibo account? For others to get on the hot search list, they not only have to find a large number of bloggers to promote it, but also have to contribute manpower, which is very difficult. But for this guy, it is as easy as eating a homely meal. Huanzi said with a strange look on his face. There's a rich man who gave gifts to female anchors on Douyin. He gave more than 100 gifts in a row, spending tens of millions. This resulted in all female anchors flocking to the Douyin platform for live broadcasts. Now the entire live streaming industry knows about this, and that rich man was directly ranked first on the hot search list. I checked the other party's information, and it was Chen Feng. Withdraw first. Zhang Tianxiang also had a headache. You can tell at first glance that this guy is a restless person. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse to bring the other party to the War Department. At the same time, he was also very curious. How did Chen Feng make money? He was a poor boy 3 years ago, but how did he become a rich man all of a sudden? Although the investigation information showed that the origin of the other party's property was also normal. But it was this kind of normality that made him feel a little abnormal. Headache. 5 minutes later, Huanzi came over again with her phone in hand, Minister Zhang, the trending search on Weibo has been removed, but Jihu has become the #1 trending search again. Withdraw again. Zhang Tianxiang suppressed his emotions. He was even a little hesitant about whether he should go to Beihu to find Chen Feng. But compared with Chun Feng's personal abilities, this is not a big deal right now. I'll see how many times you can be on the hot search list. 10 minutes later, Huanzi ran over again, looking very helpless. Minister Zhang, Chun Feng. It's trending again? Which trending topic is it this time? Zhang Tianxiang is no longer able to complain. Huanzi smiled and said, this time it's #1 on Baidu. Awesome. Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help but give a thumbs up. I can't even retreat. Forget it, forget it. It's just a trending search. There's nothing bad about it. How long will it take to get to Beihu? 20 minutes left. Huanzi answered with a smile. He could also see that this man named Chun Feng had made the minister lose his temper. Seeing Minister Zhang struggling with his thoughts, he couldn't help but ask, Minister Zhang, are we still going? Go, why not? Minister Zhang's face darkened. I'm almost at the doorstep of my home. Should I turn back now? If other people knew about this, how would I save my reputation? Chun Feng squatted on the ground and continued to pick up gifts. He didn't know anything about Weibo, nor did he know how much influence the account Brother Feng had in the live streaming industry. Just keep brushing down. If you see someone live streaming, give them a reward. If someone says thank you, give them another reward. It's nothing but rewards. He didn't have time to check how many system points he had earned in total, but it must be a lot. At this time, the phone rang. He frowned. I had to suspend rewarding. Hello, who is this? Mr. Chun, it's me, Xiao Wang from Shark Customer Service. You called us half an hour ago, and we have opened the maximum recharge limit for you. You can top up at any time without any restrictions. The other party's voice was very polite. No, I don't deserve it. Chen Feng smiled faintly and hung up the phone. What a joke. I asked you to open it before, but you laughed at me. Now you know how amazing it is, right? Too late. On the other end of the phone, Xiao Wang looked at the hung-up phone and was so anxious that he was about to cry. He typed again. The result shows that I have been blocked by the other party. How about it? The manager asked quickly. Xiao Wang said with a bitter face. Mr. Chun said it is not necessary. The manager immediately started to curse. Xiao Wang, you're in big trouble. You know that if you didn't look down on Mr. Chun, would he have gone to Douyin? Now, not only have we lost half of our anchors, but those anchors all had fans. Now even their fans have gone to Douyin. Do you know how much money the company has lost? Can you bear this responsibility? Xiao Wang felt a little guilty. Manager, maybe those anchors will be back tomorrow. Fart. The manager was so angry at his words. Do you think Douyin is as stupid as you? Wouldn't they find a way to retain those anchors and new users? Once those people get used to the platform over there, they will never come back. Humph. You reflect on your behavior here and wait for the company's punishment. After saying this, he left without looking back. Xiao Wang was struck by lightning. Next to the basketball court. At this time, a girl seemed to notice Chun Feng squatting on the ground, giving gifts. Hey, isn't that Chen Feng? Yes, he has been very popular in school recently. He has become a celebrity in our school. Hey, what is he doing there? Is he broadcasting live? How is that possible? That rich man Feng only gives tips to female anchors. The male anchors all stand aside. It's impossible for them to give him tips. It's useless for him to broadcast live. Let's go take a look. Several girls walked over quietly. Hey, he's watching the live broadcast. Oh my God, he's playing Carnival. Oh my God, the whole screen is full of Carnival. When several girls saw the name of Chun Feng's account, their mouths opened wide and they were stunned for a long time. He's actually Brother Feng. Oh my God, he is the rich Brother Feng. Everyone was shocked. It's just astonishing. They never thought that the Brother Feng who was making headlines in the live broadcast industry today was actually their classmate Chen Feng. And right next to them, oh my God, it's incredible. Chen Feng is actually a wealthy man. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly turned around and smiled at them. Want to give me a tip? If you have more than 1,000 fans, I can give you a tip. If you have too few fans, you will get fewer system points. You must have more than 1,000 fans. Otherwise, it's not cost effective. I have 10,000 fans. I can start a live stream. I also have 20,000 fans. The girls took out their mobile phones, surrounded Chen Feng, and started the live broadcast. The news spread quickly. The girls around who were originally hesitating whether to start the live broadcast immediately took out their mobile phones and joined the live broadcast. This moment, all the girls on the basketball court were attracted by Chun Feng. No one is refueling anymore. Everyone is surrounding Chun Feng to broadcast live. He suddenly became the focus of everyone and the most popular person in the entire school. In the basketball court, the more Zhao Donglai looked at it, the angrier he became. He threw the basketball to the ground with a bang, his face full of depression. I'm not going to play anymore. There's not even one person cheering for me. This is so fucking boring. There is no one watching in the entire basketball court. It does seem deserted. The look in his eyes as he looked at Chin Feng became more and more unhappy. I wanted to stand out. In the end, it was snatched away by that kid Chun Feng again. Chapter 71, Reward 5 Consecutive. The other side, in the girls' dormitory. The roommate screamed, holding his phone, and stood there jumping and dancing. Yin Yin, Chun Feng gave me a reward. He gave me 10 carnivals. Oh, congratulations then. Shang Yin Yin pursed her lips, still staring at the phone screen. I don't know what I'm thinking. Hey, Yin Yin, are you jealous? The roommate came over with a smile, took her arm, and said with a smile, Chun Feng has not only given rewards to me, he has now given rewards to hundreds of female anchors. You said that if he has more money than he can spend, why doesn't he just give me some? Why is he giving tips everywhere? I really don't understand what these rich second generations are thinking. Yin Yin, if you are with him in the future, you have to be careful with him. You little girl. Shang Yin Yin tapped her forehead lightly with her finger, sighed, and said, after getting to know him over the past few days, I feel that he is not that kind of casual person. Maybe there's a purpose this time. What purpose could it have? My roommate said mysteriously, you don't know the current anchors yet. As long as you give a few carnivals, you can make an offline appointment. Chun Feng gave rewards to hundreds of female anchors at once and planned to invite them out together when the time comes. Oh my God, how can his kidneys bear it? Okay, stop talking nonsense. Shang Yinyan blushed and quickly covered her mouth. I don't know if he has other purposes, but one thing is certain. This reward may be a collaboration between Chun Feng and Douyin official website. Cooperate. My roommate looked confused. Shang Yinyan nodded and said as she analyzed, Douyin does not have an advantage in the live broadcast industry right now, and there are many competitors. This time, Chun Feng's reward not only helped Douyin attract many female anchors, it also attracted a lot of new users. This is a good opportunity for Douyin to make a comeback. As long as they seize this opportunity, they will definitely become the leader in the industry. For Chun Feng, thanks to this reward, his fan base increased by 8 million, and his fame in the live streaming industry skyrocketed. And just now, Douyin officially announced that in order to thank Chun Feng for his support, all reward amounts will be borne by Douyin. In other words, not only did Chun Feng not lose money, but he gained fame and fans. This is a win-win cooperation. Oh my God, is he so business-minded? My roommate's mouth suddenly opened wide. Not just her. Even Shang Yinyan had to admire him. No wonder Chun Feng was able to become a major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited at such a young age. No wonder he is worth tens of billions. If Chun Feng knew her speculation, he would definitely be speechless. What kind of cooperation? I'm doing this to get rewards from the system. Okay. Chun Feng also received the official news released by Douyin, and all the amount of his reward was returned to the account. Chun Feng saw that the system points had reached a terrifying 50,000. Then he quit Douyin and escaped from the encirclement of his schoolmates. At this time, the system finally reacted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 10,000 system points, and you will be rewarded with a mysterious golden egg. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 20,000 system points, and you will be rewarded with a World Trade Center building. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 30,000 system points and reward. Dark metal synthesis technology. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 40,000 system points, and the reward is 1 billion cash. Ding! Congratulations to the host for reaching 50,000 system points. The predicted reward time is 500 years. Currently, the predicted time is 1495 to 2054. Voices rang out in Chun Feng's mind. He couldn't help but swallow. Oh shit, is the system so powerful? Immediately following, some items appeared around Chun Feng. The first one is a golden egg. It's about the size of 2 fists. Could it be an ostrich egg? Chun Feng picked up the golden egg and looked at it from left to right. Although it was called a golden egg, it was not actually golden in color, but with a little yellowish color. The things rewarded by the system usually have some use, and he doesn't believe that the system will really reward an ostrich egg. Put it there for now, and find someone to identify it later. Then, he looked at the next item. It was a document package containing the purchase contract for the World Trade Center and related information. The World Trade Center is in the provincial capital. It is also the tallest and largest building in the provincial capital, worth tens of billions. And this time, he also received a text message from the bank on his mobile phone, announcing that $1 billion in cash had been deposited into his account. The video app also indicates that the prediction time has changed, and now any event between 1495 and 2054 can be predicted. For Chunfeng, every reward this time is useful, except for the dark metal synthesis technology, which he doesn't know. There's nothing around me related to dark metal synthesis technology. He thought for a while. I opened the backpack of the video app and finally found the skill option. No matter if it's useful or not, just learn it first. After selecting, a lot of knowledge appeared in his mind, and he mastered the dark metal synthesis technology in an instant. At this time, suddenly, a roar was heard in the sky above the school. Everyone looked up and saw a helicopter flying quickly past and circling over the football field, as if it was going to stop there. Everyone was attracted by this scene. Look, it's a helicopter. It's strange. How could there be a helicopter in the school? I've been in the school for 4 years, and I've never seen one before. Look, that helicopter seems different from ordinary ones. There's a word war on it. What does it mean? While everyone was talking, the helicopter had already landed on the football field. A group of people walked down quickly. The leader is Zhang Tianxiang. Huanzi and others followed closely behind him, a total of 10 people. Although everyone didn't know their identities, the powerful aura emanating from Huanzi and others was enough to show that they were definitely not ordinary people. Especially the combat uniforms they wear, which serve as the special symbol of the combat department. Very conspicuous. These 10 people protected Zhang Tianxiang in the middle, and everyone watched from afar, not daring to get close. At this time, the principal and school leaders also got the news and rushed over. Principal, what's going on? We haven't received any notification. How come a helicopter came to the school? That's right. I've never seen anything like this in all these years. Facing everyone's questions, the principal also looked serious. Maybe someone is coming from above. Hurry up, go to the football field. Everyone's face changed. Someone coming from upstairs? Where exactly is up there? What could have happened that could make the other party come here by helicopter without even notifying us? When we arrived at the football field, the principal was also slightly stunned. He didn't know these people. However, I seem to have seen the clothes the other person was wearing somewhere, but I couldn't remember where for a moment. He quickly went to greet him. Hello, I'm Principal Wu Gang. Who are you? Chapter 72, Beautiful Counselor. I am Minister Zhang Tianxiang of the War Department. Zhang Tianxiang smiled faintly. Principal Wu's expression trembled. It turned out to be Minister Zhang. Come in quickly. Although the War Department was not something he could get in touch with. But after all, as the principal, he had heard of this mysterious organization. On the position, the other person is much taller than me. Led by the principal, a group of people were invited to the school's conference room. In the conference room, Principal Wu personally brought them a few cups of tea and then asked, Minister Zhang, you came all the way from Kyoto. Is there something wrong? It's not a big deal. Zhang Tianxiang smiled faintly. I heard that there's a student named Chunfeng in your school. I wonder if he's in school now. Chunfeng. Principal Wu had indeed never heard of this student. After all, there are tens of thousands of people in Beihou University, and it is impossible for him to know every one of them. Huanzi. Zhang Tianxiang gestured to Huanzi, who took out his phone and showed a video to everyone. This is Chunfeng, a senior student. Principal Wu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. The one who kicked someone flying in the video was Chunfeng. Are you a senior student at Beihou University? Oh my God, what a disaster this guy got into. One person kicked more than 100 people away. Even Minister Zhang of the Kyoto War Department was alarmed. It's over. Principal Wu felt mixed emotions and didn't know what to say. He has a few years left before retirement. I thought I could spend these few years in peace and stability, but I didn't expect something to happen at this critical juncture. He quickly said to a teacher behind him, Quick, go find Chunfeng. Chunfeng had just put the system rewards in the car and was about to return to the dormitory when the beautiful counselor came over. Chunfeng, you've gotten into big trouble. Looking at the anxious look of the beautiful counselor, Chunfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Teacher, I have always been a good student. I don't fight, drink, smoke, or pick up girls. How could I get into trouble? How dare you say that? The counselor looked furious and pulled him towards the meeting room. Did you get into a fight in the underground garage of Jinling Mall? Now things have gotten out of hand. Do you know who just arrived by helicopter? I don't know. Chen Feng answered honestly. The counselor was so anxious that she almost cried. Those are from the War Department, a very powerful department anyway. They came to school just because of you. You are done. You need to behave properly in front of them later, okay? No. Chen Feng glanced at the counselor whose face turned red with anger. Looking at it from the side, I still think the other person is quite cute. After graduating from graduate school, the other person came to the school to work as a counselor. He is only a few years older than me. Along the way, the counselor spoke a lot, and it was obvious that she cared a lot about her students. There are many people in school who like gossip, and the news spread quickly. Did you hear that those people just now were here to look for Chen Feng? No way, they are obviously important figures. What on earth do they want from Chen Feng? Did you see the video that was trending this morning? It was said that Chen Feng got into a fight, and the impact was very serious, and it attracted the attention of the people above. It's over, it's over. Isn't Chen Feng in danger now? That's right. Chen Feng is a very good person. He just gave me 20 carnivals, just when everyone was talking about it. Zhao Donglai on the basketball court laughed. Chen Feng, Chen Feng, I'll let you steal my limelight every day. Now, you have been noticed by the people above. You might end up in jail. Let's see if you dare to show off in front of me. Zhao Donglai is in a particularly good mood now. As long as Chen Feng suffers, then he would have a hope of snatching Shang Yin back from the other party and becoming the most popular person in the school. In the school's meeting room, Chen Feng greeted everyone. Hello, teacher. Hello, principal. Chen Feng. Principal Wu wanted to say something, then sighed and handed the initiative to Zhang Tianxiang. Minister Zhang, we are already here. Just tell me what you want to say. I hope that he can be given a lighter sentence because of his ignorance. This can also be considered as pleading for Chen Feng. Zhang Tianxiang smiled faintly. Principal Wu, you are too serious. The matter is not as serious as you think. We came to see Chen Feng this time just for some personal matters. Private matter? Principal Wu was slightly stunned. At the same time, he also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really scared to death just now. Fine. It seems that I can retire peacefully in the next few years. Zhang Tianxiang looked at Chen Feng and frowned slightly. He really couldn't see. The young man in front of him looked very ordinary, yet he possessed such powerful explosive power and resistance. Student Chen Feng, I heard that you are very skilled. Are you interested in fighting with the person behind me? Hearing Zhang Tianxiang's words, Principal Wu's mood, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. What a joke. Although he was not very familiar with the War Department. But he also knew that those who could enter the War Department were definitely one in a million. After entering the Combat Department, he underwent systematic training and guidance. His skills are comparable to those of some of the best soldiers, especially the ones who came today. Being able to serve as Zhang Tianxiang's personal bodyguard, he is definitely a well-known figure in the War Department. Let a senior student take on a challenge? Isn't that an adult beating a child? Even though Chen Feng was able to kick a person away in a video just now, he is definitely no match for the people in the War Department. What if I get hurt? Minister Zhang, isn't this inappropriate? Zhang Tianxiang waved his hand. It's okay. My people acted with discretion, and you guys underestimated classmate Chen Feng too much. Principal Wu wanted to say something, but stopped himself. At this time, the beautiful counselor stood in front of Chen Feng, gritted her teeth, and asked, Excuse me, Minister Zhang, has Chen Feng committed any crime? No. Is this your private matter now? Yes. Can he refuse? Can. Hearing this reply, the beautiful counselor raised her lips and said, I am his counselor. For Chen Feng's safety, I will help him refuse. There was a moment of silence. This kind of thing is indeed not easy to force. Even Zhang Tianxiang was a little embarrassed. He came here first to confirm Chen Feng's skills. At this time, Huanzi came out from behind him and said with a smile, Chen Feng, if you are a man, come out and show me a few moves. Don't worry, I will be gentle. Let's stop when we are done. I've also watched the video of your underground garage. You do have some brute force, but I'm not sure about the other aspects. How about it? Are you interested in letting me give you some advice? Chapter 73, There is nothing that can't be solved with one kick. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to Huanzi. He was about 1.80 meters tall and weighed at least 180 kilograms. Although he didn't look very strong, his muscular body made him look very powerful. The beautiful counselor looked at Chen Feng nervously and said angrily, Chen Feng, you can't agree to this. Fine. Chen Feng smiled faintly. After calming the counselor down, he slowly looked forward and said, then let's stop here. However, I only have a little brute force, so don't blame me if I can't stop when the time comes. Ha ha ha, just let go and hit me. Huanzi didn't take his words to heart at all. In his opinion, perhaps Chun Feng has great power and potential. However, without complete training, there is still a big gap between us and them. Chun Feng. The counselor stamped his feet in anger. She wanted to help Chun Feng refuse with good intentions, but she didn't expect that the other party didn't take it seriously at all. Principal Wu also frowned. Today's students are really young and energetic. They can't help themselves when provoked. But that's okay. Let him experience the beatings of society now, and he will know to keep a low profile in the future. Then he said to a teacher nearby, let the infirmary be prepared. If anyone gets injured, remember to get treatment in time. Clear. The teacher hurried to make arrangements. Although the school's infirmary's treatment capabilities are limited, common injuries can still be treated. Huanzi looked around. Principal Wu, the current conference room is not suitable for action. Is there any other room? There's a vacant one next door. Principal Wu asked someone to open the door of the next room. It's a lounge. After Chun Feng walked in, he closed the door directly and did not allow anyone to watch. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging for advanced fighting skills. Deduction of system points -10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the master level Wing Chun. Deducting system points -20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging for the master level Bajiquan. Deduction of system points -20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the 18 Dragon Subduing Palms. Deducting system points -50. Bite! Bite! Why did Chun Feng close the door? The counselor stood outside the door and stamped his feet anxiously. If they were watching from the side, they could call a halt in an emergency. But now there are only 2 people inside, and they don't know what is going on. What if I can't stop myself and get injured? Zhang Tianxiang smiled faintly. Teacher, you don't have to worry. Although Huanzi is sometimes reckless, he is still very reliable. He will definitely stop when it's time to stop. Yes, I can guarantee this. Huanzi would rather get hurt than let Chun Feng get hurt. In terms of power control, Huanzi still has a great advantage. Others also gave their advice. After all, the other party is just a student, and he is just testing his skills. It is indeed not appropriate to go too far. At this time, Dr. Xia from the infirmary also rushed over. In his hand, he held a medical box filled with various medicines for treating external injuries. Bang! Bang! A crash suddenly came from the room. Everyone frowned suddenly. It was as if someone had bumped into the wall, and the whole thing was shaking. Chun Feng, the counselor exclaimed. It was obvious that Chun Feng was knocked away, and the wall was shaking. It's over. Just his small body. This collision will definitely result in a comminuted fracture. The counselor was so anxious that he almost cried. Zhang Tianxiang also frowned. He just said that Huanzi could control his power, but he was immediately slapped in the face. Bang! Bang! There were 2 more crashes. There was even a scream. Principal, hurry up, break the door open. Chun Feng is almost beaten to death. I just heard him screaming. Break the door open quickly and make the people inside stop. The counselor really didn't want to wait any longer. She is scared. If something goes wrong with this student under her guidance, she will not be able to take the responsibility. This moment, not only her, but even Zhang Tianxiang's expression changed. Huanzi, what's going on? Why are you still standing there? Break the door open. Quick, break down the door. When everyone was about to break down the door, it suddenly opened from the inside. I saw a figure with his hands in his pockets, walking out slowly. Chun Feng. The counselor ran up immediately. Seeing that there was no scar on Chun Feng's body, it was as if he had just gone around in there and came out again. In perfect condition. I was immediately confused. What's going on? Weren't you injured just now? Injury? Chun Feng spread his hands and laughed. No. How could I be injured? Everyone looked towards the room again. I saw that one of the walls in the room was covered with cracks, and Huanzi was limping out of the room. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was swollen and his legs were lame. He walked while cursing, "Fuck, this guy is so unkind. He kicked me before I was ready. At least change your tactics. Don't just kick me all the time." No, it doesn't count this time. Everyone was shocked. Look at Chun Feng like a monster. Oh my god. Just now they thought the sound was made by Chun Feng, but it turned out to be Huanzi who was knocked away. Who is Huanzi? A 4-star general. Moreover, he is a 4-star general who has undergone comprehensive training from the War Department. At this moment, he was kicked away by Chun Feng. No chance of fighting back. It's been less than 5 minutes since the two of them went in, and Huanzi was completely defeated. Hiss. Thinking of this, everyone took a deep breath. Zhang Tianxiang's eyes were shining. The opponent is stronger than he imagined. What a freak. Minister, the military commander wasn't this powerful back then. Was he? Military lord, he. Zhang Tianxiang shook his head. The military leader situation is different from Chunfeng's. So how can they be compared? He looked at Chunfeng again. This guy was indeed very suitable to take over the position of military leader. A group of people returned to the meeting room again. This time, Zhang Tianxiang introduced himself solemnly. Student Chunfeng, we are from the War Department, the highest level secret force in China, and are mainly responsible for the safety of the entire border. Are you interested in joining us? War Department? This was the first time Chunfeng heard this name. Zhang Tianxiang took a deep breath and said, to be honest, your strength and physical fitness are the strongest I have ever seen. People like you should join our combat department. Of course, the War Department will also grant you certain rights. As long as you are willing to join the War Department, feel free to ask for anything you want. 7620444025. This skirt is newly made. You can join in and talk about the plot. Also, please help give a 5-star rating and comment to urge for more. Chapter 74 Technology That Shocked the World. Principal Wu and others suddenly realized what was going on. It turned out that the purpose of Zhang Tianxiang and others coming was to get Chunfeng to join the War Department. It can be seen that they attached great importance to Chunfeng. He winked at everyone, indicating that they were not suitable to participate in what happened next, and asked those who were not involved to leave directly. Only Zhang Tianxiang and Chunfeng were left in the conference room. Chunfeng shook his head. I refuse. What? Zhang Tianxiang was stunned for a moment. He never thought that the other party would refuse, and said again, Chunfeng, you don't know how many people want to enter the War Department but don't have the opportunity. This is also an opportunity for you. With your current skills, if you are trained, you may very likely become the successor to the next military leader. You know, military lord, you are unique in the entire War Department. Have the highest power. Moreover, by joining the War Department, you and your family will be protected by the country in the future. There is no need to worry about your living security. In fact, such conditions are already very tempting for ordinary people. But Chunfeng is an exception. I'm sorry, Minister Zhang. I'm not interested in the War Department. I just want to be an ordinary person, make money peacefully, and then marry a wife and live a down-to-earth life. Damn it. Why are you wasting time talking to him? Just kidnap him. Huanzi said carelessly. But as soon as he raised his head, he saw Chunfeng's gaze, and the corners of his mouth twitched in fear. Haha, just kidding, just kidding. This guy just kicked him a few times but still hurts. I can't afford to offend you. Watch your tone. Are we bandits? Zhang Tianxiang glared at him angrily, although he also wanted Chunfeng to join the War Department. But the prerequisite is that the other party is willing. He looked at Chunfeng again and said sincerely, Chunfeng, you can ask for anything you want. You should be able to feel our sincerity. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you achieve it. Chunfeng was also somewhat helpless. Minister Zhang, I am really not interested in the War Department. You should have checked my information. I am now worth 10 billion. There is nearly 7 billion in liquid funds and bank cards. In this big city, I can live a very carefree life. I have no shortage of beautiful women, luxury cars, and mansions. For me, there is really no need to join any War Department. Hiss. Huanzi's mouth twitched at the side. This guy is really rich. I really want to snatch him away. Forget it. Zhang Tianxiang sighed. His expression suddenly became a little strange again. Chunfeng, since you don't want to, I won't force you, but the military commander will know about your affairs sooner or later. She is at the border now and has no time to take care of the affairs of the War Department. When she comes back, given her personality, I'm afraid. Chunfeng was stunned for a moment. What's the meaning? Why does it sound a little wrong? What is the personality of the military leader? Zhang Tianxiang quickly changed the subject and smiled. Let me talk about you. If you don't want to join, forget it. I think you have good physical fitness, especially the ability to withstand blows. How do you train it? If we implement your training method in the combat department, our strength will be greatly enhanced. It can be considered a great contribution to China. Chunfeng was in a bit of a dilemma. He doesn't have any training methods. It's all the system that automatically strengthens the body. There's no way to promote it externally. Or, you guys set up a system first? Why? You don't even want to say this. You are too stingy. Huanzi felt a little unhappy. Anyway, he was defeated by this kid, and he felt unhappy no matter how he looked at Chen Feng. It's just normal exercise. Chen Feng started talking nonsense seriously again. I have been stronger than the average person since I was born, and my physique is also stronger than the average person. Maybe it's innate. Speaking of this, he suddenly remembered something. Minister Zhang, everyone's physique is different. My method may not be suitable for you, but I have something that might help you. Oh, what is that? Zhang Tianxiang raised his head unexpectedly, obviously also very interested. It's a technology, Chen Feng said casually. Dark metal synthesis technology. What? Zhang Tianxiang stood up from his chair with a bang. There was a look of deep shock on his face. He grabbed Chen Feng's arm, his expression extremely excited. Are you sure it's dark metal synthesis technology? Do you know what this technology represents? Isn't it just a technology? Chen Feng was speechless. It is very easy for him to learn the technique of random rewards from a system. It's not difficult. Minister Zhang, I'll write this out on the computer first, and you can ask someone to see if it's useful. Good, good, good. Zhang Tianxiang seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. Back to the chair. But his fingers kept tapping on his knees, obviously very nervous and excited. The next time, he asked Huanzi to take out the War Department's special computer, which had a powerful firewall system. The information inside will not be stolen. Chen Feng spent a full hour writing tens of thousands of words of theoretical knowledge. Zhang Tianxiang took a look. He is not an expert in this field and cannot understand many profound things. Quick, send this information to Professor Qin and have him verify its accuracy and practicality immediately. Clear. Seeing Minister Zhang's serious expression, Huanzi did not dare to be careless. 10 minutes. Only 10 minutes had passed. Professor Qin called. Minister Zhang, did you only send out part of this information? What about the rest? What's wrong, Professor Qin? Zhang Tianxiang could feel that the other party's tone was not right. Professor Qin took a deep breath, and even his voice seemed to tremble. Minister Zhang, Lao Zhang, you must bring this information back intact. I don't care where you got it. You must bring it back. This dark metal synthesis technology has raised our technological level by 30 years. What? Zhang Tianxiang's expression suddenly changed. Professor Qin also has a lot of say in the scientific research community. He was involved in many projects and military weapons of the War Department. The fact that he could say this is enough to show the importance of this information. At this time, even Huanzi and others looked solemn. Once the importance of the information is confirmed, their mission will not only be to protect Zhang Tianxiang. They also have to bring the information back intact. On the other end of the phone, Professor Qin said excitedly, "We just proposed the concept of dark metal synthesis technology a month ago. It will take at least several decades to fully understand it. But this material explains the extraction and synthesis of dark metals in all aspects. And his synthesis method is also clearly recorded. Let me put it this way. For example, the bulletproof vest you wear now can only provide ordinary bulletproof protection. But if a small amount of dark metal can be added, the effect will increase tenfold or even 100-fold. It's even no problem to make alloy armor for you." And Chapter 75, A Rich Harvest. At this point, Professor Qin paused and continued, "Moreover, this technology can also be applied to other military research. He advanced the technology in our scientific field by 30 years. Just think about it. We can use the technology that will be available 30 years from now. What does that mean?" Zhang Tianxiang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that the thing Chen Feng casually took out would give him such a big surprise. No, it's so shocking. It has advanced China's technology by 30 years, especially dark metal. Once alloy armor is made, every member of the combat unit will be invulnerable to swords and guns. Hiss, it's exciting just thinking about it. The strength of the entire War Department will increase exponentially. Zhang Tianxiang couldn't help but look at Chen Feng, who was standing next to him with a calm expression. He is indeed a talented person. Professor Qin, is this information really useful? Of course it is practical, although what is said above is only theoretical knowledge. As long as we are given enough time, we will definitely be able to master the dark metal synthesis technology. Lao Zhang, please send the rest of the information here. Wait a minute. Zhang Tianxiang frowned. Now that the importance of this information has been confirmed, there must be no mistakes. Professor Qin, the other party hasn't written the rest of the information yet. After he finishes writing, I will personally bring it back to the War Department, and then I will let you study it carefully. Understood. Professor Chin also nodded quickly. There are many insecurities on the internet. If it gets leaked, things will get out of hand. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. Lao Zhang, you just said that the other party hasn't written it yet. Where are you now? The person who can write such a theory should be a top professor in the world. You guys are so awesome that you actually went abroad to recruit people. Professor Chin basically knows everyone in China who is doing research in this area. Anyway, no one can come up with this technology. As for foreign countries, maybe there really are some experts there. Zhang Tianxiang said with a strange look, the person who wrote this dark metal synthesis technology is a senior student. We are now at Beihou University. What? Professor Chin's voice suddenly rose a few notches. There was a look of deep shock on his face. They had been working in the scientific field for more than 30 years, but no one had been able to perfect the technology of synthesizing dark metal. Now, it was actually figured out by a student. If he hadn't seen the information with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Zhang Tianxiang has hung up the phone. He stood up slowly and shook Chen Feng's hand with excitement on his face. Student Chen Feng, you really helped the War Department and China a lot. You must be awarded a second-class merit. It doesn't matter whether I've made any contribution or not. I just hope I can help you. Chen Feng was a little embarrassed. In fact, he really didn't help much. He just wrote down the system rewards. The rest is not finished yet. Let me help you finish it first. Speaking of, I walked to the computer again and started writing. For Chen Feng. Now he just wanted to get rid of Zhang Tianxiang and his people as soon as possible. Especially when he recalled the other party's expression when he mentioned the military leader before, it seemed very strange. Nothing weird will happen, right? I wrote for another half an hour. Finally, all the theoretical knowledge of dark metal synthesis technology has been perfected. And this time, Principal Wu and others also came in. Zhang Tianxiang nodded in appreciation. Principal Wu, your school has produced a good student. It is a blessing for the school and for China. We will always remember Chen Feng's contributions to the entire China. He must be awarded a second-class merit. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar. Second-class merit. The evaluation is already very high. There are not many people in the whole of China who have received such an award. He didn't know what kind of contribution Chen Feng had made to the War Department. Dare not ask. You can't ask either. Zhang Tianxiang took out a small red notebook from his pocket and said, Student Chen Feng, your technology cannot be made public at the moment, so the award can only be given in private. Keep this. You can exercise certain privileges within the rules. Everyone was jealous. Good stuff. Chen Feng's eyes lit up. He quickly put away the little red notebook and said with a smile, Thank you. Well, it's time for us to go. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future. I hope you can give me a bigger surprise next time we meet. Zhang Tianxiang gave him a meaningful look. Then, he turned around and greeted Principal Wu and others. They all left. See you next time? Chen Feng always felt that something was wrong. Rest assured, I won't disappear until next time. In the following period of time, Chen Feng once again became a hot topic in the school. Have you heard? The helicopter just now came specifically to look for Chen Feng. It is said that they want to invite him to join a mysterious unit, and the level of this unit is very high. I thought they were here to arrest Chen Feng, but it turns out they were inviting him to join the army. I was scared to death. I heard that this unit is not ordinary. Those who can join are 1 in a million. Moreover, the treatment is very good. You don't have to worry about your life. Your information is outdated. Chen Feng has already rejected the invitation. When those people left just now, they shook hands with him. They seemed very polite. Shake hands. Everyone was stunned again. Those people must be of special status. Even Principal Wu was polite to them. And now, such a person with a special identity is so polite to Chen Feng. They were filled with shock. Then Chen Feng wouldn't have some extraordinary identity, right? Oh my God. No wonder Chen Feng frequently appears on hot searches and have so much money. After all this time, it turns out that his identity is not ordinary. For a while, Chen Feng's identity was exaggerated by them. Zhao Donglai on the basketball court was too tired to complain. The originally excited mood suddenly turned into disappointment. He hoped that Chen Feng would be in trouble. As a result, not only did he not suffer any misfortune, he also managed to show off invisibly. Zhao Donglai discovered, wherever Chen Feng appears, there is no way for me to stand out. The other party is like his nemesis. It made him very angry. The other side, The counselor looked at Chun Feng with a strange expression and couldn't help asking, "What did you talk about? Why was Minister Zhang so polite to you and even gave you the notebook?" "Secret." Chun Feng shrugged. "It's better not to reveal it for now." Snort. The instructor snorted and didn't take it seriously. "Chun Feng, you haven't been to class for a whole day. If you skip class again, I will deduct your credits. I have submitted my application, so I don't have to attend classes if I find an internship. Then I don't care. If you don't go, I'll deduct your credits." The counselor turned and left. "Women are very vengeful. Since you made me worry for nothing, I will deduct your credits." Chapter 76. Your chest muscles are also nice. Under the pressure of the counselor, Chun Feng went to class obediently. No way. You can't afford to offend the counselor. Besides, this class is taught by the counselor, so we have to give her some face. See Chun Feng walk into the classroom. Everyone was extremely excited because this guy was a big shot in the school. A girl sat down next to Chun Feng with a smile and patted his chest. "Chun Feng, you are really good. I saw your video and you're such a good fighter." "Wow, you even have pectoral muscles." Chun Feng chuckled, pointing in front of her. "Your pectoral muscles are nice too." "Ah, you shameless bastard." The girl covered her chest shyly. "Since you gave me 10 carnivals, I won't bother with you. But can you teach me some self-defense skills?" "Self-defense?" "Yes, it's very dangerous for girls like us to walk alone. What if we meet a bad guy? Please teach me, please teach me." Seeing that the other person's entire body was about to fall on him, Chun Feng was speechless. "What's self-defense? Are you greedy for my body?" He quickly fooled the other party and sent him away. If the counselor noticed this, I would be in trouble again. After finally waiting for the get out of class to end, he quickly slipped out of the classroom. Chun Feng didn't prepare to attend the next class and drove his Lamborghini Veneno back to the villa. Then he took out the rewards from the system. The World Trade Center is in the provincial capital. He can't go there for the time being and can only wait until he has time to go and have a look next time. After all, it is an industry rewarded to him by the system with a value of hundreds of billions. Then, he took out the golden egg again and placed it on the table. He searched a lot of information on the internet, but still couldn't figure out what this egg was. I wonder if it can be hatched? Chun Feng plans to buy a high-tech incubator to hatch the egg first. He checked the price online, and it wasn't expensive, only a few $1,000s. Placed the order directly. As for dark metal synthesis technology, he only handed over the theoretical guidance materials to the combat department. If he wants to put it into practice and produce products, it will still be difficult, and it probably won't happen so quickly. When the technology is ready for publication, the patent will still be his. It is equivalent to, the War Department can use my technology, but needs to pay a certain amount of patent royalties. Joke. This is a scientific research technology that is 30 years ahead of the world. Kyoto War Department. When Zhang Tianxiang returned to the War Department, Professor Qin and others have been waiting for a long time. "Lao Zhang, you guys are finally back. Hurry up and show me the information." Professor Qin took the computer excitedly. Behind him, several professors were equally excited. They are considered top scientific researchers in China. In all these years, I have never been as excited and nervous as I am today. Several people came forward and checked the information. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. It took them a full hour to digest all the content. Zhang Tianxiang looked extremely nervous. "Professor Qin, how is it?" Professor Qin remained silent. "Professor Wang, what's going on?" Professor Wang also remained silent. "Professor Dai, can you guys talk?" Zhang Tianxiang was almost dying of anxiety. He went through so much trouble to get this information from Chun Feng, and he is ready to do a great job. "Now you're all silent. What do you mean?" "A long time." Professor Qin finally said, "Old Zhang, is it safe to talk here now? Will the information be leaked? Are the people here reliable? This is the headquarters of the War Department. What do you think?" Zhang Tianxiang said unhappily. Professor Qin took a deep breath and tried to suppress his emotions. "Lao Zhang, this is a complete set of information. As you know, foreign countries are also researching dark metal synthesis technology even a few years ahead of us. But this information on dark metal synthesis technology should be 30 years ahead of the world's most advanced technology. Moreover, we have just calculated it. By conducting the experiment in the above way, we can successfully complete the research and development of a first-generation product within 3 months. So soon, Zhang Tianxiang was shocked. This is much faster than he imagined. Professor Qin nodded and said, "It's mainly because Professor Chun Feng has simplified the product. It's impossible to develop the ultimate product directly so quickly. This cannot be achieved with our current level of technology, and we can only upgrade it generation by generation. Don't underestimate this generation of products. Once successfully developed, it will definitely create a sensation internationally. Zhang Tianxiang was extremely shocked. Can just one generation of product have such a huge response? At the same time, he also noticed that the other party addressed Chun Feng as Professor Chun. This is a recognition of Chun Feng. It is not easy to get Professor Chen's recognition. Professor Chen smiled and said, "The combat uniforms made of the first generation of products are also 10 times stronger than your current bulletproof vests. This is just to put it into practice faster. According to the above theory, the development of the ultimate product should take about a year. The alloy armor is just around the corner. It's already fast." Zhang Tianxiang's face was very solemn. Advancing technology by 30 years in just 1 year is already pretty amazing, isn't it? No wonder those professors were so serious just now. It's absolutely confidential. Huanzi, hurry up. Block all news related to dark metal. Our conversation today and these materials must not be leaked. Minister, it's been blocked. Huanzi responded quickly. Zhang Tianxiang said to Professor Chen and others, "Don't leave now. If you need any equipment or materials, our combat department will arrange them immediately. Let's start research and development today and strive to produce results in 3 months. In addition, during the development period, all contact information must be handed over." Okay, we still know the rules. Professor Chen smiled faintly. "We have already informed our families when we came here. We will not go anywhere for the next 3 months. We will stay in your combat department. For those who do scientific research, as long as they have the opportunity to do research, they don't care about anything else." At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting also returned to the villa. Chun Feng's roommates before were a few grown men, but now they have suddenly become 2 beauties. He suddenly felt a little uncomfortable, especially when I saw Yun Ting taking a shower and changing into a loose pajamas. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Doesn't this woman take herself too seriously? I'm a man after all. Looking at the 2 women sitting on the sofa and chatting, Chun Feng thought for a while and went straight to the 3rd floor. He is really tired today, so he should go to bed early. Yin Ting glanced at Chun Feng's back and giggled. Snort. A guy who has the intention of stealing, but not the courage to do so. Chapter 77, Borrowing Money. The next day, when Chun Feng got up, he opened the video app on his phone again and found the body strengthening skill option. Strengthen. The host's strength is enhanced by 600, while a normal person's strength is 100. The host's speed is enhanced by 500, while a normal person's speed is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 600, while a normal person's ability is 100. This skill can be enhanced once a day. Chun Feng felt that his current strength had definitely surpassed that of the 5-star generals in the War Department, but he didn't know who was stronger between him and the military leader. The power of his single punch has now reached a terrifying 2,000 kilograms. At this time, the phone rang. It was the underground boss Black Tiger who called. "Mr. Chun, the identities of the 3 men in black you asked me to investigate have been found out. They are indeed Luozi and his accomplices, all of whom are Chun Tianbao's men." Chun Tianbao, another underground boss in Beihu. According to information from Heihu's investigation, Ro Deer had followed Chun Tianbao 5 years ago and has now become a small leader. What made Chun Feng strange was, "I don't know this Ro Deer, and I haven't offended Chun Tianbao. Why did the Ro Deer attack himself in the previous prediction video? Keep an eye on him first, and report to me if anything happens." Clear. After hanging up the phone, Chun Feng went downstairs. At this time, Shang Yinyan had already gotten up. Even breakfast was ready. There were bread, fried eggs, and porridge, which was very rich. "You did it." Chun Feng looked at her in surprise. "Yesterday, the other party couldn't do anything, but now he can even fry an egg. Yes, you can try it." Shang Yinyan raised the corner of her mouth happily. Yesterday, she specifically asked someone how to cook. In order to be able to perform in front of Chun Feng, she studied for the entire afternoon. Overheated, too much salt, too much oil. Chun Feng tasted the food and commented on it, which made Shang Yinyan so angry that her face suddenly fell. At this time, he suddenly remembered something. "Where did you get the eggs for this omelet?" "It's on the table. It's quite big." Shang Yinyan pursed her lips. This guy said the food wasn't tasty, but he ate it faster than anyone else. "Oh shit, Chun Feng suddenly felt that the fried egg in his mouth was not fragrant anymore. He suddenly ran to the table where the golden egg was placed yesterday, and the golden egg rewarded by the system was indeed gone. I am such a big egg. Maybe it was an egg laid by an animal in ancient times. The one and only egg in the world was eaten by myself? What's wrong? Shang Yinyan also came over. A look of confusion. Where's the egg I put on the table? Did you really fry it? You mean the ostrich egg? Shang Yinyan was speechless. He walked to the cupboard and took out the golden egg. No, Sister Yin put it away for you yesterday. She said that this egg looked bad. You can't eat it, but it has collection value. Damn it. Chun Feng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly put away the golden egg. Where's Yunting? Still sleeping. What are you doing? Shang Yinyan looked at him warily. I'm telling you, you are not allowed to enter our room, especially Sister Yin. You don't know that she doesn't wear any clothes when she sleeps at night. Yin Yin, what are you talking about? Yunting came down from upstairs with a shy look on her face. This girl, is this intentional? Then he looked at the golden egg in Chun Feng's hand and chuckled. Where did you pick up this ostrich egg? These are not ostrich eggs. Chun Feng smiled mysteriously. This may be some kind of extinct creature. Well, no, once I hatch it. You hatched it. Shang Yinyan laughed. You think you are a hen? If you have the ability, hatch a few chicks first, and let's see. Shang Yinyan, are you itching? I'm just itchy, hit me, ha. Ah, you hooked my bra strap. Chin Feng, don't. 10 minutes later, Shang Yinyan's face was so red that water was about to drip out. She hid behind Yunting and glared at Chun Feng evilly. This guy, he actually spanked himself. How embarrassing. Yunting glanced at the two of them and pursed her lips. I don't know what I'm thinking. That, sensing the awkward atmosphere in the air, Chun Feng couldn't help but scratch his head. At this time, a courier arrived, and it was the incubator he bought yesterday. Seeing him put the golden egg in, Shang Yinyan's eyes widened. Are you really going to hatch the egg? Yes. While adjusting the temperature of the instrument according to the instructions, Chun Feng said, This egg of mine is definitely not ordinary. Just wait and see. It will definitely shock you. Yunting straightened her chest subconsciously and said, I've checked some books, and the sizes of ostrich eggs and crocodile eggs are similar to this, but not quite the same. Some dinosaur egg fossils have been reported on TV before, and their shapes are somewhat similar. But this can't possibly be a dinosaur egg. Goose. Dinosaur eggs? Chun Feng's heart suddenly trembled. It's really possible. With the level of the system, how could it possibly reward ordinary bird eggs? We'll know when the time comes. It will hatch in a dozen days. Chun Feng chuckled. After finishing the things, he put them in the study. At this time, my parents called. It's been less than a week since I last went home, so I shouldn't have called. Is there something urgent? Answer the phone. Mom, what's wrong? Fengzi, are you busy today? If not, come back. What happened? Chin Feng's heart skipped a beat. My mother said helplessly, some relatives at home heard that you donated money to build roads in the village and donated 8 million at once. And now they're all coming to our house. Chun Feng frowned. What are they doing here? The money I donated has nothing to do with them. Well, what else can we do? We could just borrow money. Some people ask us to borrow 100,000 yuan because they don't have money to buy a car, and some ask us to borrow 500,000 yuan to buy a house. There's also an uncle of yours from a distant family. We haven't been in touch for 7 or 8 years. Now he suddenly comes to say that his son is getting married, and the woman's family wants a dowry of 300,000 yuan, so he wants to borrow 800,000 yuan from us. My mother was also a little helpless. Life is really hard these days. When you are poor, people look down on you. I have money now. Others are eyeing your family's money as if it belongs to them. Chun Feng was a little annoyed. No, when I was in college, I didn't have tuition, and you and Dad borrow money everywhere. In the end, who lent us money? Now, everyone comes running over here, shamelessly. Do they call this borrowing money? I think they are more like robbing money. Your father and I also know that we can never get this money back after we lend it out. You can't lend it to me. We are all relatives, and there will definitely be conflicts in the future. If you have time, please come back. You earned all this money anyway. Come back and give us some advice. Chapter 78, Riding an Electric Bike Home. Okay, I got it. I'll be back soon. Chun Feng also knew that his parents would definitely not be able to solve such a problem. It is very likely that you lent them the money out of weakness. By then, the trouble will only get bigger and bigger, and more people will borrow money. After hanging up the phone, he found Yin Ting again and said, I have to go back to my hometown now. If you have time, I can take you to visit Watson Hospital in town. Sure. Yin Ting knew that this hospital was Chun Feng's property. During this period, she also helped the other party deal with daily affairs of the hospital. Shang Yinyan on the side pouted and said, Chun Feng, I want to go too. My car can only carry one person. Sister Yun and I will drive ourselves. Shang Yinyan didn't want these two people to be alone together. All right. Chun Feng did not refuse. In the following time, several people drove to Shichiao Town. Yenting's car is a Bentley. Although she is the president of the Entertainment Investment Company Limited, she is not that ostentatious, and her car is only worth 1 or 2 million yuan. Both women live in big cities and rarely come to the countryside. They are very curious and excited about this kind of rural environment. It's about half an hour's journey. When I arrived at Watson Hospital, the entire hospital has been closed and renovation work has begun. The dean came over quickly and began to report on his work. Boss, the entire hospital has already begun renovations. We will start painting the exterior walls tomorrow, and it will take about half a month. The supporting facilities inside have already begun to be planned and medical equipment has been ordered. Once the renovation is completed, all medical equipment will be in place. Chun Feng nodded. 3 months later, Watson Hospital will appear before the public in a brand new look. Are there enough funds? Enough. The dean was also very excited. What he was most satisfied with about this boss was that he always had sufficient funds. Boss, after all the expenses are deducted, we still have a balance of 40 million in our account. The account details are in my office. Would you like to take a look? No. Chun Feng pointed at Yun Ting, who was standing beside him, and said with a smile, In the future, report your work directly to President Yin. She can act as my agent. If there is anything she cannot solve, she can come to me again. Clear. The dean couldn't help but look at Yun Ting. Although this woman has a good face, she also has a very good figure. But judging from the temperament emanating from the other person, definitely not easy. You guys go ahead and do your work. I need to go back home. After giving the instructions, Chun Feng left. Yun Ting took Shang Yinyan to the office and said, Director, please tell me the general situation of the hospital first. Chun Feng came to the Lamborghini Venom car and changed into the old clothes he had prepared earlier. The current situation at home is definitely not suitable for driving back. He saw an electric car next to him and couldn't help asking, Uncle, are you selling this electric car? Young man, why did you buy my electric car instead of driving your nice sports car? The uncle also looked confused. He has had this electric car for more than a year, and the battery will be scrapped in another half a year. They are not worth much money. Chun Feng smiled and said, I'm tired of driving a sports car. I want to try out an electric car. If you're willing, how about selling it to me for 3,000 yuan? What? The uncle looked confused. This electric car cost only over 2,000 yuan when I bought it. Now I estimate that it can be sold for 1,000 yuan at most. The other party actually wants to buy it at 3 times the price? Oh my God, is this a rich man? Tired of driving a sports car? Want to try an electric car? Look at what this says. Is it infuriating? How about this, if you don't sell it? I'll find someone else to buy it. Sell. The uncle reacted instantly. He excitedly put the car keys in the car and said, Young man, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. This car only cost more than 2,000 yuan when I bought it. If you really want to buy it, just give me 1,000 yuan. It's okay. I'm not short of money. Chun Feng waved his hand. It was just a few $1,000s. He really didn't take it seriously. Do you have WeChat? I can transfer it to you via WeChat. Okay, scan me. The uncle chuckled. I really met a rich man today. Soon, Chun Feng transferred the money and rode his electric bike back home. What surprised him was, less than a week after I last came back, 1/3 of the village road had been repaired. There are 4 main roads in the whole village. The road leading to my home has been repaired and is still very fast. 6 lanes. Very spacious. If other sections of the road had not been completely repaired, I'm afraid many people would have come to Phoenix Mountain for tourism. Arrive home quickly. From a distance, he saw 5 or 6 people sitting in the house. Some of them he knew. They were close relatives, and some he was not so familiar with. Perhaps they were the distant uncles his mother mentioned. Chun Feng suddenly remembered a sentence. No one cares about the poor in a busy city, but the rich in the mountains have distant relatives. Fengzi, seeing Chun Feng coming back, my mother seemed relieved. I quickly pulled him aside and said, Let's talk it over later. Don't be silly. After all, we are all relatives. Dad also frowned and said, If it really doesn't work, just lend them some. That won't do. My mother snorted, If they really want to borrow money, it's okay, but the key is that they are like that. Can't you see that? Why should I give him the money my son worked so hard to earn for nothing? Mom and Dad, just leave it alone. I'll take a look. Chun Feng calmed them down and then walked into the main room. Hey, Fengzi, you're back. Fengzi is really promising now. Look, I said before that he could make a lot of money. I was right, wasn't I? Isn't it? All of us relatives are enjoying the good life with you. Yes, yes, we are all family. Now that you have made it, you must help us, right? Everyone was flattering and praising him at the beginning. As we were talking, we changed the subject. It's like saying, now that you are rich, you should give us some money. We are a family. If you don't give us money, then you are wrong. Anyway, it just sounds weird. How shameless. Chun Feng was also speechless. The only familiar one among these people is my second uncle, my father's younger brother. The rest are basically distant relatives. There was even a slightly related neighbor among them. Uncle, are you here to borrow money too? Oh, why would I come here to borrow money? I'm afraid your parents will be cheated by these people, so I'm here to help them. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone became angry. Chen Laoer, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by being deceived by us? That's right, don't talk nonsense. I think you, Chen Laoer, just can't stand seeing us doing well. We didn't ask you to borrow money, so why are you meddling in this? Chapter 79, don't you think it's infuriating? Everyone refuted. Seeing that second uncle stopped talking, they turned their gaze to Chun Feng again. Fengzi, I am your aunt. Although we haven't seen each other much in recent years, I'm still your aunt after all. I'm still a few $100,000 short of buying a house. Do you think it would be convenient for you to lend me 3 or 500,000 first? Only then did Chun Feng look over. The other person's name is Chun Xia. She was picked up by my grandfather when I was young. Although we are not related by blood, she is indeed my aunt. But ever since she got married, she has rarely contacted my parents and my second uncle. She seems to feel that she married into the city and looks down on people from the countryside. I'm even too lazy to move around during the Chinese New Year. It is said that when my family couldn't afford the money for my college education, my parents went to this aunt to seek help, but she refused to even meet them. This time, he actually came to me on his own initiative. The others also said quickly, Xiao Chun, I am your distant uncle. I held you in my arms when you were a child. Do you remember? I have no other purpose for coming here this time. The main reason is that my son is getting married and he's still short of hundreds of thousands of dollars in dowry. Do you think it is convenient for you to lend me 800,000 yuan first? Don't worry, I will pay you back when I have money in the future. You're a big boss now, so you don't need this little money, right? Chun Feng, if you lend the money, you have to lend it to me too. Uncle Wang, I watched you grow up. You donated money to repair the roads in the village. It should be no problem for you to donate another 100,000 yuan to buy me a car, right? Uncle Wang from the village laughed. Chun Feng shook his head helplessly. These people who always ask for money are really disgusting. He pointed to his worn-out clothes and asked, Do you think I look like a rich man? Everyone then focused their attention on his clothes. He was wearing a pair of washed-out jeans and a wrinkled short-sleeved shirt. Just now, they didn't pay any attention to what Chun Feng was wearing. What's going on? Isn't it said that this guy is very rich? Fengzi, stop kidding us. The last time you came back, you were driving a luxury car worth tens of millions. How could you be broke? That's right. Director Zhang from the village said that you donated 8 million yuan at once. Look at our village. Who can be so generous? Xiao Chun, we are only borrowing a few 100,000 from you. You have donated millions. Do you still need this little money? Everyone laughed. I totally don't believe what Chun Feng said. Chun Feng sat on the chair indifferently and said calmly, I did have some money before, but yesterday, I lost everything playing stock futures. In order to pay off my debts, I even sold my car. This time I came back, I still rode an electric bike. Yes, the car is parked outside. If you don't believe me, go and see. Impossible. Everyone ran outside and saw a dilapidated electric car parked there. Very conspicuous. When they returned to the house again, they looked obviously unhappy. Fengzi, you don't want to lend us money, so you deliberately bought an electric car to cheat us, right? You are so rich. What's wrong with lending us some money? You are too stingy. At this time, Aunt Chun Xia suddenly remembered something and said quickly, Fengzi, didn't you donate 8 million to build roads in the village? Now only a quarter of the road has been built, so there should be 5 or 6 million left. Hurry up and get the remaining money back. Yes, yes, yes. How can such precious money be wasted like this? Xiao Chun, if you take the money back, can't you lend it to us? Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Everyone became excited again. It was as if the money belonged to them, and they had already thought about how to distribute it. When the parents heard these words, they couldn't help but shook their heads. Obviously unhappy. If they didn't take some consideration into account, they would just pick up a broom and chase people away. Chun Feng said calmly, Forget about the money for road construction. You can't get back the money you donated, and I can't get it back either. You. Chen Xiao was a little furious. He turned to look at his parents and said, "Brother and sister-in-law, you guys are still not taking care of him. If he continues like this, even if the family has tens of millions of assets, he will squander it all." On the surface, it seemed to be for Chun Feng's sake. In fact, he was annoyed because he couldn't borrow money. She originally thought, Chun Feng has tens of millions in savings. With such a relative, she wouldn't feel embarrassed even if she came to beg for money in a humble manner. After all, once you have money, who cares about face? But what about now? I lost face and didn't get the money. The anger in my heart suddenly rose up. The others also sighed, and their previous flattering expressions gradually disappeared. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly said, "It's not impossible to lend you money. Now, I still owe 200,000 yuan in foreign debt. Aunt, how about each of you help me raise 30,000 yuan to pay off the foreign debt? Give me a month to make back the remaining money. By then, let alone lending you 3 or 500,000, even giving you a few 100,000 will be no problem." You want to borrow money from us? Chun Xia frowned again. I clearly came here to borrow money from Chun Feng. Why is the situation suddenly reversed now? Borrow money from yourself? No way. The rest of the people also had evasive looks, and no one wanted to pay the 30,000 yuan. This kid must want to use it to speculate in stocks again. Still won't make a profit? Maybe you won't be able to get back the money you lent. See their attitude. Chen Feng's expression had turned cold. He slowly stood up from his chair and sneered. You guys are really funny. No one was willing to help me when I was in trouble. If that's the case, why should I help you when you're in trouble? I wouldn't lend money even if I had it. You. Chen Xia immediately got furious. Chen Feng, how can you talk like that? I understand now. With your character, you will never make a fortune in your lifetime. Then he looked at his parents again and said, Brother, please take good care of your son. If he doesn't change his temper, your family will never be able to recover. I can only stay in this countryside forever. I was so blind that I actually wanted to borrow money from you. What a waste of my time. Third sister. Dad frowned. He didn't expect that his sister would become like this. Although we are not related by blood, we have lived together for decades since childhood. Chen Xia ignored him. Chun Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I'm sorry, but my family can really turn things around now. I have no foreign debts and I'm not bankrupt. I now drive a luxury car worth 90 million and live in a mansion worth 30 million. The deposits in the bank card are astronomical figures. Do you think our family can turn things around? I have money and a lot of it, but I won't lend it to you. Don't you think it's infuriating? Chapter 80, The Uneasy Ant. What? Chen Xiao's expression suddenly changed. She originally thought that Chun Feng had become a pauper now, but she didn't expect that he was lying to her. The two have now broken up. Even if she begged the other party for money again in a humble manner, she probably wouldn't have a chance. Damn it. I actually lied to myself. Don't you just want to borrow money? At this time, she thought of another thing. Over the years, my eldest brother's family's economic level has been average and can even be described as poor. How did Chen Feng make his fortune? Where do you get the money? Could it be that the money left by the old man was embezzled by my eldest brother's family? This moment, Chen Xia seemed to have discovered a huge secret. She glanced at Chun Feng's family with a complicated expression and left in a hurry. She walked to a deserted place, took out her cell phone, and called her husband. Wei Dai, come to my mother's house right now. What's wrong, wife? Did you get the money? Wei Dai was also very excited, although he was the manager of the company and earned more than 100,000 yuan a year. But if I could get 3 or 500,000 from Chun Feng for free, it would also be very good. After all, it is equivalent to several years' income. Chen Xia cursed and said, Chun Feng is so stingy that he refused to lend me a penny. And my elder brother just sat there without saying a word. It's obvious that he doesn't want to lend me any money. Wei Dai frowned. If they don't want to lend it, there's nothing I can do even if I go. Even your eldest brother doesn't care about the relationship. So what can I, an outsider, do? That's not why I asked you to come here. Chen Xia raised her head and looked around. There was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, I suspect that the old man saved a large sum of money before he died, and it was embezzled by my eldest brother. I guess even Chen Lauer doesn't know about it. Big brother has kept it hidden for so long. He must be giving it to Chun Feng to start a business now. Otherwise, with their family background, how could Chen Feng make so much money? You do not know. Just now, that kid Chen Feng said that he lives in a villa worth more than 30 million yuan in the city. He was driving a luxury car worth more than 90 million yuan. Real. Wei took a breath of cold air. The house and the car together cost more than 100 million. Oh shit. Billionaire. He had never seen such a big boss before, but now he has become his relative. And he's a junior. Of course it's true. Chun Xia swore. Let's not talk about whether he has a villa worth tens of millions. The last time he came back, the car he drove was worth more than 40 million. Everyone saw it at the time. It couldn't be fake. Moreover, Chun Feng donated 8 million to the village for road construction in one go. Think about it. If he had no money, could he have donated so much? At least 1/3 of the money the old man saved belongs to us. Come here quickly. We have to get back the part that belongs to me. I think it's at least several 100,000. Okay, wait for me. I'll take a leave and be back soon. Wei didn't dare to waste any more time and asked for leave directly from the company. He drove his Volkswagen sedan and hurried over. Inside the house, Chun Feng looked at the others again. My dear elders, I've already given you a chance. Even if you only verbally agreed to help me, I will still lend you money now. What a pity, none of you did it. My money didn't fall from the sky. Why should I give it to you for free? Don't talk to me about family affection. When our family was poor, did anyone help us? What's more, you and I are not even related at all. A group of people lowered their heads in embarrassment. They had just heard that Boss Chen's family had become rich, so they wanted to take advantage of the situation and borrow some money. As for when to pay it back, joke. It's impossible to pay it back. Borrowing money from rich people means you plan on not paying it back. If Chun Feng's parents were faced with their harassment, they would definitely take out the money. Just didn't expect it. This son actually came back. And I don't buy into their tactics at all. At this time, the village director, Director Zhang, also rushed over. When he saw this group of people, his face was obviously a little ugly. Don't bother Mr. Chun here, Lao Wang, what's wrong with you? Mr. Chun is a man who has made great contributions to the village, and even the leaders above him value him very much. Get back to me right now. And you guys, everyone knows what you're planning. Is it so easy to cheat Mr. Chun out of his money? Let me tell you, the county leaders and the city leaders all value Mr. Chun very much. If you report this little thing to the higher-ups, you will be in big trouble. Hearing what Director Zhang said, everyone was suddenly shocked. Chun Feng donated 8 million yuan in one go, and the county and city leaders were paying attention to this matter. After all, it's a good deed. In addition, the village's tourist attraction, Phoenix Mountain, is under planning and is being developed into a 4A-level tourist attraction. Get more attention from leaders. By then, they might need investment from a wealthy boss like Chun Feng. The leaders even thought about finding time to visit the legendary Mr. Chun. How could they dare to play any tricks against a person like this who has the support of a superior leader? Director Zhang, we were just joking. Yeah, just kidding. You guys are busy. I'll leave right away. Everyone left. Director Zhang looked at Chun Feng again, sighed, and said, Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. We are also responsible for this kind of thing. Fine. Chun Feng waved his hand. Things like today were bound to happen sooner or later, and I can only blame myself for being too rich. Maybe being more low-key can help you avoid having to borrow money from others. But he doesn't like to keep a low profile. For those who used to mock me and look down on me and my family, Chun Feng likes to slap people in the face in a high-profile manner. By the way, the road construction in the village has already started, and it is estimated that it will be completed in a month. When Director Zhang talked about this incident, his face was full of smiles. The county leader also said that he would find a time to meet you and get to know you. Okay, just let me know when the time is confirmed. Chun Feng nodded. We still need to maintain good relations with these leaders. After all, my parents will live in the countryside and will need these people to take care of them. Okay, that's settled. Director Zhang hummed a little tune and waved to the person beside him. Old Chun, I'm leaving now. Let's talk next time. Dad is a little depressed. In the past, this director would always come to my house to look for me, but now he ignores me and goes straight to look for my son. The next time, my mother cooked a few dishes and my second uncle happened to be here too, so we had a drink together. The other side, Wei Dai also drove and hurried to the village to meet Chen Xia. Chapter 81. Mr. Yin, why are you here? At the dinner table, Dad and my second uncle were drinking wine and chatting. My second uncle's family conditions are a little better. Last year, he bought a house in town and moved his whole family to town. This time, I heard about the situation at home and rushed back specifically. He has a daughter who is about to graduate from high school and go to college. Fengzi, when your sister goes to college in the city, you must take good care of her. Don't worry, uncle. Chun Feng smiled faintly. My second uncle has a very good relationship with my family. I used to help my parents often. Even though he knew he had become rich this time, he never mentioned borrowing money. When the family was chatting happily, the sound of a car was heard outside. Immediately following, Chen Xiao walked in with Wei Dai. Brother, tell me, is the money Fengzi used to start his business the money left by the old man before he passed away? I didn't expect you to have hidden it for so many years. At least part of it belongs to me. Over the years, the interest should be worth hundreds of thousands, right? As soon as Chen Xia came in, she started questioning. Dad was a little puzzled. What old man left behind? Second uncle also frowned. Third sister, sit down and talk if you have anything to say. Even if Chen Xia's attitude is very bad, they still treat each other as family. Chen Lao heir, you have also been deceived by the eldest brother. Chen Xia put her hands on her hips, and the more she thought about it, the angrier she became. The old man died here with my eldest brother, and only my eldest brother knows how much money he saved. Chen Feng has suddenly become rich. Don't you know that the money he used to start his business was the savings left by the old man? Chen Lauer, there's a part of you in this too. If I were you, I would ask Big Brother for money right now. You are still thinking about eating. The more the second uncle thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Third sister, you must have made a mistake. The old man's medical expenses were all collected by my two brothers. We don't have any savings. Moreover, his luggage consisted of only a wooden box. Haven't you seen it too? There's nothing in there except a few pieces of clothes. You are an elder after all. You can't just make trouble when you see Fengzi making money. Speaking of this, second uncle's face also looked a little ugly. I'm being unreasonable. When have I ever been unreasonable? Chen Xiao was very angry. I don't care. The old man must have left some money. Otherwise, how did Chen Feng make the money? You must give me some of it. Third sister. Dad stood up from his chair with a bang, looking slightly angry. Don't you act like an elder at all? Fengzi makes money with his own ability. We are a family after all. Do you have to tear each other apart? If we're going to tear each other's skins apart, then tear each other's skins apart. Chen Xia didn't care at all. Anyway, she didn't consider these people as her relatives. Wei Dai on the side advised, okay, we are all family. Don't hurt the harmony, brother. Don't blame me for saying something too much. Since Fengzi is rich now, no matter whether the old man left any money behind, it won't be much of a loss if you give some to us. Fengzi has already bought cars worth tens of millions, so it's not too much for him to give us a few 100,000 as a gift. Respect you. At this time, Chen Feng, who had been silent, suddenly looked over and said, you are really shameless. Excuse me, are you my father or my mother? Why should I respect you? Chen Feng. Wei Dai was a little annoyed. I'm a department manager of a listed company after all. How can you talk to me like this? Why, did I say something wrong? Chen Feng said meaningfully, I don't know which company is so unlucky that it actually let my uncle be the department manager. He is unworthy of the position. This company will go bankrupt sooner or later. Snort. Wei Dai snorted coldly. He raised his head proudly and said, I am the department manager of Wenyu Investment Company, Limited. Our company has a total asset of tens of billions. Compared with our company, the little money you have is nothing. Chen Feng's expression became strange. Damn it. After all this time, it turns out it's my company. I really don't know which idiot hired Wei Dai. How could such a person be allowed to be a manager in the company? Aunt, uncle, I'll just say this once. Every penny I have is earned by my own ability and has nothing to do with Grandpa. I respect you as my elders, so you should think it over and go back to where you came from. Otherwise, how about otherwise? Chen Xiao's face was extremely gloomy. Chen Feng shook his head. My uncle's position as department manager was not easy to come by. I hope you guys cherish it, otherwise he will lose his job. What? Wei Dai, who was standing by, almost burst out laughing. Chen Feng, don't let your tongue get in the way when you brag. Can you just fire the executives of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited? Who do you think you are? Do you think if you throw some money at them, they will listen to you? To tell you the truth, even if my boss fires me, it will only take effect after our president signs it. As he said that, he sat down on the chair, casually. It seems that he won't leave unless he pays. This couple is really obsessed with money. Fengzi, forget it. Dad shook his head. Last time his son gave him 10 million. Even if he took out a few 100,000 now, the remaining money would be enough for the couple to live on for several lifetimes. What do you mean by that? This is not a matter of money. They're just bullying us. But my mother refused to do it. If the other person really has financial difficulties and asks for help politely, she will still give him money. It's just the other person's attitude. It's just like my family owes them something. Mom and Dad, please stop caring about it. Chen Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense and called Yin Ting directly. Boss Yin, I'll send you the location. Please come to my house. I know. Yin Ting also didn't waste any words. She could tell from the phone that Chun Feng's tone was very serious, as if something had happened. I saw Chun Feng making a phone call. Wei Day on the side laughed and said, "What, CEO Yin? You really think you know our CEO? You scared me. I'll see how you can make me lose my job today." That's right. Who is Mr. Yin? He's the president of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, worth tens of billions. Are you worthy of knowing him? Chen Xia didn't take it seriously at all. Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. 10 minutes later, a Bentley stopped outside, and Yin Ting and Shang Yin Yin slowly got out of the car. Seeing Chun Feng in the house, the two of them walked in with a smile. "Oh, someone is here." Wei Day had his back to the door and only heard someone coming outside when he turned around. His face suddenly changed. He was so frightened that he stood up from his chair and exclaimed, "Boss Yin, why are you here?" Chapter 82, a choice that even my mother doesn't want to make. Yin Ting looked at the panicked Wei Day in front of her, thought for a long time, and finally remembered that the other party was the department manager of the company. There are really too many senior executives in the Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, and I am not very familiar with middle-level leaders like this. He just nodded at Wei Day and didn't make any more moves. When she was about to walk towards Chun Feng, Wei Day asked again, "Boss Yin, are you here to see me? I have already finished the project I am working on. Please wait. I will bring it to you right away." He is currently following up on a project and thought that Mr. Yin came here to find him just to find out about the project. I suddenly felt excited. If I can leave a good impression in front of this big boss, it will be very helpful for my promotion. Yin Ting frowned. "I'm here to find Chen Feng." Chen Feng. Wei Day was suddenly stunned. "He is my poor relative in the countryside. Do you know him?" "Poor relative?" Yin Ting's gaze became somewhat playful. "Now I finally understand why Chen Feng called me over. Not only do I know him, but Mr. Chun is also a major shareholder of our Entertainment Investment Company, Limited." A light and floating voice came out of Yin Ting's mouth. Everyone present was stunned. I was extremely shocked. Wei Day opened his mouth wide, his face full of disbelief. "Boss Yin, you are kidding me. How could he be a major shareholder? That major shareholder who has never shown up has a net worth of tens of billions. Although Chun Feng has some money now, but he is definitely not as rich as the major shareholder." Now, Wei Day did not associate the major shareholder with Chun Feng at all. Chun Xia at the side also exclaimed, "Boss Yin, take a good look at me. I watched Chen Feng grow up, and I don't know how much he can achieve. How could he be your major shareholder? Don't be fooled by him." In her opinion, anyone can be a major shareholder. That is, Chen Feng cannot be the major shareholder. Otherwise, her husband's job will be lost. Yanning shook her head. He said calmly, "Don't I even recognize my own boss? He is the major shareholder who has never shown up. Manager Wei, I have already called him. The shareholders' meeting is being prepared right here, and the other shareholders will be here soon." Wei Day's heart skipped a beat. Even other shareholders are rushing over, so Chun Feng's identity cannot be fake. He is actually the major shareholder. It's over. That kid Chen Feng has no regard for our friendship at all. With his temper, he will definitely make me lose my job. He glared at his wife next to him. "It's all this woman's fault. Why are you borrowing money for good reasons? Now I'm borrowing so much that I can't even keep my job." Chen Xia's face was also pale. I didn't expect this result at all. This poor boy actually turned his life around. Chen Feng's parents were also dumbfounded. The last time my son came back, he seemed to have only 1 billion in savings. How did he suddenly become a major shareholder of a listed company? This change made them unable to recover for a long time. Fengzi's father, how much did they say that company was worth? It seems like hundreds of millions. How much is a few hundred billion? I don't know either. Anyway, it's a lot. Both my parents felt that their brains were simply not enough. The second uncle standing by was even more stunned. He seemed to want to ask something, but hesitated and didn't ask. At this time, Wei Day quickly ran to Chen Feng, and his previous arrogant attitude disappeared. He laughed dryly. "Fengzi, I was wrong just now. Please don't take it to heart. Your money is earned by your own ability. We won't lend you money. We will leave immediately. Uncle, what's going to happen next is related to you. If you're interested, you can listen. If you're not interested, you can leave now." Chen Feng glanced at Yin Ting and said, "Notify everyone to immediately conduct an internal investigation of all management of the company and immediately remove anyone who is found to have problems. In particular, Some managers are not worthy of their positions and need to be investigated. Clear. Yenting nodded. Every company has some parasites who take advantage of their positions to do things that are detrimental to the interests of the company. This really needs some investigation. Chun Xia, who was being pulled away by Wei Dai, suddenly stopped and said angrily, Chun Feng, do you really have to target your uncle like this? We are a family after all. Do you still have any conscience? Chun Feng sneered. If my uncle has done nothing wrong, he will not be afraid of investigation. Why are you so guilty? Besides, I am the boss of the company. I have the final say on what to do, even on who to fire. You don't agree, bite me. Okay, aren't you embarrassed yet? Come with me now. Wei Dai glared at them angrily, then quickly pulled Chun Xia away. This wife is really a scumbag. Isn't it enough that you lost your job? If they really find out something, I'll have to pay money and go to jail, and I'll be in trouble. As the two men left, the entire Chun family returned to peace again. My parents wanted to ask something, but after thinking about it, I was too lazy to ask. After all, they wouldn't understand even if I asked. As long as the source of his son's money was normal, they wouldn't worry. Second uncle sighed. He looked at Chin Feng with appreciation and left quickly. Now that the issues at his eldest brother's home had been resolved, he would not stay any longer. You two, please take a seat. When my mother looked at the two beauties, Yin Ting and Shang Yin Yin, her heart was filled with joy. She was even happier than Chin Feng when he made money. She could see that. The relationship between these two people and their son must be special. Which one is the daughter-in-law? One with big breasts and an elegant temperament. A young, sexy, and charming one. I really don't know which one to choose. She quickly pulled Chun Feng aside and asked in a low voice, Fengzi, didn't you just break up with Shinshin? Have you found a partner? I think these two girls are both good. Especially those with big breasts. They will definitely have enough milk for their children in the future. But the one next to her is also good, with a slim figure, just like the models on TV. Especially that, but it's perfect for giving birth to a son. Oh, I don't know how to choose. It seemed like she found it so difficult to do multiple choice questions for the first time. Chin Feng was speechless. Mom, we haven't even started dating yet, so don't mess around with them. One of them is my classmate, and the other is the president of a company, so don't talk nonsense. Then I don't care. My mother frowned and said, I like both of them. You can decide for yourself. You must bring me a daughter-in-law after graduation. It's not easy to find a wife these days. You have to get rid of the certificate right away. Don't worry, I'm so outstanding. Can't I find a wife? Chun Feng is still very confident about finding a partner. Young, handsome, and rich. Absolutely the nation's husband. Chapter 83 Shareholders Meeting. Inside the house, the mother looked at Shang Yin Yin and Yin Ting in front of her and asked with a smile, Yin Yin, do you have any brothers or sisters in your family? No, I'm the only one in our family. Shang Yin Yin answered obediently. For some reason, she always felt that this visit to Chun Feng's house was a bit like meeting his parents. I felt a little uneasy. I was afraid that I might not perform well and leave a bad impression on this elder. Mom looked at Yun Ting again. Xiao Ting, do you have any brothers or sisters? Auntie, I'm also an only child. Yenting smiled sweetly. Mom was in a dilemma again. These two girls have similar conditions and are both only children. Which one should I choose? Chun Feng couldn't stand it anymore. Mom, hurry up and get busy. We have a meeting later. The shareholders of the company will be here soon. Yenting said earlier that the shareholders' meeting would be held here. This is no joke. Okay, I won't delay you. Only then did my mother shift her gaze away from the two girls and told my father to go do something. Shang Yin Yin quickly followed. Auntie, let me help you. No, don't get your clothes dirty. It's okay, just wash it when it gets dirty. Shang Yin Yin didn't care at all. Now was the time to get closer, and she couldn't miss this opportunity. About 20 minutes passed. One luxury car after another stopped outside the yard. 5 or 6 middle-aged men got out of the car. They were all shareholders of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. Boston really knows how to pick a place. Why did he choose such a rural place? It took me a long time to find it. That's right, the navigation is not very good either. You know what, this navigation almost led me into the river. There was clearly a river on the right, but it forced me to turn right. I was so angry that I almost smashed the navigation. A group of people were complaining there. One of them frowned immediately and said, Okay, stop complaining. From what Mr. Yin said, our major shareholder lives here. Live here. Everyone looked up at the house here. Very shabby. They have lived there for more than 20 years, and it is still a tiled house. After all, The major shareholder is worth hundreds of billions, so why would he live here? No one could figure it out. Is it to keep a low profile? Okay, let's go inside and talk. The man in the lead walked quickly inside. The rest of the people followed suit. Boss Yun. Boss Yun. When they saw Yun Ting, everyone greeted her. After all, the other party is the president of the company and the second largest shareholder. Although he is young, he still has amazing wrists. Mr. Chun, Mr. Xiao, Mr. Wang, you are finally here. Yun Ting smiled faintly, then pointed at Chen Feng and said, "Let me introduce to you. This is our major shareholder, Mr. Chen Feng." They had also seen Chun Feng's information before, although I know the other person is very young. But when I actually saw it, I couldn't help but be a little surprised. No one could have imagined that this young man in his early 20s would be a major shareholder worth tens of billions. Among these people, everyone has gone through many ups and downs to have everything they have now. Even Yun Ting inherited the family shares. Otherwise, she would not have become the second largest shareholder of the company. This guy in front of me, very unusual. I've heard that Mr. Chun is young and promising. Seeing him today, it's true. Mr. Chun has achieved what he has today at such a young age. It's really embarrassing for us, the older generation. Yes, Mr. Chun. Everyone was polite to each other. Chen Feng waved his hand. Everyone, please sit down. No need to be so polite. Everyone took their seats. All of them are worth a lot, and the worst one is worth billions. Basically, they have all struggled all the way and experienced all kinds of hardships. So even though the current rural environment is very bad, they don't care at all. This time I met with you all mainly to get to know each other. Mr. Yin will still be in charge of the company's affairs in the future, so I will not be involved. Chen Feng expressed his attitude right from start. This gave these shareholders a reassurance. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. We are still very confident in Mr. Yun's ability. One of the men, Mr. Xiao, said, but there is one thing I hope Mr. Chun can explain to us. The project of Haitian Intelligent Company is not profitable at all. Mr. Chun invested 2 billion yuan in one go a few days ago without even discussing it with us. Isn't that inappropriate? Yes, Mr. Chun. Although you own 55 of the shares and have absolute say, this is a large expense after all, so you have to discuss it with us. This artificial intelligence requires continuous investment, and we don't know when we can get our money back. That's right, we open a company to make money. Only fools would do a business that doesn't make money. Actually, Shang Yinyan's father's company needed investment before, and they had already refused once. A few days ago, Chen Feng directly invested 2 billion yuan as a shareholder. After all, it was the company's money, and they were very dissatisfied. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and waited for them to express their opinions one by one. These people are able to have their current net worth and become shareholders of the company. They are definitely not easy to deal with and are not easily fooled. Yin Ting on the side frowned. Everyone, Mr. Chun is a major shareholder, and what he did not violate any regulations. Moreover, I have also investigated this project, and it will definitely pay off within 5 years. 5 years? That's too long. Yes, it will take 5 years to get back the investment. When will we be able to make money? This investment period is too long. Yeah, we are all quite old. Who can wait that long? Hearing everyone's complaints, Yun Ting sighed helplessly. It can't be said that they were wrong. It's just that the two sides have different philosophies and different ways of making money. Take Chen Feng, for example. The company shares purchased for 60 million 15 years ago have now become more than 10 billion. It has increased 200 or 300 times. This is the charm of long-term investment. In fact, many times, Yin Ting and these shareholders had such conflicts in project investment. So, when she learned about Chen Feng's information, she went to find him as soon as possible. I just hope to get the other party's support. Only in this way can she better carry out her work according to her own ideas. At this time, Yin Ting couldn't help but look at Chen Feng, wondering how the other party would solve such a situation. At this time, Chen Feng raised his head and suddenly said, "If you have any objections, how about I consider the 2 billion yuan that the military businessman Haitian Intelligent Company invested in as my personal investment? I will pay for it myself." Chapter 84 Shareholders' Thoughts. Everyone suddenly looked up. He looked at Chen Feng with surprise. 2 billion is already a lot, and this much money needs to be invested every year. Although this major shareholder is worth tens of billions. But if the investment fails, it will also be a huge loss. Isn't he afraid? At this time, shareholders did not respond. Although they are afraid of investment failure and losing a lot of money, they're also afraid of making money from the investment. If Chun Feng buys them all at once and really makes a lot of money, they will lose an opportunity to make a fortune. So now their mood is very complicated. I want to pay money, but I don't want to take the risk. The only thing missing was for Chun Feng to say that if we made money in the future, everyone would share together. But if there was any loss, Chun Feng, would bear the responsibility alone. How could such a good thing happen? Yanning saw what these people were thinking. He snorted in his heart. Everyone, since Mr. Chun has given a plan, and since it does not require the use of the company's money, I have no objection. So let's do it. When I get back later, I will go through all the formalities to transfer the shares of Haitian intelligence to Mr. Chen's name. Speaking of this, she looked at Chun Feng again. Mr. Chun, when will the money arrive? Anytime. Chun Feng smiled faintly. He now has 70 to 80 billion in liquid funds in his bank card. And there's also a World Trade Center in the provincial capital awarded by the system, which is also an asset worth tens of billions. It belongs entirely to him. Even if it's just rent, there's still a lot of money in a year. Chun Feng glanced at the shareholders again and said casually, in addition, I still have some funds in my hand. Who of you thinks that the company is not making money? Anyone who wants to transfer shares can contact me. I will buy them at double the price. This time, everyone was shocked. The value of the smallest of their shares is around 20 to 30 billion, and double the price will be 5 to 6 billion. Add to that the 2 billion that Haitian Intelligence has to pay, the total is 8 billion. That is to say, Mr. Chen currently has at least 8 billion in liquid funds on hand. And listen to his tone. Even if everyone present sells their shares, the other party has the ability to buy them back. This is scary. Although these people are all worth a lot, those net worths include the market value of the company. Let's really talk about liquidity. Is there anyone among these people who has liquid funds exceeding 5 billion? Not at all. All their money is tied up in investments, so it's already good enough if they can come up with 10 to 20 billion in working capital. People like Chun Feng, whose companies are valued at tens of billions, and who even have nearly tens of billions in liquid funds. There are probably not many in the entire Behu city. Mr. Chun, you must be joking. When you investment company, Limited is now on a rise. How can it not make money? We are not willing to sell it. Yes, Mr. Chun, let's discuss this investment before making a decision. Great. How about we discuss it first? No problem. Chun Feng waved his hand indifferently. His idea is simple. If the shareholders agree to invest, it will be done directly in the name of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. After all, I want to be a hands-off boss. It would be easier to just hand things over to Yunting and the company's people at that time. If the shareholders do not agree to invest, then I will pay for it myself. At most, Yunting, the senior housekeeper, will have to work harder. At this time, a prediction video popped up on the phone again. According to the latest report, the world's top technology company successfully developed holographic projection technology on July 5, 2045, and realized a holographic projection operational system. Oh shit. The moment he saw the video, Chun Feng almost jumped up from his chair. Isn't this the cool holographic projection in the sci-fi movie Iron Man? Awesome. Although current technology also has holographic projection, but it is just a fake projection, like the effect of watching a 3D movie, and it cannot be compared with the effect in a science fiction movie. It's like heaven and hell. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly discovered that there was an additional skill option on the skill interface of the mobile video app. Holographic projection skills. A new skill automatically unlocked by the system. Ding! It is detected that the host has a strong desire for holographic projection technology. Do you want to redeem it? Holy crap. Holy crap. Awesome system. Chun Feng was extremely excited. Whatever you think will come true. Exchange. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the holographic projection technology, deducting system points minus 10,000. Host's current remaining system points, 40,713. The holographic projection skill is in the backpack and can be used at any time. Chun Feng's face was full of black lines. This is such a ripoff. System. I lost 10,000 system points when I redeemed this skill. He had managed to save up 50,000 system points by giving him tips during the live broadcast, but now 1/5 of it was deducted all at once. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. After all, this technology is 25 years ahead of current technology, as is dark metal synthesis technology. It's advanced technology. It is reasonable to deduct 10,000 system points. Not a loss. Chun Fong selected the holographic projection skill option in his backpack, and countless amounts of knowledge instantly merged into his mind. In the kitchen, Shang Yinyan was helping Chun Feng's mother in the kitchen. She also vaguely heard the conversation between the shareholders. I feel very guilty. She knew that Chun Feng had been under a lot of pressure from shareholders in order to invest in his father's company. She was very touched. I also feel guilty. She really had no way to repay Chun Feng for his unreserved help. I'm afraid I can only pledge my love to you. Think of this. Shang Yinyan couldn't help but blush. Yinyan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling unwell? No, I'm fine, Annie. Shang Yinyan smiled lightly and quickly diverted her attention. Auntie, if you and Uncle ever go to the city, be sure to call me, and I'll take you around. Okay, I'll call you then. Auntie, what's your phone number? I'll write it down first. The other side, the shareholders walked over and started discussing. People at their level will not make decisions easily, and every decision is carefully considered. Shareholder Wang said in a low voice, Mr. Xiao, please tell us your opinion first. Mr. Chun has already said this, so we have to express our views. You have to express your opinion. President Xiao thought for a moment and said, although President Chen only mentioned the matter of selling shares casually, we all know that the company is still making money and the shares cannot be sold. As for Haitian Smart's investment, having said that, he suddenly looked at everyone. Mr. Wang was a little anxious. Old Xiao, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Chapter 85. Live longer than a turtle? Seeing everyone's anxious looks, President Xiao said meaningfully, have you all forgotten how our President Chun became the company's major shareholder? What's the meaning? Everyone was slightly stunned. For a moment, I didn't understand the message contained in his words. President Xiao glanced at Chun Feng, who was looking calm and composed not far away. He sighed and said, have you really forgotten that 15 years ago, this major shareholder used $60 million to buy 55 of the shares of Wenyu Investment Company, Limited? Although these shares may not have been bought by him personally, after all, he was still young at that time. But it is definitely inextricably linked to this Mr. Chun. For the past 15 years, he has held on to his shares without moving. Even when the company experienced a crisis and almost went bankrupt 10 years ago, he did not sell his shares and run away. This is enough to show Mr. Chen's vision. He is sure that our company will make money. Mr. Wang also recalled what happened back then. He kept nodding his head. Yes, even someone like me who has been through a lot almost sold my shares at that time. Although he's not very old, in terms of courage, I, Wang, am inferior to him. The other shareholders frowned. They took over the company's shares later and had no idea about these secret matters. I was even more shocked at this moment. What terrible endurance. What a terrible character. Someone couldn't help but ask, Lao Xiao, what do you mean? I mean follow him. President Xiao took a deep breath and seemed to have made some kind of decision. From what President Chen did just now, he must invest in Haitian intelligence. In other words, in his opinion, Haitian intelligence can definitely make money. His vision is definitely not bad. Just for this reason, I think I can follow him. No matter how long it takes to get a payback on this investment, I've accepted it. But the benefits are definitely a 100-fold increase. Let's do it. Mr. Wang also gritted his teeth. They're all very decisive people, and they will definitely carry out the decisions they make. I have never made a fortune in my life. My current wealth was accumulated through hard work. Even if I lose, we can share the responsibility and won't lose much money. But if I win the bet, maybe I won't have to struggle anymore in my life. Okay, since Lao Xiao and Lao Wang have said so, what do we have to be afraid of? Let's do it and take a gamble. Let's bet. I hope Mr. Chun won't let us down. Everyone reached a consensus at once. Everyone agreed to invest in Shangjun's Haitian Intelligent Company in the name of the company. Soon, everyone returned to the table again. Chun Feng has also completely digested the knowledge of holographic projection technology. Before, he was still thinking about what kind of technology to use to optimize Haitian intelligence products. If he continued to develop what Haitian Intelligent is doing now, it would indeed take a long time to generate profits. The deadline is too long. He can't wait. But now, a great choice has been made. I saw people coming over. Chun Feng smiled faintly. What do you think? If you have no objection, I will pay for it myself, and Haitian Intelligence will have nothing to do with you in the future. Even if you lose money, you don't have to worry about anything. Just when he was about to transfer the money, Mr. Zhao's mouth twitched. He quickly said, Boss Chun, we are not unkind people. We are all shareholders of the same company, and we must advance and retreat together. I think we should use the company's name. Even if we lose money, we will bear it together. Yes, we should shoulder the responsibility together. We are a team. How can we let Mr. Chun take the risk alone? We were wrong just now. I would like to apologize to Mr. Chun here. That's right, Mr. Chun. Please stop being so formal with us and put your phone away. The rest of the shareholders are all shrewd people. If there was no profit, would Mr. Chun transfer the money so calmly? Fortunately, they reacted quickly. Yinting on the side was stunned. His face was dull. What is going on? You guys one by one? Weren't you worried before that the investment payback period would be too long? Aren't you worried about losing money? Why are you trying to invest money now with a smug look on your face? And he seems to be like he wants to invest no matter what, and there's no way to stop him? Chen Feng was also confused. He said with a smile, "Everyone, Haitian Intelligence's investment funds are relatively large. It's okay, we'll bear it together. This is a long-term investment. It may take 5, 10, or even 15 years to get your money back. It's okay. We old guys have long lives. We can live longer than turtles." Chen Feng was also speechless. He just looked at the group of shameless guys in front of him. Live longer than a turtle? Do you think you're a cuckold? It was not until Chen Feng made them feel embarrassed that President Xiao laughed dryly and said, "President Chun, please stop laughing at us. This project is indeed a good project. We were blind before, so please let us join. Yes, Mr. Chun, your vision is still very reliable. From now on, we will follow you. You have the final say in the company, and we will definitely not interfere. That's right. You and Mr. Yin go east, and we old guys will never go west." A group of people said it with a solemn oath. All I'm short of is a solemn oath. Yanning didn't know what to say anymore. She knew how powerful these shareholders were, and it took her a lot of effort to deal with them every time. And now, Chun Feng actually dealt with them with just a few simple words. And he even came over and licked me on his own initiative. Where is your dignity? Where is your pride? All right, in front of money, dignity, and pride are nothing. Chun Feng couldn't help but smile. A bunch of old guys. You are lucky. I was planning to do it alone. Never mind. If we really want to develop holographic projection technology, it will still require a lot of manpower and money. Let these old guys pay more. Okay, let's stick to the previous plan. This money will still be the company's investment. After all, there's strength in numbers, and you can also contribute more. Speaking of this, Chun Feng changed the subject. However, Haitian Intelligence's current research and development direction must be adjusted, as their previous research and development projects took too long. I have a project here, but Mr. Shang is not here, so I will tell you about it first. What project? Everyone was confused and puzzled. Even Yin Ting, who was standing by, was a little curious. Chun Feng laughed. You have all seen the science fiction movie Iron Man, right? I spent a few days tinkering with the cool holographic projection technology in it. The future direction of Haitian Intelligence is to apply holographic projection technology into practice. I'm talking about real holographic projection, not the 3D rubbish on the market. Everyone looked stunned. What did you just say? Holographic projection technology? Isn't it the garbage with 3D effects on the market? They knew every word here, but they didn't understand the meaning when they were put together. Oh my God, are you kidding? Chapter 86, a reward of 2 million? Yin Ting on the side suddenly widened her eyes. He grabbed Chen Feng's arm and said excitedly, "Are you sure it is holographic projection technology, real holographic projection technology?" Yes. Chen Feng was speechless. I say, "Sister, can you be a little more reserved? Is it worth such a big reaction?" He almost threw himself on me. Yin Ting awkwardly straightened her body, trying to suppress her emotions, and explained to other shareholders, "Everyone, some of you may not know what this technology is, but you must have seen Iron Man, just as Mr. Chen said just now. Holographic projection is the ability to project the image on the screen into the void, giving people a three-dimensional sense of the image, and you can also operate it in the void with your hands." I know, Mr. Xiao quickly said. In the science fiction movie, the Iron Man's hands are drawing in the air. That's how he operates the projection screen. Oh my God, that's awesome. President Wang could not help but be shocked and said, "No one has been able to develop this technology yet. Even some of the top technology companies abroad cannot achieve this effect." Good. Yenting is now full of fighting spirit. She never thought that Chen Feng would bring her such a big surprise. Once this technology can be truly applied in practice, it will definitely cause a sensation in the industry. She tilted her head and looked at Chen Feng. This guy is becoming more and more difficult to understand. He even has such advanced technology. He doesn't seem to be studying this major, right? I can't figure it out. Then, he looked at the other shareholders again. Everyone, now you don't have to worry about losing money on this investment, right? Don't worry, don't worry. With President Shin here, the company will definitely make money. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they made the right choice. Otherwise, they would have missed an opportunity to make money. Holographic projection. Very awesome. Shin Feng nodded. Okay, this is also a temporary decision I made. After all, boss Shang Juanshang is also the original shareholder of Haitian Intelligence. Call him over to discuss it. It's my duty. Everyone agreed. Calling the other party over at this time can be regarded as the official launch of this project. When Shang Jun received the call from Chun Feng, he put down everything he was doing and rushed over quickly. Half an hour later, as soon as Shang Jun walked into the house, he saw his daughter. I was slightly stunned. Yin Yin, you're here too? Yes, Chun Feng and I came here together. Shang Yin Yin giggled. He pulled Chun Feng's mother over again. Dad, this is Chun Feng's mother. I was just helping Annie clean up. Oh my God. Shang Jun was shocked. This daughter is so awesome that she is now trying to build a good relationship with her mother-in-law. Mother-in-law, oh, that's not right. Shang Jun quickly changed his name, but he hasn't even started yet. It will be troublesome if something goes wrong. Hello, I'm Shang Jun, Shang Yin Yin's father. I hope Yin Yin hasn't caused you any trouble here. It's okay. Yin Yin is very well behaved. My mother was also very happy. The other family had good personalities and were not arrogant. Boss Shang, you probably have something else to do. Yes, I'll be busy now. Shang Jun exchanged a few simple greetings. Then he walked in the main hall and greeted several shareholders. This was also the first time he formally met these shareholders. If it weren't for Chun Feng, I'm afraid he will never have such an opportunity in his life. See, everyone is here. Chun Feng then said, Mr. Shang, the future development direction of Haitian Intelligence has been determined. At present, it is mainly responsible for holographic projection technology. I heard the other party talking a lot. The Shang army was shocked. He is engaged in technology research and development, so he naturally knows the difficulty of this technology. Chun Feng continued, I originally held a 55% stake in Wenyu Investment Company Limited, but for the Haitian Intelligent Company I invested in, I am not only a shareholder, I also provide the technology. Therefore, my request is that this side holds 65% of the shares Mr. Shang can give for, and the rest can be distributed according to proportion. How? I'm fine. Yenting was the first to express her agreement. The other party originally held 55% of the shares, and the additional 10% of shares can be regarded as a technical investment. The distribution is quite reasonable. That's fine with me. Shang Jun nodded happily. Now that the company has grown bigger, although I only own 4% of the shares, my net worth is definitely higher than before. The other shareholders also nodded. I agree. Okay, it's settled. Mr. Shang, go back and prepare. I'll go to Haitian Intelligence Company when I have time, and I'll personally guide you on the technology. Clear. The Shang army looked extremely solemn. He came quickly and left quickly. When leaving, he even winked at Shang Yin Yin, as if telling her to work hard. The other side, Aunt Chin Xia and Uncle Wei Day returned to the city. They found a seat at a roadside barbecue restaurant and ordered 2 side dishes and a bottle of beer. Wei Day was venting his emotions while drinking beer. Look at what you've done. I don't even dare to go back to the company now. They must be investigating the management's capital account issues. I have been eating and drinking outside these years, and the money I illegally reimbursed is at least 80,000 yuan. If it's really discovered, I'll have to pay compensation. You spendthrift woman, I told you not to mess with that guy, but you insisted on doing so. Now it's okay. Are you happy? Chin Xiao was also very depressed. She picked up the beer opposite and gulped it down him. If you don't know how to drink, don't drink it. It's a waste. Wei Day snatched the beer and said, Okay, Chen Feng may not care about feelings, but your brother still cares about feelings. I may not be able to keep my position as manager, but you go and ask your brother. Maybe I can still be an ordinary employee. I'm not going. Chen Xia turned her head away stubbornly. She didn't want to embarrass herself in front of those people again. Just at this moment, a man in a suit came over and smiled faintly. Excuse me, are you Manager Wei? I am Manager Sun from 4-Dimensional Space Technology Company, Limited. No. Wei Day didn't even turn his head and just drank his beer. Manager Sun didn't care and continued with a smile. I heard that Manager Wei currently has a project on hand, which is about the connection between Wenyu Investment Company, Limited and Haitian Intelligent Company, Ltd. I just happen to have something I want to ask Manager Wei for help with. I wonder if it would be convenient. Not interested. Wei Day immediately became angry. He didn't even know how many days he could stay in the company. Still helping? Help me, Hammer. He paid the bill directly and walked out with Chen Xia. Manager Sun followed behind him, his voice still neither too loud nor too low. Manager Wei, I won't let you do this for free. I can pay you 2 million. Hearing this, Wei Day stopped abruptly. Chapter 87, Aunt and Uncle's Decision. What favor? Can you tell me first? Wei Day turned his head and looked at the other party. Being able to offer such a large sum of money as a reward, things were definitely not as simple as he imagined. Chen Xia, who was standing by, was also somewhat confused. 2 million. It will take them at least 10 years to earn that much. Manager Sun pointed to the roadside stall and said with a smile, Manager Wei, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's go to another place. Okay. Wei Day gritted his teeth. For the sake of money, listen what the other party says first. Soon, the three of them came to a coffee shop. They chose a very secluded corner and sat down. Manager Sun whispered, Manager Wei, let's not beat around the bush. Our Wei Technology Company is very interested in the products that Haitian Intelligent Company is currently developing. Manager Wei happens to be in charge of this docking project. Can you help me get their core data? Hearing this, Wei Day's face suddenly changed, and he stood up from his chair. You want me to steal trade secrets? What a joke. He seemed to be aware of his own gaffe. I looked around and breathed a sigh of relief when I found that no one noticed here. Manager Wei, don't get excited. Manager Sun frowned, motioned him to sit down, and said calmly, I heard that Wenyu Investment Company Limited is currently conducting an internal investigation of all management. Unfortunately, I just happen to know that Manager Wei had reported false accounts several times in the past and had taken kickbacks several times. If you calculate carefully, it should not be the 100,000 or 80,000 you said before, but 200,000 or 300,000. I don't know if this matter has been exposed now. You investigated me? Wei Day was instantly furious. He didn't expect that the person in front of him had actually investigated him and knew so much about him. This is already a threat to myself. Manager Sun smiled and said, Manager Wei, even if I didn't come to see you, your affairs will be discovered sooner or later, and you can't stay in Wenyu Investment Company Limited anyway. Why not take advantage of the little value that's left and work with me to help me get the stuff? You will still have a reward of 2 million by then, which will be good for both you and me. Wei Day remained silent. Good. If he had these 2 million, why would he still work? There is absolutely no need for that. Chen Xia, who was standing by, said with a strange look on her face, Manager Sun, Haitian Intelligence belongs to Wenyu Investment Company Limited, right? Don't you know that my nephew is a shareholder of the company? You asked us to betray my nephew. Aren't you afraid that I will complain now? Oh, Manager Sun didn't expect that there was such a relationship between them, but not worried at all. Family affection is nothing in the face of absolute interests. If Miss Chen really had this plan, she wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. If you're willing to cooperate with me, I can increase the remuneration to 3 million. In addition, after the deal is done, Manager Wei can also come to work at our Wei Technology Company. How about keeping salary and position the same? This condition is already very tempting. Not only did Wei Day become excited, even Chen Xia's heart was beating wildly. You're going to get rich. There is no family affection in her heart now. Screw the family ties. Chen Feng. Since you are unkind, don't blame us for being unjust. She quickly agreed on Wei Day's behalf. No problem. I agreed on his behalf, but you have to pay us 1 million first, and then we can exchange for other conditions after the matter is done. Okay, hear Manager Sun's answer. Chen Xia was suddenly stunned. So straightforward. I was just saying it casually. I should have asked for more earlier. What a bad decision. Manager Sun, however, looked calm. How can people feel at ease doing things if you don't give them some sweet benefits first? At this time, Wei Day sighed and said, Manager Sun, I am indeed working on the affairs of Haitian Intelligent Company, but I am afraid that I cannot access the core data at my level. I also want to cooperate with you, but there is really no way. He was also very conflicted. Everyone wants to take the 3 million in front of them, and the conditions offered by the other party are also something he cannot refuse. But those core data are company secrets, and not everyone can access them. I believe Manager Wei has a way. I look forward to hearing your good news. Manager Sun smiled faintly. Without giving him a chance to refuse, he directly transferred the money to Chen Xia, and then they exchanged contact information. Leave quickly. Seeing her husband frowning, Chun Xia snorted coldly. I don't care. Even if you steal, you have to steal the things for me. 3 million is enough for us to live for a lifetime. Got it, got it. Wei Day was a little upset. He knew that Seaway Technology Company had always wanted Haitian intelligence's core data, and it was said that they were also involved in the field of artificial intelligence. I heard that someone was hired to steal it before, but it seemed to have failed. At the same time, there seems to be a competitive relationship between this company and the entertainment investment company. Once you do some things yourself, you will really break up with the company. At that time, I can only go to four-dimensional technology. The other side, the shareholders' meeting was basically concluded successfully. Several shareholders also left. Chen Feng looked at the time. He definitely didn't have time to verify the holographic projection technology now. He would find time tomorrow to do it. He called the construction team again. The road to my home is basically open to traffic, so we can now start building a villa for our family. He originally prepared 3 million to build a villa, but my parents thought it was a waste of money, and there was no need to make it so luxurious in the countryside. Finally, the budget was reduced to 1 million. For rural areas, a house worth 1 million is already very luxurious. Mom and Dad, I transferred another 50 million to your cards. You still have to spend it. Don't save it. Besides, I've already given instructions about the house matters. I believe you still remember David Jiang, who came to our house last time. You don't have to worry about the construction team he found. The house will be built in a few months. Okay, don't worry about us. Just go and do your thing. My parents didn't have that many requirements for the house. My dad suddenly said, your second uncle's house. You guys can do whatever you want. Second uncle is pretty good to our family. If he wants to build a house, you can help him build one this time. I'll pay for it. Chun Feng thought for a while and said, but his house is in town, so it should be difficult to buy it. If you have financial difficulties, you have money in your hands. You can do it. I have no objection. Oh, I know. Only then did my dad smile. When his family's life gets better, he always thinks of his relatives around him. Next, Chen Feng took Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting back to the city. This time, Shang Yinyan seemed to be in a good mood. She sat directly in the driver's seat of the Lamborghini Veneno, wanting to experience what it felt like to drive this luxury car worth more than 90 million yuan. At this time, she suddenly asked, Chen Feng, are you free tomorrow? What's wrong? Chen Feng turned his head, looking confused. Chapter 88, Gathering at the same address. Shang Yinyan thought for a while and said, I have a high school reunion tomorrow. Can you go with me? I mentioned it to you last time. Tomorrow, okay. Chen Feng was originally planning to discuss holographic projection technology with Shang Jun tomorrow. All the core technologies were in his head and had not yet been put into practice. But there is no rush for this matter. Shang Yinyan was very happy to hear his answer. At this class reunion, she has a sworn enemy with whom she used to compete in everything when they were in high school. I will definitely make things difficult for myself tomorrow. But if Chun Feng is here, everything can be solved. For the following time, Shang Yinyan drove with peace of mind. She herself didn't know much about luxury cars. She just felt that this car was more comfortable to drive, and she didn't feel anything else. At this time, Chun Feng suddenly discovered that there was an unlocked video in the video app, which was exactly the double color ball number that would be drawn today. His first pot of gold was 90 million from the double color ball. That's why he is worth what he is today. There's only one prediction video per day now, and the rest must be unlocked. He spent 5 system points to unlock the video. Ding! The results of this issue of the double color ball lottery are announced. When he saw this set of numbers, he smiled faintly. Yin Yin, stop at the welfare lottery store next to me. I'm going to buy a double color ball. Buy lottery tickets? Shang Yin Yin was also a little speechless. How boring are you? Even children know that the double color ball is a scam. The prize is usually drawn an hour after the ticket sales stop. Do you know why? Without waiting for Chan Feng to answer, she continued, it's just for fraud. The number you bought won't be drawn when the prize is drawn. Chen Feng smiled faintly. What if I win? Most of the winners are from their own group. No one would believe that. Although Shang Yinyan said this, she still parked the car in front of the welfare lottery store. Yunting, who was behind, also drove up. When he learned that Chen Feng wanted to buy lottery tickets, he also rolled his eyes and said, boring. 2 luxury cars parked at the door immediately attracted everyone's attention. Buying lottery tickets in a Lamborghini Veneno? Oh shit, are rich people so good at having fun? Boss, red ball numbers 01, 08, 10, 22, 24, 27, blue ball number 03, give me 10 bets. Chun Feng bought 10 notes again according to the numbers predicted in the video. Soon, the boss had prepared the lottery ticket, and when he looked up, he immediately exclaimed, "Fuck, young man, you won the 90 million last time, and you bought it from me." He was so excited. It's like I won 90 million. At the same time, I also feel some regret. If I had known that set of numbers would win, I would have bought it then. Missed an opportunity to make a fortune. Haha, it's not me, you got the wrong person. Chun Feng chuckled. I quickly took the lottery ticket and left. What if this group of people follow me and buy? Maybe there will be changes, and then I will have wasted a prediction video. Soon they returned to the villa. Chun Feng has been waiting for the prize drawing. This time he was not so excited. After all, he had so much money in his bank card. Just for fun. Ticket sales stop at 8 p.m. What surprised Chun Feng was the prediction video on the mobile phone suddenly changed, and the winning number changed. It made him confused instantly. Oh shit, can we still play like this? Ticket sales have been stopped now, so even if he knew the number had changed, there was no way to change it. He simply threw the lottery ticket on the table and walked towards the bedroom. Hey, the prize drawing will be held in an hour. Why don't you wait? Shang Yinyin was very strange. It was this guy who wanted to buy the lottery ticket before, and he is also the one who has no interest in the lottery now. No need to wait. It didn't work. Chun Feng shrugged. I'm afraid it's really like Shang Yinyin said. This kind of lottery has insider information, and it's impossible for ordinary people to win. The reason why I won the first prize for the first time, it is very likely that it was just an accident. Perhaps the senior management of Welfare Lottery thought that the person who bought the lottery ticket that time was an arranged internal personnel, so they did not change the number after stopping ticket sales. I guess I found a bargain. The prize draw will be at 9:15. Shang Yinyin was staring at the computer screen intently. The next moment, it's like a deflated ball. As expected, it didn't win the prize. Yin Ting giggled. Isn't it normal that he didn't win the prize? You thought he could predict the future. Speaking of this, she suddenly froze. Yin Ting thought of the previous investigation, in which Chun Feng did win a 90 million jackpot once, and also thought of how Chun Feng won every time he bought futures yesterday. He also thought of the previous landslide in the other party's hometown, which also reduced casualties after Chun Feng notified him in advance. It really is like knowing the future in advance. Can it be true? Yin Ting only felt her breathing become a little rapid, as if she had discovered some big secret. But he denied it the next moment. After all, this kind of thing is too unbelievable. She couldn't sleep that night. The next day, Chun Feng got up very late. It was almost noon. He suddenly received a call from his high school classmate Shui Hai. Chun Feng, where are you now? Didn't anyone tell you about the class reunion today? Class reunion? Chun Feng was confused. What day is today? Shang Yinyin is having a class reunion. So why am I also having class reunion? Shui Hai on the other end of the phone quickly said, It's a good thing I called you, otherwise you would have missed this party again. You never attended the previous parties. You must join us this time. We are in private room 618 of Hentang Restaurant. Don't be late. Come here quickly. Chun Feng smiled. When I was in high school, I had a very good relationship with Shui Hai. But after we went to college, we each had our own things to do and had fewer opportunities to contact each other. Shui Hai, I have something to do today, so I won't go to the party. You know, every time we have a party, we just brag to each other. It's meaningless. If you really want to get together, let's find a time some other day and have a few drinks together. Chun Feng, it's fine for us to get together again some other day, but today. Shui Hai sighed and said, You don't know, when you didn't come to the party a few years ago, they all said that your family was too poor and that you were worse off than a beggar, so they didn't dare to attend the party. Why don't you dare to participate? It's because they didn't invite you. Those people are getting more and more outrageous. You can't let them get too arrogant this time. You have to vent your anger. Okay, we'll talk about it later. Chun Feng hung up the phone with a smile. With his current wealth, he really has no interest in showing off in front of those people. At this time, Shang Yinyin has also gone downstairs. She was dressed like a princess today, and she took Chun Feng's arm and said with a smile, I'll lend you my arm today. My high school classmate has booked a seat in room 618 at Hentang Restaurant. Room 618 of Hentang Restaurant. Chun Feng suddenly raised his head, his face full of surprise. Chapter 89. Contempt from Classmates Reunion. What's wrong? Shang Yinyin blinked her big eyes. Although the location of the party is quite high-end, given Chun Feng's status, he shouldn't be that surprised. Chun Feng said with a strange look on his face, Just now my high school classmate also called and said there was a party. The party was held in the same place as yours, and in the same private room. Ah! Shang Yinyin quickly took out her cell phone again. She confirmed the address again, and the reply from the other side said that the address was not wrong. What's going on? They are from different circles. It's impossible for the two groups to get together. Let's go first. You'll know when you get there. Chen Feng was too lazy to think so much. He drove off in the Lamborghini Veneno. Hentang Restaurant is a relatively high-end restaurant in Behu. It is difficult for ordinary people to reserve a seat, and the consumption is relatively high. Chen Feng parked the car in the underground garage. Just as he was about to go up, Shang Yinyin suddenly felt uncomfortable in her stomach and went to the toilet, so he had to go up alone to check. When I walked to the first floor, I happened to meet Shuai. Shuai was walking around there at this time, looking a little anxious. When he saw Chen Feng appear, he ran over excitedly. Chen Feng, I knew you would come. But then, his expression changed slightly again. I have some bad news for you. Today's party was organized by Lu Bing. Didn't he have a grudge against you when you were in high school? At first, I didn't know it was he who organized it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to come over. It's over, it's over. It's said that the grandson has become rich recently. Given his temper, if he knew you were here, he would definitely embarrass you. Lu Bing. It took Chen Feng a long time to remember this person. When they were in school, the two of them did have a conflict because a girl that the other liked him. So that guy holds a grudge. However, after graduating from high school, Lu Bing did not go to college and followed his family to do business. Probably made a little fortune. It's okay. Now that you're here, let's go in and take a look first. Oh, okay. Shuai still felt a little guilty. He secretly decided in his heart that if Lu Bing went too far, he would leave here with Chen Feng and never attend such a party again. As they walked, they said, Chen Feng, I heard that there are more than just classmates at this gathering, so you have to be mentally prepared. It's just a gathering. What kind of mental preparation do you need to have? Chen Feng was also speechless. Why does it feel like a blind date? Should I put on some makeup again? Shuai sighed and said, I just found out after I came here that Lu Bing has a girlfriend, and she seems to be a campus beauty at manhwa University. This time his girlfriend also happened to have a class reunion, so the two groups got together. Is he sure he's here to party, not to show off his girlfriend? Chen Feng immediately understood the other party's thoughts. He found a girlfriend who was a campus beauty and made a little money from his business. He took the opportunity to show off at the class reunion. Generally speaking, people who like to show off like this will never achieve anything great. Room 618. The entire private room is very large and can accommodate at least 50 or 60 people. At this time, there were already about 10 to 20 people in the private room. In fact, only a part of the people came to every gathering, and some people did not show up for various reasons. Lu Bing was wearing a suit, dressed like an upper-class person. In addition, he usually pays attention to his body management, so he looks like a successful person in this outfit. Not bad, Mr. Lu. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you become so rich. I just saw you driving a Porsche worth more than 2 million. Lu Bing is really amazing. We went to college for several years, but now can't even find a job. Look at other people, their bank account balances exceed 7 figures. Isn't it? I heard that he even found a girlfriend who is a campus beauty. She is so pretty. Hey, Mr. Lu, why hasn't your girlfriend come yet? Seeing everyone flattering him, Lu Bing smiled faintly. He deliberately showed the watch on his wrist, checked the time, and said, It should be soon. She and her classmates will come over later. It will be more lively if we have 2 groups of people together today. It's more lively when there are more people. The squad leader smiled and said that it was just a party anyway, so it didn't matter if there were a few more or fewer people. At this time, he suddenly noticed the watch on Lu Bing's wrist and exclaimed, Fuck, this is a Patek Philippe watch, right? I just saw it at the exhibition booth a few days ago. It cost more than 1 million. Oh shit, everyone was stunned instantly. This watch is equivalent to a house. Too rich, right? A group of people looked at Lu Bing with envy, and some girls even regretted that if they had known Lu Bing was so promising, they should have been with him. But there was a woman in the crowd who looked indifferent. Her name is Wu Dandan, and she was a study committee member in high school. She is 1.65 meters tall and is wearing a white long skirt with a well-proportioned figure. She is also one of the most beautiful girls in the class. It was because of her that Lu Bing and Chen Feng had a conflict when they were in school. At this time, the door of the private room was pushed open. Chen Feng and Shuai walked in. That moment, Wu Dandan's calm expression finally changed a little, and she couldn't help but look towards Chen Feng. Not just her. The others also looked towards the door. Hey, it's Chen Feng. Why is he here? Wow, I haven't seen Chen Feng for 4 years. He's so handsome now. Look at his body, so stylish, just like the male models on TV. A group of girls looked at Chun Feng in surprise. Before that, they heard that Chun Feng was doing very poorly and could hardly afford to go to college. Why does it feel like that now? Hey, who is that? Lu Bing slowly stood up from his chair and said sarcastically, Chun Feng, I thought you didn't dare to come to this party. Speaking of this, he paused deliberately to draw everyone's attention and then continued, I heard that you are worse off than a beggar now, and you finally found a girlfriend, but she dumped you. After all, you are the second most beautiful person in our class after me. How could you be doing so badly? As he said this, he took out a business card from his pocket, handed it over. You haven't found an internship yet. Are you interested in doing odd jobs in my company? Don't worry, we are classmates after all. I will definitely take care of you. Chapter 90, Should I Buy Some Oranges? Everyone looked at this scene with strange expressions. Everyone knew about the conflict between Lu Bing and Chun Feng. Some people looked malicious, while others just shook their heads and did not intervene. After all, the identity that Lu Bing has shown now is that of a person of the upper class. And they were just a group of college students who had not yet graduated, and no one wanted to offend a rich man like Lu Bing. Maybe you will need his help to find a job in the future. This is how society is today. When you have money, everyone will flatter you. When you have no money, no one will even look at you. Wu Dandan on the side frowned slightly. I wanted to say something, but ended up sighing helplessly. It was because of me that Lu Bing had a conflict with Chun Feng back then. If I intervene in this matter now, it will only deepen the conflict between them. Next to Chun Feng, Shui Hai's face looked a little ugly. Lu Bing, what do you mean Chun Feng is at least a college student from a regular second-tier university? Are you humiliating him by asking him to do odd jobs? Others are afraid of offending Lu Bing, but he is not. Anyway, he had already disliked the other person a long time ago. Lu Bing looked disdainful. What's wrong with a second-tier university? He still can't find a job. I helped him out of good intentions. How could I humiliate him? You guys are just stubborn. What's the point of going to college these days? In the end, you still end up working for others. Look at me. I'm running a business with my family, and now my own boss. Maybe in the future, you will have to work for me. I'm in a good mood now, so I'll cherish this opportunity. Otherwise, you won't even have the chance to sweep the floor next time. That's right. What he called chores was sweeping the floor. Shui Hai glared at him angrily. Don't worry. We would rather starve to death than work for you. I have ambition. Lu Bing couldn't help but give a thumbs up. When he was about to take the business card back, Chun Feng suddenly reached out and took it. Lu Bing looked surprised. He originally thought that Chun Feng would be as strong-willed as Shui Hai, but he didn't expect him to be such a coward. It seems that this job is really needed. I couldn't help but snort in my heart. He remembered that Chun Feng used to be a very principled person, just like Shui Hai just now. But what can you do even if you have a lot of backbone? When you have no money, are extremely poor, and even your girlfriend despises you, you can only compromise with life. Even if it means sweeping the floor, I have to accept it. This is the reality. Lu Bing raised his head proudly, looking down at Chun Feng in a condescending manner, and said lightly, Although I hate you, we are classmates after all. From now on, you can follow me and call me Brother Lu. I will still protect you. Just sweep up the garbage here and show me what you can do. Several lackeys around him also kept flattering him. Our young President Lu is really generous. Chun Feng, why don't you thank him quickly? Yes, Lu Bing has already arranged a job for you. Even though it's just sweeping the floor, it's better than having no job at all. At this time, Wu Dandan, who had been silent, finally stood up and said with some dissatisfaction, That's enough. Chun Feng is our classmate after all. Is it necessary to say this about him? And you, Lu Bing, if you have any problem with me, can you please not involve Chun Feng? Can a man be more generous? Wu Dandan, I'm not targeting him. Seeing Wu Dandan speaking for Chun Feng, Lu Bing became more and more unhappy. Although he now has a girlfriend who is a campus beauty, he still feels uncomfortable about Wu Dandan rejecting him back then. Shui Hai also looked over angrily. Chun Feng, why don't you say something? In his impression, Chun Feng is definitely not someone who bows to life. Why has it changed now? I couldn't help but feel annoyed. This grandson Lu Bing is obviously humiliating you. How can you accept his job? How can it be so embarrassing? Everyone stop arguing. Lu Bing is doing this for my own good. Chun Feng waved his hand indifferently. When I heard this, Shui Hai and Wu Dandan frowned, obviously disappointed with his performance. Chun Feng has changed. I'm really not the same person anymore. The previous Chun Feng would never cater to Lu Bing like this, nor would he allow himself to be bullied like this. However, to their surprise, Chun Feng took out half of the orange he had not finished eating in the car from his trouser pocket. He said seriously, Mr. Xiao Lu's kindness is so great that I have no way to repay you. I heard that you like to eat oranges. It just so happens that I still have half an orange, and it's still warm. The main reason is that Shui Hai is afraid that this thing is too cold, and it would be bad for your stomach if you eat it. So I kept it in my crotch and covered it until I got home. How about you try it while it's hot? What? Shui Hai almost vomited blood. When the hell did I put the orange in my crotch? Try it while it's hot. Lu Bing's eyes were even more frighteningly cold. Are you kidding me? Especially when he saw the half orange in Chun Feng's hand, he felt a chill. You don't like hot food? Chun Feng once again had a harmless expression on his face, muttering to himself. How about you just stand here and don't move? I'll go buy some oranges. Puff. Wu Dandan on the side couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this the meme in the Chinese textbook? Stand still here while I go buy some oranges. What the old father said to his son. Chun Feng, are you kidding me? Only then did Lu Bing realize that the other party was trying to play a trick on him when he first took the business card. He glared at him angrily. You son of a bitch, if you can just stand there and don't move, I'll buy you some oranges. Are you cursing me in a roundabout way? All right, stop talking. We have two groups of people gathering today. Don't let outsiders laugh at us. We are all classmates. Harmony brings wealth. The squad leader quickly dissuaded him. The rest of the people also tried to persuade them to make peace, saying that such a good party should not be ruined. I have to give a monitor some face, so I'll say less. Chin Feng threw the business card in his hand into the trash can with a smile, then walked to his seat and sat down with a calm expression. He no longer had any expectations for today's party. He just wanted to accompany Shang Yinyan. He doesn't even think highly of people of Lu Bing's level. I bought a master-level quarreling quotations from the system. I can say anything to make you speechless. Fight with me? So tender. Everyone took their seats. Since Lu Bing's girlfriend's classmates had not arrived yet, they could only sit there and chat with Lu Bing. Chen Feng and Shui Hai sat in the corner. Shui Hai was very excited at this time. Good boy, I thought you just gave in, but I didn't expect you to be so mean. Explain to me, clearly, when did I put the orange in my crotch? Chapter 91, Stunning Appearance. That's all I said. Chun Feng chuckled, put his arm around his shoulders and said, You don't know what kind of person I am. I haven't seen you for 2 years. How are you doing now? That's it. Shui Hai sighed and said, I'm about to graduate, so I just found an internship job, and the monthly salary is about 2,000 to 3,000, which is barely enough. I just don't know if I can continue doing this after graduation. What about you? They said your girlfriend dumped you. That will be a long time in the future. Chen Feng didn't mind other people talking about his ex-girlfriend at all. After all, they were strangers now. Shui Hai secretly pointed at Wu Dandan, who was not far away, and whispered, I think Wu Dandan is pretty good. She liked you when you were in high school. You can consider her. Maybe you too can succeed. Chen Feng smiled, but said nothing. There are too many women around him now. And they're all school beauties, so there's no need to worry about not finding girlfriend. See, he doesn't speak. Shui Hai stopped talking about this topic and whispered, Why don't we go first? This party isn't that interesting. Let's go find a place to have a few drinks. I'm afraid not now. I'm waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Yes, a school beauty, a classmate of Lu Bing's girlfriend. School beauty? Are you kidding me? Shui Hai didn't believe what he said. Although Chun Feng was good-looking, school beauties were considered superior to them. Want to have some communication? It's impossible. At this time, Wu Dandan came over. She felt a little apologetic about what had just happened. Chun Feng, I'm really sorry. It was because of me that you and Lu Bing became enemies. I didn't expect that he would hold such a grudge and still be targeting you until now. Fine. Chun Feng waved his hand and said with a smile, Student Wu, you still like to apologize as much as before. I don't have any. Wu Dandan blushed. Next, the three of them were chatting about their high school days. Although they haven't seen each other for a long time, they are still very familiar with each other. In the past, we often copied each other's homework. In the crowd, when Lu Bing saw Wu Dandan chatting with Chen Feng, he felt a little jealous. When this guy was in high school, there was a group of girls surrounding him. Now that I'm in college, I can still attract girls. She really looks like the director of the Women's Federation. I was even more furious in my heart. If it weren't for this kid, he would have seduced Wu Dandan long ago. At this time, there was a noise outside the door again, and a group of people walked in slowly. These people include both boys and girls. The most eye-catching one was the girl walking in front. She is 1.7 meters tall and wearing a halter dress. It perfectly shows off her enchanting figure. The convex ones should be convex. It's time to be proud. Reveal what needs to be revealed. Wu Dandan was considered pretty at the scene. But this girl is even more beautiful than Wu Dandan, especially her dress, which is simply very alluring. Let me introduce you all. This is my girlfriend, Li Wen, and the person behind her is her classmate. Liu Bing subconsciously put his arms around Li Wen's waist. It seems that he is deliberately showing off how beautiful his girlfriend is in front of everyone. Li Wen's classmates were also very considerate. Someone exclaimed, "Wen, your boyfriend is so awesome. I heard that it's very difficult for ordinary people to book a private room at Hentang restaurant, even if they have money. I also heard that the minimum consumption here is 100,000 yuan. Whether you eat or not, as long as you book a private room, the 100,000 yuan will be gone. Wen, is it really your boyfriend who's treating us today? Although some of these people have good family conditions, but some are just ordinary families. If they spend 100,000 yuan on a casual meal together, it would cost 1 or 2,000 yuan per person on average. Most people can't handle it. Even Shuai was shocked at this time. If you go AA, his 1 month's internship salary was gone. Damn, I'm leaving. At this time, Liu Bing waved his hand and said domineeringly, I will pay for all the consumption today. Don't worry, just eat and drink well. Yeah, Mr. Liu is so domineering. Student Liu is indeed rich. R11 is really good at seeing things. I'm so envious. A group of people praised Liu Bing again, and then the two groups of students greeted and got to know each other. Liu Bing deliberately glanced at Wu Dandan. You rejected me before, but now the girlfriend I found is no worse than you. There's a kind of showing off in his eyes. Since everyone is here, let's order first. This Hentang restaurant is quite crowded, so we may have to wait a while for the food to be served. Okay, let's order first. Li Wen also nodded. Only at this time did Liu Bing ask the waiter to bring the menu. After all, this is a high-end restaurant, and some of the dishes there are completely unfamiliar to the students or have never even seen them before. Liu Bing quickly gave some scientific advice. I just pretended to be cool. Hey, why hasn't Shang Yinyan come yet? Yes, I called her when I came here, and she said she was coming, so why can't I see her? Some students looked around, looking for Shang Yinyan. Don't worry, she will definitely come today. Li Wen pursed her lips. When they were in high school, the two of them were competing for the position of school belle, and she was always defeated by Shang Yinyan. I originally wanted to compete with Shang Yinyan after entering college. It's just that the two people are not in the same school. There's no comparison. But now I can compare with my boyfriend. She glanced at Liu Bing and suddenly asked, Brother Bing, isn't there someone in your class studying at Beihou University that happens to be the same school as Shang Yinyan? This Shang Yinyan used to be a school beauty, and it is said that she is still single now. How about I take charge and introduce your classmate to someone? That's enough. Liu Bing sneered. My classmate is extremely poor. How can he be worthy of the school beauty? Don't waste your time. Don't you think, Chen Feng? Chen Feng raised his head speechlessly. You just pretend. Why do you want to mess with me? At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in. It gives people a bright feeling. Shang Yinyan. Although she was not dressed as revealingly as Li Wen, she was a little shorter than Li Wen. But the temperament is very unique. She looks sexy yet with a hint of purity, and both her makeup and dress give people a just right feeling. It's eye-catching. Her appearance immediately overshadowed Li Wen's halo. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Even Liu Bing opened his mouth wide. What a beautiful woman. Under the gaze of dozens of people, in everyone's surprised eyes, Shang Yinyan walked straight to Chen Feng and took his arm. This moment, everyone was stunned instantly. Chapter 92, The Boss, is coming. Oh shit, what did they see? A girl who is prettier than Li Wen actually put her arm around Chen Feng? Shang Yinyan. As a girl spoke, everyone instantly knew the other person's identity. Shang Yinyan. She was the school belle in high school, and is probably also the school belle of Beihou University now, the goddess in the hearts of all boys. And what about Chen Feng? It is said that he was dumped by his ex-girlfriend not long ago, and is a very poor guy. These two people are together. It simply shocked everyone. This kid, Shuai's mouth twitched. He remembered that Chen Feng had said before that he was waiting for school beauty. He thought it was fake, but he didn't expect it to be true. And this school beauty is so beautiful. Not just him. Liu Bing and everyone present couldn't believe what they saw. Before Shang Yinyan appeared, Liu Bing always thought that his girlfriend was the most beautiful. Now he suddenly felt that what he had in his hand was not so attractive anymore. He cursed, what a shit luck. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Shang Yinyan smiled faintly at everyone, then pulled Chen Feng to sit down on the chair. directly use actions to tell everyone about the relationship between him and Chen Feng. Liwen suddenly said, Yin Yin, I didn't expect that you and this classmate Chen Feng actually know each other. Could he be your boyfriend? Everyone pricked up their ears, wanting to hear the other party's answer. This is also a question that everyone is concerned about. Is it not possible? Shang Yinyin tilted her head and asked back directly. In fact, her answer was very clever. Not acknowledged. No denial either. Yes, of course. Liwen suddenly felt happy. In the past, she had never beaten the other party, and she was badly defeated in both academic performance and appearance. Now I finally have a win. The other side. In the office on the top floor of Hentang Restaurant, a manager is checking surveillance footage as part of his daily patrol duties. Hentang Restaurant is huge. It was impossible for him to patrol all places, so he could only understand some daily situations from surveillance. At this moment, the manager's expression suddenly frowned. He quickly made a phone call. Brother King Kong, something bad has happened. What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Oh no, the person you warned came to Hentang Restaurant. I saw him in the surveillance video. He is the Master Chin you mentioned. Wait, I'll be right up. The other and hung up the phone immediately. Less than 5 minutes. A pair of hurried footsteps came over and kicked open the office door. I ran to the computer breathlessly. Where is he? Where is he? This person is King Kong, one of the 4 kings under the underground boss Black Tiger. The manager was also very surprised. He had never seen the other party so anxious before, so he must be a very important person. He had no mind to think about anything else at this moment. He quickly pointed to the image on the screen and said, in room 618, there seemed to be dozens of people inside, a bit like a student party. Room 618? King Kong was stunned for a moment, then immediately became furious. You bastard. Is that where Master Chan went? This kind of private room is of the worst quality among all the private rooms. As Master Chan, at least get the highest level of treatment. Quick, vacate the best VIP room. If Lord Tiger knew that you entertained Lord Chen like this, he would skin you alive. But the VIP room is occupied right now. Don't you know how to chase people away? Do you still need me to teach you how to do things? Master Tiger will be here soon. You can do it yourself. If I really mess things up, you will suffer the consequences. Understood, understood. The manager was so frightened that his face turned pale. At the same time, I was very curious about the identity of this Mr. Chun. Even Black Tiger is coming over. Hentang Restaurant is Black Tiger's property. But who is Hey Who? Not only is he successful in the white world, he is also a big shot in the underground world with hundreds of brothers under him. Generally, no one dares to offend him. Could it be that this Mr. Chun is even more powerful than Black Tiger? He didn't dare to think any further. At this time, King Kong was so angry that he wanted to kick him. He quickly called Hey Who again. Master Chun is having dinner at our Hentang Restaurant now, in room 618. Wait a minute, I'll be there soon. Hey Who's face changed, and he also rushed here anxiously. Earlier at the bar, he just thought that Chun Feng was very skilled, and even if he and the 4 heavenly kings attacked together, they were no match for him. With the addition of Chun Feng, another underground boss, Chun Tianbao can be restrained. That's why I am willing to follow Chun Feng's lead. Only then would he be willing to let his brothers call Chun Feng Master Chun. But yesterday, he knew that King Kong was a person who withdrew from the Chinese War Department. And according to the information obtained by King Kong, this Master Chen not only possesses the strength of a 5-star general, and he is also noticed by the people in the War Department and may very likely become the future military leader of the War Department. This is scary. Both power and strength were far beyond his imagination. He was so frightened that cold sweat broke out on his back. With the other party having such an identity, how could he dare to have any other thoughts? He now completely surrendered to Chen Feng. Just as Hey Who rushed to Hentang Restaurant. Room 618. The dishes ordered by Liu Bing have been served. The private room was quite spacious, and since there were quite a few people, we sat at 2 tables. I don't know if it was intentional or a coincidence, but Liu Bing and his wife happened to sit at the same table with Chen Feng and his friends. A group of people toasted Liu Bing. Boss Liu, let me toast you. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have the chance to dine in such a high-end restaurant. Yes, classmate Liu Bing, we are all thanks to you. 1-1, I want to toast you too. You found a great boyfriend. Mr. Liu is so rich. You won't have to work after graduation. Both Liu Bing and Li Wen enjoyed the feeling of being praised. They once again became the focus of everyone's attention. However, Chun Feng and Shang Yin seemed a little deserted. At this time, Liwen suddenly turned her head and said meaningfully, Yin, I've always been curious. Aren't you very picky? When you were in high school, you looked down on everyone. How come you are with his classmate Chin Feng now? He was dumped by someone else. Your taste in selecting people is getting worse and worse. You have to learn from me in this regard. Look at Liu Bing. He has a 7-digit balance in his bank card. Usually, any bag he gives me costs 20,000 or 30,000 yuan. Aren't you envious? If you're looking for a boyfriend, you should look for someone like Liu Bing. Chapter 93, The Boss Arrives. Then congratulations on finding a good boyfriend. Shang Yin chuckled. What's the point of a bag worth 20 or 30,000 yuan? What's the point of a 7-digit deposit? Compared with Chun Feng's property, it's nothing. Seeing the other party's perfunctory look, Liwen felt like she had punch cotton, and she felt a little uncomfortable. She changed the subject. Yin, don't look so disdainful. I know your father runs a company, but it is said that he is facing an economic crisis now. You still have to rely on yourself. You will get married one day. Finding a good partner is much better than relying on your parents. Tell me, what does your boyfriend usually give you as a gift? Shang Yin thought about it seriously. It seemed that Chen Feng really didn't give me anything. He gave me a car when we first met, and I ended up transferring the money to him. A few days ago, Chen Feng invested another 2 billion yuan in his father's company, which can't be considered a gift to himself. Why? You didn't send anything. Li Wen immediately sneered and said, I never thought that the former school beauty of our school has fallen to this state. Oh, classmate Chen Feng, I'm sorry, I didn't say you were poor. I just think Shang Yin is too shameless. She dares to come to the party when she is in such a mess. Shang Yin frowned. The other party's words were already a personal attack, and he was attacking both himself and Chen Feng. Li Wen, can't we just have a good party? Why do we have to compete here? I'm not comparing myself to you. Li Wen curled her lips. Her current net worth is much higher than Shang Yin's. Is there any need to compare? Shang Yin put down the chopsticks in her hand. It wouldn't be a big deal if the other party just attacked me, since the two of us are used to fighting each other when we meet anyway. But attacking Chen Feng won't work. Even though she and Chen Feng have not yet acknowledged their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend, she doesn't want anyone to say anything about Chen Feng. Okay, then I'll tell you, Shang Yin said contemptuously. Do you think a bag worth 20,000 is expensive? Chen Feng did not give me a brand name bag, nor did he buy me any gifts. Oh, you are indeed a pauper. Li Wen looked as if she had known about it for a long time. Shang Yin changed the subject and said with a strange smile, however, he was able to give me 600 carnivals in one go. Even after the platform's share, I can withdraw more than 1 million. Li Wen, tell me how many bags I can buy with this 1 million yuan. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone couldn't help but look over. In their impression, Chen Feng has always been a pauper, and his parents are both from the countryside. How can one have the money to reward 600 carnivals? That's more than 2 million. Even if you have so much money, wouldn't it be better to just give it to others? Why do you have to let the platform take half of it? Only a fool would do something like this. Obviously fake. Liu Bing also looked at Chen Feng beside him with a smile on his face. Your girlfriend is really beautiful. Even I can't help but be attracted to her. But this is the IQ. It seems like it was obtained at the cost of her looks. It turns out that beautiful women don't have high IQs. Shang Yin, who are you fooling? Li Wen laughed. We are all high school classmates, so we all know each other's background. If we really want to talk about giving gifts, there was indeed a rich man a few days ago. But his account name is not Chen Feng, but Brother Feng. This Brother Feng gave gifts to hundreds of female anchors in one go. He is a real rich man. Even I received 20 carnivals at that time. Chen Feng couldn't help but look up at her. Did I give her a reward? There were so many people who gave me tips at that time that I can't remember them all. Shang Yin said angrily. Brother Feng is Chen Feng. Don't be silly. Brother Feng is worth hundreds of millions. It is said that the top-up in his Douyin account is 100 to 200 million. Does his classmate Chen Feng have 200 yuan? Li Wen didn't believe her at all. Then he took out his phone and showed off to everyone. At that time, I also added Brother Feng's Douyin friend. Believe it or not, I can send a message and he can immediately give me a reward for the live broadcast. In her opinion, Brother Feng likes to hear others thank him the most. As long as you say thank you a few more times, the other party will definitely give you a reward. At this time, the rest of the people also gathered around. This Brother Feng became extremely famous in the live broadcast industry a few days ago. As long as he could get rewards from him, it would definitely be better than working. 1-1, I didn't expect you knew that rich guy. Quick, send him a message. 1-1 is amazing. Not only is her boyfriend so rich, but he also knows such an amazing person. Of course not. Liwen raised her head proudly. I sent a message directly to Brother Feng on Douyin. But there was no response from the other party. He may not have seen the message. I'll send another one. Liwen seemed a little embarrassed. She had just said something so confident, so she couldn't let down her guard at the critical moment. Just about to post another one. Chen Feng, who was playing with his phone, suddenly said, "Don't send it, you've been blocked." Liwen looked a little unhappy. Chen Feng, what do you mean? You said I was blocked, so I was blocked? Do you really think you were the rich man? However, when she looked down at her phone again, she found that she had been blocked. The whole person was stunned for a moment. What's going on? She subconsciously raised her head and looked at Chen Feng. At this time, Lu Bing also came over and frowned. This guy's really a jinx, but it's normal. A rich man like that would definitely not add strangers as friends casually. These words helped Liwen save face. Snort. Liwen felt a little embarrassed, and her impression of Chen Feng became worse and worse. Shang Yin, you should pay more attention to your boyfriend in the future, and don't talk if you don't know how to talk. If it weren't for our Lu Bing, he wouldn't even be qualified to eat at the Hentang restaurant. Fortunately, it was me who was offended today. If it were someone else, he wouldn't let him go so easily. Shang Yin was very annoyed. You have embarrassed yourself, and yet you have the nerve to blame others. When she was about to reveal Chen Feng's identity, a loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Let's see who dares to cause trouble from Mr. Chen. A group of people suddenly walked in from outside the door. The leader is none other than the underground boss Black Tiger. His face was filled with anger, and he was full of aura. Behind the Black Tiger, King Kong and the other 4 heavenly kings followed closely, with a hint of hostility on their faces. At the same time, the manager and other senior executives of Hentang restaurant also rushed over. Their appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. Lu Bing stood up with a bang. His face was full of horror. Tiger, Lord Tiger. No matter how big or small the business is, everyone who does business in Beihu knows Mr. Tiger. No matter who you are, even if you have never seen Lord Tiger, you have seen the 4 heavenly kings behind him. There was once such a saying, as long as Lord Tiger doesn't agree, you will not be able to continue your business in Beihu. You can imagine what his status is like. Chapter 94 shocked the audience. Quick, everyone, get up and meet Lord Tiger. Lu Bing frightened everyone up from their chairs. Tiger Lord's identity is very special. He dare not offend him. Even his father had to respectfully call him Master Tiger when he saw him. The rest of the students didn't even dare to make sound. Especially when he felt the pressure from the other person. He was so scared that he stood up quickly. He also looked uneasy. They're all people who grew up in the cradle of school. Even if they have not experienced some of the dark things in society, they have heard about a lot of them. People like Black Tiger. Once you offend someone, there's a high possibility that you will not see the sun tomorrow. Lu Bing and a group of people stood there stiffly. He didn't know why Black Tiger appeared, nor did he know the other party's purpose in coming to this private room. A little heart is beating fast. At this time, he suddenly realized that Chen Feng was still sitting on the chair, even with his legs crossed, and he seemed to have no awareness at all. He was so scared that he quickly said, Master Tiger, that guy has nothing to do with me. I don't know him. Snort. Black Tiger's cold eyes shot straight over. The feeling of oppression made Lu Bing's mouth twitch again. Then, he slowly walked towards Chen Feng, and the 4 heavenly kings followed behind him. Chen Feng, if you offend Lord Tiger, you're done. Lu Bing thought so in his heart. You dare to sit there so arrogantly in front of Lord Tiger? Aren't you just courting death? Next to him, Shuai and Shang Yin were also frightened. Shang Yin even secretly pulled Chen Feng, as if trying to pull him up, but she couldn't pull him up no matter how hard she tried. When everyone thought Chen Feng was finished, the Black Tiger suddenly bowed. Mr. Chen. The 4 heavenly kings behind him also looked extremely respectful. Master Chen, Master Chen, Master Chen. This moment, everyone was stunned. I was extremely shocked, watching the scene in disbelief. What's going on? Whether it is Black Tiger or the 4 heavenly kings behind him, they're the real big guys in Beihu. These people are rarely so polite to others. Now, how could he be so servile to Chen Feng? Lu Bing could see that the attitude of He Hu and his men was definitely not just an act. They were respectful to Chen Feng from the bottom of their hearts. What's going on? Who the hell can tell me? At this time, Seeing that Chen Feng didn't say anything, He Hu seemed to understand something and suddenly turned around, and a force of oppression emanated from him again. Who just said that Mr. Chen is not qualified to come to my hentang restaurant? Who said that they would not let Mr. Chen off easily? Humph. If you go against Mr. Chen, you are going against me. Hey Hu, you should know the consequences. As soon as these words came out, Li Wen, who was standing by, was so scared that she almost cried. When had she ever seen such a scene? Usually, she just acts arrogantly in front of her classmates because her boyfriend has some money. Facing the real underground boss, she didn't even dare to fart. I'm sorry, Master Tiger. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that about Chen Feng. Li Wen slapped herself hard several times. No way. If I don't take action, these people will definitely not let me go easily. Liu Bing gritted his teeth and said with a stiff face, Master Tiger, can you please let my girlfriend go for my sake? She didn't mean it. For your sake. He Hu slapped him directly and shouted angrily. Who do you think you are? How much is your face worth? Do I, He Hu, need you to teach me how to do things? Liu Bing stood there with his face covered. I dare not make a sound. All of you. Mr. Chun is someone I can't afford to offend. How dare you offend Mr. Chun, and on my territory? He Hu was also very annoyed. This matter is not over yet. Call me and ask your elders to come and collect the bodies. Everyone listened. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. What is going on? Isn't Chen Feng an ordinary country guy? Since when did he not even dare to offend He Hu? Now, it's not just Liu Bing and Li Wen. The others also looked at Chen Feng in shock. When did the person they had always looked down upon become so powerful? Master Tiger, I'm sorry, please let me go. Chen Feng, I really didn't mean it, I'm sorry. Li Wen was crying so hard that even her makeup was ruined. Liu Bing wasn't having a good time either. The whole person collapsed to the ground, and his body kept shaking. Who could have thought? Just going out for a meal can actually lead to losing one's life. Yin Yin, my dear Yin Yin, please help me plead with Chen Feng. I really didn't mean to target you. And Chen Feng? Li Wen no longer cares about her image. What good is image? Is it more valuable than life? Shang Yin Yin was a little at a loss. She hasn't recovered from the shock yet. At this time, Chen Feng, who had been silent, suddenly sighed. Black Tiger, stop scaring them. Yes, Mr. Chun. The aura on He Hu's face suddenly subsided. For Mr. Chen's sake, I'll let you go this time. You won't have such a good opportunity next time. Thank you, Mr. Tiger, and thank you, Mr. Chun. Thank you. The two of them quickly thanked him. At the same time, my heart was extremely shocked. The Black Tiger who looked like he wanted to kill everyone just now saved their lives because of Chun Feng's simple words. It can be seen. How important is Chun Feng's position in He Hu's heart? This once again shocked them deeply. When he thought of what they had said to Chen Feng and Shang Yin before, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the other party didn't care. Otherwise, we really need our elders to collect the bodies. What He Hu said never goes back on its word. Shang Yin tilted her head and looked at Chen Feng. She only knew that Chen Feng was very skilled, but she never knew that he had such a relationship with Black Tiger. He Hu is a person that even her father is afraid of. Now in front of Chen Feng, he was obedient and extremely respectful. No one can imagine. The violent underground boss just now actually has such a quiet side, especially the four heavenly kings behind him. Each of them is a troublemaker and killer, but now they're all standing there quietly. If this scene were to be told to others, I'm afraid no one would dare to believe it. At this time, He Hu frowned and said, Mr. Chun, why didn't you tell me in advance that you were coming to Hentang Restaurant? This kind of rubbish room is not suitable for your status. I have asked someone to prepare a top-level VIP room. How about I help you change seats? Chapter 95, He is so awesome. Chen Feng said calmly. No need to bother. No trouble. He Hu was afraid that the other party would not go. The private room has been prepared a long time ago. It is the Hentang restaurant that is specially used to entertain VIPs. The view there is wide and the environment is better than here. Mr. Chun, please don't postpone it. It's a good opportunity for your classmates to experience it together. All right. Since the other party had already said this, Chen Feng no longer refused. Especially since he saw Shang Yin's expectant look, he probably had never been to that private room. Soon, led by He Hu, a group of people came to the VIP room on the top floor. There is only one private room on the entire floor. The location is particularly large. The private room is divided into two areas. On the left is the rest area, with sofas and tea sets, separated by a huge screen. To the right is the dining area. There was a huge round dining table with 50 or 60 dishes already laid out on it. Each dish is very exquisite and looks very appetizing. The decoration of the private room is also very luxurious, and the open-air balcony extending outward is placed with sofas and chairs. Generally speaking, this private room is not open to the public at all, which means you can't book a seat even if you have money. Only those who have been granted permission by Black Tiger are qualified to enter here. There are probably no more than 10 people in the entire Behu. When those high school classmates came in, they were all stunned. Not to mention the luxury of the private room. Even the dishes on the table are probably not cheap. Oh my God, this bottle of wine is Louis XIII. I remember it was 150,000 yuan a bottle. Oh my God, this is 1982 Lafite. Awesome. The cheapest bottle of wine on this table is 100,000 yuan, and the most expensive is 500,000 yuan. It's more than just wine. Look at these dishes. Some are Hentang restaurants' signature dishes. We only cook one dish a day. You can't even make a reservation at other times. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This table of drinks and dishes would cost at least 1 million. One of the students whispered, "I've heard that Black Tiger is an underground gangster with ruthless methods, but after seeing him today, I don't think he's as scary as the rumors say. Look how polite he is." He was smiling the whole time, and this table is free. It cost over 1 million, and they gave it to us for free. Should keep your voice down. Another classmate's face changed. After looking around and finding that no one heard him, he whispered, "You kid, are you trying to save your life?" That Tiger Lord is smiling now because he is facing Chunfeng. I heard before that someone offended Lord Tiger, and that person had his right hand chopped off that same night. Some people even died in the garbage dump the next day. His ruthless methods are not just a rumor, and all of his subordinates are desperate criminals. And just now, he asked Liu Bing and Li Wen to call someone to collect the body. Do you think he was joking? Isn't that just a scare tactic? Of course not. If Chun Feng hadn't stopped them, I'm afraid they would both be dead now. Speaking of this, the classmate took a deep breath, and when he thought of He Hu's fierce eyes before, he couldn't help feeling a little scared. What kind of background does Shang Yinyan's boyfriend have that even Tiger Lord welcomes him with a smile? These two people are Shang Yinyan's high school classmates. At this time, my heart was full of doubts. The girls were extremely envious of Shang Yinyan. With a boyfriend like her as her backer, she would be able to walk around Behu with her head held high. Who else dares to bully? Chen Feng, Shang Yinyan, come, I'll toast you a glass. The squad leader said with a smile while holding his glass. Haven't seen you for 4 years. He didn't expect that Chun Feng was doing so well that even the underground boss Black Tiger treated him with respect. He didn't know how Chun Feng did it. Anyway, it's enough that he is awesome. Who would dare to offend him? The others also toasted. Oh, Chun Feng, we were wrong before. Please don't take it to heart. Yes, it's all because of that guy Liu Bing. He's the one targeting you. Student Chun Feng is indeed very respectable. With our status, I'm afraid we will never have the chance to enter this VIP room in our lifetime. Wu Dandan looked at Chun Feng with a complicated expression. If Shang Yinyan hadn't appeared, she might have gotten together with Chun Feng. But I couldn't help but sigh. In terms of appearance, she is indeed not as pretty as Shang Yinyan. Even when Chun Feng was humiliated before, it was Shang Yinyan who stepped forward first. Maybe I'm not destined to be with him. In the corner, Liu Bing and Li Wen stayed there obediently. How could they dare to leave without He Hu's order? He could only watch silently as a group of people surrounded Chun Feng and Shang Yinyan to toast, feeling bitter but unable to express himself. After 3 rounds of drinks, Chun Feng chatted with Shui Hai for a few words, then left with Shang Yinyan. At this time, a group of people surrounded the squad leader. What do you think of Chun Feng's identity? Didn't they say he was doing very poorly before? I'm afraid you've all made a mistake. The squad leader took a deep breath and said, he is more than just someone who knows Mr. Tiger. I just saw that the watch he was wearing was a Patek Philippe Ref 1527. Having said that, he glanced at Liu Bing in the corner. Because Liu Bing also has a Patek Philippe watch. It's only 1.5 million. Patek Philippe? Someone asked doubtfully. The monitor nodded and said, I haven't turned in this brand store before, so I know the model at glance. The watch on his hand has an 18K gold case. It is considered an antique, and its current value is more than 39 million. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. This guy is so rich. Moreover, He actually wears a watch worth tens of millions on his hand. Aren't you afraid that it will fall off? No wonder Chin Feng looked so calm from the very beginning. Even if someone targets him, he is too lazy to refute. Look now. It's not that people can't refute it, but disdain. At this time, a classmate saw the entrance to the restaurant through the open-air balcony and suddenly exclaimed, "Look, is that Chun Feng and Shang Yinyin?" Everyone ran over quickly. The Hentang restaurant has only 6 or 7 floors. Looking down from here, you can roughly see the situation below. I saw Chun Feng and Shang Yinyin sitting in a Lamborghini. The car's convertible was open. Perhaps because Chun Feng was drunk, Shang Yinyin was driving the car now. Oh my God, that car is a Lamborghini Veneno. Someone bought it at the car show a few days ago. I know. It seems the price is over 90 million. Hey, is this the car Shang Yinyin bought? No. I seem to see Chun Feng leaving with the car keys in his hand. The next moment, everyone fell silent. A moment of dead silence. Even Liu Bing in the corner opened his mouth wide. Stunned. A watch worth 39 million and a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million. Oh shit, what a billionaire. It turns out he is already so awesome. Chapter 96 Company Changes. Chun Feng was unaware of his classmates' shock. He was sitting in a Lamborghini, preparing to go to Haitian Intelligent Company. Shang Jun had just called him again, and it was time to start the holographic projection project. Inside the car, Shang Yinyin pursed her lips and said, "Classmate reunions nowadays have really changed. I'm afraid I won't attend such a reunion anymore." Speaking of this, she couldn't help but glance at Chin Feng again and said solemnly, "Chin Feng, I don't know how you got to know Hey Hu and the others, but there is one thing I want to remind you. People like Hey Hu are not simple. My dad said they're very powerful. Although they were very polite to you just now, once their interests are touched, they might. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. No matter how powerful Black Tiger is, there will always be people and things they are afraid of." Chun Feng waved his hand indifferently. He could sense a slight change in the expressions of people like Hey Hu. Maybe these people were not loyal enough to me before, but now they are surrendering to me from the bottom of their hearts. Especially Vajra, one of the 4 heavenly kings. When he saw me just now, there seemed to be a hint of admiration in his eyes. Worship? King Kong? Chun Feng thought about it for a while and understood. Huanzi from the War Department mentioned at the beginning that King Kong used to be a member of the War Department, but was later expelled for violating discipline. Maybe King Kong learned some information about himself. For example, being noticed by the War Department. For example, he can kick Huanzi, a 4-star general, away with 1 kick. Such information. It can indeed bring enough shock and deterrence to people like Black Tiger. Anyway, the current War Department is also a backing for me. After all, I taught them the dark metal synthesis technology. Calculate the time. They should be able to come up with a first-generation product in a month or 2. At this time, Chun Feng's phone rang. "Hello, is this Mr. Chun?" Boo. Chun Feng was a little curious. Ever since he became rich, he often receives strange phone calls. The voice on the other end of the phone was very polite. It was a man's voice. "Hello, Mr. Chun. The first half of the rent for the World Trade Center you purchased has been paid. Do you think you can come over when you have time? Or should I just transfer the rent to you right now?" Chun Feng then remembered. The World Trade Center awarded by the system is in the provincial capital, but he has never been there. "Please transfer the rent for the first half of the year first. I'll send you the car number later. You are currently in charge of the management of the World Trade Center, right?" "Yes, it is." "Okay, the management will remain the same as before. I will go to the provincial capital when I have time. I will contact you if there is anything." After Chun Feng hung up the phone, he directly sent his bank card number. About 5 minutes passed. I received an account arrival message. 1.5 billion received. He happily put away his phone. It was too easy for him to make money. Shang Yinyin, who was standing aside, was in turmoil. The World Trade Center worth tens of billions? Is it also Chun Feng's? Oh my God, how much property does he have? Behu City has industries. The provincial capital also has industries. Does Kyoto have industries as well? She didn't dare to think further. Soon, the two came to Haitian Intelligent Company. Although Shang Jun's Haitian Intelligent Company is not as big as Wenyu Investment Company Limited, it is larger than ordinary companies and has more than 100 employees. Shang Jun and his employees personally went outside to welcome Chun Feng's arrival. "Is he your new boss?" "He's so young." "That's right. When my son was this old, he was still in college, but look at him, he's already a big boss." "Do you think this new boss is married? Does he have a girlfriend?" My daughter is still single. Come on, isn't your daughter still in high school? Don't even think about it. Don't you see Mr. Shang's daughter standing there? I heard that Miss Yin Yin is the school's most beautiful girl. Can your daughter compete with her? Well, we just said it casually. A group of employees were discussing privately. Before Chen Feng came, Shang Jun had already told them about the changes in the company's shareholders and also told them that the company would have a new beginning. However, he did not say how much money the company had invested. For grassroots employees, they don't care how the shareholders and bosses change, as long as their wages don't decrease. But for middle and senior management, there is still some anxiety. They are afraid that some changes in the company will change their positions or salaries. Mr. Chun. In front of outsiders, Shang Jun still calls him Mr. Chun. Everyone, please be quiet. Let Mr. Chun have a word. The group of people finally quieted down and looked at Chun Feng nervously. Chun Feng looked at everyone with an indifferent expression. I will just say two things. First, the company's operating model remains unchanged, and Mr. Shang is still in charge. Your salaries will remain the same, and they won't go down, but they won't go up either. Some are happy, some are disappointed. The only ones who are disappointed are some management. Second, the company is currently developing a new project. Once this project is successful, the company's market value will increase 100-fold. At that time, your salaries will be raised by 50. As soon as these words came out, everyone was instantly ecstatic. It's not just because there's hope for rising wages. Moreover, from the boss's description, the company will become even bigger in the near future. Their value will also be greater, although the boss is very young. But they also know that this boss is a major shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. The ability should never be underestimated, especially the confidence that the other party showed when speaking deeply impressed everyone. Just at this moment, an employee ran over in panic. Oh no, Mr. Shang, something big has happened. What happened? Shang Jun frowned. The company has now received 2 billion yuan in funds and has sufficient funding. So what big deal can there be? The employee quickly said, I saw RD Director Wei Dong packing up his things earlier, as if he was leaving the company. I heard from a colleague in the morning that he was not going to work in the company anymore. Just go. Shang Jun snorted coldly. A few days ago, when Chun Feng had not invested the 2 billion, the company encountered an economic crisis and its capital chain was broken. Wei Dong already had the intention of running away. If he leaves now, he's gone. At worst, we can just hire another one. Such employees are not worth retaining. But, the employee hurriedly said, but when he left, he took away all the data of the project we are currently working on. What? As soon as these words came out, Shang Jun's face also changed drastically. Chapter 97 Rebellion. The other side, an alley not far from Haitian Intelligent Company. Wei Day was walking around there stealthily when he saw a middle-aged man coming towards him. He quickly pulled the other person to the corner. Then he looked around again and didn't see any suspicious people following him, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Director Wei, did you bring the stuff? Manager Wei, I brought the things with me, but... Wei Dong tightened his pocket unconsciously and whispered, I have no way out now. The Shang army must have been offended. Are you sure that Seaway Technology will agree to the conditions you mentioned earlier? Don't worry. Wei Day rolled his eyes, patted his chest, and said, with your qualifications, you could be the RD director at Seaway Technology. And the salary offered there will not be lower than that of Haitian intelligence. Director Wei, please give me the information first, and I will transfer 1 million to you immediately. This 1 million is my personal compensation to you. Just transfer the money first. Wei Dong seemed worried and said through gritted teeth, Manager Wei, the USB drive is in my hand, and all the data of Haitian intelligent research during this period is in it. We will go to Seaway Technology together later, and I will hand the things to them personally. Damn, Wei Day couldn't help but curse. This old fox. He resisted the urge to curse and forced a smile from his face. Director Wei, don't you believe me? It's not that I don't trust you. After all, this concerns my future work and future. Wei Dong was also very cautious. He did not hesitate to offend Haitian intelligence. Gambled his future. The USB flash drive in his hand is his only bargaining chip now, and only with it can he negotiate terms with Seaway Technology. Okay, let's go together. Wei Day knew that the other party would not take it out on his own initiative. Only compromise. After all, he also needs to rely on the USB flash drive in the other party's hand to get a job at Seaway Technology. Manager Wei, that 1 million. Oh, I'll turn right away. Wei Day transferred the money reluctantly. No way. He didn't want to waste the million either. But without this 1 million, Wei Dong would never cooperate with him. Talk about it. There still needs to be enough funds. The two quickly left the alley. Half an hour later, at the Seaway Technology Company, Manager Kong came out in person to greet us. When he saw Wei Dong, there was a hint of surprise on his face. Oh shit, I originally just want a USB drive, but you even poached their RD director. Awesome. This child is teachable. Manager Wei, Director Wei, welcome, welcome, please come in. He quickly took the two of them into the office. Then, the curtains were drawn again. The office is soundproof, so the discussion will be relatively private. It's best not to let outsiders hear it. At this time, Wei Day was afraid that the other party would go back on his word, so he got straight to the point. Manager Kong, we spent a lot of effort to get the information, and I spent 1 million. You have to reimburse me for this. According to the agreement, you have to give me 3 million. Damn, Wei Dong on the side couldn't help but curse. No wonder this guy gave me 1 million without saying a word. After all, it turned out that the money was paid by Seaway Technology. So that's the calculation. Am I really at a disadvantage? It's a small matter. I'll give it to you after I check your information. You won't pay a penny less. Manager Kong waved his hand and said, where's the information? I'll ask the technical department to verify its authenticity. Wei Day looked at Wei Dong. Wei Dong took out the USB drive, but he did not hand it over directly. Instead, he frowned and asked, Manager Kong, if I come here, can my position and salary remain the same? In addition, Manager Wei has 3 million. Do I also have 3 million? Manager Kong was stunned for a moment. His expression instantly made Wei Dong understand something. He suddenly looked at Wei Day. Manager Wei, are you lying to me? No, I haven't. Wei Day's face was a little stiff, and he laughed dryly. With Director Wei's ability, if he came to Seaway Technology, he would definitely be able to get a good position, right, Manager Kong? Wei Dong immediately became annoyed. Damn it, this guy is actually lying to me. He put the USB drive directly into his pocket, and he almost went berserk. Wei Day, you have cut off my escape route, so you won't have an easy life either. Even if I lose the things, I won't give them to you, let alone let you earn these 3 million. Wei Day's expression also changed. He offended many people before and after. If he didn't get the information in the USB drive, not only would he not get the 3 million, but Seaway Technology would not let him join the company. Just when I was about to say something, Manager Kong just smiled and said, Director Wei, don't be angry. I can decide on the 3 million and agree to it. As for you wanting to join our Seaway Technology. Speaking of this, he paused, then continued. We already have the position of director, so we can't just fire him. But if you are willing, the position of deputy director can be reserved for you. The salary gap is not that big. How about that? Are you sure you can make the decision? Wei Dong's mood improved a little. However, when he looked at Wei Day, his expression was still a little ugly. This grandson, you almost killed me. What a piece of shit. I can make the decision. Manager Kong seemed to have everything under control. He stretched out his hand again and said with a smile, Can you give me the things now? I will ask the technical department to verify it immediately. Of course, I believe Manager Kong is a man of his word, unlike some people. Only then did Wei Dong hand over the USB flash drive. You two, please sit down for a moment. Manager Kong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. After so much effort, I finally got the information. He quickly called a technician to verify the authenticity of the information on the spot. The RD director and 4 or 5 technicians were called to the office, where computers and related equipment were placed in front of them. These people are the strongest RD team of Seaway Technology. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. A full 40 minutes passed. The RD director said excitedly, Manager Kong, these materials are real, and they're about image processing systems and sound processing systems. It is one level higher than the systems currently on the market. If it is made into a chip, the market is still relatively large. Very good. Manager Kong was also very excited. Maybe Haitian intelligence spent tens of millions of dollars to research these things, but I only spent a few million to get the results. It's still quite cost-effective. Can we put it directly into the market now? This, the RD director said with some embarrassment. It's not very stable at the moment, but if we want to put it directly into the market, we can only come up with a simple product replacement. However, even for alternative products, the current market is still very large, such as smart home, 3D projection, and so on. Chapter 98, Shun Feng's Counterattack. Understood. Manager Kong nodded and asked, when will the replacement product be available? They have quite complete information. They should have prepared a replacement product. We just need to follow the instructions. If all the materials are ready, it will be ready within 3 days. Thanks for your hard work. Manager Kong nodded with satisfaction. After the group of people left, he looked at Wei Dai and Wei Dong again. You too. The information has now been confirmed to be true, and we will be colleagues from now on. If you don't mind, I'll ask someone to take you to complete the entry procedures now. As for the 3 million, it can be deposited into the account at any time. No problem, no problem. Wei Dai nodded quickly. He doesn't care whether he works or not, as long as he is paid. Wei Dong also nodded, although he was also worried that Haitian intelligence would cause trouble for him. But is there any evidence? Even a lawsuit would take a lot of time. Besides, once Seaway Technologies products are put on the market for sale first, Haitian intelligence company will be in trouble. By then, I won't have the energy to take care of myself. At this time, Manager Kong also quickly left his office and came to the general manager's office on the top floor. Boss Ma, we have received the information from Haitian intelligence. I just checked with the technical department and found no problems. I think we can start mass production right away and seize the market in advance. Are you sure? Ma Tianju slowly raised his head with a faint aura of oppression on his body. As general manager, he is also a businessman. There are many such tactics in the business world, and they are nothing new to him. He doesn't reject it. The only worry is whether I'm being too hasty. Manager Kong quickly said, what the market lacks most at present is 3D projection technology, and our technology just fills this gap. The technical department has confirmed that its image processing, sound processing, and face recognition systems are one level higher than those on the market. If we make chips now, the market will be even bigger. Moreover, the technical department will optimize the products every once in a while, which can bring us a steady stream of income. The most important thing, our products will be put on the market first, grabbing the market share and killing our competitors directly. Ma Tianju narrowed his eyes. After a long time, he asked again, if I leave this matter entirely to you, how confident are you that it will succeed? I mean that I can make a profit. 80%. Manager Kong said with a solemn vow. He has done market research before, and artificial intelligence does have great prospects. Stereoscopic 3D projection technology is currently the latest technology. As for the void imaging and holographic projection in the movie, they are all fake. Let's see if it can be realized in a few decades. Ma Tianju took a deep breath, seemed to have made a decision, and said in a deep voice, Manager Kong, your ability is obvious to all. Since you have such great confidence, I'll leave this matter to you. If you succeed, promotion and salary increase will not be a problem. But if it fails, I see. Manager Kong also looked extremely serious. He has been working at Seaway Technology for 10 years. If he wants to move up in the career, he must have a suitable opportunity. Now is his chance. He is gambling too. It's done, and you will be successful. If you lose, pack up and leave. After leaving the president's office, he went straight to the technical department. All afternoon, the technical department was researching the product, and even Wei Dong joined in the research. He himself is quite familiar with this. 3 hours later, sample forming, a device that looks like a mobile phone. After the button is pressed, a three-dimensional picture appears on the wall in front, which is completely different from the effect of a 3D movie. There is really a three-dimensional feeling. The time is too short. Normal products will have better effects than this. And if we only produce chips, they will have a wider range of applications. The RD director said slowly. It's already pretty good. Manager Kong was very satisfied. Since Mr. Ma had given him the task, he was ready to give it a go. I quickly contacted the material supplier again. We want to produce this chip in large quantities in the shortest possible time. I have to say, Manager Kong is very efficient in his work. With Mr. Ma's permission, he directly ordered 200 million yuan worth of materials, all of which would be used to produce chips. The other side, after completing the induction procedures, Wei Dai went home happily. As soon as she got home, Chun Xia couldn't wait to ask, How is it? Did you get the money? Got it. Wei Dai sat down on the sofa. I was also a little excited. 3 million. He would have to go without food or drink for 20 years to earn that much. Chun Xia couldn't help but feel a little regretful. I didn't expect that 3 million would be so easy to get. I should have asked for 5 million at that time. What a pity. That's enough. Wei Day was somewhat speechless and said, "Do you really think the money is so easy to get? If nothing goes wrong, everything will be fine. If something does go wrong, we will all be finished. What else could happen? Don't give it to me. Okay, let's stop talking and go out and celebrate first." That's more like it. Chun Xia happily put on her makeup and then went out with her husband. The other side, the atmosphere at Haitian Intelligent Company was very depressing. The RD director not only refused to take his own salary, but also took away the company's core data. The news gradually spread in the company. The entire company was in a panic. After all, once competitors take advantage of these things, the company will face a huge crisis. At this time, some colleagues have even been spreading rumors privately that the company will not be able to hold on for much longer. Shang Jun paced back and forth in the office, jumping up and down anxiously. "Boss Chun, more than 20 employees have resigned from the company, and 3 people from the technical department have also submitted their resignation applications. What should we do? What's the hurry?" Chen Feng sat in the office, drinking tea. His expression was calm, not anxious at all. What? This appearance made Shang Jun even more anxious. "It's all my fault. I didn't expect that bastard Wei Dong would do such a thing. I'm afraid he has already taken the things to 4D Technology Company, which is our mortal enemy. It's useless to call the police now. The information must have been leaked." Chen Feng raised his eyelids slightly. "Boss Shang, sit down and take a break. If employees want to resign, let them go. What's the point of forcing employees who can't accompany the company through the difficult times to stay?" But Shang Yun sighed. Time passed little by little, and another hour passed. 40 people have already submitted their resignation applications. At this time, Chen Feng finally stood up and said, "Mr. Shang, I just looked at your information, image processing system, sound processing system, etc. You guys spent a lot of money to make this stuff. In my opinion, it's nothing worthless." Shang Jun was slightly stunned. Chen Feng continued, "Have you forgotten that the purpose of my coming here today is holographic projection technology, which also includes image processing and sound processing. There's even quantum technology, which is much better than your crap." Shang Jun then remembered. Yes, holographic projection technology is a technology that is 25 years ahead of modern technology. How could I forget? Chen Feng smiled faintly, with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Doesn't Seaway Technology Company want the things you developed? Let them take them. Just think about it. When they invest a lot of money and produce a lot of products. If I directly publish my technical products, will they suffer heavy losses?" Haha, I think it's still very interesting. Chapter 99, Awesome Boss. Shang Jun's eyes widened. "You mean, yes, it's just what you think." Chen Feng rolled up his sleeves and sneered. "I'm not that easy to bully. I'm going to make them smash the things in their own hands. We have to make 4-dimensional technology pay a price. Mr. Shang, I have a list here. Please prepare it first." Shang Jun looked at the list of materials and couldn't help but frown. The materials and instruments here are considered to be the best on the market, and some of them are not even available in the company's RD department. But, fortunately, he knows a lot of merchants and should be able to buy it. No problem. The business army is very efficient. By the time I was almost done with get off work in the afternoon, I had already gotten everything on the list. The technical department has a special RD room, and all equipment and instruments have been moved into it. Chen Feng looked at the time and said, "Find a few reliable RD personnel to work overtime with me today and try to get the finished product of holographic projection technology out." Shang Jun only then reacted. "Mr. Chun, are you going to develop your own products? Otherwise, go find someone quickly." See Chen Feng walk into the RD room. Shang Jun's eyes suddenly widened. He always thought that the holographic projection technology the other party talked about was just providing professional information and then letting the company's technical department slowly develop the product. No one would have thought that Chen Feng would complete the product development by himself. The company's technical staff only plays an assisting role. Oh my God, he actually mastered this technique himself. The Shang army did not dare to waste time at this time. We quickly selected 4 reliable personnel from the company's technical staff and rushed to the RD room. These 4 technicians are also old employees of the company, and their loyalty is very high. They will not leak company secrets like Wei Dong did. I'll assign the tasks first. Here are a few calculation formulas for you to deduce first, and I'll complete the rest of the core parts alone. Chen Feng is not stupid either. The value of core components is still very important for holographic projection technology. He won't give this to anyone. I am probably the only one in the world who could develop this product. Clear. Everyone was also very shocked. This boss, not ordinary. In the following time, several people quickly began the experiment. The holographic projection technology exchanged by the system contains a huge amount of information, and Chun Feng needs to integrate a lot of things himself. And these are just theories. If you want to make a product, you need to verify and experiment step by step. The entire RD room suddenly became busy. Old Wong, do you think our CEO Chun can really develop a holographic projection product? A technician whispered. The company is now in crisis and must have new products to replace them in order for the company to survive the crisis. They're all technical. Although I really hope that the company will get better, everyone knows how difficult this holographic projection technology is. Another technician shook his head and said, I don't know. We don't know what Mr. Chun is capable of. Let's just do our job first. As for whether or not a product can be developed, it all depends on God's will. I think it's still quite difficult. The formula we have now is the simple part, and the most difficult part should still be in the hands of Mr. Chun. Think about it, let alone our company, who in the entire industry can. Speaking of this, the technician suddenly shut his mouth. He looked at Chun Feng not far away with a look of shock. Chun Feng was seen holding a pen in his hand, deducing formulas on sheets of A4 paper. He is very fast. I filled up an A4 paper almost every 5 minutes, and then changed to another one to continue writing. There seems to be no pause in between. Everyone's face was filled with horror. So fast, driven by curiosity, they walked over step by step and carefully looked at what was written on it. This is the formula deduction of quantum technology. The technician at the beginning felt a tremor in his heart. As they read on, they became more and more frightened. At the beginning, I could still understand it, and my understanding was almost the same as theirs. But as I read on, it became more and more difficult. There was a storm in their hearts. Even though they completely couldn't understand what was said later, their intuition told them that the formulas were completely correct. Even the front. Some of the deduction processes gave them sudden enlightenment, and some of the previous difficult problems were instantly solved. Mr. Chun, this is written by you? What else? Chun Feng raised his head and glanced at them, then continued to integrate the content. After reading this, get back to work. I asked you to come here to help me develop the product, not to watch me. What if I were a monkey in a zoo? Yes. Everyone seemed to realize that their answers were problematic again and quickly explained, No, we'll get to work right away. The next time, the depressed look on everyone's face was instantly replaced by excitement. No matter how difficult it is to master holographic projection technology, but the abilities demonstrated by Chun Feng were enough to give them a glimmer of hope. Perhaps. Can it really succeed? That is a technology that shocked the world. Once successful, not only will the reputation of Haitian intelligent companies soar, but the value of those who assist in research and development will also increase significantly. This is an opportunity. Thinking of this, everyone was so excited that they almost jumped up. Outside the RD room, Shang Jun personally supervises the process and does not allow anyone to interfere with their research and development. The other employees have now left work, but the RD room seemed to have just started working. There were bursts of noise coming from inside, and it seemed that it had progressed to the experimental part. Shang Yinyin curled up in the chair with her legs curled up, seeming a little sleepy. Shang Jun said distressedly, Yinyin, you go back first. I'll just watch here. No, I'm not sleepy. Shang Yinyin pursed her lips, looking a little depressed. Dad, do you think I'm useless? Many times I want to help him, but then I find that I don't know how to do anything and can't help at all. It's not your problem. Shang Jun was also speechless. Look at this guy Chun Feng. He is almost driving his daughter into autism. I quickly said, he is too good, so don't let your imagination run wild. He's a freak himself. Look at the whole Beihou, or even the whole of China. Is there anyone like him who is able to become a major shareholder of entertainment investment at his age and has a net worth of tens of billions? At this time, Shang Yinyin's expression suddenly became strange. Dad, it seems that Chun Feng not only owns the shares of entertainment investment, but also the World Trade Center in the provincial capital is his as well. Shang Jun shut up immediately. World Trade Center. It's also worth tens of billions. This guy. The two continue to wait. 1 hour. 2 hours. Shang Yinyin fell asleep and woke up in the chair and fell asleep again. When she woke up again, it was already 9 o'clock the next morning. The door of the RD room was finally opened. Chun Feng and several technicians slowly walked out. They looked very excited. Chapter 100: The Birth of True Holographic Projection. How's it going? The Shang army walked over quickly. He didn't expect that Chen Feng would lock himself in and work all night, especially when I saw the technicians behind me looking extremely excited. My heart skipped a beat. Did it succeed? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but breathe faster. Really? The next moment, Chen Feng nodded and said, I made 2 samples. Basically, there are no problems. We can realize holographic projection technology in the air. Where are the samples? The Shang army looked around. They didn't see anything in their hands. Shang Yinyan also came over, looking around for the so-called samples with curiosity on her face. Chen Feng just raised his wrist. The Patek Philippe watch on his hand has been taken off and replaced with a smartwatch. As he nodded, a technician also took out a smartwatch and made a call. After Chen Feng pressed the answer button, a curtain of light shot out from the screen of the smartwatch. Immediately following, a 3-dimensional image appeared in the air above the smartwatch. It was exactly the appearance of the technician just now, as if the person was shrunk and placed in the void. This is a holographic projection. Shang Jun's eyes suddenly widened. I was extremely shocked. It is really a projection in the void, and the picture could be viewed from 360 degrees different angles. The technician's tone and expression were completely synchronized with the images in the void. Not all wrong. What shocked him even more was, after Chen Feng hung up the phone, he pressed a button again. The picture in the void changed. Chen Feng's fingers were tapping in the air, just like the operation in the movie Iron Man. Each module could be operated at will in the air. He even opened the Douyin app and watched a few short videos. Fuck. A simple fuck is not enough to calm Shang Jun's current mood. Void imaging, holographic projection. He was really shocked. Even if he gathered all the scientific researchers in China, they would not be able to develop this technology. However, Chen Feng completed it in just one night. Mr. Shang, please keep this smartwatch for now. The technician handed over the smartwatch in his hand. Actually, before, the shock in their hearts was even greater than that of the Shang army, and their hearts were still beating wildly even now. At first, they had only a glimmer of hope. When Chen Feng took out the sample, they were all stunned, totally dumbfounded. The thing that was rumored was right in front of me. How can they remain calm? Shang Jun quickly put away the smartwatch. Although the appearance is similar to the smartphone watches on the market, the technology inside is completely on a different level. And the appearance of this one is more technologically designed. Shang Yinyan tilted her head. I was very curious about this kind of technological thing and kept staring at the watch. Chen Feng smiled and took off the smartwatch in his hand. Here you go. Although it's just a sample, it's not much different from the original one and can be used just as well. Thanks. Shang Yinyan giggled. This was the first gift Chen Feng gave her, and it's limited worldwide. Shang Jun took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart, and couldn't help asking, Mr. Chen, since there is no problem with the sample, when will we start mass production? No hurry. Chen Feng found a chair and sat down, then waved to several technicians. You go back and have a rest for a day, and come back to work tomorrow. Anyone who worked overtime last night will receive double overtime pay. It's okay. We're not tired. We just want to learn more from Mr. Chen. Yes, we can continue to work overtime. If Mr. Chen has anything else to do, just let me know. Although they didn't touch the core stuff last night, but they also learned a lot from Chen Feng. This is an area they had never touched before. For Chen Feng, they are now full of admiration. Shang Jun frowned suddenly. Go and rest when I tell you to. Is Mr. Chen the kind of person who exploits his employees? Go back to sleep. Everyone laughed. Only then did I pack up and leave work. They could see that the 2 bosses had something important to discuss. Shang Yinyan also left tactfully. They waited all night without eating, so she went to buy 3 breakfasts. At this time, Chen Fengkai asked, how is the situation at Seaway Technology? I asked someone about it. They have now released a replacement product and have started mass production. It seems that they have ordered 200 million yuan worth of raw materials. They should be making chips directly. Here's Shang Jun's answer. Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Their production line was completed so quickly. Seaway Technology already has the production line, so it can be used with a little modification. According to the information I got, they have already paid 50 of the cost of the raw materials. The raw materials arrived at the factory at noon, and mass production began immediately. Moreover, Seaway Technology seems to have contacted the supplier and can now pre-order the products directly. They should have an ordering meeting with channel partners at 2 p.m. Shang Jun has already found out all the information. And I heard that the organizer was a man named Manager Kong. It's Manager Kong. Always wanted to steal the core information of Haitian Intelligent Company. Okay, I got it. Chen Feng nodded. At this time, Shang Yinyan had already bought breakfast. There are steamed buns, porridge, and hot dry noodles. Chen Feng picked up a bun and stuffed it directly into his mouth. He was indeed a little hungry. From yesterday afternoon to this morning, it seems like I didn't even have dinner. He doesn't care about his image anyway. After eating 2 buns, he finally remembered what he was about to say. Boss Shang, go get ready first. We're going to fight back. You mean? Shang Jun was delighted and looked expectant. Chen Feng smiled. The RD department has a list. Please prepare according to the materials listed above. Our first-generation product is a holographic projection smartphone watch. Please remind the company not to leak any relevant information before noon. I'll take care of the rest. I will make sure that Seaway Technology loses all the 200 million they invested. Clear. Shang Jun didn't ask any more questions. I was too lazy to have breakfast and went straight to the RD room to find the list. Left quickly. At this time, a voice sounded in Chun Feng's head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward system points plus 300. Host current remaining system points, 41,013. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 1495 to 2079. Ding! The system is being upgraded. Version 3.0 is being updated. Chapter 101 is trending again. Ding! System upgrade completed. Version 3.0 loaded. After the system upgrade is completed, Chen Feng was surprised to find out. In the past, he had to take out his mobile phone to see the content on the screen, but now he can directly project the content into the air in front of him in the form of a holographic projection. What's even more surprising is that this screen cannot be seen by others. Could it be that because I have completed the development of holographic projection, the system also has this function? Awesome. Chen Feng chuckled. This system is really not simple. He looked at the projection screen in the void. The current forecast period has been extended forward another 25 years. That is to say, in the future, we will not only be able to predict more advanced events, but we will also have the opportunity to have more advanced technology. Still very good. Yin Yin, I'm going back first. After saying hello to Shang Yin Yin, Chen Feng drove directly back to the villa. Originally, Shang Yin Yin also wanted to go back to the villa, but she had classes today, so she had to go back to school obediently. In the villa, Chen Feng went to the study and checked the incubator, but the huge egg still did not respond. I'm afraid it will take several days for it to hatch. He is also looking forward to it now. After taking a shower, I fell straight into bed and fell asleep. After all, I didn't sleep all night. Still very sleepy. I slept until the afternoon. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when he got up. Turn on your phone and start working. At this time, the raw materials of Seaway Technology have already arrived, and they have started mass production of chips. Chen Feng thought so in his heart. He even saw advertisements placed by Seaway Technology on major social platforms. What about smart home, freeing your hands, etc.? Basically, they are products related to graphics processing systems, sound processing systems, and face processing systems. He turned on the holographic projection mode of his phone. The screen on the phone immediately appeared in the void in front of him, and his finger tapped the sound in the void. Start giving rewards to the anchor. This time he did not specifically choose a female anchor when giving rewards. Whenever you see someone live streaming, regardless of gender, you can just give them a carnival tip. Fuck, it's Brother Feng's account again. This rich guy started giving out rewards like crazy again. Brother Feng is here again. Come on, sisters, come to the live broadcast. Fuck, guys, Brother Feng gave me a tip, and he also gave a tip to the male anchor this time. Awesome, awesome. I don't admit defeat to anyone, but this rich guy called Brother Feng, he's really popular with both men and women. For a while, the acne sounds that had just calmed down for 2 days started to come back again. A few days ago, only girls were doing live broadcasts, but now, men and women, as long as they have a mobile phone, have picked up their phones and started live broadcasts. Capture the thanks from Master Lin plus 10. Gain system points plus 10. Capture the thanks from Xiao Dao Dao plus 15. Obtain system points plus 15. Capture the gratitude from the invincible little tornado plus 5. Get system points plus 5. Chen Feng gave out rewards very quickly and would just run away after completing a carnival. In less than 10 minutes, More than 3,000 system points had been received. This wave of rewards once again pushed him to the hot search. Weibo, Douyin, Zhihu, Baidu, etc. He took the top spot on all trending search lists almost at the same time. Coupled with the popularity in the past few days, his account became even more popular. Who exactly is this brother phone? Why is he on the hot search list every day? Even those whose families run mines don't have such frequent appearances. That's right. I heard that he gave out rewards this time, regardless of gender or age. As long as someone is live streaming, he will give out a carnival. Oh my God. The last time he gave a tip to a female anchor, it was just because he wanted her body. What tricks is he trying to play this time? Just check out his account and you'll know. It looks like he just posted a video today. Really? Let's go and have a look. Driven by curiosity, everyone checked out Chun Feng's account works. At a glance, everyone was stunned. There's only one video in total, and the screen of the video is divided into two parts. The clip on the left is from the movie Iron Man. Video of Iron Man swiping around on a holographic control console. On the right is a clip of Chun Feng wearing a smartwatch and watching Douyin in the holographic projection void. From time to time, he would row around like Iron Man. In contrast like this, it stunned everyone. Is the video on the right real or processed with special effects? I just analyzed it on the computer and couldn't find any trace of special effects. It should be real, right? Fuck. Has anyone already developed the holographic projection technology from the movies? Isn't this too awesome? I love that watch so much. If it's real, I have to buy one. For a while, the topic of holographic projection exploded in popularity instantly. It even became the second most searched topic. Ordinary people only know that holographic projection technology is currently difficult to achieve, but they don't know how difficult it is. After some professionals saw this video, everyone was shocked. They forwarded the video one after another, and especially their peers called to inquire. I want to know information related to holographic projection technology. Some people even sent private messages to Chun Feng directly, and his private message count instantly reached 99 plus. Chapter 102. Confused Manager Kong. Kyoto War Department. Huanzi ran to Minister Zhang Tianxiang with his phone in his hand and said with a smile, "Minister, that guy is on the trending search again. Should we remove him?" Zhang Tianxiang seemed to be immune to all poisons and asked speechlessly, "Which trending search?" "All of them." Puff. Zhang Tianxiang almost vomited blood. "It seems that I'm still too young." He opened his phone helplessly, and the top two trending searches were both related to Chun Feng. It's no big deal if the other party likes to give rewards. Let be a hot search. When he saw the second trending search, he was completely stunned. Holographic projection technology? Zhang Tianxiang was a little confused. How come the things that guy knows are decades ahead of the technology? This is what holographic projection technology is like. The same is true for dark metal synthesis technology. Don't worry about him. Zhang Tianxiang shook his head and said, "The more things he knows, the more likely it is that he will attract some people's attention. But that kid is pretty good, so there shouldn't be any problem. And he has the little notebook we gave him, so ordinary people can't embarrass him." Huanzi smiled and said, "Minister, I heard that the military commander will be back soon. Given her personality, she should want to meet Chun Feng." "Military lord." Zhang Tianxiang frowned. "We'll talk about the military commander later. How is the development of dark metal synthesis going? We have failed several times. Professor Qin and his team are not very proficient at the moment. We should have a breakthrough in a few days." Huanzi also sighed. Although Chun Feng provided a lot of theoretical knowledge, it was indeed of great help to them. However, it is still difficult to actually develop a product. Well, keep a close eye on it during this period and don't make any mistakes. Zhang Tianxiang continued tapping his knees with his fingers, not knowing what he was thinking. The other side, in the large conference room of Seaway Technology, Manager Kong looked at the dozens of salesmen below with a smile on his face. The chips are now in mass production and advertisements have been released, with the advertising costing at least 50 million yuan. The effect is still very obvious. There are already 50 or 60 distributors who want this product, almost in short supply. Looking at everyone's anxious faces, Manager Kong slowly walked to the podium at the front of the conference room and gently pressed down with his palm. "Everyone, please be quiet. Our chip has a wide range of applications. It can currently be used in smart homes, smart robots, 3D projection, computer vision applications, and so on. It mainly relies on image processing systems and sound processing systems. Our products are also limited. After all, they have just been put into production. Anyone who needs it can start booking now. Of course, the main reason is that there are too many of you and the products cannot be produced that quickly. We will give priority to whoever pays first. Okay, no problem. The sellers don't care. Anyway, the money has been transferred. Are you still afraid that you won't deliver the goods? There's such a big company here. You can't escape even if you want to. If you don't pay. Given the production volume of Seaway Technology Company, we don't know when we can get the goods. By that time, those who have the goods will have made all the money. Seeing everyone's attitude, Manager Kong nodded with satisfaction. Everything is under control. This project developed by Haitian Intelligent has really helped me a lot. As long as this chip sells well, I will definitely get a salary increase and promotion. Maybe he could even get the position of Deputy General Manager. Think of this. He couldn't help laughing. Wei Dong. I really have to thank you. However, just when everyone was preparing to transfer the money, suddenly, a salesperson exclaimed, "Fuck, which company actually developed holographic projection technology?" Holographic projection? Everyone was stunned and took out their mobile phones to check. You'll know it at a glance. The whole topic has exploded on the internet. Oh my god, a smartphone watch with holographic projection technology. This product is definitely going to be a hit. Check to see which company's product this is. Lao Wang. I seem to remember that holographic projection technology like this requires the use of image processing systems and sound processing systems. Look at this projection in the void. It seems that this requirement cannot be met on the market at present. I have also seen the chip samples of Seaway Technology, and it seems that they cannot meet this requirement. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression suddenly changed. Someone couldn't help but ask, "Old Chun, are you sure that the chip of 4-dimension technology can't meet this requirement?" It's definitely not possible. Whether it's the graphics processing or the sound processing system, it's nothing compared to the one in the video. Damn it, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to find the owner of this product as soon as possible. This product is definitely going to be a hit. Even if you take out its chip and put in other products, it will definitely beat its competitors. While talking, the man ran out of the meeting room without looking back. His departure seemed to have triggered a chain reaction. Manager Kong, I'm sorry, I have something to do and I have to leave for a while. Manager Kong, my wife is going to give birth, so please put the reservation on hold for now. Manager Kong, I'm going to have diarrhea first. You can make reservations by yourselves. You don't have to wait for me, haha. Everyone found various excuses. Even though they can tell at a glance that the reason is fake, they don't care. Almost within 5 minutes, all ran out of the meeting room. For a while, Manager Kong was the only one left in the meeting room. He stood there in a daze, completely confused. I have no idea what happened. What are you doing? Chapter 103 Heavy Losses. Manager Kong, something bad has happened. All the salesmen have run away. Manager Kong, the 2 sellers who paid the deposit just now also asked for a refund. They don't plan to take our chips anymore. Manager Kong, something bad has happened. Voices came one after another. It made Kong Wu almost collapse. He was busy all day yesterday in order to sign orders with sellers today. Every link was confirmed over and over again. Unexpectedly, there was still a problem. Damn it. What on earth is going on? An assistant next to him said with a strange look, Manager Kong, why don't you check the news first? 10 minutes ago, there was a video that went viral on the internet. The departure of the sellers may be related to that video. Kong Wu frowned. Only then did he take out his mobile phone to check the video the other party mentioned. The next moment, his face changed drastically. Holographic projection. Holographic projection. Damn. Just now, when the salesmen were talking below, he couldn't hear clearly what they were talking because there were too many people talking. Only then did I realize that the other party was talking about holographic projection technology. Even if he saw the video with his own eyes now. I can't believe it either. It's actually holographic projection technology. Not good. Kong Wu was shocked. The image processing, sound processing, and face recognition detection systems used in our chips are all included in his holographic projection technology. If this technology is real, it would be pretty terrifying. Its technology is more than 1 level higher than our products. Speaking of this, he looked at the assistant beside him and asked, "How much have we paid for the raw materials?" "Half of the raw materials have arrived this morning. We have already paid 100 million yuan. The rest is on the way. The balance needs to be settled today." The assistant glanced at Kong Wu secretly and then said, "In addition, the 50 million advertising fee has been fully invested and is expected to be released in the next week." All major social media platforms and offline advertising spaces will promote our products. What the hell is this propaganda? Kongwu almost vomited blood. Now the news about holographic projection technology has spread everywhere. This product goes beyond current technology. Not to mention the businessman, even his competitor, was very interested. We are also currently advertising products from Seaway Technology. When people compare themselves, isn't that a slap in the face of yourself and the company? Compared with the holographic projection, the chip in his hand is nothing. It's over. Quick, stop advertising and contact the advertising company to see how much money can be refunded. Manager calling this. I'm afraid I can't cancel the contract. Why can't I retreat? Kongwu was about to explode with anger, and then he remembered something. We don't want the remaining raw materials anymore. Call them immediately and tell them not to send them over. But it's okay, just do it. Also, stop production at the factory first. Kongwu was so angry that he jumped up and down. In fact, he knew in his heart that the advertising fees could not be refunded. Even if the remaining raw materials are not needed, 100 million yuan has already been spent, which adds up to a total expense of 150 million yuan, plus labor costs and various factory expenses. Another huge expense. His face was ashen and he sat down on the ground. It's over. If the general manager knew about this, you'd better skin yourself alive. No, the losses must be minimized. He quickly called all the major sellers and said, Mr. Wang, our company has already produced a batch of chips. If you want them, I can give you a 20% discount. Boss Wu, our company is having a promotion right now. We are offering a 40% discount if you pay now. Hello, Boss Wu. Boss Dai, hello, don't hang up the phone. He made 10 calls in a row. Even if a big discount was offered, no one was willing to buy Seaway Technology's products. Before I could finish my words, the person on the other end hung up on me. The other side. The popularity of holographic projection technology continues to grow. Almost everyone was talking about this matter, and some sellers were asking around about the origin of this product. Who gets the first-hand resources first? Whoever makes the first money in the market will be the first to win. High-tech smartwatches with holographic projection technology are still very popular in the market, especially young people. It's definitely a pretend artifact. Many people left messages and private messages on Chun Feng's Douyin account, but they never received a reply from him. Just at this moment, Chun Feng's account released another video. It's a picture, a company logo, Haitian Intelligence. What do you mean? Could it be that the company that owns the holographic projection technology is Haitian Intelligent Company? Why haven't I heard of this company? It should be a small company. That's impossible. How can a small company have such powerful technology? Everyone started talking about it. Some people even started digging up information about Haitian Intelligent Company. Hey, this Haitian Intelligent Company used to be a small company, but in the past few days, When Investment Company Limited invested 2 billion yuan in it. No wonder they were able to develop holographic projection technology. It turns out a big company invested in it. As soon as the news was exposed, those sellers also rushed to Haitian Intelligent Company to seek cooperation. Chen Feng was preparing to have lunch in a villa. Shang Jun called him and said, Mr. Chun, it's bad. Now 70 or 80 salesmen are blocking the company, and they want to cooperate with the company. Some even directly transfer the money to the company's account, saying that no matter how expensive the product was, they would buy as much as they could get. That's a good thing. Chen Feng walked slowly to the sofa and sat down. Then he said, Today you will start mass production according to the raw materials I provided. I have already taught the method to those technicians. Of course, the core technology is with me, but the final product needs my authorization on the internet before it can be used normally. This way, there is no need to worry about technology leaking out. Understood, understood. Shang Jun nodded quickly. At the beginning, he was also worried that the losses would be huge if the technology was leaked, just like before. In addition, the production volume does not need to be too high. 1/3 of the market sales volume is enough to keep the market hungry and keep the popularity going. Hunger marketing? Shang Jun was stunned. Then he remembered something. Mr. Chun, there are other sellers who want to buy our chips. We don't sell chips, we only sell finished products. Chun Feng smiled. We are pursuing a high-end product, and the smartphone watch with holographic projection is only the first product. Various advanced technological products will appear in the future. If someone just wants to buy chips, tell him to get lost. Chapter 104, Arresting. Understood. Shang Jun took a deep breath. At this moment, he was still very excited. Haitian Intelligence was originally just a small company, but after today, its value will rise rapidly. Especially after hearing what Shinfeng just said. High-end route. Shang Jun believes that within 2 years, the market value of Haitian Intelligent Company will definitely exceed 10 billion. Even higher. He looked at the sellers outside the door again. In the past, he had always begged these people to do things for him, but now they are shamelessly trying to curry favor with him. Even if the company has not produced any products, people are willing to transfer the money directly into the company's account. This feeling, still very good. He walked outside slowly and said calmly, "Don't worry, everyone. I have just asked the boss for instructions, and the product will start production today." However, the output was not high at the beginning. It may not satisfy all of you, so please return your money. Boss Shang, it's okay, we can wait. Yes, it's okay for us to wait a little longer. You can ship the products to us whenever you finish producing them. The sellers said politely. Previously, when they were at Seaway Technology, Manager Kong, there was eager for them to transfer the money as soon as possible. Look at Mr. Shang. I called him myself, but no one wanted to answer. This is what human character is. The latest news is that the core data of Haitian Intelligent Company was stolen, and the RD director Wei Dong resigned and joined a rival company. Chun Feng watched as a video popped up in the void in front of him. I couldn't help but be stunned. Fuck, isn't this what happened yesterday? The next moment, he suddenly reacted. This system can not only predict the future, but also peek into the past. Past videos have popped up before. It's just the news that Entertainment Investment Company Limited sold its shares 15 years ago. And this time, however, it directly recorded the entire process of Wei Dong's resignation from Haitian Intelligence and then going to Seaway Technology. Awesome. It was as if someone was holding a camera and capturing the entire scene. My dear uncle, it was you who did this behind my back. Chun Feng saw it from the video. My uncle Wei Day also participated in this matter and made a profit of 3 million from it. He smiled faintly and sent the video directly. In the general manager's office of Seaway Technology, Ma Tianju smashed the phone directly on Kong Wu's forehead. He shouted angrily, Manager Kong, yesterday I asked you how sure you were, and you said 80. Is this the 80 you said you were sure of? Do you know how much money the company has lost now? More than 100 million. Mr. Ma, just shut up. Ma Tianju was furious again. Do you know that the whole industry is laughing at me now? I was out of my mind to let you take charge of this project. Boss Ma, this matter is indeed my negligence. Negligence. Ma Tianju was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Do you think you can shirk responsibility by being negligent? I think there is something wrong with your brain. Did you know that the holographic projection technology was developed by Haitian Intelligent Company? What? Kong Wu was shocked. He thought of many things in an instant. Ma Tianju snorted coldly. How come that guy named Wei Dong can easily get the core information of Haitian intelligence? Isn't it a trick set up by the Shang army? Maybe this guy named Wei Dong is in the same group with them. In that way, Day, what a great plan. This big trap was set just to make us fall into it. Kong Wu, are you a fool? How could you really get in there? Now, the company has suffered heavy losses. Can you bear this responsibility? Kong Wu's face turned extremely pale in an instant. He was a little confused. It was obvious that he was the one who hired someone to steal Haitian intelligence's core information. How come now it has become a trap set by others for me to fall into? Is it really that complicated? He suddenly felt that his brain was not enough. Oh my God, are the current senior executives so powerful? They all use chain tactics. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became. Ma Tianju glanced at him. His expression turned cold again. I don't care what method you use, you must minimize the company's losses. As for Wei Dong and Wei Day, get them out immediately. Also, get the 6 million you paid to them back immediately. Understood. Kong Wu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He knows, if I don't handle this matter well, Mr. Ma will not let me off easily. Just at this moment, an assistant came in and said, Boss Ma, Captain Chung wants to see you. Captain Chung. Ma Tianju followed the line of sight. Several uniformed police officers walked in, led by a middle-aged man. It was Captain Chung. Mr. Ma, we are here today regarding a commercial theft case. Captain Chung got straight to the point. He is mainly responsible for this area and is quite familiar with General Manager Ma of Seaway Technology. Captain Chung, please take a seat. Ma Tianju quickly asked someone to pour a cup of tea and then said, Is there any misunderstanding? We at Seaway Technology are all law-abiding people, so it is impossible for us to make any mistakes. Mr. Ma, I won't beat around the bush. Haitian intelligence has already reported the case and submitted evidence, so it shouldn't be wrong. Captain Chung said as he handed over a video. It was the video that Chun Feng sent. Just watch half of it. Kong Wu's face beside him suddenly changed, because the video clearly records how Wei Dong left Haitian intelligence and how he traded core information with him. What terrified him even more was, this video looks like someone was filming it right there, but he clearly remembered it. There was no one around at that time. Could it be that this was taken by Wei Day? Impossible, because Wei Day also appears in the video. It was impossible to shoot it. It's terrifying when you think about it. His face turned pale instantly, and he quickly explained, Captain Chung, this video must be fake. We will naturally verify the authenticity of the video, Manager Kong, right? Please go back with us to investigate, as well as Wei Day and Wei Dong. I'm also in your company now, Mr. Ma. Captain Chung, just go ahead and catch them. Mr. Ma was filled with righteous indignation and yelled, I really didn't know that Manager Kong had done so many illegal things. It's all my fault. I blame him for giving him too much power. Captain Chung, we must not tolerate such offenders. I firmly support it. This moment, you put all the blame on Kong Wu. At the same time, I was very curious. Could it be that Wei Dong and his team are not in the same group as Haitian Intelligence Company? Otherwise, why were these two arrested together? Captain Ching nodded and said calmly, in that case, then sorry to bother you. We will take the other two people away as well. Soon, Wei Day and Wei Dong were also taken away. When the two of them learned what had happened, they all collapsed to the ground in fear. It's over. Things have gotten out of hand. Chapter 105 Annie pleads for mercy. With that video as evidence, the investigation results came out quickly. It was indeed Wei Dong who took away the core data of Haitian Intelligence Company. Wei Dong and Kong Wu bear the main responsibility. Although Wei Day's responsibility is less, he is also implicated. Even Seaway Technology Company Limited faces fines. After all, the chips they are currently producing are from Haitian Intelligence, which is equivalent to catching the criminals red-handed. We still need to wait for notification from above to know how to determine the specific responsibility. Anyway, these three people are currently locked up. After receiving the news, Chun Xia rushed to the police station immediately. She finally saw the imprisoned Wei Day. Her makeup was all smudged from crying. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry all day long. Wei Day was in a very bad mood. If you hadn't been thinking about making money all day, would I have been arrested? I told you not to take the money, but you insisted on taking it. Now that I've been arrested, are you happy? You think I do. I don't want you to get caught either. Chun Xia wiped her tears with her sleeves and cried. Now the money is gone and the person has been arrested. If I had known it would be like this, I would not have agreed no matter how much money you offered me. All right, stop crying. Wei Day felt annoyed when he looked at this woman. I have nothing to do all day and I keep finding things to do. He even suspected that he owed the other person in his previous life. After all, it was Wei Dong who stole the information of Haitian Intelligence Company. My responsibility is relatively small, and nothing serious will happen. You should go and ask your eldest brother for help. As long as he is willing to help, I will be saved. My eldest brother? Chun Xia was slightly stunned. How can I help, bro? She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, I won't go. Wasn't it enough that I was embarrassed at his house last time? Wei Day was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. If you don't go and beg him, then I'll be locked up here. How many years do you want me to be locked up? Your elder brother is kind-hearted. As long as you beg him, he will definitely help you. When Chun Feng shows up, will my problem be solved? Don't forget that Chun Feng owns shares in Haitian Intelligence Company. Chun Xia gritted her teeth and seemed to have made some kind of decision. Okay, I'll go beg him. She immediately left the police station and drove straight to the countryside. Although the couple often quarreled, but they're husband and wife after all, and she doesn't want her husband to spend the rest of his life in prison. Half an hour's journey. Normally, she felt that time passed very quickly, but now it seemed that time was too long. Finally, when she rushed to her hometown, Chun Feng's father and mother were packing up. The blueprints of the house had already been drawn up, and it was about to be demolished and rebuilt. Chun Xia ran over, grabbed Chun Feng's father's arm, and cried, Brother, you must save my husband. It was all my fault before. I shouldn't have looked down on you and treated you badly. But I am your sister after all, and now Wei Day is in trouble. Only you can help us. She really regrets it now. Regret everything I have done before. She didn't feel anything before. But after Wei Day got into trouble, Qin Xia found that no one around her could help her. Some sisters who used to be close to her wanted to run away as soon as they heard that their husbands had been arrested for fear of being implicated. Critical moment. I'm afraid only my relatives are willing to help me. Third sister, you get up first. Dad also looked confused. He had no idea what was going on, so he quickly pulled Qin Xia up and said, "Tell me what's going on. What happened to Wei Day?" "He's been caught, brother. Now only you can save him. I beg you, please help me get him out." Qin Xia couldn't imagine how she would live alone in the future if Wei Day was locked up. Chen Feng's father also frowned. Did he commit a crime? If he did, I can't save him. Third sister, tell me what we should do. We will try our best to save those who can be saved. My mother has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart. Although I used to say how much I dislike my aunt's family. But when the other party is really in trouble, she is still willing to help. Thank you, thank you. This was the first time Chen Xia uttered the word thank you. She doesn't need any face now. He quickly said, "Find Qin Feng. Only Qin Feng can rescue Wei Day. I know Qin Feng has something against me. Brother, only you and sister-in-law can help me. I have no other relatives in this world. Although we are not related by blood, we have lived together for decades after all. Okay, I'll make the call." Dad also sighed and quickly took out his phone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward system points plus 50. Host's current remaining system points, 44,063. Ding! Due to the host's participation in completing the video task, the system's predicted time has changed. The current predicted time is 1490 to 2079. Qin Feng looked at the holographic projection screen in the void. It seems that Wei Dong and his men have been arrested, and the video mission has been completed. The forecast time has been extended backward by 5 years. He is not very interested in the system point rewards now, because you can rely on brushing gratitude to gain system points, which is faster than completing tasks to gain system points. At this time, Dad called. Qin Feng's finger drew a line in the air. The call is connected. Dad, what's wrong? Fengzi, your aunt said that your uncle was arrested. Do you have any way to help rescue him? Qin Feng then realized that his aunt had run home to beg his parents for help. He sighed and said, "Dad, do you know what my uncle did? He teamed up with others to steal my company's secrets and almost caused irreparable losses." Is it that serious? That Wei Day is really a piece of shit. Dad was a little annoyed. On one side is my son's career. On one side is my sister's family, especially in the face of Chen Xia's pleading. Although he was very annoyed, he didn't know what to do. A long time, he said helplessly, "Just see if it's serious or not. If it's not serious, forget it. After all, we are all relatives, and your aunt is very regretful now. Apologies and requests for mercy." I see. Qin Feng originally didn't want to get involved in this matter. Although Wei Day is not the main culprit, it's enough for him to drink a pot. But, considering his parents' feelings, he still called Shang Jun and said, "Mr. Shang, ask the police about Wei Day's case and find out how they punished him. If it was just a fine, prosecute them, impose a heavier fine, and teach them a lesson." Understood. Shang Jun nodded. In fact, Haitian Intelligent Company did not suffer too much loss, so Wei Day's situation was not too serious. As for the fine, if you do something wrong, you should always accept the punishment. Chapter 106 Confused Counselor. Soon, Shang Jun called back. Wei Day's case was not too serious, and he only needed to pay a fine. He could go home after completing the formalities. Qin Feng told his father the news. He had already done the most he could, and as for the fine, he would not pay a penny. He also told his father not to help. My aunt and uncle should bear the consequences of what they did. As for the Seaway Technology Company, it suffered heavy losses this time. Qin Feng didn't know the punishment results from Manager Kong and Wei Dong, and he was too lazy to ask. But the amount of money lost by Seaway Technology is approximately 200 million. No matter how angry General Manager Ma Tianzhu was, he could only swallow his anger. At the same time, the popularity of Haitian Intelligent Company continues to rise, and many bosses in the investment industry have also taken a fancy to this company and want to invest in it. But they were all rejected by Qin Feng. He has no shortage of money now, so even if he wants to invest, he can fully afford it. Not to mention, with its continuous investment in high-tech products, the market value of Haitian Intelligent Company has been increasing significantly. Even a fool can see that this is a very profitable company. How can I give shares to others for free? Even if it was the shares that were previously distributed to the shareholders of Entertainment Investment Company Limited, he was considering whether to take back some of them. After Chen Feng had lunch, I went to the study again and took a look at the eggs in the incubator. He could feel that something was different from the beginning. When you shine a light on it, you can see bloodshot and grid-like patterns inside. It is estimated that it will hatch successfully in a few days. I was also very happy in my heart. At this time, the counselor called. Chen Feng, you're skipping classes again, aren't you? Have you been away from class for 2 days? I don't mind if you skip classes normally, but the exam is coming up soon. You must attend the main courses these days. You can't fail me. You hear me. Chen Feng was also speechless. Ever since the last time, this beautiful counselor seemed to have been staring at me. Teacher Jean, I'm doing internship and working now. The signal here is not very good. What did you say just now? Hello, I can't hear you. Stop pretending. The counselor did not back down at all. Come to school right now. Chen Feng scratched his ear. Ah, you want to break up with me? The person on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment. Could it be that the signal was really bad? Then he tried. It's a nice day today. Chen Feng continued to pretend that he didn't hear clearly. What? You didn't have enough breakfast? The counselor frowned slightly. Okay, you don't have to come to school. Ugh. Chen Feng, you actually lied to me. What about the bad signal? It's all a lie. The counselor was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. I was just testing it out. I didn't expect that I could figure it out in one try. What a clever guy. This guy. He is probably the most dishonest student in her class. Oh my God, that was so sloppy. Chen Feng couldn't help but cover his face. This counselor is not that easy to fool. Chen Feng, I don't care about others. You must attend class honestly, especially during exams. You're famous for this in school. You appear on the hot search list every now and then. Now you represent more than just yourself. It also represents the reputation of the school. If you fail a course, how will others view our Behu University? Teacher, my face doesn't seem to be that big, right? Chen Feng quickly looked in the mirror. When did I become so prestigious that I can represent the reputation of the school? Oh shit, it's only been on the hot search a few times. Is it that exaggerated? Okay, I don't care if you're shameless or not. Just go back to school and attend class. The counselor hung up the phone with a bang. Never give the other party a chance to object. At this time, a teacher came over and said with a smile, Teacher Jean, you are angry with the students again. Students nowadays have too many tricks. Some people don't want to attend classes, so they just make a fake internship contract. I said I didn't have to attend classes if I found an internship, but in fact, I didn't find one. Isn't it? Counselor Jean Tian also sighed. Students nowadays are getting harder to lead. When I was in college a few years ago, I was much more obedient than they are now. By the way, Teacher Jean is only a few years older than them, right? The teacher smiled faintly. Before Jean Tian could answer, he seemed to have thought of something and slapped his head. Look, I forgot about the important matter. Principal Wu just wanted to see you. Go over and take a look. Ah! Jean Tian quickly put down what he was doing and said, Okay, I'll go over and take a look first. She walked quickly towards the principal's office. Inside the office, in addition to Principal Wu, there were several other school leaders. Principal Wu, Director Wang. Jean Tian simply greeted him. Seat. Principal Wu nodded and asked, Teacher Jean, you have been a counselor for 3 or 4 years. How is the performance of Chen Feng in your class? Jean Tian's heart skipped a beat. What's going on? Is that kid going to cause trouble again? Ever since the last time the War Department came to the school, Jean Tian has been paying special attention to Chen Feng, afraid that the other party will cause trouble again. But under normal circumstances, Chen Feng is not in school. So even if she wanted to pay attention to the other person, she couldn't. Instead, news about Chen Feng frequently appeared on Weibo's hot searches. Principal, although Chen Feng is sometimes a little naughty, his overall performance in class is still good, especially in the past few years. His grades in various subjects. Jean Tian's brain was working rapidly, trying hard to find a good word to describe it. But I thought about it for a long time. I don't know what words to use. After all, that guy's grades were too bad, and his scores in each subject barely reached 60 points. Some even only got 58 points, but the examiner was kind enough to give him 60 points directly. I'm always at the bottom of the class. Ahem, his grades in all subjects are not failing. They're still pretty good. Jean Tian thought for a long time and could only describe it with the words, haven't failed the exam yet. When saying this, her face turned red. She would not have been ashamed to say this in the past. However, Principal Wu clapped his hands suddenly, smiling. Not bad, not bad. Our school still has a quota for recommended graduate students. What do you think of Chun Feng? What? Jin Tian looked confused. The whole person was frozen in place. What the hell? Do I have a hearing problem? The conditions for admission to graduate school at this university are very strict. Not only must the academic performance be excellent, but the overall quality must also be outstanding. Chun Feng's grades are among the worst in the school, let alone in the class. How come it's pretty good? Principal, do you have a misunderstanding about this? I feel that. Chapter 107 Shang, Yin Yin wants to help you with your studies. Well, it's settled. The quota for our school's recommended graduate student will be given to Chun Feng. The principal didn't give Jin Tian an answer and directly decided, go down and talk to Chun Feng. Anyway, he doesn't need to take the exam, just go through the motions. Okay. When Jin Tian walked out of the principal's office, still a little unbelievable, she remembered that it was very difficult to get a place in the school's recommended graduate school. Even if you get it, you also have to go through various exams and screenings. Why does it become so simple when it comes to Chun Feng? No need to take exam? Just a formality? All right. Jin Tian was too lazy to think about these questions. She couldn't figure them out anyway. In the office, Dean Wang couldn't help but ask, Principal Wu, our school has several good students with good grades. Why did Chun Feng get the admission quota? I have no problem with other things. The main thing is his grades. Principal Wu waved his hand. He took a deep breath and said, no matter how good a person's grades are, it doesn't mean anything. Although Chun Feng's academic performance is a little poor, he has amazing results in other aspects. Isn't it just a little more powerful? Director Wang smiled. He also knew about the last time the Zhan department came to the school. It is said that he was impressed by Chun Feng's skills and wanted him to join the combat team. Principal Wu shook his head. He walked to the door and closed it, then said, Old Wang, things are not as simple as you think. Last time, the people from the War Department came to the school and awarded Chun Feng a second-class merit. Do you think this second-class merit is awarded casually? It is said that he provided a technology that is 30 years ahead of current technology. Once this technology is released, it will cause a global sensation. What? Director Wang widened his eyes. He indeed did not know about the second-class merit, and he was also unaware of the technology provided by Chun Feng. But if these things are true, Chun Feng's identity is not just as simple as a senior student. He looked suddenly at Principal Wu. Principal Wu nodded and said, I cannot reveal what technology he provided at this time, but it is amazing. Even if I gave him a place in graduate school for free, he might not be interested in it. So, Director Wang, what we need to consider now is whether he is willing to accept it. It's not about whether or not to give it to him, understand? Director Wang smacked his lips. Not really, right? You. Principal Wu was a little disappointed. You know the holographic projection technology that was uploaded on the internet at noon? I asked someone to check it out. That product is from Haitian Intelligent Company. However, it was found from the information changes on the website that Chun Feng was a shareholder of that company. Moreover, he has the most shares, so he now has more than one company. His net worth has reached tens of billions. Hiss. Director Wang couldn't help but gasp. Damn it. Is this really a senior? Holographic projection technology is also advanced technology with unlimited prospects. With Chun Feng's current identity and status, people really don't look down on our school's quota. Just keep this between you and me. Don't let it leak. Principal Wu looked out the window and said expectantly, if Chun Feng is willing to accept it, his identity will be exposed to the society sooner or later. After all, he graduated from our Behu University. His influence may help our school get promoted to a first-class university. Clear. Director Wang nodded. I also have some expectations in my heart. Admitted to graduate school, Chun Feng hung up the counselor's phone again. He just didn't understand what the school was up to. Why did they give the place to him? There's no need to take an exam anyway, so just take it. He no longer cares that much about academic qualifications. Nowadays, there is nothing that money can't solve. As soon as he walked into the school gate, his aunt and uncle rushed over. It seems that my uncle has paid the fine and was released. Chun Feng. Wei Dai hurriedly thanked me. I know you helped me a lot this time. Thank you. Thank you for letting bygones be bygones. I will never be confused again. Aunt Xia also said, Fengzi, it was my fault in the past. Please don't take it to heart. That's enough. Chun Feng looked indifferent. I helped you because I didn't want to see my parents in trouble. They softened their hearts and forgave you, but I will not forgive you. I'm a person who holds grudges. If someone is good to me, I will repay him tenfold. If someone treats me badly, I will remember it forever. Speaking of, he looked at Wei Day again. Entertainment Investment Company Limited has already found out that you falsified the accounts while you were working there and embezzled a lot of money from the company. You must pay it back every penny before tomorrow. Otherwise, I don't mind sending you in again. Besides, you have been fired by Entertainment Investment, so find another job. Understand. I will return every penny of the money. Wei Day was a little afraid to look him in the eye, so he nodded quickly. How could he dare to show any dissatisfaction now? After thanking him again, he hurried away with Chun Xia. This time, it is indeed impossible for him to stay and work at Entertainment Investment Company, Ltd. After paying all the compensation, the family was almost bankrupt. He even sold all his houses and cars to pay off the loan. One wrong step, all wrong. When Chen Feng walked into the classroom, the classmates all looked over with curiosity. This school's celebrity actually came to class. How strange. Roommate Yang Qi couldn't help but come over and said, "Third brother, I heard that you were recommended for graduate school. Is there any justice in the world that you can't even attend 2 classes a week? You've been missing all day, and you don't even come back to the dormitory at night, and yet you're still admitted?" Chen Feng didn't expect that the news had spread. He laughed and said, "Actually, I didn't want it either, but I had no choice. The main reason was that the principal insisted on giving it to me. He would get mad at me if I didn't accept it, so I had no choice but to accept it." Puff. Yang Qi really wanted to punch him twice. "You are really taking advantage of me, and you don't even want to give it to me. Okay, stop showing off in front of me. If it weren't for the sake of being my roommate, I would really want to beat you up with a club tonight." "Are you sure?" Chen Feng looked at him with a smile. Yang Qi smiled awkwardly. "Haha, just kidding. Didn't I borrow 10,000 yuan from you last week? Now I have money. I'll pay you back first." Then he turned the phone to Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't care. "If you need money, you can use it first. I'm not in a hurry. It's okay. Everything is back to normal at home now." Yang Qi smiled and said, "Isn't the exam coming up soon? I heard that Shang Yinyan knows that your grades are poor and wants to help you with your studies." "What?" Chen Feng was slightly stunned. Yang Qi said with a strange look, "The instructor said that other people in our class can fail the course, but you can't fail, otherwise you won't be able to graduate. After Shang Yinyan heard about it, she offered to help you with your homework." Speaking of, he pointed towards the door. "Yes, she is coming." Chapter 108 Jealousy. I saw Shang Yinyan wearing a white long skirt and a pair of high heels walking slowly towards me. It's a very casual outfit, but still gives people a sexy feeling. She walked directly to the seat next to Chen Feng and sat down. This scene, Yang Qi, who was standing next to him, twitched his lips. "Third brother, you guys chat. I'll change seats." He doesn't want to be a light bulb. With the appearance of Shang Yinyan, everyone's attention was focused on her, and their expressions were very strange. Chen Feng frowned and said, "Yin, did you go to the wrong classroom? We don't seem to be in the same class, and today's class is not a public class." "You're not wrong. This is the classroom." Shang Yinyan smiled sweetly. "Although I'm not a classmate of yours, I can still come and audit the class, and we're studying the same advanced mathematics courses. If you don't understand, I can help you with tutoring." Before, she always felt that she was useless. She wanted to help Chen Feng, but found that she could not do anything. Now I can finally help him. Shang Yinyan is very happy. I'm finally no longer a vase. "Chen Feng, now that class has not started, please take a look at the textbook. If there is anything you don't understand, I can explain it to you. Don't worry, I'm a top student. As long as I'm here, you won't fail this semester." Shang Yinyan raised the corner of her mouth and opened the textbook seriously. Advanced Mathematics class. In fact, no matter what major you are in, the content of advanced mathematics courses is almost the same. "Please tell me about this question." Chen Feng smiled faintly and pointed to a question casually. Looking at Shang Yinyan's serious explanation, especially that beautiful profile, he just felt his heart beating faster. Although I have known Shang Yinyan for such a long time, but today was the first time that Chen Feng observed the other person up close, and he was indeed as beautiful as ever with a 360-degree view. It's mouth-watering. He subconsciously pulled Shang Yinyan's hand. Soft and boneless, pink and fair. Shang Yinyan couldn't help but tremble, and the voice of explanation suddenly stopped. The face turned red instantly, but she did not resist and let Chen Feng pull her. For a while, the atmosphere was very subtle. Although their actions were very secretive, they still could not escape the eyes of their classmates. A group of boys kept yelling, "Fuck, this This guy Chun Feng really hooked up with Goddess Yin Yin. Look, they're even holding hands. It's over, it's over. I was a little bit expectant before, but now it's confirmed. I can't pursue Shang Yin Yin, the school beauty. Their affair broke out last week, and you just found out about it. Brothers, don't lose heart. We still have 3 beautiful girls in our school. We still have a chance. The group of people suddenly became motivated. Since Shang Yin Yin has been caught by Chun Feng, they will change their target. Could it be possible that Chun Feng could chase after all 4 school beauties? Just as they were discussing, Shen Qin in the crowd looked very depressed. As Chun Feng's ex-girlfriend, every time she heard news about Chun Feng and some school beauty, she felt like something of hers was being taken away by someone else. I feel unwilling, but helpless at the same time. No way. Now Chun Feng doesn't even look at her. Wang Yao Yao, a roommate at the side, whispered, "Qiner, you are really something. Why did you dump Chun Feng in the first place? If you had been with him all along. Now you are rich. Do you know how much money Chun Feng has now?" Okay, stop talking. Shen Qin waved her hands in annoyance. If I had really known he was so rich, we wouldn't have broken up in the first place. Need I tell you? At this time, an uproar broke out again among the crowd. Xiao Mingqi from the humanities department appeared at the door of the classroom. She was wearing a white t-shirt and denim shorts. Looks fresh and attractive. Glancing towards the classroom. When he saw Chun Feng, there was an obvious smile on his face. But when he saw Shang Yin Yin next to him, his expression couldn't help but pause for a moment. Immediately following, Xiao Mingqi walked in quickly with a pair of long legs. Sit down on the other side of Chun Feng. Everyone looked at the scene in amazement. I am totally dumbfounded. I was extremely shocked in my heart. What the hell is going on? How come even Xiao Mingqi, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in school, came here? Especially when everyone saw Xiao Mingqi holding a calculus textbook in her hand, they all had a guess in their minds. Are you here to tutor Chun Feng again? Holy crap. Holy crap. No such thing, right? There are only 4 campus beauties in the school. And you, Chun Feng, take up 2 of them. If they were not classmates in the same class, they would really like to hit Chun Feng with a club right now. Really? Xiao Mingqi raised the textbook in her hand and said to Chun Feng, "Student Chun Feng, my advanced math class is very good. Do you need me to help you with your studies? But we have a deal. I will help you with your homework, and you will teach me the 9 yin-yang needles. You said a few days ago that you would teach me the 9 yin-yang needles, but you haven't done anything since. Humph, are you trying to cheat?" Her tone was coquettish, causing everyone's eyes to widen again. Damn it. It's obvious from the tone that the relationship between the 2 is not ordinary. Oh my god, how did Chun Feng manage to seduce 2 school beauties without anyone noticing? That's so awesome. If the occasion did not allow it, they would all like to run over and become disciples to learn skills. While a group of boys were envious, Chun Feng was a little dumbfounded. He had never expected Xiao Mingqi to appear. He quickly laughed and said, "Mingqi, next time, I promise to teach you the yin-yang 9 needles." Shang Yin Yin, who was standing by, pursed her lips and said unhappily, "Xiao Mingqi, aren't you usually very busy? How do you have time to help Chun Feng with his studies?" "I'm usually very busy, but I'm not busy today." Xiao Mingqi was not to be outdone. "Shang Yin Yin, I remember you should have a lot of classes today. If you are too busy, I can help Chun Feng with his lessons. You should go and do your own thing first." "No, I'm not busy." Shang Yin Yin straightened her chest, placed the textbook in front of Chun Feng, and said in a tender voice, "Brother Feng, look at my textbook, I have notes on it." Xiao Mingqi also pushed the textbook over. "Student Chun Feng, look at mine, I have notes on it too. Watch me, watch me." I saw 2 school beauties fighting with each other. Not only Chun Feng's head is as big as an ox, even the others opened their mouths wide, their faces filled with disbelief. What's going on? Why does it feel like 2 school beauties are jealous of each other? Oh my god, how did this kid Chun Feng do it? Both Shang Yin Yin and Xiao Mingqi have countless suitors in school, and even many successful people in society are pursuing them. And now, 2 school beauties are actually fighting over Chun Feng. Chapter 109, Principal Invitation. If I can make 2 school beauties fight for my affection in this life, I would be willing to die. Yes, yes, there's a saying that goes, if you die under the peony flowers, you'll be a romantic ghost. Come on, with your character, you have no money, no looks, why would the school belle like you? Everyone couldn't help but shook their heads. I envied Chun Feng and was jealous of him at the same time. Whether it's Shang Yin Yin or Xiao Mingqi, they are their ideal goddesses. Now, There are only two left among the four school beauties. With Chun Feng's character, who knows when he will make a move on the remaining two school beauties? No, we must take the initiative. Some boys were thinking that they must find an opportunity to confess their love to the other two school beauties, just in case they would be successful. We must not let that kid Chun Feng get ahead of us again. The other side, watching Shang Yin and Xiao Mengqi arguing there. Chun Feng was also speechless. Just as I was about to refuse, Counselor Jean Tian walked in. Chun Feng, come out for a moment. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw the two beauties beside Chun Feng and couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? It seems that these two girls are not in the class. Here it comes, here it comes. Chun Feng quickly stood up from his seat. Yin, Mengqi, you guys chat first. I'll be out for a while. He walked out of the classroom quickly. Fortunately, the counselor came and helped him solve the current problem. He looked at Jean Tian with a smile and said, Teacher, I came to class according to your request. Are you trying to cause trouble for me again? Bullshit. Am I that kind of person? Jean Tian glared at him fiercely. He seemed to feel that his tone just now was inappropriate. So he quickly suppressed his emotions and said slowly, Didn't you accept the quota for admission to graduate school by our school? The principal has some documents that you need to fill out. As a college counselor, Jean Tian always believed that she could control her emotions in front of students, and she has always done so. But I don't know why. Every time I come into contact with Chun Feng, I can't help but get angry. No way. This guy deserves a beating every time he speaks. Okay, I'll go fill out the information. Chun Feng shrugged. I didn't say anything. Why are you so angry? Soon, come to the principal's office. Director Wang had already left, and Principal Wu was the only one left in the office. He looked at Chun Feng with a smile. It was like looking at Tang Monk's flesh, and Chun Feng got goosebumps all over his body. Principal, didn't you ask me to fill in the information? Yes, fill in the information. Principal Wu then retracted his gaze and quickly handed over the documents one by one. These are all materials for admission to graduate school, and you won't have to take exams in the future. It's just a formality, and you will be issued a certificate after 2 years. Okay, I'm fine. Chun Feng glanced at the information casually. In fact, it usually takes 2 or 3 years for a graduate student to graduate, but here he can get the certificate in 2 years. Principal Wu made him another cup of tea. He smiled and said, Student Chun Feng, this is the Wui Da Hong Pao that someone gave me when I went to the provincial government for a meeting a few days ago. Try it and see if it suits your taste. Principal Wu, let's just say what we want to say. Don't beat around the bush, okay? You're staring at me all the time. It's so scary. Chun Feng couldn't help but move his butt. If you weren't a grown man, I would almost think you had some improper thoughts about me. Principal Wu smiled awkwardly. He took a deep breath and asked, Student Chun Feng, let me be frank. I heard that you developed the holographic projection technology of Haitian Intelligent Company. Speaking of this, he stared into Chun Feng's eyes, wanting to see the change in his expression. Chun Feng sat on the chair and leaned back slightly. Yes, the core technology is here. He didn't deny it. Principal Wu must have his own information channels to be able to find out this information. Hearing this, Principal Wu trembled violently. Even though he was prepared, he still felt a little bit unbelievable when the other party admitted it in person. He also watched the video at noon. This technology is awesome. Even professors in the school who have conducted research in this area are unable to produce such a product. The dark metal synthesis technology of the War Department. Today's holographic projection technology. Every technology is enough to shock the world. It took Principal Wu a long time to suppress the shock in his heart, his eyes sparkling. If this technology continues to be developed, the value it will generate will be immeasurable. Maybe before the end of the year, I can put you at the top of China's rich list. A college student who has not graduated. What does it mean to be the richest man in China? Anyway, as long as it's awesome, that's enough. Chun Feng looked indifferent. It seemed to have been expected. In the future, he will develop more high-tech products, which will definitely be sought after by everyone. Principal Wu took a deep breath and continued. Student Chun Feng, the school is also doing some research at the moment, and your abilities are obvious to all. Now I sincerely invite you to join. Are you interested? Oh, Chun Feng was a little surprised. Principal Wu said quickly, to be honest, the school has invested a lot of money and manpower in research and development. Once we can achieve results, the hope of our school being promoted to a first-class university will be greater. The projects we are currently developing include polymer materials, archaeological literature, nanotechnology, anti-radar stealth technology, etc. You can choose one to join, and as long as you succeed, the patent can be yours. Our school just needs to authorize its use. Let me think about it first. In fact, the school's concessions are huge. It is equivalent to the school providing resources and funds. If something is really developed, the patent will belong to Chen Feng. It's like getting it for free. But Chen Feng didn't dare to agree now. Even though he now possesses knowledge of dark metal synthesis technology and holographic projection technology, these are all exchanged by the system. Facing a completely new field, he doesn't understand anything. Wouldn't it be a joke then? Okay, then you think about it first. Principal Wu still has high hopes for him. He quickly made a phone call and asked a girl to come over. This is my daughter Wu Tong. If you can't find me in the future, you can contact her. You young people have a lot to talk about, so you can chat more often. Chen Feng looked at the girl who appeared in front of him, wearing casual clothes. She dresses casually, giving people a graceful feeling. And the other person is also very beautiful, comparable to Shang Yinyan. Wu Tong, Wu Tong. Oh shit. Chen Feng suddenly reacted. The girl in front of me is Wu Tong, one of the 4 school beauties. What's happening? Chapter 110, I don't like small breasts. Chen Feng just felt completely confused. Etc. Let me sort it out first. Wu Tong, one of the 4 school beauties, is actually the daughter of Principal Wu. No one has mentioned this before. I'm afraid not many people know about this. And now, Principal Wu actually asked me to talk more with his daughter? What to talk about? Talk about feelings? You are selling your daughter. Chen Feng looked at Principal Wu in bewilderment, only to see the latter laughing at him and saying, Student Chen Feng, I hope you will give it more thought when you go back. The school still has great expectations of you. By the way, my daughter is also in the RD team, but she is just a professor's assistant. Okay, Tonger, send Chen Feng off. Chen Feng looked at Wu Tong again. The latter looked indifferent, and his face seemed a little cold, giving people a feeling that strangers should stay away. After the two left the office, Wu Tong suddenly stopped and said indifferently, Chen Feng, I don't know what kind of magic potion you gave my dad to make him think so highly of you. However, I don't want you to join the school's RD team. Do you understand? While talking, he suddenly raised his head and looked at Chen Feng. What's the meaning? Chen Feng was very confused. What the hell? I didn't offend you at all. Literally, Wu Tong snorted. You've been very popular in school in the past half month. I know you're very rich, and you always give gifts to the female anchor. You must be the brother Feng from Douyin. You have been on the hot search several times in a week. I also know that you have a very good relationship with Shang Yinyan, and your relationship with Xiao Mingqi is unclear. People like you are a typical, rich, second-generation playboy. Do you think a playboy like you can contribute to the school after joining the school's RD team? The school's RD projects were developed by the professors with great effort, and I don't want them to be ruined by you. Now, do you understand? I know what you want to say. Wu Tong interrupted him directly. Yes, it was my father who invited you to join. He also praised you highly and wanted to promote our relationship. Speaking of this, he looked at Chen Feng with a complicated expression. I don't have any prejudice against you. I just want to tell you that we are not suitable for each other. My father is just wishful thinking. You misunderstood. Chen Feng couldn't help but complain. First of all, no matter how rich I am, this money is earned by my own hard work. Who told you that rich people are playboys? Who told you that I can't contribute to the school? You don't let me join, but I will join. You. Wu Tong stamped her feet in anger. She admitted that what she had just said was a bit extreme. But the school's research and development projects are very rigorous. So how can we allow anyone to join in? I really don't know what my dad is thinking. Besides, it was your dad who wanted to bring us together. I don't have that intention. I don't like small breasts. After saying this, Chen Feng slowly left the place. You, who has small breasts? Wu Tong was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. The whole popularity is about to collapse. She has small breasts. This has always been something she cared about. How could she not be annoyed when someone brought it up in front of her? At this time, Chen Feng turned back and asked in a low voice, Actually, I want to ask, are you your father's biological child? What's the meaning? Wu Tong was slightly stunned. Literally, Chen Feng replied with the same words. He was also very curious. How could Principal Wu, who looked so ugly, have a daughter who was the school beauty? Could it be that she inherited her mother's genes? Not far away, a group of classmates watched the two people chatting from afar and were so shocked that their jaws almost hit the ground. Although they couldn't hear the content of the conversation, they could see the expressions of the two people. Fuck. Chen Feng hooked up with the school beauty Wu Tong again. That's impossible. He was just in the classroom with Shang Yin and Xiao Mingqi. How come he's hooking up with Wu Tong all of a sudden? How is it impossible? Look at the shy expression on Wu Tong's face. There must be something fishy going on. It's over. It's over. 3 of the 4 school beauties have fallen. Can the last one still escape? This damn Chin Feng is such a piece of shit. Yes, from now on, he is the public enemy of us boys. A group of people were indignant. They were really angry. They had never seen anyone so shameless. Go ahead and pick up girls if you want. I didn't let you soak them all. Chin Feng naturally didn't know what these people were thinking. He was preparing to go to the dormitory. Now that he had a villa, fewer people came back to the school dormitory. Some of the luggage can be taken back. Just leave some clothes here. As for what Wu Tong said just now, he really didn't take it to heart. If the system can exchange for corresponding skills, he might join the school's project. But if you can't redeem it, there's no need to embarrass yourself. In the dormitory, the others were still in class. Chin Feng now had the principal's support, so he was not afraid of the counselor giving him trouble again, and he was too lazy to go to the classroom. After all, he hasn't solved the troubles of Shang Yin and Xiao Mingqi yet. As for failing the exam, impossible. Just now, he directly exchanged for the academic master skill in the system skill interface. The courses in college are relatively simple, and you won't fail if you study casually. What's more, he has a cheat. There aren't many things in the dormitory, just clothes and some daily necessities. Chin Feng packed the useful things in a suitcase and put it in the trunk of the Lamborghini parked in the parking lot. Just at this moment, Yin Ting and a group of shareholders of Wenyu Investment Company Limited rushed over. Their faces looked extremely anxious. When they saw Chin Feng, they quickly gathered around him. Mr. Chun, we finally found you. What's wrong? Chin Feng was also a little surprised. Normally, these shareholders would not show up. Yin Ting puffed out her chest and said helplessly, let the CEOs tell you. They insist on seeing you, and I can't do anything about it. At this time, Mr. Xiao quickly said, Mr. Chun, it's like this. I have a lot of shares in Haitian Intelligent Company, and I want to give some of them to you. Yes, I want to give you some of it too. Mr. Chun, we thought about it for a while. These shares were allocated by you. I think you have made the greatest contribution and should have more shares. Seeing everyone's reactions, Chin Feng was also confused. What's going on? Nowadays, Haitian Intelligent Company has become very popular, and its smartphone watches with holographic projection are also very popular. The production line has also started. The company's market value increased several times in an instant, and now it just sits back and collects the money. Logically speaking, these shareholders should be happy. Why are you giving money to yourself now? Chapter 111. Someone wants to die? Although Chin Feng had thought about taking back some of the shares before, his idea was to buy them back with money, but he never thought of giving them away for free. Everyone, let's not talk about the shares for now. Let me first talk about the current situation of Haitian Intelligent Company. Chin Feng smiled faintly. Regardless of whether they give it to me or not, I have to tell them the specific situation of my company first, lest you regret it later. Let's go and find a place to drink tea. This is not the place to talk. Everyone nodded. The school is indeed not a place to discuss things, and this matter cannot be explained in a few words. Chin Feng drove the Lamborghini Veneno directly out of the school. Yenting sat in his passenger seat. Maybe it was because she had such a great figure that the seatbelt was stuck in the middle, causing her chest to feel a little stuffy. He immediately looked at it in annoyance. Hey, what a burden. Forehead. Chin Feng's mouth twitched involuntarily. You really don't consider yourself an outsider? Noticing his gaze, Yin Ting blushed slightly, then giggled and said, Stinky brother, what are you looking at? Just drive carefully. Mr. Yin, what kind of car are you talking about? Bah, spare me the skin. When there were no outsiders around, Yin Ting didn't treat him as the boss. She simply moved the seat back. Lying on his back in a comfortable position, he continued, in fact, after your holographic projection video became a hot topic, everyone can see that Haitian Intelligent Company has a bright future. Several shareholders were very happy at first. However, they're said to have started to hesitate after receiving a phone call. Later, he came to me directly and wanted to transfer part of the shares to you. Who's calling? Chin Feng was still very curious. What kind of phone call could make them give up their profitable business? I don't know. They didn't tell me. We'll find out later if we ask. Yenting sighed. He put his hands behind his head to make himself more comfortable. I'm afraid this matter is not simple. Chin Feng didn't say anything else. But when he looked at Yin Ting, the corners of his mouth twitched again. Boss Yin, can you please take away your child's rice bowl? You look very tempting like this, okay. What kind of job? Yinting reacted as soon as she said this. He quickly sat up straight and said with a look of resentment, "The boss is the boss." Although he knew you were driving, he couldn't find any evidence. Chun Feng smiled awkwardly and did not answer. Soon, several people came to a tea house. After finding a seat and sitting down, Chun Feng then said, "I discussed with Mr. Shang earlier that the smartphone watch we are currently producing not only has a holographic projection function, there are also precise positioning, intelligent voice systems, face recognition systems, and so on. It has a lot of functions, and the current price is around 15,000 yuan. So cheap." Yunting on the side was stunned for a moment. The most expensive mobile phone they use now costs more than 10,000 yuan, and the technology of holographic projection is decades ahead of current technology. And it also has all the functions of a mobile phone. It stands to reason that it should be sold for at least tens of thousands of yuan, right? Chen Feng waved his hand and said, "My goal is to make it affordable for everyone. If it is too expensive, no matter how attractive your product is, people at the grassroots level will not be able to afford it. Moreover, the cost of this smartphone watch is not high. The only valuable thing is the holographic projection technology. I have the skills, and I don't care about the money. With a selling price of 15,000 yuan, each product can generate at least 10,000 yuan in profit. The first batch of production lines is expected to produce 1 million products. Can you please calculate how much money can be made?" Several shareholders were preparing to use calculators to do the calculations. Yunting said directly, "Don't calculate it. You can make 10 billion. Hiss. As soon as these words came out, all shareholders took a deep breath. How come it's so profitable? According to the plan, these 1 million products should be the production volume in the first quarter. The output will only increase in the future. Oh shit. As a result, the market value of Haitian Intelligent Company instantly reached hundreds of billions. Chun Feng smiled and said, "Each of you holds about 5 of Haitian Intelligence's shares, which means at least 2 billion in dividends a year. Are you sure you want to transfer the shares to me?" "Mr. Chun," Mr. Xiao sighed helplessly. "When we first invested, we invested a total of 2 billion, and each of us got less than 300 million. I feel really unworthy of the 5 stake I have now. After all, it was you who built Haitian Intelligent Company, especially core technology. In fact, even if there had not been that call in the afternoon, we would have been prepared to return part of the shares to you. After all, this is your hard work." Chen Feng's expression changed. "What's going on?" The influence of Haitian Intelligence product is so great that someone in the provincial capital has started to take an interest in it. President Xiao sighed and said, "An hour ago, someone called us and wanted to buy our shares. The other party is very powerful, and we can't afford to offend them." "Yes, Mr. Chun, you just calculated for us that with the shares we hold, we can make more than 2 billion a year, but the other party is only willing to pay 500 million for the acquisition. Isn't this obviously robbery?" "Yes, we don't want to sell it either. After all, it's such a profitable business, and we are not fools. But the other party is involved in both the black and white worlds, so we are in a difficult situation. Later I thought, why not just return the shares to you, and each of us will keep one. In this case, the shares are too small, and the other party is not interested." Several shareholders said, "But even if they only keep one of the shares, they can make a lot of money in a year." Provincial capital? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I didn't expect that I would be targeted now." He looked at Yun Ting again and asked, "Boss Yun, has anyone approached you to buy shares?" "Not yet." Yun Ting shook her head, looking a little angry. "There are indeed some shameless people in the provincial capital. Mr. Chun, the shares must not be obtained by those people." "I know." Chun Feng took a deep breath. He has a backer now, so what if it's the provincial capital? He doesn't take it seriously anyway. "Everyone, in this case, I will accept the shares. You go back first. I will handle this matter. If the other party calls you again, let him come to me." "Mr. Chun, the other party's power." "It's okay. I'm not someone you can mess with." A cold light flashed in Chun Feng's eyes. Beihu is now his territory. If anyone dares to come here to cause trouble, he will be like a fool. Are you looking for death? Chapter 1:12 Reclaiming Shares. Soon, Yenting helped them with the share transfer. Now each of the 5 shareholders holds only one of the shares, and Shang Jun holds 4 of the shares. After all, Haitian Intelligent Company was founded by Shang Jun, who invested a lot of money at the beginning and has a slightly larger share. Yunting hesitated for a moment and said softly, "I'll transfer some of my shares to you. After all, I haven't contributed much to the company, so I feel guilty about it. Moreover, According to the development trend of Haitian Intelligent Company, more and more people will pay attention to it in the future. Today is just the beginning, and there will certainly be all kinds of people who want shares in the company. I think it's safer to keep it with you. All right. Chen Feng did not refuse. He was originally planning to take back some of the shares. After everything is done, Yun Ting still has 2 of the shares, and Chen Feng alone holds 89, equivalent to, if the company earns 10 billion in the first quarter, he alone can get 8.9 billion. And, judging from Haitian intelligence future production capacity, it is entirely possible to produce 1 million products per month. Assuming a profit of 10,000 per product, the company can earn 10 billion per month. That's 120 billion a year. Chen Feng doesn't have to do anything, and he will become a billionaire in a year, plus some other industries. He will definitely be on China's rich list. Boss Yin, please find some time to check the background of the person who called the shareholders. Don't worry, we're already checking. Yin Ting said softly. Then she looked at Chen Feng again, pursed her lips, and said, Boss, you have taken back so many shares today, you should at least treat me to a meal to celebrate. You still want me to treat you? Chen Feng looked at her strangely. I heard that a lot of people are chasing you and want to treat you to a meal. Do you still owe me this meal? Those people are all ugly and ugly. How can they compare with you? Yenting chuckled. She pulled him towards the car and said, Let's go. I know a good place. You can spend some money today. Soon, the two arrived at a restaurant. Yenting should eat here frequently and be a VIP member. She comes from a relatively good family environment and looks very elegant. When he was sitting there and talking, he bent down slightly, which instantly attracted the attention of the people around him and made everyone swallow their saliva. Yenting seemed to have gotten used to it. He sighed helplessly. Sometimes having a great figure can also be a problem. A figure like yours is something many girls would love to have. Chen Feng laughed and involuntarily took another look. I heard that many girls spend money to get surgery in order to make themselves more plump. Mr. Yin, you're a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Bah! Yenning bit her lip. She glared at him shyly and tapped his head with her finger. Don't you think a full man doesn't know that a hungry man is hungry? Is your Chinese teacher the math teacher? Only then did Chen Feng realize that she was still very cute when she looked shy. A beautiful CEO in the eyes of everyone. Vigorous and resolute, decisive and powerful. These are the labels that Yunting shows to everyone. But she is a woman after all. She has to disguise herself for work, but when she puts down all her disguises, she is no different from an ordinary girl. Okay, let's order some home-cooked dishes for you to try. Noticing that Chen Feng was staring at her, Yinting quickly changed the subject, picked up the menu, and ordered a few dishes. This restaurant serves food very quickly. The food arrived in about 15 minutes. After tasting it, Chen Feng was somewhat speechless and said, The dish tastes good, but it's still a little different from what I made, right? Yes. Yinting then remembered. The other party's cooking skills are quite good. Last time at the villa, all the dishes cooked by Chen Feng were eaten up by them. But for Yinting, she is enjoying the process now. Perhaps because of her identity, she has no friend around her. After all, given her worth, ordinary women can't get along with her. For men, most of them are suitors, and some even go for her body, so they're not worth making friends with. This also led to you, Yunting, having no friends. Although I have a best friend. But the other party is not in Behu at all now, and Yinting sometimes can't even find anyone to eat with. She is lonely. Until now, being with Chen Feng made her feel very relaxed. You don't have to worry about anything at work, and you don't have to be on guard against anyone. You can do whatever you want, and you don't even have to worry about your image when eating. This is a state of relaxation. She glanced at Chen Feng and raised the corner of her mouth subconsciously. Do you mind having another girlfriend? What? Chen Feng was a little confused. What does one more mean? I don't seem to have any now. Nothing. Yun Ting quickly lowered her head again. Her face flushed. It's over. Am I possessed? But you can't be bewitched by this kid, Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly said, Find some time to come with me to the provincial capital. I have a World Trade Center there. I'll take you there to get familiar with it. Yanning was a little confused. Provincial Capital? One World Trade Center? When did this guy have another building? However, when she mentioned the provincial capital, her expression looked a little strange. You're the senior butler I hired. Shouldn't you be familiar with my business? Take over the management and leave some daily work to you. Chen Feng didn't notice anything unusual about her. Oh, we'll see when the time comes. Yinting frowned slightly, not knowing what she was thinking. About an hour. They finished their meal, paid the bill, and left. Yin Ting seemed a little reluctant to leave and dragged Chen Feng to walk around the street for a while. When she saw a row of claw machines in the aisle of the mall, she seemed very excited. Boss, let's go and catch some dolls. You are a CEO, and you still like to catch dolls? Chen Feng felt more and more that Yin Ting was a little strange today. This is not like her personality. Yin Ting crossed her arms and snorted. Who said the president can't grab dolls? The president is also a girl, okay? Girls all like to grab dolls. Okay, I'll catch you. Chen Feng had also caught dolls when he was dating Xin. It's just that the ex-girlfriend is not interested in dolls, but only in brand-name bags. Soon, he exchanged it for 100 game coins. The claw machines here cost 1 game coin per grab, which is relatively cheap, unlike some places where you need 3 game coins for 1 grab. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly smiled at her and said, "Go find a big bag. I'm going to catch all the dolls here later." Chapter 113. Empty the claw machine. Hearing what he said, a couple who were catching dolls nearby laughed and said, "How is that possible? This doll machine is not that easy to catch. I just tried 10 times and failed. Yeah, my boyfriend has spent almost $50. If I had known this, I would have just bought a doll." The girl next to her was also very angry. Some businesses do this to make money. The claw machines are all set up. If you don't have the skills, even if you can grab the doll, you will still lose a lot of money. Chen Feng just smiled and didn't explain anything. Yenting also smiled. All she wants is a process. So what if they lose money? Neither she nor Chen Feng is short of that little bit of money. She would be very happy as long as she could grab a doll. You catch it first, I'll go find the bag later. Okowo. Chen Feng tried to insert a game coin to get familiar with the feel of it. As expected, as soon as the claw of the claw machine was raised, the doll fell down. "See, I told you you can't catch me." The boy next to him shook his head, glanced at Yin Ting again, and said, "When grabbing, you should swing your claws back and forth. This way the success rate will be higher." As soon as he finished his sentence, his girlfriend next to him frowned. She pinched his arm secretly and whispered angrily, "Why do you keep staring at her breasts? Do you think my breasts are too small? Do you think I'm not as pretty as her? I don't have any." The boy avoided her gaze. "You have it. You have it." The girl became more and more annoyed the more she thought about it. If she didn't want to be laughed at by others, she would have started a quarrel right now. "I don't care. You have to catch a doll for me, or I will break up with you." The boys also felt very aggrieved. The woman was indeed beautiful and had a good temperament. He just took a peek at her and was discovered by his girlfriend. "No way. If I don't catch the doll, my girlfriend will really break up with me." He quickly went to exchange another 200 game coins. And at this time, Chen Feng already has a feel for it. Ding! It is detected that the host lacks the skill of grabbing dolls. Do you want to exchange for the master level skill of grabbing dolls? Exchange. Ding! The master level doll catching skill has been successfully redeemed, deducting system points -10. Host current remaining system points, 44,053. Chen Feng smiled faintly. He now has a lot of system points, so he can exchange them for any skill he wants. He pointed his finger at the holographic projection in the void. I mastered the technique of catching dolls in an instant. The next moment, he put in a game coin. The mechanical claw shook and directly grabbed a doll. Just when everyone thought the doll would fall, the mechanical claw held the doll tightly and dropped it into the exit. "Ah, got it, got it." Yin Ting was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped up excitedly, happy like a little girl. She even gave Chen Feng a kiss on the face with a bow sound. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. "Oh shit, you kissed me without even saying hello, and you don't want me to be responsible, do you?" Seeing his aggrieved look, he looked like a victim. Yin Ting was about to collapse. "Boss, aren't you too shameless? It's as if I'm taking advantage of you." "All right, it seems like I'm taking advantage of you. Why are you looking at me? Catch him." Yenting quickly changed the subject. "Catch, catch." Chen Feng didn't bother with her and threw another game coin. Immediately following, a doll fell out. Fuck. The boy next to him was completely stunned. If the first time was luck, then the second time can't be luck, right? Look, everyone else was able to catch it, and we caught too. The girl looked at her boyfriend with some grievance. And at this moment, every time Chen Feng throws a game coin, he can catch a doll. It takes less than 5 minutes. He has already caught 20 dolls. Yenting's hands were no longer able to hold the doll, so she had to go to the nearby store and buy a big bag to put the doll in. At this time, people passing by also gathered around. The majority of them were couples. "Wow, look, he got so many dolls. I want some too. I want to catch them for you too. Last time I spent $100 and only caught 3. The machines here are too difficult to catch. How about I buy a few for you? The doll I bought has no soul. I don't care. I just want you to catch it. Some other men also widen their eyes. Fuck, that guy is so awesome. He could get a doll for almost every game coin. What a master. That's right, the boss is going to lose money now, haha. I don't know how much money we have been ripped off by this row of claw machines. Today, this guy finally helped us get some relief. More and more people gathered around. Shinfeng caught more and more dolls. There were 15 machines in this row in the mall aisle, and each machine was filled with dolls. 10 minutes. He has already grabbed all the 100 game coins. In front of Yenting was a big bag filled with dolls. She was so happy that she almost jumped up. Pink, red, green, various. I don't know how many girls are jealous of this. They also want to have a boyfriend like Chinfeng. It doesn't matter whether he has money or not, as long as he has enough dolls. Hey, what is he counting? What else can I count? I can count how many dolls are left in these claw machines and how many game coins he will exchange for them later. Shit, he doesn't really want to clear out all these claw machines, does he? I don't believe in others, but this guy definitely has this ability. Let's wait and see the show, haha. Really? After Chun Feng finished counting, he exchanged another 200 game coins. Yinting looked at the almost full bag and said softly, how about, forget it, it's almost full. It's okay. I have a car, so what's there to be afraid of? Chun Feng chuckled and thought, since he had caught it, he might as well catch it to his heart's content. Keep on throwing coins. The noise here was so loud that it attracted all the people shopping in the surrounding mall. Even the owner of a nearby shop came out to watch the fun, surrounded by layer after layer. Some people even took photos with their mobile phones. In a large game hall not far from here, an employee ran in quickly and exclaimed, "Boss, it's bad. Something big has happened." What could possibly happen? A bald middle-aged boss said slowly, "Mall, someone is catching dolls over there." "It's just catching dolls, what's the big deal? The more people they catch, the more money I make." "No, there's one person who is really good. He can get a doll with almost every game coin. Some people even get 2 dolls with 1 game coin." He almost emptied the claw machine. Grass. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed. He rushed over there immediately. Chapter 114, Master Chun, why is it you? Shocking. A mysterious man showed off his skills and threatened to clear out all the claw machines. Surprise. In order to make his girlfriend laugh, the man showed off his doll-catching skills, and the dolls piled up like a mountain. Post spread on Weibo. In just less than 10 minutes, it had already become a hot topic on Weibo. Chun Feng is on the hot search list again. But this time, the shots taken by others were from the side and back, but the main shot was aimed at the claw machine. If you're not familiar with him, it will be difficult to recognize him at once. In the video, no matter where or at what angle Chun Feng is, he can grab the doll in one go. For others, catching dolls is a matter of luck. It seemed that he could accurately calculate the location and timing of the mechanical claw's fall. It seems that he grabs each doll in a different way. Some game coins can grab 1 doll, while others can grab 2 dolls with 1 game coin, really showing off his skills. Even through the video, everyone was excited. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely lively. Oh my god, this guy's awesome. Today I learned that there are so many ways to play with dolls. That's right, I've learned a lot today. Awesome. I'm going to ask him to be my master later. If I learn this skill, will I still be worried about not being able to find a girlfriend? That's right. We don't have money to pick up girls, so we can use dolls to pick up girls. Girls like to catch dolls, right? $100 can get you a day of them. Haha, this boss is probably going to cry. The wholesale price of a doll is at least $3 or $4. If he really catches them all, he will lose $800 or $900. Ha! If they catch people like this every day, the boss will have to close down the shop. And at this time, Chun Feng operated as fiercely as a tiger, and it was another perfect operation. The 2 dolls fell directly out of the exit. Yenting jumped and danced when she saw this. There were already 2 large bags in front of her, and the second one was almost full. When a few girls wanted it before, she gave a few away. Although it was just a simple catching doll and it didn't cost much money, it was the happiest moment in Yenting's life, and also the most relaxing time for her. Chun Feng also felt a little emotional. Women are just different. Like when I was dating my ex-girlfriend Shin, she would only be happy if we went to high-end restaurants and bought brand-name bags. And now, I only spent 300 yuan and made Yenting so happy. Even Shang Yin. We were also very happy when we ate barbecue on the roadside for dozens of dollars. Chun Feng took a look at the claw machines. He had already grabbed 8 of them, just when he was about to change his catch. A bald, middle-aged man suddenly blocked his way, his face looking very angry. Stop arresting! Stop arresting! Are you going to let people do business? What's the meaning? Chen Feng was also slightly stunned. The middle-aged man pushed him away impatiently. This claw machine belongs to me. If you keep grabbing dolls like this, I won't make any money. Count how many dolls you grabbed and pay me the difference of 4 yuan for each doll. As soon as these words came out, the crowd watching was immediately furious. Oh my god, this boss is too shameless. I caught the doll with my own ability. Why should I give you the difference? That's right. Why I bought a doll for 100 yuan? Why didn't you tell me to make up the difference? Businessmen are like this. They only make money but don't give it away. If you really make him lose even a dime, he will fight you to the death. If I had known the boss was so shameless, I wouldn't have played the doll's ear. What a waste of money. Hearing everyone's discussions, the middle-aged man's face became even gloomier, and he shouted loudly, "If you have the guts, don't catch me. This doll is mine, and I'll give you as much money as I say. What if I don't make up for it?" Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, giving people a sense of danger. Yin Ting, who was standing by, also put her hands on her hips and snorted angrily. "This is the first time I've seen you do business like this. We caught the kids by our own ability, and we won't give you a penny for that. If you can't afford this kind of business, don't do it." "You guys." The middle-aged man was so angry that he jumped up and down. "I'm telling you, I have someone protecting me here. If you don't pay me, none of you can leave. Get out of the way." Chen Feng slapped him away. Originally, he thought that if Yin Ting didn't like so many dolls, he would return them after catching all of them. I didn't expect that the boss would threaten me. In that case, then keep catching. Mao. The middle-aged man got up from the ground. A look of resentment flashed across his face. "Just wait, you little brat. I'm going to call Crow right now and have him kill you." When the people around heard it, they exclaimed in surprise. "It's over. This boss actually knows Crow." "Who is Crow? Who else could it be?" "He is a subordinate of the underground boss Black Tiger. It is said that he is one of the 4 heavenly kings. He has hundreds of brothers under him and is ruthless." It's over. It's over. This guy's going to be in trouble." Some people persuaded Chen Feng. "Let him leave now. Otherwise, he won't be able to leave when the crows come. There's no need to offend those people for a few kids." Chen Feng remained unmoved. Not worried at all. Yin Ting frowned slightly. "Why don't we go first?" Although she knew that Chen Feng was very skilled, that crow was not someone to be trifled with, especially since he was Black Tiger's subordinate. "Fine." Chen Feng smiled and still focused his attention on the claw machine. "Why?" Yin Ting couldn't help but sigh. She thought to herself that if something went wrong, she would call someone for help. "I just don't know if who will give me face." The other side, the middle-aged man hid nearby and finished his call, staring at Chen Feng with a grim smile on his face. "Boy, you're done. If you dare to offend me, I'll make you pay for it." About 10 minutes passed. A group of people slowly walked towards this side, led by Crow, one of the 4 heavenly kings. Behind him were a dozen younger brothers. He looked so menacing that people around him kept dodging, fearing that he would block their way. "Brother Crow, you are finally here." The middle-aged man ran over quickly, took out a pack of cigarettes from his arms, and scattered them one by one. "Brother Crow, it's that kid in front. You must teach him a lesson. That kid is such a jerk. He actually dared to cause trouble in the place you are protecting. Isn't this a disrespect to you? Isn't it just catching a few kids? Why make such a big scene?" The crow couldn't help but spit. "If the boss in front of me hadn't given me money on a regular basis, I would never be willing to help him. How much money can you make from a broken claw machine? Okay, now that I'm here, I'll help you get things sorted." The crow raised its head and walked forward with its nostrils pointing upwards. With every step he took, his aura grew stronger. The younger brothers behind him also dispersed instantly and surrounded Chen Feng and Yun Ting. "Boy, I give you 2 choices. Either you pay for your life, or..." Before Crow could finish his sentence, he suddenly realized that the person in front of him looked very familiar. Because the other person had his back to me, I didn't recognize him at first. When he walked to the side and saw Chen Feng's face, he felt as if he was struck by lightning. I froze in place for a moment. I was completely stunned. Mr. Chen, why is it you?" Chapter 115. A multiple choice question no one wants to take. "Master Chen." The people around looked at this scene with some confusion. Crow is a subordinate of the underground boss Black Tiger and one of the 4 heavenly kings. "Why would you call this young man master? Could it be that I recognized the wrong person?" And at this time, Crow felt his knees with a thud, almost terrified. "Master Chen, I didn't know you were here. I was blind just now. Damn it. Joke. This person is someone that even their boss Black Tiger has to face with respect. The strength is extremely powerful, and the opponent is also related to the War Department. Did I just threaten the other person? Oh my god. Am I not looking for death? His gaze suddenly shot towards the middle-aged man beside him. You're done. You actually want to deal with our Master Chun. I'll make sure you pay for what you have done. At the same time, the younger brothers behind Crow also knelt on the ground, looking at Chen Feng in fear, not daring to even breathe. Think back to the past. This guy single-handedly defeated hundreds of people in the parking lot with just punches and kicks. That scene still makes them terrified. This scene, it made the people around them stunned. So shocked, especially when he saw the terrified expressions in the eyes of Crow and those younger brothers. His heart was filled with shock. Who is this guy? I'm afraid even the Black Tiger can't make the Crow react like this. Damn, I hit a tough spot. The middle-aged man also felt that something was wrong. With a mutter, he ran away. But just as he turned around, Crow suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed him back, and pressed him to the ground. Behave yourself. The scene that followed was very strange. A group of people knelt on the ground, not daring to make a sound, and just watched a man in front of them grab a doll. 10 minutes later, Chun Feng finally emptied all the claw machines. Then he slowly turned around and looked at Crow. You just said either you pay for your life or do something else? Either, or we kneel down before you. The Crow was so scared that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he quickly changed his words. Then he pushed the middle-aged man forward and said, Master Chun, it's all because of this guy's ignorance that he offended you. Just give the order and we'll kill him. When the middle-aged man heard this, he felt his legs go weak and his face turned pale with fright. He quickly knelt down to apologize. Master Chun, I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to offend you. You can grab any dolls here. I won't dare stop you anymore. How dare you? Master Chun really cares about your baby? Drag him away. Crow waved his hand. The two younger brothers quickly dragged him away. Now that so many people are watching in public, some things are difficult to do. Chun Feng looked at the middle-aged man who was already scared to death and suddenly sighed. Forget it. Just teach him a lesson. Don't let anyone get killed. Although unscrupulous merchants are hateful. But he didn't want to make a big fuss, especially since there were so many people watching. Just give him a lesson. Clear. The Crow nodded quickly. Then he looked at the middle-aged man with a hint of ill intent in his eyes. Just a lesson? Do you think Master Chin meant to tickle you? At least I'll beat you so hard that you can't get out of bed for several months. Damn, you almost made me offend Master Chun. How can I let you go so easily? Chun Feng grabbed hundreds of dolls at once, and there was no room for them in the car, so he had to take some of them. Yin Ting didn't want to throw away the rest, so she asked Crow's little brother to help send them back. At this time, the two came to the parking lot. Yun Ting straightened her proud figure, bit her lip, and said resentfully, I was worried about you the whole time. I didn't expect you to know someone from Black Tiger. What about you? Are you hiding something from me too? Chun Feng turned around. He looked at her speechlessly. You seem strange today. Are you hiding something from me? After all, you are my senior housekeeper. If there is anything you can't solve, maybe I can help you. Just the housekeeper? Yunting tilted her head with a smile on her face. Forehead. Chun Feng didn't know how to respond to this sentence. It seemed like you were the one who kissed me first just now. You don't want me to be responsible now? To be honest, Yunting is very beautiful and has good temperament. Before he got the system, it was impossible for him to come into contact with such a goddess-level figure. Same. School beauty Shang Yin Yin is also sexy and charming. If he were asked to choose between these two people now, it's really difficult. At this time, Yin Ting lifted her hair and suddenly said, the person who wants to acquire the shares of Haitian Intelligent Company has been found out. The other party is Yu Hao. Yu Hao. Chun Feng was unfamiliar with the people in the provincial capital. Before getting the system, he had never even been to the provincial capital. Yun Ting said with a strange look, Yu Hao is just a rich second generation. He has some money, and he is invested in many industries. However, his father Yu Wenzhou is a prominent figure, and many influential companies in the provincial capital have Yu Wenzhou's presence. It can be seen that they are still very powerful in the provincial capital. Oh, Chun Feng still didn't take the other party seriously. I was just a little curious. You mean as long as they set their eyes on a company, they will intervene and forcibly acquire shares? That's what the rumor says. Yin Ting's face was very serious. I also heard that Yu Hao has a relative in the War Department of China. I wonder if you have heard of the War Department. A secret force that still has a lot of power in China. The fact that Yu Hao and his son were able to gain a foothold in the provincial capital was largely due to the relationship with this relative. This time he saw the development prospects of Haitian Intelligence Company, so he wanted to get involved. War Department? Chen Feng smiled faintly. If the opponent had a different trump card, he might still worry about whether he could deal with it. It took a long time. It turns out that it was the people from the War Department who were backing them. Let's go. Don't worry about this matter. It's okay if they don't provoke me. But if they really annoy me, you will definitely regret it. Ah, Yin Ting was stunned for a moment. I just talked for a long time. Didn't you hear it clearly? His backing is the War Department. Although you know Lord Tiger and have a good relationship with him, you can't be compared with the people in the War Department. See Chen Feng get into the car. Yin Ting glared at him in shame and anger. What a stinky little brother. You don't know anything. Just as they were about to leave, a BMW drove over and a figure walked out of it. Boss Yin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ma Tianju walked out of the car. As the general manager of Seaway Technology Company, he knew Yun Ting, and he also knew the relationship between Yun Ting and Haitian Intelligence Company. Mr. Ma, Yun Ting frowned slightly. She also knew a little about Ma Tianju. This man had no bottom line in business. He didn't mind any method as long as it could bring him benefits. Previously, Manager Kong of Seaway Technology was arrested for his involvement in the theft case of Haitian Intelligence Company, although General Manager Ma Tianju was not involved. But he must have known about it. Ma Tianju smiled faintly. I just happened to meet you here. I have something to ask Mr. Yin. I'm asking for a friend. I wonder if Mr. Yin is interested in selling the shares of Haitian Intelligence Company. Chapter 116, Scared and Ran Away. Not only Yunting was stunned. Even Chen Feng, who was sitting in the car, was stunned. What's going on? Who is Ma Tianju asking this for? Haitian Intelligence Company is currently in a critical situation, and there must be many people eyeing this company. Ma Tianju is not acquiring the company himself, but is making inquiries for others. This is very interesting. Yin Ting frowned and asked, what does Mr. Ma mean? It's like this. I know that Mr. Yin also has shares in Haitian Intelligence Company, and it just so happens that a friend of mine is very interested in this company. But he is in the provincial capital, so he had to ask me for him. Speaking of this, Ma Tianju couldn't help but glance at her and said meaningfully, Boss Yin should know this person. It's young Master Yu Hao. Mr. Yin called other shareholders before, but Mr. Yin felt it was inconvenient to call, so he asked me to help ask. Yenting's expression changed slightly. He said coldly, not for sale. I see. Ma Tianju smiled and said, I also heard that your company has a major shareholder who holds the most shares. I wonder if he's interested. Haitian Intelligence Company has a very good future at the moment, and we will definitely not let you down in terms of price. At this time, Chen Feng walked out of the car and said with a half smile, how much is he going to spend on it, 100 trillion or 1 quadrillion? Who is this? Ma Tianju frowned. He had never met Chen Feng, and he didn't look very old. Could it be Mr. Yun's younger brother? Chen Feng leaned against the Lamborghini, crossed his arms, and said calmly, my name is Chen Feng, and I am the major shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company, Ltd. I'm also the major shareholder of Haitian Intelligence Company. Aren't you looking for me? Oh, right. Didn't your Seaway Technology Company lose 200 million recently? It's all my fault. I wonder if this introduction will make Mr. Ma more profound. Hiss. Ma Tianju looked at him suddenly. I was even more shocked in my heart. The guy in front of me is actually the major shareholder of Wenyu Investment Company, Limited in Haitian Intelligence. What surprised him even more was, previously, Manager Kong and Wei Dong from his company stole the core data of Haitian Intelligence and were eventually arrested, causing the company to lose 200 million yuan. All this is actually related to the guy in front of me. He couldn't help but take Chen Feng seriously. Ma Tianju forced a smile on his face. Mr. Chun is indeed a promising young man. As for the price, if Mr. Chun wants to sell it, he can talk to Mr. Yu about everything. No need to talk, 1 quadrillion. If he can come up with it, I'll sell it. This? You can't even come up with 100 trillion. What's the point of talking about this? You're a bunch of idiots. You really think you're so great just because you have a few backgrounds. Chen Feng just sprayed first to show his respect. You still want to buy my shares? Fuck you. Mr. Chun. Ma Tianju looked a little ugly. But at this moment, he was too lazy to explain anything and turned his gaze to Yin Ting. Boss Yin, young master, you asked me to say hello to you for him. He said he missed you a lot these years. Yin Ting shuddered all over. Chen Feng, who was standing by, narrowed his eyes and said, Ma, give my regards to his ancestors. Ma Tianju said nothing more. Anyway, he has already said what needs to be said. If he stays any longer, some conflict might arise. Especially when he saw Chun Feng just now. The other party gave him a very dangerous feeling. After Ma Tianju left, Chun Feng looked at Yin Ting with a strange expression. What's going on? Did that bastard Yu Hao know you before? Yin Ting sat down in the car. There was finally a slight fluctuation on his cold face. Actually, I first started working in the provincial capital, and Yu Hao often pestered me at that time. I have rejected him countless times, but to no avail. In addition, since the other party has a background in the War Department, I dare not offend him too much. Later, I had no other choice but to come to Beihu. These years have been very peaceful, and Yu Hao has not bothered me anymore. I didn't expect. Hey, what's there to be afraid of about Yu Hao? Chun Feng's eyes flashed with coldness. If he dares to harass you, I promise to make sure he never returns. After Ma Tianju returned to Seaway Technology Company, he made a direct call to the provincial capital. Hey, Mr. Yu, I've already delivered the message, but Mr. Yun and the major shareholder don't seem to want to sell their shares. They said, say what? The major shareholder is called Chun Feng. He said that if you are willing to pay 100 trillion to buy the shares, he is willing to sell them. Ma Tianju, is this your answer to me? Listen carefully. I can make you the general manager of Seaway Technology, or I can make you step down immediately. You know my background. I don't care what method you use. You must get the shares for me. I will only give you 3 days. After 3 days, I will go to Beihu City in person. If you fail to complete the task, you know the consequences. Understand, understood. Ma Tianju was so scared that his entire back was covered in cold sweat. Even though he is the boss of the company now. But in front of Master Yu, he is nothing. One word from the other party can make him soar to success, but also one word can make him fall to the bottom. At this time, a figure pushed open the office door and walked in. Uncle, can you do me a favor? Hey, why is your face all sweaty? Isn't the office hot? Lu Bing walked in slowly. Ma Tianju glared at him fiercely and said impatiently, what do you want my help with again? Lu Bing sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said, isn't Haitian Intelligent Company producing a smartphone watch? I heard this product is awesome, but the quantity is too small to be ordered. Can you find a way to get one for me? What can I do? Ma Tianju suddenly felt annoyed. This guy never does anything useful all day and always causes trouble for him. He suddenly looked at Lu Bing's face again and frowned. What happened to your face? Who hit you? It's all because of that guy Chun Feng. Lu Bing was annoyed when he thought about the class reunion a few days ago. I attended a high school reunion a few days ago, and I didn't expect that someone knew Tiger Lord. I just said a few words to him, and I was almost killed by Tiger Lord. Uncle, you said that Mr. Who is a big shot in Beihu City after all. Why is he so servile to a student? I really don't understand. Chun Feng, Lord Tiger, kneel down. Ma Tianju knows all these words. But when put together, the amount of information is huge. Who is Lord Tiger? The head of Beihu City's underground forces. He and Tianbao share Beihu's underground forces equally. Such a person actually kowtowed to Chun Feng. Oh shit, this kid is very powerful. The corner of Ma Tianju's mouth twitched suddenly. Now, how could he dare to have any thoughts on Chun Feng's shares? Although he didn't dare to offend Yu Hao from the provincial capital, he also didn't dare to offend He Hu from Beihu. Can't offend both sides. If you offend anyone, you will die. What should I do? What should I do? Damn, if I can't afford to offend you, can't I just hide away? Run away. Chapter 117. Someone is taking action. Provincial capital. In a luxurious villa, a young man was lying on the wide bed, with a ruffian look on his face, giving people a frivolous feeling. After he hung up the phone, he glanced at the woman who was getting dressed next to him, frowned and said, Chun Xiao Xiao, don't you have any other artists in your company? I'm tired of asking you to accompany me every day. Mr. Yu, Chun Xiao Xiao said aggrievedly, do you dislike me? All right. Yu Hao couldn't bear to see the other person crying. Doesn't your company have an artist named Su Qingsheng? I heard that she had some conflicts with your senior management recently. You do not say. Chun Xiao Xiao pursed her lips and said, Su Qingsheng relies on her fame to act like a big shot every day and doesn't even go to the activities arranged by the company. She refused to go when asked to drink or dine with others, and last time, she was asked to chat about the script with Director Wang late at night, but she also refused. Later, the higher-ups got angry and cut off all her resources. I heard half a month ago that she went to Beihu alone to relax. I wonder if she has returned to the provincial capital now. Speaking of this, Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Yu Hao with charming eyes and said delicately, Master Yu, do you want to try something new? It is said that Su Qingsheng is still a virgin. How about I help you get her to your bed some other day? North Lake. Yu Hao waved his hand and said, we'll talk about it when the time comes. When he mentioned Beihu, he thought of a person, Yunting, who has an impressive 32D figure. He chased her for a long time, but never caught up with her. Okay, go ahead, and I'll call you if there's anything else. Yu Hao called Ma Tianzhu again, as he had forgotten to tell him something just now. Sorry, the number you dialed is busy. I typed it several times and got this prompt. A flash of anger suddenly crossed Yu Hao's heart. Damn, wouldn't that idiot Ma Tianzhu block me? Just wait for me. I'll arrive at Beihu in 3 days, and I'll make you suffer. Yu Hao is in a bad mood now. He dialed the number again, and the call was quickly connected. Master Leopard, long time no see. Master Yu, we haven't seen each other for a few years. On the other end of the phone, Chun Tianbao smiled faintly. He is the boss of Beihu's underground forces, and he and another underground boss, Black Tiger, share the major forces in Beihu. On status, he is indeed much taller than Yu Hao, the rich second generation. It's just that the other party's identity is rather special, so he has to treat him politely. Yu Hao didn't waste any words. He said quickly, Master Bao, I called you this time to ask you for a favor. You're too polite, Mr. Yu. If you need anything, just let me know. I'll do my best to help. Chen Tianbao is also a smart guy. I just said I would try my best to help, but the final result depends on the situation. Yu Hao said, it's like this. I recently took a fancy to the shares of a company, and the shareholder was very disrespectful to me. So I would like to ask Mr. Bao for a favor and teach him a lesson for me. Of course, helping is helping, and I will not reduce a penny of the hard work of the brothers. Shares. Chen Tianbao's heart moved. There are probably not many shares in the entire Beihu that the other party can take a fancy to. Isn't Haitian Intelligent Company the most popular company in Beihu recently? Mr. Yu, are you talking about Haitian intelligence? Good. Yu Hao smiled and said, this favor is not in vain. Haven't you always wanted to unify the forces of Beihu? As long as this is done well, I will help you kick Black Tiger out. By then, the entire Beihu city will be yours. You should know that I have the support of the War Department, so I can still do this. Chen Tianbao was shocked. Are you serious? He had long disliked Black Tiger and wished he could wipe out Black Tiger's forces in one fell swoop. This deal is definitely worth it. Really? Yu Hao nodded. Okay, send me that person's information. After Chen Tianbao hung up the phone, he soon received a message. Above is a photo and basic information of Chen Feng. A senior shareholder of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited. Haitian Intelligent Company shareholder. Yu Hao learned all this information from Ma Tianzhu. He didn't verify it carefully and just forwarded it to Chen Tianbao directly. It seems that the family has a little money. Chen Tianbao didn't take it seriously. What kind of background could a senior student have? Go call Roe Deer. Soon, a cross-eyed hoodlum was called over. What's surprising is, the other person had bandages on his body and seemed to be injured. Chen Tianbao frowned. Rosie, what happened to your injury? Master Leopard, it's nothing serious. Roe Deer laughed dryly. I had a conflict with Black Tiger's men a few days ago and broke a few ribs, but it's not serious. After a few days of rest, the doctor said I could be discharged from the hospital. How many were broken? Chen Tianbao was very confused. In the past, when conflict arose between the two sides, the injuries suffered were always very serious, and injuries like the Roe Deer's were considered minor. Roe Deer smiled and said, it's really nothing. Only 4 of them are broken. I don't know what's wrong with those men under Black Tiger. They broke 2 of my ribs in one day. What a piece of shit. Every day when I walk, I'm afraid someone will suddenly run out and hit me in the ribs. Later, I had no choice but to hide myself away and have been recuperating in the hospital these days. Mr. Leopard, is there any mission? I'm fine, my injuries have almost healed, and I can complete a simple task. Okay then, I trust you to do the job. Chen Tianbao handed over the phone and said, investigate this person to see if he has any background and teach him a lesson tonight or tomorrow night. Remember, don't kill people. He took a look at the injury of the Roe Deer and seemed a little worried. Take the 4 brothers with you. Remember, we must act at night. Clear. The Roe Deer's cross-eyed eyes rolled around, and it quickly left. Chen Feng drove back to the villa with Yunting. Crow's little brother had already sent the doll back in advance and placed it at the door of the villa. When Yunting looked at these dolls, the unhappiness in her heart disappeared instantly. Perhaps only at the moment when she caught the doll was she the happiest and most relaxed. She has always been alone. No matter what happens, I solve it alone and quietly. This time, Yun Ting suddenly discovered that Chun Feng could give her a sense of security, a feeling that no one else could replace. She looked again at the boy who was a few years younger than her. Chun Feng. As soon as Chun Feng turned around, he saw Yun Ting quickly kiss him on the face. Then he quickly ran to the bedroom. Is I being taken advantage of again? Chun Feng was also confused. Boys nowadays really need to protect themselves when they are outside, otherwise they will be taken advantage of. At this time, a video popped up in the void. This is the prediction video that popped up earlier, and it is not finished yet. The prediction video has changed. Chun Feng discovered that the video in which 3 men in black broke into the villa and committed crimes while the villa owner was sleeping had changed. Not only was the time advanced, but the number of people also increased from 3 to 5. He remembered that it was because of this video that he deliberately strengthened his body. I don't think I've strengthened my body today. Then continue to strengthen it. Strengthen. The host's strength is enhanced by 800, while a normal person's strength is 100. The host's speed is enhanced by 650, while a normal person's speed is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 800, while a normal person's is 100. Chun Feng smiled faintly as he felt his body becoming stronger again. Come on. Let me show you how powerful my fist is. Chapter 1:18 Mother and Daughter Talk. The other side. Shang Yinyan is in a bad mood now. I couldn't even concentrate in class and just sat there in a daze. Previously, she and Xiao Mingqi had competed to give Chun Feng extra lessons. Although both of them were rejected, she was not unhappy at all, because compared to Xiao Mingqi, I have an absolute advantage. She was not worried that the other party would snatch Chun Feng away. But now, ever since she saw the video of catching dolls on the trending search, she suddenly became a little unhappy. She recognized at a glance that the person who was catching the dolls was Chun Feng, and there was also Yun Ting next to him who was holding a lot of dolls in her hands. Especially when I saw Yun Ting's excited expression, I felt more and more jealous. What's wrong, Yin? Her roommate also noticed that something was wrong with her and came over quickly. Shang Yin said in a depressed mood, "Do you think Chun Feng doesn't like me? Look, he was catching dolls with Sister Yun, but he never caught them with me." The roommate was also slightly stunned after seeing the video. Then he said, Yin, I think Chun Feng is a bit of a playboy. Have you heard the rumors in the school these days? Not only is he having an affair with Xiao Mingqi, he is also having an affair with Wu Tong. It's only been a few days, and he has already slept with 3 of the 4 school beauties. If he continues like this, what will happen? Oh my God, can his kidneys handle it? And look at you, Sister Yin. You say you were a senior butler, but this big 32D thing doesn't look like a butler at all. How many papayas does one have to eat to grow this big? The most important thing is that his relationship with you girls is very subtle, but he just can't clearly choose one to be his girlfriend. What does he want? Obviously, he wants everything. This kind of person is obviously a scumbag. Yin, you have to make a choice, whether to leave or continue this relationship with him. Shang Yin's mood was also complicated. Her mind told her that she couldn't go on like this, but subconsciously, she wanted to take her relationship with Chun Feng to the next level. Let me think about it. Shang Yin left the classroom directly. She was very confused. She remembered that when she first met Chun Feng, he gave her a sports car and later invested 2 billion yuan in her father's company. The two even met each other's parents and attended a class reunion together. Today, Chun Feng also secretly pulled her little hand. All this is enough to show that I have a place in Chun Feng's heart, and this status is higher than that of the others. Look at others again. Whether it was Xiao Mingqi or Wu Tong, it was just a rumor going around in school, and she had never seen Chun Feng have any intimate actions with these 2 people. Even Yun Ting, who lived with him, didn't seem to have any intimate behavior with him. Think of this. Shang Yin suddenly became happy. Yes, he likes me. No matter what her roommates say, no matter what the rumors in school spread, Shang Yin's current thought is that she must not let anyone snatch Chun Feng away. At this time, she suddenly received call. It was my mother Feng Mei calling. A while ago, my mother went back to her parents' home and stayed there for half a month before coming back. Yin, come back. I have something to ask you. No. Seeing her mother's serious tone, Shang Yin did not dare to delay and hurried home. It only takes 10 minutes to drive from school to home. As soon as they entered the door, a woman dressed in rich clothes pulled Shang Yin over, and they sat down on the sofa. Fang Mei held her hand and said with a complicated look, Yin Yin, we haven't talked to each other for a long time. I heard that you don't live in school now. I. Shang Yin Yin looked a little evasive and said with a pursed mouth, Mom, what do you want to ask? You kid. Fang Mei sighed and said, when I came back, I heard from your dad that your classmate Chen Feng invested 2 billion yuan in your dad's company. Now the company's market value has increased many times, and you, my classmate, can be considered a benefactor to our family. Speaking of this, she changed the subject. I heard that you moved your luggage to his villa. Although Chen Feng has done a favor to our family, you are a girl after all. If something really happens, your reputation will be ruined. Mom, what are you talking about? Shang Yinyin stamped her feet shyly and her face turned red all of a sudden. She knew what her mother meant. Fang Mei smiled and said, Mom is also an experienced person. Tell me, is Chen Feng interested in you? I think yes. Shang Yinyin raised the smartphone watch on her hand and said proudly, this is the sample he made last time. There is only one in the world. He gave it to me. I don't really understand the affairs of you young people. But Chen Feng is a very good person. Since you like him, I won't stop you. As she spoke, Fang Mei secretly took something out of her pocket and stuffed it into Shang Yinyin's hand. Yinyin, you haven't graduated yet after all. You must protect yourself. Take this and use it when you need it. Shang Yinyin opened it and took a look. Everyone was stunned. Oh my God, what did my mother give me? Du, lei, see. She was stunned. I was completely stunned. Mom, I don't want it. Shang Yinyin quickly stuffed the thing into her mother's hands. It was so embarrassing. If Chen Feng saw this, he would definitely laugh at me. What a fool my mom is. How can I not want it? Fang Mei suddenly thought of something and asked quickly, Yin Yin, tell me the truth. Did you have your period? Not yet. Shang Yinyin pursed her lips. Her menstrual period has always been unstable, especially after she moved to a new place of accommodation. It would usually be delayed for a few days. But this ordinary thing was like a bolt from the blue to Fang Mei. Hasn't it come yet? It's over. It's over. You're probably pregnant. You two are such idiots, you shouldn't live together. Even if you do, you should at least take safety measures. Fang Mei was suddenly confused. My daughter hasn't even graduated from college yet. If this gets out, it will have a bad impact. Mom! Shang Yinyin covered her face with her hands. She was about to collapse. You have such a rich imagination. You can write novels now. Mom, it's not what you think. What on earth are you thinking? Chen Feng and I just held hands at most. We didn't do anything else. Ah, Fang Mei heaved a sigh of relief. Is that so? Then I'm relieved. Yin Yin, you should keep this thing. It might be useful someday. Then he stuffed it into Shang Yinyin's hand again. Shang Yinyin didn't know what to say. She subconsciously put the set away. At this time, she received a message from Chen Feng. Yin Yin, the egg is about to hatch. Do you want to come back and take a look? Want. Shang Yinyin quickly replied to a message and then said to her mother, Mom, I have something to do and I have to leave first. Let's talk next time. Okay, we'll talk next time. Fang Mei also shook her head. Girls can't be kept at home when they grow up. Chapter 119, Shocked Chen Tianbao. In the villa, Shang Yinyin rushed back and saw the dolls all over the floor when she passed the living room. But she has adjusted her mindset. After just one look, he hurried to the study. Chen Feng and Yun Ting were surrounding the incubator in the study. The giant egg inside had cracked, and it seemed like something was trying to come out of it. About 10 minutes passed. The eggshell was completely broken, and a little creature came out from it. This is... Shang Yinyin held her cheeks with both hands, and her big eyes blinked continuously. She has seen many animals, but this one has never been seen before. Its body shape is a bit like a bird, but it is not a bird. It has a pointed beak and a pair of wings. Let me check. Yanning took out her cell phone and searched for information online. I searched for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what this thing in front of me was. The little guy walked crookedly when he was born and fell to the ground after taking a few steps. However, he quickly adapted to the environment, walked clumsily to Chen Feng, and jumped on his body. Because it was just born, the little guy's entire body is only the size of a palm, but its wings are very long. Chen Feng studied it for a while and then stopped reading. At first he thought it was a dinosaur egg. He had seen dinosaurs in movies before, but the one in front of him seemed different from those. There's a biology professor in our school who specializes in studying animals. I'll take a picture and send it to him. Shang Yinyin took out her cell phone with a smile, and when she was about to take a photo, something fell out of her pocket. At a glance, her face turned red instantly. What the hell? What is this? Chun Feng looked at the fallen Durex in confusion, and even Yun Ting beside him had a strange look on his face. No, nothing, it's bubblegum. Shang Yinyin wanted to prove that she was not lying. He quickly picked the thing up, unwrapped it, and stuffed it into his mouth. That action. Pretty neat. Then, blow a bubble. Look, it's bubblegum. Noticing Chun Feng's strange look, she stamped her feet shyly, turned around, and ran back to the bedroom. So embarrassing. Shang Yinyin didn't come out again the whole afternoon. Until the evening. Chun Feng's expression has become serious. He predicts that the road deer in the video should come to the villa tonight, although his own skills are already very impressive. But just in case, you still have to be prepared. He called Hey Hu again. Time passed little by little and night fell. In a corner outside the villa, 5 figures sneaked in. The leader was none other than Chun Tianbao's subordinate, Luozi. Rosie looked at the villa in front of him and whispered, I have checked the situation during the day. There's only one man, Chun Feng, and 2 women in the villa. Fuck, Brother Ro. That guy really knows how to have fun. Rich people are different. They always pick up girls in pairs. Okay, second brother, you go in first. We'll go in after we confirm everything is okay. Road Deer began to take command. He was injured, so climbing the wall was not appropriate for him. Okay, I'll go first. A man in black nimbly climbed over the courtyard wall. 5 minutes later, Road Deer frowned because there was no movement inside, and the brothers who had just entered did not send them a signal. Haizi, go in and take a look. 10 minutes later, Xiao Huang, go in and take a look. 20 minutes later, there was no one around Road Deer, and the 4 people he brought with him all entered the villa. But what is very strange is that there was still no movement inside. What the hell is going on? Road Deer always felt that something was wrong. He gritted his teeth and began to climb over the wall to enter the villa. His movements were still very skillful. My feet just landed. He saw a man sitting on a chair in the yard of the villa, with his legs crossed, looking at him with interest. It seemed like he knew I would come in, and at the man's feet, there were 4 people lying on the ground motionless. That moment, the Road Deer trembled violently. Run away. Just as he was about to run, he was suddenly hit by a huge force, and his body flew backwards and fell heavily to the ground. I couldn't get up for a long time. So fast. The Road Deer looked at Chun Feng in horror. At that moment just now, it was Chun Feng who kicked him. The speed is too fast. It's like it's just sitting there without moving. Not only that, the gate of the villa suddenly opened, and a group of people rushed over and surrounded the Road Deer in an instant. Tiger. Lord Tiger. The corner of Road Deer's mouth twitched suddenly, because the leader is Black Tiger, who is on par with the underground boss, Chun Tianbao. What horrified him even more was Hey Hu's attitude towards Chun Feng was very respectful. At this time, Chun Feng stood up from his chair and said calmly, Chun Tianbao's men? Yes, yes, I am Mr. Leopard's subordinate. Rosie almost cried and quickly said, It was young Master Yu from the provincial capital who wanted to cause trouble for you. Leopard and I were just doing the job for money. Also, Mr. Yu has taken a fancy to your company's shares, so let us teach you a lesson. Master Yu also said that as long as we helped him, he could get Tiger out of the game and let Leopard unify the power of Beihu. Boss Chun, I really didn't mean to cause you trouble. Please let me go. Mr. Yu, Chun Feng had never thought that Yu Hao from the provincial capital was still in contact with Chun Tianbao. It seems that Chun Tianbao thinks that his life is too comfortable. Lord Tiger, how about we go meet this Chun Tianbao? Mr. Chun, everything is up to you. Hey Hu also snorted coldly. He didn't expect that Chun Tianbao still wanted to touch him. He was wary of him in the past, because Chun Tianbao knew Yu Hao from the provincial capital. Now Chun Feng himself is a person favored by the War Department. With such a powerful backer, what is there to be afraid of? A group of people dragged Road Deer and rushed towards Chun Tianbao's place. Master Leopard, it's bad. It's bad. Our casino has been smashed. Oh no, Master Bao, Black Tiger and his men are breaking in. Oh no, oh no. The voices that came one after another made Chun Tianbao instantly furious. Hey Hu, you really think I'm easy to bully? Brothers, grab your weapons. Chun Tianbao roared and rushed outside with a group of brothers. Just walked outside. He was stunned by a scene. Chun Feng was seen walking slowly, and in front of him, hundreds of people surrounded him. But these people could not stop Chun Feng at all. With every step he took, someone fell. The hundreds of people around him seemed unable to touch Chun Feng's clothes at all. Instead, they were beaten and screamed by Chun Feng's punches and kicks. Grass. The corner of Chun Tianbao's mouth twitched suddenly. He had never seen such a powerful person. Even Black Tiger's skills were not so strong. Chapter 120 His Identity? Boom! Chun Feng punched another person and sent him flying. The stick in the opponent's hand was directly broken by his hard fist. Looking at the people lying on the ground and wailing, Chen Tianbao, who had just rushed up, suddenly became a little scared. In fact, Chen Tianbao is very skilled, even a little stronger than Heihu. But even so, it is impossible for someone like Chan Feng to fight against hundreds of people alone, especially when he saw Black Tiger and the four heavenly kings cleaning up the escaped trash behind Chen Feng. A sense of uneasiness rose in his heart again. Mad, fight him! Chun Tianbao gritted his teeth, and a murderous aura emanated from his whole body. He rushed forward with a machete in hand. That moment, Chen Feng suddenly raised his head, and cold, murderous intent locked onto him. Immediately following, the body turned into a shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. His speed was so fast that Chun Tianbao had no time to react before he was hit hard by a fist and flew away. Puff! Chun Tianbao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. There was horror in his eyes. The younger brothers around him also had expressions of surprise on their faces. The boss who they thought was so powerful was actually knocked away by a single punch. The opponent is too strong. Master Leopard, hurry up. Master Bao, Black Tiger and his men have helpers. We can't defeat them. You should hide quickly. Master Leopard, go out the back door. Several of Chun Tianbao's confidants pulled him into the house. Damn it, Chun Tianbao didn't waste any words and turned around and ran away. It's obvious that Black Tiger and his men came well prepared. Now is definitely not the time to fight head-on. But what surprised him was Chun Feng, whom Yu Xiao from the provincial capital wanted to deal with, was actually a master and was even so close to Heihu. No need to think. The road deer must have missed the target. Damn, what a bullshit Mr. Yu. He actually gave me fake information. If he had known that the other party was so powerful, he would never have dared to provoke him. But now, it is too late to regret. Master Bao, this gate was custom-made. It's a double-layer bulletproof door. He definitely can't get in. Yes, Mr. Leopard, you go out the back door first. Before anyone could finish their words, they heard a loud bang. The door, which seemed extremely hard in their eyes, was hit by a huge force at this moment, and the entire door frame was kicked away. Immediately following, Chen Feng walked in slowly. Behind him, Heihu and a group of people followed closely. This scene, everyone gasped. Chun Tianbao felt like he was falling into an ice cellar. At this time, he discovered something even more horrifying. After Chen Feng came in, he found a chair and sat down, while Heihu and the four heavenly kings behind him stood behind Chen Feng. Clear priorities. The mighty and arrogant Black Tiger was willing to be inferior to others and was so respectful. This is enough to show that Chun Feng is not an ordinary person. If he was just good at fighting, it would be impossible for Black Tiger to be so obedient. The other party definitely has another identity. Seeing Chun Tianbao's frustrated look, Heihu laughed. Chun Tianbao. Ah, Chun Tianbao, you are so bold that you even want to provoke Mr. Chun. Do you know who Mr. Chun is? Brother Black Tiger, please explain. Chun Tianbao sighed helplessly. No matter who the other party is, he has admitted defeat today. Heihu laughed and said, Mr. Chun is of noble status. You don't need to know that. You just need to understand that you can't afford to offend him. Even Yu Hao from the provincial capital is nothing in front of Mr. Chun. Chun Tianbao's heart trembled violently. Heihu should know Yu Hao's background, but he still dared to say such words. It's terrifying when you think about it. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you something. Black Tiger looked at him meaningfully, squinted his eyes, and said, Do you know why the roe deer under your command had their ribs broken these days? Chen Tianbao has always been confused about this matter. That's because Mr. Chen knew that you would ask roe deer to cause trouble for him. So he gave a heads up in advance and asked the brothers to break 2 of his ribs a day. Originally, the roe deer should have had more than a dozen broken ribs, but this guy was very cunning. I ran away and hid for a few days before I escaped. Although Heihu said this lightly, but it made Chen Tianbao feel like he was struck by lightning. I lost my composure instantly. His eyes suddenly turned to Chun Feng, who was sitting on the chair next to him, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Horrified, extremely terrified, because it has been at least a week since roe deer's ribs were broken, and I asked roe deer to cause trouble for Chun Feng. But this was a task I only received today. That is to say, Did Mr. Chun know this was going to happen a week ago? And he could even accurately calculate that he would let the road deer do this. Oh shit. A feeling of fear suddenly arose in Chun Tianbao's heart. What kind of ability is this? At this time, Chen Feng waved his hand and said calmly, Chen Tianbao, right? We have no grudges against each other, but today you hired someone to deal with me. Don't you have to give me an explanation? Mr. Chun. Chen Tianbao was so scared that his entire back was covered in cold sweat. I admit my mistake today. We really have no grudges against each other. I was just doing something for someone else. Please give me a way out. Survival. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes and said, Sure, didn't you Hao from the provincial capital ask you to teach me a lesson? Then you should teach him a lesson as well. Also, you need to prepare for me a copy of all of Yu Hao's information, even what color underwear he wears every day. You need to know it clearly for me. Now that we have accomplished these two things, we will let bygones be bygones. This, Chen Tianbao was in great difficulty. He could do the second thing, it just cost a little more money. But first things first, he really wanted to teach Yu Hao a lesson, because the relative from the War Department behind him would not let him go. It's up to you. If you can do these two things, Beihu will have a place for you. If you can't do them, then you can forget about staying in Beihu. After saying this, Chen Feng slowly left. Chen Tianbao was hesitant. At this time, Beihu slowly walked up to him and whispered, Chen Tianbao, we have a long history. We have fought for more than 10 years and have developed feelings for each other. I hope you will consider Mr. Chen's words carefully, seize this opportunity, and work for Mr. Chen together in the future. After saying, suddenly he leaned his head closer and said something in his ear. Chen Tianbao trembled all over. I was extremely shocked. Chen Feng is actually... After everyone left, one of the men said, Master Bao, what should we do now? We were caught off guard by Black Tiger and his men because we were not prepared this time. How about I gather all the brothers outside? Call your uncle. Chen Tianbao was immediately furious. Remember, from now on, when you see Mr. Chun, you must respectfully call him Master Chun. No one is allowed to offend him. Do you hear me? Yes. Yes. Also, immediately arrange for a few brothers to go to the provincial capital overnight to teach you how a lesson. What? Hurry up and do it. After you're done, give them some money and send them away overnight. Clear. Chapter 121, The Return of the Military Master. After returning to the villa, Chen Feng directly asked Beihu and the others to leave. Beihu had originally wanted to find a few people to stay around the villa, in case Chen Tianbao was not convinced and launched a surprise attack. But Chen Feng refused. He could see that Chen Tianbao was frightened by his beating, especially the last words Beihu said to Chen Tianbao when he left. Who would dare to offend the successor to the future military chief of the War Department? Many times when you say how strong you are, others may not believe you. But when it comes from another person's mouth, the effect will definitely be different. In fact, Chen Feng understood it very well. One Chen Tianbao is nothing. Even if Chen Tianbao is brought down today, there might be a second Chen Tianbao appearing tomorrow. The most important thing is Yu Hao. Only when Yu Hao truly suffers will the other party dare not offend him again. I dare not even think about taking shares of Haitian Intelligent Company again. No rush. Take your time. Let's see who will kill whom then. When we returned to the villa, Shang Yinyan was teasing the little guy. Seeing that Chen Feng's clothes were a little messy, she frowned slightly and asked, Where did you and Beihu go just now? It's okay. I just had a midnight snack. Chen Feng smiled faintly. There is no need to let the other party know what happened tonight. He glanced at the little guy on the ground again and asked, Didn't you send a photo to the biology professor? What did he say? The professor hasn't responded yet. Shang Yinyan continued to play with the little guy, tickled his belly, and said with a smile, Why do I think it looks a bit like a dinosaur? A flying dinosaur. But Sister Yin said that dinosaurs have long been extinct, so it can't be a dinosaur egg. Who knows? Seeing the little guy crawling to his feet, Chen Feng gently kicked it away. The little guy crawled over again, and he kicked it away again. You don't bully it. Shang Yinyan picked up the little guy angrily, and then seemed to think of something. The light in my bedroom is broken. Can you help me change it? Sister Yun fell asleep. I was embarrassed to disturb her. Yin Ting. Chen Feng thought for a while and said, She may not be in a good mood these days. You should spend more time with her. I know. Shang Yinyan could also feel that the other party seemed absent-minded when he came back today. After asking, I found out that two things happened. One thing is that someone wants to buy shares in my dad's company. Another thing is that Yunting's former suitor started to pester her again, and the other party seemed to have a very powerful background. Shan Yinyan's bedroom is on the second floor, next to Yunting. Since giving these two rooms to them, Chun Feng has never come in again, mainly because the girl's room is inconvenient. The room was decorated in a simple pink color scheme by Shan Yinyan. There's also a faint fragrance inside, the same as the fragrance on Shan Yinyan's body. Chun Feng was even a little curious. Are all school beauties' rooms fragrant, and even their farts are fragrant? All right, overthinking. Shan Yinyan uses a creative ceiling lamp in her bedroom, and she happened to have a spare wick at home. Chun Feng brought a stool and tools and stood on them to replace the wick. Shan Yinyan held a very bright flashlight and shone it from below. After about 5 minutes, the replacement was successful. Okay, Chun Feng just lowered his head. I saw a hint of white under Shan Yinyan's neck, especially since she was wearing a black suspender pajamas, which made my heart beat faster. Is there any water? Please pour me a glass of water. Yes, I have. Shan Yinyan handed over a cup of water. At this moment, I suddenly found that the atmosphere was a little ambiguous, especially when he saw Chun Feng sitting on his bed. The corners of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something but didn't say it. Actually, generally girls mind if someone sits on their bed, especially if it's someone of the opposite sex. Shan Yinyan did not stop at this time. This is enough to show that she is not disgusted by Chun Feng's action and even regards him as her own. At this time, Chun Feng saw Durex in a trash can. I also remembered that during the day, Shan Yinyan deliberately said that this was bubblegum in order to hide her embarrassment and even put it in her mouth and blew a bubble. I couldn't help but laugh and asked, "Is this bubblegum delicious?" Following his gaze, Shan Yinyan saw the Durex and her face turned red instantly. The next moment, he seemed to have thought of something. What does he mean? He sat on his bed and refused to move, pointing at the trash can and asking if the food was delicious. Oh my God, are you hinting at me something? Shan Yinyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, especially when she remembered that she was still wearing a sexy suspender pajamas. Her face turned red again. It's over. What if he wants to bring up that idea at this time? The Durex my mother gave me is gone, and I'm not ready yet. What should I do? What should I do? After all, the other party is a hot-blooded man, and he and Sister Yun are two beautiful women. Hanging around in front of him every day, he's bound to have those thoughts. In case he refused, Chun Feng would make that request to Sister Yun again. Wouldn't I be at a huge loss? No, we can't let Sister Yun succeed. Just as Shan Yinyan gritted her teeth and was about to respond, the little guy at the door ran in again and rubbed against Chun Feng's legs. Isn't it hungry? Shan Yinyan squatted down and said softly, "It's possible." With such close contact, Chun Feng could see the whiteness under the neck more clearly, especially the fragrance that penetrated into his nose, which made him feel itchy. This little girl, is that intentional? Well, I'll find something to eat for it first. Chun Feng was afraid that he would lose control and do something to Shan Yinyan, so he quickly grabbed the little girl and ran out of the bedroom. Chuckle. Shan Yinyan was giggling behind her. The next day, Kyoto War Department. Minister Zhang Tianxiang was in a bad mood. He looked at the professors in front of him and asked, "Professor Qin, how is the development of dark metal synthesis technology going?" "Why?" Professor Qin has been studying day and night for a week, and his hair is messy, as if he hasn't taken care of it for a long time. The theoretical knowledge is already very complete, but it is not so easy to implement. We still overestimate ourselves. Can't you even make a first-generation product? Zhang Tianxiang frowned. He understood that Professor Qin and others could not be blamed for this matter. After all, the technology provided by Chun Feng had surpassed current technology. There is still a lot of difficulty. Professor Qin sighed and said, "It can be done, but it will take time. Minister Zhang, if you can give us a few months, we can still make a first-generation product." "It's too late." Zhang Tianxiang shook his head. His expression was also very solemn. Conflicts often occur on the border. If we can develop the first generation of products earlier, our soldiers on the front line will have fewer casualties. Professor Qin suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "Minister Zhang, Professor Chun Feng should have a way. As long as he can join, I think we should be able to produce a first-generation product as soon as possible." Chun Feng. Zhang Tianxiang's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, this guy should have a solution. Hurry, pack your things, Professor Qin. Take all the important equipment and follow me to Beihu. Huh? Now? Yes, right now. Zhang Tianxiang quickly gave the order. Time was pressing, and there was no time to waste. A group of people were busy preparing equipment and instruments. In fact, commonly used instruments can be found elsewhere, but the most important ones are special equipment. Zhang Tianxiang quickly called a helicopter, and just when everything was ready, Huanzi ran in hurriedly. Minister, the military commander is back. Chapter 122. Everyone is heading to Beihu. What? Zhang Tianxiang's expression suddenly changed. Quick, block the news. There is turmoil on the border right now. The military commander was supposed to maintain order at the border, but now he suddenly runs back. If people find out, it will be a big disaster. Where is the military commander? Outside. Huanzi quickly pointed to the gate. Nonsense. Zhang Tianxiang ran out quickly. I saw a figure slowly walking towards the gate of the War Department. The other person was wearing a black coat with the collar covering half of his face, but one could still tell that his face was handsome, yet also very cold. She had her hair tied in a ponytail and a pair of sunglasses on her face. The hem of his black coat covered his knees, and he wore a pair of long boots on his feet. The whole person gives people a very cool feeling. At the same time, there is a strong aura that makes people unable to get close. That's right. The military commander is a woman. Miss Shangwan, why are you back? Zhang Tianxiang was extremely anxious. He quickly pulled the other party into the base, and then ordered everyone not to reveal the whereabouts of the military leader. Shangwan Yu said calmly, "Thank you for your hard work, Minister. Nothing happened in the War Department during my absence, right? It's all small stuff." Zhang Tianxiang waved his hand. It was his duty to take over the War Department. The military commander was leading the main force outside to maintain border security, so China's internal affairs naturally had to be handed over to him to manage. Ms. Shangwan, your identity is very special after all. Once the enemy knows that you are back, it will be a disaster. You'd better go back quickly. No problem. Shangwan Yu waved her hand, and finally a hint of expression appeared on her cold face. I heard that you are developing dark metal synthesis technology. How is the progress now? It's still a little bit off, and we're facing some difficulties right now. Zhang Tianxiang sighed and said, but there is someone who should be able to help us. He is preparing to go to Beihu now. If nothing goes wrong, he will be able to produce a first generation of products within 3 months. The strength should be 3 times that of current bulletproof vests, and the safety performance should be higher. Chun Feng. Shangwan, you had also heard of it. Some time ago, Zhang Tianxiang and his team took a fancy to a person and wanted to train him to be the next military leader. But I heard that the other party refused. Let's go. I'll go to Beihu with you guys and just take a look at what this guy named Chun Feng looks like. This. Zhang Tianxiang paused, feeling a little embarrassed. The other party is related to the safety of the entire China. Once a security problem arises, the entire China will be in turmoil. He can't bear this responsibility. Shangwan Yu sighed slightly. Minister Zhang, you also know that I have undergone extraordinary training since I was a child, so that I can have strong skills and sit on the position of military leader. But at the same time, my body couldn't handle this kind of intense training. I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for a few more years. The reason I came back this time was to see how far the research on dark metal technology has progressed. Secondly, to see if the heir is qualified. Shangwan, Minister Zhang, I will just watch from a distance and won't reveal my identity. Shangwan Yu pointed at the clothes on her body and said, no one in Beihu will recognize me in this outfit. Let's go. I don't have much time. After finishing what needs to be done, I will return to the border that night. Okay, just be careful. Zhang Tianxiang shook his head helplessly. He also knew a little about Shangwan Yu's situation. The intense training had indeed caused her to accumulate some injuries and chronic diseases. She is only in her 20s. At this prime age, other girls are in love. She could only put on her combat uniform and go to the border. It doesn't mean that there are no men in China. But Shangwan Yu's abilities are really strong, as if she was born for war, and her strength is much stronger than some 5-star generals. Huanzi, go get ready first and leave later. Clear. When Huanzi was about to leave, Zhang Tianxiang said again, notify the team members near Beihu Lake to rush to Beihu Lake immediately. Our safety depends on them. Don't reveal the news about the military leader for now. An hour later, at Beihu Airport, 2 men slowly walked out of the airport. One of them was Yu Hao. His face was a little red and swollen, as if he had been beaten, and he no longer looked as elegant as before. The other had short hair. He gives people a feeling of being full of vigor and vitality. He is Yu Hao's cousin Yu Batian. At this time, Yu Batian's expression was a little ugly. Howsy, what's wrong with your face? Matt, Yu Hao cursed. I was sleeping with a woman in the hotel last night, and two idiots suddenly came in and beat me up. If I hadn't alerted the security guard later, I would have been beaten to death. Is there anyone in the provincial capital who dares to touch you? Yu Batian frowned. He has had a good relationship with the other person since childhood, and they're very close, like wearing the same pants. I was also very confused. I checked the surveillance cameras for a long time, but couldn't find any information about those two people. I thought to myself, it must have been that kid from Behu City who hired someone to do it. Behu City? A guy named Chun Fong, Brother Tian. I asked you to come here this time because of him. That guy has a technology company that can make hundreds of billions a year. Originally, I wanted to buy his shares, but he didn't want to. Since the soft approach doesn't work, let's try the hard approach, and we'll split the benefits in half. Yu Batian nodded and said, I was promoted to a 3-star general a few days ago, and I have a lot of power in the War Department. A mere technology company can be seriously damaged by a little trick. When the time comes, I will have to give up my shares to you obediently. Yu Hao was delighted. Brother Tian, you got promoted again? Although the 3-star general's level in the War Department is very average, he is still a position after all, and he has thousands of soldiers under his command. People like this still have certain power in society. Yu Batian frowned and said, keep your voice down. I came to Behu with some tasks this time. If I guess correctly, some important people should be coming. Get your matter done as soon as possible. Don't make a big fuss. Don't worry, Brother Tian. Yu Hao laughed. He now has Brother Tian as his backer. So what does he have to be afraid of? The two quickly left the airport. Outside the airport, 8 or 9 sports cars were already waiting there, and a group of rich second generations quickly surrounded them. Master Yu, you are finally here. Welcome, Master Yu. Let's go all the way. What a joke. How can those vulgar girls be in Master Yu's eyes? At least they have to be school beauties. Yes. I know quite a few campus beauties. A group of people praised him. They were very clear about the other party's identity, especially the short-haired man next to him, who was said to be a member of some secret force and had great power. Yu Hao waved his hand. All right, I have something important to do this time, so there's no need to make other arrangements. Take me and Brother Tian to the hotel first. Okay, let's follow Master Yu's instructions. Everyone got on the bus. Roaring sounds were heard, and several sports cars left the airport in an instant. Chapter 123, Deliberately Seeking Trouble. Haitian Intelligent Technology Company, Limited. Shang Jun has been very busy these days. As the company's orders increase, he has more and more things to deal with, and he has to work overtime until late almost every day. But it's also very worthwhile. Today, the company's market value is growing rapidly, and once the first batch of products is sold, the company's value will reach over 10 billion. It may even reach 100 billion by the end of the year. This was something he had never imagined before. At the same time, he was also very grateful that Chun Fong came up with the holographic projection technology, which was able to revive the company. Shang Jun glanced at the assistant beside him and asked, how is the production line going now? Mr. Shang, everything is running smoothly. This quarter's production should be completed on time. Moreover, with our capabilities, we can double the production. No, proceed as planned. Shang Jun waved his hand. The company is now adopting the strategy of hunger marketing. It must keep the popularity and then slowly increase the production later. Anyway, the technology of holographic projection is monopolistic and no one else can take away the business. At this time, a manager suddenly ran in, looking very panicked. Boss Shang, it's bad. Some people from the Industry and Commerce Bureau, Tax Bureau, Environmental Protection Bureau, Health Bureau, etc. are here. I heard rumors that they're going to close our company. What? Shang Jun stood up from his chair suddenly. Whether it is the business license or other aspects of the company, they have all been legally verified. There shouldn't be any problem. What are these people doing here now? Where are they now? Already at the company in trance. Hearing this answer, Shang Jun hurried towards the company's gate. At this time, at the entrance of the company, cars were parked outside. Shang Jun hurried over and said, Section Chief Chun, Team Leader Wang, why didn't you notify us in advance of your arrival? Come on, please come in. The people who came were all the heads of various departments, and he had dealt with these people often in the past. Section Chief Chun said calmly, Boss Shang, someone reported that your company's paperwork is incomplete. Please show us your business license. Boss Shang, your company's fire protection facilities are not up to standard. We need to inspect them. Please cooperate. Mr. Shang, we found that your company's tax records for the last quarter were abnormal. Please cooperate with the inspection. Mr. Shang, nearby residents have complained in recent days that the wastewater you discharge pollutes the environment and there is noise pollution at night. Please take out the relevant environmental impact assessment report and have a look at it. By the way, we need to go to the production workshop for inspection. If necessary, we hope you can stop production and cooperate. Shang Jun's expression looked relatively normal at first. After all, if you want to check some procedures, you just need to take out the relevant documents. But later on, what these people said made his expression gloomy. Stop production and cooperate. The company's products are currently in production. If production is discontinued, it will have an impact on the company. Everyone, is there any misunderstanding? There is no misunderstanding. This is a normal routine inspection, Mr. Shang. Under normal circumstances, you would have to stop production for a week to cooperate with our inspection. Since we know each other, please stop production for 3 days. After everything is checked, if you're normal, you can start production. Section Chief Chun, who was in the lead, said in a cold voice. It seemed that he gave no face to the Shang army at all. The Shang army had no choice. The only thing I could do was to calm these people down and quickly ask my assistant to get out the relevant information and documents. Originally, Shang Jun wanted to invite them to the conference room, but they just wanted to stand outside, while the other party is checking the information. Shang Jun couldn't help but ask, Chief Chun, our company has been open for 7 or 8 years, and we have never had these problems before. Everything was qualified. Why today? So what if I'm qualified? If I say there's a problem, then there's a problem. A voice suddenly came. I saw 2 men approaching. It was Yu Hao and Yu Batian. Who are you? Shang Jun frowned suddenly. Yu Hao raised his nose to the sky and said in a boastful tone, Haven't you heard of the name of young Master Yu from the provincial capital? No need to guess, I found all these people. Master Yu, what do you mean? Shang Jun's heart skipped a beat. Chun Feng had reminded him before that someone wanted to acquire the company's shares, and it seemed that this person was the one in front of him. Yu Hao sneered. It's nothing, it's very simple. You transfer half of the shares to me, and the company will run as usual. Otherwise, they'll come to check on you every few days. By then, you won't be able to start a company, and you won't even be able to produce products in your factory. Shang Jun was immediately annoyed. Yu Hao sneered and said, Don't doubt it. I can still do this. The man next to me is Yu Batian, a 3-star general in the War Department. He still has the power to mobilize these departments. What's more, we are not breaking any rules. Anyway, they will come and check on you every few days and then let you stop giving birth for a few days. If this happens a few times, do you think the company can still operate? Shang Jun was shocked. The other party is right. No matter which company it is, if this happens a few times, it will not be able to operate normally. Shang Jun suppressed his anger and asked, How much does Master you want to pay for it? 1 billion for 50 of the shares, no more. How is that possible? Shang Jun was immediately furious. What's the difference between what you did and robbery? 1 billion yuan can't even buy one. Hey, how do you know I robbed it openly? Yu Hao smiled and said, Boss Shang, I think it would be better for you to call your major shareholder. Shang Jun gritted his teeth. Finally, he took out his phone and called Chun Feng. At this time, Chun Feng was shopping with Shang Yin and Yun Ting. He knew that Yun Ting had always been in a bad mood, so he wanted to take this opportunity to let her relax. The weather was turning cooler, so he also wanted to buy some clothes. He had no idea how crazy women were about shopping before. Now I finally understand. Shang Yin and Yun Ting both come from relatively well-off family backgrounds, and usually buy clothes they like when they see them. It took less than half an hour. Chun Feng was already holding more than 20 bags in his hands, all of which were clothes bought by the 2 women. And they strolled for more than an hour and didn't feel tired at all. In the past, I would feel tired after walking for a while. At this time, Chun Feng's phone rang. It was the Shang army that called. After answering the phone, his expression changed slightly. I didn't expect you how to come to my house. He said to the 2 people in front of him, Yun Ting, you guys go shopping first. I'm going to the company. Yun Ting suddenly turned around and asked, Do you want me to accompany you? No, I can handle it. Chun Feng did not tell the other party the details. After putting the clothes in the car, he left quickly. Chapter 124, the Red Book, was torn. When Chun Feng arrived, a group of people were still standing at the door of Haitian Intelligence Company. Mr. Chun, Shang Jun hurried forward and quietly introduced the identities of these people. But Chun Feng waved his hand. The other party is here to cause trouble. I don't care who you are. and there's no need to know your identity and name. Are you Chun Feng? Yu Hao narrowed his eyes and said arrogantly, in a word, if you want your company to continue to operate, sell half of the shares to me, 1 billion for 50 of the shares. Otherwise, believe it or not, I can shut down your company tomorrow. You're just daydreaming. Chun Feng had never seen such a rude person before and said meaningfully, didn't you get enough of the beating last night, Mr. Yu? How about I find someone to beat you up again tonight? Mad, it was you who did it. Yu Hao suddenly became furious. He rolled up his sleeves and kicked Chun Feng directly. Damn it. If the security guard hadn't discovered it in time yesterday, he would have been beaten to death. He couldn't swallow this. Only, as soon as he moved, Chun Feng also kicked out. Even Yu Batian next to him didn't see clearly how the other party moved, and Yu Hao was kicked directly to the ground. Damn it, Brother Tian, kill him. Yu Hao endured the pain in his body and climbed up from the ground. I was so angry that my lungs felt like they were going to explode. Yu Baishan's eyes were as sharp as a knife, revealing a murderous intent. Boy, you want to fight in front of me. Don't you want to live? If you transfer your shares obediently today, everything will be fine. Otherwise, humph. Mr. Yu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The Shang army was frightened and hurried to try to make peace. What a joke. The other party is from the Chinese War Department and has great power. Stop talking about yourself. What business people fear most is offending those who have power. I originally wanted to ask Chun Feng to come over and give some advice. I really didn't expect that the other party would hit people as soon as he came. Young people are really hot-tempered. Boss Chun, please don't do it again. We can't afford to offend you. Rest assured, Chun Feng waved his hand. He then turned his gaze to Section Chief Chun and the others and said meaningfully, everyone, are you sure you want to stay here? The so-called inspection is nothing more than a cover. If things continue like this and things get out of hand, are you sure you can take the responsibility? A group of people were hesitant. They looked at Yu Batian, who was still standing there without moving. Obviously, they won't leave unless Yu Batian gives the order. Mr. Chun, we're just doing a routine inspection. If someone reports it, we have to investigate. What a routine check. Chun Feng shook his head. This is really an era where background matters. If you don't have connections or background, you may really be killed by these people. He took out a small red book from his bosom and said, someone told me that this thing can exercise certain powers, which are also the powers of the War Department. I think I have more rights than him, right? Everyone was shocked. There is indeed the seal of the Ministry of War on it. Oh shit, I thought he was a bronze player, but after all this time, I found out he was a king. Section Chief Chun and others immediately lost their composure. You can tell at first glance that the other party has connections in the War Department. The person who can get this little red notebook is not an ordinary person. To go or not to go? They subconsciously looked at Yu Batian. What is that? Let me see. Yu Batian frowned, snatched the little red notebook from Chun Feng's hand, glanced at it casually, and tore it into pieces. That's right. Tear it off. Good boy. How come I haven't heard that the Ministry of War has issued this thing? You even dare to forge the seal of the Ministry of War? You are finished. Now even the Lord can't save you. Yu Batian laughed. At that moment, just now, he almost believed it. But then I thought about it. How could the Ministry of War issue this thing casually? The date on it was 1 or 2 weeks ago, and he had never heard of it. This guy is quite bold. He even dares to forge things from the War Department. Yu Hao, standing aside, also had a playful look on his face. I told you. How could this guy possibly know someone from the War Department? If he offends the War Department, just wait to be arrested. I originally wanted to buy his shares for 1 billion yuan, but now I don't have to pay. Chun Feng suddenly smiled. Yu Batian, right? I heard that you're a 3-star general in the War Department. Ow! Yu Batian looked arrogant. Just as Chun Feng was about to say something, the phone suddenly rang. It's Zhang Tianxiang calling. Xiao Chun, we're at Behu University. Where are you? I have something to talk to you about. I'm at Haitian Intelligence Company. Okay, we'll be there soon. After saying this, the other party hung up the phone. Yu Batian didn't care. Why call someone? Let me tell you, it won't work no matter who you call. Not only are you done for today, but your company is done for too. Chief Chin, please stop standing there and check for me. You must find out something wrong. This, Section Chief Chun and others were also in a very difficult situation. Now they're not sure what Chin Feng's identity is, and they're even less sure whether the certificate just now is real. Why? Even my words are useless. Yu Baishan's eyes widened. Anyway, Chun Feng can't run away now. If he creates some problems in his company, he might be able to get the shares for free. A group of people then began to investigate. Those who want to put seals, and those who want to check the accounts, check the accounts. Chun Feng folded his arms across his chest, standing aside and watching silently. Shang Jun was pacing anxiously. The situation was now very serious. Not only would Chun Feng be imprisoned, but the company would also be in crisis. 10 minutes later, 5 or 6 jeeps drove over and stopped at the entrance of Haitian Intelligence Company. Zhang Tianxiang, Huanzi, and others got out of the car. They originally arrived at Beihou University by helicopter, but in order to find Chun Feng, they temporarily got a few jeeps. What? Help has arrived? No matter who comes, it won't help today. Yu Batian laughed. When he turned his head, his expression suddenly changed. He immediately exclaimed, Minister Zhang? Minister Zhang. Only then did Zhang Tianxiang notice Yu Batian next to him. He still had some impression of this member who had just been promoted to 3-star general. His brows furrowed sharply. What are you doing here? The mission was issued an hour ago. Why don't you report to Beihou University? Yu Batian's heart trembled. Grass. In order to help his cousin, he actually forgot the time. Before he could say anything, Chun Feng on the side said with a half smile, Minister Zhang, the red book you gave me last time was torn up by someone. Is it fake? Hear this. Yu Batian's face instantly turned into one of horror, and his entire body trembled violently. Oh shit, does the other party know Minister Zhang? And from the way he spoke, it seemed that the red book was given to him by Minister Zhang. Could the money Minister Zhang gave be fake? Yu Batian only felt a buzzing sound in his brain, and his face turned extremely pale as if he was struck by lightning. It's over. Chapter 125, Military Commander Shang Wanyu. Really? Zhang Tianxiang's face suddenly turned gloomy. Who tore up the certificate I gave you? Who is so bold as to ignore the War Department? Chun Feng pointed at the torn documents on the ground and said, Just now, this Yu Batian, young master Yu, said that he is a 3-star general, but he didn't take a mere document seriously. He tore it off without saying a word, and it was useless for me to stop him. Minister Zhang, no, it's not like that. Yu Batian was so scared that he fell to his knees. He really didn't expect that the certificate was real, otherwise he wouldn't dare to tear it up even if he had 10,000 guts. You bastard! Zhang Tianxiang flew into a rage and slapped him fiercely. You Batian, who do you think you are? Do you think being a 3-star general is so great? Can we just ignore the existence of the organization? This certificate represents not only the Ministry of War, but also the attitude of China. Do you know how much contribution Chun Feng has made to China? This is the 2nd-class merit I awarded him, and you tore it up like that. You are so bold. Zhang Tianxiang is really angry. The other party not only ignored the existence of the organization, but also ignored the entire War Department and even the entire China. Such a person. What's the point of staying in the War Department? Minister Zhang, I was confused for a moment. Please give me another chance. I really didn't mean it. Yu Batian was completely stunned. 2nd-class merit. The certificate turned out to be the 2nd-class merit awarded to Chun Feng. In his impression, no one has ever awarded this achievement in the past 10 years. I'm really confused. Just now he could even feel the murderous intent from Minister Zhang. That's enough. Zhang Tianxiang suppressed his rage and looked at the people around him again. What's going on? Were they investigating? They are. Yu Batian hesitated and didn't dare to tell the truth. But seeing Zhang Tianxiang's murderous eyes, he dared not hide anything anymore. Chun Feng on the side said again, These 2 young masters of you took a fancy to the shares of my company and insisted on snatching them away. When I refused to give them, they sent people to seal up the company. Yu Batian, you are truly lawless. Zhang Tianxiang kicked forward without hesitation. Then another kick came out. Although he took over the War Department and his strength was not that good, he had been in the army for decades after all, and his strength was still greater than that of ordinary people. From today on, you are no longer a member of my combat department. Get out of here and go back to accept your punishment. Minister Zhang, get out of here. Zhang Tianxiang's eyes were as sharp as knives, and he shot forward fiercely. Yu Batian was terrified. He crawled to his feet from the ground and quickly ran to the back. Yu Hao, who was standing by, was already scared to death by this scene. Zhang Tianxiang is the Minister of War. His aura is also very strong. When he is angry, most people dare not look directly at him. At this time, Zhang Tianxiang looked at Yu Hao again. And you You're not from the War Department. I can't control you, but you dare to do evil in the name of the War Department again. Think about the consequences yourself. Do you understand? Understand, understood. Yuhao also rolled and crawled backwards. He's the Minister of War, someone who could take his life at any time. How could he dare to offend him? It's not just him. Section Chief Chun and others around him also had their hearts pounding. Shocked. Who would have thought that Chun Feng's background was so powerful? He is more than just a king. He is simply the king among kings. And you guys, what are you all doing here, waiting for me to treat you to lunch? Get out of here right now and go back and write a self-review for me. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone ran back. When Ubatian walked to the jeep at the back, he suddenly found something wrong. Because there were 5 or 6 cars this time, with at least 15 members of the combat department inside. Logically speaking, the most important person at the scene is Minister Zhang. These members of the combat department should follow Minister Zhang and protect his safety at all times. But now, except for the 4-star General Huanzi who followed Minister Zhang closely, the rest of the members gathered around the jeep. According to his judgment, there should be some very important person in the car. His identity is even more important than Minister Zhang Tianxiang. But that's not right. Now, in the entire War Department, Minister Zhang's position is the most important. Just as he walked to a jeep in the middle, a powerful aura suddenly dissipated. A cold voice suddenly came out from the car. What a 3-star general, Ubatian. Who? Ubatian turned his head suddenly. He seemed to have heard that cold voice somewhere before, but he couldn't remember it all of a sudden. Through the car window, he vaguely saw a person sitting inside. That moment, his body trembled violently. His face instantly turned into a look of fear, and the corners of his mouth twitched violently. Military lord. Oh my God. It turned out to be the leader of the War Department. Ubatian shuddered instantly, and his whole body was shaking with fear. Isn't the military commander at the border? How did he appear here? How the hell did he appear here? Ubatian originally wanted to go back and admit his mistake, and maybe find someone to use his connections to persuade Zhang Tianxiang, so that he could still have a chance to stay in the War Department. But now, the military commander knew about his affairs. There is absolutely no room for redemption, and the degree of punishment will even be doubled, especially just now. He heard a kind of anger in the military leader's voice. Military lord, Ubatian, get out of the way. If you leak the information again, you will die. A 5-star general next to him immediately blocked in front of him. The military commander is of such a high status that it is impossible for someone like you to approach him casually. At this moment, Ubatian's eyes went dark, and he fell directly to the ground. Yuhao was too lazy to care about his cousin, even if he wanted to. It was also impossible to get within range of the jeep. He now just wants to return to the provincial capital as soon as possible. Now that Ubatian is in trouble, he has no one to rely on. I'm afraid something big is going to happen in the provincial capital. I feel so much regret in my heart. How could I be so unlucky to offend someone I shouldn't offend? Inside the jeep, Shang Wanyu glanced with her cold eyes at Ubatian, who had fainted on the ground. She had no good feelings towards this man, even a little disgusted. Then, she glanced again at Chun Feng, who was not far ahead. Lu frowned slightly and murmured softly, "Is he the one chosen by Minister Zhang? He is too young. I don't know if he can be qualified for the position of military leader. However, I can't wait too long. If I train him well, it shouldn't be a problem. Let's take him. Chun Feng, Chun Feng, I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 126, A Big Gift. After all the irrelevant people left, Zhang Tianxiang's expression gradually eased. Looking at Chun Feng, a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. "Xiao Chun, I'm really sorry. We will definitely punish you Batian severely when we return. The War Department is the face of the entire Chinese nation, and there must not be people who ignore discipline like this." That's right. No matter how powerful the War Department is, it must abide by discipline. It's okay. Minister Zhang arrived just in time. He didn't cause any problems for me. The main problem was that my ID was torn up. Chun Feng waved his hand. He really didn't expect the other party to be so stupid as to tear up the ID card without even looking at it. "I'll get you another certificate later." Zhang Tianxiang sighed, and then he said his purpose, "Xiao Chun, let's talk business first. This time I came here mainly for the information you provided last time." Speaking of this, Hui suddenly glanced at Shang Yunya. I have something else to do, Mr. Chun. Minister Zhang, you guys talk first." Shang Jun is also a veteran. As soon as I saw the situation, I knew that what they were going to discuss next was quite confidential, and it would not be a good idea to stay there. At the same time, I was also shocked. After all this time, it turns out that Chun Feng's backer is the War Department. This is different from Yu Baishan's background. Yu Batian relies on his status as a 3-star general, while Chun Feng's current backer is a minister with an even more powerful status. Especially when seeing Zhang Tianxiang's polite attitude towards Chun Feng. The shock in my heart is beyond words. At this time, Zhang Tianxiang said, "Our team has studied the dark metal synthesis technology you provided for a long time and conducted many experiments, but all failed. It's not that it can't be done, it's just that time is too tight. This time we come here in the hope that you can join the team and help us produce the first generation of products as soon as possible. The members of the War Department are at the border to maintain border security, and they are needed. Clear." Chun Feng also admires these people in his heart. Everything is stable in China now. These peaceful days were won at the cost of the lives of soldiers on the border. Whatever the purpose, he should do his part. Shall we start now? I'll ask Mr. Shang to prepare the necessary equipment and instruments. No, we brought everything with us. We just need to use your lab. Zhang Tianxiang waved behind him. Professor Qin and the others then got out of the jeep, their faces full of excitement. Professor Chun, we finally see you. Professor Chun is really amazing. He was able to develop such technology at such a young age. The Yangtze River's waves behind push the waves ahead. We are all getting old. Professor Chun, thank you for your hard work. These people are all relatively strong in China's scientific research team and are also professors with relatively long experience. It once provided many scientific research projects and equipment to the War Department. The fact that Chun Feng was able to gain their recognition showed that the dark metal synthesis technology he provided had indeed conquered these old men. Everyone is welcome. Let's start preparing now. Chun Feng also smiled faintly. His attitude is very humble. If there was no system, how could he have the dark metal synthesis technology, let alone come into contact with people like Zhang Tianxiang? Okay, let's get started. Professor Qin's face was full of excitement. He also wanted to see how the other party solved the problem that he had never been able to solve. The next time, Zhang Tianxiang ordered people to move all the equipment they brought to the laboratory. Now the entire Haitian intelligence company looks normal from the outside, but it has been completely blocked inside, with people from the War Department guarding both in the open and in the dark. In order not to attract too much attention, they did not block the perimeter. However, no one is allowed to enter or leave the laboratory. In the open space outside Haitian intelligence company, several jeeps were still parked there. 15 members of the combat department were guarding the surrounding area. At least 5 of them are 5-star generals, and the rest are 4-star generals. It can be seen that he is very concerned about the safety of the military leader. At this time, after Zhang Tianxiang arranged the laboratory matters, he walked to the jeep and said slowly, "Miss Shangguan, now that you have seen the people, hurry back to the border. Their research and development does not produce results so quickly. It takes at least 2 or 3 days. There is no need for you to wait here. No rush." Shangguan Yu's cold eyes flickered slightly. He took out an ID from his pocket and said with a hint of fatigue in his voice, "His ID is gone, right? Give this to him. Use it as you wish within the rules." This, Zhang Tianxiang was shocked. "Miss Shangguan, this is yours. It represents the status of the military leader. You must not use it. Although Chun Feng is the person we like. But he doesn't belong to the War Department after all. How can he get this certificate?" There was finally a smile on Shangguan Yu's face, like flowers blooming. "Uncle Zhang, I'm going to the border this time, and I don't know when I can come back. You know my health. Don't talk nonsense." Zhang Tianxiang's face darkened. The other party hasn't called him Uncle Zhang for a long time, and the conversation now feels like a will. "Uncle Zhang, I know my health, but it won't go wrong so soon. This certificate is useless to me, so I'll give it to him to test his character. Within the rules, this certificate can indeed bring a lot of convenience. But if he uses it to do something illegal, I would rather not have this heir." "Why?" Zhang Tianxiang sighed. "This person Chun Feng. Last time I mentioned joining the War Department, he refused. Miss Shangguan, if something really happens to you, he may not be willing. We'll talk about it later. Protecting China is everyone's responsibility." Shangguan Yu handed over the ID. A beautiful smile flashed across the corner of his mouth again. "Do good things to the end. I will give him another big gift. If something happens to me one day, I hope he can remember this kindness." "You mean?" Zhang Tianxiang frowned slightly. Shang Guanyu glanced at Yu Batian, who was slowly waking up not far away, and said calmly, Yu Wenzhou and Yu Hao, father and son from the provincial capital, have used the reputation of the War Department to do a lot of things over the years. I didn't have time to care about it before. Now that we know, we can't just sit back and do nothing. Understood. Zhang Tianxiang nodded. In fact, Shang Guanyu mainly wanted to make trouble for Yu Hao because he wanted to seize the shares of Haitian Intelligent Company. At the same time, it also makes some people who are waiting and watching understand. Haitian Intelligent Company cannot be touched. Everything related to Chun Feng cannot be touched. Soon, Zhang Tianxiang took the certificate to the laboratory and handed it to Chun Feng. Xiao Chun, you can use this certificate first. Keep it well and don't lose it. Oh, Chen Feng took the certificate very casually. He did not check the contents, but only sensed a faint fragrance on the document. I couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Why is there still a woman's body fragrance? Chapter 127, Disgraced. The other side. Yu Hao rushed back to the provincial capital as soon as possible. He and his father were able to gain a foothold in the provincial capital almost entirely due to his cousin Yu Baishan's status as a 3-star general. These years, they used this identity to acquire many companies openly and secretly. In just a few years, the assets reached hundreds of billions. He also has a certain status and identity in the provincial capital. This time, Yu Batian got into trouble. Although Yu Hao and his son no longer have their backing, with the industries and connections they have accumulated over the years, if they manage things well, it shouldn't cause too much of an impact. Damn Chen Feng. Yu Hao cursed softly. He really didn't expect that the other party possessed such great power. At this time, he didn't realize that on the other side of the network, dozens of hackers were invading his mobile phone email, photo album, and the company's website firewall. All information related to Yu Hao is being collected. All this is happening silently. Not just him. Even the information of his father Yu Wenzhou is being collected continuously. Even confidential documents stored on mobile phones can be collected by hackers without reservation. There are even some Weibo messages, QQ chat records, etc. Almost any information related to these two people is being collected secretly. These hackers are fast and stealthy. About half an hour later, some news gradually appeared on the internet. I heard that the pharmaceutical company owned by young Master Yu in the provincial capital sells fake products, especially some medicines. They have no effect at all, and some even make the condition worse. That's right. I heard about it too. Someone got into trouble last month. That person wanted to seek compensation from Master Yu, but he almost had his legs broken. No way. Of course not. I still have the video here. I also heard that young Master Yu bought a company 3 months ago for only 2 million, but the company's market value is at least 10 million. No way. Isn't this robbery? There's so many cases of robbery like this. The contracts have been leaked. Pictures show the truth. Hee. Our young Master Yu has done more than just that. I heard that his private life is very messy, and the women around him change one after another. He likes women with big breasts the most, and he often hangs out with a celebrity named Chun Xiao Xiao. Scandals were exposed one after another. Yu Hao didn't notice anything at first, but soon he found something was wrong. As some scandals were exposed, the company's stock fell. Some partners and project partners tore up their contracts and stopped cooperating. Even many of its subsidiaries were interviewed by the industrial and commercial, health, fire protection, environmental protection, taxation, and other departments, and a thorough investigation of the companies began. Mr. Yu, this is bad. The medicines in our warehouse have been seized. They say they are counterfeit and inferior products, and they want to hold us responsible. Mr. Yu, it's bad. The company's funds have been frozen. Master Yu, the employees are going to revolt. They are demanding that their wages, which have been withheld for half a year, be settled. The phone calls kept coming, making Yu Hao almost collapse. Damn. He kicked the chair in front of him and sent it flying away. Just when I was about to turn off the phone, it rang again. He cursed casually, "Don't bother me." On the other end of the phone, Father Yu Wenzhou was stunned for a moment. Then he started to curse. Yu Hao, you are so capable, right? Who did you offend? Do you know that I'm being killed by you? We are finished, and the company is finished too. Yu Hao was almost crying. Who did you offend? The only person he offended these days was Chun Feng. He originally thought that Chun Feng's revenge would only result in the loss of some money. But now it is not just the loss of some money. It is simply the bankruptcy of his entire family. The revenge came too quickly, and he was not prepared at all. At this time, several police officers came over. Hello, is this Yu Hao? We suspect you have committed several murders. Please come back with us and cooperate with our investigation. I. Yu Hao's mouth twitched. It's over. In less than an hour, major changes happened to Yu Hao and his son. The company was sealed off, the goods were seized, and even Yu Hao himself was arrested. Although Yu Wenzhou has not been arrested yet, he is still under investigation. An hour ago, the father and son had assets worth tens of billions. An hour later, the stock price plummeted, assets were frozen, and the reputation was ruined. Things come and go quickly. Some business tycoons in the provincial capital seemed to smell something unusual. In fact, some people knew that Yu Hao went to Beihu just to get shares of Haitian Intelligent Company, and some people were even watching this matter. Once Yu Hao is able to get shares, they will follow suit. After all, who wouldn't be jealous of the shares of a technology company with unlimited potential? But now, after the other party came back from a trip to Beihu, something unexpected happened. Even a fool can see that this is related to this matter. Tell them about this. The shares of Haitian Intelligent Company cannot be touched. There is an enormous power behind the shareholders of this company. That moment, the news gradually spread in the circle, and no one dared to touch Haitian Intelligent Company's shares anymore. Beihu City. In the laboratory of Haitian Intelligent Company, after 3 or 4 hours of experiments, Chun Feng finally synthesized the dark metal. After all, he exchanged this technology from the system, so he is more capable of mastering it than others. What's more, we are only making the first generation of products now, so the difficulty will be much lower. Chun Feng looked at the book-sized, pitch-black object on the experimental table and smiled. Dark metal contains some rare elements, and its production is limited. However, if you want to make it into armor, you only need to add 20-inch. Good. Professor Chen's eyes were shining. He was also extremely excited. Chun Feng's experiment just now really gave him an epiphany. I finally figured out how to solve the problem that has troubled me for a long time. Professor Chun, we really didn't expect to succeed so quickly, all thanks to you. Next, we should be able to successfully develop a new generation of products ourselves. Quick, tell Minister Zhang the good news. Soon, Minister Zhang appeared in the laboratory. He originally thought it would take 2 or 3 days to get the results, but he didn't expect to get the news in just 3 or 4 hours. I was also very surprised. Really, it's still this kid Chun Feng who has to take action. At this time, Chun Feng took out a pitch-black dagger and handed it over. Minister Zhang, this dagger is made of dark metal. It can cut iron like mud. There should be an important person sitting in the jeep outside. Give him some protection. Thank you. Zhang Tianxiang looked at him deeply. This kid is really observant. He actually guessed that the military commander is outside. Chapter 128 Yun Ting was touched. In the jeep, Shang Wanyu was playing with the black dagger in her hand. She had tried it just now and found that the dagger was really sharp and could penetrate a 5-centimeter thick steel plate directly. Funny God, she put away the dagger without hesitation. Maybe this dagger can really save my life in the future. She glanced outside the car and said calmly, Minister Zhang, have Professor Chen and the others packed up? Everything is ready. Zhang Tianxiang nodded. Now Professor Chen and his team have learned how to develop dark metal synthesis technology, and what they need to do now is to go back and start mass production. Put this product into the hands of combat team members as soon as possible. Then let's go back to Kyoto. Following an order, the convoy quickly left Haitian Intelligent Company, and at this time, Chun Feng, who was standing upstairs, murmured to himself, turns out it's a woman. He really didn't expect that the chief of the War Department was actually a woman, although he didn't see the other person's face. But from the woman's body scent left on the ID card and the other person's voice, it is easy to guess this. Boss Shang, I'm going back first. After saying hello to Shang Jun, Chun Feng went straight back to the villa. Now the trouble has been solved, and there is no need to worry about anyone snooping on the company's shares. Yunting and Shang Yinyan have finished shopping. At this time, Yunting was still feeling a little unhappy. She knew Yu Hao very well. He was unscrupulous in doing things and had a strong backer. When Yu Hao was pursuing her in the past, she was always worried, fearing that he would use some tricks to ruin her. In order to avoid Yu Hao, she was even about to develop a psychological trauma. Later, he had no choice but to hide in Beihu Lake. At this time, Yunting suddenly saw a piece of news. Yu Hao was arrested. Her mood brightened instantly. As news pieces appear, Yunting's heart was becoming more and more shocked. Because some people on the internet said that Yu Hao offended a shareholder of Haitian Intelligent Company and was retaliated by that shareholder. In just 1 hour, Mr. Yu, who was worth tens of billions, was instantly reduced to a prisoner. Privacy was exposed. The company was investigated. Stocks plummeted. All of this is enough to show how powerful the shareholder's background is and how domineering his power is. Is it Chun Feng? Yun Ting was completely stunned. She had never expected that Chun Feng had such a background. Who is Yu Hao? Maybe he is just an ordinary rich second generation, but his cousin is from a war department and has great power. Ordinary people dare not offend him. With such a background, Yu Hao is like a mountain in the eyes of ordinary people. Insurmountable. And now, this mountain was completely flattened by Chun Feng in just 1 hour. What surprised Yunting even more was, when Chun Feng learned about this incident yesterday, he didn't say anything on the surface, but he really took it to heart. Today, I solved the problem for myself in the fastest time possible with practical actions. It's really touching. When I returned to the villa, I saw Chun Feng sitting on the sofa watching TV. Yin Ting rushed over without thinking. Hug him tightly. Chun Feng, thank you. Forehead. Chun Feng was immediately stunned. What's going on? Yin Ting, let go first. What are you thanking me for? You don't have to hide it from me. I know everything. I know everything you have done for me. Yu Hao's company in the provincial capital was closed down, and all his activities were exposed. Now you've been arrested. I know you did all this. Yanning was really touched. Yu Hao's matter was like a knot in her heart. Chun Feng helped her to resolve it. She was so happy that she even had an urge to marry him. That Chun Feng had never known about Yu Hao's affairs, and only understood after Yin Ting brought it up. The War Department must have intervened in all this, and it is very likely that the order was given by the military leader. Okay, whether I did it or not, can you let me go first? No way. The other person's 32D size almost suffocated me. Yin Ting seemed to realize her own gaffe and quickly let go of Chun Feng, especially when she saw Shang Yinyan's strange expression. Her face turned red instantly with embarrassment. Shang Yinyan said with a smile, Okay, Sister Yun, now the matter has been resolved. You don't have to be so sad all day long. I didn't. Yin Ting glanced at Chun Feng secretly, then said, Are you hungry? I'll go cook. Okay, I'll do it. But Chun Feng knew the other party's cooking skills, and he was just a mediocre one, just like Shang Yinyan. He didn't dare let these two people cook, for fear that they might burn down the kitchen at any time. Why? Who are you looking down on? Yenting was so angry that she kept humming. She was going to cook again today, mainly to thank Chun Feng for his help. There were still some ingredients left in the kitchen, just enough for her to make once. In the living room, Chun Feng and Shang Yinyan were making a bet there. How long do you think she can last? Sister Yin has cooked once or twice, so she can at least last 10 minutes, right? I guess 5 minutes. Really? 5 minutes later, there was a crackling sound coming from the kitchen, as if something had fallen to the ground. Then there was another scream. Oh, fire. Fire. Boss, come on, put out the fire. Chun Feng sighed helplessly. Just like last time, the fire started as soon as we got to the kitchen. He walked slowly to the kitchen, covered the pot, turned off the gas, and the fire went out instantly. Okay, let me do it. Oh, Yenning was also a little embarrassed. I still can't learn how to cook. Half an hour later, Chun Feng prepared another table full of delicious dishes, which made Shang Yin and Yun Ting drool. The two women seemed to never be able to resist the temptation of delicious food. It's not just them. Even the little guy smelled the fragrance of the food and ran over happily, rubbing his body against Chun Feng's legs, as if wanting to eat it. Shang Yin suddenly remembered something. By the way, my school's biology professor just sent me some information about this little guy. He also asked me if I downloaded the photo from the internet. She quickly found the information. Look carefully. The next moment, his mouth suddenly opened wide. He looked at the little guy on the ground. The information says that this little guy has a long and thin mouth and no teeth. It is a pterosaur that lived 65 million years ago, and it is also the Quetzalcoatlus, the king of the sky. Puff! Chun Feng almost spit out a mouthful of water. Are you sure? The system exchanged a pterosaur egg for me, and I hatched it. Chapter 129 Wind, God Pterosaur. Yin Ting at the side could not help but say, The pterosaur has long been extinct. How come it appears now? Chun Feng, where did you get this egg? I picked it up. Chun Feng chuckled. Could it be that it was exchanged by the system? This system is really awesome. They can even get things from 65 million years ago. Could it be that the mother dragon had just laid an egg and the system traveled through time and stole it? All right. It doesn't make sense anyway. Shang Yinyan rolled her eyes and said, Who would believe you? Go pick one up for me on the street and see. Perhaps your professor is mistaken. Chun Feng picked up the little guy's tail and said, Look at this guy. He still has wings. It could be a bird, but it's just a little ugly. Cuckoo. The little guy kept crying. It seemed as if he was refuting Chen Feng's words, but he also seemed uncomfortable being held by Chen Feng. How about we go find the professor and ask him to recognize him in person? Shang Yinyan was a little excited and pulled Chen Feng out. Let's go, I also want to know what kind of animal it is. The professor in our school is knowledgeable and will definitely be able to recognize it. Sister Yin, let's go together. You guys go ahead, I won't go. Yin Ting smiled faintly. She has not been in a good mood these past 2 days, and many things in the company have not been dealt with yet, so she has to be busy for a while. Soon, they came to school. In fact, Chen Feng also wanted to know whether the little guy was a pterosaur. The extinct creature appeared in modern society, so it should still be worth studying. The biology professor at Behu University is called Zhong Chang. Normally, Professor Zhong has fewer classes, only 8 classes a week. When he doesn't have classes, he either stays in a laboratory doing research or in the small apartment assigned by the school. Generally, schools allocate apartments to teachers at professor level. The area is not big, with 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. More than enough for one person. I just asked Professor Zhong. He is in the apartment. Shang Yinyan took Chen Feng directly to Professor Zhong's apartment. Professor Zhong is in his 50s and wears glasses. Seeing the little guy in Chen Feng's hand, he frowned slightly. Student Shang Yin, was the photo you took a few days ago of this little guy? Yes, Professor Zhong. Look at what animal it is. There was a hint of anticipation on Shang Yinyan's face. Zhong Chang was also a little confused. I thought you found the photos online, and I also prepared a profile for you based on the general features of the photos. As for whether it is a pterosaur, I am not sure. Let me take a closer look first. After all, pterosaurs have long been extinct, so how could they appear again? It must be another mutant species. He looked at the little guy carefully again. At this time, other teachers who were passing by also came over. Hey, Professor Zhong, what kind of bird is this? Why does it look so strange? Is it a mutant species? Professor Zhong is probably doing some research again, right? Why does it look a bit like a dinosaur to me? Okay, Mr. Wong, didn't the dinosaurs become extinct a long time ago? If it were a dinosaur, I would wash my hair upside down tonight. A group of people were talking there. Usually they like to join in the fun, especially Professor Zhong, who often does some strange and weird things, which greatly arouses their interest. Professor Zhong Chang suddenly raised his head, his expression very serious. Stop arguing. Let me observe carefully. Several teachers immediately shut up. Zhong Chang used his hand to pry open the little guy's mouth and checked its wings. The expression on his face gradually changed from confusion to shock. You see, it has a crest on its head, and its wings and neck are very similar to Quetzalcoatlus. But there is one thing I don't understand. According to records, Quetzalcoatlus lived 60 to 70 million years ago. Look at this little guy again. It's obvious that he is less than half a month old. How? How is this possible? Several teachers watching smacked their lips. Professor Zhong, are you sure this is a pterosaur? Professor Zhong, pterosaurs are extinct creatures. How could they appear here? Yes. If you look closely, I think it should be a strange bird. Zhong Chang waved his hand. In fact, he was more shocked than anyone else. He has studied biology for decades, and all the information and experience tell him that extinct species cannot appear in modern society, especially species like Quetzalcoatlus, whose fossils are difficult to find. But the little guy in front of him told him that the extinct creatures really appeared again. I'm 70 sure that this little guy is a Quetzalcoatlus. When they heard this answer, everyone was shocked again. Oh my God, Quetzalcoatlus. This is a prehistoric creature. Zhong Chang also suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the little guy on the ground again. The little guy seemed dissatisfied with being watched by so many people, and he flapped his wings and flew up. Perhaps because he was born not long ago, his center of gravity was unstable, and he fell down after flying several times. Finally, after 3 or 5 test flights, it flew shakily to Chen Feng's shoulder and landed steadily on it. Professor Zhong then remembered that the owner of this little pterosaur was Chen Feng. I couldn't help but ask, classmate, where did you get this little guy? It's hatched, Chen Feng said with a strange look. I accidentally got a giant egg, then bought an incubator, and it came out after incubating for more than 10 days. The corner of Zhong Chang's mouth twitched. Pull some eggs, even if it was really hatched. But can pterosaur eggs from tens of millions of years ago be preserved to this day and still hatch pterosaurs? It's already broken, right? The teacher next to him seemed to take it seriously and asked hurriedly, "Do you have any more eggs like this? Give me a few." "Yes, give me two, too." Chen Feng glanced at them and said with a smile, "Teacher, I was just joking. If there really were pterosaur eggs in this world, they would have turned into fossils long ago." Zhong Chang took a deep breath. His eyes were always on the pterosaur. If it was confirmed to be Quetzalcoatlus, it would be a major discovery in the biological world. Those who do research know it. The bones of species like this are very light, which is why no one has found a complete fossil until now. And now, with a living species in front of us, what else do we need fossils for? Study living things directly? Zhong Chang was excited. He quickly said, "My classmate, I am not completely sure that it is Quetzalcoatlus at the moment, but I know several paleontologists. Their knowledge is a little better than mine. If you don't mind, I'll call them all over. When the time comes, we should be able to determine the species of this little guy." Chapter 1, 30 Shocked, Wu Tong. "Okay, I don't have anything to do anyway. I'll just wait here." Chen Feng didn't care. It's just a few more people seeing it. There are already several people who know about it now, so a few more won't make a difference. It's just try to find out whether this guy is a Quetzalcoatlus or not, so that I can be more targeted when raising and feeding it in the future. "Okay, I'll call right away." Zhong Chang excitedly made the phone call. This is how they are as researchers. Nothing is more important than doing research. But, to his regret, I made several calls in a row, but the other party didn't answer. The other party may be busy and didn't hear the call. "It's okay, Professor Zhong. Come back to me when you have agreed on a time. I'll send you the address." Chen Feng sent the address of the villa and then left with Shang Yinyan. Along the way, Shang Yinyan really wanted to play with the little guy, but the little guy stayed on Chen Feng's shoulder and refused to get down. She was so angry that she kept humming. When the two left the apartment building, they met Wu Tong halfway. Principal Wu's daughter, and also one of the four most beautiful girls in school. Wu Tong has always had a bad impression of Chen Feng, and last time she deliberately prevented Chen Feng from joining the school's research team. When he saw Chen Feng at this time, he seemed a little surprised. "What are you doing here? Let's go shopping, can't we?" Chen Feng was speechless. "You're not a policeman in the Pacific. Why do you care so much?" Wu Tong was still wearing casual clothes. When she saw Shang Yinyan standing next to Chen Feng, she showed an expression that said he was indeed a playboy. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly turned back. He said seriously, "Chen Feng, I hope you will seriously consider what I told you last time. Not everyone can join the school's RD team. I don't know how you convinced my dad, but I know that you are absolutely incapable of joining the RD team. Your joining will only make our efforts fall short." Speaking of this, she glanced at Shang Yinyan next to her again. "Also, since you have a girlfriend as beautiful as Shang Yinyan, you must cherish her. The last time there was a scandal about me, it was you who spread it on purpose, right? What? You seduced 3 of the 4 most beautiful girls in school? I won't like you, and you're not allowed to have any ideas about me. Are you too narcissistic?" Chen Feng was so angry that he laughed and couldn't help but complain. "Those rumors in school have nothing to do with me. I've already said that I don't like girls with small breasts, so you can rest assured. Yinyan, let's go. This guy is so dramatic." He was too lazy to explain too much to Wu Tong. In fact, Chen Feng also knew that Wu Tong was not a bad person, and the other party's obstruction was only because he was afraid that he would destroy the school's research results. After all, in Wu Tong's mind, he is just a playboy. Anyway, the impression is very bad. Shang Yinyan pursed her lips. She was very happy that she was mistaken for Chen Feng's girlfriend. But he just doesn't want to see Chen Feng being misunderstood. What playboy? Why don't you have the ability to join the school's RD team? What a joke. Chen Feng has developed a holographic projection technology that is advanced in technology. Who can match this ability? At this time, Shang Yinyan suddenly received a message. She showed the high-tech on her wrist in front of Wu Tong, and a holographic projection instantly appeared in the void on her arm. Shang Yinyan calmly drew in the air. After reading the message, he gave his classmates a few likes on their moments. "This is..." Wu Tong was stunned for a moment, then reacted instantly. "I was extremely shocked. Oh my god, this is a holographic projection smartphone watch. A few days ago, there was a lot of hype on the internet about this product that is 25 years ahead of current technology, China's most promising technology company, etc. Highly rated in the tech industry. Even the professors at the school were full of praise for it. Only, it is said that this product is still in production and has not yet been put on sale. Can't even book a reservation. Could it be that Shang Yinyan has channels? Wu Tong is also a technology fanatic and said excitedly, Yin Yin, where did you buy this? Can you buy one for me? I didn't buy this. Shang Yin Yin smiled faintly. You didn't buy it? Wu Tong was stunned for a moment. Yes. Shang Yin Yin pointed at Chen Feng, who was about to leave, and said, he gave it to me. This is a sample made by Chen Feng. It is the only one of its kind in the world. Wu Tong, if you want to buy it, you can only wait until Haitian Intelligent Company's products are on sale. You should be able to buy it in about a month. What? Wu Tong was immediately shocked. What's the meaning? Shang Yin Yin's words contained too much information for her to digest all at once. The sample made by Chen Feng? The genuine product will only be sold next month? Could it be that this holographic projection technology was developed by Chen Feng? That moment, she just felt like her brain was short-circuited. At this time, she quickly called Principal Wu. Dad, you've always wanted Chen Feng to join the school's RD team. Is it because he has research results? Was he the one who made the holographic projection? Shout on, just keep this to yourself. Don't spread it around. Wu Tong could no longer hear what her father was saying on the phone. Her mouth opened wide. The shock in my heart could not calm down for a long time. It seemed that I had wrongly blamed Chen Feng. Shang Yin Yin and Chen Feng were walking on the way to school. They looked like a couple, attracting many people's attention. Under normal circumstances, everyone's attention would definitely be on Shang Yin Yin. But now, almost most people focus their attention on the little guy on Chen Feng's shoulder. That guy Chen Feng is so pretentious. What kind of guy would he bring with him for a date? Fuck, what are you talking about? If you don't bring your dick on a date, are you still a man? It will come in handy at the critical moment. Mad, I doubt you're driving. Hey, as long as I drive fast, you can't catch up with me. Everyone started talking. There were even people who cursed Chen Feng behind his back for seducing their goddess. Every time they saw Chen Feng chatting and laughing with the school beauties, they felt uncomfortable. Chen Feng didn't stay in school for too long. Mainly because he didn't want too many people to see the little guy. He took Shang Yin Yin back to the villa directly. On the other side, Professor Zhongchang's phone also rang. When his friends learned that Quetzalcoatlus had been discovered, they excitedly dropped all their work and rushed over quickly. No way. That's a prehistoric creature. It will definitely cause a sensation in the paleontological community. Chapter 131, 500 prizes and a silk banner. When Chen Feng just returned to the villa, Professor Zhongchang called him. Student Chen Feng, are you home now? Several professors and I are coming over right now. Okay, come over here. After Chen Feng hung up the phone, about half an hour later, a Volkswagen drove over and 3 or 4 professors got out of it. They all came to see the pterosaurs. This was their first time to stay in such a single-family villa. The whole person was stunned. The single-family villa is over 1,000 square meters with a courtyard in the front, a swimming pool in the back, and a large open-air balcony. Generally, only the wealthy people in Behu can afford to live in such villas. Old Zhong, didn't you say that the thing was in the hands of a student? How could he afford to live in such an expensive villa? Yes, this villa is worth at least 30 or 40 million, right? Facing everyone's doubts, Zhongchang was also embarrassed. I don't know. This is the first time I've met that student today. Maybe his family is relatively wealthy. Okay, we are here to see ancient fossils today. What is there to discuss about the villa? Yes. Everyone responded. A group of people quickly walked into the living room. The first thing everyone saw was the little creature flying around in the living room. Fuck this. When flying, it looks like a crane with a crest on its head and a very long neck. These features are exactly the same as described in the information. Oh my god, it's really a Quetzalcoatl. I must be dreaming. While on the road, they have collected all the information about Quetzalcoatlus and carefully compared the information with the species in front of him. Although not an exact match, but at least 90 of the parts are consistent, and it can be basically confirmed that it is Quetzalcoatlus. Everyone was shocked instantly. Miracle. It's simply a miracle. A species that existed tens of millions of years ago now appeared before their eyes. Student Chun, these are Professor Wang, and Professor Wu. We just took a closer look and found that it is the Quetzalcoatlus, the king of the sky. Zhongchang looked extremely excited. According to records, when a Quetzalcoatlus is an adult, its wingspan can reach 5 or 6 meters, and some can even reach 10 meters in length. But you have to be careful. This pterosaur is a very ferocious species. In the past, they ate young dinosaurs. Chen Feng was shocked. So powerful? but seeing that the little one is still quite affectionate towards me, there shouldn't be any problem. As he was thinking about it, he picked up the little guy's tail. Oh shit. The corner of Zhong Chang's mouth twitched suddenly. Chun Feng didn't take it seriously and asked, "Is it a carnivore?" "That's not certain." Zhong Chang shook his head and said, "You can feed them meat and fish. Most meat should be fine, but I don't know about vegetarian food." Speaking of this, his mood suddenly became excited. "Student Chun, I have a favor to ask." Chun Feng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Since it's an unwanted request, don't say it. But he still asked, "Professor Zhong, if you have anything to say, just tell me. It's like this pterosaur is very rare, and I happen to be working on a project. Can you lend it to me for research?" Seeing Chun Feng frown slightly, Zhong Chang quickly said, "Don't get me wrong. I am here to study its habits and characteristics and publish an academic paper. Of course, I can pay for it." The eyes of the other professors suddenly lit up. Yes, there are ready-made research subjects here, and they could do research. It can definitely fill the gap in paleontology. Student Chun, if it's convenient, I would also like to stay and do some research. Once this paper is published, it will definitely be a huge contribution to the biological community. Yes. We can even infer the cause of the extinction of prehistoric creatures from this pterosaur. It is of great significance. Chun Feng is not a researcher and has no interest in these things. He said calmly, "Professor Zhong, you can study here this afternoon. I will only give you one afternoon, and there is no need for compensation. It may not be convenient in the future. After all, this is a personal property. As for the reasons for biological extinction and academic papers you mentioned, I am not interested." Understood. Zhong Chang was also a little embarrassed. After all, the things belong to someone else, and it is difficult to force it. And at this time, Professor Wu, who had been silent in the crowd, suddenly said, "Student Chun, let me introduce myself first. I am from an official research institute. It stands to reason that you're a pterosaur." Wu Dafu. Zhong Chang on the side frowned suddenly. Seems to know what the other person wants to say. In fact, he was not very familiar with Professor Wu. It just so happened that when he called Professor Wan, the other party was with Professor Wan, so they followed him over together. "Professor Zhong, even if you don't let me say it, I'm going to say it anyway." Wu Dafu said calmly, "Student Chun, Quetzalcoatlus is an extinct species. Ordinary people cannot adopt it. Logically, you should hand it over." "Oh," Chun Feng was a little surprised. "Are you interested in my pterosaur?" With a half smile, he said, "Professor Wu wants me to hand over this pterosaur, and then he will give me a 500 yuan bonus and a silk banner." "Good," Wu Dafu said, as if it was a matter of course. "Student Chun, if you feel it is inconvenient, you can give it to me, and I will help you pass it on. Don't worry, you will not lose a pennant or bonus, and everyone will remember your contribution. It's an honor for you too." Chun Feng sneered. "What if I don't?" "Student Chun." Wu Dafu's expression was also somewhat unfriendly. "This is the rule. No matter who gets this pterosaur, they must hand it in. Now you hand it in, and you will also get a silk banner and 500 yuan. If someone reports me, I won't have a penny left." Speaking of this, his tone softened again. "Student Chun, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to be arrested. It will be a stain on your life. Don't you think about it. How could a species like Quetzalcoatlus be obtained by you so easily? I even suspect that this is a species that our institute has lost. Professor Wu, be careful with your words." Zhong Chang's face had turned gloomy. Professor Wan also frowned and said, "Professor Wu, Quetzalcoatlus is a prehistoric creature and is not within the scope of submission. Besides, Student Chun is not short of the 500 yuan. Professor Wu, you have that old problem again. Not everything belongs to your institute." Professor Wang also shook his head. And at this time, Chun Feng's expression was also extremely cold. "Wu Dafu, right? I can't give this pterosaur away. Come and grab it if you have the guts. You are not welcome here now. You can go away." Chapter 132. I just want to ask, can it carry people? Wu Dafu also tore his face off directly. "Student Chun, don't you think about it? Pterosaurs are vicious beasts and will bring harm to society. Do you really think you can save them? If something goes wrong, you will be responsible. As a college student, can you solve these troubles? Think about your studies and your parents. You haven't graduated yet, and you haven't married or had children yet. If something really happens, it will be too late to regret. I advise you to hand it over to our institute as soon as possible. In the past, when someone dug something out of the ground, Wu Dafu often used this method to scare the other person. Either you use $500 in a banner to get the thing, or they say the item is fake and try to trick you into buying it at a price lower than the market price. Anyway, this trick has been used many times. It succeeds almost every time. Wu Dafu actually didn't earn much working at the research institute. Anyone who does research knows that sometimes it takes several years for a study to produce results. Moreover, there are a lot of expenses, so there's not much salary and bonus left. On the contrary, it is Wu Dafu's method. It made him a lot of money, but now, he found that the same trick had no effect on Chen Feng. That's not all. Even several other professors came to sabotage his own performance. Are you all fools? Once I trick this pterosaur into my hands, you can study it for as long as you want. Why are you trying to sabotage me now, like a fool? A bunch of pig teammates. It turns out that people who do research don't know how to adapt. Idiot. Chen Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the other party. If he starts training this young dragon from childhood, the pterosaur will only obey his orders when it grows up, and there is no way it can cause any harm. Besides, prehistoric creatures are indeed not within the scope of what should be handed over. Why should I hand over my own things to you? Are you shameless? Do you really think I know nothing and am so easy to fool? He called the property management directly. Manager Zhang, a stranger broke in here, bring 2 security guards to help me get him out. Manager Zhang on the other end of the phone heard this. He was startled and said, Mr. Chun, I'll be there right away. Joke. Yulong Bay is a high-end villa area, and those who can afford to live in this villa are definitely not ordinary people. As a property manager, how dare I be negligent? Soon, Manager Zhang brought 4 or 5 security guards. Mr. Chun, which bastard dares to break into Mr. Chen's villa? It's him. Seeing Chen Feng pointing at Wu Dafu, Manager Zhang waved his hand. Several security guards dragged Wu Dafu out directly. Fuck, what the hell? Can you just enter Mr. Chen's villa casually? Brothers, drag them out. Remember this face and put it on Yulong Bay's blacklist. Wu Dafu was really dragged out from the ground. He yelled, You're a bunch of stinky security guards. Let me go, I'm a professor at the institute. How dare you do this to me? I'm going to complain. Believe it or not, I can make you lose your job in a minute. I don't care if you're a professor or a beast. You dare to threaten us. Brothers, get him. Several security guards stabbed Wu Dafu with electric batons. Amid screams, they were dragged out of the villa area in an instant. In the room, Zhong Chang sighed helplessly. Student Chun, I'm really sorry. I didn't know Wu Dafu would be so greedy. As a biology professor, he really values money too much. Professor One also quickly apologized. It's mainly my fault. I shouldn't have brought him here. He is, well, it's okay, just a clown. Chen Feng waved to the little guy not far away. The little guy flew over quickly and landed on his shoulder. Professor Zhong, you should study this pterosaur first. You won't have another chance in the future. Yes, study pterosaurs. Only then did Zhong Chang focus his attention on the little guy. If there was no Chen Feng, there was no way they could observe so closely. Professor Wang said, Student Chun, this young dragon is growing very fast. Although your villa is very big, once the pterosaur grows to a size of 3 or 5 meters, the space will not be enough. That's easy. At worst, we could just buy a bigger manor. Chen Feng really didn't take it seriously. Anything that can be solved with money is not a problem. Forehead. Professor Wang smacked his lips. A larger manor in a slightly worse location would cost 50 or 60 million. If the location is in the central area. For example, the prices in provincial capitals or the central areas of Kyoto are at least hundreds of millions. How come from Chen Feng's tone? Buying an estate is like a piece of cake. The rest of the people also had strange expressions. Chen Feng did not notice their abnormality, and after thinking for a while he asked, I heard from you that this wind god pterosaur is the king of the sky, and its flying ability should be very strong. I just want to ask, can it carry people? Zhong Chang. Professor Wang. Professor Wan. This guy is really unconventional, isn't he? Man? From ancient times to the present, I'm afraid you are the only one who has such an idea. Why it's so big, but it can't carry people? Chen Feng was speechless. No. Zhong Chang said awkwardly. In theory, it is possible. After all, an adult Quetzalcoatlus is very large and can bear the weight of a person. But it flies very fast, and the air pressure and resistance that people need to endure at high altitudes are very high. Most people simply can't bear it. I see. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, feeling secretly delighted. As long as it works in theory. After being systematically strengthened, my body can still cope with the resistance in the air. Now I just wait for the little guy to grow up quickly. When the time comes, I will ride a dragon to the sky. It's exciting just thinking about it. It is usually placed inside the villa to patrol for me. No one in the sky or on the ground can escape the pterosaur's eyes. Isn't that awesome? Your use of security patrols and camera surveillance is out of date. I'll use a pterosaur as my security. By then, not only will no one be able to break into the villa, not even a sparrow will be able to fly in. Seeing Chun Feng's sly smile, Zhong Chong and others couldn't help but shook their heads. This stuff, are you trying to make a pterosaur carry people? Forget it. You can tell at first glance that you are someone who has never experienced the harsh treatment of society, so I'd like to let you try. Zhong Chong suddenly said, Student Chun, the blood of this pterosaur is actually very valuable for research. You can get a drop and sell it. Some research institutes are interested in studying gene cloning, which may allow the pterosaur species to reappear. After all, you only have one pterosaur here, and it is unable to reproduce. Chun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. Let's talk about it later. It doesn't matter whether it's worth money or not. I can do the research myself when I have the ability in the future. Zhong Chong smiled and said no more. Several professors once again devoted themselves to the research, observing the morphology of pterosaurs while recording something in their notebooks. Chapter 133, Domineering Chun Feng. The other side, Wu Dafu was thrown out of the villa area. He now felt numb all over his body, and he didn't know how many times he had been poked with the electric baton. Although the other party controlled the voltage to a very low level, it still felt a bit uncomfortable. Mad, wait for me. He took a fierce look in the direction of the villa and left quickly. Soon, I arrived at the police station and found Captain Chung. Captain Chung, I'm here to report a case. It's Professor Wu. What case are you reporting? Captain Chung frowned slightly. He also knew Professor Wu, who is said to be a professor at the Institute of Paleontology. But his character doesn't seem to be that good. Wu Dafu adjusted his mood and said angrily, Our institute recently revived a species through genetic cloning. It is a pterosaur from 65 million years ago. Pterosaur? Captain Chung was shocked. Although he didn't know much about paleontology, the pterosaur species should have existed in the same period as the dinosaurs. Resurrected? This will definitely cause a global sensation. What is going on in this world now? A few days ago, a product that was 25 years ahead of technology appeared, and now an ancient creature from tens of millions of years ago has been resurrected? Wu Dafu nodded and said, Originally, this was a good thing for the Institute, but just a few days ago, this young pterosaur ran away from the Institute. As a result, he was caught by a college student named Chun Feng. I just asked that college student to return the pterosaur, but not only did he refuse to give it to me, he even asked the security guard to kick me out. Speaking of this, he became excited again. Captain Chung, don't you think this is robbery? If it was just an ordinary item, it would be fine. But this is a prehistoric creature, and it has great significance both to the Research Institute and to the entire paleontological community. Captain Chung, you must help me catch him. Captain Chung stood up suddenly, his expression extremely solemn. Professor Wu, if what you said is true, we will definitely help you get justice. This matter is of great importance. I will report it to the leader first. Don't report it yet. It will be too late if you delay any longer. Captain Chung, come with me to catch him. Professor Wu, you need evidence to arrest someone. The evidence is in the Yulong Bay Villa District. The pterosaur is there. Think about it. Who else can revive a pterosaur except our institute? Wu Dafu dared not waste time. After much persuasion, Captain Chung was finally convinced, and the group quickly headed to the Yulong Bay Villa area. When I arrived at the gate, because Captain Chung showed his ID, the security guards did not dare to stop him. Wu Dafu followed behind with a cocky look on his face. It seems like I'm telling the security guards, I'm back again. When they arrived at the villa where Chun Feng was. Chun Feng, Zhong Chong, and several other professors were still studying pterosaurs. They felt a little unhappy when they saw Wu Dafu running back again. Wu Dafu, what are you doing here again? I'm here to get back the things from our institute. Wu Dafu smiled coldly. Pointing to Captain Chung next to him, he said, This is Captain Chung from the police station. I advise you to hand over the pterosaur quickly. It belongs to our research institute. Wu Dafu, you're going too far. What do you mean it's from your research institute? It's obviously from classmate Chun Feng. That's right, Wu Dafu. You really dare to say anything. Professor Wu, that's too much. Zhong Chang and others shook their heads. Today, they finally saw how shameless the other party was. Although pterosaurs are very precious. But you can't just talk nonsense like that, right? Wu Dafu snorted coldly. Who said it belonged to Chun Feng? How could a college student like him get a pterosaur? This was clearly resurrected by our research institute using genetic cloning. Zhong Chang was speechless. Yes, no matter how they argued, there was no explanation for how the pterosaur in Chun Feng's hand came about. Captain Chung on the side frowned slightly. Now he was not clear about the specific situation, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Everyone stop arguing. Mr. Chun, please cooperate with the investigation on the ownership of this pterosaur. Don't worry, we will enforce the law impartially." Okay, Chun Feng said with a playful look. Didn't Wu Dafu say that the Institute resurrected the pterosaur through genetic cloning? Then he should know the genetic data of this pterosaur, right? If you have the guts, show it to me and confirm it. Wu Dafu was speechless. Chun Feng said again, Wu Dafu, you can't even produce any evidence, yet you dare to say that the things are yours. If I say that the money in your bank card is mine, will you give it to me? Chun Feng, you are just quibbling. Wu Dafu was shaking with anger. Quibble. Chun Feng's eyes widened, and a cold look flashed across his face. You know whether it's a quibble or not. Now the pterosaur is in my hand. If you can't produce evidence, why should I give it to you? You keep pestering me again and again. Do you really think you are important? Only Captain Chung is here today. If he is not here, you can see if you can step into my villa. Don't be shameless. Just because I don't care doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. Wu Dafu was also frightened by his domineering side. Only when I saw Captain Chung next to me did I feel a little more confident. He gritted his teeth and said, Ew. Then where did you get the pterosaur in your hand? Why should I tell you? Who the hell do you think you are? Chun Feng said coldly. You need to understand one thing. This is my home. You took a fancy to something in my home and came here in a big way to snatch it away. And you asked me where the stuff came from. Do you think I would tell you? Wu Dafu, you may be able to fool others with your tricks, but I am not a fool nor an idiot. It's no use trying to trick me like this. Speaking of this, he looked at Captain Chung again and said, Captain Chung, a few days ago, several million in cash was lost from my home, and I suspect that Wu Dafu stole it. Go check at his house later. Maybe you can find out. Wu Dafu's face changed. Chun Feng, you are slandering me. Slandering? Chun Feng smiled faintly. You can come to my place and rob things at will without any evidence. Why can't I go to your house without any evidence? This person really likes double standards. Captain Chung, check this guy carefully for me. I don't think he is that clean. Captain Chung was in a dilemma. He himself felt that he should not come this time. After all, there was no evidence. Damn, it turned out that Wu Dafu was deceiving himself. Why? Isn't my status enough to say this? Chun Feng snorted coldly. Suddenly, he took out an ID from his pocket and threw it in front of Captain Chung. The moment he saw the certificate, Captain Chang's face changed drastically. Chapter 134 Daddy Needs Your Blood. The War Department's certificate. Although he had never met anyone from the War Department, he still recognized the certificate. Captain Chung picked up the certificate with trembling hands. The moment he opened the certificate, his body suddenly trembled and his face was filled with horror. Military Lord. Oh my God, this is actually the certificate of the Lord of the War Department. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Chun Feng with horror. The young man in front of me is definitely not the military leader. But the other party had the military leader's ID, which meant that the other party had a special relationship with the military leader. It's terrifying when you think about it. Everyone knows. The military commander has an extraordinary status in the entire China, and her credentials also have great power, so the other party can hand over such an important item to Chun Feng. This is enough to show how important this person is in the heart of the military leader. Think of this. Captain Chung quickly returned the certificate to Chun Feng and said respectfully, Mr. Chun, don't worry. I will thoroughly investigate Wu Dafu when I return. If he does anything illegal, he will never be forgiven. Captain Chung. Wu Dafu was immediately confused. What's going on? That guy Chun Feng can order Captain Chung around just by taking out a broken notebook? Not just him. Even Zhong Chang and others standing by were confused. Captain Cheng's attitude towards Chun Feng obviously changed 180 degrees after seeing the notebook. What on earth is that? At this time, Chun Feng looked at Wu Dafu again and smiled coldly. Do you think I have wronged you? I don't believe that you have never used similar means to defraud others of their things. Mr. Chun Yu, Wu Da Fu, that's enough. Captain Chung frowned slightly. He couldn't figure out Chun Feng's identity now. But one thing was that this person must not be offended. Wu Dafu was also holding his breath. He knew that it was impossible to get the Quetzalcoatlus, so he gritted his teeth and said, Captain Chung, even if the pterosaur is not from our institute. But Quetzalcoatlus is a ferocious species after all. If Chun Feng raises it privately, what if it goes out and hurts someone in the future? I think it should be handed over to China. Now he has given up. Anyway, I'm going to be thoroughly investigated too, so don't even think about having an easy life. Don't even think about saving your pterosaur. Captain Chung looked at him angrily. Damn, now you admit that it's not from your institute? Damn Wu Dafu. Wu Dafu, come back with me to the bureau and cooperate with the investigation. You don't have to worry about other things. Captain Chung, that wind god pterosaur. What pterosaur? Where are the dragons? That thing on Chun Feng's shoulder. All right, it's just a bird. Stop talking nonsense and come back to the bureau with me to cooperate with the investigation. Watching Captain Chung talking nonsense seriously, Wu Dafu was stunned. Captain Chung, are you fucking blind? This is clearly a pterosaur. Have you ever seen a bird look like this? Amidst a burst of wailing, Wu Dafu was escorted out by Captain Chung. After leaving the villa, he still looked a little indignant and shouted loudly, Okay, Captain Chung, let me go quickly and stop acting. Fuck you. Captain Chung kicked him directly and said, Do you think I'm kidding you? The bureau has been investigating you just now. Wu Dafu, you are really capable. A month ago, you deceived someone into giving you a family heirloom worth $800,000 for just $80,000. Half a month ago, he used 500 yuan and a banner to cheat someone out of an antique. I really don't know if you're a professor or a liar. Wu Dafu, you are finished. Wu Dafu suddenly felt panicked. He didn't expect that the other party was really investigating him and actually found out some things. Captain Chung sneered. By the way, let me tell you one more thing. Mr. Chun has a special status, and even I can't afford to offend him. Do you still want to provoke him? Are you out of your mind? What? Special identity? Wu Dafu's heart trembled suddenly. It's over. Hit a wall. In the villa, there was a hint of weirdness in the eyes of Zhong Chong and others when they looked at Chun Feng at this time. From the change in Captain Chang's attitude towards him just now, it could be seen that the identity of the young man in front of him is not just a senior student. Maybe he has an even more terrifying identity. Zhong Chong thought for a while and said, Student Chun Feng, we have observed this little guy for a few hours, and we can almost compile an academic paper. I want to add your name in the list, since you're also a participant. I don't mind. Chun Feng really doesn't care about these empty things. He's only interested in making money now. Haitian Smart products will start selling in a month, and his net worth will double again by then. In his opinion, nothing is more real than making money. Okay then, sorry for disturbing you today. Professor Zhong and others exchanged a few words and then left. They also wanted to touch the little guy. However, the little guy is quite shy and doesn't allow anyone to touch him except the 3 people in the villa. Capture the thanks from Professor Zhong. Gain plus 5 system points. Capture the thanks from Professor Wang. Get system points plus 5. Capture the thanks from Professor Wang. Gain plus 5 system points. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment. It seemed like he hadn't received any system points for a long time. He looked at the system and found that there were still more than 40,000 system points. Suddenly, I thought of the gene cloning technology that Professor Zhong had mentioned before, and I couldn't help but think about the little guy. First, check if there is this technique in the skill interface. Chun Feng searched the interface for a long time and finally found gene cloning. Ding! It is detected that the host has a strong desire for gene cloning technology. Do you want to exchange it? Exchange. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for gene cloning technology. Deduction of system points minus 15,000. Host current remaining system points, 29,068. Chun Feng clicked on the system's backpack in the void and directly received the genetic cloning technology. Some knowledge points instantly merged into his mind. He looked at the little guy on the ground again. He said with a smile, Little boy, Daddy needs your blood. Can you give me a drop so I can do some research? How about I find you a bunch of brothers and sisters so that you can have a companion? The little guy seemed to understand what Chun Feng said. As soon as I heard that he wanted my own blood, she was so scared that she flapped her wings and flew away quickly, just in time to see Shang, Yin Yin, coming down from the upstairs and flew on her shoulder. Just now, Shang Yinyin didn't want Professor Zhong and the others to know that she was living at Chunfeng's place, so she hid upstairs and didn't come down. I saw the little guy was scared. Shang Yinyin frowned slightly. What do you want his blood for? Just do some research. Chun Feng smiled and said, since the little guy doesn't want to, then let's talk about it later. Yin, if you have time, please ask for me if there's a larger manor in Beihu. When the little guy grows up, there won't be enough space here. We need to buy a bigger place. I'll keep an eye out for it. I'll tell you when I find it. Shang Yin sat down lazily on the sofa. Looking at the little guy on my shoulder, I suddenly felt like we were a family of three. All right, overthinking. Chapter 135. The Crisis of the Military Leader, foreseen in advance. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Yenting also came back. When he heard that Chinfeng was going to buy a larger manor, he couldn't help but become interested. I heard that there will be an auction in Beihu City tomorrow, and there happens to be a manor that needs to be auctioned. Really? Chinfeng was a little surprised. He had seen auctions on TV and in novels before, but had never actually experienced such a scene. Yin Ting smiled and said, this manor was built by a wealthy man in the past. He invested 50 to 60 million yuan in it, and it took 2 years to complete. It caused something of a sensation in Beihu at the time. After all, there were very few manor villas of this scale and built with such a huge amount of money. Later, the rich man encountered problems in his business, and his capital chain was broken. There was no money to turn around for a while, so I had to sell the manor. Sold? Then why auction it now? Chinfeng was puzzled. Yin Ting sighed and said, the area of the manor is more than 5,000 square meters, which is only slightly smaller than a football field, and the location of the building is also excellent. The backyard of the manor is close to a body of water, so it is known as a seaside villa. But after all, the area is too large and is not very convenient to maintain. Don't you think about it? An average family has only 4 or 5 people at most. It's such a waste to live in such a big manor. Later, the buyer regretted it and wanted to auction it off. I see. Chinfeng also understood these principles. If it weren't for giving the little one more space to move around, he was not willing to buy such a large manor. After all, this villa was already very big. In fact, what Chinfeng valued most was the area of water behind the manor. Just right for pterosaurs to fly on. Go into the auction tomorrow to check it out. I'll send you the address later. If you want to go by yourself. I'm busy tomorrow. Yunting straightened her body to show off her proud size. She seemed to be in a good mood today. She went upstairs and changed her clothes. Yin, don't you want to learn swimming? I happen to have time today. I'll teach you. Shang Yin was stunned for a moment. There's a swimming pool in the villa. From what the other party said, the teaching will be in the swimming pool behind the villa. So doesn't that mean we have to wear a swimsuit? Oh my God. Her cheeks turned red at the thought of wearing a revealing swimsuit in front of Chinfeng. What's wrong? Don't you want to learn? I learn. Shang Yin gritted her teeth. Since Sister Yin was there anyway, there was nothing to be afraid of. Soon, they both changed into their swimsuits. They were wearing a bathing suit with a shredded skirt, tied with a belt around the waist. Although it doesn't look very revealing. But the white legs and the snow-white neck that are faintly visible make her even more seductive. Especially the size of Yunting 32D. Shang Yin looks quite sexy in herself, and after entering the water, the transparency of her shredded swimsuit becomes even more noticeable, and Chinfeng couldn't help swallowing his saliva when he saw it. At this time, a prediction video suddenly popped up on the system. Border conflicts intensify. Members of the combat unit bravely prepare for battle. The life of the military commander hangs in the balance. The whole scene was very chaotic, as if two forces were fighting each other. Chinfeng only found out from the subtitles next to it. There was a war on the border. A big war broke out. Many people were fighting. Many people died on the scene. There was smoke everywhere, although technology is very advanced nowadays. However, in many cases, wars did not involve the use of highly lethal weapons, only guns and ammunition. Chinfeng's eyes followed the images in the video. Finally, a figure appeared on the screen. Lord of the War Department. Shang Guanyu was wearing a black combat suit, which looked a bit like alloy armor, but the material should be made of the first generation of dark metal products. With beautiful hair draped over her shoulders and a black dagger in her hand. The whole person is like a queen. She is very powerful, and every move she makes can kill an enemy in front of her. Her existence is like the hope of the War Department. Just when she killed someone, her body suddenly trembled. A sharp pain came, almost causing her body to fall to the ground. Chun Feng himself possesses miraculous medical skills. They're very proficient in both traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine, and even through the screen, they can still find that the other person seems to have some chronic illness. It happens from time to time. Just now, the opponent's chronic illness broke out. There can't be any mistakes on the battlefield, let alone when you are fighting the enemy. Really, several enemies in front seized this opportunity and surrounded Shang Wanyu. Bang! A bullet hit Shang Wanyu. Then another dagger stabbed. The video ends here, and Chun Feng feels very heavy, even if the other person is not dead. In this situation, it is inevitable to be seriously injured. Chun Feng looked at the time. Fine. The predicted time is 10 days later. The future can change. He quickly called Zhang Tianxiang from the War Department. Zhang Tianxiang was very surprised when he received the call from Chun Feng. He smiled and said, Xiao Chun, thanks to your help, we have now made the first batch of products. We fuse dark metal into combat uniforms. Although it cannot be considered an alloy armor, the strength of the combat suit has been greatly improved. The first batch of combat uniforms has been sent to the border, and it's almost time for them to reach the military commander. Minister Zhang. Chun Feng interrupted him directly, took a deep breath, and asked, Is a war about to break out on the border now? Zhang Tianxiang frowned suddenly. The border was indeed turbulent during this period, and there were several small-scale conflicts, but they were quickly resolved, and the impact was not great. But something seemed to have happened yesterday, and there is a high possibility of a fight in the area. This is also why he is so anxious to develop the next generation of dark metal products. What surprised Zhang Tianxiang was, this information has never been leaked by the War Department, mainly to stabilize the morale of the people within China. Even Professor Qin, who was doing research in the War Department, didn't know. Chun Feng actually knew it. Is it a guess? Xiao Chun, I hope you can keep the border situation confidential. There have indeed been some changes, and there is a high probability that there will be a small-scale battle. Minister Zhang, let me ask you one more question. Is the military commander in trouble? Zhang Tianxiang's face changed drastically. Xiao Chun, who told you that? This matter is absolutely confidential. In the War Department, only a few of Shang Wanyu's most trusted people knew about it, and the rest of the people were completely unaware. After all, the military leader is the faith of the War Department. She is also the main force stationed at the border. With her stationed at the border, the enemy dare not invade. Once someone knows that the military commander has health problems, then something big will happen. Minister Zhang, don't worry about who told me this. If a battle breaks out at the border in 10 days, you must not let the military commander go to the battlefield. Her illness will break out on that day and kill her. Chapter 136. Young Master, come play. What? Zhang Tianxiang's face changed drastically. The news really shocked him. First of all, according to his inference, the fighting on the border would break out in about 10 days. They have been preparing for this in the past few days. In addition, if the military commander's illness broke out on that day, he would really lose his life if he was not careful. There can't be any mistakes on a battlefield. Zhang Tianxiang's expression had become extremely solemn. He lowered his voice and asked, Xiao Chun, how credible is what you just said? How did you know that the military commander's illness would flare up on that day? Chun Feng's mind was spinning rapidly, trying to find a reason. You can't say that you have a system that can predict the future, right? Even if I told you, you might not believe it. He hesitated for a while and said, I know some medical skills. When you came to Haitian Intelligent Company 2 days ago, the military commander was sitting in the jeep. I saw her from afar at that time, and I noticed that there was something wrong with her body. According to the inference, her chronic illness should break out in 10 days. Minister Zhang, if she had gone to the battlefield that day, she would have really lost her life. Understood. Zhang Tianxiang was still deeply shocked. His only thought now is that nothing must happen to the military commander. As for what Chun Feng said, he believed at least 80 of it, and he didn't have time to consider some of the details now. Xiao Chun, don't tell anyone about this. I hope you can keep it secret. Leave the rest to me. After Zhang Tianxiang hung up the phone, he quickly found Huanzi and said, Emergency, assembly. All the generals above 4 stars in the War Department will go to the border and set off overnight. Remember, no information can be leaked. Huanzi was also shocked. Minister, what happened? The war will break out in 10 days. Zhang Tianxiang looked extremely solemn, and he quickly packed up his things. Come with me to the border. Your goal is to protect the military leader and pull her out of the battlefield when necessary. Something can happen to anyone, including me, but nothing must happen to the military commander. Do you understand? Clear. Huanzi also knew the seriousness of the matter and quickly said, Minister, China still needs you to take charge of the situation, and you're not good enough, so don't go. Leave the safety of the military commander to me. Why, you look down on me. Zhang Tianxiang snorted coldly. Huanzi smiled and said, Minister, I'm not bragging. I can beat 10 people like you. You should stay at the headquarters and take charge of the situation. Don't worry, even if I die, I won't let anything happen to the military commander. Speaking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Minister, if I can't come back, remember to go home and see my mother when you have time. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Tianxiang's face darkened. In the following period of time, the War Department mobilized all its forces, and members rushed to Kyoto from all over the place and gathered in the War Department. Soon, 40 or 50 members gathered. Among them are 4-star generals and 5-star generals. Even Samsung warriors got involved. Even Yu Batian, a 3-star general who was about to be expelled from the War Department, joined the team at this time. He wants to redeem himself for his crime. Zhang Tianxiang did not stop him. If the other party has really made a contribution, some of the punishment can be exempted. Of course. As for whether he can stay in the War Department, it is not certain. It depends on the size of the merit. Looking at the team in front of me with such great momentum, Zhang Tianxiang took a deep breath and said, Everyone, your mission at the border this time is to ensure the safety of the military commander and remove all obstacles around her. I will wait for your triumphant return. In the villa, Chen Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. Since he got the system, he has predicted many videos, and these future videos can be changed. He believes it. Zhang Tianxiang will definitely take this matter very seriously, and the military leader's safety should not be in danger. After all, I am not from the War Department, so I can only help up to this point. I don't think I saw the military commander's face clearly just now. Chen Feng was also very curious about what the famous military leader looked like. Only the side profile can be seen in the predicted video, and since it is a battle scene, it does not look that clear. It's not HD. Bad review. His gaze shifted toward the swimming pool again. I saw Shang Yinyan practicing swimming by the swimming pool. Doggy paddle. Yenting's palm dragged her body. Both of their hair were wet, with water drops dripping from their noses, giving them a feeling of a lotus emerging from water. Sister Yin, we are all dressed like this. Don't we have any attraction to him? Look at Chen Feng. He was sitting there motionless, and even made a phone call without even looking at us. Shang Yinyan splashed water angrily. She felt very conflicted. On the one hand, she was afraid of wearing a swimsuit that was too revealing in front of Chen Feng. But on the other hand, she hoped that he could look at her. Better to have another intimate contact. Yinting chuckled and said, Then call him over. Don't be shy when the time comes. Well, just scream. Shang Yinyan raised her head and waved at Chen Feng. Chen Feng, come here quickly. Swimming is fun. Chen Feng seemed to see a group of girls waving at her from the Chunxiang Tower in ancient times. Come on. Young master, come and play. Oh shit, how could you have such an idea? He quickly shook his head and walked slowly towards the swimming pool. At the same time, also look for the swimming skill in the system skill interface. Ding, the host's male hormones are detected to be erupting. Do you need to unlock 72 postures and 36 actions? Oh shit, what the hell? Chen Feng almost vomited blood. The system is starting to trick me again? Exchange, no exchange. Damn, almost made a slip of the tongue. This skill can't be exchanged casually, so let's study it first. System, I need swimming skills. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging for the master level swimming skill, deducting system points -50. Host current remaining system points, 29018. Damn system, I still need to correct it. Chen Feng directly received master level swimming skills. Originally, he couldn't even do the dog paddle, but now he has become a swimming expert. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles. Oh my god, you have such a great figure. Boss, do you want this? Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting stared at each other. It was really because Chen Feng had such a well-proportioned body. They only knew that Chen Feng had a handsome face, but they didn't expect that he also had such a good body. Look at these biceps, look at these abs, they're so elastic. Shang Yinyan climbed out of the swimming pool and pinched Chen Feng's body. Like a curious baby. Fuck, there are abdominal muscles and pectoral muscles. These pectoral muscles. Shang Yinyan looked at Chen Feng suddenly, then looked down at herself, her face flushed with shame. Oh my god, It's almost catching up with me. Chapter 137, How About Changing Seats? The next day, when Chen Feng woke up, he felt two big, white legs pressing on his body. He opened his eyes and was so frightened that he instantly lost his sleepiness. Oh shit, why are Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting in their own beds? At this time, both of them were wearing loose pajamas and lying on the bed with their legs spread out. The straps of her pajamas even slipped off her shoulders, revealing a hint of white. I guess I didn't do anything wrong. Chen Feng quickly lifted the quilt and finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that he was still wearing his shorts. I almost thought I had dealt with these two people just now, although I also want to, but it's obviously inappropriate. At this time, Chen Feng just remembered that after the three of them went swimming yesterday, they had some midnight snacks and drank some wine, and it ended up like this. Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting also gradually woke up. Ah, ah! The two of them screamed immediately. He quickly got up from the bed and ran out of the bedroom. 10 minutes later, Yun Ting changed her clothes and went to work, and Shang Yinyan also went to school. They were too embarrassed to face Chen Feng again today. They felt shy when they thought about the time they slept in Chen Feng's bed for a whole night. 9 o'clock in the morning. Chen Feng came to the auction according to the address sent by Yun Ting. In a 5-star hotel. The entire outside of the hotel is filled with luxury cars, all of which are probably here to attend the auction. Anyone can enter the auction site. The only difference is that the seats in the first 2 rows have been reserved, and there are labels with names on them. There should be some wealthy tycoons in Behu. There are always a few wealthy people participating in every auction, and they are considered regular guests. As soon as Chen Feng walked in, he met an acquaintance. It was Liu Bing, who was severely humiliated at the last high school reunion. Today, Liu Bing was wearing a suit, revealing a Patek Philippe watch worth more than 1 million on his wrist. He walked into the hotel with his head held high, looking very showy. Although his net worth cannot be compared with those big guys present, but he's doing pretty well among the younger generation. When Liu Bing walked in a high-profile manner and was about to show off, he suddenly saw Chen Feng standing beside him and was so scared that he immediately backed down. Oh shit, how come I met this guy again? What's wrong, Liu Bing? Who scared you like this? A man suddenly appeared next to him. Master Jiang? Liu Bing's expression was evasive. The Jiang Shao in front of him was from a wealthy family with assets in the billions, which was 10 or 100 times more than his own. He was a true rich kid. Liu Bing and his father have been doing very well in business in recent years. On the one hand, it was because his uncle Ma Tianzhu provided a lot of convenience. And on the other hand, he himself joined the circle of rich second generations. He even became a follower of the young Master Jiang in front of him. If the other party gives him any benefit, it will be enough to support him for several years. No, nothing. Liu Bing originally wanted Jiang Tsong to help him get revenge. But then I thought about it. After all, Chen Feng knew Tiger Lord. If he failed to avenge himself and was threatened by Tiger Lord again, he would really lose his life. Jiang Tsong glanced in Chen Feng's direction but didn't say anything. At this time, there was another commotion at the door. A woman wearing a baseball cap walked in. She was dressed in casual clothes, her skin was as white as jade, and her hair was draped over her shoulders. It feels so refreshing and neat. Hey, do you think that girl looks like a star? Which one? Are you blind? The one at the door. Do you think she looks like Su Qingsheng? Fuck, they really look alike. I heard before that Su Qingsheng had some conflicts with the top management of her company, and then the company cut off all her resources. Later, she got angry and went out to travel. I didn't expect to meet her here. I've heard about this too. It's said that she was asked to chat with the director about the script late at night. We're all adults now, so who doesn't know what this means? That's right, don't tell me. Su Qingsheng is even prettier in real life than in the photo. Everyone was talking about it nearby. Su Qingsheng didn't expect it either. She was still recognized even though she was wearing a baseball cap. Fortunately, her resources were cut off by the company during this period, and her popularity is not as high as before. Otherwise, there would definitely be a lot of fans watching her when she appeared just now, just when she was wondering whether to continue staying here. Suddenly, I saw a familiar figure. A smile flashed across my face, and I walked quickly forward. Hey, where's she going? Does she know anyone here? That direction. Seems to be young Master Jiang. No wonder young Master Jiang drives a sports car worth more than 20 million. His family has assets worth hundreds of millions. He's handsome and rich. No wonder even a big star like Su Qingqing came over. Everyone looked as if it was a matter of course. I originally thought Su Qingsheng was so pure that she was willing to turn against the company's top management to protect her innocence. It seems now, either the conditions offered by the director were too few, or the director to a company was too ugly. Woman, especially female artists, no one could get past the test of money. At this time, even Jiang Song felt that Su Qingsheng came to say hello to him. He was still wondering. Although I like women, I don't seem to know them. Hello, Miss Su. Just when Jiang Song was about to reach out his hand to say hello, he saw Su Qingsheng walking straight past him. He walked to the front and stood next to Chen Feng, then sat down in the seat next to him. That moment, the corner of Jiang Song's mouth twitched suddenly. Grass. The people around were equally confused. What's going on? Aren't you looking for Master Jiang? Who is that person next to her? I seem to know all the rich second generations in Beihu, but I have never seen that person. Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Awesome. Young Master Jiang's girl was robbed. Lu Bing, come on, follow me to meet that guy. Jiang Song snorted coldly, feeling a little unhappy. Lu Bing shrank his neck and said with a smile, Mr. Jiang, I have a stomachache and need to go to the toilet. Why don't you go first? Coward, what are you afraid of? Master Jiang, that guy's not easy to mess with. Bullshit. Is there anyone in Beihu that I can't afford to offend? With your character, it's no wonder you can't achieve anything great. Jiang Song was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked over slowly. And at this time, Su Qingqing looked at Chun Feng, who was in surprise. He said with a smile, Mr. Chun, long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you here. Ha, it's really fate. Chun Feng smiled faintly. When she was in her hometown, Su Qingqiang was hospitalized due to a landslide. Later, she had appendicitis and I performed surgery on her. It's funny. At that time, I didn't have a medical license, but later the system exchanged one for me. Fortunately, no medical accident occurred, otherwise I would be in trouble. The two were chatting happily when a voice suddenly interrupted. My friend, how about I change seats with you? Chapter 138, You Are a Fake Fan. Chun Feng turned his head and saw a young man standing in front of him with arrogance and a hint of disdain on his face. Who is this idiot? I'm sitting here nice and simple. Why would I change my yarn? No, you. Jiang Song obviously didn't expect to be humiliated. He is the famous Mr. Jiang in Beihu City, and he is also a well-known figure in the circle of rich second generations. Who would not give him face? If it wasn't for maintaining a good image in front of Su Qingsheng, he would be speaking sweet words now. Damn, shame on you. Especially when he felt that there were a group of rich second generations watching the show around him, Jiang Song felt a little caught in a dilemma. If you can't even get a seat, you won't know how others will laugh at you. He took a deep breath and revealed his identity directly. My friend, you should have heard of my name. My name is Jiang Kong. My family doesn't have much wealth, only about 10 or 20 billion yuan. As long as you change seats with me, I can set any conditions. You should also be aware of the identity of the beauty next to you. She is a big star. Do you think you can pursue her with your conditions and abilities? This person should have self-awareness. How about you give me your seat and I will give you some money? He felt that he had made himself very clear. First of all, he stated his identity. He is a well-known rich second generation. No matter his identity or wealth, you cannot offend him. Secondly, they are willing to spend money to buy seats. Exchanging an ordinary seat for some money is definitely a big profit for ordinary people. He didn't know why Su Qingqiang chose to sit next to Chen Feng. But one thing is certain. The guy in front of me definitely doesn't have much money. His entire set of clothes only costs a few thousand yuan. Not cheap though, but it's definitely not expensive. After all, any suit of mine costs tens of thousands. Jiang Song took out his cell phone and made a gesture of transferring money. But at this moment, Chun Feng glanced at him calmly and said the same two words, no change. Jiang Song was already very angry. Are you giving me no face? I'll remember you. He glared at Chun Feng fiercely, forced a smile from his face again, looked at Su Qingsheng and said, Miss Su, I am your fan, and I have always liked you. How about we go sit in the front? You are of noble status. How can you sit in this corner? This is where the servants sit. Su Qingsheng tilted her head, blinked her big eyes, and couldn't help but say, So you are also my fan? I wonder which of my works is your favorite? Forehead. Jiang Song was suddenly stunned. He just said it casually. How would I know what specific movie the other person acted in? Although he knew all the artists who were slightly famous in the entertainment industry, he knew all their gossips and measurements very well. But which artist performed which works? I really don't know. This is embarrassing. Well, I think it's all good. Su Qingchang smiled politely. Thank you, young Master Jiang, for your kindness. Actually, I think it's good to sit here. I'm not a big shot, and I don't have any fame now. I won't go to the front. Damn, another ungrateful fellow. Jiang Song was so angry. Fuck, Master Jiang was rejected? That's impossible, right? Who's that guy in front? He doesn't even give young Master Jiang face. Even if he wants to pick up girls, he should at least consider his own strength, right? That's right. In Su Qingsheng, I always feel that woman is playing hard to get. There are no pure girls in the entertainment industry nowadays. It's just that the chips are not enough. If Jiang Xiao just threw stacks of banknotes at him, he might go to the hotel right away. Hee, just wait and see. Sooner or later, young Master Jiang will take him down. A group of people were watching the fun from the sidelines. If the auction wasn't about to start, they would also like to join in the fun. After all, Su Qingxing is a celebrity artist after all, even if her fame has declined now. Much more beautiful than ordinary women. Jiang Song sat down behind the two of them angrily. There was a corridor next to Su Qingsheng and Chun Feng on the other side. He didn't want to sit with Chun Feng, so he could only sit behind them. As he watched the two continue chatting, he felt more and more uncomfortable. Sudden, he vaguely heard Su Qingsheng say something. I can take 10 centimeters. Jiang Song was completely stunned. Holy crap. Holy crap. When Su Qingsheng rejected him just now, he really thought she was so pure. But now, what a pure and innocent girl. Why would he go against the company's top management just to clear his own name? That's all bullshit. Jiang Song seemed to have discovered a huge secret. No wonder he was unwilling to discuss the script with the director late at night. No wonder the other party rejected my invitation. It took a long time. It's because you haven't figured out the other person's preferences. His mood suddenly became excited. I didn't expect Su Qingsheng to have such a side to her, so I quickly went over. With a smirk on his face, he said, Hey, Miss Su. Actually, I'm exactly 10 centimeters. I think we can find some time to communicate. Su Qingsheng turned her head suddenly. His face turned extremely gloomy. Mr. Jiang, please respect yourself. What's going on? Didn't you say that? Chun Feng on the side said meaningfully, Mr. Jiang, they were talking about high heels. Are you sure you were talking about high heels? Jiang Song's face suddenly turned green. High heel? Fuck your high heels. So embarrassing. It's not a big deal if it's embarrassing. The most important thing is that it left a bad impression in front of Su Qingxing. Damn it. I really think you are deliberately trying to trick me. He had a gloomy face and left without looking back. If you stay like this any longer, you'll just end up making a fool of yourself. Hey, Master Jiang, why are you here? Yes, then Su Qingsheng, if you don't chase us, we won't be polite. That's right. Why don't you just get rid of that guy next to you? This is not your style, Master Jiang. A group of people gathered around Jiang Song and chatted and laughed. Jiang Song, however, had a sullen face and said nothing. After a long time, finally, he managed to utter a few words. The auction is about to begin. We'll talk later. Okay, let's go to the auction first. A group of people laughed. One of them suddenly asked, Master Jiang, where is your follower Lu Bing? I saw him coming just now. Where did he go now? How should I know? Jiang Song glanced casually around the hall. It seemed that he saw Lu Bing hiding in the crowd at the back and was too lazy to say anything at this moment. What a coward. Next, a male host walked onto the front platform. Good morning, everyone. I will be hosting today's auction. Now we will start the auction of today's items. Chapter 139, Film and Television Company. The host was talking nonstop. Qin Feng's eyes fell on the front row of seats, where there were 5 empty seats. Su Qingchang smiled sweetly and said the seats in the first row are reserved for people of status, such as influential entrepreneurs in Behu City or some leaders. Generally speaking, the seats will be vacant regardless of whether these people have time or not. Judging from the situation today, those people probably don't have time to participate in this auction. Chun Feng was a little surprised. You know a lot. I wonder what Miss Su came here to buy this time. Su Qingjian Su, he said helplessly. Mr. Chin should have heard something about me. The company has almost banned me now, and I don't have anything to do anyway. I was traveling around and happened to hear that there was an auction today. I just wanted to come and see if there was anything I liked. I'm just here to join the fun. Mr. Chin, what about you? Chun Feng leaned back and said casually, I heard that there is a manor going to be auctioned today. My house is too small, so I plan to buy that manor. Su Qingcheng couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. She had also heard about the manor. It is said that the original owner spent 50 to 60 million to build it, and it took 2 years to complete. The total cost of decoration and miscellaneous expenses should be around 70 million. Such an expensive estate. It sounded like a common meal coming out of Chun Feng's mouth. Is your home too small? Oh my god, how many people are there in your family? This manor is at least 5,000 square meters, which is equivalent to 2/3 of a football field. Su Qingcheng was really shocked. She is an artist. After all these years of struggling in the entertainment industry, he has only earned about 40 to 50 million yuan. When I was at Watson Hospital, in order to repay Chen Feng, she also gave him a reward of 10 million. Looking at Chen Feng, he drives a luxury car worth tens of millions. Last time, he bought a hospital in Shiqiao town for 40 million and invested another 100 million to renovate it. Now, he was even prepared to spend 600 to 700 million to buy a manor. This is when no one is bidding. If someone bids, the price of the manor can even reach 100 million. Isn't he too rich? Su Qingcheng stared at Chen Feng intently and suddenly asked, Mr. Chen, have you ever thought about setting up a film and television company? Film and TV company? Chen Feng had never thought about these things. Su Qingcheng quickly said, yes, the film and television companies are still very profitable. For example, the box office of Wolf Warrior 2 a few years ago was nearly 5 billion. It is said that the cost is only 200 million. Although there are not many blockbuster movies like this, as long as it is well made and has a good script. Basically, they are very profitable. Chen Feng also instantly became interested. Well, if you are willing, go back and make a detailed plan for me. As long as it is a profitable business, I will definitely invest. Miss Su, I also know your current situation. As long as it is beneficial to me, I don't mind helping you. Mr. Chen, you misunderstood. Su Qingcheng said with a look of resentment. Because I have been in this industry for 6 or 7 years, I also understand that this industry is really profitable. It just so happens that you have the funds, so I recommend you to do this. To be honest, there is indeed some selfish motive. The film and television industry is in chaos at the moment. No one is willing to make a good film. Anyone with connections, background, and willingness to follow unspoken rules can become the protagonist. But the works produced in this way are too bad. I understand Mr. Chen's character. You're the only person of the opposite sex who has no bad intentions towards me. I believe that the works you invest in must be well made and without any water. At the same time, it can also set a benchmark for this industry. Speaking of this, a glimmer of hope flashed across her face. My contract with the company expires in half a year. I also hope to sign a contract with you, Mr. Chen, by then. Chen Feng didn't expect that his image in the other party's mind was so good. It made him feel a little embarrassed. Okay, I don't know much about the film and television industry either. When you have time, please prepare a plan for me to see. Maybe we will have a chance to cooperate in the future. Uh-huh. Su Qingcheng smiled and nodded. At this time, the auction has already begun, and the host has brought up the first item to be auctioned. The items to be auctioned today are all very valuable, especially the first item, which is the authentic painting Pine Cliff Villa by the Ming Dynasty painter Tang Bohu. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was boiling, not because of anything else, just because of these 3 words, Tang Bohu. After all, there are very few authentic works of Tang Bohu handed down, and this residence on Pine Cliff is of great collection value. Just an opening. It has already ignited everyone's emotions. Fuck, no one told me that there was an authentic Tang Bohu painting here. If I had known, I would have brought more money with me. Awesome. I actually saw Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings here. What the hell? What the hell? Everyone was extremely excited. The host nodded with satisfaction at these people's reactions. In the past, every time a show started, it was always quiet because a lot of worthless things were placed in the front and almost no one was interested. This time, he took out the good stuff directly. I don't need to introduce it to you all. This residence on Pine Cliff was created after Tang Bohu became famous, and its value is obvious. The starting price this time is 30 million, and each bid increase must be no less than 1 million. Start bidding now. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone started bidding. 35 million. Just added 5 million. 38 million. 40 million. The sounds of bidding were heard one after another. They don't care even if the price doubles. After all, there are very few authentic works of Tang Bohu. As long as you keep it well, the price can double again in a few years. In just 1 minute, the bid had risen to 70 million. At this time, Jiang Song in the crowd suddenly shouted, 100 million! Everyone looked towards him. Jiang Tsong seemed to be confident and even glanced in the direction of Chun Feng with contempt. It seems to be saying, "See, I'm so rich. 110 million. At the scene, a boss raised the price again. Jiang Tsong was not to be outdone. 150 million. At this time, the whole audience fell silent. Although this work by Tang Bohu has great collection value, the price of 150 million is still a bit high, so there is no need to continue bidding. Not to mention, they didn't know this would happen today, and they didn't bring much money with them. The host smiled faintly. Is there anyone here who can offer a higher price than 150 million? Chapter 140, Making Trouble. No one speaks. Obviously, no one will raise the price anymore. The price of 150 million is already very high. After the host asked 3 times, he finally said, I declare that the original painting of Tang Bohu, Pine Cliff Villa, belongs to Mr. Jiang Tsongjiang at table 15. Thank you, thank you. Ziang Gong Laoget. His purpose this time was to buy Tang Bohu's residence on Pine Cliffs, and he had already received the news before the auction. Although the final price was a bit more expensive than expected. But so what? At least he acted like a big shot in front of Su Qingsheng. Maybe later that woman will come over to curry favor with me. I don't believe that you really won't be moved by money. And the man next to her. Now you know what money power is, right? The second item to be auctioned, I'm sure you've all heard about it, is the manor that failed to sell last time. Although I know no one will buy it this time, I still have to go through the process. Yongham Manor, with an area of 5,500 square meters, has a starting price of 70 million. Bid in increments of 1 million each time. Start bidding now. The so-called unsold items refer to items for which no one bids. At the last auction, no one bid, so the estate went unsold. At this time, photos of the interior of the manor were constantly switching on the large screen behind the platform, even though it's just a process. But the host was still quite responsible and took out all the things that needed to be taken out. It's this manor again. Old Zhou is really patient. Obviously, no one wants to buy it. The manor is quite magnificent, but it's too big. It's not worth the money. If it was 40 or 50 million, I might consider it. You do not say. That's all. It's just a formality. Just watch it and forget about it. Everyone laughed. It's not that they look down on this manor. It's just that it's too big. After buying it, you need to provide a security team, dozens of gardeners and cleaners. It's too tiring to manage. Jiang Tsong actually wanted to buy it. It would be great to find a few female artists to play hide and seek in a manor at that time. Only, my family would obviously not approve of such a large expense. Don't be fooled by the fact that his family has nearly 2 billion in assets. Jiang Tsong only has about 50 or 60 million pocket money. As for the painting residence on Pine Cliffs by Tang Bohu that I just bought, it was his father's request, so it doesn't matter if it's a little expensive. Since no one is bidding then, just as the host was about to change the next item, a voice suddenly rang out. I'll give you 71 million. What's going on? Everyone was stunned and looked towards the source of the sound in shock. Even Jiang Tsong turned his head. Is it that boy? He really didn't expect that Qin Feng would take a fancy to that manor. Does he have so much money? The rest of the people were equally stunned. Eyes wide open. Who is this person? I don't know. I haven't seen it in previous auctions. No way, no way. He actually spent more than 70 million to buy that manor. How rich is his family? Rich? Not necessarily. I think he's just showing off in front of a beautiful woman. Didn't you see that there's a big star sitting next to him? I've seen a lot of people like this. They just bid whatever they want during the auction. They just want to talk nonsense. That's right. Do you really think you can just bid whatever you want in an auction? Everyone shook their heads. The auction was supposed to be a very serious place, but now it was being disrupted. Jiang Tsong on the side suddenly realized, yes, that kid just wanted to show off in front of Su Qingsheng. How could he have money? Host, I would like to check this guy's bank card first. What if he bids but can't come up with so much money? This gentleman, the host, also frowned. After all, Chun Feng is a stranger. If the other party really can't come up with the money, wouldn't that be breaking the rules? Fine. Chun Feng calmly took out a bank card and handed it over. The password is the last 6 digits of the card number. The host quickly ran backstage. There are special staff there to verify the bank card balance. Su Qingsheng on the side smiled gently. What a joke. Mr. Chun is still short of money. Now, her impression of Jiang Tsong became worse and worse. This rich second generation was really narrow-minded. Put on me again. Zian Gong Snot Gun Li. When Chun Feng handed over the bank card just now, he saw it clearly. It was just an ordinary bank card. If you really had money, The bank would have issued you a VIP card long ago. When the amount reaches a certain level, you can even apply for a black card directly, the kind that can overdraw billions. Snort. Still want to show off. Wait and see how you flip over. About 2 minutes passed. The host walked over quickly. His face looked very heavy, and even his breathing seemed to have become rapid, especially when he saw Chun Fong. A trace of panic appeared on his face. He even bowed. Mr. Chun, we have just checked, and you are fully qualified to participate in the auction. Chapter 141, it's over. I got tricked. Everyone was stunned. What's going on? This host is a worldly wise man after all. So why did he suddenly become so polite to that guy? Even a little scared. Host, is his bank card enough to pay more than 70 million? Jiang Song didn't believe it at all. The host had a dark face and only sneered after Chen Feng took the bank card. Mr. Chun is the most qualified person to participate in the auction. Mr. Jiang, if you continue to make trouble, I will kick you out. Jiang Song was really stunned. After the other party looked at the bank card, his attitude towards Chun Feng changed 180 degrees. Is there a lot of money in it? Shouldn't it? What the hell is going on? Yonghe Manor, Mr. Chun at table 35 offers 71 million. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price? The host took a deep breath. He just asked casually. Apart from Mr. Chun, there was definitely no one else who wanted to buy Yonghe Manor. Just when the final decision was about to be made, Jiang Song gritted his teeth and shouted, I'll pay 80 million. Snort. I'll let you down. Today I'm going to make you bleed. The host frowned. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to buy Yonghe Manor? What? Isn't this an auction? You won't let people bid? Of course. Then stop talking nonsense. Jiang Song looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He said, I just want to disrupt the situation today, so what? Is there anyone else bidding? If no one bids, I'll take it. The others shook their heads. It was obvious that the kid from the Jiang family was determined to get into a fight, and they were happy to watch a good show. Su Qingcheng, who was standing by, couldn't stand it any longer. Mr. Jiang, aren't you bidding maliciously? You clearly don't want it. Can you not be so disgusting? Miss Su, you can't say that. Jiang Song raised his head, certain that Chun Feng would buy the manor. What do you mean I bid maliciously? This manor is for auction, not for sale to you. Anyone here can bid. Am I right, host? Good. The host nodded. He originally wanted to persuade Jiang Song, but after thinking for a while, he shut up again. Mr. Chun should be able to solve it. After all, there are so many coins in his bank card. This is just the working capital. If you own a business, wouldn't your net worth be hundreds of trillions? Think of this. I took a breath of cold air immediately. In the crowd, Lu Bing looked at Jiang Song with a sad face. Why don't you mess with anyone else? Why do you want to confront this kid, Chun Feng, head on? Isn't that like an egg hitting a stone? Why? Stupid thing. He wanted to remind the other party, but he was interrupted by the other party before he could finish his sentence. No matter how much I remind him, Jiang Song won't listen. Really? Chen Feng just smiled faintly. After calming Su Qingqing's emotions, he bid again. Since young Master Jiang wants to play, I will play with you. I will pay 100 million. 150 million. Jiang Song didn't even raise his head and continued to bid. 200 million. 250 million. Hiss. Everyone gasped. This price has completely exceeded the value of the manor, and it would be a huge loss if I buy it back. They looked at Jiang Song in surprise. Is this guy high? Isn't he afraid that Mr. Chen won't want him anymore? Jiang Song was really not afraid at this time, because he was really excited. I was only thinking about asking Chen Feng to pay more money, and I forgot that the current price was already sky high. 300 million. 350 million. No one continues to bid. Next, the scene was extremely quiet. Chen Feng even had a smile on his face and sat there quietly without moving. Everyone's expressions turned strange. It's messed up, the host said meaningfully. Mr. Jiang Songjiang from table 15 has offered 350 million to buy Yonghe Manor. Is there anyone else bidding? No one responded. 350 million at a time. 350 million twice. 350 million 3 times. Make a deal. A clear voice rang out in the hall. Jiang Song seemed to have just come to his senses at this moment and stood up from the chair with a bang. His face changed. Wait. He was really confused. I almost vomited blood. I spent 350 million to bid for that manor. Damn it. He quickly said, wait, host, we made a mistake just now. Wasn't that guy, surnamed Chin, going to bid? Wasn't he going to bid? How did it become me who made the deal? He was so anxious that he almost cried. If he really wants to buy back that manor for 350 million, my dad will skin him alive. 350 million. It's not 35 million. Chun Feng said generously. Since young Master Jiang likes the manor so much, I will give it to you with reluctance. A manor worth 350 million should be very beautiful, haha. Are you kidding me? Jiang Song was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Why the hell am I so stupid? How come I didn't see that boy had this idea? It's over. Chapter 142, The Big Guys Arrive. What did I trick you? Chun Feng showed a hint of amusement at the corner of his mouth and said with his hands folded across his chest. You wanted to bid on your own, but no one forced you, and no one held a knife to your neck to make you bid. Auctions are about fairness and justice, and everything is voluntary. Besides, Miss Su reminded you before. But what about you? Not only do you not listen to the advice, but you also insist on having your own way? What, you regret it now? Su Qingcheng on the side also snorted and said, Yes, who told you to bid maliciously just now? Since you like Yonga Manor so much, just buy it. Jiang Song was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. No, you must not buy this manor. He quickly said to the host, I don't want it anymore. The price I quoted is invalid. You sell the manor to that guy named Chun. Anyway, no one wants this broken garden, so let him take advantage of it. Mr. Jiang, the host's face turned ugly. Since you won the bid for Yonga Manor, you should pay the price. This is the rule of the auction. How can you treat this as a joke? For the sake of your father Jiang Qinggong, I will pretend not to hear what you just said. Mr. Jiang, please pay. Together with the first item, the Pine Cliff Villa, you need to pay a total of 500 million. Puff. Jiang Song almost vomited blood. I am so. Even if you sold me, you wouldn't get 500 million. Fuck you. No, I want the Pine Cliff Villa. And as for Yonga Manor, that guy named Shin wants to buy it anyway. So why don't you sell it to him? It's the best of both worlds. Why can't you adapt? Now he would never want Yonga Manor, even if he was beaten to death. Who said I wanted it? Chun Feng smiled coldly. Let's not talk about whether I want to buy Yonga Manor or not. Your behavior has violated the rules of the auction. It is you who wants to bid maliciously, and it is also you who refuses to accept the bid after bidding. You have the final say on everything? Jiang Song, who do you think you are? I don't want it. Jiang Song gritted his teeth. Just wait for me. You'll get into trouble sooner or later. You have to take it even if you don't want it. Chun Feng sneered and said, Fortunately, it was me that I met today. If it was someone else, wouldn't he have lost hundreds of millions because of your malicious bidding? People like you should be taught a lesson. If everyone in the future bids randomly like you and then regrets it, will you still want to bid in the future? Rules are rules. The auction is not your home. You can come and go as you please. If that's the case, why don't you also bring out your painting Pine Cliff Villa and auction it off again? Host, what do you think? Mr. Chun is right. The host also nodded. If this matter is not handled properly today, the auction will not be able to proceed normally in the future. He looked at Jiang Song with a cold expression. Jiang Song, young Master Jiang, the two items you bid for are worth a total of 500 million yuan. Please pay. Of course, you can also choose not to pay. Then you have to think about whether our auction house is so easy to offend. Jiang Song's heart trembled. Only then did I remember that the boss behind the auction house was very powerful. He dare not offend. What to do? The others also shook their heads. Jiang Song is being reckless. That's right. We still have to abide by the rules of the auction. We can't go back on our word. I'm afraid he was also confused by Mr. Chun. He must pay the 500 million today. This Mr. Chun, hey, it's quite interesting. At this time, Jiang Song's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said to the rich second generation next to him, Mr. Wong, do you have any money? Lend me some first, and I will pay you back later. Mr. Wu, lend me tens of millions. I'll pay you back when I have money in a while. Mr. Pei, please help me. I dare not let the old man know about this. How about lending me 300 million or 500 million? With a gap of more than 300 million yuan, he didn't dare to ask his family for money directly. No way. We can only find these rich second generations. But these second-generation rich, people who usually brag about picking up girls, all find various reasons to refuse when they hear about borrowing tens of millions. Tens of millions are enough for them to date many young models and celebrities. If I lend it to Jiang Song, I might not be able to get it back. In desperation, Jiang Song could only call his father for help. At this moment, a sound suddenly came from the door. Immediately following, A group of people walked in slowly. Look, it's Secretary Wang. He usually accompanies Mayor Yang. Why is he at the auction today? Yeah, I remember he didn't come to the last auction. Hey, those are David Jiang from Tianbao Group, Mr. Qian from Buyuan Real Estate, and Mr. Jiang from Jiang Group, who is also Jiang Tsung's father. Secretary Wang basically knows all of them. But who is the one walking in the middle? Fuck, why do I feel like Secretary Wang is here with that guy? Ah, you don't know. That's Mr. Shang from Haitian Intelligent Company. Haitian Intelligent Company is very powerful now, and the market estimates that its assets will reach 100 billion by the end of the year. This kind of company is probably the only one in Beihou. No wonder. Such a company generates nearly 10 billion in tax revenue a year and creates a lot of value for Beihou. No wonder even Secretary Wang accompanied us in person. Everyone was also very envious. It is already very impressive that the company has achieved this. At the same time, they could also see that Secretary Wang still valued President Shang very much. Normally, these business leaders rarely show up at auctions, so their arrival today caused a bit of a stir at the scene, and even the host hurried forward to greet them. Secretary Wang, we have reserved a seat for you at the auction. Please take a seat. Secretary Wang smiled faintly. Pointing to Shang Jun next to him, he said, "You guys continue, don't worry about me. I'm here to accompany Mr. Shang to take a look today." Secretary Wang, you're too polite. The Shang army responded quickly. Everyone exchanged greetings. Jiang Tsung also saw his father in the crowd. I felt happy. Ran over quickly. Dad, I bought Tang Bo's Pine Cliff Villa, but I spent a little too much money, 150 million. 150 million? Jiang Qinggong's face looked very ugly in the crowd. A waste of money. The original budget was not to exceed 100 million, but this useless son ended up spending an extra 50 million. If it wasn't for the sake of saving face in front of Secretary Wang and President Shang. Now he wants to deal with this guy. He glared at Jiang Tsung fiercely. You really don't treat money as money. I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. One more thing. Jiang Tsung glanced at him secretly. This has nothing to do with that. I'm just laying the groundwork. Then he stammered, Just now, I bought Yonghe Manor, the manor that failed to be sold last time, and I spent 350 million. What? Jiang Qinggong's voice suddenly rose a few notches. He even has an urge to kill now. Are you fucking stupid? Are you out of your mind? Huh. Chapter 143 shocked people. Dad, you can't blame me for this. Jiang Tsung raised his neck and pointed at Chun Feng, who was not far away, and said, It's all because of that guy named Chun. If he hadn't fooled me, I wouldn't have been able to bid. That guy's not a good guy at first glance. And at this time, Shang Jun, who was talking to Secretary Wang and others, suddenly frowned. Turn your head. I looked in the direction Jiang Tsung pointed. His face suddenly changed. He didn't even bother to talk to Secretary Wang and others, and trotted over quickly. Mr. Chun, why are you here? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone stared in amazement as Shang Jun ran to Chun Feng. That attitude, even more polite and respectful than when he treated Secretary Wang. What's going on? Oh my God, what's going on? This Mr. Shang is a rising star in Beihou. Even Secretary Wang and Mayor Yang want to receive him well. Why are you so respectful to Mr. Chun? And you even call him Mr. Chun? What do you think is the identity of this Mr. Chun? I think it's unusual. When the host saw the other party's bank card balance, he was also very shocked and respectful. His attitude was as if he was afraid of offending the other party. It wasn't just the people around who were stunned. Even Secretary Wang, Jiang Qinggong, and others were surprised. What is the identity of Shang Jun? Now he is the image entrepreneur of Beihou. Everyone who sees him will politely call him Mr. Shang. And now, the business owner's attitude was difficult for them to understand. Noticing everyone's doubts, Shang Jun also quickly introduced to Secretary Wang and others. Before, everyone kept asking me how I built Haitian Intelligent Company. In fact, my company almost went bankrupt half a month ago. Fortunately, someone invested 2 billion yuan and subsequently developed new products. This is what made the company achieve its current success, and everything I have now was given to me by the other party. You all think I'll be worth hundreds of billions soon. Actually, I only own 4 of the company. Mr. Chin Feng next to me is the company's major shareholder, owning 89 of the shares. He is the one who will be worth 100 billion by the end of the year. As soon as these words came out, everyone was deeply shocked. The company's major shareholder, owning 89 of the shares. By the end of the year, his net worth will reach 100 billion. Every word was like a thunderclap deeply shaking their hearts. Oh my God, no one expected it. The real boss at the scene was Chun Feng, who was sitting so low-key in the corner. No wonder. No wonder even the big star, Su Qingsheng, followed him. It turned out that she already knew the other person's identity. That must be it. Jiang Tsong opened his mouth even wider. From the very beginning, he did not take Chen Feng seriously, and even thought that the other party was bidding for Yonge Manor just to show off in front of Su Qingsheng. He even showed off his wealth in front of Chen Feng at one point. But what about now? It's really embarrassing. Even though they are all in their 20s, the differences between people are so huge. Everyone looked at Chen Feng in shock. He instantly became the focus of the entire venue. And at this time, Jiang Chenggong reacted suddenly and slapped his son. You loser. Have you offended Mr. Chun? Why don't you apologize to him? What a joke. At the speed at which Haitian Intelligent Company is developing, it will soon become the leading enterprise in Beihou. Who dares to offend? Not to mention, now Secretary Wang and others are still trying to win over us. And it is obvious that they attach great importance to the development of this company. At this time, the host on the side suddenly said, Boss Jiang, you have raised a good son. Boss Chen just took a fancy to Yonge Manor and wanted to bid for it. As a result, your precious son made a malicious bid and directly raised the price to 350 million. Mr. Chan was magnanimous and didn't bother with him and just gave up. Originally, if the bid was successful, your son could just pay the money directly. But now he wants to go back on his word and refuse to pay. Speaking of this, the host smiled meaningfully. A simple sentence. Jiang Qinggong was once again frightened so much that his entire back was covered in cold sweat. I feel my legs are shaking constantly. He even had an urge to strangle Jiang Tsong to death. Now I know the whole story. Stupid thing. The auction house is not too bad either. At most they just have to pay 350 million and the conflict will be resolved. He can still scrape together a few hundred million. But Mr. Chun has really offended me. Old Joe, don't worry. My stupid son actually bought the Yonge Manor. I won't pay a penny less. As he spoke, he took out a bank card and handed it over. Just pay with any amount, and please write Mr. Chun in the name of Yonge Manor. The host, Lao Zhou, looked at him in surprise. Chen Feng also looked over slowly. At this time, Jiang Qinggong took his son and walked to Chen Feng and bowed 90 degrees. Mr. Chun, I hope you can forgive my stupid son for not recognizing a great man. I think Mr. Chen also likes the Yonge Manor, so I'll take it as my apology gift. I hope Mr. Chen doesn't mind. Speaking of, another slap hit Jiang Tsong on the back of the head. What are you still standing there for? Apologize to Mr. Chun. What do you mean by I? If I don't get Mr. Chen's forgiveness today, I won't have a son like you. Jiang Tsong was almost crying. After all, he is a well-known rich second generation. Now, I'm being scolded by my dad like a grandson in front of so many people. Although I was very dissatisfied, what could I do? He gritted his teeth and whispered, I'm sorry. Louder. Jiang Qinggong slapped him on the back of the head again. Yes, I'm sorry. Jiang Tsong just felt like his face was being stepped on and squeezed. He lowered his head. I didn't even dare to look at anyone around me. After today, I'm afraid his affairs will spread in the circle, which is a great disgrace to him. Mr. Chun, you are indeed a promising young man. How about we continue to participate in the auction and see if there are any good things later? Secretary Wang laughed it off. He also wanted to take this opportunity to get to know Chun Feng better. At the same time, this matter is not a big deal. Since Jiang Tsong has admitted his mistake, I want to be a peacemaker. Then listen to Secretary Wang. Chen Feng also walked slowly forward. A group of people followed. I'll settle the score with you when I get back. Jiang Chenggong glared at his son fiercely and quickly followed him. And at this time, Jiang Tsong sat down on the chair next to him. The expression on his face was very complicated, especially when he saw the rich second generations around him staying away from him. He felt even more uncomfortable. At this time, he saw Liu Bing hiding not far away. Liu Bing, come here. Liu Bing walked over reluctantly. He had been avoiding Chen Feng and Jiang Tsong just now, but now it seems he can't hide anymore. Jiang Tsong asked angrily, Tell me, do you know Chen Feng? Have you known his identity for a long time? Chapter 144. If you want to brag about yourself, you have to rely on the system. Liu Bing stammered. Chen Feng is my high school classmate. I just found out a few days ago that he has a good relationship with the underground boss Black Tiger. And what? Jiang Tsong resisted the urge to beat him up. Damn, you didn't tell me such important news. That's Lord Tiger, who is famous in the underworld. I wouldn't dare to offend someone with this identity. Lu Bing glanced at him secretly and said cautiously, the last time he went to a class reunion, he drove a Lamborghini Veneno worth more than 90 million. He was wearing a watch worth 39 million. That's when I realized he was very rich. Most importantly, don't hesitate, just speak up. Jiang Tsong was extremely anxious. Lu Bing asked with a complicated look, young Master Jiang, do you still remember that young Master Yu Hao from the provincial capital came to Beihu 2 days ago? Jiang Tsong's heart trembled, because when Yu Hao came to Beihu, he and a group of rich second generations went to the airport to greet him. At that time, young Master Yu said that he came here for something important to do. Then something happened. Lu Bing continued, my uncle is the general manager of Seaway Technology, and I heard from him that young Master Yu came to Beihu just to cause trouble for Chun Feng. You should know what happened later. I don't know whether Mr. Yu had ever caused trouble for Chun Feng, but after he returned to the provincial capital, his company was shut down, his accounts were frozen, and various scandals broke out. In the end, even the people were arrested. This matter must be related to Chun Feng. Hiss. Jiang Tsong took a breath of cold air. What kind of person is Mr. Yu from the provincial capital? Even the opponent has fallen into Chun Feng's hands. What's the use of my little ability? The other party definitely has a background. Jiang Tsong felt a cold sweat all over his back. Fortunately, my dad resolved the conflict just now. Otherwise, wouldn't I suffer the same consequences as Yu Hao? It's scary just thinking about it. Damn you, Lu Bing. Why didn't you tell me just now? You almost killed me. Did you know that? I was going to say something, but you couldn't hear me. Lu Bing also felt very aggrieved. Blame me. The auction continues. Chun Feng and Secretary Wang sat in the 2 middle seats in the first row, and Shang Jun and others sat next to them. Among this group of people, David Jiang and Mr. Qian knew each other, so he simply greeted them. I remember that I had to sell my plot of land number 1 to David Chang in exchange for a deposit of 1 billion yuan. He also has a good relationship with David Chang. At this time, Secretary Wang smiled and said, Mr. Chun and Miss Su also know each other. Refers to Su Qingcheng. At this time, Su Qingcheng was sitting in the second row. Given her status, it is indeed not appropriate for her to sit with these business tycoons. I met you a few times. I just happened to meet you when I went back to my hometown. Chun Feng gave a brief explanation. Secretary Wang couldn't help but sigh. Mr. Chun is so valuable at such a young age, and he also knows so many people of status. I'm afraid no one in the entire Beihu can match him. Now that Haitian Intelligent Company is getting bigger and bigger, if Mr. Chen needs help, just let him know. When I arrived, Mayor Yang had already spoken. In the future, Haitian Intelligent Company will be built as the image enterprise of Beihu. If you have any difficulties, we will provide assistance as much as we can. Of course, it's help within the rules. He now not only wants to get to know Chun Feng, but also wants to keep this company in Beihu. That's nearly 10 billion in tax revenue a year. Moreover, with the expansion of Haitian Intelligent Company, it can also provide many jobs for Beihu, which is a great contribution to Beihu. Although Chun Feng is only a senior student. But at this moment, in the eyes of Secretary Wang and others, it was like a giant Buddha, and they had to keep it. I also heard that the factory of Haitian Intelligent Company is being expanded, and there's a piece of vacant land in the city. If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, he can use it. As for the price, we also have some preferential policies. We can discuss it in detail later. Secretary Wang, you don't have to be so polite. I'll let Mr. Shang talk to you in detail later. Chun Feng also gave the instructions. The other party is interested in making friends. He certainly wouldn't spoil the fun, especially since the company really needed to expand. At this time, the host had already completed the formalities for Yonghe Manor and directly brought over the keys and various documents. Jiang Qinggong quickly handed it to Chun Feng. Mr. Chun, please accept it. All right. Chun Feng didn't want it first, but seeing that Jiang Qinggong was determined not to give up unless he accepted him, he had no choice but to accept it. 350 million is not much for me. This must have been a huge loss for Jiang Qinggong. But it's also a good opportunity for his son to learn a lesson. With that kind of behavior, he will get beaten up sooner or later. The auction continues. Chun Feng was too lazy to pay attention to the items to be auctioned next. He was only interested in the manor anyway. At this time, a video suddenly popped up on the system. In 1500 AD, Tang Bohu's family fell into poverty, and he had to make a living by selling paintings. The video tells the story of Tang Bohu, a painter in the Ming Dynasty, who encountered a major change in his life. His parents and wife all passed away, and he also suffered some setbacks in life. In order to make money, he had to rely on buying paintings. When watching the video here, Chen Feng couldn't help but be slightly stunned. I never thought that Tang Bohu's authentic works are so valuable in modern times. The previous picture of Villa on Pine Cliff was sold for 150 million yuan, and any one of them could support several generations. In the past, I could only make ends meet. Is this the Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lushan? After seeing the subtitles on the video, Chen Feng realized that the other party was painting a calligraphy and painting called Viewing the Waterfall at Lushan Mountain. There is actually a purchase option in the lower right corner of the video. Can I still buy? Chen Feng was delighted. System, I want to buy 100 pairs. Ding. Host needs detected. Communicating in progress. Can we still communicate? Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widened. Are you kidding me? He didn't believe that the system could still communicate with the people in the video. If you have the ability, why don't you pull Tang Bohu out of the video and ask him to draw calligraphy and painting for me every day? If you want to brag about yourself, it all depends on the system. Ding. Successfully exchanged 10 sets of Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings for the host, deducting system points minus 25,000. Host's current remaining system points, 4,018. Chen Feng was completely stunned. He originally just said it casually, but he didn't expect the system to actually exchange calligraphy and paintings for him. Although they're not 100. But 10 pairs is also pretty awesome. He just checked it on his phone. The value of Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lushan is more valuable than the work just auctioned. Although it cost a total of 25,000 system points, it is worth it. This time, the calligraphy and painting did not appear directly in the hands. Perhaps because it was afraid of being seen by people around, the system thoughtfully placed it in the backpack. Chen Feng took a look at the auction, which had not yet ended. The 10 authentic paintings by Tang Bohu should be able to sell for a lot of money. Hey. Chapter 1, 45 billions of dollars. While going to the toilet, Chen Feng took the calligraphy and paintings out of his backpack and put them in a bag. Then it was back to the auction. At this time, the auction items are almost finished. He waved at the host and said with a smile, Mr. Zhou, I have a few calligraphy and paintings here. Do you have any professionals here who can help me see how much they are worth? Secretary Wang at the side couldn't help but look at him twice more. I was full of doubts. How come I ended up with a few more calligraphy and paintings in my hands after going to the toilet? Before the host could answer, Secretary Wang smiled and said, If Mr. Chen doesn't mind, I can help you take a look. It just so happens that I have some knowledge of calligraphy and painting. The host, Lao Zhou, also nodded and said, Secretary Wang is indeed an expert. If Mr. Chen is worried, we also have an expert here. We can all take a look at it together then. That's fine. Chen Feng is not pretentious either. The auction was about to end, and there were no items left. He took out a painting directly from the bag and placed it on the table in front of him. The people at the scene quickly gathered around. They all wanted to see what kind of calligraphy and painting Chen Feng had in his hand. Even Jiang Tsong, who was not far away, was very curious, as he had previously won the bid for Tang Bo's residence on Pine Cliff. Could it be that the other person's calligraphy and painting is more precious than mine? But, looking at the black convenient bag in Chen Feng's hand, he couldn't help but shook his head. It shouldn't be worth the money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be put in a convenient bag. This paper. Secretary Wang put on gloves very professionally and slowly opened the calligraphy and painting. Like this antique. If you don't wear gloves, the sweat and oil on your hands will damage the calligraphy and painting. He has been studying calligraphy and painting for 8 or 9 years, and his family has collected many calligraphy and paintings by famous artists. You can tell at a glance that this one is extraordinary. The texture and craftsmanship of this paper make it clear that it is from the Ming Dynasty. Secretary Wang looked serious. It seems that Mr. Chen really has some valuable things in his hands. But when he fully unfolded the calligraphy and painting, a look of shock instantly appeared on his face. This is... What's wrong, Secretary Wang? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. It's just a painting. Why is there such an expression? This is bamboo in the rain. Secretary Wang looked carefully at every detail on the calligraphy and painting. Even got out a magnifying glass. Magnify some small things and look at them. He took a deep breath and exclaimed, It's definitely not wrong. This is Tang Bohu's authentic work Bamboo in the Rain. A fake appeared in Kyoto 2 years ago. But this is definitely an authentic work, and its market value is at least 180 million. Fuck. A Tang Bohu authentic painting was just auctioned off. How come another one appeared now? I remember that there are very few authentic Tang Bohu works preserved, right? Yes, after all, it's too old and some of the calligraphy and paintings are quite damaged. Hey, why does this painting look like new? Everyone was also confused. The host, Lao Zhou, quickly called an expert from backstage. Mr. Yin, can you also help me check whether this painting of Mr. Chun is authentic? Don't worry, I'm very familiar with Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings. Mr. Yin took a deep breath. He quickly walked to Secretary Wang and carefully looked at the calligraphy and painting in front of him. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Until 15 minutes later. Old Yin also looked up in shock. It is indeed Tang Bohu's authentic work, and it is well preserved. It is more valuable than the Pine Cliff Villa that was auctioned earlier. He was also very curious. Tang Bohu was born in the Ming Dynasty, which is at least 500 years ago. Even if the paper is well preserved, it should at least turn a little yellow. But the calligraphy and painting in front of me really looks like new. The most important thing is that it's the original. How'd he save it? Huh? Mr. Yin suddenly discovered that there was a trace of black ink left on his gloves when he was checking the calligraphy and painting. Why is the color fading? He looked confused. Secretary Wang was also confused. Fake. Impossible. The two of them just authenticated it over and over again, and it is definitely authentic. Mr. Chun, this. Ahem, maybe the storage environment is relatively humid. Don't worry about the details. Chen Feng was also speechless. Could it be that Tang Bohu had just finished painting it and the system directly redeemed it? Damn it. Almost flipped over. He quickly changed the subject, took out another painting from the bag, and smiled. Help me see how much this painting is worth. Besides, Mr. Yin was slightly stunned. He also wanted to know how much was in Chun Feng's black bag. This is Tang Bohu's moon fountain picture, worth 370 million. At this moment, not only Mr. Yin was shocked, everyone around was extremely shocked. Eyes wide open. The other party randomly took out two paintings, one worth 180 million yuan and the other worth 370 million yuan. And they are all authentic works of Tang Bohu. Currently in the world, there are no more than 20 authentic works of Tang Bohu handed down. They thought that was the end. Actually, no. Chun Feng took out another painting. Fuck. Tang Bohu's portrait of Ge Changding is also here. It's the only one in the whole of China, and it's worth 440 million. Chun Feng took out another painting. Spring Breeze Wine Cup Picture. Oh my god, this is the Spring Breeze Wine Cup Picture, worth 490 million yuan. It's crazy. This is Ancient Wood, Bamboo and Stone, worth 70 million. This is Lady Playing the Flute, and its current value has risen to 630 million. Chun Feng took out 8 pieces of calligraphy and paintings in one breath. The cheapest one is Ancient Trees, Bamboo and Stones, worth 70 million. The most expensive one is Lady Playing the Flute, which costs 630 million yuan. Hiss! Everyone gasped. I was extremely shocked. The 8 paintings and calligraphy together are worth nearly 2.4 billion. The most important thing, nearly half of Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings are here with Chun Feng. They simply could not imagine how the other party had collected these calligraphy and paintings, and is preserved so well. Secretary Wang swallowed hard and said with a strange look, Boss Chun, you really opened our eyes. I haven't finished looking at them yet. I still have 2 more. Chun Feng hesitated for a moment. Take out the last 2 paintings again. It's Tang Bohu's 3 Quiet Days and Viewing the Waterfall at Mount Lu. Mr. Yin recognized the 2 calligraphy and paintings at the first sight. He felt like he was having trouble breathing. My hands are shaking. The shock in my heart cannot be calmed for a long time. Within one day, he actually saw 10 authentic works of Tang Bohu. Wrong. Including the one that was auctioned previously. There should be 11 authentic works. Most of the world's authentic works are here. Someone couldn't help but ask, what are the values of these 2 paintings? Chapter 146. Border Incident. Mr. Yin took a deep breath. He tried his best to calm himself down and said slowly, the estimated value of 3 Quiet Days is around 3.4 billion. As for the other one, it is also the most expensive of his calligraphy and paintings, worth 4 billion. Oh shit. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Some of the people present did not know much about calligraphy and painting. They only knew that Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings were very valuable. But they did not expect that one painting could be sold for 4 billion. All added together, it's nearly 10 billion. Now, there was deep shock in their eyes when they looked at Chun Feng. When they learned that Chun Feng was the behind-the-scenes boss of Haitian Intelligence Company, they were also surprised, but it was not as shocking as it is now. After all, even though Chun Feng owns 89 of Haitian Intelligence shares, his net worth will reach 100 billion by the end of the year. These are invisible things. And now, 10 pieces of calligraphy and paintings worth nearly 10 billion yuan were laid out in front of everyone. Just for sale. That's $10 billion. And it's liquid capital. In the crowd, some women are also eager to make a move. Hey, Mr. Chun is surrounded by Secretary Wang and his men now. We can't get close to him, otherwise we will definitely ask for his contact information. After all, I'm a bit pretty, so I don't believe that I can't take him down. Come on, don't you see how thick the makeup on your face is? No matter how pretty you are, you can never compare to Su Qingcheng. That's right, Su Qingcheng is a star after all. Don't all the rich people like stars nowadays? The women also sighed. And at this time, Su Qingcheng, who was sitting in the second row, covered her mouth with her hands and also opened her mouth wide. She guessed that Chun Feng was very rich. But he didn't guess that the calligraphy and painting the other party took out was worth 10 billion. Previously, she was worried that Chun Feng's wealth was not enough to support the film and television company. After all, the expenses of a film and television company are still very large. Now it seems that I was overthinking. The host, Lao Zhou, swallowed his saliva and couldn't help asking, Mr. Chun, are you selling this calligraphy and painting? If you are willing to sell it, our auction house can buy it at the highest market price. Secretary Wang at the side also laughed. Old Zhou, you don't want to eat them all, do you? At least leave a few for me. I am also very greedy. There were also several bosses around who wanted to buy calligraphy and paintings, even though they don't understand. But you can collect it. What if the price goes up in the future? Even if the price does not increase, you can hold it in your hand or take it out to show off. Chun Feng smiled faintly. I want to keep the last 2 paintings for myself, and you can divide the remaining 8 among yourselves. As for the price, it will be based on the current market price. Anyway, they're all exchanged by the system. Not a loss. In fact, the most valuable ones are the last 2 pieces of calligraphy and paintings, and their prices will definitely soar again in the future. Soon, Secretary Wang and others divided the 8 paintings. Although Chun Feng was talking about the market price, but they were also sensible and pooled a total of 2.5 billion and transferred it to Chun Feng's account. Gave an extra 100 million. Now, there is 11 billion in liquid funds in Chun Feng's bank card. After a round of greetings, he left the auction. Yonghe Manor has been acquired. Although it was given by Jiang Chenggong, at least it has become his own manor now. Su Qingcheng also quickly followed. With a faint smile, Mr. Chun, I will be returning to the provincial capital tomorrow. I will make a plan for the film and television company for you in the next few days. I look forward to working with you. Chun Feng took a look at her abdomen and couldn't help asking, has your wound healed? It's almost ready. Su Qingcheng's face suddenly turned red. She remembered that when she had the surgery before, her lower abdomen was completely exposed under Chun Feng's eyes. It's a bit embarrassing to think about it. Mr. Chun, I'll be leaving first. She lowered her head and quickly fled the spot. So shy? Chun Feng shrugged. After taking a look at the key and information of Yonghe Manor in his hand, he realized that he had gained a lot today. Let's go back first and go see the manor with Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting later. The other side, at the border between the 2 countries, 5 or 6 off-road vehicles were driving across the endless wasteland with the logo of the War Department printed on their bodies. Shang Wanyu is sitting in the car in the middle. There was a hint of blood on her body, and she exuded a tremendous sense of oppression. Next to her sat a 5-star general. The other party's expression was also very solemn. There had just been a small conflict on the border, and they had just come down from the battlefield. Although Shang Wanyu quelled the outbreak of the battle as quickly as possible, she could also feel that the final battle was getting closer and closer. At this time, Shang Wanyu was wearing a combat uniform, giving people a heroic feeling. Coupled with her unique temperament, she is as intimidating as a queen of the battlefield. At this time, Shang Wanyu suddenly frowned. Minister Zhang has already produced the first batch of combat uniforms. There are only 200 sets. It should have arrived yesterday. Why haven't we received it yet? Military commander, we still can't contact the personnel who are escorting the combat uniforms. The five-star general next to him said quickly. We have been in contact for the past 2 days, but the other party has not answered the phone at all. Moreover, we have sent more people since yesterday to search for their traces within 100 kilometers. Not good. Shang Yu's expression suddenly changed. These border conflicts are just a cover. I think the enemy has already sneaked into China. Military lord, you mean? Good. A cold light flashed across Shang Yu's cold face. After all, the border is too large. If the enemy appears on a large scale, we can indeed repel them. But they disperse their forces, and if they wanted to sneak in groups of 2 or 3, we wouldn't be able to find them all. I think the news about the dark metal synthesis technology developed by the War Department this time has leaked out. The team escorting the combat uniforms was most likely ambushed. The five-star general was shocked. Then they are uncertain. Shang Yu played with the black dagger in her hand. There are at least 10 five-star generals escorting the combat uniforms, and their strength is not bad. It is impossible for all of them to be in trouble. What's more, it is within the territory of China. Pass on my order, go at full speed. We should be able to find their traces within 100 kilometers along this road. Clear. The five-star general quickly gave the order. At the same time, he was also very worried about the military commander's health. On these occasions, the military leader used his own strength to intimidate the border forces and defeated the enemy forces. Especially the pitch-black dagger in her hand, it can definitely cut through iron like mud. The number of enemies killed by that dagger was at least 800, if not 1,000. Can be simultaneously. The military commander also looked a little tired. Although his injuries were not serious, they were still worrying. Chapter 147 Shang Yu. While the military leader and others continued on their way. On the Chinese side of the wasteland, at the end are dense forests with a straight dirt road running through the forest. And at this time, in the middle of the road somewhere, several off-road vehicles were parked there. In front of the off-road vehicle, several large trees were directly across the middle of the road, and one of the large trees even fell on the off-road vehicle. The body of the SUV was riddled with bullet holes. A dozen or so combat personnel surrounded the off-road vehicle. They were covered in blood, and some of them must have been seriously injured. Leading the way was a five-star general. His whole body was tense, and his eagle-like eyes quickly checked the situation around him, not daring to relax at all. His name is Long Yi. He is the most capable one in the entire team, and is also the captain responsible for escorting the combat uniforms this time. There are 20 people in the whole team. Among them, there are 10 five-star generals and 10 four-star generals. Such a force. Originally, there was basically no danger in China. Even if you entered the border area, you would not encounter any problems as long as you avoided some combat locations. But this time, an accident happened. The opponents they encountered were very strong, and they were trapped here for 2 full days, unable to escape at all. Long Yi frowned and said in a cold voice, "Everyone hold on for a while. Our mission is to deliver this batch of combat uniforms to the army leader. According to the itinerary, we are already 2 days late. The military commander must have guessed that something has happened to us and may be on his way now. Moreover, the headquarters also assembled a group of team members yesterday and rushed to the border. If we can hold on for another half a day, we will be saved. Captain Long, don't worry. Even if I die, I will not let these combat uniforms fall into the hands of the enemy. Damn it, those guys actually want to seize our combat uniforms. I won't allow them to do that even if I die." Just when everyone was cursing, Long, he was also quickly thinking of a way to escape. The 200 sets of combat uniforms were loaded into several off-road vehicles. Now the off-road vehicles broke down and could not be driven at all. It was impossible for them to run away with the combat uniforms. The effect of combat uniforms is obvious. The 20 of them were wearing this product. The enemies who intercepted them also had guns in their hands, and bullets hitting them would have no effect at all, unless they were shot in the head. This combat uniform really helped them reduce a lot of damage. But after all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. Even with the help of their combat uniforms, they were unable to escape. At this time, Long Yi's eyes narrowed suddenly. I saw a person appearing from the 4 directions of east, south, west, and north at the same time. The 4 men were very fast and rushed directly towards them. "Be on guard! Be on guard!" Long Yi exclaimed. He quickly drew out the dagger from his waist and rushed towards the man in front of him. In such a high-speed movement situation, guns are no longer effective and one can only rely on close combat experience. Bang! The 2 of them exchange a move. Long Yi only felt a huge force coming at him, and his tiger's mouth was directly cracked. The opponent is very strong. He even felt that the man in front of him was much stronger than him. He understands. If we continue fighting like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold on for much longer. Bang! Another punch was thrown. Long Yi's whole body retreated more than 10 steps, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. If the two team members behind him had not supported him, he would have fallen down long ago. Very strong. He gritted his teeth. He shouted to the team members behind him, "Find an opportunity to break out. Don't worry about the combat uniforms." Team leader. Team leader. Everyone was shocked. Long Yi said quickly, "Life is more important. If the combat uniform is lost, we still have a chance to get it back. After all, we are still in China. With the military leader here, they can't escape. You only have one life. Saving it is the most important thing. Break through. Break through." The crowd didn't hesitate and attacked desperately in all directions. "Hey, you bunch of scum. Do you really think you can get away?" A bearded man punched a 4-star general with his backhand. Although the opponent was wearing an invulnerable combat uniform, the bearded man's force was too great. Even though the combat uniform was intact, his internal organs were shattered. The team member was killed instantly. Xiaowu, Long, he was so bloodthirsty that he went crazy. The anger in my heart is boiling. This team member had been with him day and night for more than 10 years, and yet he died just like that. He turned his head and looked. The rest of the team members were also seriously injured. In just less than 5 minutes, most of their combat power had been lost. The 4 people on the other side. It is definitely a presence far superior to that of a 5-star general. At this time, the 4 men slowly approached and actually forced more than a dozen of them together. For people surrounded more than a dozen people. It's so boring. I thought China had many experts, but I didn't expect them to be so vulnerable. The bearded man laughed. He glanced at his companions and said, "Let's not waste time. Get rid of these people and take the things away." He hadn't finished his sentence yet. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my neck. Following right on, a cold female voice came. "Würfa offens hina shaidi." Before the bearded man could react, a stream of blood spurted out from his neck. Killed instantly. Even after death, his face still had a look of deep horror. The other 3 people's faces also changed drastically. Military Lord. Lord of the War Department. Although they are arrogant, they are not stupid. The military leader is a godlike existence in the War Department, and his skills are unfathomable. Just like just now, they didn't see clearly how the other party appeared, just because the speed is too fast. They didn't react until the bearded man was almost killed. Run. The 3 of them dared not stay any longer. They all ran away. You killed my War Department members, and you still want to run away? The murderous intent in Shangwan Yu surged. The dagger in his hand flew instantly, as if it had eyes, and shot towards the vest of a person not far away. Laugh. The sharp dagger pierced directly through the heart. At the same time, her body also disappeared from the spot. The next moment, he punched the other person hard. The terrifying force knocked the man backwards, and he hit a tree hard. Killed instantly. The third person had just run 20 meters away when he saw Shangwan Yu appear in front of him. The same punch was thrown out. In the blink of an eye, all 4 of them were killed. And at this time, one off-road vehicle after another arrived. Military Lord. Military Lord. Everyone came running. When I saw the 4 bodies, I couldn't help but open my mouth wide. He is indeed the military leader. The battle was over in less than a minute. Telephone. Yes, here. A 5-star warrior quickly took the phone. Shangwan Yu made a phone call and said quickly, "Minister Zhang, some enemies have infiltrated China. You are responsible for clearing them out, and also send someone to protect Chinfeng. The enemy came for the combat uniform, and they may have known that it was his research project." Understood. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Tianxiang also looked extremely solemn. Chapter 148 Team Reunion. After hanging up the phone, Shangwan Yu's expression was also somewhat complicated. She now has to maintain the security of the border, and there is a high possibility that a war will break out soon. So she can only stay here, and it is impossible for her to return to China to eliminate the enemy. Chinfeng, I hope you could survive this disaster. Shangwan Yu no longer bothered about this matter. Although it was indeed the War Department that caused trouble for Chinfeng, now that things have happened, no matter how much you say, it will be useless. Everything still has to be settled with fists. Long Yi, how are the injured? Military Lord. Long Yi quickly reported, 3 members died, 11 were seriously injured, and the rest are not seriously injured. They can fight again after a few days of recuperation. Shang Wenyu had a cold expression, and no one could tell whether she was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. During her years on the battlefield, she had seen too many people sacrifice. I've even become a little numb. She was originally just a little woman. For the so-called responsibility and belief, he had to put on combat uniform, go to the battlefield, and become the leader of the entire combat unit. She had enemies who laughed at her. Are all the Chinese men dead? Why did they hand over the power of the entire War Department to a woman in her 20s? At last, Shang Wenyu used her fists to stop her enemies from laughing. There are men in China. There are even many king-level masters who surpass the 5-star generals. It's just that Shang Wenyu was born in a military family. He has possessed a talent for fighting since childhood and has received extraordinary training, stronger than the average king-level master. Now at the border, she has at least 6 king-level masters under her command who are guarding the 4 directions to maintain the safety of the border. Now she has health problems. Originally, she needed to find a future successor. Although those king-level masters were quite powerful, they did not meet her requirements. Shang Wenyu hopes that the future military leader will be strong enough to completely crush the enemy. Just like how I killed those 4 enemies just now, I want to make sure they have no chance to fight back. Only in this way can fewer comrades die. Retract your thoughts. She glanced at the combat uniforms on the SUV again and said calmly, count the number, and those above 4-star generals should put on all the combat uniforms. There should be more people sneaking in near the border. Let's kill the enemy together with me. Kill the enemy. Kill the enemy. Everyone shouted. Now, there's a military commander in charge, and there are also king-level masters assisting in the 4 directions of the border. It's no problem to deal with a few invaders. Long Yi also quickly counted the escorted combat uniforms and found that none of the 200 sets of combat uniforms were lost. He quickly reported, Military Commander, the number of combat uniforms is accurate, 200 sets. Then he took another look at the bodies on the ground and said calmly, Xiao Wu and the others' bodies. Take their ashes back. When their families return, you can comfort them and see if they have any difficulties. You should compensate them. After all, they sacrificed their lives for China and the War Department. Shang Wenyu sighed. According to the rules, she would visit each one by herself. But she couldn't leave. Clear. Long Yi quickly made arrangements. Only the dozen or so people brought by Shang Wenyu were not wearing combat uniforms at the scene. After they put them on, the remaining 300 sets were transferred to Shang Wenyu and his team's off-road vehicle. After everything is ready, just as they were about to leave, a convoy slowly approached. There are 40 or 50 people in this convoy, including 4-star generals, 5-star generals, and even 3-star generals. It was a team that Zhang Tianxiang assembled and rushed to the border to protect Shang Wenyu. The convoy quickly arrived. Huanzi jumped down from above and shouted, Military Commander. Shang Wenyu discovered that they were also injured. Lu frowned slightly. Did you encounter enemies on the road? We encountered 3 people sneaking in, but we killed them all. Huanzi clenched his fists, obviously excited. At the same time, it can also be seen that the enemies they encountered were not very strong, at least slightly weaker than the 4 people just now. Shang Wenyu nodded. Suddenly, he saw Yu Batian in the crowd, and a cold light flashed across his face. An aura burst out instantly. Who asked you to come? Yu Batian was so frightened that he fell to his knees. General, I know my crime is unforgivable, and now is the time to use people. I just hope to make a contribution to the War Department, and I hope the Army Master will help me. Now he knew that it was because he had offended Chun Feng that made the military commander unhappy. And Chun Feng. This is the person the military leader has his eyes on. He is also the future successor of the military leader. When I thought of this, I felt a little scared. Shang Wenyu said coldly, Remember what you said? Huanzi, keep an eye on him. If you find that he has any evil intentions, execute him immediately. Clear. Huanzi nodded. If Yu Batian was really thinking about the War Department, the army commander might have spared him, but if he had other intentions, he probably wouldn't be able to leave here alive. At this time, Huanzi suddenly walked toward Shang Wenyu and whispered, Military Commander, Minister Zhang said that a war will break out in 10 days, and that your illness will relapse on that day. It's best if you don't go to the battlefield that day. We are here to protect your safety. Shang Wenyu's heart skipped a beat. She just killed 4 king-level masters of the enemy, which will definitely become a fuse. It is inevitable that a war will break out in 10 days, including chronic illnesses in one's own body. Now let's do the math. It's about 10 days. She looked at Huanzi suddenly, and her cold face finally showed a change of expression. Minister Zhang. Huanzi seemed to have known what the other party was going to ask, and quickly whispered, I heard Minister Zhang received a call, so he asked us to come here. Judging from his tone, it should be Chun Feng calling. It's Chun Feng again. Shang Guanyu's mood was very complicated. She understood that there must be some secret about Chun Feng, otherwise he would not have known it so accurately. That's all. Get through your own crisis first. The other side. After receiving Shang Guanyu's call, Zhang Tianxiang quickly mobilized all the masters in China. At the same time, the Skynet system was also activated, using satellites and cameras in all public areas to find hidden enemies. As the spokesperson for the War Department in China, Zhang Tianxiang also had some backup plans. As the task is assigned, members from all over China also began to take action. There are also a small number of top-level experts carrying out missions within China. In a dark alley somewhere, a tall figure quickly killed 2 people, then cleaned up the bodies and left quickly. In an underground garage, a man killed 3 people. 2 bodies were found in a rental house. Most of these infiltrators were found, but a small number were specially trained and able to avoid all cameras. They left almost no traces wherever they passed. It's hard to track. Zhang Tianxiang thought about it for a long time and realized that as long as he couldn't get rid of everyone, he couldn't guarantee Chun Feng's safety. In desperation, called Chun Feng. Chapter 149, Chun Feng's Preparation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing this video mission. Reward system points plus 50. Host's current remaining system points, 4,068. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the current system prediction time has changed. Currently, any event between 1480 and 2079 can be predicted. When Chun Feng returned to the villa, the voice of the system sounded in his mind. He participated in Tang Bohu's video mission and finally expanded his time again. Expanded back 10 years. Successfully captured the thanks from the king plus 25. Obtained system points plus 25. Capture the thanks from Secretary Wang plus 15. Gain system points plus 15. Capture the thanks from Elder Yin plus 20. Gain system points plus 20. The system voice sounded again. Once again, I gained 150 system points. There's still more than 4,000 system points left, but it's still a little short. Chun Feng couldn't help but shook his head. These system points must be the ones I sold Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings to Secretary Wang and others just now, and those people thank me for obtaining them. His system point consumption is very high now. 25,000 coins were spent on exchanging Tang Bohu's calligraphy and paintings, and 15,000 coins were spent on exchanging genetic cloning technology. Anything that is slightly valuable basically costs tens of thousands. We have to speed up to earn system points. Chun Feng looked at the time. Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting will be back soon. After they come back, we will go to see Yonghe Manor together. Just at this moment, Zhang Tianxiang called. Xiao Chun, something happened. Zhang Tianxiang's voice was very solemn. The information about the dark metal synthesis technology has been leaked, and now the enemy country already knows that we have this technology. This time when I sent people to escort the combat uniforms to the border, we were attacked. Fortunately, the military commander arrived and resolved the crisis. But now, you may be in danger. What's the meaning? Chun Feng narrowed his eyes and his tone became serious. Zhang Tianxiang sighed and said, this batch of combat uniforms can increase the strength of the combat department by 30, which is definitely something that the enemy forces do not want to see. They definitely want to sabotage it. At present, some people have sneaked into China. We have killed some of them, and some are hiding very deeply. I suspect they may also know that this technology was developed by you. Although the possibility is small, we must still be prepared. Xiao Chun, I know that this matter has caused you trouble. I have already sent a top-level master to Beihu City. He will secretly protect your safety. Chun Feng's heart moved. Enemy forces? Killer? This is a bit of a big deal. He doesn't have to worry about his own safety. After all, with the system in hand, he has no problem protecting himself. The only worry, the people around you are being targeted. He quickly said, Minister Zhang, please ask that expert to protect my parents. I'm worried that they will attack my parents. Xiao Chun, your safety. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Chun Feng said very seriously. Minister Zhang. After all, this matter is the trouble caused to me by your Zhang department. I don't have any other requests. I just want you to ensure the safety of my parents. If anything happens to them, I will no longer help you in the war. Clear. Zhang Tianxiang also knows the seriousness of the matter. For the War Department, Chun Feng's value is so great that it even exceeds his own. Anyway, he would never let Chun Feng down. Don't worry, I will send a top-level expert to protect your parents, and I will also send an expert over to you. Chun Feng, we didn't think carefully this time. After hanging up the phone, Chun Feng felt more and more uneasy. My parents have a top-level expert protecting them, so nothing should go wrong. And the enemy forces will not necessarily target your parents. On my side, he quickly called Hey Hu and said, go check if there are any new faces entering Beihu City in the past 2 days. Tell them to report immediately if they find a new face. If they find one, they will be rewarded 1 million. Please also notify Chan Tianbao. I need to cover the entire Beihu with spies. Can you do it? On the other end of the phone, Hey Hu was startled. Mr. Chun, what happened? Don't ask. You just need to find a person. Chen Feng took a deep breath and said solemnly, just check secretly. Once you find the target, don't alert the enemy. The opponent is likely to have the strength of a 5-star general or even surpass a 5-star general. Hiss. Hey Hu gasped in fright. What kind of power did Mr. Chen offend? Oh shit. Is something big going to happen in Beihu? It's over. It's over. Mr. Chun, don't worry. We promise to find the person. After Hey Hu hung up the phone, he quickly gathered his brothers together and said, quick, find someone for me to see if there are any strangers entering Beihu recently. Mr. Chun said that if anyone can find one, he will reward them with 1 million. If you can't find it, you're done, understand? Clear. Everyone took action. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the master-level detective and anti-detective skills. Deducting system points minus 350. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging for the master-level camouflage technique. Deduction of system points minus 180. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging for the master-level firearm skill. Deducting system points minus 270. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming the master-level assassination skill. Deducting system points minus 400. Chun Feng exchanged more than a dozen skills at once. If you want to find the assassins in the enemy country, you first need to understand their abilities and think about where they are hiding from their perspective. Previously, you could only redeem 1 skill per day. He now has a lot of system points. At worst, he can spend the system points to unlock other skills and then redeem them later. This is the difference between ordinary players and 6 players. Now all his system points have been used up. Then, Chun Feng opened the Douyin app again. I just found dozens of anchors and watched the carnival crazily. Ever since Brother Feng's account became famous, everyone knows that as long as they sincerely thank Brother Feng during the live broadcast, the other party will join the carnival. At least 10 carnivals are the starting number. Just less than half an hour, Chun Feng gained another 5,900 system points. At this time, he finally felt a little confident. At this time, Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting also came back. Seeing Chun Feng's serious expression, Shang Yinyan couldn't help but ask, hey, what's wrong with you? Didn't my dad say that you have already got the manor? Fine. Chun Feng's expression gradually relaxed, and he did not tell them about the enemy forces, so as not to cause unnecessary panic. Shang Yinyan pulled his arm, shook it, and said, how about we go take a look at the manor now? I have never seen such a big manor in my life. Yun Ting at the side also smiled and said, yes, Yonghe Manor is the largest manor in Beihu. We have to go there to broaden our horizons, right, boss? Let's go. I was waiting for you two to come back. Chun Feng sighed helplessly. These two women are really curious. Chapter 150 Action. Yonghe Manor. It is the largest manor in the entire Beihu Lake and also the one with the most beautiful scenery. For no other reason. Because there is a body of water behind the manor. It is equivalent to being built by the sea. Outside the manor at this time, a dozen servants stood there, and in front of them was a butler in his 40s. After all, the manor is too large, and someone has to manage and clean it every day. These people were also invited by the former owner of the manor. Otherwise, this manor would have been left here for a year, overgrown with weeds and covered in dust, and it would definitely not be sold. What do you think of the temper of the new owner of this manor? If I do something wrong, will he fire me? Who knows? When this manor was vacant before, we only needed to clean it up. Now that the new owner has moved in, if we don't do things to his liking, he might fire us. Alas, it's hard to find a good job these days. A group of people were talking there. Okay, stop talking. The butler in front said coldly. This Mr. Chun is a man that even Secretary Wong has high hopes for. If you offend him, you will suffer the consequences. Mr. Chun has just made a phone call and will be here soon. Everyone stand up straight. Everyone was so scared that they shut up immediately. They all stood up straight. Soon, 2 luxury cars drove over. The one in front is a Lamborghini Veneno and the one behind is a Porsche. Here it comes. The housekeeper was also delighted. He has worked as a butler for many wealthy people, so he also knows some luxury cars. You can tell at a glance that the car in front is worth more than 90 million. He is indeed a rich man. But when I think back on it, I feel relieved. People who can afford Yonghe Manor generally have a lot of assets. As soon as Chun Feng got out of the car, the butler came up to him and said respectfully, Mr. Chun, I'm the butler here, Old Wu. If you need anything in the future, you can always tell me. Old Wu, Chun Feng nodded. Okay, you guys go down first. I'll go around for a while by myself. Clear. Butler Wu nodded and asked everyone to leave quickly. After Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting got out of the car, they ran towards the manor excitedly. Oh my God, why does it feel like a park with rockeries and all kinds of flowers, plants, and trees? The entire front yard must be about 1,000 square meters, right? Shang Yinyin sighed repeatedly along the way. She felt like she was visiting a palace. The architecture of the manor is also very domineering, combining modern and classical styles. The main building has 4 floors plus a basement. Seeing Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting visiting the manor, Chun Feng smiled faintly. This time he brought the little guy out. Come to the backyard of the manor. Sure enough, I could see a stretch of water, less than 50 meters away. The estate is located on a high ground, so there's no need to worry about being flooded by rising water. The little pterosaur seemed very excited and flapped its wings and flew up. After a few days of practice, it is already able to fly in the air, but not very high. Move here sometime. Chun Feng is still very satisfied with this position. The most important thing is that this pterosaur has a large space to move around. It is not only limited to the manor, but can also move freely in the surrounding waters. About an hour passed. Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting had just finished touring the entire manor. They really visited every inch of it. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Do you like it? How about we move in next month? Really? Yeah. Shang Yinyin jumped up excitedly. But the next moment, her face turned red instantly. She thought again of the morning when she and Yun Ting were lying on Chun Feng's bed. This guy, should I choose myself or Sister Yin? They stayed in the manor for a while and then went back directly. Moving was not that easy. There's no rush. At the rate the little guy is growing, it's just right for him to move here. The next day, Chun Feng was woken up by a call from his roommate Yang Qi. Old third, something happened. Come to school quickly. What could possibly happen? Chun Feng rubbed his eyes. Although he was not grumpy when he woke up, he was still a little annoyed to be woken up so early in the morning. Don't make so much noise all day long. You scare my dick so much that it shrank back. Yang Qi was speechless. Can you blame me for your short penis? He quickly said, I'm not kidding you. The school is holding a mid-autumn festival party today, and I've been flirting with a schoolgirl. She happened to be the host of the party, and I saw your name on a list in her hand. Third brother, have you signed up for the performance? I didn't sign up. Chun Feng was confused. Wait, you just said you were hooking up with a schoolgirl? Holy shit, you're an old cow eating young grass? Awesome. Yang Qi's face was filled with black lines. Why the hell can't you hear the point? Third brother, now your name has been reported, and many people know that you're going to perform. If you fail, you will definitely be laughed at by everyone. Okay, got it. Chun Feng was speechless. Isn't it just a performance? What's the big deal? As soon as he hung up the phone, the beautiful counselor called again. Chun Feng, come to school quickly. I don't know who signed you up for the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala today. You have to perform a show. While there is still time, hurry up and prepare. Hurry up. Counselor Jintian's voice was very anxious. After all, Chun Feng is a student in her class. If he made a fool of himself on stage, she would lose face. Teacher, wasn't it you who signed me up? Chun Feng was a little puzzled. Only a counselor can do such a thing. How could it be me? Jin Tian immediately became angry. Chun Feng, I am your teacher. How could I do something that would ruin my reputation? If you wrongly accuse me, I will never forgive you. Okay, I know it's not you. Chun Feng got up cursing. This cute counselor really couldn't take a joke. Don't worry, I'll pee first and come to school later. Jin Tian hung up the phone with a snap. The other side, there is a dark house in the Behu slums. 3 men hid in the darkness. One of them said coldly, "According to the information we have received, that batch of combat uniforms was developed by a man named Chun Feng, and it is currently only the first generation of products. There will be a second and even third generation later. As you can see, today's products are already stronger than the bulletproof vests on the market, and the price-performance ratio is already very high. If it is upgraded to the second or third generation, it will be absolutely terrifying. Therefore, our goal this time is to kill Chun Feng. Do you understand?" Another person frowned and said, "Everyone in the city is looking for us. It's still a bit difficult to kill Chun Feng. We have no way of finding his whereabouts now. No need to look for it. I have news here." The man laughed and said, "Chun Feng is a student of Behu University. Their school is holding a mid-autumn festival party today. He will definitely go. This is the perfect opportunity for us to make a move. Okay, let's get ready." As the conversation ended, the sounds in the house disappeared again. Chapter 151, the party begins. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Chun Feng arrived at school. The Mid-Autumn Festival Gala starts at 6 o'clock in the evening, which is still 4 hours away. After he parked the car, suddenly a prediction video popped up. After Chun Feng finished checking the content of the video, a playful look appeared on the corner of his mouth. Today's video did surprise him a bit. At this time, the counselor Jin Tian also came over quickly, looking a little unhappy, staring at Chun Feng angrily and said, "Okay, Chun Feng, I called you at 9 in the morning. Why are you here just now? It takes you 5 hours to pee? Are you unable to urinate completely? Or do you have urethritis?" Puff. Chun Feng almost vomited blood. "Master, you know too much, don't you?" Without saying anything, Jin Tian pulled him towards the classroom and said, "If you had come in the morning, you would have had a chance to cancel the list. Now, all the names of the personnel have been posted. It is definitely not possible to quit now." Speaking of, he seemed to be relieved again, but it's okay. What was announced is only the name list. The program hasn't been finalized yet, so you can just sing a song tonight. There are still 4 hours left, so you can practice more in the classroom. I don't ask you to sing well, just don't embarrass our class. Then he turned around suddenly and said, "But you can sing, right?" "Yes, I can sing well." Chun Feng shrugged indifferently. Anyway, he has the system in his hands, so why not just buy a skill? Jin Tian finally breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, she suddenly received a message. His face suddenly changed. "What's wrong, teacher? Your show is set." Jin Tian looked at him strangely and said, "I don't know who signed you up for a guzheng. The piece is high mountains and flowing water. How about I take you to modify it? If it's singing, you can also cram at the last minute and just practice casually. But the guzheng is different. One must have very strong basic skills to complete the performance of the piece, not to mention the extremely difficult high mountains and flowing water. It's okay, just play the guzheng." Chun Feng still looked indifferent. For him, it doesn't matter what program it is, as long as the system can redeem it. Jin Tian stamped his feet in anger. She felt that Chun Feng had given up hope now. "Right? That's definitely what I think. No, I must help you change the program. You represent our entire class. If you mess up the program, it won't just be you who will lose face." Chun Feng laughed and said, "Someone must be targeting me. Believe it or not, the news is spread now. I'm afraid everyone knows that I'm going to perform the guzheng. If I change the program again, people will think I'm a coward. Don't worry, guzheng is a piece of cake for me." Real. General Kaneda was doubtful. "Have you heard? Chun Feng is going to perform the guzheng, and the program is the extremely difficult high mountains and flowing water. No way. Even the music department doesn't dare to challenge this piece of music. He's really awesome." "That's right. If we compare the ability to pick up girls, I definitely admire that guy, but he is really not good at performing the guzheng. That's weird. That guy used to show off with money, but why did he change to an artistic style this time? That doesn't seem like his style. Who knows?" Everyone started talking. And at this time, Zhao Donglai on the side laughed and said, "What's so strange about that? I made up the program for him. Guzheng and Gao Shan Lu Shui. Let's see how he makes a fool of himself this time." "No way, brother Zhao. Why can't I fill it in?" Zhao Donglai snorted coldly. "I don't know who signed up Chun Feng. A fellow like Chun Feng, besides having some money, what other special skills does he have? He will be embarrassed if he goes on stage anyway, so we might as well make it more difficult for him. It took me a long time to come up with the guzheng program. Haha, wait and see the show tonight." His feud with Chun Feng is not just 1 or 2 days old. When the two met for the first time, Chun Feng ruined his chance to confess his feelings and snatched Shang Yin away from him. Later, he finally wanted to make a name for himself by playing basketball, but it was destroyed by Chun Feng again. This time, finally, I have the chance to trick the other party. Brother Zhao is awesome. I've long disliked that kid Chun Feng. If he's in school for one day, we won't be able to pick up the pretty schoolgirl. Fuck, Chun Feng is a scumbag. I hope this time the girls can see his true dick face. Time passes by little. The whole school was talking about Chun Feng. Shang Yinyan and Xiao Mingqi also called Chun Feng to inquire. But the person involved, Chun Feng, had a calm expression. Finally, it was 6 o'clock in the evening. The auditorium of Behu University is already packed with people. There are more than 30,000 students in the entire school, and only senior students participated in the Mid-Autumn Festival Gala this time. After all, they are about to graduate. It was also the last party. The front row in the auditorium is basically filled with school leaders. Sitting in the middle is the Principal Wu gang. Principal Wu glanced at the crowd behind him, and soon his eyes stopped on one person, and the expression on his face suddenly became strange. Because he just saw a member of the War Department. The last time Minister Zhang Tianxiang came to school, this member followed behind. What's going on? Today is just an ordinary mid-autumn festival party. How come someone from the War Department showed up? That moment, many possibilities flashed through Principal Wu's mind. Something big is going to happen. He was suddenly shocked. And at this time, the party has already begun. Now, please welcome Chun Feng to perform the Guzheng piece, High Mountains and Flowing Water. Welcome, Chun Feng. The beautiful host said with a smile. She had heard of Chun Feng's reputation. I was also very curious. Is the other party a wealthy second generation or a talented rich second generation? Chun Feng was also speechless. Why did you put your show first? At this time, the instructor Jin Tian quickly came to his side and asked anxiously, Chun Feng, have you prepared the Guzheng? No. So what do you use for your performance? Isn't it for school preparation? Jin Tian was so angry that his blood pressure rose. I knew you weren't prepared. Hurry up and get on stage. I just borrowed a Guzheng from the art department. Humph. No matter how well you play this time, you must treat me to a meal. All right. Chun Feng really didn't know that he still needed to prepare himself. Anyway, he has never participated in the show before. He slowly stood up and walked to the stage in front under the gaze of everyone. Chapter 152, the performance begins and the crisis emerges. Hey, doesn't Chun Feng know that among the teachers attending the party today, one of them is Teacher Gu from the art department? She is known as the Queen of Guzheng, and her famous song is High Mountains and Flowing Water. This Chun Feng is really not afraid of death. He dares to perform the Guzheng in front of Teacher Gu. Ha ha ha. This time he's going to embarrass himself in front of the entire senior class. A group of people laughed at Chun Feng for being an idiot. There is another group of people who have a different view. Although Chun Feng is a jerk, he's not stupid. He obviously can't play the Guzheng, so why would he insist on performing the difficult Gaoshan Lu Shui Guzheng? Yes, if the program really needs to be changed, there is still a chance to change it even 1 minute before the program starts. That kid might have other intentions. Yes, Chun Feng is not only a scumbag, but also very sinister. I suspect that he must know a little about the Guzheng, and he might even be able to play the song High Mountains and Flowing Water. This time he took the initiative to ask to perform, maybe just to flirt with Teacher Gu. With this reminder, others reacted instantly. His eyes suddenly turned to Teacher Gu in the first row. The other person was only a few years older than them, and was also very beautiful, with a kind of classical beauty. She has a slim figure and long flowing hair. She is also one of the most beautiful female teachers. Look, the Guzheng in Chun Feng's hand seems to belong to Teacher Gu. Fuck, it's true. Damn, this guy is really cunning. We thought he just wanted to put on a show to show off, but it turns out he's already started picking up girls. You tell me, to borrow a Guzheng you have to meet once, and to return it you have to meet again. If I play well on stage, I will definitely win the favor of Teacher Gu. If you don't play the piano well, you will have more opportunities to get close to Teacher Gu, who, as the name suggests, means asking for advice and learning. Damn, this is a really good calculation. No wonder Chun Feng has been able to hook up with one beautiful campus girl after another, while we haven't even managed to hook up with a single one. This is the difference. At this time, even Zhao Donglin next to him felt that what the other party said was true. Damn, shouldn't I help him sign up for Guzheng? And at this time, Chun Feng didn't know that the Guzheng was borrowed from Teacher Gu. After he put the gouging away, he plucked the strings lightly. Zheng, an unpleasant voice sounded. Teacher Gu, who was sitting in the first row, suddenly frowned. This technique and pitch. At first glance, he doesn't look like someone who can play the gouging. I couldn't help but shook my head. If Teacher Jean hadn't come to her to borrow the gouging, she would never have lent it to her. The audience also burst into laughter. Fuck, is this guy here to make fun of me? If we mess up the first show, we'll be in for a treat. That's right. This technique doesn't look professional at first glance. Even an amateur like me knows that you need to wear nail covers when playing the gouging. They're to protect your fingers from getting hurt. Zhao Donglai, who was standing by, immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fine. This kid probably doesn't know how to play the gouging. Especially when he saw the ugly expression on Teacher Gu's face just now. He felt even happier. With your skills, you still want to pick up girls. Ugh. Shang Yinyan in the crowd frowned. With a pair of small hands tightly grasping the corners of her clothes, she was a little worried that Shun Feng's reputation in school would be completely ruined because of this performance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the master-level gouging skill, deducting system points -400. Host's current remaining system points, 5,500. Chun Feng simply pointed in the air. Instantly master the gouging skills. Zheng. This time, his posture changed drastically, and even his aura seemed to echo the sound of the musical instruments. This is... Teacher Gu in front of him trembled slightly. The laughter from below suddenly stopped, and the entire auditorium was filled with that voice. Clank! Chun Feng's hand movements gradually accelerated, becoming more and more skilled. He felt as if he had played this piece of music thousands of times, and every melody was firmly memorized in his mind. His speed is getting faster and faster. The fingers turn into afterimages. The sound rises higher and higher, overwhelming. His music seemed to bring everyone into a wonderful scene. In front of us are majestic mountains and cascading water. Not only did the laughter at Chan Feng disappear from the entire auditorium, but even the sound of talking also disappeared. Everyone was silent in this scene. A long time. The song is over. Everyone suddenly came to their senses. I'm not as good as him. Teacher Gu was extremely shocked. Even if it's her, it is impossible to achieve such an effect. She has been practicing gouging since she was young, especially the piece High Mountains and Flowing Water. Play it at least 10 times a day, which means 3,650 times a year. Been playing for 10 years. But I can never reach this level. Man and piano become one. The rest of the people were equally stunned, face full of shock. Even if they don't understand gouging, they can still tell who plays it well and who plays it poorly. The entire auditorium fell into deathly silence. Everyone looked at Chun Feng in amazement. After a moment of silence. But once again, there was an uproar. What the hell? What the hell? Just now I seem to see mountains in front of me. It's really weird. That's right. I even vaguely heard the sound of running water. Damn, why do I feel like you guys are driving? Offstage, Counselor Jean Tian also opened his mouth wide. She originally had no hope for Chun Feng, but she didn't expect that he could really play the gouging, and his ability was extraordinary, even better than Teacher Gu. Shang Yinyan was even more shocked. The longer she interacted with Chun Feng, the more advantages she discovered in him. In the crowd, Zhao Donglai widened his eyes, especially when he saw all the girls around him looking at the figure on the stage with shining eyes. His expression changed again and again. Damn Chun Feng. She can actually play the gouging. That's better. Not only were all the girls at the scene fascinated by him, and even Teacher Gu fell. Zhao Donglai originally wanted to make Chun Feng look bad. What's the result? The other party has once again become the center of attention, and in front of all the teachers and students in the school. It was so careless. It seemed that Principal Wu was the only one with a frown on his face in the entire meeting room. Because, from the moment Chun Feng came to power, he seemed to notice that the expressions of the combat team members hidden in the crowd became very nervous, and their eyes were fixed on the stage, as if they were protecting Chun Feng in secret. In particular, Principal Wu's eyelids kept twitching. It made him feel uneasy. Really, just when Chun Feng was about to step down, something unexpected happened. Chapter 153, One Person's Abuse. A figure suddenly jumped down from above the stage. The man was tall, holding a dagger in his hand, looking ferocious, and stabbed directly at Chun Feng's chest. A sudden change. Everyone was stunned immediately. What's going on? Isn't it just playing the gouging? Why is there an assassination segment? Security, security. Principal Wu stood up suddenly. His face was full of panic. He really didn't expect that a killer would appear in the school and come to assassinate Chen Feng. No wonder. No wonder the people from a War Department are protecting Chen Feng in secret. Obviously, something big has happened. He even wanted to rush forward to help Chen Feng block the opponent's assassination, but the distance was too far, and he couldn't get there at all. The members of the combat unit who were mixed in the crowd were also unable to catch up, because it happened so suddenly. The distance between the killer and Chen Feng is too close again. The entire auditorium suddenly exploded, and the students were already in chaos. At this time, behind Principal Wu, a voice suddenly sounded. Principal Wu, don't panic. There are at least 2 assassins in the auditorium. We have to find it out. Otherwise, more students will get into trouble. Don't worry, Chen Feng will be fine. As he spoke, he pointed to the stage in front of him. As soon as the man rushed in front of Chen Feng, he was kicked away by the ladder and hit the wall hard. It created a crack on the entire wall. Hiss! Principal Wu took a breath of cold air. Isn't this kick too fucking hard? Even the person who had just spoken had his eyelids twitching. A little surprised, Chen Feng glanced at the chaotic auditorium and smiled faintly. Don't panic, everyone. This is just a program I arranged. How is it? The effect is not bad, right? My next show is a martial arts performance, a 2-person fight. Principal Wu also came back to his senses from his previous panic expression. The voice just now revealed his identity to him. The other party was a top-level expert from the War Department. Killer or not. Anyway, there's a top-level master here. So what is there to be afraid of? He also quickly shouted to the chaotic crowd. Students, don't panic. It was just a show effect. The person who was knocked away on the stage was an extra. The dagger in his hand is not a real one. It's just a prop. The party's going on. Everyone please sit down. The Dean of Education, Director Wang, suddenly asked, Principal, when did this program come about? Why don't I? Principal Wu glared at him fiercely. Then he winked at the other teachers. The teachers also stood up quickly. They shouted to their respective students, don't panic, sit down and watch the show. This is a school after all, and safety is guaranteed. In fact, these teachers don't know the specific situation. Anyway, they just do whatever the principal says. Only, the performance just now was really scary. Seeing that the principal and teachers were sitting there without moving, the students calmed down and returned to their original seats. In the crowd, Zhao Donglai frowned. A classmate next to him asked, What's the matter, Brother Zhao? Sit down quickly. I also want to see what kind of martial arts this kid Chen Feng knows. Martial arts, your sister. Zhao Donglai cursed in a low voice. Didn't you see the expression on Chen Feng's face? The happier that kid laughs, the bigger the problem he has in his heart. Who knows who he is trying to trick now? What a crap martial arts performance. There is definitely something wrong with it. Brother Zhao, you're probably overthinking it. The principals are all sitting there without moving. What could be the problem? The classmate laughed. In his impression, Zhao Donglai is fearless. How come he became so timid and cowardly after being suppressed by Chen Feng several times? You know shit. Zhao Donglai cursed and said, Let's find a seat near the door. If anything happens later, we can run away immediately. On stage, all the students were stabilized. Chen Feng looked at the man in front of him with a smile. The other party's strength was only about the same as the 5-star general of the War Department. How dare such a person dare to assassinate him? Strengthen. The host's power is enhanced by 1,000, while a normal person's power is 100. Host speed is enhanced by 850, while a normal person's speed is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 1,000, while a normal person's ability is 100. You can strengthen your body once a day. It would be a waste if you don't use it. Feeling the power growing stronger again, he clenched his fists. He suddenly punched the man who rushed towards him again. Left hook, right hook. Combination punch. Damn it, I'm a 5-star fighter, but I can't even touch your clothes? The killer instantly became furious. At the same time, it is also very annoying. I really don't know which idiot gave me this information. What senior student? Is this the kind of skill a student should have? Bang! His body was knocked flying again. Chen Feng punched his opponent one after another in various ways, and his opponent had no chance to fight back at all. The people in the audience were stunned. What's going on? Wasn't it supposed to be a 2-man show? How did it turn into a 1-man show? Everyone's expressions turned strange. No matter how dumb they are, they can see that there is something wrong with this show. Won't. Is he really a killer? Oh shit. Everyone was stunned. Someone wanted to assassinate Chen Feng, but instead of running away, Chen Feng confused the other party? He must be confused. Otherwise, why didn't the killer fight back? At this time, Chen Feng glanced at the audience and saw that the people from the combat department had found several hidden enemies and secretly eliminated them. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He carried the killer to the backstage and handed him over to the members of the War Department. He had always known about the existence of those members of the War Department and could even feel that the king-level master was protecting him in secret. I'm afraid the ones who appeared this time are not very strong. The highlight is yet to come. Chen Feng thought so in his heart. At this time, Hu called and said, Mr. Chen, we have discovered 4 groups of strangers entering Behu. I have sent their locations to your phone. There should be some heavenly king-level masters among these people, and our people didn't dare to get close to them. Got it. Keep checking. A cold light flashed across Chen Feng's face. Including this group from school, there are already 5 groups of people entering Behu City. There must be more people coming here one after another. That's the case. Then you will never come back. He avoided the members of the War Department and quickly left the school. Chapter 154. Enemy Forces Forbidden Zone. In an alley 500 meters away from Behu University, Chen Feng was walking slowly under the dim street lights. He is very slow. When he reached the middle of the alley, he suddenly stopped. Come out, don't hide. As his voice fell, 7 or 8 men walked out from both sides of the alley, with cold, murderous intent on their faces. Ha, Chen Feng, right? You're quite sensible and offered yourself up to us to kill you. A man laughed. They originally thought that they needed to get rid of those people in the War Department before they would have a chance to kill Chen Feng. It seems now, no need to be so troublesome. This idiot ran out by himself. It's too easy to kill him. After all, there are 3 king-level masters among their group. The rest are all 5-star level with extraordinary strength. Chen Feng smiled faintly. It is not certain who will kill whom. Among these people, the 3 leaders should be the strongest, and they exude a powerful aura of pressure. Chen Feng has never fought with a king-level master. I don't know how strong the other party is, but what he can be sure of is that after being strengthened by the system, he is definitely not weaker than the people in front of him. At this time, a heavenly king-level master suddenly said, I'll give you a chance. Either you come with us or provide us with your dark metal synthesis technology, or I'll leave you an intact body. Although their mission was to kill Chen Feng, but if we can bring the other person back, it will be a great achievement. After all, dark metal synthesis technology is useful to any country. It is something that surpasses current technology. Chen Feng shook his head and smiled strangely. I have a third choice, which is to kill you. Kill us. The king-level master seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed and said, Boy, ignorance is not your fault, but being ignorant and speaking nonsense is your fault. Do you know your situation? Now standing in front of you are 3 king-level masters and 5 5-star masters. Do you think you can kill us just by protecting your combat team members? Or do you want to rely on yourself? The others also smiled faintly. Okay, stop talking nonsense with him. Let's deal with this idiot first, and then we can kill those members of the combat department. At present, almost all members of the War Department in China have gone to the border. They have no one inside, so we can do something about it. Okay, get ready and evacuate in 5 minutes. The king-level master slowly walked towards Chen Feng. They must kill Chen Feng and the several members of the combat team behind him within 5 minutes. Step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Just walked over slowly. After all, he is a master of the king level, and Chen Feng's retreat has been blocked, so he will definitely die today. You gave me a chance to live, but you refused to take it and insisted on seeking death. He was just about to end Chen Feng's life with one blow. An unexpected event occurred. The figure standing in front of me suddenly disappeared. That moment, the king-level master suddenly felt a bone-chilling chill rising from the bottom of his heart. He had only experienced this feeling from the Lord of the War Department. That time, he almost died. The body suddenly took a step back, almost at the same time. Chen Feng appeared in front of him, and the dagger in his hand slashed directly across his neck. I said I was going to kill you, and I wasn't kidding. The man looked at Chen Feng in horror, because the dagger in Chen Feng's hand was his own, and it was snatched away silently at that moment just now. Especially the opponent's speed. It's almost reaching the limit. Master. He is definitely a master. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but there was no sign of life. fell directly to the ground. A king-level master died, just like that. The others finally sensed something was wrong, especially the terrifying aura emanating from Chun Feng, which had even surpassed the level of a king of heaven. Who is he? Who is he? Why could he kill a heavenly king-level expert so easily? Now, even though there were two king-level masters on the opposite side, they still felt a deep sense of fear when they looked at Chun Feng. I was extremely shocked in my heart. Who the hell are you? The only one in the whole of China who has such fighting power is the Army Lord. Are you the Army Lord? No, no. The Army Lord is at the border, and there's no way he's coming back. Who the hell are you? You are not Chun Feng. You are not Chun Feng. The other two king-level masters were also extremely terrified. In particular, the murderous aura on Chun Feng locked onto them directly, as if he could take their lives at any time. The rest of the people's hearts were also beating wildly. Run without hesitation. Who could I be? I am Chun Feng, the Chun Feng you want to kill. What? Don't you want to kill me now? Chun Feng walked over step by step. He is very slow, but in the eyes of those who were fleeing, it seemed to be extremely fast. They were caught up in no time. The dagger in his hand flew, killing with one move. Mr. Chun, let's talk it over. If you're willing to let me go, I can work for you. After all, I have the combat power of king. Yes, yes, we have no intention of offending you. The two king-level masters were really scared. After all, they are top-notch masters and are treated respectfully wherever they go. Now, in order to save their lives, they have to beg for help in a humble manner. Before coming to Beihu, they had investigated all the information about Chun Feng. Even if the opponent has practiced some kung fu, his strength would not exceed 4-star level at most. I thought I had done enough preparation. Now I know that everything is an illusion. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Chun Feng snorted coldly. He just strangled their necks with both hands. He lifted it up suddenly. He slammed down to the ground hard. Now his strength has been increased to 1,000 with such tremendous force. He smashed the skulls of the two men directly, killing them instantly. He didn't even look at the body on the ground. Walked to another location again. Within almost half an hour, all the intruders hiding in Beihu were killed silently. No one is spared. In total, at least 3 king-level masters and 45-star masters died. No one knows who spread the news. For a while, the whole network is shocked. Those enemies who were rushing towards Beihu Lake stopped in fear, fearing that their lives would be in danger and return the same way they came. A rumor also began to spread among the enemy forces. If your strength is not at the king level, don't enter China. Even if you enter China, don't go to Beihu. North Lake. It suddenly became a restricted area for enemy forces. Chapter 155, China's Superpower. Quick, quick! Everyone leave Beihu immediately. A super strong man appeared in Beihu, whose strength is comparable to the leader of the War Department. He killed 3 heavenly king-level masters and countless 5-star masters in one day. The intelligence is wrong. Immediately abandon the mission of killing Chun Feng. Everyone must evacuate China. News spread among the enemy's forces. They were shocked, yet helpless. Because there are basically very few masters like the Lord of the War Department, there's only one military lord in the entire China. And now, yet another one popped up out of nowhere. His strength is actually not inferior to that of the military lord. Generally speaking, it is difficult to cultivate a super strong person like this. Otherwise, China would not have only Shang Wanyu as a super strong person over the years. They even doubted. Chun Feng was a person secretly trained by Huagua. It is to strike at the critical moment and kill the enemy unexpectedly. And now, he did it. Kill 3 king-level masters in one day. For the enemy forces, it is definitely a huge loss. The emergence of super strong man Chun Feng, coupled with the mass production of a new generation of combat uniforms, once again deepened the fear of enemy forces. The situation on the border is becoming increasingly tense, and it seems that a fight is about to break out at any time. North Lake. Members of the War Department have gathered the bodies. 43 bodies in total. Ouyang Chun is a king-level master and the person arranged by Zhang Tianxiang to secretly protect Chun Feng. Before, he originally wanted to follow Chun Feng, but was easily left behind by the other party. Afterwards, he heard the news that all the enemy infiltrators had been killed. Captain Ouyang, how did these people get killed? Is Chun Feng really that strong? A member of the combat department couldn't help but ask. I don't know either. Let's take a look at the body first. Ouyang Chun was also very curious. He is absolutely confident in his own strength, and he can kill these 5-star masters. As for the 3 king-level masters, he had never seen the other party take action, and he had no idea how strong these 3 people were. Also at the king level, the strength is also different. He carefully examined the men's fatal wounds. The next moment, his breathing suddenly became rapid, and his face was filled with horror. "What's wrong, Captain Ouyang?" They were killed in one blow. Ouyang Chun took a deep breath, and when he said this, even he himself didn't quite believe it. The bodies of these 3 king-level masters were found in one place, and they all kill with one move. Ouyang Chun thought that his skills were pretty good, but it is absolutely impossible to kill an enemy of the same king level with one move, not to mention that there are 3 of them. He was really shocked. He originally thought that the rumors were a bit exaggerated. Super strong? Comparable to a military leader? But now I think the other party's strength is even more terrifying than the rumors. He quickly took out his phone and called Zhang Tianxiang. "Minister, the rumors are true. Chen Feng may have the combat power of a military lord. We have cleaned up the North Lake again. We also killed dozens of those infiltrators who escaped. The enemy forces dare not enter Behu for the time being." Zhang Tianxiang didn't know whether this news was good news or bad news. Because of the appearance of Chen Feng, it has indeed changed a lot of situations, both good and bad. He hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't need to protect Chen Feng anymore. Come back and go to the border. There is something unsettled at the border. The military commander needs support." "Understood. I'll leave tomorrow." Ouyang Chen nodded. That Chen Feng is even more awesome than himself, so there's really no need to protect him anymore. When Chen Feng returned to school, the party was over. Although there were some changes in the first show, but in the end it did not affect the progress of the party, and overall it was quite successful. The news that had been circulated previously had only spread among high-level officials and enemy forces. Ordinary people did not know about it and had no way of knowing it. Although it was already late, Shang Yinyan did not return to the dormitory. She was standing at the door of the auditorium waiting for Chen Feng. "Are you okay? Were you really a killer when you were performing earlier?" "It's okay. There's no killer." Chen Feng smiled faintly. He didn't dare tell Shang Yinyan about these things, and then said, "You go ahead and do your work. I still have to go find the principal. Then, be careful." Shang Yinyan pursed her lips. In fact, she had a lot to say to Chen Feng just now. But when I actually met Chen Feng, I didn't know how to start the conversation. Although Chen Feng didn't tell her. But she knew. During the previous performance, that guy was really a killer. I couldn't help but worry about Chen Feng. Oh my god, who did he offend? Why would a killer come to assassinate him? Not just Shang Yinyan. At least 1/3 of the people in the auditorium noticed it. But they all realized it later. Only Zhao Donglai knew that something was wrong from the beginning. Damn it. I knew that the killer was real. What a bullshit prop. It's all a scam. Didn't you notice that Chen Feng disappeared as soon as he finished his performance? Yes, after hearing what Brother Zhao said, I just remembered that this is true. Shit, could it be that Chen Feng seduced someone's wife, and someone hired a killer to take revenge? I think that's it. The vengeance of stealing one's wife is absolutely irreconcilable. A group of people were talking. They were increasingly feeling that this was the case. That kid Chen Feng, just when Zhao Donglai was about to say something, he suddenly saw Chen Feng walking past him, especially since he just glanced at me. That look carried a powerful sense of oppression, giving people a sense of fear from the depths of their souls, which scared him so much that he quickly shut his mouth. Brother Zhao, why don't you say anything? Fuck you, get out of here. Zhao Donglai quickly quickened his pace and fled from there. He felt more and more that Chen Feng was an evil guy. Along the way, Chen Feng not only met Shang Yinyan and Zhao Donglai, but also met Xiao Mingqi. At this time, Xiao Mingqi had her hands behind her back and was standing on tiptoe. When I saw Chen Feng coming over, he quickly took out a peace blessing and handed it over, saying shyly, "Chen Feng, this is the peace blessing I prayed for. I give it to you. It can keep you safe." Forehead. Chen Feng said with a strange look, "Xiao University campus beauty. Why did you give me Ping and Fu? You take it first." Xiao Mingqi stuffed Ping and Fu into his hands and turned and ran. Chen Feng was also speechless after seeing this. "Why are you running? I won't eat you." Before they had taken a few steps, Counselor Jean Tian came over holding Teacher Gu's arm. He waved at Chen Feng from a distance and shouted, "Chen Feng, you are not dead." "No, are you okay?" "Oh my god." I won't die even if you die. Teacher, are you cursing me? Chapter 156, The Ghost Appears. No, it was just a slip of the tongue. Jean Tian stuck out his tongue playfully and pointed at Teacher Gu beside him. This is Teacher Gu from the art department. The gouging you are using was lent to her by me. You should thank her very much. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Chun Feng quickly thanked him. The other person was wearing hanfu today, which gave her the look of a classical beauty. Teacher Gu smiled faintly. Student Chin Feng plays the gouging very well. I will learn from you when I have time. You're too polite, Mr. Gu. I only know a little bit. Chin Feng exchanged some polite words and hurried to the principal's office. If we delay any further, I don't know how many more girls I will meet in the future. When he arrived at the principal's office, the Dean of Studies, Director Wang, was there too. Director Wang. He greeted her with a smile, but his expression seemed a little strange. Xiao Chun, come and sit down. Principal Wu quickly asked him to sit down. The other party was able to send out a king-level expert from the War Department to protect him secretly, which shows that he is still highly valued. We can't let anything happen to him. Chun Feng sat down on the sofa next to him and asked without leaving any trace. Principal, don't I have a program for tonight's party? Actually, that program was signed up for me by someone else. I checked and found that the program of high mountains and flowing water was written by Zhao Donglai. As for who reported my name, please ask Principal Wu for me. No need to ask. Director Wang on the side suddenly said, I was the one who reported your name. Principal Wu was slightly stunned. Director Wang, what's going on with you? Isn't Chin Feng a recommended graduate student of our school? Many students have questioned the school's decision recently, saying that Chin Feng is not qualified and has no right to occupy this position. Director Wang sighed. Then he said, it just so happens that I signed up Chun Feng for this party, and I also want other students to get to know him from all aspects. It was also good for him, but he didn't expect that Zhao Donglai would come to make trouble again. But fortunately, Chun Feng's gouging performance was still excellent. Even Mr. Gu from the art department was full of praise for it. You old bastard. Chun Feng didn't believe what he said. He said meaningfully, Principal Wu, you should know that the man on the stage earlier was here to kill me. The reason is because of a technology one provided to the War Department last time. This technology threatened the enemy forces, so they sent people to assassinate me. Hearing this, Principal Wu was shocked. No wonder the War Department sent people to protect him. Chun Feng continued, originally, those people had no chance, but because I performed on stage, I created a great opportunity for them. And I don't have anyone to protect me. So even if I did, it would be impossible for me to go on stage. If I hadn't been quite skilled, I would have died on stage. Don't you think so, Director Wang? I didn't know this would happen. Director Wang looked aggrieved. Chun Feng smiled and said, of course, Director Wang doesn't dare to admit it. Once he admits it, he will be charged with treason. And the things that were escorted by the War Department were almost robbed. If the head of the War Department knew that you were the one who leaked the information, he would definitely skin you alive. The last time Zhang Tianxiang came to school, Director Wang was able to obtain information about dark metal synthesis technology through some channels. Yuri talking nonsense. Director Wang stood up with a bang. His face changed drastically. There is no room for ambiguity in this matter. Principal Wu also frowned. After taking a look at Director Wang, who looked furious, he looked at Chun Feng and asked, Xiao Chun, you can't talk about this kind of thing casually. Although Director Wang has a bad temper, but I haven't made any serious mistakes in school these years, so I should know what is right and wrong. Good. Director Wang snorted coldly. Chun Feng, don't think that you can speak freely just because you have a relationship with the War Department. Everything requires evidence. Evidence. Chun Feng sighed and said, Director Wang, you really haven't made any big mistakes, but I know that you are a chess piece arranged by the enemy forces in China. There should be more than one chess piece like you in China. As for you, you have indeed done nothing wrong over the years, and your chess piece has hardly moved. It's a pity that you were wrong to pass on those messages. You shouldn't have signed me up. You are too impatient and expose yourself. Director Wang shook his head and calmed down a lot. Chin Feng, this is all your guess. I don't understand what you are talking about at all. Principal Wu couldn't help but ask, Xiao Chun, is there any misunderstanding? No misunderstanding. Chin Feng smiled faintly. He took out his phone from his pocket and played a video. 2 days ago, you had contact with the person above, and in the morning you had contact with another person. The identities of these two people can be found. If my guess is correct, they're all infiltrates from enemy countries. You thought you did it perfectly, but you didn't expect that you still left some clues. When Director Wong saw the video, his expression changed instantly. Impossible. Impossible. I checked, and there were no cameras around. How could someone have photographed us? The video really shows him interacting with people, and it's in HD. It was like someone was filming him in the face. The content of the conversation was also very clear, recording how he leaked the information of the War Department to the other party and how he cooperated with their plan to assassinate Chen Feng. But how is this possible? How could it be photographed? What, you admit it now? Chen Feng's face gradually turned cold. When he saw the video pop up on the system in the afternoon, he was also very surprised. Director Wong, how much money did they give you to make you their pawn? 1 million? 2 million? 100 million? For this little money, you can do anything. It's not me, it's not me. Director Wong felt a surge of panic. He really couldn't admit it. Otherwise, once the charge of treason is confirmed, he will really have no chance of turning things around. The next moment, just run away. Still want to run? Chen Feng kicked him without saying anything. The tremendous force immediately kicked Director Wong away, and he spit out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, gasping for breath, Principal Wu sighed helplessly. Regardless of whether Director Wong admits it or not, the truth has been revealed. Chen Feng even produced a video, so how could he be wrong? It was a disgrace to him that such a guy appeared in the school. Chen Feng stopped talking nonsense. He called Zhang Tianxiang directly and asked someone to take Director Wong away. After all, this matter involves the War Department, so it is not easy for him to interfere. Chapter 157a, A Few Days of Peace. In the middle of the night, Minister Zhang Tianxiang came over in person. He still took the fact that there was such a traitor in China very seriously. At the same time, he also wanted to follow Director Wong's clue and dig out other chess pieces that the enemy forces had placed in China. It was almost midnight. Director Wong was put on a helicopter and escorted to Kyoto overnight. Xiao Chun, this time it's all thanks to you. Zhang Tianxiang was also deeply moved. Pawns like Director Wong are still very dangerous. They're no different from ordinary people in normal times and have no record of breaking the law. It is only exposed at the most critical moment. This kind of person really makes him hard to guard against. Chen Feng waved his hand and said indifferently, I have captured the person for you. You can deal with it yourself. Minister Zhang, your War Department owes me another favor. Speaking of, he left without looking back. He didn't want to have too much entanglement with the War Department and just wanted to be an ordinary person. After Chen Feng left, Ouyang Chen, a master of the Heavenly King level, also came over and said with a complicated look, Minister, I've checked all of Chen Feng's life trajectories, and his life trajectory has been very ordinary over the past 20 years. How did he acquire such abnormal skills without any training? Zhang Tianxiang was also very confused. All these masters in the War Department have grown up through rigorous training, although he was also very curious. But he still stopped her and said, Don't investigate anymore. Everyone has their own secrets. Perhaps what Chen Feng showed us was just what he wanted us to see. No matter how hard you search, you won't find anything you don't want us to see. That, Ouyang Chen thought for a while and said, Should we let him pass through the border? If Chen Feng is here, the pressure on the military commander may be much less. Need not. Zhang Tianxiang looked solemn. He may not necessarily help with this, and with him in China, it can also deter the enemy's forces. There shouldn't be any more enemies sneaking in the near future, so we might as well make more preparations. Alas, I never thought that one day, our military department would also need to rely on the deterrence of others to make China worry-free. China has also trained many masters over the years, but everyone has their own mission, especially now that most of the manpower is invested in the border. No matter how many people there are, it's not enough. But Ouyang Chen wanted to say something. Zhang Tianxiang waved his hand, looking a little tired. Okay, come back to Kyoto with me tonight. As for Chen Feng, didn't you see that he didn't want to say a few more words to me just now? I guess he knows I need his help and is deliberately avoiding me. Forget it. Don't disturb him these days. Let him live a few days in peace first. I will come back in a few days. Clear. Ouyang Chen glanced in the direction where Chen Feng left with a complicated expression. Then he followed Zhang Tianxiang and left Beihu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing this video mission. Reward system points plus 30. Host current remaining system points, 5,530. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the current system prediction time has changed. Currently, Any event between 1475 and 2079 can be predicted. The timeline expanded backwards 5 years. Feng was also a little confused. Currently, the system has unlocked the functions of predicting future videos and snooping on past videos. There are also skill exchange interface and item exchange interface. He doesn't know what kind of functions will appear in the future, but he is looking forward to it. Because it was too late, he did not return to the villa. Instead, he went directly to the school dormitory. I haven't lived in the dormitory for almost half a month, and several of my roommates still miss it very much. Well, I just walked in. Yang Qi couldn't help but yelled, "Third brother, tell me the truth. Where have you been fooling around during this time? Zhao Donglai has been spreading rumors that you seduced someone else's wife. That person tonight was the killer hired by the other party, who came to cause trouble for you." Bullshit. Feng cursed and said, "I'm not the guy next door. Besides, there are many beautiful women around me. Why would I want to date someone else's wife? Hey, you can't say that. Nothing tastes better than dumplings, and nothing is more fun than my sister-in-law." The boss-eyed Feng on the side chuckled. Feng was somewhat speechless. "Okay, stop guessing. I bought a villa outside and have been living there recently. I may come back to the dormitory less often in the future." "You bought a villa?" Everyone was shocked. For students like them who haven't graduated yet, it's good enough to find a job, not to mention buying a house or a villa. At least tens of millions. But think back. Feng's reputation as the richest man in the school has spread. He is so rich. Isn't it normal to buy a villa? I couldn't help but feel a little envious. It's just a villa. What's the big deal? Feng hasn't even mentioned that he owns a manor yet, and he's too embarrassed to show off in front of his roommates. At this time, he suddenly remembered something, looked at Yang Qi with a strange expression, and said, "Second brother, tell me how you hooked up with that schoolgirl?" Yang Qi had said before that he had found a girlfriend, who happened to be the hostess of the party. Feng even took a special look at it in the evening. The other person looks pretty good. Although she is not a school belle, she is also very beautiful. The others were also very interested in this matter. "Second brother, tell us what tricks you have. We haven't even touched a girl's hand yet. At least let us find a girlfriend before graduation, even if it's just a junior girl." "That's right. I'm not picky about food. I only have 2 requirements, female and alive." Yang Qi secretly glanced at Feng and said with an embarrassed look, "Actually, at the beginning, the other party did not agree to be my girlfriend. Later, I told him that I was Feng's roommate, and he immediately agreed to be my girlfriend. I think this trick is very effective. Why don't you try it too?" "Oh my god." Feng was completely confused. "Since when did my name help people find a partner? Is it that exaggerated?" Seeing the other 2 people looking eager to try, Feng's face became even more frowning. Maybe it was because he hadn't returned to the dormitory for a long time. They chatted until 2 o'clock in the morning before going to bed. When I woke up the next day, it was already past 9 o'clock. Yang Qi and others have already gone to class. Feng washed up casually. He didn't have to go to class anyway, so it was a good opportunity for him to go to the provincial capital today. He has never been to see the World Trade Center that he exchanged with the system last time. The affairs of the War Department should have come to an end. At least nothing major will happen in the next few days, and it's time for me to relax. 10 o'clock. Feng went directly to the airport. Since he got a car, he could drive around Beihou at any time, which is very convenient. But going to the provincial capital is much more troublesome. Driving time is too long, so I can only take a plane. You have to buy a ticket and board the plane. He even thought about buying himself a plane when he had the chance. Go wherever you want. How convenient. Chapter 158. Are you sick? Feng had never been on a plane before, and he had never even been out of the provincial capital. All along, he always thought that flying on a plane was a very grand thing, until today when he got on the plane and realized that it was really nothing. It was difficult to find a seat. As soon as he sat down, he found that the woman sitting next to him in a red dress looked familiar. Qin Yao. The other person was his high school classmate, and also the most beautiful girl in the class. Qin Yao didn't go to the last high school reunion because she was in the provincial capital. When he was in high school, Feng had liked her and even pursued her for a while, but he didn't succeed. Feng. Qin Yao also turned her head slowly. A hint of surprise flashed across his face. The two hadn't seen each other for nearly 4 years. Her only impression of the boy was that he used to buy her breakfast every day. "I also often write love letters to myself. What a pity. Feng and I are not the same kind of people at all. How could we be together?" And, in her opinion, her future boyfriend must at least be able to squeeze into the upper-class circle to be worthy of her. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you on the plane. Qin Yao nodded at him. She hadn't been back to Behu for almost a year and didn't expect to meet Chen Feng in this way. Isn't a bit unlucky? It's quite a coincidence. Chen Feng also nodded. He could feel the other party's indifference and would definitely not try to please them again. Who hasn't done stupid things a few times when they were young? This was the girl he liked most in high school, but when they met again a few years later, he no longer had any feelings for her. On beauty, Qin Yao can't compare to Shang Yinyan's sexiness. Not as elegant as Yunting, and she doesn't have the long legs like Xiao Mengqi. After Qin Yao greeted Chen Feng, she ignored him, mainly because she was afraid that he would pester her. She took out her cell phone. I sent a message to my bestie. It's still early, and it will take some time for the plane to take off, so you don't need to turn off your phone. Oh my god, guess who I just ran into? The Chen Feng who pursued me in high school. No way. How come you ran into him right after you got back? Did he deliberately run into you on the plane? I've seen some guys who specifically check a girl's schedule in order to pick up girls, and then deliberately create opportunities for encounters. After seeing the message from my best friend, Qin Yao was slightly stunned. Could it be true? She secretly glanced at Chen Feng next to her and then replied, "So what? His entanglement will only disgust me. I didn't agree to him before, and I won't agree to him now. After all, Chen Feng and I are not from the same world. Okay, I know that you have high standards, Yaoer. I'm afraid that only those rich young men in the entire provincial capital are worthy of you. If Chen Feng continues to pester you, just tell him directly that if he makes 1 billion, you will agree to be his girlfriend. You're not my best friend yet. How can you ask me to agree to him?" Qin Yao was also a little annoyed. She didn't want to see Chen Feng at all now. "Yaoer, you are stupid. Didn't you say before that Chen Feng's family is from the countryside? How could he possibly earn 1 billion with his character? Even if we take a step back and say that he really gets lucky and makes 1 billion, what's wrong with you being his girlfriend? 1 billion. He will definitely give you 2 or 300 million, and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life." That's right. Qin Yao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The two chatted for a while before turning off their phones. The latest news is that flight MN 3511 had an engine failure at high altitude at 1150, killing 40 people. Just as Chen Feng was about to close his eyes for a while, a video suddenly popped up on the system. It made him slightly stunned. Flight MN 3511. Shit, Chen Feng almost jumped up. In the video, the plane crashed due to engine failure while flying. The whole scene is very realistic, and it is definitely something that would happen. The most important thing, the flight information, is the plane you are on. It is now 11:10, and the plane takes off in 20 minutes. That is to say, it flew for 20 minutes and crashed halfway. It's like crying to the heavens and the earth for help, but no one helps. He quickly called the flight attendant over and said quickly, "Miss, there is a problem with the engine of your plane. Please check it out immediately. We cannot take off now. Sir, please return your seat. Our aircraft undergoes troubleshooting every once in a while, so please rest assured about safety." The flight attendant explained patiently. Chen Feng was somewhat speechless. There really is going to be a problem this time. Are you going to check it out? If not, I will get off by myself and not take the plane. If something goes wrong, don't blame me for not reminding you. Saying that, he was about to leave. The flight attendant was also a little embarrassed. "Sir, our passage has been closed. Just open it again." Chen Feng frowned. "My life is precious. If I delay any longer, I won't be able to escape once the plane takes off." Their conversation also attracted the attention of people around them. Everyone pointed at him. Where did this bumpkin come from? The plane goes through a safety check before taking off. How could something go wrong? That's right, look how scared that guy is. It's obvious that he has never been on a plane. It's a pity for the beautiful girl next to him. She found a boyfriend like this. It would be embarrassing to take him out. Hey, with that beauty's looks, she could find any boyfriend she wants, but how come she found such a weirdo? That's right. Even though that guy's quite handsome, I still think they're not a good match. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Qin Yao on the side clenched her fists. I just feel a little embarrassed. Misunderstood. She even wanted to argue loudly that she was not Chen Feng's girlfriend. But Qin Yao knew. The more I explain the situation, the less people will believe me. She stretched out her slender little hand, tugged at the corner of Chen Feng's clothes, frowned and said, "Chen Feng, that's enough. Stop making trouble. Aren't you doing this just to get my attention? Now that you have succeeded, why don't you sit down quickly? Don't you think it's embarrassing to be like this?" "What?" Chen Feng was a little confused. "When did I ever try to get your attention? Are you a little too narcissistic?" Qin Yao continued. You boarded this plane just to meet me by chance. Don't waste your time. I can tell you now that it's impossible for us to be together. Sit down and stop making trouble. This should be the last time we meet. Cherish it well. Are you ill? Chun Feng was almost laughed out of anger by her. Chapter 159. What are you thinking about? You scolded me? Qin Yao's eyes widened. A look of disbelief. Chun Feng is my suitor. Shouldn't he try his best to please me? What's wrong with scolding you? Chun Feng didn't care. Qin Yao, who do you think you are? Do you think everyone in the world should revolve around you? I admit that I pursued you before. But that was in the past. What about now? I'm sorry. I have no interest in you at all. I took this flight because I have something to do in the provincial capital, not to meet you by chance, let alone to attract your attention. Don't think too highly of yourself. After saying this, Chun Feng no longer paid any attention to Qin Yao. Instead, he took out his mobile phone, edited a short clip of the video, and showed it to the flight attendant. Ahem, this is a message someone sent me. Something will happen to this plane in 40 minutes. Believe it or not, I've already warned you. If you don't get someone to check the plane, I'll have to get off. After watching the video, the flight attendant was completely shocked. The plane in the video is this flight. What's strange is, this flight has never had a crash before. So how did the video appear? The video doesn't look like a composite edit. She didn't dare to be careless. Regardless of whether the matter is true or not, it must be reported to the leader. What if something really happens? There are hundreds of people on the plane. The flight attendant quickly said, Sir, please sit down for a moment. I will report this to my supervisor right away. After saying that, he left quickly. Chun Feng also returned to his seat again. At this time, Qin Yao was still sitting there in a daze, as if she couldn't believe that Chun Feng would say what he had just said. Was it the Chun Feng she knew before like this? Wrong. I must have seen through his thoughts. And he was so angry and embarrassed that he said those words. What plane crashed? What has no interest in me? They're all fake. Snort. The flight attendant, just now, was so gullible that she actually believed what he said. Qin Yao wasn't the only one who thought so. The people around me have the same thoughts. There's nothing we can do about it. Flight attendants have received rigorous training, and they need to fulfill any request from passengers seriously. Of course, except for some special requirements, you know. Everyone is bored anyway, so just sit back and watch the show. Hey, look at the beautiful woman next to him. She doesn't seem to want to talk to him. Maybe they're not a couple at all. Let's go get her WeChat ID. You can have this. Just as some men were about to strike up a conversation, a broadcast suddenly rang out. Dear passengers, there is currently an engine failure on the aircraft. The plane will be delayed for 1 hour. Everyone was suddenly stunned. Stunned. There was a real malfunction on the plane. Their eyes suddenly turned to Chun Feng with disbelief on their faces. What's going on? What he said actually came true. Even Qin Yao was surprised. Snort. It must be a blind cat catching a dead mouse. She crossed her arms and looked away, not wanting to see Chun Feng at all. Chun Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her. When he was in high school, he had a very good impression of Qin Yao, but now he is not so interested in her anymore. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing this video mission. Reward system points plus 50. Host current remaining system points, 5,580. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the current system prediction time has changed. Currently, any event between 1475 and 2085 can be predicted. The timeline expanded forward 6 years. Chun Feng was stunned for a moment. Why are system rewards advanced? But if you think about it, you will understand. The airline must have discovered the aircraft's fault and started repairs, so this accident will not happen again. Ding! Random rewards burst out. It is detected that the host has a strong desire to purchase an aircraft. Do you want to exchange for 15 of the shares of Dongyao Airlines? What? Chun Feng quickly checked the interface. Sure enough, there was an airline stock for sale. Chun Feng was speechless. When I got on the plane, I was thinking about buying an airplane, and now shares of an airline appeared in the system. This isn't what's making me buy one. But let me buy an airline. Exchange. Ding, deduct 30,000 system points. Deduction failed. Chun Feng looked at his system points and found that he had more than 5,000 points left. It's not enough. The market value of Dongyao Airlines is approximately 50 billion yuan, and 15 of the shares are worth about 7.5 billion yuan. It is still a good deal to exchange 30,000 system points for 7.5 billion shares. If you give a tip to the female anchor. According to his previous experience, It would take about 100 million yuan to earn 30,000 system points. After all, after receiving a lot of tips, many female anchors' thanks were not sincere. This will cost more money. For example, just like when you meet a beggar and give him $100 on the first day, he will be very grateful to you. After giving it to him for 10 consecutive days, he will still thank you, but his gratitude will definitely not be as sincere as the first day. But for Chen Feng, it is still worth it to earn more than 7 billion from 100 or 200 million. I'm bored right now. He turned on the POC sound. The game of rewarding the female anchor started. For a while, the users of Douyin have become active again, especially the female anchors who have come online one after another. Start live streaming. Quick, Brother Feng has started giving out rewards again. Brother Shinhao Feng is online. Sisters, hurry up and broadcast live. Mr. Feng is worthy of being Mr. Feng. Every time he goes online, he can cause a sensation. Just when all the girls started live streaming, Qin Yao also received a message from her best friend, so she quickly opened the Douyin app and started the live broadcast. That Mr. Feng can earn 30,000 yuan just by attending 10 carnivals, more than her monthly salary. Qin Yao thinks, with your looks, you should find a rich man like Mr. Feng as your boyfriend. Only someone like Mr. Feng is worthy of me. She looked at Chen Feng beside her again. I couldn't help but shook my head. There are indeed differences between people. Qin Yao no longer thought about anything else. She quickly fixed her makeup, pointed the camera at her profile, and started the live broadcast. Her appearance score is about 87 points. With the beauty filter turned on fully, she suddenly turned into 95 beauty. Chen Feng, who was watching the live broadcast, took a look at the picture on his phone. I couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He looked at Qin Yao, who was broadcasting live next to him. Shaked his head. Just swipe away the interface. Still want me to reward you? You are dreaming. Qin Yao has been live streaming, but she found that more and more sisters have received rewards from the rich Brother Feng, but there is no movement on her side. What's going on? Impossible. I clearly saw Brother Feng enter his live broadcast room just now. Why is there absolutely no movement? He's not going out again, is he? Qin Yao was stunned. Chapter 160 shares in hand. Yower. Just now, Brother Shinhao Feng gave me 15 carnivals, and my boyfriend also received 5 carnivals. Oh my God, he is so rich. My best friend called me and said excitedly, tell me, how many gifts did you receive? With your looks, you should have received more, right? Qin Yao sighed and said, I didn't receive any reward. Brother Feng came into the live broadcast room and then left again. What? The bestie was also very surprised. That's impossible. Brother Feng will give tips whenever he enters the live broadcast room. Especially the prettier the girl is, the more tips she will give. In the beginning, he only gave gifts to female anchors, but now he sometimes even gives gifts to male anchors. Yower, you are so beautiful. This doesn't make sense. I don't know why. Qin Yao was in a very low mood. She looked at her appearance again in front of the camera. Am I not even as good as a man? At least my best friend's boyfriend received 5 carnivals. Sighed helplessly. After hanging up the phone, she suddenly discovered that Chen Feng next to her was also playing with the acne sound, and his fingers were constantly tapping on it. I was confused and puzzled, but I couldn't let go of my pride and ask the other party. Just at this moment, a man walked over and ignored Chen Feng next to him. He looked at Qin Yao and said, this beautiful lady, can we be friends? The other person was wearing a handsome suit, and the watch on his wrist was a Patek Philippe worth 7 or 8 million, giving him the image of a successful person. Qin Yao frowned slightly. In fact, she noticed that many men were paying attention to her when she got on the plane, and the plane happened to be delayed for an hour. For those men, it's a good opportunity to strike up a conversation. Beautiful lady, let me introduce myself first. My name is Fan Buxian. I currently run an agency. I think your image and temperament are very suitable for becoming an artist. If you are willing, after my packaging, you can achieve success in the entertainment industry. There is an artist in our company named Chen Xiaoxiao. You must have heard of her. She was still an amateur a year ago. It took me a year to turn her into a B-list star. Fan Buxian talks big. He believed that these achievements of his would definitely be able to attract the beautiful woman in front of him. Which woman doesn't want to get into the entertainment industry these days? Really? Qin Yao was also a little moved. She had heard of Chen Xiaoxiao's name. He is currently quite famous in the entertainment industry, although sometimes there are some bad scandals. But who in the entertainment industry doesn't have scandals? She was eager to seize this opportunity. Hello. Qin Yao smiled faintly. The depressed mood instantly improved. It is my honor to make friends with someone like Mr. Fan. My name is Chin Yao. Miss Chin, I'll add you on WeChat. When we get to the provincial capital, I'll treat you to a meal. It'll be considered as a courtesy to you as a host. Fan Bushian said as he held out his cell phone. Chin Yao didn't care either. Opened the QR code in the same way and leaned forward slightly. People around were also whispering. They didn't expect that Fan Bushian got the contact information of the beauty so quickly, and they regretted not chatting her up. With a beep sound, friend added successfully. Just as Chin Yao was about to put her phone away, her peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of Chun Feng's phone interface. That's Carnival. A carnival full of screen. Her whole body suddenly trembled and her phone almost fell to the ground. I was even more shocked in my heart, because not only did she see Chin Feng attending the carnival, she also saw the name of Chun Feng's Douyin. Brother Feng. Oh my God. How dare he be the rich Brother Feng? Chin Yao felt that her face was extremely ugly, as if she had been struck by lightning. No wonder everyone received gifts from Brother Feng. But I have nothing. Damn it, I should have thought of that. Chin Yao opened her mouth. She didn't know how Chan Feng became so rich all of a sudden after not seeing him for 4 years. The gifts that the other party gave to the female anchor must be worth 100 or 200 million, right? Now, her impression of Chun Feng suddenly improved. She felt that her previous attitude towards Chin Feng was too bad. Tidy up your face. Chin Yao's face flashed with apology, and she said softly to Chun Feng, Chin Feng, my attitude was not very good before. Please don't mind it. I just thought about it seriously for a long time, and I think you're a very good person. He is loyal in love and also very handsome. If possible, I think we could try to date. What do you think? Chin Yao's routine is very sophisticated. She did not reveal Chun Feng's identity at the first time, so that the other party would not think that she was with him for money. This is also where she is brilliant. These years, there were many people pursuing Chin Yao. She selected some wealthy and prestigious people from them and maintained good relationships with them, neither rejecting nor accepting them. This way you have a lot more spare tires. Chin Feng raised his head in confusion. Is this woman sick? You say I'm pestering you 1 second, and the next you want to date me? Get out. Student Chin Yao, you must have seen it wrong. I am not loyal at all. 3 of the 4 beauties at Behu University have unclear relationships with me. There are 2 beautiful women living with me in the villa I live in now. I have no advantages, but a lot of disadvantages. Are you sure you want to date me? Seeing Chun Feng's playful expression, Chin Yao's face darkened. Gnashing teeth in anger. I've already bowed my head, but he still won't stop. Is it so great to be rich? Snort. Chin Yao curled her lips and sat there sulking. Chin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her. He just spent 150 million gifts in one go and finally saved up more than 30,000 system points. Exchange. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 15 of Dongyao Airlines shares, deducting system points minus 30,000. Host's current remaining system points, 6,200. Looking at the equity contract that suddenly appeared in his hands, Chin Feng also smiled. The plane he was on happened to be from Dongyao Airlines. At the same time, the headquarters of Dongyao Airlines. Chairman Bao's face changed drastically. His company was actually acquired by a man named Chun Feng for 15 of its shares. The proportion of holdings in the group ranks among the top 5. If such a large share is used by someone with ulterior motives, it can completely shake his position as the largest shareholder. He felt vaguely uneasy. Send someone to investigate Chun Feng's identity immediately. 10 minutes later, a subordinate brought in Chun Feng's information. A senior student at Behu University, an internet superstar. Chairman Bao frowned. The information was written very simply, and there was nothing unusual about it. Perhaps the other party just took a fancy to the shares of Dongyao Airlines and bought them casually. But even so, he still wants to have a good relationship with the other party. Quick, check where Mr. Chun is now. I want to visit him. Chapter 161. It's really great to be rich. He is on flight MN3511. The plane has a problem and is being repaired. He should still be at Behu Airport. Behu City? Chairman Bao checked the time. It was too late to rush over now, so he quickly ordered, call the person in charge over there and ask him to rush to flight MN3511 to visit Mr. Chun immediately. I'll call later too. Remember, you must be polite to Mr. Chun. He is our shareholder. Clear. The subordinate did not dare to neglect it, and suddenly remembered something. Chairman, The vice president seems to be not far from Behu Airport. It won't take him much time to rush over. Okay, I'll call him myself. Chen Feng checked the equity contract and confirmed that there were no problems. He also checked the information of Dongyao Airlines. It has many planes, such as Boeing 738, etc. He wondered if he could get a private plane for himself. It will be much more convenient to travel then. At this time, the flight attendant lady came over with her manager. The female manager thanked him politely. Mr. Chun, thank you for your reminder just now. There's indeed a problem with the engine of our plane. Fortunately, we discovered it in time, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Speaking of, he patted his chest in fear. If it was 10 minutes ago, Chun Feng would definitely not care about these things. But now, he is already a shareholder of Dongyao Airlines, so I have to say a few more words. I can still remind you this time, but next time no one will remind you. And if something really goes wrong, hundreds of lives will be lost. You were too careless in your work. Never make this kind of mistake again. Do you understand? Of course, of course. The female manager kept thanking me. But I was speechless. You are not our leader. Why do you care so much? The rest of the people thought the same way. A little brat. Isn't it just a blind cat catching a dead mouse that guessed an airplane accident? How they should maintain and investigate the accident is their company's business. Are you meddling too much? Qin Yao also snorted. He seems to be still sulking. The female manager suddenly remembered something and hesitated for a moment before asking. Mr. Chun, can you show me the video you showed our flight attendants earlier? Video? Chen Feng said casually. I made that with special effects. If I didn't make a video, you wouldn't believe me. In fact, the video he showed to the flight attendant before was only a part of it. There is no clue at all. He's not stupid. How could he let others guess that he could predict the future? Even if people know about it, no one believes it. The female manager did not dwell on this matter. Just as she was about to leave, a group of people suddenly walked in from the door. The leader was actually Lu Dong, the vice president of Dongyao Airlines. Behind Lu Dong, the person in charge of the Behu area and some senior executives also followed. There are security guards escorting both sides. Such a large formation immediately attracted everyone's attention. This is the vice president of Dongyao Airlines headquarters. Oh my God, why is he here? Just an engine failure. It shouldn't alarm the vice president, right? That's right. Everyone was also confused. The female manager quickly ran forward and shouted in panic. Boss Lu, go away. Lu Dong pushed her away. Amid everyone's surprised expressions, he walked up to Chen Feng and bowed 90 degrees. Mr. Chun, I'm Lu Dong, the vice president of Dongyao Airlines. Then, he suddenly looked at some executives behind him and said coldly, Mr. Chun is the fourth largest shareholder of our company, owning 15 of the shares. Is this how you entertain Mr. Chun? As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Everyone looked at Chen Feng in amazement. The market value of Dongyao Airlines is more than 50 billion. Owning 15 of the shares means at least 7.5 billion in assets. Oh my God, this seemingly inconspicuous guy in front of me is actually a shareholder of the airline. Those who had previously slandered Chen Feng shut their mouths instantly. Joke. The airlines are all owned by others. So what if someone scolds the flight attendant? Next to Chen Feng, Qin Yao, who was still sulking, now widened her eyes. What's so great about having money? It's really amazing to be rich. She really didn't know how much assets Chen Feng had before, but now she knows that his airline company has assets worth nearly 10 billion. Qin Yao was completely stunned. How is this possible? How do you do that? This moment, Qin Yao really regretted it. I regretted not accepting Chen Feng's pursuit 4 years ago, and I regretted not being nicer to Chen Feng just now. She remembered it 4 years ago. Chen Feng liked her so much that he bought her breakfast every day, but she ignored him, including just now. Even if her attitude was a little better, there would still be room for change. But Qin Yao missed it. Chen Feng. Qin Yao felt bitter. She didn't even know when Chen Feng and Lu Dong and others left their seats. She recalled the past scenes and every detail about Chen Feng. At this time, Fan Buxian saw that the seat next to her was empty and sat down directly. Miss Qin, do you mind if I sit here? No, I don't mind. Qin Yao shook her head dejectedly. Then she suddenly remembered something. She had already lost Chen Feng once, and she couldn't lose this opportunity. After hesitating for a while, he asked, Mr. Fan, can you really let me enter the entertainment industry and become an artist like Chen Xiaoxiao? Sure. Fan Buxian patted his chest. He glanced at her and said, "With Miss Chen's looks, as long as I package you, I guarantee that you will become a second-tier star in a year. Miss Chen, if you have time tonight, we can discuss the specific plan." While talking, his palm wrapped around Qin Yao's waist without leaving any trace. "What are you doing?" Qin Yao's expression suddenly changed. He directly pushed the other person's palm away, and his face instantly darkened. "Fan Buxian, please be respectful." "Miss Chen, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to understand?" Fan Buxian's expression was somewhat amused. He directly brought the topic to the table and said, "Don't you think about it? You want to package an amateur into a second-tier star within a year. This is impossible under normal circumstances. Unless you make some sacrifice, you want to get benefits without sacrificing anything. There is no such good thing in this world." Qin Yao finally understood now. What second-tier star? What to pack? Isn't it just exchanging your body for resources? Get out of here. I don't want to see you. I'm not interested in your showbiz. Qin Yao was really angry. She should have thought of it earlier. Fan Buxian's behavior not only made her feel disgusted, but also made her understand the goodness of Chen Feng. At least Chen Feng never did anything excessive when pursuing me. But now, I've already lost him. Can you find it back? Chapter 162, Arrival at the Provincial Capital. In a VIP room, Lu Dong brewed a pot of tea and handed it to Chen Feng, saying respectfully, "Mr. Chen, our chairman Bao has personally instructed us to treat you well." "Oh," Chen Feng was a little surprised. "It seems that the other party is also paying attention to my movements." He said calmly, "Please rest assured, Chairman Bao, I only bought the shares of Dongyao Airlines for fun and will not participate in the company's business." Yes. Lu Dong nodded quickly. The chairman asked him to come over ostensibly to entertain the shareholder, but on the other hand, he also wanted to find out the other party's intentions. Now, his mission is completed. "Mr. Chun, are you going to the provincial capital? I've changed a plane for you. Would you like to go with me?" "All right." Chen Feng nodded. The previous plane had been under maintenance and probably couldn't leave. Under the leadership of Lu Dong, a group of people came to the very side of the airport, where there was a plane that was much smaller than the previous passenger planes. "Mr. Chun, please." Lu Dong smiled faintly. As soon as Chen Feng walked into the passage, he was stunned by the scene inside. Fuck, this turned out to be a private plane. The interior is arranged like a hotel suite, with a living room, dining area, and rest area. The decoration inside the entire aircraft is also very luxurious. Lu Dong smiled and said, "Mr. Chun, this private jet was originally bought by Chairman Bao for his own use, and he spent more than 300 million yuan on the decoration inside. Before I came, Chairman Bao said that if Mr. Chen likes it, he can take it." What? Chen Feng didn't expect that the other party would actually give him a private jet. Oh shit. He suddenly felt that the villa he lived in was given to him by someone else. Yonga Manor was also given to me by someone else. Nowadays, even private jets are delivered to your door. All right, I can't drive either. Well, don't be so polite. It's just over 300 million. I can still afford it. "Mr. Chun, please don't refuse." Lu Dong waved inside. I saw 5 or 6 young women wearing black stockings and stewardess uniforms walking over. They have slim figures and pretty looks. Every one of them is a beauty. "Mr. Chun, these stewardesses are also specially configured for private jets, and the pilots and customer service butlers have already been arranged. If some routes require application, it is very convenient for us to handle it." His meaning is clear. That is to say, you just need to take the plane, and all the personnel arrangements, including aircraft maintenance, have been arranged. "Okay, I'll take the plane, but I'll have to pay for all the expenses myself." Chun Feng was originally planning to buy an airplane. By then it will be more convenient to go to the provincial capital or Kyoto. He can take the plane. However, I still want to pay for the salaries of the staff inside and various maintenance costs myself. After all, this is your own thing. Letting others pay for everything is like riding someone else's plane. What's more, one should be grateful when receiving favors from others. He doesn't want to owe others too much. That's fine. Seeing that the other party accepted the gift, Lu Dong was also very happy. "Mr. Chun, I will leave first. I wish you a pleasant journey." There were 2 pilots in the plane. They all have 6 or 7 years of flying experience and were hired by Chairman Bao at a high price, so safety and convenience are guaranteed. After Chen Feng told the destination, the plane took off directly. "Boss, are you thirsty? I'll pour you a drink." "Boss, your feet must be sore. Let me change you into a pair of slippers." "Boss, is your neck sore? Let me give you a massage." See Chen Feng sitting on the chair. Several stewardesses came over, and some went behind him to give him a massage. Some even helped him take off his shoes and change him into a pair of comfortable slippers. Surrounded by a group of beautiful girls, I smelled the fragrance of virginity, especially those pairs of black stockings and long legs. Chin Feng almost couldn't control himself after seeing this. He quickly said, "Okay, don't take care of me. Just go and do your own things." At this time, Li Shui'er, the housekeeper who was also wearing a stewardess uniform, said jokingly, "Boss, their job is to serve you. If you don't let them serve you, won't they be unemployed?" "All right." Chun Feng was also a little speechless. "Just give me a massage. The rest of you can find something to do." Then he looked at Li Shui'er. The other person was tall and only in his 20s. To be able to become a customer service manager, you should have some ability. He thought for a while and asked, "Shui'er, how much maintenance does our plane cost per year?" Li Shui'er quickly said, "The expenses are still very high, including some downtime fees, operating expenses, equipment maintenance, and staff wages, etc. Because our plane is a little smaller, it costs about 30 million a year." Chen Feng nodded. For many people, more than 30 million is definitely a huge sum of money. Indeed, not many wealthy people are willing to spend so much money on airplanes every year. But for Chen Feng now, tens of millions are just a drop in the bucket. He thought for a while and said, "Give me your card number, and I will transfer 100 million to you as this year's maintenance fee, and then I will give you this plane. If the money is not enough, tell me again." Li Shui'er covered her mouth with her little hands. She didn't expect that the boss would spend 100 million at once. Oh my God, so arrogant. Why less? No, that's enough. Li Shui'er quickly waved her hand. When she reported the card number to Chun Feng, the bank card actually received 100 million yuan. She widened her eyes and counted over and over again. It really is 100 million. After a long while, he looked at Chun Feng with a strange expression and said, "Boss, aren't you afraid that I will run away with the money? Do you dare?" Li Shui'er. She is just an ordinary person. How could she dare to run away? By then, no one knows what means these wealthy people will use to deal with her. What about small whips, dripping wax, Russian roulette? There are so many tricks. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the plane arrived at the provincial capital airport. After Chin Feng explained the situation to Li Shui'er, he got off the plane directly. His appearance at the airport also caused a commotion. After all, even in provincial capitals, not many people can afford private jets. Everyone was guessing Chun Feng's identity. Chin Feng was no stranger to such scenes. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to the World Trade Center. Fuck, what kind of trick is this? Who knows? You say he's rich, but he left in a taxi. You say he's poor, but he drove a private jet. Let's go. Maybe it's some rich kid pretending to be poor again. A group of people were talking. Chapter 163, The Big Boss in a Taxi. World Trade Center in the provincial capital. This is the tallest building in the provincial capital, with a height of nearly 300 meters and a total construction area of 150,000 square meters. It is said that 14 billion was invested at that time, and the geographical location is also very advantageous. It is located in the central area. Even in Kyoto, such a building could be ranked among the famous ones. After all, it is also the landmark building of the provincial capital. And at this time, at the gate of the World Trade Center, a group of people stood there respectfully. Standing at the front was the general manager of the building, Mr. Su, and behind him stood more than 100 employees of the World Trade Center. They were wearing the same uniform, and each of them was looking ahead with a nervous look. It seems like he is waiting for someone. What's going on? Is there some important person coming? Even President Su came down to greet him personally. That's right. I heard that the World Trade Center has a new owner, and he's coming here to inspect today. No wonder. The market value of the World Trade Center is at least over 10 billion. The only people who can afford to buy this building are probably the wealthy people in the provincial capital. But I haven't heard of any rich person buying the World Trade Center recently. We'll find out in a moment. The person who could be personally greeted by President Su must be an important figure. Moreover, this building was invested with 14 billion yuan back then, so its current value must be at least 17 billion yuan. Just think about it. There are no more than 5 people in the entire provincial capital who can come up with 17 billion in one go. Everyone nodded. The bosses and employees of some companies in the World Trade Center focused their attention at the gate. After all, the owner of the building was about to arrive. We will still have to deal with each other in the future. At this time, a Ferrari drove up from the side. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. Here it comes. Mr. Su also became excited instantly, rubbed his hands, and prepared to go up to greet him. Hey, that's not right. Why doesn't this car come through the main gate? I think I've seen that license plate number before. He often comes in and out of our building. It's definitely not the new boss. Now that you mentioned it, I remember it too. It seems to be the boss of that agency. Yes, it's the car of Mr. Fan Bushian. His company is on the 18th floor. It is said that he is doing quite well and has produced several second-tier stars under him. So it's him. I thought it was the new boss. Everyone lost interest instantly. Fan Bushian, who had just got out of the car, was also shocked when he saw the scene at the door. Earlier at the airport, he had to change his flight ticket so that he could return to the provincial capital. Otherwise, 1 hour later, seeing Su Kuei walking towards him, Fan Bushian felt flattered. He quickly smiled and said, Boss Su, why did you come down to pick me up in person? You were so polite. Su Kui Thou Wen. After looking around and not seeing Chun Feng, he turned his gaze to Fan Bushian and said calmly, Mr. Fan, you misunderstood. I'm here to pick up the new boss of the World Trade Center. New boss? Fan Bushian was shocked. When did the World Trade Center change owners? Oh shit, more than 10 billion in assets. The other party is definitely a rich man. Fan Bushian thought to himself that he must find a chance to get to know the new boss later. Although he has his own agency, he also has several outstanding artists under his command, such as Chun Xiao Xiao. For example, Su Qingxing and so on. They are basically second-tier stars. But Fan Bushian knew it very well. Although second-tier stars like Chun Xiao Xiao earn well, their expenses are also high. A lot of resources are acquired by spending money. Sometimes they even need to be arranged to chat with the director about the script late at night, or even have a big party to study new skills, such as the Russian roulette. This way all expenses are deducted. He only makes about 100 million a year. Originally, Su Qingsheng could help him make some money, but that woman didn't know how to appreciate it. Unwilling to participate in these activities. He even fell out with me, and in the end I had no choice but to ban Su Qingsheng. Cut off all her resources. Fan Bushian put aside his thoughts. After finding a parking space and parking the car, he waited for the new boss to arrive with everyone else. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Finally, after waiting for 20 minutes, a taxi drove slowly towards this side. Now, everyone around was stunned. Taxi? What's going on? Could be the new boss? Everyone's expressions suddenly became strange. What a joke. It should be an employee coming to work. How could the boss of the World Trade Center take a taxi? I think you are overthinking it. Yeah. Don't you think that they spent over 10 billion to buy this building, but they still can't afford a car? I guess the boss's car must be worth at least tens of millions. A Pagani or a Lamborghini would be worthy of his status. Yes, rich people like this can afford a private jet. Don't tell me. There really was a private plane that showed up at the provincial capital's airport today. Really? That's right. Someone saw it with their own eyes. There were 5 or 6 stewardesses on that private plane. They are all beauties, wearing black stockings and stewardess uniforms, and the envy of people makes their cocks turn purple. Everyone started chatting. He didn't take the rental car seriously at all. But at this moment, the door of the taxi opened and a man walked out. A smile suddenly flashed across Su Kuei's face. Ran over excitedly. Boss, you're finally here. Boss. Everyone's eyes widened. He looked at Chun Feng with a dazed look as he got out of the taxi. Is this the new owner of the World Trade Center? So young? Is the way of appearance so unique? Still taking a taxi? Oh shit. What surprised them even more was, at this time, Chun Feng looked at Su Kuei with embarrassment. Do you have cash? Lend me 20 yuan. What? Su Kuei was stunned. What's going on? The owner of the World Trade Center actually asked me to borrow money. And it's only 20 bucks. Oh my god, this is fake, right? That Mr. Su must have recognized the wrong person. How could a big boss be short of money? Even if he wants to borrow money, it should be 100,000 or 1 million yuan, right? How much does it mean to borrow 20 yuan? The employees and senior executives standing behind Su Kuei were also confused. One of the senior executives even secretly tugged at Su Kuei's clothes and whispered, Boss Su, are you sure this is the boss? Is he your nephew? Fart. Su Kuei glared at him fiercely. The boss had sent him a photo before. How could he have made a mistake? Now, there was no time to think about it. Hurry up and look for cash on you. Nowadays, people generally pay with their mobile phones, so they don't carry much cash. I finally found $100 and handed it over. Boss, $100 is okay, right? Can. Chun Feng nodded. I gave the taxi driver 100 yuan and said, Master, here's the fare. No need to keep the change. Remember to get a QR code next time. No one carries cash anymore. Haha. Thank you, young man. The driver smiled awkwardly. He is also quite old and doesn't know how to use WeChat or Alipay. Generally, when soliciting customers, payment is made in cash. It seems I have to learn it later. Chapter 164, let's go in and take a look. At this time, Chun Feng turned his head and looked at Su Kuei, smiling faintly. Boss Su, I won't return the 100 yuan to you. You don't need that little money. No, no. Su Kuei waved his hands quickly. This amount of money is really nothing to him. But if you can spend $100 to get a good impression from the boss, it's still worth it. That's fine. Chun Feng nodded and glanced at the building in front of him. Let's go in and take a look first. As they spoke, a group of people walked toward the World Trade Center. The onlookers were stunned. Oh my God, that guy is really the boss of the World Trade Center. Is it popular for big bosses to keep a low profile these days? Awesome, awesome. After all this time, the richest people are not those who drive luxury cars, but those who take taxis. Next time you meet people who take taxis, you have to be polite. Maybe he is a hidden rich man. Yeah, and don't mess with people who wear flip-flops and tank tops. In the crowd, Fan Bushian's eyes widened even more. His face was full of disbelief. Who did he see just now? Others don't know Chan Feng's identity, but he knows something about it. He is a shareholder of Dongyao Airlines. On a 15 stake. 7.5 billion in assets. Now, there's another World Trade Center. Oh shit. How many industries does that guy have? Fan Bushian suddenly panicked. Earlier on the plane, he asked for Qin Yao's WeChat account in front of Chen Feng, although they were not a couple. But he knew that Chen Feng must know Qin Yao, so he picked up the girl in front of Chen Feng. I wonder if that person will bear a grudge. Forget it. If you are offended, just offend. Fan Bushian didn't think about it anymore. He looked at the time and quickly walked into the World Trade Center. He was in a hurry to get back. The main thing is that I have some things to discuss with Su Qingsheng and finally try to see if I can make that woman compromise. After all, Su Qingsheng's appearance is still very good. At least 92 points. If I can really convince the other party, I can increase my income by at least 70 million a year. The World Trade Center has a separate floor that is used as its own office location. The rest are all rented out. This is where all commercial centers are most concentrated, and many large companies choose to settle here, especially some financial companies. There are also entertainment companies, online game companies, and so on. The entire building has 65 floors. You can imagine how many companies can move in. At this time, Chen Feng sat in the general manager's office, looking at the financial statements provided by Su Kuei. He looked at it for a while. Since I couldn't understand it anyway, I packaged the electronic report and sent it to Yunting. Yunting serves as a senior housekeeper. She is also the president of Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, so financial statements are a piece of cake for her. About half an hour passed. Yunting called. She said with a face full of resentment, "Boss, you want to tire me to death? I am now helping you manage 2 companies and a hospital. If you continue like this, I won't have any sleep. Thank you for your hard work." Chun Feng smiled and said, "I hand over the company to you because I value you. If you don't want to manage it, I will find someone else." No. Yunting rolled her eyes. She didn't want to give this opportunity to others. There are no major problems with the financial statements, and the flow of funds is relatively reasonable, but there are a few minor problems. Some reimbursement documents are missing. However, these problems occur in every company. Mr. Su is quite responsible, and there are no major mistakes. Okay, got it. Chun Feng hung up the phone. Having more women in the family has its benefits, as they can solve any problem. Yin Ting on the other end of the phone pursed her lips. Stinky boss. Stinky brother. He doesn't even say a few words to me. The other side. Chun Feng glanced at Su Kuei, who was standing respectfully in front of him. With a faint smile, "Boss Su, you have managed the World Trade Center well during this period. Starting today, your salary will be increased by 30, and the others will be determined later." Su Kuei was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect that the new boss would give him a raise as soon as he took office. I was very excited. "Boss, Okay, stop saying those sentimental things." Chun Feng hates to see men being moved. If it's a woman, at least he can give her a hug. But what can a man do? You will still be responsible for future work, and generally you don't need to report anything to me. But I will send someone to check the work every quarter. Boss, rest assured, I will never be careless at work and will strictly follow the requirements. Su Kuei immediately assured. Chun Feng pressed his palm downwards and asked calmly, "Is the World Trade Center fully rented out now?" "Boss, This is the best location in the entire provincial capital. It's very popular and has already been rented out. I see. Chen Feng frowned. Haitian Intelligent Company is currently thriving and will sooner or later expand to the provincial capital or even Kyoto. You must plan early. In the next few months, please vacate the 3 best floors of the World Trade Center. I will be able to use them when the time comes. But some have already paid the rent. Sukaway was also a little embarrassed. As for the rent that is about to expire, the worst that can happen is that you don't have to renew the lease. But it's difficult for those who have paid the rent. Chun Feng said impatiently. Why don't you just pay the rent and give them a new location? The difference can be made up. There are many ways to do it. Do you still need me to teach you? If you can't even do this, then you don't need to do it anymore. Understood, understood. Sukaway was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Only then did I understand. The boss in front of me looks young, but he is definitely not someone who could be easily fooled. He quickly said, Boss, rest assured, this matter will be done within a month. There's one more thing. The bosses of some of the companies that have settled in know that you are coming today. I want to visit you. Do you have time? Don't bother with that. I also want to go shopping at the World Trade Center. Come with me. Only then did Chun Feng stand up from his chair. The World Trade Center has a total of 65 floors and more than 100 companies. He doesn't have the energy to visit everyone one by one, so he'll just go wherever he wants. Just get to know each other. In addition, Chun Feng is relatively low-key and doesn't want to attract too many people's attention. After visiting a few companies, I arrived at the 18th floor. Bushin Media Company, Limited. This is a brokerage firm. Sukaway quickly said, the boss of this company is Fan Bushin, who is about 30 years old, and the company he founded is also of a small scale. Several second-tier stars have emerged, including Chun Xiaoxiao, Su Qingcheng, and Wang Ruhan. He is quite famous in this circle. Oh, Chun Feng's expression was a little strange. Let's go in and take a look. Then he walked in. Chapter 165 Move Out. In the office of Bushin Media Company, Ltd. Fan Bushin looked at Su Qingcheng, who was sitting opposite him, and said coldly, Su Qingcheng, you are so good. The company spent so many resources to make you famous. How do you repay the company, and how do you repay me? I won't act this, and I won't act that. You didn't even go to the activities arranged for you. What do you want? Su Qingcheng was wearing casual clothes today and dressed very casually. Anyway, I haven't filmed for a long time, so I can wear whatever is comfortable. But even so, she still looks stunning. Her cherry lips, small mouth, and fair skin give her a delicate and refined feeling. Su Qingcheng frowned slightly and said calmly, Boss Fan, you know better than me how much resources the company has spent on me. Do you need me to tell you? I admit that my fame is partly due to the company, but I got that through my own strength. I just want to act well. I will not participate in offline so-called drinking companion activities or late-night script chatting activities. If you want to cut off my resources, then go ahead. Anyway, my contract will expire in half a year. Fan Bushin was a little annoyed. This woman is really stubborn. His eyes swept over Su Qingcheng's body. He was determined to take this woman down today. He forced himself to suppress the anger in his heart, and his tone became a little softer. Qingcheng, I do all this for your own good. Just think about it. With your looks, you just need to please those directors and investors. There will be plenty of resources in the future, and I guarantee that I can make you a top star within a year. By then you will have fame, wealth, and everything. Unlike you now, you haven't worked for half a year, and your savings are almost used up, right? Look at Chun Xiaoxiao again. She has 3 dramas to start filming this year, and 2 variety shows to appear on. These resources are almost as good as those of a first-tier star. Speaking of, Fan Bushin slowly walked towards Su Qingcheng. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Qingcheng, I'm actually more optimistic about you. As long as you agree to my arrangement, I can give you all these resources. I don't need it. Su Qingcheng suddenly moved her body to the side. Just now she felt that the other person was smelling the fragrance on her body, and she felt a little unhappy. The smile on Fan Bushin's face faded again. He walked to the desk, took out 2 scripts, and threw them over. Okay, then you don't have to participate in offline activities. Don't you like filming? I have 2 scripts here. Take a look at them yourself, and get ready to start work tomorrow. Su Qingcheng was slightly stunned. She has already prepared herself for the resource cutoff since her contract will expire in half a year anyway. By then, if Chun Feng's film and television company is established, at worst, I can go and join Chun Feng, even if it means losing your virginity. She is also willing to choose Chun Feng and will never let Fan Bushin succeed. But now, what about the other party giving me 2 scripts? Su Qingsheng took the script in confusion. Looked carefully at the contents inside. The next moment, his face changed drastically. He stood up suddenly from his chair. Glare. You, I can't act out this script. Ow. Fan Bushin said with a teasing look on his face. Don't you like acting? I'll give you the script, and you'll be the heroine, and you don't have to participate in other activities. What a great thing. Others want it but don't have it yet. Su Qingqing's face turned red with anger. When I thought of the scenes described in the script, my heart started beating wildly. I can't act in this kind of movie. It's too explicit. It's all sex scenes. Su Qingsheng found it difficult to say it out loud. Fan Bushin chuckled. This is more than just a sex scene. It's even more exciting than Russian roulette. Su Qingsheng, don't forget that you signed a contract with me. If you refuse to take the role, you will have to pay a penalty. The penalty is not high, just over 100 million. If you can come up with more than 100 million, I can terminate your contract now. If you can't come up with that much money, then just give me a good performance. Su Qingqing's brain buzzed. She remembered. There was indeed such a clause when we signed the contract. Can't refuse to perform. But over the years, she has only had tens of millions in savings. There are more than 20 million left now. Where can I get more than 100 million? Can't raise the money. Then you have to act. Su Qingsheng seemed to have seen that scene. Her clothes were torn to pieces, and then the other person pounced on her. This is not a script. It's basically a live broadcast. Fan Bushin, you are shameless. What do you mean I'm shameless? It's clearly written in black and white on the contract. It was you who didn't read it carefully. Who can you blame? Fan Bushin smiled complacently. Qingsheng, make a decision quickly. Su Qingsheng felt somewhat desperate. This moment, she suddenly thought of Chun Feng. If I borrow money from Chun Feng, will he lend it to me? Have no idea. Maybe not. At this moment, a figure suddenly walked in. He sat down carelessly on the chair next to him. He said with a teasing look on his face, Boss Fan is really good at this. It seems that no matter what Miss Su chooses, you will be the winner. Hearing the familiar voice, Su Qingsheng suddenly raised her head. An exclamation. Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun. Fan Bushin also frowned slightly. Mr. Chun? And this time, an assistant rushed in and said anxiously, Mr. Fan, this gentleman was trying to come in just now, and I didn't stop him. Okay, get out now. Fan Bushin's face was gloomy. He really didn't expect Chun Feng to appear suddenly. His eyes suddenly swept between Chun Feng and Su Qingqing. These two people actually knew each other. Not good. At this time, Su Kuei also walked in slowly. After greeting Fan Bushin, he stood obediently beside Chun Feng. The atmosphere in the entire office also seemed a little subtle. Fan Bushin said with a gloomy face, Mr. Chun, we met on the plane before. I didn't expect that we would meet again so soon. Speaking of this, he changed the subject and said, however, even though you're the boss of the World Trade Center, you can't just barge into my company. After all, I have paid the rent. Su Qingsheng, who was standing by, was stunned. The owner of the World Trade Center? Oh my God, the World Trade Center is also his? She really couldn't imagine how many industries Chun Feng had. Chun Feng suddenly looked at Su Kuei. How long will it take for the rent of Bushin Media Company, limited to expire? We need to check this. Su Kuei quickly took out his cell phone to check. The reply came quickly. Boss, they're due in 3 months. Chun Feng asked again. How much is the penalty for breach of contract? 30 of the rent. Chun Feng nodded and suddenly looked at Fan Bushin again. Your rent is 200,000 per month, 600,000 for 3 months, and including the penalty for breach of contract. The total is 780,000. I'll give you 1 million. Now, you move out of the World Trade Center. Fan Bushin's face changed. Chapter 166, do you dare to leave? Although the other party is willing to pay a penalty of 1 million. But 1 million is nothing to Fan Bushin. He doesn't want money, but it allows the company to continue operating in the World Trade Center. After all, the location here is the commercial center of the provincial capital. The company here not only represents a kind of face, but also can get in touch with more bigwigs and learn more information channels. Fan Bushin took a deep breath. He suppressed his dissatisfaction and said, Mr. Chun, I don't want your liquidated damages. As the boss of the World Trade Center, I hope you can abide by the contract. There are more than 100 companies settled in the World Trade Center, and none of them breach contracts as casually as you do. What will they think? I think you know that this is not good for you or me. I'm happy to do that. I have plenty of money. Isn't that okay? Chen Feng leaned back slightly, not caring about what the other party said. The World Trade Center is mine. I can do whatever I want. Besides, just based on the location and position here. Even if I violate the contract every day, there are still people begging to move in. Mr. Fan, I'll give you 3 days. If you don't move out in 3 days, I'll evict you. Fan Bushin gnashed his teeth in anger. I wish I could beat this grandson up. Mr. Chun, there is no hatred between us, right? Are you angry because I asked for Miss Qin Yao's contact information on the plane? Don't worry. I've already deleted the contact information. Qin Yao, Chun Feng said jokingly. That woman has nothing to do with me. You can pick her up as you like. Then why are you targeting me? Fan Bushin really couldn't understand why the other party was targeting him. The next moment, his eyes suddenly turned to Su Qincheng beside him. My heart trembled. Could it be because of Su Qincheng? He originally thought that these two people just knew each other, but now he found that things are not that simple. Since there is no room for easing the situation, Fan Bushin also directly tore his face off. Boss Chun, I know what you mean. You just want to vent your anger for Su Qincheng. If you don't let me live well, then you won't live well either. Su Qingqing's contract is in my hands now. Either you help her pay more than 100 million yuan in compensation, or she just accepts the role honestly. In his opinion, Chun Feng must have taken a fancy to Su Qincheng. That's great. If you want to get this person, you have to exchange more than 100 million for him. Anyway, we have broken up, so any money earned is better. Fortunately, I have the leverage over Su Qincheng. Otherwise, I would be at a disadvantage. Su Qingtian without win. She didn't know what choice Chen Feng would make, and she felt uneasy. Now the only way is to rely on Chen Feng. At this time, Chen Feng slowly stood up from the chair and smiled faintly, threatening me. I never thought of going against Mr. Chen. Fan Bushin stood up straight and spoke with confidence. If Mr. Chen thinks I'm threatening you, then just treat it as a threat. Anyway, you won't let me stay in the World Trade Center, so does it matter whether I threaten you or not? Fan Bushin, Su Kuei on the side, shouted coldly. Boss Su, you can't blame me for this. Your boss put pressure on me as soon as he arrived. Isn't he trying to make me compromise on Su Qingqing's matter from the side? I can see that the purpose of his coming today is to help Su Qingqing terminate the contract. You can terminate the contract if you want, but not a single cent less than the 150 million. I think Mr. Chan has a big family and a lot of money, so he shouldn't be short of this little money, right? Fan Bushin has been in the provincial capital for so many years, and he is not someone who can be easily messed with. You are blocking my way to wealth. It's like killing my parents. Still wanting to talk to you nicely? You wish. So what if you have money? You still have to take it out. Su Qingqing's expression was extremely complicated. On the one hand, she wanted Chun Feng to help her escape from Fan Bushin's control. But on the other hand, she didn't want to owe Chun Feng so much money. 150 million. I'm afraid I'll never earn that much in my lifetime. Although it is not worth mentioning to Chun Feng, he still has to pay back the money. At this time, Chun Feng smiled. When he heard that Su Qingcheng was in this company, he just wanted to come and take a look, but he didn't expect to overhear the conversation between Fan Bushin and Su Qingcheng. Now I really want to help Su Qingcheng terminate the contract. Fan Bushin, 150 million is really nothing to me. Chun Feng looked mysterious and said with a half smile, but I don't want to give you a penny. Not only that, I have to help Su Qingcheng terminate the contract today. Although he was not familiar with Fan Bushin, but it can be seen from the previous conversation between the two. This person has extremely bad character, especially the artists in his company. All of them rely on selling their bodies to get ahead. Maybe Fan Bushin himself tried to test the depth. If Su Qingcheng continues to stay in this company, something bad will happen sooner or later. Ha ha! Fan Bushin laughed out loud. He was obviously angry at Chun Feng's words, and his face darkened instantly. Chun Feng, are you kidding me? This contract is legally binding. Do you think it's possible to take someone away without paying? Believe it or not, I can sue her to the point of bankruptcy. Speaking of, his eyes suddenly turned to Su Qingcheng. Tell me, do you dare to leave? Su Qingcheng felt bitter. She didn't dare to leave. Chun Feng patted her shoulder and comforted Su Qingcheng. With a faint smile, Fan Bushin, I remember Chen Xiao is an artist of your company, right? So what? Fan Bushin snorted coldly. Chun Feng shook his head and said, do you remember the scandal involving young Master Yu Hao from the provincial capital some time ago? I remember one of the scandals was about him sleeping with Chen Xiao. Someone also uploaded the video, but it was taken down immediately. Do you think if I hype this news up again, Chen Xiao will be finished? Doesn't she have 3 film and television dramas and 2 variety shows to appear in this year? Isn't she your cash cow, Fan Buxian? If anything happens to Chen Xiao, you, Fan Buxian, will lose more than just the 100 million. Fan Buxian's expression suddenly changed. If Chen Xiao was exposed to scandal at this critical juncture, it will definitely affect future TV dramas and variety shows. All the initial investment will be wasted. Damn, this guy is so cruel. Chun Feng continued, don't doubt my ability. My Douyin account has more than 10 million followers, and any piece of news can become a hot topic. Besides, what I have the most now is money. Isn't it easy to just get a few trending searches? It's so easy to bring down you and the artists in your company. It's all your fault for behaving badly and thinking about those crooked ways all day long. Fan Buxian's heart was boiling with anger. But even if I'm annoyed, there's nothing I can do now. A pair of eyes stared at Chun Feng. Do you think you have a sure win? Do you think I'm really afraid of you? I have more than just Chen Xiao as an artist. Even without her, my company will still be able to operate. Yeah. Chun Feng sighed. How do you think the incident happened to young Master Yu Hao in the provincial capital last time? He also offended me. Do you think your head is tougher than Yu Hao's? His connections are stronger than Yu Hao's. As soon as these words came out, Fan Buxian felt like he was struck by lightning. There was a deep look of horror in his heart. Chapter 167 Free. Yu Hao. Not only did he know this person, but he was also very familiar with him. Many of Chen Xiao's resources were obtained through Yu Hao's matchmaking, and there were indeed some unspeakable dealings between the two. Last time he heard that Yu Hao had offended someone. In just 1 hour, the scandal was dug up. The company is under investigation. Account frozen. All business partners also stopped cooperating. In the end, Yu Hao was arrested for committing some crimes, and even his father Yu Wenzhou and the forces behind him were helpless. Fan Buxian knew it very well. Yu Hao has an official background, and ordinary people can't touch him at all. And what is the truth? This moment, he suddenly looked at Chun Feng in front of him. I was so scared that my whole back was covered with cold sweat, and beads of sweat the size of beans fell on my forehead. He was really scared. If he can't even beat young Master Yu, what can he use to fight others? The other party was able to dig up scandals about Mr. Yu. That would definitely uncover scandals about myself and everyone in the company. Your own company. Apart from Su Qingsheng, is there anyone who is clean? The most important thing is, the other party definitely has a background. Fan Buxian's straight back suddenly bent down, and his whole body was like a deflated ball. A look of panic flashed across his face. Mr. Chun, I was wrong just now. I didn't recognize the real man. Please don't bother with me. I will move out of the company tomorrow. No, today. I will move out today. I don't want any rent, not a penny. Then he quickly called to the female assistant outside. Xiao Hong, quickly bring Qing's contract over. Mr. Fan, the contract is in the archives. Then go find it quickly. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Fan Buxian wanted to kick this assistant away. It's okay that the assistant is usually slow. At least he's good in bed. But now, how dare I delay any longer? Get out of the way. He pushed the female assistant aside and hurried into the archive room. 5 minutes later, Fan Buxian ran in quickly with a contract in his hand. Mr. Chun, this is Su Qing's contract. I don't want any liquidated damages, not even a penny. From today on, Su Qingsheng is free. Su Qingsheng, standing aside, was completely stunned. All along, she tried every possible means to get the contract back from Fan Buxian. But no matter what method I used, it was useless. Now, Chun Feng actually did it with just 1 sentence. And they don't even ask for penalty. Especially when she saw Fan Buxian's frightened expression, her heart was filled with shock. It turns out that Yu Hao's accident was related to Mr. Chun. Yu Hao once had feelings for me. During a filming, Yu Hao went to visit the set as an investor and put medicine in the water when he handed it to him. If my assistant hadn't noticed the abnormality that time, the other party succeeded. Fine, that guy was dealt with by Mr. Chun. Su Qingsheng looked at Chun Feng with gratitude, only to see the latter hand over the contract and smiled faintly. You are free. This contract is given to you. You can handle it yourself. Thanks. Su Qingsheng smiled like a flower. He tore the contract into pieces directly. She is free. I originally thought that I would have to endure another half a year, and even during this half year, I would have to continue to endure the pressure and entanglement brought by Fan Buxian. Now, I'm truly free. Before, when she heard Chen Feng say that he didn't want to spend a penny, she was confused. How could a man as powerful as Fan Buxian let me leave so easily? Now it's really done. Chen Feng looked at Fan Buxian again and smiled coldly. Remember what you said? If you don't leave after 3 days. I'll move today. I'll move today. Fan Buxian quickly assured. Chen Feng was too lazy to care. He took Su Qingqing away from Buxian Media Company, Ltd. Along the way, Su Qingchang followed behind him. As he was walking, he suddenly bumped into Chen Feng and was so scared that he quickly took a few steps back. He quickly apologized. Im seti. Chen Feng waved his hand. Anything else? Yes, yes. Su Qingchang said quickly. Mr. Chen helped me a lot in Behu last time, and my mother insisted on treating you to a meal when she found out. It just so happens that you helped me again today. If you have time, why don't you come to my house for a simple meal tonight? You're home. Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Su Qingchang chuckled and said, my home is not far from here. If my mother knew you were here, she would definitely be very happy. Mr. Chen, if it weren't for you today, I wouldn't have been able to leave Fan Buxian's company so easily. Just consider it as my thanks for a home-cooked meal. All right. Chen Feng did not refuse either. Anyway, it's already afternoon, so it's impossible to go back to Behu today. There are also guest rooms in the World Trade Center. I have some things to take care of here. Please look around for a while. I'll find you when I'm done. Uh-huh. Su Qingqing nodded quickly. She was also very happy in her heart. The other side, Fan Buxian kicked the computer in the office and smashed it to pieces. He felt very depressed. Not only did they lose Su Qingqing's contract for nothing, but the company also had to move out of the World Trade Center. More than 100 million was lost in one go. That Chen Feng must have a background, and he didn't dare to cause trouble for him. So frustrating. Anger, manic, all kinds of emotions filled his mind. At this time, Fan Buxian suddenly took out his cell phone and dialed a number. His tone also became very polite. Uncle Yu, I am Xiao Fan, a friend of Mr. Yu. Fan Buxian. On the other end of the phone, Yu Wenzhou frowned slightly. He also has some impression of this junior. I used to hang out with my son Yu Hao a lot. Now that my son has been arrested, all of his former friends have cut off contact with him. I don't know why this guy is still calling. Fan Buxian organized his words and said with a smile, Uncle Yu, young Master Yu was arrested last time, and I actually wanted to use some of my connections. Get to the point. Oh, it's like this. I know who targeted Mr. Yu last time. It was a man named Chen Feng. He is now in the provincial capital. I think you can get lost. Fuck you, Fan Buxian. If you want to die, don't drag me into this. Yu Wenzhou hung up the phone with a bang. The last time something happened to his son, he almost got himself into trouble. Although the company has improved a little now, it has not gone bankrupt. But it also seriously hurts your vitality. Others may not understand, but he knows it clearly in his heart. Not only the son was in trouble, even his nephew Yu Batian was implicated and is now being punished in the War Department. For this matter, my elder brother turned against me. This matter has finally been put to rest, but that idiot Fan Buxian still wants to cause trouble. Damn it. Yu Wenzhou was so angry that he made a phone call and ordered, go find a few people and beat up that idiot Fan Buxian. Clear. The other party responded respectfully. After hanging up the phone, I felt better. Chapter 168, Tricking Daughter. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Feng finally finished dealing with the World Trade Center matters. He called Su Qingqing and the two of them took the elevator downstairs together. Mr. Chen, I have already prepared the plan for the film and television company that you asked me to make last time. You can take a look at it if you have time. Su Qingqian my Fai Li. Subconsciously, he leaned towards Chen Feng. Smelling a faint body fragrance, Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Quickly suppress the evil thoughts in your heart. He coughed dryly and said, send it to my email first. I'll take a look when I have time. Qingsheng, I don't know much about the entertainment industry, and I don't want to worry about it so much. If you are willing, I will set up a company, and you can help me run it. How about that? Su Qingsheng was suddenly stunned. Her previous idea was that if Chen Feng set up a film and television company, she could sign a contract with him. With Chen Feng's character, it won't let her suffer any loss. But now, the other party wanted him to manage a film and television company. Oh my God. Su Qingsheng was a little confused. Mr. Chen, I also want to help you manage it, but I don't know anything. I just know a little bit about the rules of the entertainment industry. I'm afraid if I can't manage it well. Fine. Chen Feng waved his hand domineeringly. The only person he can trust in the entertainment industry now is Su Qingqing. The rest of the people, either they have too many things on their plate or they have no idea about the entertainment industry. For example, Yunting. There are matters to be dealt with regarding Entertainment Investment Company, Limited, Watson Hospital, and the World Trade Center. Shang Yinyan's words. In the future, Haitian Intelligent Company will definitely be handed over to her. After all, she is Shang Jun's daughter. The film and television industry can only rely on Su Qingqing. Don't worry, I don't have any other abilities, but I have a lot of money. If you don't know how to manage it, I can pay someone to teach you. As long as money can solve the problem, it's not a problem. Su Qingqing blinked her big eyes. She had never seen such a domineering person before. But thinking about it makes me feel relieved. The Haitian Intelligent Company owned by the other party is enough to make him wealthy. Smartphone watches with holographic projection technology are now on pre-sale, and I'm afraid it won't be long before they become a craze. So, have you thought a name for the company? Su Qingqing tilted her head and looked at him curiously. It's just an awesome film and television company. What? That's an awesome film and television company. Su Qingqing was completely stunned. This name is too random, isn't it? Really? Rich people can do anything. Su Qingqing was too lazy to say anything. Anyway, the company belonged to Chen Feng, and the other party didn't care, so what opinion could she have? When the elevator reached the 10th floor, suddenly a person walked in. Qin Yao was wearing a professional suit at this time. She came here to look for a job. She had previously found an internship at a company, but later resigned because she thought the salary was too low. The World Trade Center is the central area of the provincial capital, and the companies here offer relatively high salaries. But what disappointed Qin Yao was that, because she had not yet graduated and had not received her diploma, the salaries offered by the companies she interviewed were not high. In fact, her family also runs a company, but it is relatively small. So, Qin Yao has always had a sense of superiority in front of other students. That's why, when Chen Feng pursued her, she looked down on him. But she regretted it. As soon as Qin Yao walked into the elevator, she saw Chen Feng standing inside. I suddenly felt happy. Chen Feng, are you here to see me? Chen Feng glanced at her indifferently and said nothing. And at this time, only then did Qin Yao see Su Qingqing standing next to him. Although she was wearing casual clothes and had no makeup on, she gave off a very elegant temperament. On appearance, on temperament. Talk about body shape. Better than me in every way. What surprised her even more was, the other party is Su Qingqing, who is well known in the entertainment industry. Star artist. Qin Yao's heart suddenly trembled. Chen Feng is so rich now. Every woman who appears around me is a star, prettier than me, and has a better figure than me. Is there really still hope for me? She felt a little lost. The elevator quickly reached the first floor. Chen Feng didn't say a word to Qin Yao and left with Su Qingqing. You looked down on me back then, but now you can't afford me. Look, isn't that the new boss of the World Trade Center? A bit like him. At noon, Mr. Su brought someone to greet us. I saw him then. He was a man just now. I can't believe it. At such a young age, he already owns a World Trade Center worth over 10 billion. I heard a group of people talking nearby. Qin Yao was extremely shocked. Previously owned 7.5 billion shares of Dongyao Airlines. Now, there is the World Trade Center worth more than 10 billion. Oh my God, he's so rich. Qin Yao's heart was in turmoil. What she lost was not just Chen Feng, but tens of billions of assets. Su Qingqing's home is about a 15-minute drive from the World Trade Center. The community where she lives is in a mid-range area, and a house costs about 1 million yuan. She usually lives alone. During this time, due to her contract, her mother also moved in, mainly responsible for food and daily life. The house is about 150 square meters, but the decoration is quite classy. After all, Su Qingqing is a second-tier star. It still has a little value. It's just that she is not like other stars who buy luxury villas as soon as they have money. As for a house, as long as it is big enough to live in, that's enough. Xiao Chen, come on, please take a seat. Mother Xiao Yuhe was still very enthusiastic. She did not call Chen Feng Mr. Chen or Mr. Chen. After all, Chen Feng is old. Besides, calling him Xiao Chen would be more intimate and would bring both parties closer. Although Su Qingqing's mother is in her 40s, she is well-maintained and has some similarities with Su Qingqing in her eyebrows. It can be seen that she must have been very beautiful when she was young. Seeing her mother's enthusiastic eyes, as if she was looking at her future son-in-law, Su Qingqing's mouth twitched suddenly. Finished. I'm afraid Mom might have misunderstood something. Mom, the contract issue has been resolved. I am no longer affiliated with the company. Mr. Chun helped me solve it. Su Qingsheng originally wanted to find a topic to attract her mother's attention. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yue's smile became even more intense. Xiao Chun, you see, our Qingsheng always troubles you, and I feel embarrassed. Do you have a partner? Otherwise, you could just take Qingsheng in from our family. I feel relieved when you are by her side. Mom, what are you talking about? Su Qingsheng stamped her feet shyly. She covered her face. I wish I could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. This mother is such a jerk. Why does she directly promote her daughter? Chen Feng's mouth twitched as well. Are you going to pack up your daughter and send her to me? If I accept it and find it unsuitable later, can I return it? Chapter 169, Staying at Su Qingsheng's house. At Su Qingsheng's strong request, Mother Xiao Yue stopped talking. Then he ran to the kitchen to cook. Su Qingsheng had already called back in advance, and Xiao Yue also bought some vegetables. They're all home-cooked dishes. Her cooking skills are still very good. After all, Xiao Yue had been taking care of Su Qingsheng's meals during this period. At this time, while cooking, Xiao Yue was thinking about how to keep her future son-in-law. In the living room, Su Qingsheng's face was still a little red. She glanced at Chen Feng secretly and said shyly, Chen Feng, my mother was just joking just now. Don't take it to heart. After what happened just now, the distance between the two of them has been shortened. The name has also changed slightly. Phoenix. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Quickly changing the subject, I just looked over the plan you made for the film and television company. Overall, there's no problem. I can't stay in the provincial capital for long. Let's take advantage of this moment to finalize the rest of the matter. He is not a gentleman. If it wasn't for the desire to save his virginity for the person he loved the most, he would have probably slept with all the women around him. Men are like that. With a bunch of gorgeous beauties hanging around you every day who can still take care of their own body. Su Qingsheng also instantly perked up. Previously, the two of them had only decided on the name of the company, and the rest had not yet been discussed. He quickly leaned forward and moved closer to Chen Feng. Chen Feng then said, You should know something about the early planning of a film and television company, including company registration, etc. You can go and run it yourself when the time comes. If you want the address, choose the World Trade Center. I will let Mr. Su know when the time comes and choose a floor with a better location. Clear. Su Qingsheng is like a student. Holding a mobile phone, he recorded every word Chen Feng said. Chen Feng continued, You will also be responsible for recruiting personnel. Just get the place up and running for the time being. Later, I will help you select some scripts and sign artists. There's nothing wrong with that. Su Qingsheng nodded. After hesitating for a while, he said, I can handle all the preliminary preparations. The most important thing is the funding. Give me your bank card number. Give it to me first. Seeing Chan Feng's unquestionable look, Su Qingsheng quickly reported her card number. Immediately following, receive SMS alerts from the bank. Su Qingsheng was suddenly stunned when she saw it. I actually received a transfer of 1 billion. Chen Feng said with a smile. What's so surprising? It's just pocket money. I haven't opened a company account yet. I'll transfer the money to you first so that you don't forget it later. This should be enough as the company's working capital, right? Enough is enough. Su Qingsheng was simply stunned. Think back to the past. There are only tens of millions in Fan Buxian's agency account. She originally thought that Chen Feng was just making a small fuss. Who knew that they would spend 1 billion at once, which is already considered a big company in the film and television industry. In the kitchen, Xiao Yue saw the two of them sitting there chatting, and the scene was quite harmonious. I was also very happy in my heart. It seems like this son-in-law has a chance. About half an hour passed. Xiao Yue prepared a large table of delicious food, and it was obvious that she cared very much about Chen Feng. In fact, there's a saying in the countryside. If you go to your mother-in-law's house for dinner and she only cooks 1 or 2 dishes, it means that your mother-in-law doesn't like her son-in-law. If the table is full, it means that you like it very much. Auntie, you don't have to be so polite. Chen Feng was speechless. I always feel like I've entered a wolf's den today. It's okay, they're just some side dishes. Xiao Yue's smile grew wider and wider, and she took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet. Xiao Chun, it's your first time here, so there's nothing good to treat you. Just order whatever you want and treat this place like your home. Speaking of, he poured a glass of wine for Chen Feng and also poured half a glass for Su Qingsheng. Mom, why are you drinking so late at night? Su Qingsheng couldn't help but roll her eyes. Didn't my mom hate drinking in the past? I bought this wine for my dad, but she didn't let me drink it and kept it here. Today is an exception. Xiao Chun is here. Shouldn't I be happy? Xiao Yuha also poured herself a half cup. Come on, Xiao Chun. I'll toast you. Qing Cheng is such a troublesome kid. If you hadn't helped her, she would have been cheated by someone long ago. Andy, you're welcome. Seeing the other person swallow, Chun Feng felt embarrassed not to drink since he could drink quite well anyway. Just be bored. The three of them didn't eat much throughout the night and just kept drinking. Xiao Yuha is the elder after all. Later on, the other person took a sip, but Chun Feng wanted to drink a glass. What puzzled Xiao Yuha was, Chun Feng has already drunk 3 bottles of red wine. How come he doesn't seem drunk at all? You could drink too much, right? The meal took more than an hour, and it was dark by the time we finished. Si Chun Feng is about to leave. Xiao Yuha insisted on keeping him. Xiao Chun, I'm worried about you going out after drinking. Qing Cheng has also been drinking and can't send you off, so why don't you stay here overnight? It just so happens that we have an extra room in our house, and you have helped Qing Cheng so much. I feel so bad for leaving so late at night. Oh shit, it turns out that there's a pit dug for me here. Chun Feng smiled and said, Auntie, I can call Didi. No need to trouble you. In fact, he had a very good impression of Xiao Yuha as an elder, except for betraying his own daughter. He is pretty good in other aspects and has a kind heart. No trouble, no trouble. Xiao Yuha pretended to be angry and said, Xiao Chun, do you dislike your aunt's place? Our family conditions are a little ordinary. No, why would I dislike it? My family's conditions were even worse before. This time, Chun Feng truly experienced the power of middle-aged women. They want to keep you. You can't find an excuse to leave. All right. The main reason is that Chun Feng himself also wants to stay. Who is afraid of whom? Su Qingcheng, who was standing by, blushed. She felt a little excited and a little flustered. I don't know what to do. So you agree to stay? Xiao Yuha was so happy that she quickly pulled Chun Feng toward the bedroom. Xiao Chun, you will sleep in this room tonight. I've already made the bed for you. Mom, this is me. Su Qingjian et Gelim. Before he could stop them, the old mother had already taken Chun Feng in. She was so embarrassed that she sank down on the sofa. He was mumbling something in his mouth, but no one knew what he was saying. Chun Feng, who had just walked into the room, was suddenly stunned. Oh shit, isn't this Su Qingqing's room? Chapter 170, there is another person in the quilt. Su Qingqing's room is mainly white and is decorated very warmly. The whole room feels clean and tidy. In particular, there was a faint fragrance in the room. Even the trash can was fragrant. It seems that both female stars and school beauties like to make their rooms smell good. At this time, Chun Feng's attention was attracted by the wardrobe next to him. The closet door was open, and you could see the clothes inside, even some lace underwear hanging inside. Xiao Yuha closed the closet door very calmly. He smiled and said, This bedroom is the largest. Originally, Qingqing has always slept here. Since you are a guest today, you have to sleep here for the time being. What? Chun Feng was a little confused. Subconsciously asked, Where does Qingqing sleep? Don't worry, she has a place to sleep. Xiao Chun, you've been busy all day, so hurry up and take a rest. Go take a shower later, and I'll help you wash your clothes. Haha, no need. Chun Feng waved his hands quickly. What a joke. If I wash my clothes, won't I be naked? Auntie, go and do your work first. Don't worry about me. Well, Xiao Yuha smiled and left the room. Just walked out. Su Qingqing ran over quickly, grabbed her mother's arm, and said with a sad face, Mom, is Chun Feng your biological son? Or am I your biological son? You let him sleep in my room, then where should I sleep? You can't let me sleep with him? Speaking of this, her face turned red instantly. Xiao Yuha pointed to the sofa in the living room and smiled. My dear daughter, just stay on the sofa tonight. Chun Feng is your benefactor after all. You can't let him down. Su Qingqiang felt more and more like she was found. She pursed her lips and said, Isn't there another room? I can sleep in another room. Yes, there are, but the key is that it has not been laid out yet, and there are no extra quilts. Xiao Yuha yawned, waved her hand, and said, You can take a shower in the public bathroom. I've also got your pajamas out for you. I'm going to sleep first. Mother. Watching her mother slip away quickly, Su Qingqiang stomped her feet in anger. She glanced in the direction of her bedroom. I wanted to say something, but I didn't say it. You got a bargain. When Su Qingqiang walked into the bathroom, she saw the pajamas her mother had placed there. Semi-transparent, silk pajamas. Oh my God, was my mom's head squeezed by the door? There was a stranger at home who actually gave me this kind of pajamas. She was almost speechless. Chun Feng was lying on the big fragrant bed. He took a bath in it and put on his clothes. You can't sleep naked, right? Zhang Tianxiang hasn't looked for me in the past 2 days. It seems that the border is either safe or the situation has not broken out yet. After all, they were informed in advance, and there was also a new generation of combat uniforms. The crisis at the border should not be serious. Maybe because he was too busy during this period, Chun Feng fell asleep all of a sudden. He had a lot of dreams. I dreamed that I went to the border, fought bravely on the battlefield, and became the leader of millions of soldiers. I also dreamed that I seduced Shang Wanyu. Just when I was having the most exciting dream, I woke up because I had to pee. Man, Chun Feng got up cursing. When I was about to pee, I found that there was no water in the bathroom in the room. The water supply is out? In desperation, I had to walk out of the bedroom to see if the bathroom outside was functioning normally. As soon as I opened the door, I saw Su Qingsheng sleeping on the sofa. She was wearing a translucent silk pajamas, and the blanket on her body had been kicked to the ground, revealing the curve of her chest, slim figure, and long white legs. Chun Feng was drooling at the sight. Oh shit, don't be so tempting, right? He quickly quickened his pace and ran into the bathroom. If I really want to keep watching, I may not be able to hold back. Fine. There was water in the bathroom outside, so Chun Feng hurried to urinate. He almost died from holding it in just now. Spent 10 minutes in the bathroom. Just as he was returning to the bedroom, he suddenly found that there was another person under the quilt, with a faint body odor. Chun Feng suddenly pulled back the quilt. Oh shit, why did Su Qingsheng get on the bed? How the hell did he get here? I was stunned immediately. Su Qingsheng was clearly sleeping soundly on the bed. Could she be sleepwalking? When he returned to the bedroom, just now, he didn't even notice whether there was anyone on the sofa. I felt that hot body next to me, especially the sideways, sleeping position that outlined a perfect curve. Chun Feng quickly climbed up from the bed. If I were at her house, I would do it to her on her bed. That's it. He tiptoed out of the bedroom and sat down on the sofa. But that moment just now, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xiao Yuha's door move. I couldn't help but smile bitterly in my heart. This daughter is selling out too much, isn't she? The next day, when Su Qingqing woke up, she found herself in bed. She didn't know how she got to the bed. He changed his clothes before leaving the bedroom. Chun Feng has also gotten up. He fell asleep on the sofa in the middle of the night. Xiao Yuha pulled her aside and whispered, "Daughter, why didn't you seize such a good opportunity last night?" "Oh, it's really... Su Qingsheng didn't know what happened last night. She felt like she didn't even know when her mother would sell her out. All right. After all, the other person is your mother. Xiao Yuha hurriedly entertained Chun Feng again and said with a smile, "Xiao Chun, how did you sleep last night?" "Good." Chun Feng said this. "But I was thinking MMP. Don't you know what happened last night? Believe in your ghost." Xiao Yuha laughed dryly twice, and just as she was about to say something, the phone rang. After chatting for a few sentences, he hung up. He looked at Su Qingsheng with a strange expression and said, "Daughter, your second aunt will be here soon." "Why is she here?" Su Qingsheng was very surprised. "Because under normal circumstances, my second aunt would not come to my place." Xiao Yue smiled and said, "Your second aunt heard that you haven't filmed for a long time and are about to quit the entertainment industry. So she wanted to introduce you to a boyfriend so that you can start a family." As he said this, he looked at Chun Feng standing beside him. Then he said, "I told her that it's not necessary because you already have a partner, but your second aunt didn't believe me and brought the person here. They will be here soon." Su Qingsheng was speechless. "You are a star after all. Are you afraid of not finding a partner?" "Why? I really don't know what this second aunt is thinking." She secretly glanced at Chun Feng's face and found that he did not show any dissatisfaction. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 171, I Have a Private Jet. 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. A middle-aged woman walked in. She looks a bit like Xiao Yua, but she's a few years younger and is Su Qingqing's second aunt. Behind my second aunt was a man in a suit and glasses, looking like a successful man. As soon as the second aunt came in, she took Su Qingqing's arm and said, "Qingsheng, I think you should just quit the entertainment industry now, since your boss has banned you anyway. There's no point in you staying any longer. You might as well find a good family to marry. Look, I've already found a good partner for you." Speaking of, he pulled the man behind him over and said with a smile, "This is Wang Chung. Don't look at his young age. He is the vice president of the company. Xiao Wang, come on, say hello to Qingsheng." "Hello, Miss Su." Wang Chung extended his right hand very gentlemanly, wanted to shake hands with Su Qingsheng. "The person in front of you is a star. Although her fame has declined a lot now, her appearance is still very high." "Hello." Su Qingsheng smiled faintly, just nodded politely. Xiao Yuha on the side was a little unhappy. She had finally chosen Chen Feng as her son-in-law, and now her sister brought another person over. Isn't this just asking for trouble? She quickly said, "Second sister, let's not get involved in young people's affairs. Qingsheng has her own ideas. Maybe she already has a lover. There's a sweetheart. Who is it?" Second aunt was also a little curious. Su Qingsheng has been in the entertainment industry for so many years without a lover, so how come she suddenly has one now? At this time, she suddenly saw Chan Feng sitting next to her. I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. "Big sister, who is this?" "Oh, this is Xiao Chun, Qingqing's friend." Xiao Yuha introduced with a smile. Qingqing had a dispute with her company, and Xiao Chun helped her solve the problem yesterday. I invited Xiao Chun to have dinner here. As soon as these words came out, second aunt hasn't thought of anything yet. Wang Chung behind her suddenly changed his expression. "Oh shit, what's going on? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. I had dinner last night. Why are you still here? Doesn't that mean stayed here last night after dinner?" Wang Cheng's eyes suddenly widened. The word "stay overnight" has many meanings. It could mean a single bed. It is also possible that two people sleep in one bed and drive a car at the same time. Oh my god, it's impossible? Wang Chung had heard before that Su Qingsheng had her resources cut off by the company boss because she refused to discuss the script with the director late at night. Logically speaking, she should be a pure and innocent person. It can't be that unrestrained, right? Impossible. Impossible. I must be overthinking it. Wang Chung quickly suppressed his thoughts and greeted Chen Feng. "Hello, Mr. Chun. I wonder where you're working." "I," Chen Feng said casually. "I haven't graduated from college yet. So what's the point of being tall?" "It turns out to be classmate Chun." Wang Chung immediately breathed a sigh of relief and didn't take the other party to heart. After all, Su Qingqing's status and position are here. Even if you want to find a partner, you wouldn't look for a poor student. It's fate that we met here. If you can't find a job after graduation, you can come to me and I can help you find one. Then he handed over a business card. Pure gold business card. Successfully pretended to be cool. In fact, this business card is just gold-plated on the outside, and one of these is only worth 2,000 yuan. He made 10 in total. They're all used to show off at critical moments. After all, Su Qingsheng is a person who has seen the world, so how could she defeat the other party without any ability? Chen Feng glanced at the company on the business card. His expression suddenly became strange. Deputy General Manager of the Provincial Capital Branch of Dongyao Airlines? All right, it's my company again. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry to trouble you with Qingqing's matter. Second aunt also nodded. She thought Chen Feng studied law, so he could help Su Qingsheng resolve the contract dispute. I didn't think much about it. After all, the scene of Wang Chung handing over his business card just now shocked her. Oh my god, a business card is all gold-plated. It seems that this vice president is really rich. Xiao Wang, come and sit over here. No matter whether Qingsheng has a lover or not, you should leave it to your friends first. Young people still have a lot of topics to talk about. Second aunt tried her best to bring them together. Xiao Yuha kept winking at her sister, but the latter ignored her. She was so angry that she wanted to curse. Su Qingsheng subconsciously sat next to Chen Feng. The corner of Wang Cheng's mouth twitched, but he quickly returned to normal, and he said with a smile, "Auntie, Miss Su, I came rather abruptly this time, and I didn't prepare any gifts. But I recently got a private jet. So Miss Su, just tell me where you want to go. Always at your service." He originally thought that the other party would be surprised when hearing the news. After all, a private jet is still very expensive. There are not many people in the entire provincial capital who can afford it. It's not that I can't afford it. The main reason is that the maintenance costs are too expensive, tens of millions of dollars a year. However, at this time, Su Qingqing's expression was calm, without any fluctuation. However, my second aunt's eyes suddenly lit up. "Xiao Wang, you bought a private jet? Yesterday, I heard that a private jet appeared at the provincial capital's airport. Could it be yours?" "Haha, to be honest with you, that's my private plane." Wang Chung straightened his chest. He said casually, as the vice president of the provincial capital branch of Dongyao Airlines, "My income is still very high. In fact, the plane is not expensive, only 2 or 300 million. However, the annual maintenance costs, staff salaries, etc. would cost about 300 to 500 million. Actually, it's not that bad after all. I have a status here, so I can still afford it." That's right, that's right. Second aunt nodded quickly. She really likes this Xiao Wang and thinks he's a good match for Qingqing. They didn't notice. When Wang Chung said this, Chen Feng looked up at him. The expression is even weirder. Second aunt quickly pulled Su Qingqing's arm again. Qingcheng, you are unemployed now. It's just right. A company's second on a trip. We can take Xiao Wang's private plane. I've never been on a private jet in my life. Su Qingcheng sighed. She really has no interest in private jets. Especially when I see Wang Cheng showing off, I always feel a little disgusted. Look at Chen Feng. So have you ever shown off your money? Aunt, I'm afraid I can't go traveling with you. I already have a new job. What job? Second aunt was slightly stunned. I just quit my job yesterday. How can I find a good job so soon? Su Qingcheng pursed her lips and pointed at Chen Feng next to her. It's a film and television company, invested by Chen Feng, 1 billion, and I'm the main person in charge. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chapter 172. Put your face forward and get beaten. Film and television company? 1 billion? Second aunt and Wang Cheng suddenly looked at Chen Feng, who was sitting there. They can't imagine. How could a college student come up with 1 billion yuan? Even Wang Cheng, the vice president of Donyao Airlines, couldn't come up with it all at once. Only Xiao Yuhe looked as if it was a matter of course. A proud snort. Now you know how rich my future son-in-law is, right? But she was also deeply shocked. Previously, her daughter only told her that Chen Feng was very rich and that any one of his companies was worth hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars. But he never said he would invest 1 billion to start a film and television company. And the daughter is the person in charge. Was it a temporary decision? Xiao Yue felt very happy. It seemed that sending her daughter to bed last night did have some effect. She wondered, should I use some stronger medicine next time? Second Nan's eyes moved away from Chen Feng again, with a trace of disbelief on her face. Qingcheng, you didn't lie to me, did you? Isn't Xiao Chen a student? Where does he get the money? Wang Cheng also retorted. Miss Su, I know you just terminated your contract with the company and are anxious to find another employer, but opening a film and television company is not as easy as you think. Maybe Mr. Chen was just joking with you. After all, 1 billion yuan of funds. Speaking of this, he smiled meaningfully. Su Qingcheng did not refute. Slapped him in the face with facts. She took out her phone, checked the balance of her bank card, and chuckled. It's true that opening a film and television company is not easy, but Chen Feng said that things that can be solved with money are not a problem. So, just transfer 1 billion to me directly. The two of them quickly leaned over to take a look at the phone screen. I was stunned. So many zeros. They counted over and over again, and the total was 1 billion and 50 million. Those small changes should be Su Qingqing's own money. This moment, Wang Cheng's face turned red instantly. He originally thought that Chen Feng was really just a college student, but after all this time he realized that he had been fooled. Have you ever seen a college student come up with 1 billion yuan in one go? There's a transfer record on the mobile phone. Su Qingqing's words are definitely not false. Second aunt's eyes widened even more. The person she has always recognized is Wang Cheng. After all, he is the vice president of the provincial capital branch of Donyao Airlines. He not only has a noble status, but also has well-spoken manners. The most important thing is to have money. But what about now? Second aunt's resolute heart began to waver. As soon as the vice president entered the door, he began to show off his status, with a pure gold business card and a private jet. Look at Chen Feng. From the time she entered the door until now, he sat there without saying a word, but secretly transferred 1 billion to Su Qingqing. What is a super rich person? This is what a super rich man is like. He doesn't even bother to show off. If Su Qingqing hadn't taken out on her own initiative just now, they wouldn't have known about this. Student Chen. Wang Cheng felt a little unconvinced. He became vice president when he was less than 30 years old, which was considered outstanding among his peers. He didn't believe that Chen Feng earned his money himself. She said earnestly, although your family is very rich, you can't spend money like this. Although film and television companies make money, if you don't have experience, the risks are also very high. Chen Feng was speechless. I don't even bother to pay attention to you, but you still insist on putting your face close to me to get beaten. He said calmly, don't worry, the business I invested in has never lost money. As for this money, I earned it myself, and it has nothing to do with my family. Did you earn it yourself? Wang Qing opened his mouth. Is it so easy to make money these days? 10 billion is easy to make. You can't get so much even if you go to rob. At this time, Chen Feng suddenly looked over with a strange arc flashing across his lips. Just now I heard you say there's a private jet. I also want to learn more about it. Brother Wang, if you don't mind, would you like to take us for a ride this afternoon? Annie, Ching Chung, you haven't ridden on a private jet, right? I heard it's very comfortable inside. There's also a dedicated stewardess for massage, and the seat is spacious. How about we go and experience it together? Well, okay. Xiao Yuha also pulled Su Qingqing's arm and said with a smile, Daughter, let's go and experience it. Ah, Su Qingqing was not originally interested in private jets. Seeing that both his mother and Chen Feng wanted to sit, he had no choice but to nod. Wang Cheng, who was standing by, suddenly changed his expression. What a joke. He doesn't have any private jet. He was just pretending to be cool and talking nonsense before. Because Wang Qing knew that even if he really invited Su Qingqing now, the other party would not agree to let him take a private plane so quickly. As for the future, at worst, you can rent one in advance. At this time, Wang Cheng was in a dilemma, and his forehead was covered with sweat due to anxiety. Why? Brother Wang doesn't want to. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. You still want to show off with my private jet in front of me. You may have never experienced the beatings of society. No. Wang Cheng cursed Chen Feng's ancestors for 18 generations in his heart. I'm just being polite. I'm not really inviting you to take a private jet. Especially when he saw the puzzled expressions of Xiao Yuha and Su Qingsheng, he felt sick all over. Once this matter is not handled properly, it will leave a bad impression on Su Qingsheng. He thought for a while and said quickly, Well, the plane is currently under maintenance. I need to call and ask if it has been repaired. Speaking of, I walked to the side and made a phone call. Wang Qing knew about that private jet. The chairman of the headquarters spent 300 million yuan to build it. I heard that the chairman gave the plane away 2 days ago. It seems like he is a new shareholder of the company. 15 stake. After all, Wang Cheng was a senior executive of the provincial capital branch. Through some connections, he finally found out 10 minutes later that the shareholder was called Mr. Chun. I also got the other party's phone number. We are from the same company. Mr. Chun should rent it to me. Wang Cheng had no idea either. He had never met Mr. Chun and didn't know what his personality was like. In order to pick up Su Qingcheng, I have no choice but to give it a try. It took him a lot of effort to get this phone number, and it must be kept confidential and not disclosed at will. He organized his words and walked out onto the balcony. The moment the call was connected, Chun Feng's phone rang while he was sitting on the sofa. Chun Feng directly pressed the hands-free button. A familiar voice came from the phone. Hello, Mr. Chun. I am Wang Cheng, the Deputy General Manager of the Provincial Capital Branch. The thing is, my mother is about to die of cancer. She had never ridden in a private jet in her life. I wanted to fulfill her wish before she died. Mr. Chun, would you mind renting me a private jet for a day? Don't worry, just tell me how much money you need. I can handle it. The whole living room suddenly became quiet. Second aunt looked at Chun Feng's cell phone, then looked at Wang Cheng, who was bending over on the balcony while making a phone call. It seemed like I understood something in an instant. Su Qingqing and Xiao Yuha also had strange expressions, as if they had suddenly realized something. Do you have a private jet? Hee hee. That's just a joke. Your mother has cancer? To fulfill her wish? Hee hee. That's a joke too. Chapter 173. A slap in the face? Chen Feng also didn't expect that Wang Cheng would dare to call him and ask to borrow his private plane to pick up girls. He shook his head helplessly. He smiled into the phone and said, Brother Wang, if you want to borrow a private jet, why don't you just tell me earlier? Why don't you just borrow it from me in person? Why are you calling me? Ah, Wang Cheng felt that the other party's voice was somewhat familiar. Is Mr. Chun so easy to talk to? Can I borrow it in person? That's not right. Why does it sound a bit like Chun Feng's voice? He turned his head sharply. Chun Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled and raised his cell phone at him. It was like a bolt from the blue. Oh shit, what's going on? How did I get to him? Could it be Mr. Chun? Wang Cheng was completely stunned. A look of horror flashed across his face. But he knew that this shareholder owned 15 of the shares, which was 7.5 billion. He originally wanted to show off in front of Su Qingsheng. In the end, he failed to show off and got fucked. Wang Cheng's face was extremely embarrassed, especially when I thought about the time when I handed my business card to Mr. Chun. I showed off this business card worth 2,000 yuan for a long time. The more I think about it, the more embarrassed I feel. He hurried over from the balcony and called out respectfully, Mr. Chun, Mr. Chun. Su Qingqing and others also opened their mouths wide. Mr. Chun? Could it be that Chen Feng is the CEO of Dongyao Airlines? Second aunt slapped Wang Cheng in the face, feeling very angry. Okay, Wang Cheng, I introduced you to our Qingsheng because I think you are a good person. You actually lied to us. What private jet? What deputy general manager of a provincial capital branch? I think it's all a lie. I don't want to see you again. Having said that, he left angrily. She didn't want to stay here and be laughed at by her sister. The person I recommended turned out to be a liar. Who knows how many other things we have deceived ourselves about. Wang Qing also felt that he had no face to stay here, so he greeted Chen Feng politely. Escaped in panic. It was so embarrassing to have my lie exposed in front of Su Qingsheng. Chen Feng didn't say a word. I just sent a message to Lu Dong, the vice president of the headquarters, asking him to check Wang Cheng's accounts. I hope that the other party has not done anything illegal, otherwise he will be severely punished. After the irrelevant people left, Xiao Yu's attitude towards Chen Feng became better and better. Xiao Chun, don't pay attention to them. Sit here for a while. I'll make you breakfast. After getting up, they didn't have time to eat breakfast. Xiao Yuha took advantage of the situation and pulled Su Qingsheng to the kitchen, whispering, "My daughter, Xiao Chun invested $1 billion to start a film and television company and specifically appointed you as the person in charge. This is obviously interesting to you. You must seize the opportunity quickly and don't lose me, your good son-in-law." Ah, Su Qingsheng really didn't think about it that way. Mom, are you overthinking it? He's so rich and surrounded by beautiful women. How could he possibly fall for me? What? Isn't my daughter beautiful? Xiao Yuha had a stern face and reached out to pat her, but my daughter has big breasts and a nice, but she's a big star and has a good temperament. How could she not be attracted to you? Ah, Su Qingsheng glared at her mother angrily. Move your body away quickly. Xiao Yuha smiled and said, don't you think about it? A company with a registered capital of $1 billion is also considered a large company. Why doesn't he just find a professional manager to manage it? What do you know? You can act, but you don't know how to run a company. But Xiao Chun still gives you such a big stall. Isn't it because he trusts you? Why does he trust you? Because he treats you as his woman. Xiao Yuha acted as if she had seen through everything a long time ago and kept brainwashing her daughter. Su Qingsheng thought about it. That's really the case. But there are a lot of women around him. I heard that there's a school beauty who has a good relationship with him, and there's also a beautiful female CEO who has a good relationship with him. That doesn't matter. Xiao Yuha waved her hand indifferently. It's normal for a man as outstanding as Xiao Chun to have a few women around him. If I'm right, he's still single, right? It seems right. Su Qingqing indeed had not heard that Chen Feng had a girlfriend. Isn't that right? Xiao Yuha said earnestly. With his current status, it is inevitable that many women will approach him flatteringly. Even if he has ambiguous relationships with 10 girls now, it is normal. Anyway, you haven't gotten married yet, so you have plenty of opportunities. As long as you can outshine all the girls around him, won't you too have a chance? Let me think about it. Su Qingqing's mood was very complicated. She didn't know how to face Chen Feng. Maybe what her mother said made sense. Okay, let's go have breakfast. Xiao Yuha finally breathed a sigh of relief. I hope my daughter can fight for her chance and win Chen Feng over as her son-in-law. Breakfast is simple: fried dough sticks, buns, and white rice porridge. Chen Feng discovered that Su Qingqing would secretly look at him from time to time today, as if there was a flower on his face. It left him speechless. After breakfast, Su Qingqing took Chen Feng to apply for a business license for the film and television company. She also listened to her mother's advice and tried her best to find opportunities to be alone with Chen Feng, looking at the figure that kept moving closer to his arms. Chen Feng hugged her and said with a strange smile, "Qingqing, why do you always get into my arms? Are you trying to take advantage of me?" Su Qingqing blushed. There was a trace of panic on his face. "I'll go over there and fill out the information," saying, ran away quickly. She had never been in such close contact with the opposite sex. That moment just now, smelling the masculine scent coming from Chen Feng and feeling his strong chest, she was actually a little dazed for a moment. Chen Feng chuckled. In the past 2 days, I've been cheated again and again by that mother and daughter. Gotta get some interest back. In the following period of time, Chen Feng did not rush back to Beihu, but helped Su Qingsheng handle the affairs of the film and television company here. After all, she's a girl. Many things are not easy to handle, especially when going through the procedures at various official departments. It is still quite complicated. When Chen Feng took out his War Department certificate, all the procedures became simple and almost smooth. The information would have originally taken a week to complete. Now you can get it done on the same day. I didn't expect this certificate to be so useful. Chen Feng looked at the ID in his hand again. There There was only Shang Yu's name on it, but no photo of the other party. He has also always been curious about the other person's appearance. It seems I will only have the chance to watch it next time. Chen Feng stayed in Beihou for 5 or 6 days. The internal situation in China seemed very harmonious, but the conflicts on the border were becoming more and more intense. The battle could break out at any time. Chapter 174, Kill the Enemy. Border. About 400 or 500 sets of the new generation of combat uniforms were delivered one after another. Shang Yu had all of them worn by 4-star and 5-star generals. These people were equivalent to the backbone of the combat department. As for herself and the king-level masters of the War Department, there is no need for them to wear them. For masters like them, fighting is no longer just about guns and ammunition. It's all a fist-to-flesh competition. For a king-level master, even if he can't penetrate your combat uniform, the powerful force can still injure your internal organs. So the effect of wearing combat uniforms is limited. It would be better to give these combat uniforms to other people so as to save their lives. Shang Yu looked at the battlefield ahead. The battle had already broken out. It was exactly 10 days. Huagua has transferred most of its top-level masters to guard various positions, but the current situation is more serious than she imagined. Around Shang Yu, Huanzi and others were on high alert, and Yu Batian was also in this team. Last time he offended Chen Feng in Beihou and violated the discipline of the War Department. Now he hopes to make amends. So, I've been working extra hard these days. I hope to be forgiven by the military leader. Shang Yu looked at the battle in the distance, her brows slightly furrowed. Huanzi, report the battle situation. There were also foreign enemies invading the other 3 areas, but they were all repelled by our heavenly king-level warriors. We killed 400 enemies below 5 stars and 2 heavenly king-level masters. 200 of our people below the 5-star level died, and 3 of our heavenly king level were injured. Huanzi quickly reported the battle situation. This situation is already considered a great victory. He went on to say, however, it seems that the enemy has concentrated most of its forces in our current area. If this continues, we are likely to suffer losses. How about transferring some of the experts from the other 3 areas here? Need not. Shang Yu suddenly pulled off his battle robe and said, I will personally join the battle. Military lord, no. Huanzi was shocked. He always remembered what Minister Zhang told him. The military commander's chronic illness is likely to relapse today. If he joins the war, the consequences will be disastrous. They can die, but nothing can happen to the military commander. The other side has a master who is as strong as me. If I don't join the battle, China will definitely lose. A cold look flashed across Shang Yu's face. She turned her palm over. The pitch-black dagger appeared in his hand. Since I took control of the combat department, I have participated in battles no less than 100 times. Have I ever retreated? If I didn't take action, more people in the War Department would have died. My life is life, and your life is life too. If something happens to me, you retreat immediately. But, no buts. Shang Yu exuded a powerful aura, like a descending god of war. Her breath surged, and she shouted coldly, Everyone, follow me to kill the enemy. Kill, kill. Under the leadership of Shang Yu, a group of people rushed towards the battlefield. Bullets were flying everywhere in the distance, but they could never hit Shang Yu. She always managed to avoid the bullets in the first possible moment. Huanzi and others behind him were wearing combat uniforms. The damage caused by bullets to them has been reduced to the minimum. Quick, follow the military commander and make sure she is safe. Huanzi was very anxious at this moment. Their purpose is not to kill the enemy, but to help the military leader block the fatal blow at the most critical moment. Even if it means sacrificing my life, it doesn't matter. Border battle. It was originally a fight for life. Shang Yu is very fast. The dagger in his hand directly cut the neck of an enemy, and at the same time he punched out. He actually knocked one of the enemy's top-level masters flying backwards, and the others took the opportunity to finish him off. Military lord, let us clear the way. Seeing Shang Yu joining the battlefield, everyone in the War Department became excited. 2 powerful kings quickly cleared the way for her. Boom! Anyone who blocked the way was instantly knocked away. In fact, almost all the king-level strongmen in the combat department knew Shang Yu's physical condition. They wanted to end the battle as soon as possible before the opponent's illness relapsed. With the joining of Shang Yu, the situation on the entire battlefield gradually improved. Every time Shang Wanyu made a move, an enemy died at her hands. Even a king-level strongman from the enemy country could not escape from her clutches. Kill! Kill! The entire battlefield was filled with sounds of killing, from guns and ammunition at the beginning to close combat later. Seeing two king-level powerful men coming to kill him at the same time, Shang Wanyu sneered immediately. A terrifying aura burst out directly and instantly appeared in front of a person with an extremely cold voice. A mere heavenly king level. You are really looking for death. So fast, the man's face changed drastically. This was his first head-on confrontation with the military leader, and he didn't expect that he couldn't even withstand a single move from the opponent. Before he could retreat, he felt a cold dagger piercing his heart. Killed instantly. At the same time, the other person retreated explosively. But no matter how he retreated, he found that the distance between him and Shang Wanyu not only did not increase, but was rapidly shortening. Immediately following, as he looked horrified, Shang Wanyu's dagger had already slashed across his neck. It took less than 30 seconds. Two king-level warriors have died in her hands. For a while, the whole audience was shocked. A king-level strongman is already considered a very powerful existence on the battlefield, but now he was killed so easily. For enemy forces, Shang Wanyu is really their nightmare. The morale of the combat team members soared. At this time, Shang Wanyu's brows suddenly frowned. She felt severe pain all over her body, as if she was cramping, and her hands were weak. Not good. The chronic disease has relapsed. She stood there, not daring to move, with beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. He could hardly even hold the dagger in his hand. Military Lord. Huanzi noticed something was wrong at the first moment. He quickly ordered everyone to surround Shang Wanyu and was about to retreat. An unexpected event occurred. Not far away, a black shadow quickly rushed towards this side. Very fast. It was right in front of me in the blink of an eye. Quick, stop him. Huanzi recognized it. That man is the leader of the enemy country, possessing the same combat power as the military lord. He is also a very terrifying existence. Several powerful king-level warriors stepped forward to stop them. Their strength is already considered very strong in the combat department. But at this moment, facing the black figure, he was knocked away like a piece of dry wood and rotten wood. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. Getting closer. Huanzi even took out a gun, but it was useless. The other party can dodge bullets. Moreover, it is impossible to aim accurately when moving at high speed. The man sneered. Hee, girls should go home and give birth to babies. Why go to the battlefield? Prepare to die, military commander. Throw out a punch. Get out of the way. Shang Wanyu's face changed drastically. She gritted her teeth, endured the severe pain in her body, and was ready to take the opponent's move at the cost of serious injury. Just at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed over and blocked the punch. At the same time, that punch also pierced the opponent's chest. You Batian. Shang Wanyu's heart was shocked. She really didn't expect that at this critical moment, Yu Batian would actually help her block the fatal blow at the cost of his own death. Chapter 175. Who is the most powerful ruler on the border? General, I have not brought shame to the War Department. Yu Batian turned his head with difficulty. The corners of his mouth were already covered in blood, but he still smiled at Shang Wanyu. He now really regrets everything he has done before. Members of the War Department should fight bravely on the battlefield. Now he has done it and used his own life to protect the safety of the military leader. Shang Wanyu's face changed drastically. She had a bad impression of Yu Batian to begin with, and even said that she disliked this subordinate very much. But now, she felt very sad that the other party lost his life for her. She doesn't want to owe anyone a favor. And now I'm afraid I can never repay this favor in this lifetime. She wanted to save Yu Batian. But the opponent's injuries were too severe, and he was about to die, and his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Getting weaker and weaker. She endured the pain in her body and gathered all her strength. Her figure turned into an afterimage again, and she kicked towards the opposite side with a whip kick. The breath surges. Bang! The terrifying pressure directly pushed the black shadow back. And at this time, the pain from the cramps all over Shang Wanyu's body eased a little, and a surge of anger burst out. Ingsha, you are looking for death. The black shadow opposite is nicknamed Ingsha, and he is the leader of the enemy forces. The purpose of Shang Wanyu's appearance on the battlefield is not only to boost morale, but more to intimidate Sha. But every time, Sha never confronted me head-on, but today he actually took the initiative to attack me when he saw that there was something wrong with my body. I didn't expect that there are people willing to die for you. Lord, Lord, I have waited for this opportunity for so long. You can't escape today. Sha patted his chest. The attack from the opponent just now actually broke one of his ribs. But it doesn't matter. He still had the confidence to kill the Lord of the War Department on the battlefield. Run? Well, have I ever run away? Even though Shang Wanyu knew that her body could no longer bear it, she still did not retreat. She wants to kill the enemy. We must solve the current problem. Even if it means losing my life, I don't hesitate. Laugh. She moves very slowly, but in the eyes of others she appears very fast. Kill an enemy with every step you take. Who can be undefeated in the battlefield? The military leader is invincible. Who is the most respected one on the border? The military leader is respected. Follow me and kill. Kill. Tens of thousands of soldiers responded in unison, and the murderous intent so overwhelming that even Sha was stunned. China was originally in a weak position, and now, with the leadership of the military leader, the momentum is growing. All the members of the combat unit are fighting desperately. They seem to be fearless of life and death, and just want to win this battle. The military leader must die. A cold light flashed in Sha's eyes. Even though she's just a woman, her fighting power is stronger than that of an ordinary man, and she can also boost the morale of the soldiers. He indeed has the talent of a general. He rushed towards Shang Wanyu again. There were members of the War Department who kept trying to stop him, but he killed them all instantly. Shang Wanyu also had a cold expression. The dagger in his hand kept killing the enemies. Seeing the distance between the two getting closer, a king-level strongman from the War Department suddenly rushed over and stood in front of Shang Wanyu. Huanzi, take the army commander away. He knew Shang Wanyu's situation and knew that her body wouldn't last long. Ouyang Chun, get out of the way. Military commander, please consider the overall situation. If you die, we will all be finished. Ouyang Chun didn't say anything and rushed directly towards the oncoming Sha. He knew that he was definitely no match for Sha due to his own strength, so he shouted loudly towards the people around him. Who will help the military commander escape from this predicament? I'll do it. Another king-level warrior from the War Department quickly rushed over. At the same time, dozens of people also gathered around and surrounded Sha. These people are all 4 or 5-star generals. They did not seek to kill the enemy, but only to delay time. Kill. Delay time for the military leader. Kill. Kill. Everyone besieged Sha madly. You are looking for death. Sha was extremely angry. Although the people around him were not his opponents, each of them could stop him for a moment. So annoying. With a casual grab, he broke a person's neck in an instant. Military lord, hurry up. Military lord, don't let them die in vain. Huanzi and others forcibly dragged Shang Wanyu and kept retreating. Shang Wanyu felt very aggrieved. In the past few years on the battlefield, she had killed the enemies so fiercely every time. This is the first time I've escaped like this. Shameful. Huanzi said quickly, Military lord, if you die, China will be in crisis. Currently, no one except you can deal with Sha. Our people are either unable to return from the battlefield outside the domain or are insufficiently strong. Think about it. If something happened to you today, what would the War Department do? Although Chun Feng is quite capable, no one knows if he could be a match for Sha. Shang Wanyu was shocked. Yes, they have always regarded Chun Feng as their heir. But can the opponent really resist Shadow Break? Maybe later. But now, if something happens to me, the War Department will be in crisis. Shang Wanyu no longer hesitated. He glanced at the people who were entangled with Sha not far away, gritted his teeth, and said, Retreat. A group of people retreated towards the border. At the same time, the crazy fire from a distance blocked the pursuing enemies outside the border. The war came quickly and went away quickly. Half an hour later, the enemy forces gradually retreated. Although the war unit won great victories in other areas, it suffered heavy losses here. The 2 king-level warriors who had blocked the attack were all killed, and 50 or 64, and 5-star generals were also killed. In a military camp, Shang Wanyu was lying unconscious on the bed. Several heavenly king-level warriors around her had frowns on their faces. The atmosphere in the whole room was extremely solemn. The situation became even more serious after the military commander withdrew just now. Block the news. No one is allowed to enter this room, and no one is allowed to know that the military commander is in a coma. Once this news is known to the enemy, given Shah's personality, he will definitely launch an attack again. By then, no one in the entire War Department will be his match. Perhaps there is someone in the battlefield outside the domain who can deal with Shah, but he's too far away and can't get back now. Clear. Huanzi also knows the seriousness of the matter. The military commander fell into a coma unexpectedly. The only way now is to save the person as soon as possible. In the past, the military commander's chronic illness had recurred, but it usually didn't take long for him to recover. This time, it has indeed become more serious. Chapter 176 Arrangements of both sides. There are doctors in the military camp, but they have all come into contact with Shang Yu's illness over the years, and they have not been able to cure her disease at all. Seems very helpless. Captain Yun, the military commander, is in critical condition, and we are helpless. Let's look inside China to see if there is anyone who can cure her illness. A doctor sighed and said, Yun Jie is a king-level warrior. The army commander is unconscious, so he's the strongest one now, and he must stabilize the situation. He shook his head. The military commander's condition is very strange. You are considered to be a relatively skilled doctor. If even you can't cure it, it will be even more difficult for others. Uncertain, the doctor said quickly. China has a long history, and there are actually many ancient prescriptions handed down from the people, especially some barefoot doctors, whose medical skills are still very good. Now we can only try our best to save the situation. Don't worry about whether it's Western medicine or Chinese medicine. As long as they have good medical skills, we can bring them over to the military commander for diagnosis. Yunjia's eyes suddenly lit up. As long as the military leader can be rescued, there will be even a slight hope. He won't give up either. Then, he called Zhang Tianxiang. Minister Zhang, something happened. What happened? Zhang Tianxiang was suddenly shocked. He's been a little distracted these days and has been worried about Shang Yu's health. Now, as soon as the phone rang, he guessed that something must have happened to the military leader. Yun Jie said solemnly, the battle has just ended, and we have lost 2 heavenly king-level masters and hundreds of 4- and 5-star generals. And the military commander. What happened to her? Zhang Tianxiang was so anxious. Why don't you just say what you want to say quickly? Yun Jie said quickly. The military commander is now unconscious, and the situation is very critical. There is a temporary truce on the border, and we have blocked the news. But the truth can't be kept secret for long. Once the enemy knows that something has happened to the military leader, they will definitely attack again without leaving any room for maneuver. By then, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. In coma, Zhang Tianxiang's face changed drastically. It's over. Something's going to happen. Now the entire border is guarded by Shang Yu. If something happens to her, the situation will really change. Although there are also masters in the battlefield outside the domain. But they were all tied up and couldn't be adjusted back for a while. What to do? What to do? Zhang Tianxiang thought of someone. Chun Feng. Some time ago, Chun Feng was called a super strong man by the enemy forces, and he should have no problem dealing with the king-level masters. I just don't know if I can deal with Shah. The other party is the leader of the enemy country. He quickly said, hold on. I will notify Chun Feng right away and have him rush to the border. I hope this will reduce your pressure. Chun Feng. Yunjie had heard of this person. He seems to be stronger than the average king-level master, and is also the successor recognized by the military leader. He is not optimistic about this heir, because he had never met Chun Feng. News about Chun Feng has always been spread by word of mouth, and may not be credible. Sometimes it is exaggerated. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Minister, we can't completely rely on Chun Feng alone. If he can't stop Shah, we won't be able to defend the border. Now, there is another way, which is to immediately summon all the famous doctors in China. I hope they can save the military leader. I see. Zhang Tianxiang nodded. In fact, he had helped Shang Yu find doctors countless times, but almost none of them could cure her condition. It's just as difficult this time. Even though he thought so, he still sent someone to give the order. A military camp on the other side of the border. As the leader of the enemy forces, Shah values his life very much. The first few times he fought with Shang Yu, he ran away when he couldn't win. This time, I finally seized the opportunity. Originally, he wanted to completely eliminate this powerful opponent, but he didn't expect that the other party used the lives of 2 king-level masters and dozens of 4- and 5-star generals to exchange for a glimmer of hope. I'm so annoyed. Damn it. Shah slapped the marble table. The whole piece of marble was smashed into pieces. He exuded a murderous aura. His eyes suddenly shot downwards, and he asked in a cold voice, "How is the investigation going? Has the military commander recovered?" He had already noticed that the commander had health problems on the battlefield. If the other party does not recover, this is definitely a great opportunity for him. If he launches a surprise attack now, no one can stop him. One of the subordinates replied, "We are looking into it." Waste. Ingsha was a little impatient. He is an impatient person and can't stand people who procrastinate. The subordinate lowered his head, trembling with fear and not daring to answer. Finally, waited another 10 minutes. The man seemed to have received a message and said quickly, "Commander Shadow, our people have found out that the military commander has not appeared since he left the battlefield. There is a high possibility that something is wrong with her body. Should we?" Ingsha shot over with a cold gaze. "Are you teaching me how to do things?" No. Snort. Ingsha sneered. The military commander is full of tricks. Who knows if she really hasn't recovered this time? If it's really a trap, will you be responsible if something goes wrong? That's enough. Ingsha waved his hand and said, "Continue to observe the situation. If there is any problem with her body, we will definitely find a doctor from inside China to treat her. Let all the top-level masters who have infiltrated China take note. If anyone is looking for famous doctors, kill them all. Clear." There's another thing. A few days ago, a super strong man appeared in Behu City, China. If something happens to the military leader, they should call on that super strong man. Although I don't know how strong he is, it's best to nip this kind of hidden danger in the bud. Can you find that person's information and location? Able. The subordinate quickly replied. 10 days ago, our people had already figured out his background. His name is Chun Feng, and he is a senior student at Behu University. Although he defeated 3 king-level masters last time, his strength should be inferior to that of the military lord. It is very likely that it was deliberately exaggerated to scare us. After all, Chinese people like to use tricks. Super strong. Ingsha obviously didn't take it seriously. Half of the heavenly king-level masters lurking in China were left to kill Qin Feng. I don't believe that 3 heavenly king-level masters can't kill him. So how can 10 of them not kill him? This time I will cut off all the military lord escape routes. Clear. After the order was given, the masters lurking in various parts of China gathered at Behu Lake. Later, they heard that Chun Feng was in the provincial capital, once again changing the route and converging towards the provincial capital. An assassination was also carried out silently. Chapter 177 Chun Feng's Reverse Scale. Chun Feng had been in the provincial capital for almost a week, and the preliminary planning work for the film and television company had been almost completed. The office is located on the 18th floor of the World Trade Center. The next step is just recruiting personnel. Then there are the signed artists. In fact, Chun Feng himself didn't quite understand many things, so he just handed them over to Su Qingxiang. If it doesn't work, then pay to find a professional manager to teach Su Qingxiang how to manage a company. Just as he was about to return to Behu, Zhang Tianxiang called. "Xiao Chun, something happened to the military commander." Zhang Tianxiang's tone was urgent. It can be seen that something big had indeed happened to Shang Wanyu. "She's dead." Chun Feng frowned. In the previous prediction video, Shang Wanyu was killed by the enemy because of a relapse of his chronic illness on the battlefield. If Zhang Tianxiang and others took this matter seriously, this should be able to change. "No, not dead yet." Zhang Tianxiang's mouth twitched, and he quickly said, "I also took what you said last time to heart and sent someone to protect her safety. This time she was able to survive on the battlefield thanks to your reminder. Only, her condition is getting worse and she is now in a coma. Now the border is ownerless. Once the enemy knows about this, the entire division will be finished." Only then did Chun Feng breathe a sigh of relief. The last time he just looked at Shang Wanyu from a distance and had no idea what disease the other person had. It seems now, it's really serious. "Minister Zhang, if you have any requests, please let me know. I will do my best to help you. After all, he lives in China. Once something happens on the border, the whole of China will be in turmoil." Zhang Tianxiang was delighted. Before he called, he was worried that Chun Feng would refuse his request, but now it seems that he was overthinking. He said solemnly, "Chun Feng, I know that you are very skilled, much stronger than the average heavenly king-level masters. But as for whether you can surpass the army lord, I don't know. I don't want to know, and I don't want to know any secrets you have. I can even keep a secret for you." Chun Feng was shocked. "It seems that the other party still suspects me." "Minister Zhang, what are you doing?" "Chun Feng, listen to me first. Zhang Tianxiang said sincerely. Everyone has their own secrets. I don't care about your secrets, but I only have one request for you. I hope you can go to the border and help me stabilize the situation. It only takes 3 days, and in 3 days you'll be a great contributor to China. Border? Chen Feng never thought that he would go to the border one day. Wrong. I seem to have dreamt about it 2 days ago. Damn it. A dream come true. When do we leave? The helicopter is on the way and will arrive in 20 minutes. Also, be careful of the enemy's experts lurking here. They are likely to take action. No. Chen Feng hung up the phone. He thought that, after reaching the border, he might be able to check on Shang Yu's condition. Perhaps the Yin-Yang 9 needles that I mastered could help with her condition. The next time, he received another message from Zhang Tianxiang, which recorded the general situation on the border. His mission was only to stabilize the situation and prevent the enemy from launching a sneak attack. At this time, a murderous look suddenly flashed across Chen Feng's face. I muttered to myself, strengthen. The host's strength is enhanced by 1200, while a normal person's strength is 100. Host speed is enhanced by 1000, normal person's is 100. The host's ability to resist attacks is enhanced by 1200, while a normal person's is 100. He hasn't strengthened his body in many days. Now I feel a sense of crisis. Strengthen your body directly, immediately following. The body turned into a shadow and flew directly into the distance. He is very fast. After running for nearly 20 minutes, I finally arrived at a suburban area. And at this time, a dozen people appeared around him and surrounded him. They exuded a terrifying aura, and all of them possessed the strength of a king. Haha, can you run away? One of them sneered and said, Chen Feng, right? A few days ago, you killed 3 of our heavenly king-level masters. Today, we have 10 of them. Let's see how you can kill them. Enemy forces? Chen Feng sneered with his eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that these people from the enemy country put so much effort into getting rid of me. They actually sent 10 king-level masters at once. Chen Feng looked around. These people were all wearing black masks, apparently not wanting to expose themselves. He smiled coldly. Who said I was going to run away? If I hadn't led you here, how could I have secretly killed you? I am a relatively low-key person. Generally speaking, people who have seen my strength are basically dead. What a big mouth. The leader laughed and waved behind him. Bring it here. Only behind him. A man stood up the sack on the ground, and after untying it, a figure instantly appeared in front of everyone. It's a woman. Shang Yin. The leader laughed and said, I've heard that you like beautiful women, so we went to Beihu Lake specifically. Chen Feng, do you want to die yourself, or do you want to die? At this time, Shang Yin was in a coma. He should have been knocked out in advance. They didn't seem to notice the moment Chen Feng saw Shang Yin. I was instantly enraged. You can kill me. Attack the people around me. That would touch my weak spot. Chen Feng really didn't expect that the opponent's speed was so fast. They actually caught Shang Yin. His face exuded a frightening cold light. You try to touch her? Today I will make sure you die without a burial place. Just you. The leader directly placed a dagger on Shang Yin's neck and said with a fierce smile, although you are not our opponent, just to be on the safe side, you should cut off one of your arms first. Otherwise, I will let this beauty see blood. While talking, the dagger directly cut Shang Yin's skin. A trickle of blood flowed out. Shang Yin frowned, as if she wanted to wake up, but she couldn't. Court death. Chen Feng took a sudden step forward. A powerful pressure exploded instantly, and the aura on his body boiled to its peak. A terrifying fighting spirit burst out from his whole body. Kill. A simple word kill can directly break the sky. The sound echoed in everyone's ears for a long time. And at this time, Chen Feng's figure has disappeared from spot. The leader's whole body suddenly trembled. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged into his heart, and his face turned even paler. Not good. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a cold, murderous intent locking onto him. The whole body can't even move. So strong. Just an aura was enough to make him unable to move. He gritted his teeth, concentrated all his strength, and was about to cut Shang Yin's neck. My wrist suddenly hurts. Immediately following, a voice sounded behind him, Go to hell. Boom. The terrifying force instantly hit him. In his horrified expression, Chen Feng directly grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground. Kill with one blow. It all happened very quickly. It took less than 5 seconds from the time Chen Feng made his move to killing the opponent. The rest of the people's faces changed drastically. I was filled with fear. Chapter 178, Cleaning Up Trash. One move. That moment just now. Chun Feng has far surpassed each of them in terms of momentum, speed, and strength. They had no time to react. Before that, they thought that Chun Feng killed 3 heavenly king-level masters one by one. It seems now, even if those 3 were together, there was still a possibility of them being killed. For a while, there was a hint of fear in the eyes of the others when they looked at Chun Feng. At this time, one of them suddenly exclaimed, He is. What's wrong, Lao Wu? Do you remember that there's an organization outside the domain called Shura Palace? 5 years ago, Commander Ingsha led us to fight against the people of Shura Palace. Remember, Shura Palace is one of the top 3 organizations outside the domain, and its strength is incomparably powerful. Almost no one in the entire extraterritorial force dared to provoke it, but this organization suddenly disappeared 3 years ago. It seems that he has already withdrawn from the battlefield outside the domain. Why do you mention Shura Palace? What I want to talk about is not this matter, but their Lord Shura, who also possesses tremendous strength. Commander Ingsha and Lord Shura also fought against each other in the past. He was defeated in one move. If he hadn't run fast, he would have died that year. The several top masters of the scene did not participate in what happened that year, so they were unaware of this matter. The man continued, I was there when they fought each other that year. The aura, fighting spirit, and fighting style of the Shura Palace Master were very similar to those of Chun Feng. If their appearances hadn't been different just now, I would have almost thought it was Palace Master Shura who took action. As soon as these words came out, everyone was speechless in shock again. His eyes suddenly looked forward to Chun Feng, who was holding Shang Yin. Lord Shura? Could he really be the Lord of Shura Palace in disguise? Otherwise, how could a super strong man suddenly appear in China? Judging from Chun Feng's attack just now, he is definitely not an ordinary master. For a while, everyone's expressions turned terrified, and they felt as if they were falling into an ice cellar. Lord Shura, it is a very terrifying existence that makes countless forces and high-level officials of various countries fear it. The most important thing is, the Lord of Shura Palace is also a Chinese. This further strengthened their thoughts. I couldn't help but take a step back. Even though the remaining 9 of them surrounded Chun Feng, they did not dare to attack again. The subtle movement made Chun Feng a little confused. Even though I just killed a king-level master with one move, it shouldn't scare them like this, right? After all, he still has Shang Yin in his hands, so it will still have an impact. Wrong. The man who had spoken earlier suddenly remembered something. He can't be the Lord of Shura Palace. 3 years ago, it was rumored that Shura Palace had retired, mainly because their lord had died. Dead? Such a powerful master actually died? Did he die of old age, or was he murdered? None of this matters anymore. Since Chun Feng is not the Shura Palace Master in disguise, there is still a chance. Let's all attack together. No matter how strong he is, what can we do? I don't believe that our 9 masters can't kill him. Yes, let's attack together. We must exhaust him to death, even if it takes time. Humph, you almost scared me to death. Since he's not the Lord of Shura Palace, there's still a fight to be had. Everyone took action. You don't know your own limitations. Chun Feng shook his head. He put Shang Yin on the ground, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Just grab it. He grabbed the head of a king-level master who was rushing towards him and suddenly burst out with strength. Bang! Crush it instantly. Now his strength has reached 1200 of the normal level. When his power explodes, it is extremely terrifying. Those people who had just rushed over suddenly stopped. Another person was killed. The king-level masters seemed to be worthless in the eyes of the other party. Killing a king-level master is as easy as killing a dog. This, even if it wasn't Palace Lord Shura in disguise, they were no match for him. This moment, everyone woke up instantly. Just when they hesitated, Chun Feng showed no mercy, and each of his moves carried great killing power. You keep irritating me. Do you really think I don't have a temper? Since you want to play, I'll play with you to the end. Today I will kill you all and scare you to death. I'll kill you so that you won't dare to mess with me again. If these people dare to threaten me with Shang Yin today, they will dare to threaten me with my parents tomorrow. This is something Chun Feng absolutely does not want to see. The only thing he could do, just kill all those who sneak into China and make them die of fear. The word kill is the constant throughout the article. Mr. Chun, we will withdraw from China now and never go against you again. One person quickly begged for mercy. Although he was a top-level master, he knew that he would not survive a single move from Chen Feng, especially when you see the other party killing everyone easily. He was so frightened that he had lost all desire to fight. Run? You definitely can't escape. The only hope is to reconcile with Chen Feng. It's too late. If you hadn't touched the people around me, you might have had a chance to live. Now go and die. Chen Feng took a step forward, arrived in front of that person in an instant. It was a loud bang. He blasted the opponent away again, and with his full strength, he directly blasted a bloody hole as big as a bowl in the opponent's chest. It takes less than 5 minutes. 10 people have been dealt with by Chen Feng. The strong smell of blood filled the air, giving off a disgusting odor. Fortunately, this is in the suburbs. Generally speaking, no one will pass by, and it will not cause too much panic. Chen Feng checked Shang Yinyan's condition. She should have been knocked unconscious by drugs. There was not much impact on her body. She only had a skin breakage on her neck. It's no big deal. Seeing that the other person was about to wake up, he chopped the opponent on the back of the neck with his hand knife, and he fainted again. No way. The current scene is too bloody and cannot be seen by Shang Yinyan. Chen Feng quickly called Zhang Tianxiang and told him his location. Soon, the helicopter arrived. Zhang Tianxiang came here in person. He was also shocked when he saw the scene. Although he knew that someone would come to assassinate Chen Feng, he never expected that 10 people would come at once. Minister Zhang, Shang Yinyan is in your hands. Send someone to send her back. Give me some time. I will go to the border after I finish the work. What are you up to? Zhang Tianxiang frowned. Chen Feng smiled faintly. Kill people. The next time, those top-level masters who had infiltrated China suddenly died inexplicably. Originally, Zhang Tianxiang was also looking for a famous doctor to treat Shang Wanyu. When those intruders were about to assassinate the famous doctor, they were also killed in the middle of the process. Some people even gave up their mission and planned to withdraw from China. He died before he could retreat. No one saw the murderer. No one knows how those intruders died. For a while, everyone panicked. Chapter 179 Enemy Attack. After Chen Feng dealt with these people, he found Zhang Tianxiang again. He said calmly, I have dealt with all the king-level masters lurking in China. I will leave the rest to you. Is that okay? Solved? Zhang Tianxiang was deeply shocked. Over the years, he has been trying to eliminate all those lurking people. But there are not enough people. It is impossible to eliminate him quietly. After all, the other party is also a king-level master. If not handled properly, innocent people may be harmed. And now, Chen Feng actually solved his problem within one day. He smiled and replied, Don't worry, I will take care of the rest of the people. This time, I will definitely make the entire China a restricted area for enemy forces. The rest are almost all intelligence personnel, and their strength is not very strong. The War Department is still capable of solving it. Chen Feng nodded. Let's go. Take me to the border. As he said that, he boarded the helicopter. Border. In the enemy's camp, Yingsha, who was sitting at the top, was a little uneasy. He paced back and forth, not knowing what he was thinking about. At this time, a subordinate ran in quickly and said in panic, Commander Shadow, it's bad. Something big has happened. Why are you in such a hurry? The sky hasn't fallen yet. Even if it does, I'll hold it up. Yingsha snorted coldly. The subordinate shrank his neck and whispered, It was us. All the people lurking in China are dead. All the king-level masters are dead. What? Yingsha suddenly raised his head. He grabbed the other person's collar, his emotions a little out of control. What did you just say? Say it again to me. All dead. All the top masters lurking in China are dead. Boom. Yingsha felt as if he was struck by lightning. There are at least 20 king-level masters. The person he had spent countless resources and energy to train died silently. And 20 people died at once. Even though he had experienced many storms, he could not withstand such a blow. After all, in previous wars, not so many king-level masters died. You underestimated China. Anger flashed across Yingsha's lips. Give the order to assemble everyone. All masters above 5 stars. Gather together and prepare for battle. Shadow Commander? The subordinate was shocked. Yingsha snorted coldly. They must have been killed by the super expert from China. The opponent is very powerful. We must capture the military leader as soon as possible before he comes to the border. Now I can't care whether that woman is up to any tricks. Even if there are risks, we must take action. Otherwise, when the military leader recovers, we will suffer a loss. Clear. The subordinate quickly made arrangements. Soon, hundreds of people gathered quickly. Ingxia brought all the king-level masters to the battlefield and only selected the top 5-star masters. Just enough people. His goal was to divide into 5 teams and directly break into the Chinese military camp. If there are too many people, the movement will be less flexible. Ingxia glanced at the people in front of him, and his aura suddenly burst out. Let's go. In this battle today, we must kill the army leader. The military leader must be killed. The military leader must be killed. Chinese military camp. Yun Jie glanced at Shang Wanyu lying on the hospital bed and became more and more anxious. He had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. I couldn't help but ask, Huanzi, how are things arranged with Minister Zhang? When will the doctor arrive? We're on our way. Huanzi just called Zhang Tianxiang. He said with a strange look, Minister Zhang found top experts in traditional Chinese and Western medicine, but some incidents occurred in the middle, and some enemies wanted to kill these doctors. Later, they were all resolved, and all the top masters of the enemy country were wiped out. At least 20 people died. Yun Jie was shocked. There shouldn't be many experts in China. How could they have defeated the enemy so quickly? Huanzi continued. It was Chun Feng. He killed them all by himself. All of them were fatal with one move. Hiss. Yun Jie took a breath. He did not approve of Chun Feng before. I think the previous rumors were exaggerated. But now, my mentality kind of collapsed. Maybe the other party can really come to the border to take over the military leader's position. No. Yun Jie nodded and said again, keep a close eye on Ingxia. The news that the military commander is unconscious can't be concealed for long. If they make any movement, notify us immediately. The members of the combat department just reported that there is no movement over there. Even though there was no movement, Yun Jie was still a little worried. He gritted his teeth and said, Huanzi, you stay here to take care of the commander. I'll go to the front to take a look. Ingxia won't let it go this time. Once he gets the chance, he will cling to us like a poisonous snake. What should we do then? Huanzi was also very anxious. It will take at least 20 minutes for Chun Feng to get here. While talking, he glanced at Shang Wanyu on the bed again. How about I transfer the military leader now and send her back to China? No. Yun Jie shook his head and said, you are too weak. If you're killed on the way, the life of the army commander will be in danger. Don't worry, I have sent someone to contact the battlefield outside the domain. I hope Brother Qinglong can come back. Qinglong. Huanzi's eyes suddenly lit up. People like Qinglong are stationed in the battlefield outside the domain all year round. Their strength has surpassed the king level. Except for the army lord, I am afraid no one in the war department can be his opponent. Maybe he can resist Shadow Break. Yun Jie didn't say anything else. After giving a few instructions, he quickly left the room and patrolled around the border with a group of people. He didn't dare go too far away from the military camp. I was afraid that something might happen in the military camp, and I wouldn't have time to rush back. Time passes by little. At this time, Yun Jie's eyes suddenly narrowed. I saw 5 teams rushing towards this side quickly in the distance. They are very fast, and each of them is a master. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Yun Jie yelled. Hurry up and suppress them with firepower. Don't let them get close. His heart was shocked. Really? This guy Ingxia is really coming to kill us. Everyone took quick action, except for a part of the members of the combat department who were there to protect the army leader. All the rest of the members went into battle. There are more than 20 king-level masters participating in the battle. Hey, can you stop it? Ingxia laughed grimly. After all, he is the leader of the enemy country and is very powerful. Plus, he has a bulletproof vest. The bullet really couldn't hurt him. The blockade was soon broken. He punched Yun Jie directly. The military commander is nowhere to be found. It seems that there is something seriously wrong with her health. I will do a good deed today and send her off. Chapter 180 arrived in time and made a stunning appearance. Boom! Yun Jie took dozens of steps back before he could stand firm. His arms felt numb and his blood was surging. The opponent is very strong. Ingxia was a little surprised. I used all my strength in that punch just now, but the opponent didn't die. It seems that he's still a top master among the king level. His body rushed forward again. He punched Yun Jie in the chest. Puff! This time, Yun Jie had no way to avoid it. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Team Cloud. The rest of the people's faces changed drastically. The strongest among them is only Yun Jie. Even Yun Jie can't withstand the attack of Commander Ingxia. Who else in the entire combat unit can stop him? Several king-level masters wanted to come over to help, but were blocked by Ingshaw's men. This time, the people Ingshaw brought with him were all masters. It took less than 5 minutes to break through the fire suppression. The two sides officially started close combat. Boom! Another punch was thrown. Yun Jie's body flew backwards, breaking a big tree behind him, and his face turned extremely pale. He tried his best. There's no way to stop Ingshaw's attack. Humph! You overestimate your own abilities. A look of contempt flashed across Ingshaw's face. It seems that in the whole of China, only the military commander can compete with me, and the rest are a bunch of trash. Oh no, there's one more person. The Shura Palace Master in the extraterritorial battlefield is still very powerful. Ingshaw still has a high regard for this person. He almost died at his hands back then. It is said that the other party is also Chinese. What a pity. Life is short. Death is inevitable. He shook off his thoughts. The aura on his body burst out again, and his voice soared into the sky. Today, I will kill the leader of the War Department. Follow me to rush in and kill the army leader. Kill! Kill! Those people didn't want to fight. They rushed towards the military camp. Stop them and protect the military leader until death. Yinjie's face also changed drastically. He endured the pain in his body, suddenly got up from the ground, and rushed towards Ingshaw again. The other 3 directions. There were also 3 heavenly king-level warriors rushing towards Ingshaw. They were knocked down again and got up again and again. Even though some of them had broken arms, they did not have any intention of retreating. Protect the military leader. It is their responsibility and their mission. All along, on the battlefield, it was the military lord who protected their safety. This time, they could finally do something for the military lord. At the same time, on the helicopter flight to the border. In fact, under normal circumstances, when the helicopter is halfway there, it will directly switch to an off-road vehicle to go to the military camp. After all, helicopters are too big and unsafe targets. But this time is tight. The helicopter flew straight over. At this time, in addition to Chun Feng, there was also a member of the combat department on the helicopter. His face suddenly changed after receiving the call. Mr. Chun, the military camp has been attacked. We need to hurry over there. The commander is in danger. This time it was the enemy leader Ingshaw who personally led the attack. Now, there is no one in the entire military camp who can resist Ingshaw. Shadow shatter. A cold light flashed across Chun Feng's face. The person who assassinated him in China was arranged by this Ingshaw commander. This person can't be let go. Kill. How long will it take? We are already at our fastest speed now, and it will take another 10 minutes to get there. The member of the combat unit was also very anxious. Nothing must happen to the military commander. Although he didn't know whether Chun Feng could stop Ingshaw, it was always good to have an extra helper. At this time, Ingshaw has already led his men into the military camp. After all, Yunjie and others were not strong enough. 4 or 5 king-level masters could not stop Ingshaw. At most, they could only delay the time. If all the masters come to stop him, perhaps they can stop Ingshaw. But, after all, Ingshaw also brought dozens of king-level masters, and no one could stop them. So this is a dead end. Even if Yun Jie and the others fought to the death to protect their master, they could only reduce the gap between the two sides a little. Like water off a duck's back. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer to the military leader's room, Yun Jie showed a trace of despair on his face. He had a broken arm. There are wounds all over his body, and he can't be stopped. Hee, a bunch of trash want to stop me? Today, I will kill the army leader and directly destroy your shitty War Department. Ingshaw has never been as happy as today. He has been fighting the War Department for so many years, and he always suffered losses in the past. Now I can finally hold my head high. He walked into the barracks step by step, and soon came to a building. If I'm not mistaken, the military commander should be in there. Damn it. Yunjie dragged his injured body and crawled forward. He seemed to have seen Ingshaw rushing into the room and beheading the general on his bed. He was extremely anxious. But there is nothing I can do. If Ingshaw and the others had not been in a hurry to kill the military leader, I'm afraid I would not have survived just now. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared at the door. The other party held a huge axe in his hand. His voice was extremely cold. This road is blocked. The first few king-level masters who rushed in were swept away by his giant axe. It was immediately cut into 2 halves. In fact, it was not cut off, but the body was broken by the huge force. Qinglong. Yin Jie was overjoyed. He didn't expect that Qing Long had already rushed back from the battlefield outside the domain. And I don't even know it. Qing Long. Yingsha obviously also knew the other party. This person came back from the battlefield outside the domain, and his strength is much stronger than that of ordinary king-level masters. The most important thing is, the opponent is very strong and his weapon is heavy. It is said that Qing Long was also the #1 member of the War Department. When Shang Guanyu was in charge of the War Department, Qing Long was very dissatisfied with being controlled by a woman. And she's just a little girl. He was very dissatisfied. However, he could not disobey military orders. So he had no choice but to apply to go to the battlefield outside the territory. Who would have thought that he would come back now that the military leader is in crisis? Qing Long snorted coldly. The giant axe in his hand chopped directly towards Yingsha, and even the surrounding air made a series of explosion sounds. Snort. There was finally a trace of solemnity on Yingsha's face. It's just a hint of solemnity. You are just a reckless man. Do you really think you can defeat me just by being strong? Yingsha punched directly at the side of the giant axe and quickly dodged it with a recoil force. He smiled coldly. Qing Long, how long can you entangle me? Don't forget, even if I'm entangled by you, these people I brought with me are not easy to deal with. Qing Long knocked him away with one axe. Sure enough, several heavenly king-level warriors were seen rushing towards the rooms of the building. His expression also changed drastically. Just as he was about to turn around to stop them, the sound of a helicopter suddenly came from the sky. 40 meters above the military camp, a combat helicopter was hovering above. This moment, everyone in the War Department was delighted. Reinforcements are coming. And at this time, the combat team members on the helicopter looked down. The battle has broken out. There are countless casualties below. He was also anxious. He said quickly, Mr. Chun, wait a moment, I'll get a rope. You go down along the rope. Need not. Chun Feng walked to the edge of the helicopter and said calmly, there's no time left. Stay steady at this height and don't shake. I'm jumping down. What? The members of the combat department were shocked. This is a height of 40 meters. How could a normal person's body bear this? He would definitely break his legs. Fine. Chun Feng waved his hand. His body has been strengthened countless times and can withstand such impact. He bent his legs and exerted force on his body. Jumped straight out of the helicopter. That moment, everyone opened their mouths wide. A dull face. Who is this? Are you trying to kill yourself? This is 40 meters, the height of more than 10 floors. Even Yingsha, who was fighting with him, couldn't help but look over. The next moment, it was a loud bang. Boom! The earth shook. Smoke and dust were flying everywhere. The glass in the military camp was also shattered by the huge shock. Chapter 181, so weak, dead. If he doesn't die, he'll be disabled, right? This is at least 15 stories high, right? A group of people were shocked. Although some of them could also jump down from above, it was impossible for them to remain intact. The smoke dissipated. A figure suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The other party was half crouching on the ground, supporting himself with his right hand, but his body was intact, and even his breathing was not disordered. The extremely hard concrete ground under his feet was crushed to pieces. Even the ground sank. Everyone widened their eyes. His face was full of horror. Yingsha, who was fighting with Qing Long, suddenly narrowed his eyes, and his expression changed drastically. Not good. Even though he had never fought with Chun Feng, he could see that the other party was very strong, even more powerful than the Azure Dragon in front of him. After all, the fact that he was able to jump out of a helicopter was enough to show that his body was incredibly strong. Even Yingsha himself. I wouldn't dare to jump from a height of 40 meters like this. This is Chun Feng. Yun Jie, who was lying on the ground not far away, was ecstatic. He didn't expect Chun Feng's appearance to be so shocking. Now Qing Long is back, and there's another master like Chun Feng. The military leader is saved. Huanzi, who was hiding in a room, also almost popped his eyes out. He remembered that when he first met Chun Feng, he gave him the impression of being a 5-star general. Even if he could defeat me, I couldn't see how terrifying he was. But now, he really felt a terrifying presence. He has even reached the strength of a military lord. Quick victory. Yingsha gritted his teeth suddenly. If he still had an absolute advantage 5 minutes ago, he now felt a sense of crisis. A real crisis. The aura on his body exploded directly. bombarding Qinglong madly. He punched the opponent directly and sent him flying, smashing him hard against a wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. The rest of the enemy country also attacked like crazy. They have to break into the room and kill the military leader in the shortest possible time. Damn it! Qinglong suddenly climbed up from the collapsed wall. He also suffered some injuries and felt a little annoyed. The speed is too slow and can't be stopped. So what if help comes? Once Ingxia rushed into the room, the military leader's life would be in danger, even if they killed Ingxia in the end. The military commander is dead. It's all over. Although Qinglong was unwilling to be Shang Guanyu's subordinate. However, during the years that Shang Guanyu took over the War Department, China was indeed very stable and no war occurred. Even the military leader's reputation had some deterrent effect on the border. Don't let the enemy dare to move. Qinglong still admires Shang Guanyu very much. So this time he is back, but he found that he still couldn't save the other party. Commander Ingxia was very strong, and he himself was no match for him. Just at this moment, Chun Feng suddenly stood up from the sunken ground. Seeing Ingxia was about to rush into the building, he suddenly exerted force with his legs, and his body turned into a residual shadow and disappeared from the spot in an instant. So fast. Ingxia also felt a strong gust of wind coming. A low growl. Stop him. As long as he could hold him off for 5 seconds, he would be able to rush in and kill the army leader. That moment, all the top masters of the enemy country rushed towards Chun Feng. Their mission is to prevent anyone from catching up with the commander. Can you stop him? D. Chun Feng punched out. He was very fast. Although he only threw one punch, dozens of fist shadows appeared. Boom! It was like thunder exploding. A king-level master who was blocking the front was smashed into pieces. Chun Feng looked indifferent. Still rushing forward, he punched out again. The people behind wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't escape at all, and a look of despair appeared on his face. Boom! Killed instantly. In an instant, he killed 2 king-level masters. No effort. Qinglong, who was about to run over to help, suddenly narrowed his eyes. The 2 dead should be considered top-notch among the king-level masters, and are even stronger than those he had killed before. In Chun Feng's hands, he had no power to resist at all. This Chun Feng is very strong. This moment, be it the members of the War Department, the enemy forces, or Ingxia and Qinglong, all had expressions of shock on their faces. Before, they had only heard about how great this Chun Feng was, how he killed dozens of king-level masters. But these are definitely not as shocking as seeing the scenes with your own eyes. This strength, I'm afraid he is no worse than the military lord. At this time, Chun Feng had broken through the encirclement and instantly reached behind Commander Ingxia and kicked him. Commander, be careful. Careful, everyone exclaimed. Ingxia also felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. My heart was shocked. A simple kick actually carried a terrifying force, even greater than Qinglong's power. There was even a burst of explosions in the air. Damn it! Ingxia turned around suddenly. His aura exploded, and he used all his strength to punch forward. Bang! There was no explosive scene as imagined. As expected, Ingxia was hit against a stone pillar and several ribs in his chest were broken. The stone pillar collapsed with a loud bang. The roof behind it also fell down. Hiss! Everyone gasped. The Shadow Commander was killed in one move. Who is Ingxia? The enemy's leader. Although masters of the level of Army Lord Shang Guanyu are slightly weaker than the Army Lord, the difference is not much. Now he was defeated instantly by Chun Feng's move. Oh shit. Everyone looked at Chun Feng in confusion. Doesn't that mean this Chun Feng is even more awesome? Even Qinglong was stunned. He always felt that Ingxia was defeated too easily. It was useless after he fought for a long time. Is Chun Feng too strong, or is Ingxia too weak? Qinglong took a deep breath. He made up his mind that he would return to the battlefield outside the domain immediately after this matter was settled, and he would not come back unless his strength reached the level of a military lord. That's right. I'm so excited. Chun Feng also looked at his feet in surprise. He had never competed with a master like Ingxia, so he didn't know how strong he was. So that kick just now used almost all my strength. The opponent is too weak? Is it weak? Shadow Break is very strong. However, Chun Feng's body has been strengthened countless times, not only in strength, but also in aura and combat experience, to a terrifying level. At this time, the entire military camp seemed to become quiet. These people from the enemy country had become panic-stricken, and Ingxia also rushed out from the ruins. The corners of his mouth were covered in blood. The aura on his body was obviously chaotic. His eyes were fixed on Chun Feng, and the panic on his face was revealed without any concealment. He has no one to fight anymore. The only person who could make Ingsha so panicked in this life was probably the Lord of Shura Palace back then. There is only Chun Feng in front of him. Chapter 182, Great Victory. Shadow Commander. Commander. The masters of the enemy forces rushed over to protect Ingsha. The commander had just lost the initiative, and they no longer had the chance to rush into the room. The only thing we can do is find a chance to escape from this place. The people from the War Department slowly approached. Qinglong even dragged a huge axe towards them. From the moment Ingsha was injured, they had no chance. At this time, Ingsha took a deep breath. He seemed to see the shadow of Lord Shura in Chun Feng, the existence that terrified him. He could never have imagined it. The young man in front of me actually has such powerful skills. If he continues to develop, he will definitely become a master like the Lord of Shura Palace in the future. Ingsha gritted his teeth and said, "You are Chun Feng. Are you Ingsha?" Chun Feng said angrily, "I have no grudge against you. Why do you send people to kill me again and again? Damn it. Can't you just let me go to school properly?" Good. He is just a senior student. During this period, we constantly fought with people from enemy countries and even killed many people. It made Chun Feng become a little angry. Go to school? The Qinglong behind him suddenly stopped. The look he gave Chun Feng became even stranger. Damn, still a student. Qinglong felt that he was hit again. I feel like I'm not even as good as a student. The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. He yelled, "Kill them all. Humph, you want to kill me? That's not that easy." Ingsha's aura surged again. This time he was determined to escape, even at the cost of being seriously injured. Stop them. No one is allowed to retreat. At the same time, he rushed towards Chun Feng quickly and punched him with all his strength. Chun Feng also threw a punch. Boom! Ingsha suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backwards instantly. But, with the recoil force, his body quickly retreated. He ran out of the barracks in an instant. The other members of the combat unit wanted to surround and kill him, but they were killed in a rush. The rest of the enemy country's king-level warriors were also retreating while fighting. Go to run away. Mad, you still want to run? Qinglong chased after him in a rage. The huge axe swept across the area. However, his strength is limited after all, and 3 or 5 king-level powerhouses can still hold him back. The only one who is not restricted is Chun Feng. 3. Yun Jie was sitting against a tree, counting the number of heavenly king-level warriors killed by Chun Feng. Chun Feng glanced at the exit of the military camp, and Ingsha's figure was about to disappear from his sight. His brows furrowed suddenly. He kicked a king-level master who was standing in front of him. Even Commander Ingsha couldn't withstand his strength, let alone ordinary king-level masters. All his ribs were broken, and his chest exploded. 4. Yunjia's mouth twitched. Looking at the Qinglong on the side, he found that it had been entangled. And at this time, Chun Feng continued to chase out of the military camp, but people kept trying to stop him, and people kept sacrificing their lives. But these people from the enemy country don't seem to be afraid of death at all. In order to allow their leader to escape, they would rather sacrifice their own lives to buy the other side some time. Just like when Shangguan Yu escaped, the members of the combat unit fought to the death. Since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Chun Feng was a little annoyed. Should the other party die? The two sides have different positions, and neither is right or wrong. But Chun Feng understood. All along, the enemy forces like Ingsha have wanted to kill me, so they're my enemies. Damn it. Kill. He flashed and appeared next to a heavenly king-level warrior. I'll kill you all this time, so that you won't dare to go against me again. Kill. A dagger suddenly appeared in his hand. A very ordinary dagger. I just picked it up from the ground, but this dagger seems like a divine weapon. Just pull it along. Another king-level warrior died. Prick. Prick. 8-9. Yun Jie was extremely shocked. In less than 30 seconds, 9 heavenly king-level warriors had died. On Qinglong's side, only 1 person died. In contrast, Qinglong was almost driven crazy by the stimulation. He shouted die. The giant axe chopped out again. The violent force directly broke 1 person in half. The balance was finally broken, and the faces of the remaining 2 people changed drastically, and they fled frantically. Haha, you still want to escape. Qinglong finally felt less aggrieved and crushed forward madly. He originally wanted to turn his head to see Chun Feng's condition. At a glance, the corner of his mouth twitched suddenly. Chen Feng rushed out of the military camp quickly. The dagger in his hand slashed in the air, and those who tried to stop him fell to the ground and died one after another. Even if they died, they didn't know how they were killed. 25, 27, 29. Yunji's whole brain was in a mess. He didn't know how many heads he counted, but there were definitely more than 20 or 30. Less than a minute. It's really like killing a chicken. Like, easier than killing a chicken. Is a heavenly king-level expert that week. Shadow Shah ran very fast. When Chen Feng chased out, the two were already 200 or 300 meters apart. Even if Chen Feng tried his best to catch up, he could only shorten the distance to 100 meters. Behind him, Qinglong also quickly caught up. He shouted from a distance, Don't chase us. Be careful of an ambush. Protect the army chief." Chen Feng was shocked. "Yes, my life is still very valuable. If I get ambushed, I'll be doomed. The main reason is that they are afraid of hot weapons." See the giant axe in Qinglong's hand. He snatched it away, spun it in a big circle, and threw it towards the figure in the distance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming the master-level javelin skill. Deducting system points minus 100. Host remaining system points, 6,100. Immediately following, a scream was heard in the distance. Chen Feng seemed to see one of Ingshaw's arms being chopped off by the giant axe. Qinglong on the side was stunned. "Oh shit, this is 100 meters. He really looked like he'd seen a ghost." The dignified Ingxia commander was not only defeated by this kid Chen Feng, but also had his arm chopped off. The most important thing is, can you hit the target from such a long distance? Are you going to pull some balls? Chen Feng frowned. Originally, he was aiming at Ingxia's vest, but he didn't expect the distance was too far. Only cut off one of the opponent's arms. But you won't be so lucky next time. It's not easy to come to the border. You must resolve all hidden dangers before leaving. Shadosha? Ashadosha. Wait for me. You won't live for many days. Let's go back to the barracks. Chen Feng was too lazy to say anything else. When Ingxia came, there were 100 people, among whom there were more than 40 king-level masters. Now he was the only one left after being killed. Chapter 183, Meeting Shangwanyu. China won this battle, but no one could be happy because so many people died, although the losses were much less than those suffered by the enemy forces. But everyone's life is precious, and when you die, there is nothing left. Qinglong is in charge of the overall situation. In total, more than 10 people died and 70 to 80 people were injured, including many top-level masters like Yunjie, especially Yunjie himself. All the bones in his left hand are broken, and I don't know if it can be healed. If he cannot recover, his strength will be greatly reduced. In order to prevent the enemy's forces from launching another sneak attack, Qinglong arranged people to patrol everywhere, and all of the leaders were king-level masters. Only top-level masters can react more quickly when faced with an emergency. After everything is arranged, Qinglong then turned his gaze to Chen Feng. He couldn't quite figure this person out and couldn't help asking, "What exactly are you capable of? Are you really just a senior?" Anyway, he didn't believe that a student could have such skills. Maybe being a student is just a way for the other party to hide his identity. Chen Feng shrugged. "I don't know what kind of strength he has. Anyway, killing a king-level master is like killing a chicken, and besides, I am indeed just a student at Behu University. You don't have to guess. I don't have any other identity. Whether the other party believes it or not, this is his truth. I use the system to strengthen my body and learn skills every day, but the system doesn't tell me what my current strength is. Only the hell knows." Qinglong suddenly remembered something, looked at Chen Feng fiercely, and said, "Have you heard of Shura Palace?" Shura Palace? Chen Feng was a little surprised. Why these 3 words again? When we killed those killers in the provincial capital before, the other party mentioned this organization. It is said that they are very powerful in the extraterritorial battlefield and are among the top 3 forces, especially their Shura Palace Master. It seems very strong. You really do know. Qinglong became more certain of his guess. If the other party was really an ordinary college student, how could he have such powerful skills? How could it be possible that I had heard of the extraterritorial organization Shura Palace? Oh shit, I almost got cheated by him. I didn't expect that this guy who looked serious was actually a big liar. Qinglong looked as if he had seen through it long ago, and said with a complicated expression, "The Shura Palace retired after their palace master died 3 years ago. But recently I heard that they appeared on the battlefield outside the domain again. It is said that they're looking for a new Shura Palace Master, and there seems to be some progress. 5 days ago, someone discovered traces of Shura Palace on the border of China. It is very likely that the person they are looking for is in China. Speaking of this, he looked at Chen Feng suddenly. No way, it's you? Anyone who is favored by Shura Palace must be extremely powerful. Now, the whole of China, apart from the military leader, only Chen Feng is the strongest. There is no way that the military commander would be favored by Shura Palace. After all, she is already a member of the War Department, so the only candidate is Chen Feng. Qinglong felt like he had discovered a huge secret. Oh shit, the Shura Palace is definitely a powerful force. Once it is mastered by Chen Feng, his identity, status, and background will undergo earth-shaking changes, and he will become a feared existence in the entire extraterritorial battlefield. It's not me. What does it have to do with me? Chen Feng was speechless. This guy has such a vivid imagination. Everything can be traced back to me. If you say it's not you, then it must be you. You love to say the opposite the most. Qinglong became more and more certain of his guess. Right? That must be the case. Chen Feng suddenly realized that this guy was a nitpicker. I'm too lazy to explain it to the other party. The more you explain, the more the other party will think you're hiding something. No wonder. Qinglong suddenly felt relieved. No wonder you are so perverted. You must know Lord Shura. He passed on some of his skills to you before he died. If this is true, it makes sense that I'm not as good as Chen Feng. Chen Feng didn't want to dwell on this matter any longer, so he quickly said, let's go and see how the military leader is doing. Let's go. Qinglong also came back to his senses. After all, Chen Feng is not a member of the War Department. The only thing he has to do now is to wake up the army leader as soon as possible. Under the leadership of Qinglong, several people walked into a building with many rooms. After passing through these rooms, you come to a basement. Shang Guanyu is lying in this room. There were several king-level masters standing guard at the door and inside. When they saw Chen Feng coming, they bowed to him directly. Mr. Chen, please accept our greetings. If there was no Chen Feng, military leader Shang Guanyu will definitely not survive today, and neither will they. The War Department is likely to be destroyed, even if a blue dragon appears. Qinglong is no match for Yingsha either. Okay, everyone get up. Chen Feng didn't bother to be polite with them. Let's see the military leader first. Mr. Chen, please. In the room, Shang Guanyu lay quietly on the hospital bed, and it was the first time that Chen Feng saw her face clearly. Very cold, very cool, very beautiful too. He didn't know what words to use to describe Shang Guanyu's appearance. She possessed all the characteristics of a woman, and at the same time had the temperament of a queen. The one who is high above cannot be desecrated. Next to Shang Guanyu, a woman in combat uniform sighed and said, the military commander has not woken up since he fell into a coma. I take care of her food, clothing, and daily life, and this has never happened before. Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and said, can I take a look at her? I know some medical skills. Chen Feng said slowly, I know a little bit about both Chinese and Western medicine. Her condition may be quite serious. We must examine her carefully to know for sure. You also know medicine? Qinglong on the side opened his mouth wide. But he knew that Minister Zhang of China had specially found a famous doctor to come and treat the military commander. But it didn't say that Chen Feng was among these people. You're such a great fighter, so your medical skills should be just average, right? At this time, a member of the combat unit suddenly ran in. He said quickly, Brother Qinglong, the doctors Minister Zhang has called have arrived and are outside now. Quick, please invite them in. Qinglong was delighted. I hope these doctors can cure the military leader's illness. In fact, Chen Feng did not check Shang Guanyu's body. He didn't know what the other party was like, and he didn't know whether he could cure Shang Guanyu. There was no rush to check at this time. Soon, 4 or 5 doctors walked in quickly. Because time was urgent, Zhang Tianxiang simply found a more famous doctor near Kyoto. Chapter 184. The disease is difficult to treat. These doctors are relatively famous in China. One of them is very prestigious in Western medicine and is considered a leader in the field. It's Professor Hu Yidao. The person next to Hu Yidao is Professor Xiaohua, president of the Chinese Medicine Association. The two had been to Beihou before and had given a lecture there. The doctor with the most experience among them is Miao Run, who is also the oldest. He is also Xiaohua's teacher. The remaining 2 people are not as famous as them, but he is considered a famous doctor in Kyoto. It took a lot of effort for Zhang Tianxiang to find all 5 people in such a short time. Everyone, the military commander is counting on you. Qing Long was still very polite to the doctors in front of him. After all, whether Shangguan Yu can be saved depends on the people in front of him. You're welcome. It's our honor to help the military commander treat his illness. Don't worry, we won't leak the military commander's condition. Miao Ren was also very clear about the regulations of the War Department. He also knew how important this woman lying on the hospital bed was to China. Let's take a look at the military leader's situation first. Miao Ren is already in his 60s and is retired. However, this time his student Xiao Hua came to invite him personally, and later Minister Zhang also came to him in person, and he agreed to come and help the military leader diagnose the disease. Looking at Shangguan Yu lying on the hospital bed, they were also deeply shocked. Before coming here, no one knew that the chief of the War Department was actually a woman. For a while, everyone felt a lot of pressure. It would be fine if the disease is cured, but it would be a pity if the patient dies. That's it. Miao Ren is good at traditional Chinese medicine. His achievements in traditional Chinese medicine are even higher than those of Xiao Hua, the president of the Chinese Medicine Association, who is also his student. He slowly picked up Shangguan Yu's wrist and took her pulse. His brows furrowed tighter and tighter. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Finally, 15 minutes passed. Miao Renkai sighed and said, "The military commander's health is very serious. She has at least 10 diseases in her body, and each disease is related to each other. Therefore, the use of medicine is also very troublesome. For example, the medicine needed for the first disease will affect the second disease. So it's very difficult to treat. Very difficult." Speaking of, he waved to the people behind him and said, "Come and take a look." Hui Dao came over first. He looked at Shangguan Yu's various test reports and previous cases. He also frowned. It's difficult to cure with Western medicine. The several drugs needed are mutually exclusive. We can only think of other ways. Professor Xia, you could take a look too. Even my teacher finds it difficult to treat, so I have no other options. Although Xia Hua said this. However, he still checked Shangguan Yu's pulse and said, "It is indeed difficult to treat, especially since the damage to the heart meridian has reached a serious level. If I delay any longer, I'm afraid I'll never wake up." The face of the woman in combat uniform next to her turned extremely pale in an instant. She hurriedly said, "Doctor, please save the military commander. Nothing can happen to her." Qinglong also looked extremely solemn. "Doctor, is there really no other way?" "What?" Miao Ren sighed and said, "There is a way. I know a kind of acupuncture method that may be useful to the military commander, but I only master half of it. After all, I'm not sure. I am afraid." "Gigo acupuncture?" Xiao Hua, who was standing by, was also shocked. The teacher has been studying this acupuncture method a few years ago. It is said to be a very ancient acupuncture method and may be useful for the current situation of the military commander. But, after all, the teacher hasn't mastered everything, so there's a high possibility that something might go wrong. At this time, Xiao Hua suddenly saw Chan Feng standing next to him. He rubbed his eyes violently. "Mr. Chun, oh my God, why is he here?" This moment, Xiao Hua suddenly became excited. "Teacher, do you remember I told you that there's a person who can use the yin-yang 9 needles? It's Mr. Chun. The military commander is saved. The yin-yang 9 needles acupuncture technique is very special and should be useful." Hui Dao, who was standing by, was also stunned. The last time he and Xia Hua looked for Chun Feng in Beihu, they couldn't find him after searching for a long time. "I didn't expect to meet you here. Mr. Chun, are you here to help the military commander treat his illness?" "Haha, just now we were worried that the military commander's illness could not be cured. Now that you are here, we are relieved." Hui Dao also breathed a sigh of relief as he said this. Seeing the two of them like this, Miao Ren and others were a little confused. "Yin and Yang 9 needles? Mr. Chun? The person in front of me looks to be in his early 20s. Can he really know the legendary yin-yang 9 needles? That is a more mysterious acupuncture method than Giguzi's." Miao Ren frowned and said, "Xiao Hua, are you sure he knows the yin-yang 9 needles? The military commander's body cannot be messed with. If something really happens, neither you nor I can afford it." "I'm sure." Xiao Hua suddenly became anxious. Why does this teacher still doubt himself? He quickly said, "The last time Professor Hu and I were at Beihu, I saw with my own eyes, I saw the video of him performing the yin-yang 9 needles. If you don't believe me, ask Professor Hu." Hui Dao, who was standing by, looked a little embarrassed. "Well, I did see Mr. Chun perform his silver needles last time, but I don't know what the yin-yang 9 needles are." Professor Xia said it should be correct. Does he really know the yin-yang 9 needles? This time, Miaoren was speaking to Chen Feng. He had lived for more than 60 years and had never learned this acupuncture technique. But this young man in front of him had actually learned it? It's a bit of a blow, I think, right? Chen Feng was speechless. Anyway, they're all exchanged by the system, and I don't even know what the acupuncture methods are called. Qing Long on the side widened his eyes. Previously, Chen Feng said that he knew a little bit of medical skills, but he didn't take it seriously. But after a while, it turned out that the other person really knew medical skills. And it seems that he is even more awesome than the people in front of him, etc. He suddenly remembered that the former Lord of Shura Palace also knew medicine. Oh shit, could it be that it was passed down to him by Palace Master Shura? Really? He is indeed the young master of Shura Palace. Chen Feng noticed that Qing Long was looking at him strangely, so he quickly moved away. Could this guy have any special hobbies? Like picking up soap? Oh shit. He quickly shook his head to stop thinking about those disgusting scenes. Then, he said to Miao Run and others, "Let me take a look at the military commander's condition first. I don't know whether he can be cured. You take a look first." Miao didn't say much. The wise are the teachers. Although he has more experience, if he really understands the 9 yin-yang needles, he is still willing to ask for advice humbly. Chen Feng put his fingers on Shang Yu's wrist. To his surprise, Shang Yu's skin was very tender and well-maintained. He silently felt the other person's pulse. 10 minutes later, finally got a clue. Chapter 185, Showing Off Your Skills. It can be cured. Although Chen Feng only said 2 simple words. But in the eyes of Qing Long and others, they instantly became excited. He grabbed Chen Feng's arm and asked excitedly, "Are you sure you can cure it? This is no joke. Although you are very skilled, healing and fighting are 2 different things." The woman in combat uniform beside him was also excited. Mr. Chun, are you sure?" 80% sure. Chen Feng thought for a while and said, "But her condition is too complicated and cannot be cured in a short time. It will take at least a week of continuous treatment. As for when she can wake up, it depends on her." "Yeah, I see." The woman nodded quickly. She started following Shang Yu 5 years ago. On the surface, they were in a superior-subordinate relationship, but in reality, they were like sisters. After all, there were only 2 women in the entire combat unit. As long as the other party can cure the military leader, she would be willing to give herself to him. At this time, Qing Long's expression was very solemn. "Mr. Chun, the chief's illness depends on you. I believe you. Dr. Miao, what do you say? Since Dr. Chun is confident, let him treat first. I also want to see the yin-yang 9 needles. I wonder if Dr. Chun would mind." Miao Lane smiled faintly. If he were really left to treat himself, he wouldn't dare to do it. After all, the patient is the leader of the War Department. The other doctors also nodded and said, "We would like to take a look at it as well." Okay. Chen Feng did not refuse either. The yin-yang 9 needles were not too precious to him. If these people could learn it, it would be a good thing for China. But there is a high probability that they will not be able to learn it. The next time, Chen Feng asked Qing Long to prepare alcohol to disinfect the silver needles. When he came, he had already put on the silver needle, which was also given by the system. Everything is ready. He had people expose Shang Yu's arms, legs, and head, as the yin-yang 9 needles needed to be inserted and removed at these acupuncture points. Buzz! Chen Feng flicked his fingers. The needle tail is twisted, directly pierce an acupuncture point. Soon after, his speed became faster and faster, and his techniques became more and more complicated. Miao Ren's expression changed from curiosity, at first to surprise, and then to shock. That's right. He was really shocked. Don't be fooled by his young age. But his control over acupoints is very precise. Not only that, this set of yin-yang 9 needles is also used to perfection by the opponent. Miao Ren himself is very knowledgeable about ancient acupuncture techniques. Judging from Chen Feng's acupuncture techniques, it definitely doesn't look fake. It looks like a simple stitch. It contains a myriad of things, and the techniques are even more unpredictable. He tried hard to memorize the needle insertion positions and techniques, but I was shocked to find that I couldn't remember it at all. Not just him. The same situation applies to the rest of the people. What happened? I just memorized the last 10 stitches, but I forgot the first 3. I can't remember either. How strange. Is it because the technique is too complicated? It would be understandable if one person couldn't remember it, but several people present couldn't remember the technique of yin-yang 9 needles. And as time went on, The movements became faster and faster, and they couldn't see clearly at all. At this time, Qinglong suddenly looked at Shang Wanyu lying on the bed and cried out, "Military Lord! Military Lord is making a move." Everyone looked up. Sure enough, Shang Wanyu's fingers moved slightly. A simple action, but it made everyone's eyes shrink and their whole body tremble. Before that, the military commander couldn't move his fingers at all. Now, less than 10 minutes after the acupuncture, there was actually a slight reaction. It really works. The woman in combat uniform rubbed her eyes fiercely, and it seemed like she came back to her senses after a long while. She shouted excitedly, "Military Lord! Military Lord is saved!" As she cried out, tears began to flow. Now, they really saw hope. "Military Lord! Military Lord!" The members of the combat unit standing guard outside the room were equally excited. As long as the military leader is conscious, he will definitely wake up. They also hope to fight side by side with the military leader again and kill the enemy bravely together. Who can be undefeated in killing enemies on the battlefield? Who is the most powerful on the border? Military Lord. At this time, Chun Feng continued to perform acupuncture, and his forehead was covered with sweat. The yin-yang 9 needles have the miraculous effect of bringing the dead back to life, but using them is extremely mentally taxing and still very strenuous for Chun Feng. The woman in combat uniform quickly took out a towel to wipe his sweat. Miaoren looked at it for a while. Suddenly he sighed and said, "Everyone go out. The yin-yang 9 needles is too profound. We can't understand it, and we can't remember it. Don't bother Dr. Chen here." Yes, let's go out first. We can't disturb Dr. Chen." Professor Xiahua also quickly spoke up. Everyone walked out of the room. Only Chun Feng and the woman who was helping him were left in the room. When walking outside, Dr. Miao said slowly, "Master Qinglong, please have someone guard the door for the next period of time and don't let anyone in." Qinglong was stunned for a moment. Dr. Miao said somewhat awkwardly, "The next acupuncture location for you, General, is quite private." Qinglong suddenly realized, but to what extent is this privacy? You don't want to take off your clothes? Oh shit. If the military commander wakes up and knows that his body has been seen by Chun Feng, he will cut him into pieces. I just don't know which of these two people is more powerful. Qinglong chuckled in his heart. Who cares? Let's rescue the military leader first. Miaoren usually doesn't smoke, but at this moment he got a cigarette from somewhere and sat on the steps outside. He took a puff. He sighed and said, "Dr. Chun is only in his early 20s. I was hit hard by him. I shouldn't have come when Minister Zhang invited me to come. With Dr. Chen here, the commander's condition should be fine." Actually, Qinglong said with a strange look, "I didn't know Chun Feng knew medical skills. He came here mainly to take charge of the War Department. Half an hour ago, he had just repelled the enemy's sneak attack. He killed 20 to 30 king-level masters, and even the enemy leader had one arm cut off. The Zhan Department has not been destroyed now, thanks to him." Click. The cigarette in Miao Ren's hand fell directly to the ground. He's just a doctor. He doesn't understand what a king-level master is. He doesn't even know the enemy's leader. Miaoren only knew that Chun Feng's appearance saved the War Department and defeated the enemy forces. It's incredible. Isn't he a doctor? Aren't you a student of Behu University? Isn't he Mr. Chun from a certain company? How the hell can he still go to the battlefield? And he actually turned the situation on the battlefield around by himself. Miaoren was completely petrified. Chapter 186, Chun Feng's Gift. In the room, Chun Feng had already pulled out the silver needle from Shang Wanyu's body. He was also a little out of breath from exhaustion. He glanced at the woman next to him and said, "Take off her clothes." Xiaolan's eyes widened. "Isn't it acupuncture? Why are you taking off your clothes again? You are not planning to do anything bad to the military leader, are you? What are you thinking about?" Chun Feng said speechlessly, "Your army commander has several diseases, and the locations for acupuncture are also different. The next location for acupuncture is the chest. It's up to you. If you feel it's inappropriate, I won't give you acupuncture. As for whether she can still survive, I don't know." Xiaolan was hesitant. She naturally hoped that the military leader would wake up. But, as a woman, no one wants her body to be seen by others. What's more, he is a stranger. Besides, the military commander is the head of the War Department, and he is as high above as a queen. Can her body be seen by anyone? Chun Feng frowned and said, "My purpose is just to save people. If you're worried, you can just watch from the side. I'm the only one who knows the yin-yang 9 needles. If I don't take action, she will definitely die within 10 days. I'll help her take it off. Xiaolan gritted her teeth. He silently said in his heart, Military Lord, you can't blame Xiaolan. I took off your clothes just to save you. I can't care about anything now. After all, nothing is more important than life. Moreover, the medical skills demonstrated by the other party just now were indeed effective for the military leader's condition, so he had no choice but to do as he was told. Xiaolan quickly walked to the door and locked it. Only then did he slowly take off Shang Wanyu's clothes, unbuttoning one button at a time. Chen Feng was immediately attracted by the other party's figure. After all, Shang Wanyu is the leader of the War Department, and he usually exercised a lot, so there was no trace of fat on his body. The skin is firm. Those who should be thin are thin. Those who should be fat are fat. She has a body with golden proportions, which makes Chen Feng's blood boil. He quickly shook the thought off. Damn, I almost got the wrong idea. The silver needle in his hand also quickly inserted into the acupuncture point. The unconscious Shang Wanyu seemed to have a very long dream, in which he dreamed that he was still killing enemies on the battlefield. At this time, she suddenly felt a little cold. Huh, where am I? She tried hard to open her eyes, but found that she had no strength at all. I couldn't even lift my arms. Shang Wanyu used all her strength. Finally, his eyelids lifted slightly. I vaguely saw a person standing in front of me, and his hands seemed to be doing something on my body from time to time. Huh, why does he look a bit like Shen Feng? Am I not at the border? Is he coming to the border too? Look down again. Oh shit, where are my clothes? Where are the clothes I'm wearing? How do you take off my clothes? The next moment, a powerful, murderous aura suddenly erupted. The last name is Chun. I treat you as a friend and want you to inherit the position of the Lord of the War Department. You actually want to sleep with me? After all, Shang Wanyu is seriously injured. The murderous aura flashed away and she fell into coma again. Xiaolan couldn't help but open her mouth. The military commander seemed to have regained consciousness just now. Will she settle the score with me when she wakes up? Oh my god, so scary. Chen Feng's mouth twitched as well. Damn, what if one day, when you're giving an acupuncture treatment, the person wakes up while being treated? That's it. No, I must run away before Shang Wanyu wakes up. Otherwise, given this woman's personality, she would be very disappointed if she knew that I had seen her body. I will chase you to the ends of the earth. Another 10 minutes passed. Chen Feng finally put away the silver needle. I quickly said, she only needs 3 more treatments. I'll prescribe some Chinese medicine then. Just ask her to take the medicine on time. Uh-huh. Xiaolan nodded. Chen Feng suddenly stared at her and said very seriously, you took off Shang Wanyu's clothes. It has nothing to do with me, right? Ah, Xiaolan was stunned. He burst out laughing. He said with a smile, don't worry, you saved the life of the military leader. When she wakes up, I will explain to her. She will not kill you. After all, you have done her a favor. The most I can do is break your 5 legs. Chen Feng's face was filled with black lines. Girl, you are so bold. You drive at every turn. All right, put her clothes back on quickly. Your commander is out of danger now. We can continue the acupuncture at this time tomorrow. Mr. Chun, thank you. Xiaolan put away her playful face and thanked her seriously. Shang Wanyu is not only a sister to her, but also a benefactor. Because Xiaolan was the woman Shang Wanyu rescued at the border, and she has been following Shang Wanyu ever since. When Chen Feng came out, Qing Long and others quickly surrounded him. How is the military commander? Fine. Chen Feng waved his hand. The situation is relatively ideal. He should be able to wake up in 3 days. After a month of recuperation, his body will be fully recovered and it will not relapse again. However, she'd better not go to the battlefield within this month. This, Qing Long frowned. For Shang Wanyu, this matter is really difficult to deal with. The situation at the border is special. War could break out at any time, and Shang Wanyu would not be able to sit idly by. He sighed and said, I'll try my best. At worst, I can stay at the border for another month and wait for the military commander to recover from his injuries before leaving. Chen Feng suddenly said, Minister Zhang asked me to come to the border to take charge. I should be the person in charge here, right? Calculate. Okay, then you gather all the king-level masters now, and we will kill the enemy in an hour. What? Qing Long was shocked. The battle has just ended, and now there's trouble again. Although Ing Sha is injured, they should have other experts. I think what we need to do now is to heal his wounds. Call the people here first. Chen Feng's attitude was very tough. When I was in Beihu, Shang Wanyu gave me a big gift, and now I want to return her a big gift. When I have defeated the enemy forces and made them flee in panic, there will naturally be no more fighting on the border. Then Shangwan, you can just focus on recuperating from her injuries. Shadow Shah, Shadow Shah. I'll let you live a few more hours. It's time for you to die. Okay, I'll go get some help. Qinglong shook his head and said nothing more. Although he was grateful to Chun Feng for saving the War Department from danger, he still disagreed with some of the decisions. At this time, Huanzi came over and said with a complicated look, "Do you still remember Yu Batian? Remember, wasn't he fired from the War Department?" Chun Feng was a little surprised. I don't know why the other party mentioned this person. Huanzi shook his head and cursed. I also hated that guy before. He ruined the reputation of the War Department. Minister Zhang was going to punish him. Half a month ago, he took the initiative to request support for the border, hoping to atone for his sins. When a military leader was in crisis before, he used his own life to help the military leader block the fatal blow. That guy didn't have a good reputation when he was alive, but he did one right thing before he died. I see. Chun Feng understood what the other party meant. Yu Batian had a conflict with me, but now that he is dead, all the grudges are written off. I didn't expect he was still a man. Chapter 187, he is the successor of the military leader. The War Department has several outposts stationed on the border. Although these strongholds are not far from each other, it still takes half an hour to get there. Soon, nearly 20 king-level masters gathered in the conference room. They are all in charge of several strongholds. The other king-level masters need to patrol and cannot all come here. And at this time, Chun Feng sat in the position that originally belonged to the military leader, which made some of them frown slightly. Although they knew that Chun Feng's appearance saved the War Department and the life of the Army Lord, the position of the Army Lord was not something that everyone could take. As for the military camp, Qinglong, Yunjie, and others had witnessed Chun Feng's strength with their own eyes and had no objections. What's more, the other party was appointed by Minister Zhang himself. He is Chun Feng. He has the same nose and mouth. So how did he defeat Yingsha? Who knows? I heard that when he came, he jumped directly from a height of more than 40 meters. His appearance was so domineering. Isn't the rumor a bit exaggerated? I still don't believe he can defeat Yingsha. These people did not see the previous scene. After all, they were in another stronghold, and they heard the news from the military camp from other members. Lord Qinglong could have fought Yingsha. I think it must have been after Lord Qinglong and Yingsha were both injured in the fight that Chun Feng took advantage of the opportunity and defeated Yingsha. Yes, that's possible. At this time, a heavenly king-level expert nearby said in a deep voice, "Don't make blind guesses. It was indeed Mr. Chun who repelled Yingsha. I was at the scene before." At that time, Yingsha was about to rush into the room to assassinate the military leader. As a result, he was defeated by Mr. Chun in one move. Moreover, all the king-level masters brought by the other side were killed. Mr. Chun killed 20 to 30 of them with one strike. When I heard these words, the people from before suddenly opened their mouths wide. His face was full of horror. At this time, Chun Feng glanced at the people below and said calmly, "I think everyone should know me. My name is Chun Feng. Minister Zhang asked me to come to the border to take charge for 3 days. I hope everyone can follow my instructions during these 3 days. I know some of you will definitely not accept it, but just bear with it. You can do whatever you want in 3 days. I have no right to control you. But now, you have to listen to me. Do you understand?" He didn't waste any time and just spoke directly. Chun Feng also understood. There must be a lot of troublemakers in the War Department. After all, the people in the military camp have seen my abilities and should still recognize me. As for other strongholds, he doesn't know what others think, and there's no need to know. He could just suppress them forcefully. Really, some people below looked unhappy, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at Qinglong beside him, as if asking about the authenticity of the matter. Qinglong said in a deep voice, "I have personally confirmed with Minister Zhang. This is indeed true. During these 3 days, everyone listened to him, including me." As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed. One of them stood up suddenly. "I don't accept it. Lord Qinglong, although Chun Feng has done a favor to the War Department and the Army Master, does he know how to march and fight? He is indeed very strong, but that is only his personal strength. Now all our lives are in his hands. I really don't accept it." "I don't accept it either." Another person also stood up and said, "Minister Zhang only asked him to take charge of the War Department. He didn't tell us to obey him in everything. These are two different things." "Good." The third person also stood up. He has not received any systematic training. If he makes a wrong decision, how many of us will die? Everyone expressed their opinions. They were not targeting Chen Feng, but they did not trust the new leader. After all, before the military commander took charge of the combat department, he also underwent various professional training and guidance. And what about the person in front of me? I am really too young and I don't understand anything. How can we let him serve as the acting military commander? Presumptuous. Qing Long was immediately furious. Military orders are as heavy as a mountain. Chen Feng was chosen by Minister Zhang, and the military commander personally gave his approval. Once something happens to the military leader, he will be the successor to the War Department. Now he's in charge of the War Department. What's the problem? Besides, if Chen Feng hadn't arrived in time, how many of you would be alive? What do you want to do now? Do you want to rebel? A military order is as heavy as a mountain. Everyone shut their mouths immediately. They did forget one thing. Chen Feng was the successor chosen by the military leader. Even if I'm dissatisfied now, I can only bear it. Qing Long then looked at Chen Feng and said, "They are ignorant. Don't worry about it. You'll take over the War Department sooner or later anyway. So just treat it as a practice now." Chen Feng was speechless. Damn, when did I agree to take over the War Department? He was too lazy to bother about this matter. Anyway, once Shang Guanyu's body recovered, the things here would have nothing to do with him. He looked down again and said, "Tonight at 10 o'clock, I hope you will cooperate with me in the decapitation operation and eliminate the Shadow Commander. Is there a problem?" Everyone was shocked again. Several top masters below wanted to express their opinions, but did not dare to speak. "Explain." Chen Feng gestured. The man gritted his teeth and said, "We have fought several battles, and everyone's injuries have not recovered yet. I think the most important thing now is to heal the wounds. Yes, and behind Yingsha is the base of the enemy's 5th Legion. It's not that easy to kill him. It is very likely that the enemy will use heavy weapons, and the casualties will be even greater. In these incidents, both sides only used guns and ammunition. If the situation develops to the point where heavy weapons are used, they might be rocket launchers and aircraft shells." They kept shaking their heads and their hearts. "It's true. Do you really think that war is so easy? Every victory is won with the blood of countless people." Qing Long on the side also frowned, hesitant to speak. Chen Feng's face suddenly broke into a smile. "That's why I need you to cooperate with me. Your goal is to launch a full-scale attack and attract the enemy's heavy weapons. As for killing Yingsha, I can do it alone." "What?" Everyone's eyes suddenly widened. Even Qing Long looked shocked. "One person? Charge into enemy territory? Oh shit, isn't this kid too bold?" "Chen Feng, you absolutely can't do that. If anything happens to you, how can I explain to Minister Zhang? What's more, the military commander still needs you to treat him now." "Rest assured," Chen Feng said calmly, "I will definitely kill Yingsha. Didn't you tell me how many of your people will die as a result of my decision? This time, none of you will die. Remember, it's a feint. You just need to attract their firepower and distract their attention. As for the rest, don't worry about it." After saying this, he left the meeting room. When he reached the door, he suddenly stopped. "Also, I don't want the position of the leader of the War Department. I will only stay for 3 days. After 3 days, I will not stay even if you beg me." Everyone looked stunned. Chapter 188. Shura Palace appears. Night fell, around 10 o'clock at night. On the other side of the border, there's a jungle at the end of the Gobi Desert, where an enemy military base is located. It is the stronghold of the 5th Legion. As a special operations team of the enemy country, the 5th Legion possesses advanced weapons and equipment and is one of the most capable legions. In a room, Yingsha sat on the chair with an angry look on his face. At this time, his entire left arm was broken at the shoulder. Although it had been bandaged long ago, blood still seeped out of the gauze. He really didn't expect that he had already run out of the War Department's camp, but his left arm was chopped off by a huge axe. That's a distance of 100 meters. It's really damn accurate. Opposite him, a man in camouflage uniform sneered and said, "I never thought that the dignified Yingsha commander would have such an embarrassing day. I thought you were so powerful." He was beaten to a pulp by the War Department. "I have said it long ago that this battle has to be fought by our 5th Army, and we will directly deploy planes and cannons. I don't believe I can't get it." "Bullshit." Yingsha smashed the table to pieces with his palm and said angrily, "Lone wolf, don't gloat over others' misfortune. If you really meet that guy, you will be doomed just the same." He was really annoyed. If he hadn't been seriously injured, He wouldn't have come to the 5th Legion to recuperate. After all, there are heavy weapons and enough manpower here. It's okay, even if you encounter a sneak attack from the War Department. Just didn't expect it. The lone wolf, who was also a leader, actually mocked him. He wished he could just crush his neck. Seeing the other party getting angry, the lone wolf stopped joking. He said seriously, "The masters of China are all famous. Apart from the leader of the War Department, no one should be able to hurt you like this. Where did that guy come from?" "How should I know?" Ingsha felt a little upset. Most of the top masters under his command have been killed, and the rest are basically a bunch of trash. Equivalent to. He was left alone. "Don't be angry. We're colleagues after all. You can stay with me if you want to. No one will stop you if you want to go back. After all, you are quite pitiful now. Lone wolf, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb." Okay, I won't say anything." Lone wolf laughed. "From what you said just now, the leader of the War Department must have been in trouble. Now is a good opportunity for us to counterattack. Although the super strong man from China is very powerful, I use heavy weapons. Even if the planes and artillery shells were fired directly at him, he couldn't do anything to me. Commander Ingsha, I have to go make some arrangements. Wait for my good news." As soon as he finished speaking, an explosion suddenly sounded around him. His face suddenly changed. Immediately following, there were panicked voices outside. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Lone wolf commander, there is an enemy attack. Prepare for battle." Damn it! The lone wolf ran out quickly. I saw dozens of fighter planes bombing the outskirts of the base. Although they did not break through the base's defenses, they still scared the lone wolf into a cold sweat. He was discovered only when the enemy reached his doorstep. Damn! The other party must have a stealth device, which is why they avoided radar detection. The lone wolf was really scared and broke out in a cold sweat. If the enemy really lets a shell hit the base, we'll be doomed. He was bragging in front of Ingsha just now and almost got slapped in the face. There were nearly 20 fighter planes bombing around the base, but they were all blocked by the 5th Legion and did not cause any substantial damage. The two sides immediately started exchanging fire. The flames lit up the sky. The originally dark night was directly illuminated. Lone Wolf also quickly summoned all the generals to discuss the battle plan. "Humph, the Chinese War Department actually wants to suppress us with heavy weapons. What wishful thinking." "That's right. As soon as our fighter planes appeared, they actually fled everywhere and didn't dare to fight head-on. This time we might as well chase them all the way to the other side and blow up their base directly." A group of people were talking, but the lone wolf frowned, feeling that something was wrong. At this time, Ingsha got a machete from somewhere and just sat there quietly. He felt vaguely. Tonight is going to be a very uneasy night. There was constant exchange of fire between the two sides. On a high slope in a jungle at the border, there stood a tall man with a huge heavy sword on his back. The heavy sword has no edge. The man glanced at the fiery red sky, wondering what he was thinking. At this time, a strange fragrance wafted over, and a woman suddenly appeared beside him. The woman chuckled and said, "Liang, are you afraid that this battle will reach the interior of China and affect your trip to China this time? Our identities are rather special, so it's best to keep it secret." Liang's gaze finally shifted from a distance to the woman. When the other party first appeared, he had one face, and now he has changed his face. Thousands of people, thousands of faces. It's like magic. Sometimes, even Liang can't figure out which face is the other person's true appearance. But every face is beautiful and has a stunning appearance. He sighed and said, "Stop changing your face. You made me dizzy. You've been in China for quite a while, but you didn't find any trace of the palace master? Not even a hair." The woman shrugged her shoulders and said, "After the palace master was seriously injured a few years ago, he went to China to find someone to treat his illness. He has not contacted us in the past few years, so he must be gone. Liang, tell me, who can hurt the palace master? After all, he is the master of Shura Palace." "Have no idea." Liang shook his head. "There are still many masters in this world. Since the other party has a grudge against the palace master, we must be careful that he may target our Shura Palace. Although the Shura Palace has withdrawn from the extraterritorial battlefield in recent years, we still cannot take it lightly." "I know." The woman pursed her lips. Liang walked forward with the heavy sword on his back. "No matter whether the palace master is still alive or not, I must go to China this time. All forces think that we are looking for a young master now. In fact, what we are looking for is the Shura order. When the palace master left, he took the Shura order with him. You also know the importance of a shuro order. It must not fall into the hands of others. Okay, fine, Shureling. The woman followed him reluctantly. Are you going to enter the country with a heavy sword on your back? I'm telling you, if you look like this, you will definitely be regarded as a fool. Liang frowned and said, This is my weapon. I can't throw it away. Who wants to lose it? I'm asking you to pack it up with something. The woman covered her face with her hands. He shook his head helplessly and then took the other person away. Why? It really is a big piece of wood. Chapter 189 Killing. Liang had just taken a few steps when he saw a figure in the distance, quickly rushing towards a military base. The opponent is very fast and has amazing skills. Although he encountered some patrols outside the base, they were all easily dealt with by the other side. He remembered that in China, only the head of the War Department had the ability to break into the enemy's camp alone. But isn't the head of the War Department a woman? Who is that person in the distance? The woman at the side smiled and said, I've seen that person before. His name is Chun Feng. His public identity is that of a senior student, but his hidden identity is unclear. It should be very strong. Liang touched the heavy sword behind him, feeling eager to try. The woman said quickly, Don't mess around. That guy must be helping the War Department to clean up the enemies now. If you ruin his business, the whole of China will not let you go. When that time comes, don't even think about going to China to look for Shura order. Let's go. Liang also knew that now was not the time for sparring. He looked in Chun Feng's direction again and left quickly. The woman also glanced in that direction, not knowing what she was thinking. Just after the two left, Chun Feng, who was far away, suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. At that moment, a sense of crisis suddenly flashed through his heart. Flash by. Is there any expert out there? Impossible. The strongest Yingsha on the enemy side has lost one arm, and his strength has been greatly reduced. There should be no masters in the 5th Legion. He shook his head. He swung the dagger in his hand fiercely, quickly killing a patrolman in front of him, rushed quickly towards a military base. At the 5th Legion's military base, the lone wolf's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. Because the fighter planes of the War Department never collided with him head-on, but ran away after bombing a few times, and he did not dare to chase them in the direction of China. What if there's a trap? Several generals around him kept advising. Lone Wolf Commander, China is now at its wit's end. Hurry up and chase them. If you miss this opportunity, it won't be so easy to deal with them next time. Yes, the combat department's advantage lies in close combat, but they're still inferior to us in terms of heavy weapons. I think we can give chase. That's right, let's launch a full-scale attack now. The lone wolf remained silent, especially when he saw Yingsha sitting there not far away, motionless and even a little nervous. The uneasiness in my heart is growing stronger and stronger. Something is wrong. He raised his head abruptly. Give orders not to pursue. Everyone enters level 1 alert. Summon all the king-level masters to gather here quickly to prevent the enemy from attacking. Everyone was very confused. After several battles, the Chinese military unit still suffered heavy damage. It's impossible to launch a surprise attack on the 5th Legion, right? Moreover, the 5th Legion's defensive measures are still in place. I'm afraid they will be discovered before they even break in. That's what they were thinking. A figure suddenly appeared in the room and chuckled. Commander Lone Wolf is indeed cautious. And Commander Shadow Shah, do you think I can't find you if you hide here? It's you. Yingsha's face suddenly changed. He really didn't expect that Chun Feng actually sneaked into the 5th Legion. The most important thing is that it has not been discovered yet. Wrong. I'm afraid the person who discovered it has already died. Yingsha was really scared. He was no match for Chun Feng before, and now that his arm was broken, he was even less of a match. Lone Wolf and the others also had pale faces. The whole person felt like falling into an ice cellar. Damn it. How the hell did he get here? An enemy has broken in. Quick help. The lone wolf just shouted. Then Chun Feng suddenly jumped over and pulled the dagger in his hand directly across his neck. Swish. Blood was gushing out. Killed instantly. The rest of the people were horrified and ran outside in fear. Yingsha kicked everyone away immediately and swung the machete in his hand towards Chun Feng. He himself was as fast as lightning and rushed out of the military base. Semi-weapons? Chun Feng smiled faintly. He grabbed the flying machete with his palm and swept it out fiercely. The fleeing generals vomited blood instantly. Chun Feng's speed did not slow down. Every time he made a move, one person fell down. Even a top-level master could not dodge his moves. There are still many king-level masters in the 5th Legion. They all gathered around at this time. However, Chun Feng shook his head. His first target was Sha, and he couldn't let him escape this time. Quickly pick up the pace. He kicked Sha in the vest not far away. Puff! Sha felt that his entire sternum was shattered. Before he could even get up from the ground, Chun Feng's machete had already pierced into his vest. Even in death, his face still had a strong expression of fear. Too weak, that's all. Chun Feng looked indifferent. He came to the border this time to test what level his strength had reached. The enemies are so weak. Isn't it too fragile? Oh no, the lone wolf commander is dead. Oh no, Commander Sha is also dead. Quick, surround him. Don't let him run away. The entire 5th Legion seemed to be in an uproar. Nearly 100 people surrounded Chun Feng. Almost all of them were king-level masters, and the weakest one was at the level of 5-star general. At the outermost edge, there was another group of people holding machine guns, and there were rocket launchers pointing at Chun Feng further out. It is surrounded by several layers inside and outside. The commander is dead. They had to save the enemy's life so that they could report to the higher-ups when they returned. But then they made a horrified discovery. No matter how many people there were, it seemed that they were never enough for the other side to kill. The dagger in the opponent's hand can cut through iron like mud. If you're not careful, you may lose your life. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes later, 50 or 60 king-level masters have fallen under Chun Feng's feet. He is like a Shura from hell. Every step he takes one person's life, no matter if that person is a top-level master or a 5-star master. One step, one life. The machine guns outside fire at the opponent, but could not hurt him at all. Some bullets were even blocked by the dagger, and some hit the body with a tinkling sound, as if they hit metal. The outermost rocket launchers are even less effective. This kind of weapon is not meant to be used against people. The target is too small to hit, and Chun Feng can easily dodge it. For a while, everyone was terrified. If they're willing to die, perhaps thousands or even tens of thousands of people could be used to trap Chun Feng. When Chun Feng is exhausted from killing, we can kill him. But who on the scene is willing to die? Especially without a leader, they lost their backbone and the entire 5th Legion was in chaos. Chun Feng continued to kill. These people were killed and their souls were scattered to pieces. He is King Shura. He is the Azura King of Hell. A group of people fled, terrified by the killing. It is said that the Lord of Shura Palace in the extraterritorial battlefield had to go through a test when he was in charge of Shura Palace. It's called killing. You have to kill 1,000 people to qualify. Some time ago, they heard rumors that Shura Palace had chosen a young master to return to the world. Could the person in front of me be the young master chosen by Shura Palace? Is he not going through that test now? Oh shit. Thinking of this, everyone was terrified. I no longer have the will to fight, so I run away quickly. The killing did not end with their escape. Soon, not only the commander of the 5th Legion and the king-level masters were killed. The leaders of the enemy forces stationed in other border strongholds were also killed, and the entire enemy force was instantly thrown into chaos. It was necessary to mobilize experts from outside the battlefield to prevent Chun Feng's sneak attack. Some senior executives also suffered from insomnia and had trouble sleeping all night. Chapter 190 Chief Instructor of the War Department. When Chun Feng returned to the military camp, it was already early morning. Now, everyone looked at him in shock. Previously, when Chun Feng said that he wanted to break into the enemy camp alone and kill leader Sha, they did not believe that Chun Feng could succeed. And now, the other party really did it. Not only that, the people in the combat department cooperated with him to attract the enemy's firepower. Although some people were injured in the exchange of fire, no one died. What shocked them even more was, not only did Commander Sha die, but Commander Lone Wolf of the 5th Legion also died. Even the commanders of other strongholds and nearly 100 king-level masters were all killed. This battle, big victory. Now the entire enemy force is in panic. Even the legions stationed on the border retreated 30 miles in this extreme panic. They didn't dare get too close to the border. They were afraid that one day Chun Feng would break into the military camp again and wipe out all their top leaders. This night, not only the enemy forces were shaken, even the battlefield outside the domain was shocked, and a piece of news was circulating among various forces. The former Shura Palace is about to be born. The candidate for this term's young Master Shura has already been chosen, and he is a Chinese, with the title of King Shura. Rumors are spreading outside. Various news also continued to come out. Seeing Chun Feng returning triumphantly, Qinglong hurriedly went up to him and knelt on one knee. "Congratulations, sir, on your triumphant return. Congratulations, sir, on your triumphant return. Congratulations, sir, on your triumphant return." Around the military camp, tens of thousands of people knelt on one knee. This time they were completely convinced by Chun Feng. All these years at the border, they have followed the military leader in participating in battles of all sizes no less than 100 times, and there was not a single time when there were no casualties. And now? But no one died. It also forced the enemy forces to retreat 30 miles. This situation has never happened before. What made them even more frightened was Chun Feng is actually the young master of Shura Palace, King Shura. Although it was just a rumor, they really believed it. "Okay, get up." Chun Feng frowned slightly. He didn't take the rumors seriously. Let's just call him King Shura. Previously, he only killed Sha and the people from the 5th Legion, and he did not kill people in other strongholds. The other side, in a dense forest in China, Liang wiped the blood off the heavy sword and frowned. "Why did you ask me to help that kid kill someone just now?" Country M also has experts in the battlefield outside the domain. We killed many of their strongholds' heavenly king-level masters and commanders, and I'm afraid Shura Palace is not immune to this. Speaking of this, he suddenly looked at the woman next to him again. "Are you in love with him?" "Far." The woman rolled her eyes and said, "I just think he looks a bit like our palace master. Can't I help him?" "Real?" Liang was a little suspicious. "Okay, let's go." As he said that, he pulled Liang into an off-road vehicle, rushing all the way towards the interior of China. This was the first time Chun Feng had experienced such a battle. He took off his combat uniform. The reason he was able to avoid bullets before was because of the combat uniform. Qinglong originally wanted to celebrate in the evening, but was rejected by Chun Feng. He is really tired. Although his body had been strengthened many times by the system, he really needed a good rest after a night of tense nerves and excessive exercise. The next day, when Chun Feng woke up, Minister Zhang Tianxiang also rushed over from Kyoto. After learning the news of the great victory, Zhang Tianxiang was extremely excited and went straight to Chun Feng and said, "Xiao Chun, you are a great contributor to China, and you have made a first-class contribution this time. If you have any requests, just tell us, and we will definitely satisfy you." "No." Chun Feng waved his hand. Anyway, even if he didn't help the War Department, he still wanted to get rid of Sha. Just consider it as a favor to the military lord. Also, I will leave tomorrow after I give the military lord the last treatment. I have done what I promised you. Speaking of this, he looked at Zhang Tianxiang seriously. "Minister Zhang, I know you want me to inherit the position of military leader, but I really have no interest in this position. The military commander's health will return to normal after a month of rest. Therefore, she can still take charge of the War Department." "Why?" Zhang Tianxiang sighed. He has always wanted to keep the other party in the War Department, but now it seems impossible. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Xiao Chun, are you interested in being the chief instructor of the combat department?" "Not interested." Xiao Chun. Seeing Chun Feng was about to leave, Zhang Tianxiang quickly chased after him and said sincerely, "This is just a sinecure, and you don't need to stay at the border. You can still go to school if you want. Just come and give them some pointers when you have time. As you know, the War Department is in great need of experts right now. Some are on the battlefield outside the domain, and there is no one else in the territory except the military leader. What's in it for me? Chun Feng is not a saint, and he will not do anything that has no benefit. Previously, I helped the War Department for the sake of justice. Now it's a private matter," Zhang Tianxiang said hurriedly. "The chief instructor has great power, and his position in the War Department is second only to the military commander, and he can transfer members of the War Department at will. Think about it. Your identity is different now. As for your parents, the War Department has been secretly protecting them. But if you train a few experts yourself, it might be safer." Chun Feng's heart moved. "Indeed, my parents need to send a few more experts to protect us. Let me think about it first." Only after getting this answer did Zhang Tianxiang breathe a sigh of relief. "Okay, then you treat the military commander first." Seeing Chun Feng walk into Shangguan Yu's ward, countless thoughts flashed through Zhang Tianxiang's mind again. I don't know if these two can get together. I looked at the whole body. That should be fine. When Chun Feng walked into the room, Xiaolan had already stripped Shangguan Yu's clothes off. It seems that I have already gotten used to the process. He looked very unhappy. The action of taking off clothes is quite skillful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for participating in and completing the video task. Reward system points plus 150. Host current remaining system points, 6,250. Ding! Due to the host participation in completing the video task, the current system prediction time has changed. Currently, any event between 1475 and 2090 can be predicted. The timeline has expanded again. The reward for the military lord's video mission should have been given yesterday, but it was delayed again. Chen Feng is no longer surprised, no matter what the system does. Just don't dig your own grave. Just as he was about to treat Shangguan Yu, a voice sounded in his mind again. Ding! Random rewards burst out. It is detected that the host has a heavy killing, and a token is randomly awarded. Next moment, a token suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's hand. The entire token is black. There are 3 big words on it. Shura order? Chen Feng was stunned for a moment. Chapter 191 Shangguan Yu wakes up. Oh shit, what is this? Chen Feng had heard of Shura Palace, but I have never heard of Shura order. Could it be the token of Shura Palace? Think of this. Chen Feng's eyes suddenly widened. This system, awesome. He had heard before that Shura Palace was a very powerful extraterritorial organization, and he possessed their token. Doesn't this mean that I can give orders to Shura Palace? Have I really become the young master of Shura Palace? Sun Chen Feng shook his head. Generally, there are only 2 outcomes. The first one is that he really inherited the position of the Lord of Shura Palace and became the real Shura King. Another result is that the people from Shura Palace will kill him. Then get your token back. After all, this token is a reward from the system, and God knows where the system got it from. Maybe it was even stolen. This moment, Chen Feng suddenly felt that the Shura order in his hand had become a hot potato. It's not right to hold it, and it's even worse to throw it away. Oh my God, is this Shura order? Xiaolan, who was standing by, suddenly covered her mouth with her hands, her heart already filled with turmoil. She has followed the military leader for so many years. I also know a little about things outside the domain, and the famous Shura Palace is even more famous. Now, there was a hint of admiration in the look he gave Chen Feng. The previous rumors turn out to be true. He is really the young master of Shura Palace, with the title of Shura King. Otherwise, how could he possibly possess the Shura order? It's obviously been passed down. You are mistaken. This is not the Shura order. Chen Feng put the token away very calmly. Xiaolan, however, was very confident. This is it. No, that's right, you can't fool me. Xiaolan snorted. Then he leaned closer and whispered, Dr. Chun, don't worry. I will definitely help you keep this secret. By the way, I heard that there's a master named Liang in Shura Palace who is not only powerful. He's very handsome. Can you introduce him to me? Chen Feng was speechless. Is this little girl getting horny? But I don't even know him. He was too lazy to explain anything and quickly took out the silver needle. Okay, I'll introduce it to you when I have a chance. Treat the military commander first. I'll leave after the last treatment tomorrow. Xiaolan nodded quickly. Then he suddenly remembered something. Dr. Chun, the commander probably won't wake up tomorrow. Why don't you wait until she wakes up before leaving? No. Chen Feng secretly glanced at Shangguan Yu lying on the bed. I even know exactly where the other person has and how many moles he has. So if he doesn't show up, I'll run away. By then you won't be able to leave, even if you want to. Half an hour later, acupuncture completed. Shangguan Yu had actually suffered quite a few injuries during his years in the War Department. Chen Feng saw several scars on her body, one on her lower abdomen and one on her back. In fact, Shangguan Yu is quite perfect in both appearance and figure. It is these 2 scars that add a flaw to her perfect figure. Which woman doesn't love beauty? I believe Shangguan Yu herself also wants to remove these 2 scars. Chen Feng thought for a while and said, I'll see if I can make an ointment when I get back. It should be able to remove the scars on her body. Really? Xiaolan was also very happy. He said with a smile, the military commander is very concerned about these 2 scars. If she is happy, she might even marry you. Our military leader looks very beautiful in women's clothing and is definitely a heartthrob. Forehead. Chen Feng really couldn't respond to this sentence. He quickly packed up the silver needle and left the room. The border situation has been basically stable during this period, and the United States has been severely damaged. There will be no further action for at least a month. Chen Feng just wanted to return to Behu City as soon as possible. He has seen too much blood on the battlefield during this period and has suffered too much bloodshed. It has affected my behavior habits. I have to go back to the city and calm my mind. After all, it's not like the border where you can kill people at will in China. You still have to abide by the rules. The next day, Chen Feng gave Shang Guanyu the last acupuncture treatment in the morning. Accompanied by Zhang Tianxiang, he boarded the helicopter with doctors, including Miao Run. Dr. Miao Run has been staying in the military camp these days, treating the wounded in the combat unit. The members of the combat unit have been fighting on the battlefield for many years and have suffered many injuries. Some of them even have chronic illnesses like Shang Guanyu. Chen Feng also gave them acupuncture several times in the past few days. Zhang Tianxiang's mood at this moment was complicated. He remembered that when he first met Chen Feng, he could still treat him as a junior. Now the other party's identity has reached the same level as mine, even a level higher than myself. Developer of dark metal synthesis technology. Developer of holographic projection technology. Chief instructor of the combat department. Young master of Shura Palace. Every identity can cause a sensation. He looked at Chen Feng in front of him again, feeling deeply moved. Zhang Tianxiang suddenly remembered the first time he investigated Chen Feng. He didn't find out anything else, but he unexpectedly discovered that Chen Feng's parents themselves had no children. Later, a baby was adopted. It seems it's the current Chen Feng. The incident happened too long ago, and he didn't find out the specific circumstances, so he didn't investigate it later. What's wrong, Minister Zhang? Chen Feng was puzzled when he realized that the other party was staring at him. Why is it that now, no matter whether they are men or women, they all like to look at me? It's okay. It's okay. Zhang Tianxiang smiled and said, Xiao Chun, I hope you can consider the position of chief instructor of the combat department. I can approve the documents directly after I go back. Let's talk about it later. Chen Feng doesn't want to make a decision now. This old fox wanted to help him take charge of the War Department. No way. The Lord is awake. The Lord is awake. Followed by Xiaolan's excited shouts. The entire military camp was in an uproar. Everyone was very excited. They have waited and hoped for so many days. The military leader finally woke up. At this time, Shang Guanyu walked out of the ward wearing a combat uniform, with her long hair scattered on her shoulders. Even though he is sick now, he still gives people a strong aura. Military Lord. Military Lord. Everyone shouted. I'm fine. Thank you for your hard work. Shang Guanyu nodded towards the front and was visibly stunned when she saw Qing Long standing beside her. She didn't expect that this person would also rush back from the battlefield outside the domain. After a simple greeting, he asked Xiaolan behind him, What's the situation now? Don't worry, Lord, Yingsha has been killed, and the lone wolf of the 5th Legion is also dead. Xiaolan took her arm and smiled. Right now, the entire M country has suffered heavy losses, and their troops stationed on the border have retreated 30 miles. And more, the commanders of other garrisons also died. A lot of people died. At least the border is peaceful in the next 1 or 2 months. And more, these were all killed by Chen Feng. Dr. Chen Feng is not only very skilled, but also has great medical skills. Chapter 192 Run. Looking at Xiaolan, she talked a lot. Shang Guanyu was completely stunned. I think I've only been in a coma for 3 days. How come so many things happened? The M country garrison retreated 30 miles. Oh my God. In all the years she had been at the border, this had never happened before. Etc. Shang Guanyu suddenly remembered something. Chen Feng. Yes, that's the person. A chill instantly spread across her face. Xiaolan, tell me the truth. Did he take off my clothes and look at my body while I was unconscious? Xiaolan felt a little uneasy. He forced a smile on his face. Lord, are you hungry now? How about I make you some food? Xiaolan, seeing that she couldn't escape, Xiaolan pursed her lips and said, Dr. Chen said that he wanted to treat you and that you had to take off your clothes. I took off the clothes, but he was the one who saw your body. He told you to take it off, so you took it off? Shang Guanyu was about to collapse. She originally thought that with Xiaolan by her side, nothing embarrassing would happen. What's the result? This little girl, actually, is this too bad for teammates? Sister Xiaolan shook her arm and said, You didn't know that the situation was very dangerous. If you didn't take off your clothes, you would die. He didn't mean to see your body. Otherwise, you should just marry him. Xiaolan, are you asking for a beating? Shang Guanyu frowned and raised her hand to hit him. Sister Xiaoya, stop hitting me. Xiaolan quickly dodged and said, Think about it. Chen Feng is handsome and has good skills. I think you two are a good match. If he is here, you, Xiaoya, will not get hurt in the future. You, Shang Yu snorted softly. She is the cold and aloof leader of the War Department in front of others, but she is not so serious in front of Xiaolan. The relationship between the two is still very good. Xiaolan pulled her arm again and whispered, Sister Xiaoya, do you know that I saw the Shura order in Qinfeng's hand before? He is actually the young master of the Shura Palace. What? Shang Yu's heart trembled. This news was undoubtedly a shock to her. In her impression, Feng probably didn't have any background. He was just good at martial arts and was good at scientific research and technology. How did he suddenly become the young master of Shura Palace? Sure. Xiaolan whispered, Sister Xiaoya, keep your voice down. I promised him not to tell anyone. I was counting on him to introduce me to Lai Yang from Shura Palace. Now there are rumors on the battlefield outside the domain that the Shura Palace is about to be born. But you and I are the only ones who know that the Shura order is in Chun Feng's hands. I see. Shang Yu's expression became solemn. No wonder the other party was able to resolve the chaos on the border. No wonder he could kill Yingsha and others. It's hidden really deeply. She took a deep breath, glanced at the sky in the distance, and said, Xiaolan, get ready. We will return to China in a week. Ah! Xiaolan was stunned for a moment. It took him a long time to come back to his senses, and he was extremely excited. Sister Xiaoya, is this true? Are you really going to take me back? Go back. Qin Feng's figure appeared in Shang Yu's mind again. Snort. You want to run away after seeing my body? You wait. Great. I can finally go back. I'll get ready right away. Xiaolan hurried into the house. She seemed to have forgotten that Shang Yu said it would be a week later. The next time, Shang Yu reviewed what had happened in the War Department in the past few days. The more I think about it, the more shocked I am. Because of the battle that Chun Feng participated in, only 20 people in the combat unit were injured, and no one died. She can't even do this herself. Soon, she called Qinglong over again. Military Lord. Qinglong felt a little complicated. He used to be dissatisfied with Shang Yu, but now he vaguely recognizes her. Shang Yu nodded. Are the other three okay now? There are 3 other people who went to the battlefield outside the domain with Qinglong. Xuanwu, Suzaku, and White Tiger. It's all good. They originally wanted to come back to assist the military leader this time, but they were entangled by some forces and couldn't get away. No problem. Shang Yu changed the subject and asked, what do you think of Chun Feng? He is a person. I can't figure him out. Qinglong frowned and said, not only is his strength hard to tell, but his methods are also hard to tell. People outside are saying that he is the young master of Shura Palace. The news may be true, or maybe someone just released it deliberately to divert attention. As for whether there is any connection between him and Shura Palace, it's hard to say. One more thing. What's up? Everyone thought that all the commanders of the M country's border strongholds were killed by Qin Feng. Later, I checked and found something. There were at least 2 strongholds where the dead masters were killed by a single blow from the heavy sword. As far as I know, Chun Feng doesn't have such a weapon. The only one who currently has a heavy sword is Lai Yang from Shura Palace, and I'm afraid there is no one else. Shang Yu's eyes narrowed. Are you saying that people from Shura Palace are also involved? Good. Qinglong said solemnly. Whether it is Chun Feng or other people from Shura Palace, it seems that they have no hostility towards us at the moment, but have helped us a lot. I also found out that Lai Yang has now entered China's territory. The Shura Palace is in a state of flux right now. It's really a troubled time. Shang Yu was full of doubts. There are many things she couldn't judge right now. Qinglong, I'm going back to China in a week. You just need to take care of the War Department, and you can go to the battlefield outside the domain after I come back. I'll feel more at ease if you're here. Okay. Qinglong also knew that Shang Yu's health still needed recuperation. Qin Feng directly asked Zhang Tianxiang to send him to Beihu City. It has been a week or 2 since he left Beihu. The film and television company in the provincial capital has gradually gotten back on track, and with Su Qinxiang taking care of it, he has nothing to worry about. At Haitian Intelligent Company, products using holographic projection technology have already started pre-sale. In just 1 week, sales have reached tens of billions. If it is officially sold, it will soon exceed 10 billion. This is just the sales of the first batch of products, and we will make more and more money in the future. Qin Feng called the aircraft steward Li Shuer again and asked her to drive the private plane parked in the provincial capital to Beihu and park it at Beihu Airport from now on. There is currently no other place to park. At this time, Qin Feng's phone rang again. It was Xiaolan from the War Department. Earlier at the border, Xiaolan asked him for his phone number. He didn't want to answer it, and the phone kept ringing, and he couldn't answer it directly. Dr. Chun, the military commander, and I are here to see you. We will be returning to China in a week. Are you happy? Bang! Chun Feng hung up the phone directly. His face darkened instantly. Oh shit. Are you sure you are here to find me and not to kill me? Damn. Run quickly. Chapter 193, Shang Yinyan's decision. Hey, why did you hang up? Looking at the hung-up phone, Xiaolan couldn't help but pout. In fact, Shang Wanyu only said that she would return to China and did not say that she would go back to cause trouble for Chen Feng. But in Xiaolan's opinion, the other party would definitely go to find Chen Feng. I originally wanted to report a message to gain some favor. I didn't expect the other party to hang up on me. Snort. Break off friendship. Xiaolan, who are you talking to on the phone? No, I didn't fight with anyone. Seeing Shang Wanyu coming over, Xiaolan quickly put away her phone out of guilt. The other side. In fact, Chen Feng didn't take this matter to heart. After all, there's still a week left, and my skills are no worse than Shang Wanyu's. What is there to be afraid of? When they returned to the villa, Shang Yinyan pounced on them. Chen Feng, you are finally back. Woo woo woo. What's wrong? Chen Feng was speechless. I'm only away for half a month. Why do you make it seem like we're parting forever? I thought something happened to you. No one answers my calls these days. You don't know, when I was watching TV in the villa a few days ago, suddenly a man rushed in and knocked me unconscious. When I woke up again, I found myself in the provincial capital. Then the minister Zhang, who went to school last time, was next to me, and I don't know what happened. Shang Yinyan still felt frightened whenever she thought about what happened. It's really terrible. The person was kidnapped silently in broad daylight. Chen Feng quickly comforted him. It's okay. Minister Zhang is from the War Department. Some gangsters appeared in the provincial capital a few days ago, and you must have been kidnapped by them. Don't worry. Minister Zhang also told me that nothing happened. When you were first abducted, Minister Zhang and his men rescued you. He didn't tell Shang Yinyan the truth. After all, they have no access to top-level masters or enemy forces, so there's no need to cause panic. As for when Shang Yinyan called a few days ago, he was in the combat unit killing enemies and did not hear the call. I see. Shang Yinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his arms were still hanging around Chun Feng's neck, and he quickly pulled his hands back. Where have you been these days? Sister Yun is also worried about you. Stinky Yin, it's obviously you who's worried about him. Why are you involving me? Yenting came over with a smile. Although I said this, I was still very worried. She is not as easy to fool as Shang Yinyan. After all, she is a few years older and knows more. Although China seems to be calm these days, some major events have actually occurred on the border. Yinting glanced at Chen Feng suspiciously. It can't be related to him, right? I went to the border and saw someone that was sick. I happened to know some Chinese medicine, so I gave her some acupuncture. Chen Feng said calmly. Then he quickly changed the subject. My mom just called and said the house in my hometown has been built. She wants to invite some relatives and friends to dinner today. Do you want to go? If a new house is built in the countryside, people have to invite people to a dinner. It is also a custom. Shang Yinyan really wanted to go, but she felt embarrassed to do so. I couldn't help but look at Yunting. Yunting smiled and said, Yinyan, let's go together. Generally, moving to a new house is a big event. Shang Yinyan nodded repeatedly. Chen Feng was driving a Lamborghini Veneno alone, while Shang Yinyan and Yunting were driving another car. Along the way, Shang Yinyan was in a low mood. She pursed her lips and said, Sister Yun, I can see that Chen Feng is hiding something from me. I feel that the gap between me and him is getting bigger and bigger. What should I do? Yinting also sighed and said, It's not just you. The gap between him and me is getting bigger and bigger. You don't know that he has invested in a film and television company in the provincial capital these days. Moreover, a few days ago he gave me a business, which was from Dongyao Airlines. Chen Feng is the fourth largest shareholder, owning 15 of his shares. This guy is not afraid of tiring me to death, and he has handed over several companies to me at once. I'm really going to get sick from exhaustion. I'll be clinging to him for the rest of my life. Humph. Shang Yinyan was stunned. East Glory Airlines? Why does he feel like Chen Feng has shares everywhere? Etc. Shang Yinyan suddenly looked at her strangely. Sister Yin, you don't like Chen Feng too, do you? How could I? Yin Ting looked evasive. I quickly diverted his attention and said, Yin, haven't you been learning how to manage a company for me during this period? Are you interested in managing Haitian Intelligent Company? This? Shang Yinyin was suddenly stunned. Yun Ting explained, Haitian Intelligent Company is now under the management of your father, but your father will retire sooner or later, and you are about to graduate. It's time to take over the company. As the company's largest shareholder, Chen Feng also hopes that you can take over the company. Really, Shang Yinyin really doesn't believe in her own abilities. Haitian Intelligent Technology Company Limited now has a market value of tens of billions of yuan, and it will reach hundreds of billions of yuan by the end of the year. Such a big company. How can I manage it myself? Yun Ting smiled and said, Think about it. How many of Chun Feng's businesses are managed by himself? Basically, he just sits there and waits for your father to retire. He doesn't trust other people, so he still needs people around him to manage things. If you don't take over, you might throw it to me again. Yin Yin, I can see that you like Chen Feng very much. Don't you want to help him? I don't have that. Shang Yin Yin lowered her head shyly. All along, she really wanted to help Chen Feng, and she also wanted to make herself more felt. Maybe now really is an opportunity. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, from now on I will learn from my dad and try to take over Haitian Intelligent Company as soon as possible. That's right. Yenting giggled. After about 40 minutes' journey, they arrived at their doorstep. The rural roads have also been repaired, with standard 6 lanes. In addition, there is a Phoenix Mountain tourist attraction here, and there are many vehicles coming here. I have to say, David Jiang was very quick, and the construction team he hired built the villa in his hometown in about 4 months. After all, it was Chun Feng's request, so the manpower was increased several times, and construction was carried out in shifts around the clock. All the materials used are of the best quality. It cost more than 2 million. 4 floors in total. The furniture in the villa is all custom-made, and the price is actually not expensive. At least it's not expensive in Chun Feng's opinion. Originally, according to Chun Feng's request, the decoration should be very luxurious, but his parents didn't want to waste money, so the decoration was just quite standard. But if this villa is located in the countryside, no one can compare to it. It immediately became the focus of the village. Chapter 194, The Quirky Sister. The villa was built on the previous location in my hometown. David Chang is very thoughtful. When I was building the villa, I was afraid that my parents would have no place to live, so I drove my RV over and let my parents live there for a few months. In fact, Chun Feng originally wanted his parents to go to the city, but they were unwilling to go. When Chun Feng arrived home, he found that David Jiang of Tianbao Group, Shang Yinyin's father Shang Jun, underground boss He Hu, and Chun Tianbao were already at home. Some of them were sweeping the floor with brooms. Some were wiping the glass of the villa with rags. Others were weeding the yard. See Chun Feng come back. David Jiang put down the broom in his hand and said with a smile, Mr. Chun, we came here uninvited. You won't chase us away, right? As she was about to put her hand on his shoulder, she suddenly pulled her hand back. Because Chun Feng's current identity is different and has far surpassed him. Mr. Jiang and I are old friends, so how could I not welcome you? Chun Feng smiled. I looked up at the villa in front of me and found that its style was still very modern. It was somewhat similar to his villa in Behu City, except that it was smaller. Thank you, Mr. Jiang, for your hard work. The villa is well built. Of course, it's all in accordance with Mr. Chen's request. David Chang patted his chest and said, The decoration materials used are all environmentally friendly, so you can move in directly with your luggage, and there is no harm to your body. When the villa was built, your parents said it was such a waste, but you can see that they still like it very much. Thanks for your hard work. Chen Feng nodded. My parents have lived in the countryside all their lives, living in the same old house. Now it's time to enjoy your life. Mr. Chun, the Shang army also came over. In fact, he didn't know that Chun Feng's parents were having a dinner here today. It was David Jiang who told him, and the two of them came over secretly. Mr. Chun, Heihu and Qin Tianbao also chuckled. These two people are underground bosses. His status and position are among the best in Behu. After submitting to Chun Feng, he suddenly became obedient. Okay, stop busying yourself and come in together. Chun Feng felt helpless. It was originally just a family dinner, but so many important people came. At least, in the eyes of their parents, they're all big shots. Mr. Chun, please go ahead and do your work. Don't worry about us. David Jiang laughed. Continue sweeping the floor with the broom. Shang Jun winked at his daughter and was very happy in his heart. At this time, Chun Feng's parents also came out. When he saw Shang Yinyin and Yun Ting, he smiled happily. My mother's 2 favorite daughters-in-law are finally here. Yinyin, Xiaoyun, come in and sit down. My mother walked into the house, holding someone in each hand. Chen Feng looked confused. I am your son, right? He couldn't help but have a thought in his mind. If Shang Wanyu also appeared here, he wondered who his mother would choose. Fengzi, Mr. Jiang, and his men have been asking to clean a house. No matter how I persuade them, it's useless. They are people of status after all. How can they clean the floor for us? Why don't you go and persuade them? Dad shook his head, somewhat helplessly. It's okay, don't worry about them. Chen Feng smiled. He also took out the cigarettes and alcohol he had bought from the car. 10 lines of Greater China and 5 boxes of mitai. Dad, we have guests at home today. Use them when the guests come. Keep the remaining cigarettes and wine for your own drinking. How much will this cost? Dad's mouth suddenly opened. He knew about Greater China, and one of them cost about 1,000 yuan. 10 equals 10,000. As for this mitai liquor, I heard it's expensive too. It's okay, it's very cheap. Drink as much as you want. Chen Feng did not mention the specific price, fearing that his father would not be willing to drink it. At this time, my mother also came over and said, Fengzi, don't waste so much money. There are not many people here today, just your second uncle's family, your 3 uncles and grandpa. Your aunt and uncle have rarely appeared since the last incident. Uncle and grandpa. Chen Feng couldn't help but sigh. When my mother married my father, my grandparents did not agree because they thought my father was of poor condition and came from the countryside. Because of this incident, there were some conflicts between the two sides. In fact, my grandpa and his family are in pretty good condition. I opened a logistics company, and my 3 uncles also work in the company. Millions of dollars in income per year. This time, my mother invited several uncles and grandpa to dinner, probably because she wanted to let them see that her family is living a good life and her son is very promising. On the other hand, we also want to ease the conflict between the two sides. Elder brother. At this time, a slim little girl ran over from a distance. Behind her followed her second uncle and second aunt. It's my cousin Chen Hui. She pulled Chen Feng's arm and pouted. Brother, you are so mean. You didn't even come to pick me up. I heard from my dad that you bought a car. Where's your car? The little head looked around. He immediately exclaimed, Oh my God, Lamborghini Venom. She automatically ignored the portion next to her. Although Chen Hui is only a senior high school student, she has seen various luxury cars on the internet. It is said that this car is worth more than 90 million yuan, and it is a limited edition. Brother, you are awesome. Brother, who are those 2 beauties in a room? My friend. Oh my God. Brother, you found 2 sisters-in-law for me. Chen Hui was completely stunned. My brother has indeed made a fortune. He bought a luxury car worth more than 90 million yuan and built a villa worth more than 2 million yuan for his family. Even when looking for each other, they have to start with 2. Oh my God. Chen Hui's values have been completely subverted. Stop talking nonsense to me. Chen Feng's face was full of black lines, and he reached out to hit him. Sister-in-law, my brother wants to beat me. Chen Hui was so scared that she quickly ran toward Shang, Yin and the others. Her mischievous look made Chen Feng very helpless. The other side, in a BMW. Grandpa had a complicated look on his face, and he slowly said, When we get to your sister's house later, you guys should be less talkative. She hasn't had a good life these years, and has suffered in the countryside for decades. Dad, this is all her own fault. You didn't let her marry Chan Guolin, but she insisted on marrying him, even at the cost of severing the father-daughter relationship with you. All the suffering she has endured over the years is due to the water that has gone into her brain. That's right. If she had really listened to your arrangements back then, she would have lived in a big house and driven a luxury car. It is not necessary to live in the countryside for decades. I don't know how poor it is now. That's right. And my nephew, it is said that he had a serious illness when he was a child. Okay, stop talking. Grandpa's face darkened. What happened in the past is in the past. Don't mention it again. After all, she is your sister. We didn't care about her before. Please help however you can this time. You all should prepare more red envelopes for me, as moving into a new house is a big deal after all. Pack more, you hear me? Chapter 195 Shock People. What kind of celebration is this? No matter how well-built a rural house is, it's still in the countryside. What's the point of having a party in a shabby house? Chen Feng's third uncle shrugged his shoulders, looking indifferent. In fact, the 3 brothers had some problems with their sister, and the main reason was that they were afraid that she would come back and divide the family property. Mr. Chen will die sooner or later. After all, his company has several million in revenue a year, which is a considerable fortune. The car has entered the village. The group of people were becoming more and more surprised. Because the rural area here has 6 lanes, and the road surface seems to have just been repaired. Dad, are you sure that fourth sister's home is here? Why do I feel like something is wrong? I also feel that something is not right. Wasn't the road so good before? Yes, and the villa in front is also newly built. It can't be built without 1 or 2 million. The three brothers frowned. Even Chun Feng's grandfather was stunned. I came here once 2 years ago. It was right here. Why is it different now? Oh my God, that's a Porsche worth more than 2 million. Fuck, that car is a Lamborghini Veneno, worth over 90 million. Look, there are several luxury cars parked nearby, all worth millions. Dad, you must have remembered the wrong place. How could this be fourth sister's home? In their impression, the house where the fourth sister lives is old and shabby, and it is a bungalow. Look at this again. It's a villa worth several $1 million, and all the cars parked next to it are luxury cars. This must be some rich man's place. Let me make a phone call and see. Just as Grandpa was about to make a phone call, Chun Feng's parents came out of the villa. Seeing several people in the car, he quickly trotted over. Dad, big brother, second brother, third brother, you are here. Chun Feng's father also hurriedly called out, Dad, eldest brother, second brother, and third brother, please come in. Although he knew that these people didn't like him, but for the sake of his wife, he still has to observe the minimum courtesy. Is this your villa? Chun Feng's grandfather became more and more confused. Could it be that this poor son-in-law has become rich? Just as my father was about to speak, my mother said, Yes, this is the villa built by our Fengzi, and it seems to have cost more than 2 million. And this road in the village was also built with money donated by Fengzi, probably about 8 or 9 million yuan. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped. That's 10 million together. It's equivalent to 4 or 5 years of their company's revenue. The third uncle pointed at a $1 million luxury car next to him and asked, Is this car also Fengzi's? No, call. My third uncle finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only, just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Chun Feng's mother said, The car in front is Fengzi's. It seems to be quite expensive. It must have cost more than 90 million. Oh shit. The corner of my third uncle's mouth twitched. That's the limited edition Lamborghini Veneno. Chun Feng's mother looked at her grandfather with a complicated expression, sighed, and said, Dad, I know you did it for my own good, but I've been very happy marrying Guolin all these years. Although he can't give me a house or a car, I have a son. The son he couldn't give me can be given to me. I came here today to let you know that I'm doing well. Let's put the things of the past behind us. That's all. That's all. Grandpa seemed to have aged many years in an instant. All along, he always thought that his decision was right, but at this moment he suddenly questioned himself. The three uncles also felt extremely complicated. Their long-held sense of superiority was shattered in an instant. These years, they were always afraid that their fourth sister would come back and divide the family property. But what they just casually showed you is already worth hundreds of millions. Would you still care about those millions or tens of millions? They understand. Fourth sister's words were not only spoken to the old man, but also to them. Come on, let's go in. Grandpa suddenly understood a lot of things. He is naturally happy that his daughter is doing well. A group of people walked into the villa. Only, as soon as they walked into the yard, their hearts trembled again. His eyes almost popped out. Dad, look, isn't that David Jiang, the general manager of Tianbao Group? Why is he sweeping the floor here? The guy cleaning the windows is Shang Jun, general manager of Haitian Intelligent Technology. It is said that the market value of this company will reach 100 billion by the end of the year. That's pretty impressive. He's actually cleaning windows here. Also, the ones clearing the weeds seem to be the underground bosses Black Tiger and Chun Tianbao. Oh my God, why are they here? Chun Feng's third uncle was completely dumbfounded. Any one of these people would be a well-known figure in Beihou. Their status and position are hundreds or thousands of times better than that of my family, especially the Black Tiger and Chun Tianbao. He is an underground boss who kills people without blinking an eye. Everyone who sees him has to respectfully call him Lord Tiger and Lord Leopard. Now what? Sweeping the floor and weeding here. Everyone trembled, especially when they saw the Black Tiger walking towards them. They were scared out of their wits. I can't wait to run away. However, Heihu walked directly to Chun Feng's mother and said politely, Madam Chun, if there's anything else you need us to do, just tell us. We are idle anyway. Don't worry, hundreds of my brothers have nothing to do. I'll call them all over to help you later. No. Chun Feng's mother waved her hand quickly. You guys should take a break too. There's no need to be so troublesome. We'll have dinner soon. That's fine. Heihu didn't waste any time and left quickly. It was just a simple conversation, but once again shocked Chunfeng's 3 uncles and grandfather. There are no more than 5 people in the entire Beihu who can be treated so politely by Tiger Lord. 4th sister, how do you know this Tiger Lord? Oh, he is Fengzi's friend. Mom smiled and said, they're all Fengzi's friends. They're nice people and often come here to help. Let's go in and talk first. Chunfeng's friend? Everyone was shocked. They became more and more curious about this nephew. What abilities did he have that allowed him to get to know people like He, Hu, and Chun Tianbao? You can't get to know these 2 people just by having money. Regarding his nephew Chinfeng, in fact, they didn't have much contact. They saw each other more when they were young, but after they lived in the school dormitory, they saw each other rarely. When they arrived at the living room, everyone greeted each other. Chinfeng simply called out. After all, he is the junior, so he still needs to be polite. Originally, Grandpa and several uncles wanted to ask Chinfeng a lot of questions, but they saw He Hu and Chun Tianbao standing on Chunfeng's left and right. Let them feel a strong pressure. There were even more turbulent waves in my heart, just because these 2 people were even more respectful towards Chunfeng. Chapter 196, The Boss Gives Gifts. What's going on? Grandpa was completely dumbfounded. No matter how stupid he is, he can see that Chinfeng's identity is not ordinary. Someone who can make He, Hu, and Chun Tianbao so humble must be a big shot. It's only been a few years since I last saw him, and this nephew has become so awesome. And at this time, it became lively outside again. A figure walked in quickly and laughed. Mr. Chun, you don't mind that Qian came uninvited. This is Mr. Qian from BUN Real Estate. My 3rd uncle recognized the other person at once. He knows many famous business executives in Beihu. The other party is also worth tens of billions. BUN Real Estate is still very influential in Beihu and is ranked among the top 3 companies in the real estate industry. It is said that the number 1 plot of land being developed in Beihu was jointly developed by Mr. David Jiang and Mr. Qian. Great value. Mr. Qian, you're welcome. Chinfeng didn't expect that the other party would come over. I couldn't help but glance at David Chang next to me. It must have been him who leaked it. Mr. Qian smiled and took out a gift from his pocket. He said politely to Chun Feng's parents, Mr. Chun, Mrs. Chun, do you mind adding an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks? I came in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts. I just prepared one randomly. I hope you don't mind it. My mother was a little overwhelmed. She had never been treated like this by so many important people in her life. He quickly waved his hand and said, no need to be so polite. I don't have anything good to offer at home. Just some home-cooked dishes. Please take a seat. Mrs. Chun, how can you not accept gifts when you move into a new house? This is the rule. Mr. Qian smiled and stuffed a gift box in her hand, then sat down next to David Jiang. Mom wanted to refuse. Chun Feng said, Mom, this is also a token of Mr. Qian's kindness. Just accept it. He knew that this gift could not be refused. If these people want to have a good relationship with me, they will give them a gift no matter what. The beginning is always with money. David Chang and others could no longer sit still. Stand up quickly. She took out the gift she had prepared in advance and said, Mrs. Chun, we are old acquaintances. Don't refuse my gift. It's just a pair of ordinary bracelets. It is said that wearing a jade bracelet on your hand has many benefits for your health. David Jiang took out the pair of jade bracelets and said with a smile, Come on, Madam Chun, try them first. There is not a trace of impurities on the jade bracelet, and it is in very good condition. You can tell at first glance that it is worth a lot of money. After all, Chan Feng's mother didn't know the value of it and thought it was just an ordinary bracelet. He hesitated for a moment before putting it on his hand. Chun Feng's uncles were trembling in their hearts. After all, they are well informed, and that pair of jade bracelets would cost at least 8 or 9 million. At this time, Shangjun also came over with a smile. He took out a watch and said to Chun Feng's father, Mr. Chun, I think this watch is suitable for you to wear, and you can check the time at ordinary times. This is a small token of my appreciation. You must accept my gift. Chun Feng's father was about to refuse when his mother took the gift and said, My dear relatives, no, Mr. Shang, we 2 families should not be polite. I will accept it for the head of the family. As he said this, he glanced at Shang, Yin Yin beside him. I like it more and more. These are my future in-laws. This watch should be worth several $100s. I have to accept it. This is a Patek Philippe watch. It seems to be worth more than 10 million. The corners of my uncle's mouth twitched. He has done a lot of research on watches, and he himself owns a Patek Philippe watch worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Next, Heihu and Chun Tianbao also presented gifts. The gifts each of them presented were worth at least several million, and some even worth tens or 20 million. Several uncles quickly put the red envelopes in their hands back into their pockets. They originally prepared only 1,000 yuan in red envelopes. Later, under the old man's instruction, the amount was increased to 6,600. But when they saw the gifts sent by these big guys, they felt a little embarrassed and kept their heads down without saying a word. The value of these gifts is equivalent to the company's revenue for 10 years. Grandpa sighed helplessly. I somewhat regret my original decision. I shouldn't have ignored my daughter for so many years. This led to a somewhat estranged relationship between the two families. If Chun Feng were given any of the connections and resources he possessed, it would be enough to support him for the rest of his life. But, as an unqualified grandfather, he didn't have the face to say this. Several uncles also opened their mouths, wanting to say something but stopping themselves. While eating, a large group of people at the table kept toasting Chun Feng and his parents, but Grandpa and several uncles seemed a little reserved. After finally finishing the meal, Grandpa pulled Chun Feng's mother to a corner. He whispered, "Old four, does my grandson have any background?" "Dad, what do you mean?" Chun Feng's mother frowned. Grandpa sighed and said, "I didn't want to talk about what happened back then, but Chun Feng's mother's expression changed slightly, as if she knew what he was going to say. "Dad, Fengzi's matter. I know that the child you and Guilin had was seriously ill when he was just born and then died. You adopted Chun Feng. After all these years, you probably haven't told him yet, right?" Grandpa didn't want to mention this matter. But Chun Feng's actions today made him very suspicious whether the other party had found his biological parents. Otherwise, how was it possible to know so many important people? Chun Feng's mother shook her head and said, "I didn't tell him. In our hearts, he is our son. His last name is Chun, and he will always be a member of our Chun family. Dad, Fengzi is doing well now. Can you keep the secret for me and don't tell him yet?" "I see." Grandpa nodded and said, "Old four, we treated you badly in the past. I know it's no use to say this now. Here is some of my savings. You can take it. Although I can't make up for what I owe you, it can at least make me feel better." Grandpa stuffed a bank card into her pocket. Then he left with his 3 sons. Chun Feng's mother also had a complicated expression. She shook her head, trying not to think about these troubles. She checked the bank card in her pocket. "Our family is not short of money now, so we will go back next time." After dinner, David Chang and others also left. They just wanted to make themselves familiar faces, and there was no need to stay. Only my second uncle's family was left in the villa. There are also Shang Yin and Yunting. Chun Feng didn't notice his mother's abnormality. He glanced at his second uncle and said, "Second uncle, Chun Hui is going to college soon. The annual tuition is not cheap. Is her income enough for her expenses?" "It's just fine." Second uncle smiled helplessly. "They only have 1 daughter. Even if I am hungry, I cannot let my daughter starve. I have to treat her like a treasure." Chen Hui on the side said with a pursed mouth, "Brother, I am usually very frugal, okay? I don't wear makeup, and I don't spend a lot of money, so I'm easy to support." Chun Feng was too lazy to pay attention to her. He continued, "Second uncle, the Watson Hospital in town is mine. We are currently in need of a logistics supervisor. The salary is not bad, about 6,000 to 7,000 a month. If you don't mind, go and work in a hospital. It should be much higher than your current salary." Chapter 197, The Mystery of Life. The second uncle was hesitant. Although the family lived in town, they were not far from Watson Hospital. But he had never been a supervisor before and was afraid of messing up. "I was also afraid of bringing shame to Chun Feng." Chun Feng smiled and said, "Second uncle, you have done logistics work before. I believe you can do it well, and there is a logistics manager to support you. If you don't do well, you can learn slowly and the work will be easier. This position, plus the year-end bonus, would make around 100,000 yuan a year." "So many." Second uncle opened his mouth suddenly. His salary was not high before, only about 40,000 yuan a year, which is equivalent to doubling. He glanced at his daughter next to him and finally gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll try it first." "Yeah." Shen Yu jumped up excitedly. "My dad's income has increased, so can I buy more snacks?" I have to say, although Chun Hui doesn't like to wear makeup, her skin is very good and tender. She is 18 years old this year. She is also very beautiful and is known as the class belle in the class. A real little beauty. Fengzi, thank you. Second uncle didn't want to trouble Chen Feng at first. He also knew that since Chen Feng became rich, more and more people would come to him to borrow money and establish a relationship with him. Uncle, we are all family. There's nothing to thank you for. Chen Feng smiled faintly. My second uncle's family used to be very good to me and my parents. Now that I have money, it's time to help them. Okay, then you guys chat first. Your second aunt and I will go back first. Shall we? When are you leaving? Mom and Dad, you guys go back first. I'm not going back now. I want to play with my sisters-in-law for a while. Chen Hui held Shang Yinyan with one hand and Yun Ting with the other, laughing. Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting also liked this lovely sister very much. Although I knew that what the other person said was inappropriate, I did not refute it. Just a kid. Children speak without restraint. Only Chen Feng's mouth twitched. Sisters-in-law? All right. I really didn't think that way. On the evening of July 5th, 1998, a farmer opened his door and found a baby at the door. He searched everywhere for the baby's parents, but to no avail, so he finally adopted the baby. A video popped up again. The video took place 22 years ago. When a farmer got up to go to the toilet at night, he found a baby wrapped in an old piece of clothing outside the door, still crying loudly, probably only about half a year old. The farmer looked everywhere for the person who released the baby, but couldn't find him after searching all night. Later, they had to take the baby back to the room and adopt it. This video made Chen Feng slightly stunned, because the house in the video is exactly my home. The farmers in the video were my parents 22 years ago. Although they were very young at that time, Chen Feng recognized them at a glance. Doesn't that mean, am I the baby in the video? Chen Feng's mood was very complicated at this time. He had never thought that he was not his parents' biological son. The information in the video is limited. He wanted to look for more information, but found nothing. He slowly walked out of the villa and sat down on the steps in the yard. In fact, he is very satisfied with his current family, and his parents are very good to him. He just doesn't understand why his biological parents abandoned him. What difficulties did you encounter? Or was there some other reason? At this time, Shang Yinyan came over and sat down next to him on the steps and asked softly, "What's the matter?" Fina. Chen Feng suddenly figured out a lot of things. What does it matter whether he is his parents' biological son or not? Anyway, his surname is Chen, and he will be Chen for the rest of his life, and he will be his parents' son for the rest of his life. Then, let me lean on you for a moment. Shang Yinyan bit her lip and leaned her head on Chen Feng's shoulder. She could sense that the other person was in a bad mood and seemed unwilling to tell her what was going on. In the villa, Mom looked at the two people leaning on the steps and sighed inwardly. Suddenly, he pulled his father over and whispered, "My father just mentioned Fengzi's life experience. Should we tell Fengzi?" "Stop talking," the old man said solemnly. "We have not moved in these years. If the people who left the children here are still alive, they will definitely find this place. But after so many years, that person still didn't come looking. What does this mean? This means that the other party doesn't want the child at all, or something big has happened in the other party's family. No matter which situation it is not a good thing for Fengzi. Let's not mention this matter again and just pretend it never happened." "I know." Mom nodded. "My son is very happy now. Maybe he will be able to find a wife after graduation. Nothing can happen again." Thinking of this, she looked at Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting again. "Which one should I marry? Or married? All right, it's definitely impossible." At the same time, at the entrance of the village, off-road vehicles were driving quickly, and, surprisingly, they had white license plates. There were more than 10 cars. It made everyone excited. "Oh my God, is some important person coming to our village? I don't know. Isn't Old Chin's family holding a housewarming party today? Are we going to Old Chin's house? Oh my God, when did the Chin family get to know such an important person? It must be his son. I heard he's very successful and made a lot of money in the city. He donated money to build roads and villas. These cars must have gone to Old Chin's son." The villagers ran out one after another, pointing at the off-road vehicle on the road. At the same time, I am very envious of Lao Chen's family. A good son was born. Some villagers looked at their disappointing sons, then looked at the domineering villa not far away, and were so angry that they picked up slippers and hit their sons. They both gave birth to sons. Why is there such a big difference? "Look, there's a helicopter up there." At this moment, someone suddenly exclaimed. I saw a helicopter flying over. The dozen or so off-road vehicles in front seemed to be clearing the way for the helicopter. The roar of the helicopter instantly attracted everyone's attention. They had never seen a helicopter at such a close distance before, feeling very strange. Hey, why is there a word war on that helicopter? One person exclaimed. A young man who had just walked out of the house saw a helicopter flying low in the sky and suddenly trembled all over. Is this a helicopter from the War Department? The young man had just retired from the Army. I once participated in the selection of members of the War Department, but unfortunately, I was not selected. But I still recognized the logo of the War Department. Looking at the helicopter and the convoy flying towards Chun Feng's home, he felt dazed. Chapter 198 Sister Xiaoya is back. Chun Feng was sitting on the steps, and just as he was about to go in, there was a sudden roar from outside. He looked up. I saw more than a dozen off-road vehicles parked outside the villa yard, and a helicopter slowly landed. Zhang Tianxiang walked down from the helicopter and said with a laugh, "Congratulations, Instructor Chun. The approval has come down. From now on, Xiao Chun, you are the chief instructor of the combat department." After returning to Kyoto, he reported the matter immediately. The approval came down very quickly. Chun Feng was speechless. "I haven't agreed yet, and you're making the decision for me?" Seeing Zhang Tianxiang's almost flattering look, he didn't know what to say. Anyway, with the identity of the chief instructor of the combat department, it would be much easier for him to do things. "Minister Zhang, I agree to this, but this won't happen again." Understood. Zhang Tianxiang was in a good mood. He waved his hand at the people behind him and said, "Listen carefully. Mr. Chun will be the chief instructor of the combat department from now on. Haven't you met your instructor yet? Meet the chief instructor. Meet the chief instructor." A group of people saluted. They were all members of the War Department. Some had been staying in the country, and others had returned from the border. The scene in which Chun Feng alone killed dozens of heavenly king-level warriors is still vivid in his mind. I was extremely excited. It is such a great honor to have such a great person as my instructor. Shang, Yin on the side blinked her big eyes. During this period of time, she has learned more about the War Department. Perhaps it is because the War Department is currently actively exposing itself to the public. More and more people knew about the existence of the War Department. I also learned that guarding the border mainly relies on the combat department to take the lead. Shang Yin didn't expect that Chun Feng could become the chief instructor of the combat department. Is his skill really that good? Yin, please go in first. I want to talk to Minister Zhang. Oh, Shang Yin walked into the villa obediently. At this time, Chun Feng Kai said, "Minister Zhang, do me a favor. Instructor Chun, please let me know if you have any instructions." Zhang Tianxiang was so happy in his heart that he was still willing to help the other party, so that Chun Feng would owe him a favor. Chun Feng's favor is still very valuable now. Chun Feng said with a complicated expression, "Help me check my background." "You know," Zhang Tianxiang explained, "don't get me wrong. I investigated you when we first met and found out that you are not the biological child of Chun Guilin and his wife." Chun Feng was a little surprised. It turns out that the other party already knew it. He sighed and said, "Don't make this public for now. Help me investigate it secretly. If you can find it, then investigate it. If you can't find it, forget it." "Ugh." Zhang Tianxiang nodded. "After all, it's been a long time. I don't know if I can find it. I'll give you the information when the time comes." After the two chatted for a few words, he got on the helicopter and left. This time I came mainly to deliver approval documents and certificates to Chun Feng. Fengzi, those people outside just now were... Mom is still very worried. Just now there were off-road vehicles and helicopters. They had never seen such a scene before. "It's okay, they're my friends." Chun Feng took a look at the clothes on his parents and frowned slightly. "Mom, you don't need a farm now. You could buy some good quality clothes. You've been poor all your life. Now it's time to enjoy yourself. Come on, I'll take you shopping for clothes." No, why waste money?" Mom waved her hands quickly. They have been accustomed to living frugally all their lives, and even now that they have money, they are reluctant to spend it recklessly. "That won't do. We have already built a villa worth millions. So how can we still lack money to buy clothes? Anyway, your son is not short of money now." Chun Feng doesn't care about all that. He must let his parents enjoy themselves today. Chen Hui also said with a smile, "Auntie, my brother is a rich man now. He is a person of status. And when he takes you out to eat in the future, you have to give him face, right? So clothes still need to be bought." "I see." Mom frowned. She didn't want to embarrass her son in the future, so she nodded and said, "Okay, just buy one set. Just one set will do." Chen Hui winked at her brother playfully. It seems to be saying, "Brother, look at how good I am. Okay, let's go now. Chun Feng didn't waste any words. I took Chen Hui along as well. I can't get rid of this sister now. But what puzzled Chen Feng was his Lamborghini Veneno could only seat 2 people, but fortunately the other Porsche could seat 4. It seems that I will have to buy a car with more seats in the future. Otherwise, I won't be able to take my parents out to play. Chun Hui ran directly to the passenger seat of the Lamborghini Veneno and sat on it. If she didn't have a driver's license, she would probably have sat directly in the driver's seat. The 2 cars also drove quickly towards the city. An hour later, came to a commercial street. He took his parents directly to a mobile phone store. The waitress's attitude was very good, even though the clothes Chun Feng's parents were wearing were very ordinary. But Chen Feng's clothes also cost several thousand yuan. Especially Shang Yin and Yun Ting next to them, they're not only beautiful, but also very elegant, and the clothes they wear are also very expensive. How could such a customer be without money? Chun Feng pointed directly at a mobile phone and asked, "How much is this phone?" "This is the Huawei P40 Pro Plus, which costs about 8,000 yuan and is currently the most popular phone." "Give me 3 first." Ah, the waitress was stunned. "Although this phone sells well, I have never seen anyone buy 3 at a time." The mother behind him was also stunned. "Fengzi, didn't you say you wanted to buy clothes? We have a cell phone, so there's no need to buy any." "It's okay, I'll give you new ones." Chun Feng pointed at Chun Hui, who was following behind him, and said, "By the way, buy one for Xiao Hui as well. She's going to college soon, so give it to her as an early reward." "Huh? Really?" Chun Hui screamed and jumped up excitedly. She has never used such an expensive mobile phone. After all, he's your brother, so I can still afford to give him a cell phone. Chun Feng smiled faintly and asked the waiter to wrap up the phone. A total of 24,000. Swipe card. Chun Hui held the new phone in her arms and couldn't let it go. Only at this moment did she feel that her brother was really nice. Next, Chun Feng took his parents to buy more than 10 sets of clothes, as well as shoes and bags. At the same time, a courtyard house in Kyoto. This courtyard is very big. At this time, 2 women slowly walked over from a distance. One of the women had a strong aura that made ordinary people afraid to approach her. She was also wearing a battle robe. It's Shang Wanyu. Behind her, Xiaolan was dragging a big suitcase. With a face full of grievance, he said, "Sister Xiaoya, please wait for me. I can't walk anymore." She just didn't understand. Didn't Sister Xiaoya say that she would be back in a week? Why is she back now? I just asked about it myself. Sister Xiaoya was angry and asked her to carry such a big luggage. Shen Feng? Shen Feng. Excuse me. It's Sister Xiaoya who is going to come back early. It's not that my information is inaccurate. Xiaolan observed 3 seconds of silence in her heart. Then he chased forward again. Chapter 199, Parents' Conversation. The lady is back. The lady is back. Voices came from the courtyard, and the whole courtyard became lively. A gorgeously dressed woman walked out quickly. When I saw Shang Wanyu, I was so excited that I almost cried. "Xiaoyu." Mother Qin Lei quickly pulled her daughter. Then he called to Xiaolan behind him. "Xiaolan, come here quickly and put your luggage on the ground. Someone will help you take it later." Oh. Xiaolan put down her luggage obediently. She no longer wanted to carry such a big box and ran forward happily. "Xiaoya, have you eaten? How long will you be back this time? Life was tough at the border, wasn't it? Were you hurt? Your father is such a fool. Such a beautiful girl. Why not find someone to marry? Why did he insist on sending you to the border and making you a military leader?" As a mother, Qin Lane naturally didn't want her daughter to suffer. The border is the most dangerous place and is at the forefront of the war. Once a conflict occurs, it is very likely that lives will be lost. Even if my daughter is very strong, but there are always higher mountains than others in this world, and Qin Lei doesn't want to live in fear every day. "Xiaoya, why don't you come back and talk to your dad this time and tell him that you don't need to be the military leader anymore, and we can just live a down-to-earth life, okay?" "Mom." There was finally a hint of tenderness on Shang Wanyu's face. She patted the back of her mother's hand and said with a smile, "What if I leave the War Department?" "Don't worry, I'm fine now." "Why?" Qin Lai sighed helplessly. She knew there was no way to persuade her daughter. "Go take a hot bath first. You finally came back, so stay in Kyoto for a few more days and let me take care of you. Xiaolan, you should also take a hot bath. You have been with Xiaoya every day these days, and you must have worked hard." "Auntie, I'm not tired." Xiaolan is not polite either. Run directly into the room. She has no father or mother. Having followed Shang Wanyu for all these years, Shang Wan's home is like her own home, and she even has her own room here. "Mom, I'm going to take a shower too. Shang Wanyu smiled faintly, like 100 flowers blooming. Half an hour later, when Shang Wanyu appeared again, she had changed her clothes. The black off-shoulder long dress shows off her hot figure to the fullest, and she has the temperament of a queen on the battlefield. And now, she seems like a queen with unparalleled charm. Shang Wanyu looked at herself in the mirror. She hadn't worn such beautiful clothes for a long time. When she was at the border, she basically wore combat uniforms. I couldn't help feeling dazed. At this time, a middle-aged man walked in. He had a square face and exuded a majestic aura. It was Shang Wanyu's father, Shangwan Pengyun. Dad, it's good to be back. Shangwan Pengyun looked at his daughter with a complicated expression and sighed slightly. Xiaoya, you have worked hard these years. I heard that you were injured this time. Are you feeling better now? It's okay. You will recover in a month. Your previous hidden injuries will also be healed soon. Shangwan Yu slowly sat down beside him and said, Dad, I know what you want to say. I want to go to the War Department on my own, and I want to be the Army commander on my own. You don't have to feel guilty. I'm fine now, right? Then, will you blame Dad? Since childhood, others have been playing, but I made you train every day. Shangwan Pingyun felt a little reluctant. He is a military man. He used to be the head of the War Department. When the country was in crisis, he couldn't find anyone to entrust the important task to, so he could only train his daughter since childhood. How could he not feel sorry for his daughter? But there is no way. My daughter was born with a talent for fighting. She only needs half the time to complete things that others would take 10 years to complete. Shang Wanyu did not answer this question. He changed the subject and said, the border is relatively stable at the moment. Country M suffered heavy losses this time and retreated 30 miles. I can stay at home for a few more months. Shangwan Pingyun's heart moved. He is now retired and no longer the head of the War Department, and he is not as aware of border information as before. I heard that a chief instructor has come to your combat department. He is very powerful. Was he also the one who resolved the border crisis this time? Well, he also cured my illness. When Shangwan Yu said this, her expression became a little strange. I would like to meet the chief instructor if I have the chance. Shangwan Pengyun smiled and said, Xiaoya, invite him to your home for a meal next time you have a chance. After all, he saved your life. Shangwan Yu was slightly stunned. Invite Chun Feng to dinner? Ugh. A dangerous curve flashed across the corner of her mouth. At this time, Mom Chin Lei also came in. He looked at his daughter with a smile and said, Xiaoya, I will arrange a few blind dates for you this time. Go and meet them. If you meet someone you like, we can arrange your marriage. You're not a child anymore. You can't stay in the War Department forever, right? Mom, I don't want to get married. Shangwan Yu bit her lip with a resentful expression. What a joke. I am the leader of the War Department. How many men in this world are worthy of me? Speaking of marriage, I remember one thing. Shangwan Pingyun frowned and said, when you were young, you were betrothed to a child. If that child is still alive, he should be about the same age as you. Chin Lei's face changed. It happened so long ago. Why are you still bringing it up? Mom and Dad, what is this child marriage? Shangwan Yu was a little confused. I've never heard my dad mention this before, but he actually arranged a marriage for me. Shangwan Pingyun said slowly, I had a close friend in the past. He had a son, and at that time he arranged a marriage for you too. I hope our two families will become even closer. Later, something happened to the other party's family, and the child died. All right. That happened over 20 years ago. It's finally settled for so many years. Why are you digging it up again? Chin Lei quickly glared at her husband. Okay, I won't say any more. Shangwan Pengyun sighed helplessly. He looked at his daughter again and said, if you feel tired, then come back. The combat department can be handed over to others. Isn't the chief instructor very powerful? If he is willing, let him take charge of the War Department. Chun Feng. Shangwan Yu shook her head. At the beginning, Chun Feng personally said at the border that he would not take over the combat department. Even the position of chief instructor was only agreed to by Minister Zhang after he begged and pleaded with him. But it's time for me to find some time to meet Chun Feng. At the same time, Chun Feng, who was taking his parents shopping, suddenly frowned. What's going on? I actually felt a sense of crisis just now. What's wrong, bro? Chun Hui was carrying a lot of bags in her hands. Although she was treated as free labor, she was very happy. Because one of these clothes is mine. It's okay, let's go. Chun Feng shook his head. I took my parents into a shoe store again. Chapter 200 Teacher Gu is looking for me. We walked around for about 2 or 3 hours. After Chun Feng bought everything, he took his parents to his villa. Brother, is this your villa? Chun Hui was completely stunned. The most luxurious house she had ever seen was the villa built by her brother in the countryside. And now, the detached villa in front of you is more than 10 times more luxurious than the ones in the countryside. And the area is also very large, more than 1,000 square meters. My parents also widened their eyes. Fengzi, how much is your villa? It's free. It's a gift from Mr. Shang. Chun Feng smiled faintly. Back then, I helped Mr. Shang a lot and invested 2 billion in his company. And he gave me this villa. This location is relatively small, and I have another estate somewhere else. It's about 5 or 6,000 square meters. Mom and Dad, if you don't want to live in the countryside, come to my place. Anyway, there are plenty of rooms, and you can grow vegetables in the manor, so you won't be idle. 5 or 6,000 square meters. The corners of Chun Feng's parents' mouths twitched again. They don't know exactly how big it is, but it's definitely very big. Dad counted on his fingers and said, 1 acre of land is 667 square meters. Isn't that the size of 10 acres of land? In their opinion, only big bosses are qualified to live in such a house. They never imagined that one day their own son would live in it. Yin Ting on the side smiled faintly and said, Uncle, Aunt, you guys should not make yourself suffer in the countryside. Chun Feng is rich now. As for Shang Yinyan's father's company, Chun Feng is the major shareholder and can earn at least 90 billion a year. And he also has more than 10 billion shares in my entertainment investment company, Ltd. He also has a World Trade Center worth tens of billions in the provincial capital. Yenning talked a lot. My parents have become numb to it. Even Chun Hui standing next to her looked stunned. It took me a long time to come back to my senses. Oh my God, my brother is so rich? Billionaire? 100 billionaire? Then wouldn't I become a little princess? Brother, when I go to college, I will come and live with you. No, I want to occupy a room now. Shen Yuhan upstairs. Open the first room on the second floor. Someone lives here. Second room. There are still people living there. She was suddenly stunned and shouted downstairs. Brother, you and your sisters-in-law are living together? Shang Yinyan and Yun Ting on the side blushed immediately. My mother was also thoughtful. Looking at the villa, he muttered to himself, It's over, it's over. What if both of them get pregnant? Who should I choose? Chen Hui, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. Chun Feng also had a dark face. This cousin is really asking for a fight. Chun Hui stuck out her tongue playfully, quickly opened the door of the third bedroom, and finally occupied the room. There are 4 bedrooms on the second floor. If the remaining parent comes, there is enough room for them. If it really doesn't work, we can also move to Yonghe Manor by then. Brother, why do you have a pet? Wow, it can fly. Chun Hui pulled the little guy out from somewhere. This Quetzalcoatlus was born more than a month ago and has grown a lot in size. Fortunately, Chun Hui's strength was not great. Otherwise, it would have been attacked. The little guy struggled for a moment and flew right out of her hands. It fell on Chun Feng's shoulder. Chun Hui's eyes widened when she saw it. She wanted to play, but she couldn't catch it. Originally, Chun Feng wanted to keep his parents in the city for a few more days, but they still had to go back to the countryside, and Chun Hui also had to go to school. In the afternoon, we had to send them back. The next day, as soon as Chun Feng got up, a video popped up on the system. On September 11th, 2037, the Union Medical College Laboratory restored Hua Tuo's ancient prescription and developed a scar-removing ointment with miraculous curative effects. The video talks about a medical laboratory has developed a scar-removing ointment that is dozens of times more effective than those currently on the market. After repeated use, it can completely eliminate scars. Chun Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. This is definitely a market, especially for women. Just imagine that there is no one who does not have some scars on the body. The products currently available on the market can only lighten the traces of scars, but cannot completely eliminate them, especially those who have given birth to children. If it is a cesarean section, the scar will still affect the appearance. Chun Feng found a purchase mark in the lower right corner of the video. Just click. Ding! Congratulations to the host for purchasing the scar removal ointment formula. Deduction of minus 3,000 system points. Host's current remaining system points, 3,250. Click on the recipe in the backpack and absorb this amount of knowledge instantly. Chun Feng suddenly remembered. Shang Guanyu has several scars on her body, so perhaps this ointment will be of some use to her. He quickly followed the instructions in the recipe and bought the equipment and configured it himself. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 full hours passed. Finally made a sample, but I don't know how it will turn out. Then find someone to try it out. Chen Feng put the sample in his pocket and walked towards the school. The counselor called me just now and said that she wanted to talk to me about something. Anyway, it would be boring to be alone in the villa, so Shang Yinyan went to Haitian Intelligent Company to study management. Yenting also went to the company to handle things. When he came to school again, Chen Feng had a strange feeling. It seems like he hasn't been to school for almost a month. The violence of fighting on the battlefield may be relieved in school. As soon as he entered the campus, he caused a sensation. Fuck, Chen Feng hasn't been to school for more than half a month. How come he's here again all of a sudden? Hurry, hide your girlfriend. Be careful to hide. The time when Chen Feng was not in school, the boys launched crazy attacks on the beauties in school, both verbally and physically. Get a girlfriend first. Otherwise, you will definitely not be able to find a partner in the future. I saw a group of people pulling my girlfriend away and dodging. Chen Feng was speechless. Why are you running? I'm not trying to steal your girlfriend. When I arrived at the counselor's office, Jean Tian was not there. Only Teacher Gu from the art department was there. The gujing he used at the last party was the one borrowed from Teacher Gu. Teacher Gu is still wearing hanfu today. It has the flavor of a classical beauty. When Chen Feng saw that the counselor was not there and was about to leave, Teacher Gu suddenly called him. Student Chen Feng, why are you leaving when you see me? Forehead. Chen Feng really didn't know how to respond. He had only met Teacher Gu once, and after a moment's hesitation, he said, Teacher Gu, I'm looking for our counselor. She just called me. You were talking about Teacher Jean. Teacher Gu smiled faintly and stood up from his seat. He slowly walked up to Chen Feng and said, I asked Teacher Jean to call you. To be more precise, I have something to talk to you about. Ah, what kind of plane? Chen Feng looked him up and down. Teacher Gu is looking for me? Come on, let's talk outside. Teacher Gu laughed and pulled him outside. About 10 minutes later, Jean Tian walked into the office. I found that there was no one in the office, and I couldn't help but feel confused. What's going on? I just saw Chen Feng come in. Where is he? Hey, why is Teacher Gu not here? Shit, are these two going to elope?